Chongqing City Zuching #1 Middle School. You little brat, how can you still sleep at your age? As soon as the teacher entered the room, he saw the boy who was dozing in the back row. He was immediately enraged and threw the half-piece of chalk in his hand at the boy in the back row by the window with all his might. The boy was taking a nap on his desk. With the sensitivity of a spider, he turned his head slightly and nimbly dodged the flying chalk. He yawned, his eyes half closed, his dark pupils devoid of any light, and said lazily, "Which scoundrel wants to harm me?" Seeing his sleepy appearance, the girl at the table nudged him gently with her elbow and whispered, "Keep it down, Lao Lu is coming." However, the reminder came a little too late. The girl had barely finished speaking when the homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu, had already walked to the boy's desk. "Jiang Xingyu, who are you calling a troublemaker?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu slowly opened his slightly narrowed eyes by less than a tenth and replied woodenly, "Oh, it's old Lu. Get up." Old Lu was furious when he saw Jiang Xingyu's half-dead state. He grabbed Jiang Xingyu by the collar and threw him into a corner of the classroom. "Stand still, wake up, don't doze off." After he finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the podium. Just as Lao Lu picked up the materials to read aloud to the students, he noticed that the boy in the corner was dozing off again with his eyes half closed. Old Lu's lips twitched, but he was helpless. The reason is simple. Although Jiang Xingyu often dozes off in class, he always ranks first in his grade in academic exams. What could he do? If this awakening weren't so important, he wouldn't have bothered with this guy at all. After thinking it over, he decided not to waste any more time with Jiang Xingyu. Old Lu cleared his throat and said, "Tomorrow morning, people from the Zucheng branch will come to our school to guide everyone in awakening their supernatural abilities." Jiang Xingyu suddenly woke up from his dream, rushed to the podium, grabbed Lao Lu by the collar and said, "Say it again." Old Lu was 1.6 meters tall, which makes him look small and weak next to Jiang Xingyu, who was over 1.8 meters tall. Plus, he was being grabbed by the collar at this moment, so people who didn't know the situation would think that the school bully was bullying the teacher. Jiang Xingyu wasn't stupid. After a moment, he realized he had lost his composure. He changed his grip on the collar to a gentle pat, pretending to straighten old Lu's collar. "Oh, my dear teacher Lu, your collar is really awful. As your student, I absolutely forbid that your collar be dirtier than Uncle Tom's doghouse next door." His sudden use of a translator's tone amused everyone, instantly dispelling the awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Lao Lu, who was about to get angry, couldn't stay angry anymore. All right, you're the best actor. Go back to your seat." Jiang Xingyu nodded, returned to his seat, rested his chin on his hand, and listened attentively. "Okay, that's the general situation. We'll have to wait for the school's notification for more details. Here, I wish everyone a smooth awakening of their superpowers." Students around 18 years old are relatively mature in mind and body, making them the most suitable age for awakening. Therefore, the Yaij Association organizes individuals to guide high school seniors in awakening, usually during the first semester of their senior year. Ever since he learned of the existence of superhumans when he was 5 years old, Jiang Xingyu has tried his best to make time to exercise, with the goal of becoming a superhuman himself. Besides his inherently lazy nature, this was also one of the reasons for his listlessness. As for why you want to become an outsider, is that even a question? Who wouldn't want to possess power that ordinary people can only dream of? With these powers, you can have money, status, women, whatever you want. It might be a bit vulgar, but it's definitely awesome. Before, I didn't have the opportunity and could only fantasize about it through novels. Now that the opportunity has come, how can I not give it a try? What did you say? The class and most of the senior students in the school were full of anticipation for the upcoming arrival of the extraordinary master. "Do you think I can awaken a superpower?" A soft whisper reached his ear. It was Su Man, Jiang Xingyu's deskmate. She wore black-rimmed glasses, her head slightly bowed, and a plain gray knit sweater and slightly faded jeans, which made her look a bit dowdy. However, if you brush aside her thick, blunt bangs, you'll find that she's actually very pretty. She just doesn't know how to dress herself up. Before Jiang Xingyu could respond, Fatty Wan in the front row had already started laughing. "Do you know how much it costs to attend Yiwu University? With your qualifications, what good would awakening do you? Why don't you consider the idea I suggested before? It would be a considerable source of income for you." Previously, Fatty Wan, seeing that Su Man was a quiet and reserved person, had offered 100 yuan to buy her virginity, but she resolutely refused. Fatty Wan was a notorious miser, and he felt that 100 yuan was more than enough. He didn't expect that the country girl would not appreciate it at all and would expose his rudeness to his face. From then on, he would frequently mock and even insult Su Man. Su Man's eyes were slightly red. She grew up in an orphanage and started working part-time at a very young age, working from dawn till dusk, but she never complained and supported herself through everything. Although Wan Pengzi is an ordinary-looking person, he has a father who is an official and he has also awakened superpowers. He has always been domineering at school, and the teachers turn a blind eye to him. No matter how angry Su Man was, she couldn't lash out. She could only grit her teeth and hold back her tears. Jiang Xingyu was an orphan in his previous life, and he understands the pain of being bullied and helpless. He decided to speak speak up for Su-man. With his hands resting on the desk and his head slightly tilted back, Jiang Xingyu slowly raised his eyes and said calmly, Fatty Wan, in novels, people like you are the first to die. Fatty Wan had a strong premonition that he would awaken the world's top superpowers and innate physical talents. He replied confidently, Jiang Xingyu, this isn't a novel. You'd better pray you don't awaken your superpowers tomorrow, or I'll beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of disdain appeared on Fatty Wan's lips, and he said no more. Seeing that he was no longer causing trouble, Su-man blushed slightly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, because of me. It seems that you and Fatty Wan have definitely fallen out. Jiang Xingyu, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned. He thought to himself, it's been settled long ago. Jiang Xingyu and Wan Pengzi are both members of the martial arts club. Fatty Wan eats and sleeps all day long, and his body is so bloated that he looks like a pig. And what about Jiang Xingyu? After school, he runs 10 kilometers every day, does half an hour of planking, does 200 sit-ups, and often practices until late at night. His physical abilities far surpassed those of Fatty Wan, so every time they sparred, Fatty Wan would be beaten until his head was bleeding. He should have accepted his fate of being less skilled than others, but Fatty Wan was notoriously petty and had long harbored resentment towards Jiang Xingyu. He always had a strange confidence in himself, firmly believing that he could beat Jiang Xingyu. Therefore, tomorrow, when Jiang Xingyu awakens his superpower, will be the moment when Fatty Wan can finally hold his head high. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a new day has arrived. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Xingyu arrived at the classroom early. At 8 o'clock, the school's loudspeaker came on. Senior high school students, please proceed to the playground in an orderly manner. The playground was orderly, and all the students were intently watching the man on the podium. After the standard opening remarks, the man began to introduce today's topic. He held up a transparent polyhedron about the size of a head. This is a superpower detection device. After the test begins, please place your hands on it. Our superpowered individuals will guide you to awaken your superpowers. After the college entrance examination, the students will be taken by us to the Zuqingyai branch to undergo a comprehensive test. The comprehensive score will be included in your college entrance examination professional course score. Alright, students from each class, please proceed to your designated areas for awakening. Jiang Xingyu's class was assigned to Zone D, along with the class next door, which had about 100 students. As time went on, the awakening officially began. The process naturally brings joy to some and sorrow to others. The chances of possessing superpowers are extremely low, and the scene was filled with wails. However, this did not hinder the awakening process from proceeding smoothly. The 12 superhumans present were not just for show, who would dare to cause trouble. One look from them would make your legs go weak. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the adjacent C-section. Because the school beauty from number 1 high school was right there, she got so excited that she lost control of her superpowers and ended up soaking wet. Wow, our school beauty has awakened the elemental power, Raging Torrent. Raging Torrent is nothing special. The key point is that her elemental multiplier is a whopping level 7. That's not all. The key is that the school beauty's figure is absolutely stunning. The moment the water touches her skin, wow, wet and temptation. Goddess, I love you. Despite the constant noise around him, Jiang Xingyu still managed to pinpoint a key term, isotope ratio. On Earth, people have some basic understanding of superpowers. The isotope ratio is one of them. The elemental multiplier determines the total amount of elemental energy an individual will have in the future. Based on a level 1 multiplier, at the same cultivation level, an individual with a level 7 multiplier will have 7 times the total amount of elemental energy as a level 1 individual, and the elemental energy recovery speed will also be 7 times faster. This means that high multiplier aberrants can use their combat skills more frequently and for longer periods, and can go further on the path of aberrance. Those with a 7-level multiplier are extremely rare. This newly awakened young lady possesses extraordinary talent. In a daze, Jiang Xingyu finally realized that it was his turn to awaken. Coming to his senses, he calmly stepped forward and placed his hand on the ability detection device. The guide lightly tapped his forehead with his index finger. Close your eyes, relax, and don't hinder the flow of my foreign elements. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu did as instructed. The next moment, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if he were being pierced by an electric current, and this feeling lasted for several minutes. Immediately, the foreign elements circulating throughout the body began to converge towards the dantian in the abdomen. The place where different elements converge is called the other source. The alien source is the foundation of the alien beings. It can store alien elements and control their flow. Alien abilities originate from here. Suddenly, a loud boom came from Jiang Xingyu's body, as if a barrier had been broken, and a powerful force filled his limbs and bones. But this is not the end. After the foreign substances have gathered in the abdomen, they converge towards the head. A moment later, he heard another loud boom in his mind. The guide was also shocked and muttered to himself, a second source. Without a doubt, this child is a genius with dual superpowers. The air on the playground trembled, and everyone's hair stood on end. end. They could vaguely see streaks of blue-purple lightning floating in the air. Looking at Jiang Xingyu again, he still had his eyes closed, and the superpower detector in his hand emitted a blue-purple light which was wrapped in a faint silver glow. Jiang Xingyu knew nothing about anything on the playground, because his mind went blank the moment his superpowers awakened. Suddenly, a voice rang in my mind. Immediately afterwards, an image appeared before his eyes, even though he still had his eyes closed. Host, Jiang Xingyu. Total amount of allotropes, 90 micrograms, upper limit, 100 micrograms, mental strength, 100, innate physique, unawakened. Jiang Xingyu was about to communicate with the system when he was interrupted by a voice. It's an elemental type. As soon as the voice came out, Jiang Xingyu opened his eyes, and then countless eyes were cast upon him. Thunder, the superpower manifested, accompanied by a chorus of exclamations. It's no surprise that everyone was surprised. After all, lightning is the strongest offensive superpower, and there are fewer than 10 people in China who possess lightning superpowers. No, look at the light from the ability detector. It's not just blue-purple, there's also a layer of silver. Hiss, could it be? Everyone turned their attention to the guide beside Jiang Xingyu. The guide smiled and gently pressed the ability detector. A projection appeared in the void like in a science fiction movie, clearly stating, name, Jiang Xingyu, alloy multiplier, level 10, total amount of foreign matter, 90 micrograms. As soon as the projection appeared, the scene immediately spiraled out of control. Some people banged their heads against the wall, some screamed loudly, and some cried, please, have some decency. You've taken both the strongest damage output and the strongest mobility. How are we supposed to compete now? Mom, I'm a good for nothing. Seeing that the situation was gradually getting out of control, the guide had no choice but to take Jiang Xingyu to the group leader. Watching the guide lead Jiang Xingyu away, a short and fat man surnamed One among the onlookers trembled slightly, and even his underwear was a little damp. The leader of the guides is the head of the Zucheng branch, named Jinsha. She was sitting in the principal's office processing documents at that moment. Jinsha wasn't from the Ministry of Education, and the principal didn't have much to report to her. Plus, his own position was already taken, so the principal simply went to inspect the playground. After introducing Jiang Xingyu to Jinsha, the facilitator returned to continue guiding other students to awaken. Jinsha was filled with shock as she looked at the boy in front of her. My God, the same person possesses two incredible superpowers. Even without awakening his innate talent, he can already be considered a genius. If they could also awaken an outstanding talent physique, they would be an absolute prodigy. My city of football has produced such a genius. At this moment, in Jinsha's eyes, Jiang Xingyu was like a big piece of fat meat, making her drool. She was eager to know just how high Jiang Xingyu's innate physique would be. However, one's innate physical constitution can only be awakened after becoming an extraordinary individual, so the answer will only be revealed after the comprehensive test following the college entrance examination. Feeling a little awkward under Jinsha's gaze, Jiang Xingyu took the initiative to speak, which was quite unusual. Greetings, Your Excellency. Don't be shy, have a seat. Jinsha looked at Jiang Xingyu with a smile in her eyes. Just call me Sister Sasha. Having just awakened a powerful superpower, Jiang Xingyu was unusually excited and, unusually, did not show any signs of laziness. I never expected that our city of Zhu would produce such a genius as you. Sister Sasha, you flatter me. No need to be modest, you really are a genius. As soon as she finished speaking, Jinsha's expression turned serious, and she said, may I ask what your college entrance exam plans are? Jinsha's tone was very polite. It should be understood that the Foreign Secretariat, the government, and the military constitute the three major power structures of China, and the head of the Zucheng branch secretariat holds a position equivalent to the city lord of Zucheng. Such a person being so polite to a high school student was simply because they recognized Jiang Xingyu's immense potential. This also made Jiang Xingyu realize that the status of those with supernatural abilities on Earth was far higher than he had imagined, especially those with powerful abilities. Jiang Xingyu answered without hesitation, if my grades meet the requirements, I will give priority to the two prestigious universities. Jinsha wore an expression that said, just as I expected. As one of the top universities in China, it is naturally a place that most candidates dream of, but I don't really want you to develop your career there. Jinsha's smile held a hint of bitterness. In recent years, the talent loss rate of the two top universities has reached as high as 70%. The talent that the country invests heavily in cultivating has ended up becoming an asset to other countries. Let me tell you something inside. She paused, then lowered her voice and said, this issue has already attracted the attention of the higher authorities. The country is adjusting its talent cultivation program and may even impose sanctions on these two prestigious universities. That's all I know. I hope you'll consider it carefully. But whatever you choose, please remember that you are Chinese. Such words carry a hint of moral blackmail, but Jiang Xingyu can understand them. After all, it's better to keep the good stuff within the family. I understand, Sister Sasha. Jinsha nodded, and the next moment, the door was pushed open. Jiang Xingyu looked over upon hearing the voice and saw that the person who came was his classmate classmate Su Man and her awakening guide. Sister Xia, this little girl has awakened a support type ability, and her ability multiplier has reached level 8. Jin Xia's eyes lit up. Although a small number of non-support type anomalies also have healing skills, they can usually only heal themselves, and the intervals between uses are relatively long. However, support type abilities do not have these limitations. They can not only provide group healing, but also directly input their own special elements to prolong the lives of those on the verge of death. Because these exceptional individuals are extremely rare and of great strategic value, they are highly sought after wherever they go. Jinxia and Jiang Xingyu spoke at the same time. Facing Jinxia's questioning gaze, Jiang Xingyu smiled and said, "Her name is Su Man, and she is my deskmate." After a brief introduction, he tactfully said, "You guys chat, I have other things to do." "Wait, give me your contact information." After exchanging phone numbers, Jiang Xingyu left. Watching his retreating figure, Jinxia slowly spoke. "He's really talented. Have you considered that being in a good position makes it easier to get what you want?" No, I didn't." Su Man turned her head away, a blush rising on her face. Just kidding." After leaving the principal's office, Jiang Xingyu went to the classroom to find Fatty Wan. When he wasn't there, I had no choice but to take out my phone and send a message. "Where is it, bro?" They replied very quickly. "Martial Arts Club activity room, come quickly to meet your death." Jiang Xingyu's lips curled up slightly. "You little fatty, you think I'll go fast just because you tell me to? I won't." So, what should have been a few minutes walk took Jiang Xingyu half an hour before he leisurely arrived at the activity room door. As Wan Pengzi said, he had been waiting in the martial arts activity room for a long time, wearing his training clothes, with his back to Jiang Xingyu, sitting in the center of the field. Besides him, there was also a middle-aged man wearing glasses in the activity room. "Little fatty, you should have submitted your application to the Otherworld Pavilion by now, right?" Jiang Xingyu asked casually, leaning against the doorframe. In a martial era, it was not uncommon for people of different backgrounds to fight each other. As long as ordinary people are not harmed, individuals with supernatural abilities can apply to the Supernatural Pavilion to resolve personal grudges through combat. Of course, some people choose not to apply and just start playing. However, if someone records the video and reports it, both parties could end up in jail for several years. Furthermore, if an individual attacks an ordinary person, they will also be punished by law. As for the final verdict of guilt or innocence, that depends on the decision of the foreign cabinet. After all, China is a country ruled by law. No one will bother you if you kill monsters, but if you're going to kill someone, you'd better think twice before you act. Hearing this, Fatty Wan did not turn around. He slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and adopted the posture of a hermit master. "Of course, the person next to me is the notary." Jiang Xingyu responded while stretching his muscles, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing this, Fatty Wan felt a little uneasy, but still tried his best to maintain the demeanor of a master, while pointing at Jiang Xingyu and saying, "To be honest, I've awakened the most powerful superpower. However, let's stop with traditional kung fu. Considering we were classmates, and I'm in a good mood today, if you don't want to lose too badly, you'd better leave now, before I change my mind." Jiang Xingyu yawned and said in a light tone, "Traditional kung fu stops short of achieving its goal?" Fatty Wan's face stiffened slightly. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and go for it for the sake of his pride. At most, it would only hurt for a few days. He knew that Jiang Xingyu, a guy with no background, wouldn't dare to go too far. The next moment, Fatty Wan's round body rolled around like a bouncy ball. His special ability is Flesh Bomb, which belongs to the enhancement type, and his entire body of fat has excellent elasticity. At this moment, he is using his innate combat skill, meat, egg, scallion, and chicken. The activity room was only 600 square meters in size, and Wan Pengzi quickly rolled over to Jiang Xingyu. Jiang Xingyu didn't use his special ability. He simply threw a punch, creating a sizable dent in the fleshy ball. He was then thrown into the air, but instead of falling to the ground, he suddenly disappeared in midair and landed steadily a short distance away the next second. My physical abilities have indeed improved a lot after awakening," Jiang Xingyu muttered to himself. The ball of flesh stopped rolling, and Fatty Wan knelt on one knee, his fat face turning a deep liver color. The punch he had just received had left him feeling very uncomfortable. "Didn't we agree to stop there?" "I didn't say that. Did you guys realize it was a question? Besides, I didn't even use my superpowers for that punch just now." Fatty Wan was furious, thinking, "You two are both superhumans. Can't you go easy on me?" Seeing that he was no match for them, Fatty Wan was about to admit defeat. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xingyu leaped up and delivered a powerful, electrified knee strike to Wan Pengzi's chin, sending him flying 3 meters off the ground. The next moment, Jiang Xingyu appeared above him, and a thunderous dunk made Fatty Wan spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Boom! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. As the smoke cleared, in the large, human-shaped crater, Fatty Wan lay twitching on the ground, his body charred black and his afro disheveled. The innate combat skill, Lightning Entanglement, allows lightning to wrap around objects, enhancing attack power and inflicting a paralyzing effect. Victory points +1. Jiang Xingyu released the lightning spell and was about to serve Wan Pengzi a dessert after the meal when the notary raised his hand to stop him. Let's stop here. Young people shouldn't be so hot-blooded. Wan Pengzi's father is the deputy director of the Zucheng Education Bureau. Even if Jiang Xingyu continues fighting, as long as he doesn't kill Wan Pengzi, he won't be in too much trouble. After all, he is exceptionally talented and has a bright future. Moreover, it's a fair duel between the two parties, and Deputy Director Wan wouldn't be foolish enough to cause him trouble. However, if this ordinary, low-level individual does not stop in time, he will likely face suppression when held accountable. Jiang Xingyu understood the notary's intentions. He remained silent, turned and walked to the side, picked up his phone and dialed a number. The notary believed that Jiang Xingyu had decided to stop and was preparing to leave with Wan Pengzi on his back. Suddenly, they heard hurried footsteps coming from afar. Jiang Xingyu called Su Man over. Seeing that the audience had arrived, Jiang Xingyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Did I give you permission to take him away? This is still within the bounds of a normal duel. Even if Deputy Director Wan were here, he wouldn't have the authority to interfere." After saying that, he teleported behind the notary and kicked Fatty Wan down. Immediately afterwards, he was struck with a series of painful blows. Su Man covered her mouth in surprise the whole time. Only after Jiang Xingyu had beaten Wan Pengzi beyond recognition did she ask blankly, "Will he be alright?" "It's alright, he's got plenty of flesh on him." After beating up Fatty Wan, Jiang Xingyu felt refreshed, straightened his clothes, and turned to leave. Just as he took a step, he heard Su Man whisper behind him, "Thank you. No need to thank me, we've been deskmates for several years now," he said, waving his hand, and walked towards the dormitory. Jinfeng Residential Complex, Building B, Room 301. "Honey, I miss you. Come home soon." "Yes, I miss Wanner too. I'll get back as soon as possible. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." The man's deep voice came from the phone. "Wait, remember to pay the rent tonight. My son is on holiday today, so paying the rent might be a bit of a hassle." The beautiful woman on the sofa frowned slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of resentment and coquettishness. "You know I'm at an age where I need comforting. You've been gone for half a month again, and I really miss you." Zhang Lian couldn't stand her tone and immediately agreed. "I'll hand it over, I have to. At worst, I'll kick the little brat out to a hotel tonight." After saying that, he shouted to the front, "Tianlin, drive faster." "Moi, honey, I love you. I love you too." After hanging up the phone, the beautiful woman turned on the TV and started watching a drama series. This beautiful woman is none other than Jiang Xingyu's mother, Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan is gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and dignified. Although she is 40 years old, her skin is still fair and smooth. No one would doubt that she is Jiang Xingyu's older sister. After a bumpy 40-minute ride, Jiang Xingyu finally arrived at the entrance of the residential area. He climbed to the third floor, took out his key, and just as he opened the door, Li Qingwan, who was watching a TV series in the living room, immediately came to greet him. Upon seeing her son, she was first surprised, but then quickly reacted and helped him take his luggage. "My little one is back. How long will it be stored this time?" After settling their luggage, Li Qingwan poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Jiang Xingyu, saying with a hint of reproach, "It's getting cold, wear more clothes." Jiang Xingyu wore a black work jacket over a white t-shirt. The weather in October wasn't too cold yet, so this outfit was already quite thick. In Chongqing City, there are still people wearing short sleeves on the street, but there's a kind of coldness that only mom can give you, so he obediently puts on a thicker long-sleeved undershirt. 18 years ago, he traveled from Earth and merged with an infant named Jiang Xingyu. "In my past life, I only had one mother to depend on, but she passed away early. In this life, he finally had a warm family, so he cherished this hard-won family affection all the more. In this strange world, protecting his family and safeguarding precious kinship became one of the important reasons why he chose to become an outsider." The mother and son chatted about everyday things while watching TV, and several hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, there was a sudden knock on the door. Upon opening the door, a tall man in a black suit stood in the doorway, carrying a bag filled with gutted fish that emitted a faint smell of blood. This man was Jiang Xingyu's father, Zhang Lian. "My darling, you're back." Before Zhang Lian could answer, Li Qingwan swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck, her slender hands covering the red dot on his collar. Then, her red lips pressed against his. Jiang Xingyu had just followed when he saw this scene. He thought his parents were perfect in every way, except that they loved to flaunt their affection in front of him. Helpless, he turned around and silently returned to his room. After he entered the room, Zhang Lian and Li Qingwan also ended their kiss. Li Qingwan stared at Zhang Lian's collar and said with a look of disgust, "You stink. Go change your clothes." Zhang Lian followed the gaze to his collar and immediately saluted. "Yes, ma'am, I'll be more careful next time." When dinner time came, looking at the table full of delicacies and the couple who were once again being affectionate, Jiang Xingyu turned all his grief and anger into his appetite and ate heartily. After a hearty meal, Jiang Xingyu lay on the sofa watching TV and lazily said, "Dad, Mom, people from the other world came to guide the students at our school to awaken their supernatural abilities today." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan immediately moved closer to Jiang Xingyu, grabbed his arm, and stared intently at his face, asking, "What kind of superpower has my little darling awakened?" Jiang Jiang Xingyu didn't keep them in suspense and answered calmly, I've awakened dual superpowers. The initial excitement of awakening his superpowers had already dissipated after he had just beaten up Fatty One. Now, Jiang Xingyu had reverted to his usual lazy demeanor. If it were an ordinary high school student, they would probably be so excited that they couldn't sleep for days. But Jiang Xingyu is, after all, a time traveler who has experienced the cruelty of society. He no longer has the passionate dreams of saving the world that high school students have. He knew very well what this power should be used for. Hearing his son's words, Zhang Lian's attention finally shifted from Li Qingwan to Jiang Xingyu. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. A moment later, the shock in his eyes turned into a smile, and he patted Jiang Xingyu's shoulder hard. Good lad. Li Qingwan smiled and rubbed Jiang Xingyu's cheeks, saying, great job, you really are my little darling. Jiang Xingyu was also very happy that his parents were proud of him. He smiled gently and let Li Qingwan rub his handsome face. Well then, you should have thought about what path you want to take in the future. After a moment, Zhang Lian slowly lit a cigarette. Zhang Lian knows his son very well. Although his son always seemed lazy, he knew that beneath that languid exterior lay a determined heart. Jiang Xingyu is clear about his goals, and he works harder than anyone else in places unseen by others. I want to go to Wuhan University and become an extraordinary being, Jiang Xingyu answered his father firmly. Okay, as long as you don't go down the wrong path, Dad will fully support you. Yes, Mom supports you too. We've saved up quite a bit of money over the years. Just ask us anytime you need it. Don't underestimate your parents. This couple has always been like this, never interfering with their son's life trajectory, only acting as his strong support and guide. They offer him support when he can't hold on anymore, and guide him when he loses his way. As the city lights began to twinkle, Jiang Xingyu lay on his large bed, lost in thought. He finally had time for a deep conversation with the system. Don't get the wrong idea, a system is a system. Honey, I'm here, oops. This response made him realize that the system didn't really need to force itself like this. Ahem, could you tell me what functions you have? After a thorough understanding, Jiang Xingyu gained a general understanding of the system. He gains victory points each time he defeats an opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more victory points he gains. To benefit from the system, you must accumulate enough victory points. What those benefits will be is currently unknown and will be revealed after the system upgrade. Host has not yet claimed the welcome gift. Would you like to claim it? The host will gain 10 times the cultivation speed within 24 hours. After waiting for a while, the system remained silent. Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but ask, that's it? No way, that's really stingy? After a moment of silence, he began to cultivate, as the system's countdown had already started. He had told his parents long ago that he wanted to become an outcast, so the family had stockpiled some outcast crystals. With a level 10 multiplier and 10 times the cultivation speed, his progress reached 100 times the basic standard. In just over 10 hours, his total amount of alien elements climbed to 100 microelements. For ordinary people with supernatural abilities, when they don't use supernatural elements, the energy they take in will slowly be converted into supernatural elements. However, this natural recovery can only replenish the supernatural elements. If they want to increase the total amount of supernatural elements, they must absorb supernatural elements from the outside to nourish the supernatural source. This improvement is quite slow. Some potential aliens with low multipliers may need more than a month to improve their alien element by 10 microelement. As the level increases, the speed also increases. For example, a gold level alien with the same elemental multiplier will have a much faster speed of improvement than a quasi-alien with only 10 micro-level improvement. Once a potential outcast reaches 100 microlevels of outcast element, they must break through to become an outcast to continue improving. The ranks of the extraordinary beings are, in descending order, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star devourer, moon annihilator, and sun devourer. Why is that? Each major level is further divided into 10 minor levels. Based on a level 1 multiplier, after reaching the bronze stage, the maximum amount of alien element increases by 100 microelement for each grade advancement, reaching 1000 microelement for bronze 10th grade. Each major grade advancement multiplies the previous grade by 10. For example, the maximum alien element for silver 10th grade is 10,000 microelement, with each minor grade increasing by 1000 microelement. Based on this, multiplying it by its own heterogeneity ratio gives the limit of the total amount of heterogeneous elements. The higher the level, the greater the gap naturally becomes. Of course, this is only the theoretical limit of the total amount of foreign elements. Whether it can actually be reached remains to be seen. When an individual's total amount of alien elements reaches the limit of the current minor level, he will naturally advance to the next level. When he reaches the limit of the total amount of alien elements of a major level and his physical strength meets the requirements, he can choose to break through. As for whether one's physical strength meets the standard, the individual knows for sure. There is no uniform standard. For example, the requirements for physical strength in the enhancement system breakthrough are much higher than those in the elemental system, because enhancement system users will strengthen their bodies when using their abilities. Jiang Xingyu has now reached the current limit of total alien element amount, and after a long period of training, his physical strength is even stronger than that of other enhanced aliens of the same level. Note, in this article, same level refers to the same major level, while minor level refers to the same minor level. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu fell into a deep sleep, completely satisfied, while the couple in the master bedroom next door were whispering to each other. My son should be asleep by now, right? Yes, there's been no news for a long time. After all, he was their precious darling, and the two were reluctant to send him to a hotel, not because they lacked a suitable excuse. The two got dressed and carefully left the house. I've booked a hotel, we'll drive there. They could have waited until Jiang Xingyu returned to school before taking action, but this time, the two had been holding it in for far too long and desperately needed to release their pent-up emotions. Jinfeng residential area is located in the suburbs, and the surroundings are exceptionally quiet. Inside the cramped car, only each other's breathing and heartbeats could be heard, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Li Qingwan's eyes were alluring, and her voice was so sweet it was intoxicating. Let's do it here this time, we haven't tried it yet. If a man can hold back after his wife has spoken, he's not a real man. Without hesitation, the two of them took off their clothes and became naked together. Her slender hands traced the V-line of Jiang Lian's body, making him impatient and eager. He then flipped over and pinned Li Qingwan beneath him. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang Xingyu returned from his morning run. Li Qingwan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, came out to prepare breakfast, but Jiang Xingyu didn't seem to care. Covered in sweat, he just wanted to take a shower as soon as possible. After a simple breakfast, the three tidied up a bit and went out together. Their parents went to work, and since they had run out of crystals at home, Jiang Xingyu planned to go to the crystal pavilion to buy more. Sitting in the car, Jiang Xingyu idly took out his phone to search for information about breakthroughs for those with supernatural abilities. Ding! A WeChat notification sound rang out. I swiped to open it and saw a message from Jinsha. Good morning, Xingyu. What is your total amount of alien elements now? If you need resources, you can come to the Alien Pavilion. As a local talent, the Football City branch should provide him with some assistance. It just so happens, Sister Sasha, I have something to do at Yaij. What? You've already broken through? Jinsha was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. It has only been a little over a day since Jiang Xingyu awakened his superpower. Even with a level 10 superpower multiplier, this speed is truly astonishing. TSK, what a prodigy. What a prodigy. Recovering from her shock, Jinsha asked, do you know anything about breakthroughs? Jiang Xingyu already had a thorough understanding of the relevant knowledge about breakthroughs. A large amount of foreign substances circulates in the body once in a very short time, which is called one revolution. The first transformation tempers the skin, the second tempers the muscles and bones, the third tempers the foreign source, the fourth two. Eighth transformations temper the meridians and internal organs, and the ninth transformation is a comprehensive and large-scale tempering. The circulation of foreign elements is like running. Normal circulation is equivalent to running 1 kilometer at any time and speed. However, the circulation of foreign elements during a breakthrough is equivalent to running 1 kilometer in 1 minute. You must maintain the fastest speed throughout, which puts a great burden on the body. Completing the third transformation constitutes a successful breakthrough. Below the gold level, the focus is on completing the first 3 transformations. Few people below the gold level can complete 9 transformations, precisely because their physical strength is insufficient. Although the difficulty of tempering and breakthrough increases with the advancement of cultivation level, the gold level is a watershed. After breaking through to the gold level, the body strength will be greatly improved, and the 9 revolutions will become a stage that most people can complete. Breakthroughs must be undertaken within one's capabilities. Trying to appear capable when one is not is a recipe for disaster. At best, it will prevent one from ever properly developing one's internal organs. At worst, it can lead to physical disability, broken meridians, and the loss of all special abilities. However, if one can successfully complete the 9 revolutions before the Golden Age, and break through to the Golden Age, one's physical strength will experience a qualitative leap. The amount of foreign elements that need to be absorbed during a breakthrough varies from person to person, but it will never be less than the current limit of foreign elements. Jinsha said to the receptionist, Xiao Lu, prepare some alien crystals and send them to the training room. Then he patted Jiang Xingyu on the shoulder. Come with me. After bringing Jiang Xingyu to the cultivation room, Jinsha did not leave, but stayed by his side, carefully observing his condition. Jiang Xingyu didn't care at all, closed his eyes, and began his breakthrough. The sky was overcast and gloomy. In the narrow passageway, 3 or 5 thugs were punching and kicking a young man dressed in old clothes. Jiang Xingyu wanted to stop them, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. The burly man leading the group stepped on the young man's hand while opening his money bag. Hey, why is this all loose change? Not a single bill? Put it down, the young man shouted angrily, struggling to snatch back the money bag. To pay for his mother's medical treatment, he dropped out out of school, sold his few pots and pans, and worked hard at part-time jobs, but his mother still passed away. He had saved up this money through countless hardships. He planned to use the money to buy a small plot of land behind his house to bury his mother there. Unexpectedly, on his way to the bank to exchange the change for larger bills, he encountered these thugs. "You're pretty arrogant, kid." The burly man dodged the youth who lunged at him and kicked him hard in the stomach. The young man's stomach churned, but he stubbornly raised his head from his knees, glaring at the burly man. "Put it down. This is a crime. I do this kind of work. Do I need you to remind me?" The burly man sneered. "Beat him up." No sooner had he finished speaking than several people attacked him simultaneously, knocking the young man unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, the young man finally woke up, struggled to his feet, and staggered toward the police station to report the crime. "As soon as I stepped out of the passageway, a blinding beam of light rapidly approached from my side." The youth never had any hope of survival. His name is Jiang Xingyu. His life has been full of hardships. He has never met his biological parents since birth, and he doesn't even know if he has parents. All he knew was that he was raised by an older sister who had suffered severe facial burns but possessed a kind heart and short, gray-blue hair. That older sister was his mother. She warmed his childhood and he enriched her life. Mother and son depended on each other for survival, and although their life was poor, they lived a fulfilling and happy life. Unlike other children, he didn't cry and fuss for toys or new clothes. He knew that his mother, who had quit her job long ago, had returned to work in the factory to earn money for his tuition. With her face burned, she faced strange looks from others every day. But his mother never complained to him, and he didn't want to cause her any more trouble. He only hoped that the kindest and most lovable mother in the world could live a carefree life. Therefore, he worked hard to grow up and studied diligently, and was admitted to the best university in the country with excellent grades. However, at that moment, my mother suddenly fell ill. Despite his mother's objections, he insisted on dropping out of school and worked desperately to earn money, doing any job that could earn him money, such as washing dishes and cleaning toilets. Later, the hospital issued a critical condition notice. He quit all his jobs to stay by his mother's bedside and accompany her through the final journey of her life, just as she had held his hand when he first embarked on his life's journey in that small, dilapidated house. The night his mother died, his world completely collapsed. He held his mother's body and, for the first time, wept uncontrollably like a child. "If I had a lot of money, perhaps my mother wouldn't have left so soon. Perhaps she could have regained her youthful appearance. Perhaps." From that moment on, he vowed to become powerful, to have wealth, and to never let his loved ones leave him again. Having been given a second chance at life, he never forgot his mother, nor did he forget his vow. Jinsha saw that Jiang Xingyu had his eyes closed, and although his breathing was steady, tears were inexplicably streaming down his face. "Xingyu!" Jinsha was puzzled and was about to wake him up. The next moment, intense lightning energy and spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted, and Jinsha quickly activated her elemental protective shield. Despite her silver rank 6 strength, she actually felt threatened by these two powerful energies. The tempering is completely complete. In grades below gold, completing one 9-turn process is called 1 full tempering, and the maximum is 3 full temperings. How strong is a mage with 3 full temperings? It can be said that, at the same level, a mage with 3 full temperings can withstand tanks with 2 full temperings or less in melee combat. The most difficult breakthrough is the first complete tempering, because only physical strength will be enhanced when breaking through to the bronze stage. The second complete tempering takes place at the silver level, where one can enjoy the bonuses brought by breaking through to bronze. Currently, there are no more than 5 people in China who have achieved the third complete tempering. Noticing something was wrong with his body, Jiang Xingyu brought up the system panel to check his status. Host, Jiang Xingyu. Total amount of foreign elements, not available at present. Mental strength, 100 Hz. Innate physical constitution, not yet known, partially awakened. What does not available for search at the moment mean? The system is currently undergoing upgrades and is temporarily unavailable. What does being partially awake represent? The system exists in the form of a natural talent, which conflicts with the host's own natural talent, hindering the awakening of that talent. No way. What if I lose all my talent, physique, and system? Jiang Xingyu frowned slightly, a hint of worry in his heart. Don't worry about that. Your innate talents and physiques will awaken normally after the system upgrade is complete. How long will the upgrade take? Due to insufficient victory points for the host, the system will upgrade at the original speed, which will take approximately 1 week. Jiang Xingyu was once again rendered speechless by the system and could only helplessly open his eyes. When Jinsha saw him open his eyes, she smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations! Congratulations! Jiang Xingyu successfully broke through to become an outlier, which means he has transcended the ranks of ordinary people. Since the entrance to the other world appeared, for some unknown reason, bullets have stopped firing, bombs have stopped exploding, and all firearms have become ineffective. This leaves ordinary people powerless against those with supernatural abilities, making Jiang Xingyu's transformation into one a giant leap forward. During the time Jiang Xingyu was making his breakthrough, a piece of news shook the circles of various martial arts universities. Inside the central conference conference room, an elderly man looked out over the room, which was filled with people. Gentlemen, what do you think? Principal, I think this news needs to be verified. Although the higher-ups do want to suppress us, they wouldn't be this blatant in their disrespect. I agree, the veracity of the news is questionable. The old man shook his head and said, do you know who told me this news? Everyone shook their heads, wondering what the old principal was up to. The message was sent to me by the Huaw War King of the Northern Theater Command. Could it be that person's doing? A teacher stood up with a grim expression. This is outrageous. He's just a member of the military. What right does he have to interfere in our Ministry of Education's affairs? The old headmaster scoffed dismissively. Do you have the right to question him on what grounds? Where were you when the Kyoto calamity struck? Upon hearing this, the teacher shut his mouth. I've said everything I needed to say. Go and get ready. On the other side, a man in a suit stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the afterglow of the setting sun spreading across the earth. 5 voices rang out, and 5 people stood straight behind the man. These 5 people were the 5 war kings of the Chinese military. It seems the notifications have been sent out. Do you have any questions? Coach, what we're doing is a bit disrespectful to the 2 prestigious universities. The man turned around, smiled, and said, they're nothing but parasites that suck blood. If I give them face, they have to accept it. If I don't, they can only put up with it. Besides, if you don't push the dogs to the limit, why would they jump over the wall? Go and carry out the next step of the plan. Class time feels like an eternity, while holidays feel like year after year. Warm moments with family always seem too short, and before you know it, it's time to go back to school. Zhang Lian drove Zhang Xingyu to the school gate. Picking up his luggage, Zhang Xingyu waved to his parents. Take care on the road. Okay, go ahead, pay attention in class, and don't slack off. Bye-bye, little darling, study hard. Li Qingwan stuck her head out of the car window. She is so beautiful. Even though her son is already an adult, she still looks as young and beautiful as a girl in her 20s. Many classmates turned to look at him. Zhang Xingyu coughed twice and quickly ran away. After all, being called little baby was too embarrassing. Watching his son's departing figure, Zhang Lian sighed. In the blink of an eye, the little baby has grown into a young man. He will definitely become an outstanding superhuman. Li Qingwan grabbed Zhang Lian's arm and said with a smile, of course, he is our son. Zhang Lian smiled and patted Li Qingwan's head before driving away. They had just left when a figure vanished into the darkness in a nearby alley. It was the same familiar classroom and the same familiar seat. Zhang Xingyu was fast asleep, slumped over his desk. Suman nudged Zhang Xingyu with her elbow. They said someone outside is looking for you. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhang Xingyu walked to the door, leaned against the doorframe, and asked, who's looking for me? You're Zhang Xingyu? Okay, speak quickly if you need anything. The boy in the lead said casually, I'll treat you to ice cream after school this afternoon. Zhang Xingyu raised an eyebrow and readily agreed. I was just worried about not having enough victory points to speed up the system upgrade, and you just delivered them to me. After the other person finished speaking, they left, and Zhang Xingyu returned to his seat. Seeing Zhang Xingyu return, Suman quickly picked up a pen and pretended to do her homework. A moment later, she asked, seemingly casually, what did I want to talk to you about? Buy me milk tea. Upon hearing this, Suman's face immediately turned somewhat awkward. Is she pretty? Zhang Xingyu looked a little bewildered, then nodded and said, it's alright, it's quite tall. Zhang Xingyu is 185 centimeters tall, and the person opposite him was half a head taller than him. He was indeed quite tall. Suman remained silent, head down, her small hands fidgeting. Seeing her expression, Zhang Xingyu tentatively asked, do you want his contact information? I can get it for you. Suman suddenly stood up and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, no need. Seeing Suman's strong reaction, Zhang Xingyu stroked his chin and revealed a confident smile. Just as I expected, I'll go easy on you later, and try not to hit your face. After school, Zhang Xingyu arrived at the Ice and Snow City near the school gate as promised. Sun Chang, level 8 alien multiplier, superpower. Tell me, who sent you to beat me up? I'll pay double. Sun Chang looked coldly at Zhang Xingyu. Enough nonsense. We're just doing our jobs for money, and we will never leak client information. Zhang Xingyu ignored him and walked straight to the counter. Large bubble tea with ice. My buddy paid for it. This action left Sun Chang stunned. When did I say I would pay for you? We don't have any deep-seated hatred. If I didn't agree to fight you, the Otherworld Pavilion wouldn't have approved your application at all. Sun Chang had no way to refute it and gritted his teeth to pay the money. Just as Zhang Xingyu said, there was no deep-seated hatred between them, and it was impossible for him to unilaterally approve the application. Seeing that he was paying, Zhang Xingyu simply took out his phone, logged into the Yaij official website, and agreed to Sun Chang's request for battle. After the strange beings sent by the strange pavilion arrived, the group went to a nearby open space. Brother Chang, keep it up, Ganbait. What gibberish are you speaking? Can you even speak Mandarin? Sun Chang cursed angrily and took a fighting stance in front of Zhang Xingyu. The next moment, a fist enveloped in lightning struck straight at his face. Sun Chang casually waved his hand to block, thinking he had easily blocked it, but he was instead blasted more than 10 meters away by a tremendous force and crashed heavily into a big tree. see. His face was filled with disbelief, and the sharp pain in his arm, like being run over by a car, reminded him that this was real. He was aware of Jiang Xingyu's talent, but his talent was exactly what countered it, and Jiang Xingyu currently did not have any offensive combat skills. That's why he dared to challenge Jiang Xingyu so recklessly, but he never expected that Jiang Xingyu's physical strength would be so amazing, far exceeding his own as an enhancement type. Those who understand the times are wise. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xingyu had already teleported up and punched Sun Chang in the face. Sun Chang was pinned down and unable to get up. He could only cover his head and shout, "Don't hit my face." Hearing this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but think of Su Man, and the thought of hitting him vanished instantly, even though he had already given him a good lesson in places he couldn't see. Seeing Jiang Xingyu exert his strength wildly, Huang Mao and his henchmen squatted to the side, trembling with fear. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Xingyu finally finished with a Tai Chi pose. As soon as Jiang Xingyu stopped fighting, the blonde-haired man quickly stepped forward, his face full of flattery, and said, "Brother, you is really awesome. You fought for exactly 10 minutes. Let's call this round break between classes." "What the heck is this break between classes?" Jiang Xingyu completely ignored this little genius, took out his phone, and tossed it to Sun Chang. "Add me on WeChat," he said casually. "Brother, I was wrong. I'll never dare to mess with you again. Please don't hit me." "Didn't I not hit you? You added me on WeChat. Weren't you planning to beat me up every week?" Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched. "I added you on WeChat just so I could beat you up every week? You think too badly of me." Seeing that Sun Chang's nose was swollen beyond recognition and his eyes were red, Jiang Xingyu simply put his phone away. "Fine, if you don't want to add it, then don't." He originally wanted to help Su Man get Sun Chang's WeChat, but she wasn't willing, so he couldn't force her. Besides, he felt that Sun Chang was unreliable and that he shouldn't push the girl he liked into a fire pit. Jiang Xingyu didn't rush to leave. Instead, he lay down on the grass and lazily basked in the sun. After a while, Sun Chang couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how come your physical strength is so high?" Jiang Xingyu replied calmly, "It has been fully tempered for the 3rd time." Sun Chang and the others gasped in shock. Huang Mao was even more excited and grabbed Jiang Xingyu's leg, saying, "Brother, from now on you're my second dad." This action startled Jiang Xingyu, who quickly pushed the blonde-haired man off his lap. "Don't go around claiming fathers, and if you're going to claim one, don't claim me. I wonder what my future wife would think if she saw that I have such a big son." Sun Chang immediately said, "Brother, we'll follow you from now on." He knew in his heart that Jiang Xingyu was exceptionally talented and would surely achieve great things in the future. He should seize the opportunity. While John's leg was still thin and cling to him tightly. Once John's leg became thicker, they would definitely be able to reap a lot of benefits. Jiang Xingyu waved his hand. "Go away, you guys are hooligans. I'm a model student. What are you doing hanging out with me?" "Brother, you're mistaken. On the surface, we'll pretend we don't know each other, but secretly, we can help you with things that are inconvenient for you to do yourself. This way, it won't affect your good image, and we can still get things done for you." Jiang Xingyu nodded thoughtfully, finding it quite appealing. He stared at Sun Chang and asked, "What benefits would it bring you to follow me?" Sun Chang smiled and said, "Life is an investment, and I believe in your potential, brother." After saying that, Sun Chang suddenly remembered Fatty Wan. "By the way, brother, the guy who gave me money to beat you up earlier was the fattest guy in your class who's the ugliest. I know even if you don't tell me. I haven't bothered anyone else recently except him." Jiang Xingyu narrowed his eyes and stared at Sun Chang and the others, saying, "This Fatty Wan is really annoying." Sun Chang immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Brother, leave it to us. We're experts at this kind of thing." Jiang Xingyu suddenly remembered something and said, "His father seems to be the deputy director of the Education Bureau. If you don't have connections, my dad just happens to be his dad's boss. Then why are you still doing this job?" Sun Chang scratched his head. It's out of interest. "Alright, since you want to work with me, you'd better quit this kind of thing and not do it again, understand?" "Understood, brother. I can't hear you at all. Trying to operate a warship so quietly?" "Understood, brother. Victory value plus 15. The host may choose to consume 6 victory points to immediately complete the system upgrade. Upgrade successful, opportunity module unlocked. This module has no instructions. Please explore it on your own." Just as Jiang Xingyu was about to complain about the system, a subtle change occurred in the foreign element within his body. He felt an indescribable new power surging forth, and his physical strength also increased significantly. This must be his innate physique, right? To verify this hypothesis, he opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Xingyu. Superpowers, thunder, space. Total amount of allotropes, 1,125 micrograms. Upper limit 10,000 micrograms. Mental strength, 100 Hz. Innate physique, star body, SSS rank. Victory points, 10. Astral sphere? I've never heard of that name before. The star body belongs only to its host. Of course, no one had heard of it before. Star body generates stellar power within the body. Infusing it with otherworldly resources amplifies supernatural abilities and can also condense into a starry saint armor. Furthermore, Furthermore, bathing in starlight permanently enhances physical strength. Oh, so does that mean that as long as there are starry nights, I can improve my health while sleeping if I open the window? Theoretically, it is possible. This is wonderful. It's like it was made just for me. When I go to college, I'll have to ask my dad to buy me a small villa, the kind with a transparent glass roof. Seeing Jiang Xingyu standing motionless in a daze, Sun Chang and the others couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yu, are you alright?" Jiang Xingyu snapped out of his daze and waved his hand. "You guys go back first." Sun Chang and his men stood at attention, saluted, said yes, sir, and then strode away. Jiang Xingyu shook his head helplessly, ignoring them and focusing on familiarizing himself with the star body. After some trial and error, he roughly figured out the secrets of the stellar body. Superpowers are actually a medium for those with supernatural abilities to release supernatural elements, while the amplification of stellar power is essentially to increase the current output limit of supernatural elements. At the same time, the power of stars can be released directly, causing a special kind of damage that is different from alien damage, physical damage, and mental damage, making it truly unique. As for the star cloth, it's even more formidable, boasting not only extremely high defensive capabilities but also the ability to freely transform its form. However, this item is tied to the power of the stars, and its limitations become significant when the power of the stars is insufficient. For example, Jiang Xingyu's star power can only support the star cloth for 3 minutes, and at most it's only the size of a military overcoat. It's impossible for it to transform into Susanoo. System, how can I increase the total amount of star power? Okay, stop thinking about it, go wash up and go to bed. It was getting late, so Jiang Xingyu stopped arguing, ate a quick dinner, and went back to his dorm. Later, Wan Pengzi was severely beaten by Sun Chang and his gang, and he behaved himself at school, no longer daring to provoke Su Man, and avoiding Jiang Xingyu whenever he saw him. Days without anyone causing trouble are both boring and mundane. Time passed day by day, and Jiang Xingyu had already advanced to the second level of bronze. The last day of the college entrance examination was approaching. The examination room at Zuching No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, many parents are waiting anxiously outside. There are only 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. At that moment, someone finally walked out of the examination room, and the reporters immediately surrounded them. "Hello, as the first candidate to walk out of the examination room, do you have any thoughts to share?" Seeing this scene, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but recall his experience of being interviewed in his previous life, and blurted out, "I strongly demand that Kiching be strengthened." "Sorry, wrong channel." Clearing his throat, Jiang Xingyu said confidently, "I'm determined to get into both of these prestigious universities. It's just a minor academic subject. Getting into a top university isn't something you can just do casually. Jiang is a top student." The reporters were somewhat dismissive, who can't boast. Seeing that the reporters were no longer asking questions, Jiang Xingyu walked past them. A moment later, the reporters suddenly felt that Jiang Xingyu's face looked familiar. He turned around sharply and saw him get into a private car belonging to Yaij. "Wasn't that young man just now the genius superhuman from Zoo City? Why didn't you ask me more questions earlier?" All the candidates with special abilities are gathered in the open space outside the testing room. Standing here are all the candidates with special abilities from Zuching this year, about 600 people. Standing on the platform, Jinsha announced loudly, "Please carefully check the exam numbers assigned to you on the bus. Now, please enter the testing room if you are number 1 to 10. Jiang Xingyu's exam number happened to be 1. Although he suspected that Jinsha had rigged the exam, he was happy to accept it, since he wanted to finish sooner and go home sooner. Entering the testing room, which is about 2,000 square meters in area, is normal. After all, the area of the blue planet is much larger than that of the Earth. The testing room is divided into 10 areas, each equipped with the same number of instruments. The instrument is connected to a large outdoor screen, where the measured data is published in real time and simultaneously uploaded to the admission systems of various universities. The first test is arm strength. This is simple. You don't need any special abilities, just smash the machine with all your might. The machine will assess the force applied. Jiang Xingyu stared at the rudimentary force gauge in front of him and threw a punch without hesitation, slamming it down heavily. The next moment, the red light on the machine flashed incessantly, and a mechanical sound began to emanate. "The test has exceeded its limit. Please switch to an intermediate level force gauge. Do not attempt to deceive others. Damaging this machine will be dealt with according to national regulations." The reviewer seemed both surprised and somewhat at a loss, and Jinsha also noticed the unusual situation, a hint of joy appearing in her eyes. "Your Excellency, this. Bring the intermediate force gauge over here." "System, are you there?" After Jinsha finished speaking, she turned to Jiang Xingyu and said, "Try the intermediate force gauge. I want to see your specific readings." Jiang Xingyu didn't care at all. After the intermediate force measuring device was brought over, he threw another punch with all his might. He had no intention of hiding his strength. To become stronger, he had to fully demonstrate his talent in order to win more resources. Afraid of being targeted? When your talent reaches a certain level, the country will actually regard you as a traitor. treasure, and who would dare to provoke you easily? After the force gauge was switched, the final rating displayed was C+, a result that astonished Jinsha and the others. It's worth noting that Jinsha, a silver, rank 6 individual, only received a B+ rating. Although she is a mental type aberration, the difference between silver and bronze aberrations is still significant. On the large screen, Jiang Xingyu's assessment result was displayed as C+, intermediate. TSK. Jiang Xingyu is really just a pretty face. He has such strong superpowers, but his arm strength is so weak. I suddenly feel like I'm a genius too. Many students subconsciously overlook the word intermediate. To be honest, it's quite difficult to readily admit that others are better than oneself. However, some observant students noticed the word intermediate in parentheses. Are you dumbfounded? Didn't you see intermediate in the parentheses? That means he's using an intermediate level force gauge. Only after these words were spoken did the other students finally notice the parentheses. What? Isn't this a cheat? I'm reporting it. Jiang Xingyu ignored the noise outside and continued the test as time passed. One data point after another appeared on the big screen. Name, Jiang Xingyu. Rank, Bronze Tier 2. Total amount of heterogeneous elements, 1600. Superpower, SSS+. Arm strength, C+. Intermediate. Physical fitness, SSS+. Heterogeneous output, SSS+. Finally, it was time for the final talent and physique test. Standing in front of the testing device, Jiang Xingyu remained calm, as he already knew about his innate physical talent. Jinsha was extremely excited, her eyes constantly shifting between the testing device and Jiang Xingyu. She was eager to know what kind of innate talent this once-in-a-century genius would awaken. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu shook his head helplessly, lay down on the small bed, and let the testing device slowly scan his body. A few minutes later, the tester showed, not recorded, SSS level. Jinsha exclaimed in surprise, this is a completely new innate physique? At this moment, the open space outside the testing room was completely in an uproar. His dual abilities of thunder and space were already monstrous enough, but he also awakened an SSS level innate physique. This is utterly disrespectful. With Jiang Xingyu's talent, let alone in this small city of Zhu, even on a global scale, he would be a force to be reckoned with. No wonder the other candidates were so excited. One guy clutched his heart, feigning serious injury. This is a completely new innate physique. The system actually classified it as SSS level. As the blonde-haired guy glided through the air, he shouted, Ultraman, awesome. Mom, I'm a good-for-nothing. That guy was doing the Thomas Flare. Sun Chang took off his shirt, held it in his hand, and swung it around vigorously. Brother, you, come and duel with me. A girl touched her flat stomach, her face full of shyness. Baby, your dad is so amazing. You will definitely be as strong as him when you grow up. Hey, lady in front, this already falls into the category of mental illness. In short, the scene was chaotic. With Jiang Xingyu's freakish talent, his name was immediately pinned to the top of the admissions systems of major universities as soon as the evaluation results were released. The admissions director stared at the assessment data on the computer and said in shock, Shaoli, contact this student Jiang Xingyu immediately and keep him here. I'll go and ask the principal for instructions. At the same time, in the principal's office at Jingwu School, the old principal looked at the documents in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This child has the potential to devour the sun. Director Wang, please check his home address and go to his house for a face-to-face meeting. As soon as Jiang Xingyu got home, the phone started ringing non-stop. Without exception, all parties wanted to recruit him. Their enthusiasm was astonishing, as if demons and monsters had smelled the flesh of Tang Sanzang. He helplessly turned off his phone and collapsed onto the sofa, completely exhausted. Seeing this, Li Qingwan seemed to have guessed the reason and asked with a smile, What's wrong, little darling? Jiang Xingyu waved his hand, staring blankly at the ceiling, and slowly said, Sigh, I'm too conspicuous. It's really a headache. Li Qingwan mimicked his tone, Oh, how come my little darling is so outstanding? It's such a worry. The mother and son couldn't help but laugh. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xingyu returned to his room to cultivate, and continued cultivating until dusk. The family sat around the dining table, sharing dinner. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious when suddenly, a shrill telephone ring rang. Jiang Xingyu was about to hang up when Jiang Lian said, Answer it, it's okay. Hearing his father say this, Jiang Xingyu went to the balcony and answered the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? Hello, are you Jiang Xingyu? Oh, I've finally gotten in touch with you. I'm the director of admissions at Huaw University, and we'd like to invite you to study at our school. Jiang Xingyu was taken aback. Huaw? I've never heard of him. Well, that's normal, because our school was only recently built. Well, I'm sorry. Before he could finish speaking, the person on the other end of the phone hurriedly interrupted him. Xingyu, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Then, the other party launched into a long and detailed introduction. The gist is that although Huaw was only recently established, it was set up with special approval from higher authorities. Most of the teachers are retired soldiers, and they are all capable individuals. The school also has powerful figures backing it up, and it has ample resources, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. After listening to his boast boasting. Jiang Xingyu remained unconvinced, thinking to himself that anyone could make empty promises. One should be more practical. I'm not that kind of snob. Just tell me, how much can you give me? The admissions director wasn't angry about Jiang Xingyu's frankness. After all, he was a genius sought after by various universities, and it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. We'll give them 3 times what those 2 prestigious universities offer you. If you perform exceptionally well during your studies, there will be even more rewards. Jiang Xingyu was shocked. This guy was really rich and powerful. The 2 prestigious universities receive 40% of the national higher education expenditure in subsidies each year, yet the other party dares to offer 3 times that amount. To be honest, your conditions are indeed quite good. But this is a major life decision, and I need to think it over carefully. If your promise is legally binding, I can consider going to your school. Okay, think it over carefully. I'll have someone send you the enrollment agreement right away. It'll be valid as long as you sign it before the start of the semester. What do you think? Okay, and could you please tell me your school's address as well? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xingyu slowly returned to the dining table, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. Li Qingwan asked curiously, "Honey, what's wrong? Did something interesting happen?" "A university called Huaw just called me, and to be honest, I'm a little tempted." "Huaw? Never heard of it. Why do you want to choose it?" "I didn't want to choose it at first, but the conditions they offered were just too tempting." Li Qingwan frowned. What if it's a diploma mill? Although she didn't want to interfere too much with her son's choices, she couldn't just stand by and watch him jump into a fire pit. "Don't worry about that. Your son isn't stupid. I plan to visit Huaw during the summer vacation." Li Qingwan wanted to say something, but Jiang Lian took her hand and gently rubbed it. After a moment, he looked at Jiang Xingyu and smiled. "We will always respect your choice." Almost simultaneously, in a luxurious villa in Kyoto, a man in a suit stroked a young girl's head and said, "Xiuxue, has a university called Huaw called you?" "Yes, what's wrong?" the girl replied casually. "Did you refuse?" The girl nodded gently. "Of course, how could I possibly agree to a diploma mill I've never even heard of?" "Silly girl, do you know who Huaw is? What's their background?" 6 months ago, the Xuanwu War King approached me, hoping that I would build a Yiwu University in his own name. He also said that I only need to provide the funds to build the school, and they will take care of everything else. This is not the idea of the Xuanwu War King, but the idea of that war god. Therefore, I want to send you to Huaw. With the support of the god of war, Huaw has more resources than those 2 prestigious universities, and Huaw was specifically established to suppress those 2 prestigious universities. Half an hour later, despite her father's praise of Huaw's prowess, the girl still harbored some doubts. Many leaders graduated from those 2 prestigious universities. Even if the god of war is backing you up, you can't just build a university and suppress those 2 prestigious universities. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. What if 2 of the 3 major power institutions support the god of war? Would you still have such doubts? After saying that, he took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "I'll tell you now. First, the military is now under the command of the god of war. Second, the chief of staff is the god of war's teacher and treats him like his own son. In general, the suppression of those 2 prestigious universities is tacitly approved by the national leadership. After all, they take away so many resources every year, but send the talents they cultivate abroad. Now, do you still think those 2 prestigious universities are that great?" The girl shook her head, now agreeing with her father. "Okay, then I'll call the admissions office." With her talent, which university wouldn't be vying for her? How could they possibly refuse? No need for trouble. I paid for the school's construction, and I'm the principal in name only. Getting my daughter in is just a matter of a word, isn't it? 2 days later, Jiang Xingyu received the enrollment agreement from Huaw. After confirming that the terms and official seal were correct, he put the agreement into his own space. Afterwards, he packed the clothes into his suitcase and also put them into his space, booked his plane ticket and hotel, and prepared to set off. The next day, after saying goodbye to his parents, Jiang Xingyu arrived at the airport early to wait for his flight. With some time before ticket check-in, he opened his phone's map app to find Huaw's location. Yongnan District, Huaxi Road, Huaxingyiwu University. Jiang Xingyu was surprised to find that Hua's school site was less than 5 kilometers away from the Yongnan ruins, where the Kyoto disaster had occurred. Azashima is about 1,600 kilometers from Kyoto, and the flight time is about 2 hours. Jiang Xingyu's flight goes directly to Kyoto Airport. After arriving at his booked hotel and settling in, he went alone to the vicinity of the main gate of Huaw. Feeling thirsty, I randomly went into a milk tea shop. Large pearls with ice. Okay, please wait a moment. While waiting for his milk tea, Jiang Xingyu casually asked, "When did a university open here?" The milk tea vendor glanced in the direction of the school gate. This used to be an empty lot. About 6 months ago, a large construction team came. Can you believe it? In just 6 months, they built a school covering approximately 600 hectares. It only took 6 months. What does 600 hectares mean? Tsinghua University, in reality, is only a little over 400 hectares. To build a school covering 600 hectares in just 6 months is simply unbelievable in terms of speed and energy, and would be a fantasy on Earth. Jiang Xingyu was secretly amazed. The powerful figure behind Huaw is truly formidable. Do you know who the principal of this school is? I heard it's Su, the richest man in China. Jiang Xingyu shook his head, dissatisfied with the answer. Such an outrageous thing cannot be accomplished simply by having money. The principal may be the richest man in Su, but the real big boss behind Huaw is definitely not him. This bigwig is likely a highly influential figure within the national leadership. Seeing that the young man only knew the basics, Jiang Xingyu didn't say anything more, took a few sips of milk tea, and turned to leave. During this trip, he obtained an important piece of information. The powerful figure behind Huaw was extremely influential. This means that studying at Huaw means you don't need to worry about resources and opportunities. The resources and opportunities a school can provide are crucial. This is an important reference standard when choosing a school. Students are eager to get into those two prestigious universities because the opportunities and resources they offer are unmatched by ordinary universities. Huaw was willing to provide 3 times the resources of those two prestigious universities, and with strong backers behind it, Huaw was undoubtedly a very good choice overall. Afterwards, Jiang Xingyu took some time to walk around the school. It must be admitted that the school's renovation is exquisite, even luxurious. After spending a few days in Kyoto, Jiang Xingyu had gained a basic understanding of Huaw and then prepared to return home. Before leaving, Li Qingwan called him and asked him to bring back some local specialties from Kyoto. After briefly planning his route, he decided to go to the largest shopping mall near Kyoto Airport. Just as I arrived at the mall, I suddenly heard a loud bang, and a panicked crowd surged out of the entrance. What's going on? A terrorist attack? Anyway, let's go in and take a look. If we encounter an enemy we can't beat, we'll run away. If we can defeat an opponent, we'll capture them and collect the bounty. Thinking of this, a glint flashed in Jiang Xingyu's eyes. He rubbed his hands together and teleported to the center of the mall in a few seconds. The mall features a circular design with a central openwork section. Jiang Xingyu hangs on the central support column, giving him a perfect view of the entire mall. Looking around, the shelves were piled up haphazardly on the ground, the shop window glass was almost shattered, and there were huge scratches on the walls. The anticipated terrorists did not appear. Instead, a wolf-like monster about 6 meters long wreaked havoc in the mall. Its sharp teeth and claws were covered in bloodstains. Wolf demon? Where did this come from? I haven't heard of any demons escaping from the Yong'an ruins. As Jiang Xingyu pondered this, the demon wolf turned and charged towards the crowd. A young couple ran for their lives, but the girl twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. Just as the wolf pounced, its sharp teeth about to fall, the boy gritted his teeth and spread his arms to shield the girl. The boy's eyes were tightly closed, yet he felt no pain. When he opened them, he saw a tall, handsome young man gripping the wolf's 2 canine teeth. You're a real man, I admire you. Jiang Xingyu tilted his head slightly and spoke calmly. The boy wasn't stupid. After thanking her, he picked up the girl and rushed out. Seeing the fat meat escape, the wolf demon flew into a rage and suddenly raised its paw to strike Jiang Xingyu. A deafening roar followed, sparks flew everywhere, and dust filled the sky. Seeing the 3-meter-long gash torn open by the wolf demon on the ground, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. TSK, luckily I reacted quickly enough. Looks like I need to be more careful when trying to look cool. The wolf demon paused slightly when the figure suddenly disappeared, then circled around as if biting its own tail, searching for Jiang Xingyu's whereabouts. You stupid dog, it's right above your head. With a low shout, Jiang Xingyu pushed off the stone pillar with both legs, shooting down with the power of stars, and the lightning intensified, slamming hard into the head of the demon wolf. The wolf's head was struck hard, embedding itself into the floor tile with a thud, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. Its eyes were bloodshot with pain, and its body trembled slightly. With a long howl, the wolf demon unleashed gusts of wind that sent Jiang Xingyu flying 7 or 8 meters away. Then, its giant claws swung wildly, sending several wind blades slashing towards him. Jiang Xingyu remained calm and instantly teleported behind the demon wolf. Thunderous explosive slash. With a low shout, he transformed his hand into a blade, infusing it with the power of lightning, and slashed wildly. His steps were as light and agile as if he were walking on duckweed, dodging the demon wolf's attacks at just the right moment. After a burst of intense output, Jiang Xingyu's alien elements were nearly depleted. This demon wolf is clearly of a higher level than me. If I continue, I'll definitely suffer. The crowd had long since dispersed, and judging by the time, the people from Yide should have arrived by now. Jiang Xingyu distanced himself and prepared to retreat. Just as he was distracted, the wolf demon seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful wind blade. Jiang Xingyu had no time to dodge and saw the wind blade about to hit him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the wind blade vanished into thin air. Immediately afterwards, a burst of giggles came from behind him. Jiang Xingyu looked back. A girl dressed primarily in black with touches of crimson, her long hair tied in pigtails, sat on a pile of collapsed shelves not far away. She held a black pistol, the muzzle pointed directly at the wolf's head. The pair of small black and red horns on her head, coupled with her somewhat sinister smile, made her seem like a little devil from a game who had suddenly descended upon her. Jiang Xingyu didn't pay much attention to the horns on her head, treating them as ordinary decorations. What he cared more about was the gun in the girl's hand. Guns? Those things have been obsolete on Earth for ages, haven't they? Noticing the doubt in Jiang Xingyu's eyes, the girl slowly walked up to him, leaned forward slightly, put her fair and delicate hands behind her back, and said with a light laugh, "This is just a model. What's actually being used is my special ability." Seeing that Jiang Xingyu was still in a daze, the girl moved closer and smiled. "I saw your battle just now, and I feel that you have quite a lot of talent." Jiang Xingyu snapped out of his daze and immediately shoved her away. "What are you doing? Can't you see there's a big wolf over here? I won't be able to save you later." As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored the girl and quickly thought of a solution, his eyes fixed on the demon wolf. Unexpectedly, the demon wolf stood frozen in place, motionless. "Brother Wolf, are you here to watch the show?" Logically speaking, now is the perfect time to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, the demon wolf opposite was plunged into deep self-doubt. It had long wanted to unleash a wind blade attack on the two of them, but for some reason, it couldn't use its special ability. The girl thought to herself that she always seemed to be able to easily see through the thoughts of the young man in front of her. She leaped up and floated gracefully to the wolf, gently patting its face with her pistol. "Oh dear, it seems you can't use your powers anymore." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu took a closer look at the girl in front of him. "Your special ability is related to elimination?" The girl didn't answer directly, but turned to look at Jiang Xingyu, a slightly sinister smile appearing on her lips. "Hee, go kill it quickly." At this moment, Jiang Xingyu finally came to his senses and realized that the most urgent task at hand was to kill this demon wolf. "Let's attack together. I just used up a lot of alien energy." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl lifted her skirt and pulled out a leg-binding knife. Just as Jiang Xingyu saw her draw her weapon and was about to teleport in front of the demon wolf, he saw the girl slash her hand with the blade. "Hey, I told you to kill the monsters, why did you cut yourself first?" Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu teleported in front of her, intending to bandage her wound. The next moment, he froze. Blood gushed out, yet strangely coalesced into a blood-red blade. The wound healed rapidly after the blood-red blade formed, leaving no scar in mere seconds. The girl twirled the blood-red blade a few times, then looked at Jiang Xingyu with a charming smile. "Oh dear, are you worried about me? I don't need your worries." Before she finished speaking, the girl brandished her blood-red blade and charged straight at the demon wolf like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing her charging forward, Jiang Xingyu was stunned for a moment before quickly teleporting to catch up. Seeing the two menacing figures, the wolf stopped worrying about why its powers had failed and swung its claws to meet the incoming blood blade. A metallic clang rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The girl and the demon wolf engaged in close combat, while Jiang Xingyu teleported to a dilapidated wall and snapped the exposed steel bars. Then he teleported to the top of the wolf's head and stabbed the lightning-wrapped steel bar into the wolf's head. The power of lightning swiftly flowed through the steel bars into the wolf's brain. Moments later, the wolf collapsed, its life fading away. At that moment, the people sent by the Yaij arrived at the scene and witnessed the fatal blow. The leader of the supernatural beings stepped forward and said, "Thank you for killing this beast, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." The girl smiled and said, "Actually, you could have come later. If we hadn't happened to be here, the mall would have been a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood by now." The stranger looked embarrassed and remained speechless. Indeed, as the girl said, they were a little late. Seeing that the other party remained silent, the girl continued, "Speaking of which, since we too acted bravely and righteously, your Yaij should at least give us some recognition, right?" Jiang Xingyu looked at her with a hint of admiration. Although he found the girl somewhat strange, he greatly admired her for knowing how to fight for her own interests. "Of course, please come with me to the strange pavilion. The appearance of this monster was rather sudden, and we need your assistance in the investigation." Since the flight was already delayed and he could only rebook, Jiang Xingyu readily agreed. At the control console in the command center, Jiang Xingyu and others were intently watching the monitoring screen. In the video, a well-dressed woman completely ignored the security guard's attempts to stop her and insisted on bringing her pet dog into the mall. As they passed a shop, the pet dog suddenly barked wildly, its body rapidly swelling several times its original size, and it turned and swallowed its owner whole. Immediately afterward, the mutated wolf pounced on a young couple, but fortunately Jiang Xingyu arrived in time to stop it. This woman probably never imagined that one day she would be eaten by her own dog. After repeatedly reviewing the video, the only thing they could confirm was that the demonic wolf was actually transformed from a pet dog. However, there has never been a precedent of an animal transforming into a monster. Just when everyone was at a loss, Jiang Xingyu suddenly pointed to the surveillance footage and said, "Look, this man touched the pet dog as he passed by." In the surveillance footage, the man saw the pet dog, squatted down, and petted its head, as if teasing it. The dog barked a few times. Then, the woman scolded him sharply and told him to leave. "What does this prove?" Jiang Xingyu then pointed to another surveillance video. "Look here. The man's face is clearly visible in the video. Blue Star's technology is far more advanced than Earth's, and the surveillance footage is exceptionally clear." Nevertheless, no one understood what Jiang Xingyu was trying to express. The girl tilted her head and asked, "And then? What's wrong? Do you want to read his face and tell if he's a suspect?" Jiang Xingyu smiled and said to the monitor, "Zoom in on his face. Are we really going to have his face read?" Jiang Xingyu was speechless for a moment. Good grief, you're the first person who has left me speechless. The last one was a system, but it's not a person after all. Look carefully. After he finished speaking, he zoomed in on the image of the man's eyeballs. Only then did everyone realize that the seemingly ordinary pet dog, in the reflection of the man's eyes, was actually a demonic wolf. This discovery impressed everyone with Jiang Xingyu's insight, but also raised questions about the man's identity. Who exactly is he? Why did he see a demonic wolf instead of a pet dog? Yang Bo, the cabinet chief, immediately ordered, "Investigate. We must obtain all information about this man by noon tomorrow." Upon receiving the order, Yang Bo looked at Jiang Xingyu with admiration. "Good lad, you have a good eye." "Ahem, your excellency, please don't say that." "Ha, leave the rest to us. You can leave any time." "Uncle Bo, where's our reward?" "You little rascal, does your family really need such a small reward?" "That's different. The money my dad earns belongs to my mom, but the money I earn is my own," the girl said seriously. Yang Bo stroked his mustache. All right, I'll notify the rewards and punishments department. You can go and collect them yourselves." After agreeing on the reward, the girl turned to Jiang Xingyu and asked, "My name is Su Menxue. Can you tell me your name?" "My name is Jiang Xingyu. It's nice to meet you," he said, smiling and extending his hand. Looking at those large, well-defined hands, Su Menxue realized for the first time that a man's hands could be so beautiful. She instinctively reached out and grasped it. The next moment, she suddenly shook her head and quickly withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Yang Bo, though his face showed no obvious expression, could not hide the shock in his eyes. He and Su Yaochen were old acquaintances, and he had practically watched Su Menxue grow up. This girl has a cold personality and has preferred to be alone since childhood. Apart from getting along well with her cousin, she hardly speaks a word to her peers. And now, she was shaking hands with a strange man. Spiritual body, it really is an SSS-level talent physique. This Su girl is like a completely different person. Inside a newly built office building. "Coach, the two prestigious universities haven't made any moves yet." "Coach, there are no abnormalities reported at any of the universities in the Western District." "Commander." Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the man in the suit flicked off his cigarette ash and sneered. They're quite patient." He took a light drag on his cigarette and said calmly, "Increase surveillance and be on guard. It's time to serve the food." 5 people, understood. 5 voices came from the computer at the same time. "By the way, Commander, today at a shopping mall in Kyoto, some animals turned into monsters. I suspect it was Shao who did it." Everyone gasped. The man replied calmly, "No doubt about it, it was definitely its doing." "Then why haven't you sent troops to wipe them out yet?" The person on the other end of the video call frowned, his mind filled with thoughts of his comrades who had died in the Kyoto calamity. The man in the suit took a light drag on his cigarette, his eyes deep. "And how could I not want to kill it immediately? But they hide in the shadows, while we act in the open. If Owl wants to hide, no one can find it. If that's the case, why bother searching for it in vain?" The person on the other end of the video call fell silent. "The injuries I sustained back then won't heal easily, so I won't be making any big moves for the time being. The most important thing right now is to unite with the other factions and concentrate our efforts on eliminating spies and moles. Only when Owl makes a comeback will we have the resources to deal with it." In the bright corridor, Su Menxue walked briskly ahead with her hands behind her back, occasionally turning back to chat with Jiang Xingyu. "You're not from Kyoto, are you?" Jiang Xingyu nodded honestly. "Yes, I'm from Chongqing." "Chongqing? I've been there a few times before." "Which part of Chongqing are you from?" "Zucheng," Jiang Xingyu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Menxue's pupils contracted slightly, and she raised her hand to cover her chest. She had been to Zucheng, or rather, she was forced to go. In that nameless hill, she experienced a painful past. After staring at Jiang Xingyu's face for a moment, Su Menxue subconsciously reached out and touched his face. Jiang Xingyu stared at her, looking completely bewildered. "Why is this girl touching my face out of the blue? Should I dodge or not?" Noticing Jiang Xingyu's strange gaze, Su Menxue snapped out of her reverie and coughed lightly. "Have you seen someone around my age in Zuchen? Someone with a scar on their face?" As she spoke, her fingertips slid from the corner of Jiang Xingyu's eye to the corner of his mouth. "It's about this long of scar." Jiang Xingyu shook his head, saying he really had never seen it before. Seeing him shake his head, Su Menxue's gaze dimmed slightly. Composing herself, she pointed to a room not far away. "The punishment and rewards office is just ahead. Let's go in quickly." After saying that, Su Menxue went inside first. Jiang Xingyu followed closely behind and entered the rewards and punishments office. "Hello, we've come to collect our reward," Jiang Xingyu said politely. "You two are the people the pavilion chief mentioned, aren't you?" A moment later, the receptionist at the rewards and punishments office handed the two a total of 40 exotic crystals, 20 for each person. It may not seem like much, but a single crystal is worth 5,000 yuan, so old Yang is quite generous. After receiving their rewards, the two left the punishment and rewards office together. Hey, want to do a mission with me? Su Mingxue, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. After she finished speaking, she paused, surprised that she had actually invited someone else. After learning that Jiang Xingyu was from Zucheng, she inexplicably felt a desire to spend more time with him. She thought it was probably because the person was born in Zucheng, and she had a natural affinity for people from there. Jiang Xingyu had not actually gone to the strange pavilion to accept the mission yet. He slumped onto a waiting chair by the aisle, his hand supporting his chin, his handsome features scrunched up, looking somewhat conflicted. My mom's urging me to go home. Normally he wouldn't hesitate at all, since completing tasks not only brings rewards but also allows him to accumulate experience. But Ms. Li Qingwan's ability to nag was so profound, it could even rival that of Tang Sanzang, which made him hesitate. The reward will be split 30/70ths, you get 70% and I get 30%. Su Mingxue didn't give Jiang Xingyu any chance to react and dropped a bombshell. Ahem, anyone who refuses a pretty girl's invitation is a complete jerk. Jiang Xingyu suddenly perked up, stood up abruptly, tilted his head slightly, flashed a handsome smile, and made a let's go gesture. I've had enough milk. There are always some children who dare to face their mother's nagging. People always say that a man should be fearless and composed in all his actions and dealings. Jiang Xingyu hummed a little tune as he walked towards the mission office. Seeing his expression, Su Mingxue's lips twitched, and she quickly followed. The mission office is a standalone circular building with 3 floors. The interior space is spacious, with a diameter of about 100 meters. In the very center is a huge cylinder with many windows, surrounded by 3 concentric circles of bookshelves filled with various tasks. By the way, the task cannot be claimed online. Those more challenging tasks are either assigned to specific personnel or handled directly by the military. They are never issued as missions. Therefore, most of those who come to receive missions are individuals below the gold level. Nevertheless, the difficulty of the missions is still divided into D, C, B, A and S levels. After finding the desired task on the bookshelf, you can go to the huge cylindrical window in the center to collect the task information. Jiang Xingyu randomly picked up a folder. The task title was Pursuit of Fugitives. All the folders here are in this format. The folder is labeled with the task name. Opening it reveals a photo of the target's face, followed by a task description and a list of rewards. Next comes the detailed mission information. After glancing at it briefly, Jiang Xingyu pursed his lips and put the folder back. He took out another one, glanced at it briefly, and put it back. He took out another one, put it back, and repeated this process. This is the norm when these extraordinary individuals come to accept missions. Jiang Xingyu, what do you think of this mission? Su Mingxue rummaged through the tasks on the side and finally picked one that she was relatively satisfied with. Jiang Xingyu took it and glanced at it. The mission name was Hunting the One-Eyed Dog. The reward is 70 exotic crystals and a low-grade longsword. Do you use a sword? Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin and asked her. I don't use weapons. Then it's settled, we'll take this mission. Jiang Xingyu was looking for a suitable weapon. Weapons used by superhumans are all made of supernatural iron, and buying them from weapon shops would be too expensive. A low-grade longsword like this would probably cost over 200,000. Although he doesn't know how to use a sword, he thinks swords are cool and enjoys playing with them in a stylish way. After deciding to take on the hunt for the one-eyed dog, the two walked together to the window of the central pillar and filled out the application form. Jiang Xingyu handed the folder to the clerk at the counter and smiled politely. Hello, we would like to apply to complete the mission of Hunting One-Eyed Dog. Just then, a loud bang sounded from the side. A middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and protruding teeth slammed a folder on the table. Apply for the mission to hunt down the one-eyed dog. Jiang Xingyu frowned and looked at the young man beside him. Sorry, this mission is ours. The buck-toothed middle-aged man said disdainfully, Kid, are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? Seeing this, the saleswoman quickly explained to Jiang Xingyu, Handsome, is this your first time accepting a mission? There is more than one folder for each task. A task can be accepted by multiple people at the same time before it is completed. The pavilion of different things only looks at the final result. Whoever submits the task completion materials first will receive the reward. Take the Hunting One-Eyed Dog as an example. Whoever submits the one-eyed dog's demon core and a photo of it being killed first will get the reward. Such a mechanism has both advantages and disadvantages. It can motivate those who are not in the same league to complete tasks, but it can also cause disputes among them to some extent. This mechanism has been in place for several years, and the facts have proven that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. After the saleswoman finished speaking, the buck-toothed middle-aged man said with a look of disdain, Did you understand? You don't even know the rules, yet you dare to come and take on a mission. Jiang Xingyu responded calmly, Even so, there should be a first-come, first-served order when filling out forms. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. You fill it out first, you fill it out first. Before he could finish speaking, the buck-toothed middle-aged man changed his tone, his voice carrying a hint of warning. However, I advise you to think twice before you act, lest you lose your life not long after you go in. While he was speaking, speaking, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mingxue had already filled out the application form. The information was minimal, it only required filling in one's name, age, and level of otherness, so it didn't take much time. After signing the document, Jiang Xingyu was too lazy to waste any more words with the buck-toothed middle-aged man. Without even glancing at him, he turned and left. Su Mingxue suddenly turned her head and said with a smile, "I hope I won't run into you in the other world." As soon as she finished speaking, she put her hands behind her back and followed him with light steps. The buck-toothed middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He had to admit that although the girl looked like a 13 or 14-year-old loli, she was very beautiful. Logically speaking, she should be very beautiful when she smiles. But why did he feel that the girl's smile was strange? It even sent chills down his spine. He patted his head, his gaze falling on the application form the two had just signed. "It's pretty good." Jiang Xingyu, 18 years old, bronze rank 2. Su Mingxue, 18 years old, bronze rank 2. Upon seeing this, the buck-toothed middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp. No wonder these two kids dared to take on the mission. They reached bronze tier 2 right after awakening. They're definitely geniuses. Well, even though he hasn't fully matured yet, it's best not to provoke such a genius. Thinking of this, he returned the application form. Kyoto's streets are bustling and vibrant, with shops of all kinds lining the streets and towering buildings that are truly breathtaking. Su Mingxue walked ahead, pointed to a nicely decorated coffee shop not far away, and said, "How about going to a coffee shop?" Okay. Jiang Xingyu thought the suggestion was good. Get a private room, order a cappuccino, and talk about work while sipping coffee. It couldn't be more pleasant. After entering the store, the two chose a private room, ordered coffee, and took out the task book to study it carefully. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you understand the enemy thoroughly, your mission efficiency will naturally be high. Just as they were engrossed in watching, a quarrel suddenly broke out in the next private room. The store has good soundproofing, but it still can't block out the ear-piercing noise. Jiang Xingyu frowned. He didn't like being disturbed. So noisy. What on earth is going on next door? His brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and he couldn't help but shout to the neighbor next door, "Hey, could you please keep it down?" No one paid any attention, and the noise continued. The next second, Su Mingxue suddenly stood up, left a message saying wait for me to come back, and pushed open the door and left the private room. Before long, the entire coffee shop suddenly fell silent. It's quiet already? Did she knock someone out? Jiang Xingyu had just stepped out when he bumped into Su Mingxue. "It's alright, let's continue." She tugged at his sleeve and pulled him back into the private room. "How did you quiet them down?" Su Mingxue took a sip of her coffee and smiled. "Of course it's the power of money, just now." After listening to her finish speaking, Jiang Xingyu suddenly felt that his perspective had become much narrower. It turns out she had just gone to talk to the store manager about booking the entire venue. However, besides the private room next door, there were several couples chatting and being affectionate. The manager couldn't just kick them out, he could only ask them to reschedule or make a reservation in advance next time. Su Mingxue didn't say much, made a phone call, and a moment later, a burly man in black carrying a metal box walked in. He then gave everyone in the coffee shop 100,000 yuan in cash and sent them all away. How much did it cost in total? Not much, only 800,000, it's small change. Su Mingxue took a small sip of coffee, her tone calm and composed. After listening, Jiang Xingyu secretly gave a thumbs up. That's what you call handsome. No, that's what you call beautiful and rich. A good woman is one who is willing to spend money on a man. I admit, his favorability towards him skyrocketed. Of course, this is definitely not because of money. Talking about money is so vulgar. With the annoying person finally gone, the two could finally calm down, carefully review the mission information, and devise tactics. The first page of the document provides an overview of the task. The mission location is in the suburbs near the Sunny Ruins, a place where the one-eyed dog frequently appears. This is completely different from the Yangon Strange Ruins, which is under strict military control. In recent years, the Xiangyang Alien Ruins has become relatively stable and has become an alien ruin that is completely open to aliens, who can freely enter and exit. Because of this, sometimes monsters take the opportunity to sneak out. The military forces stationed there are tasked with protecting the strange ruins, but their resources are limited, so they generally do not pursue weaker monsters. Of course, the stronger the monster, the more attention it receives from the military, making escape virtually impossible. If an extremely powerful monster escapes, it almost certainly means the entire defending army will be wiped out. Moreover, domestic affairs are usually managed by the Foreign Legion, while the military is in charge of foreign affairs and foreign ruins. The two agencies usually do not overstep their authority. Therefore, minor demons like the one-eyed dog are not pursued by the military after leaving the otherworld. Instead, they are handed over to free agents to handle after the otherworld pavilion issues a mission. Turn to the second page of the document, which details the mission objective, one-eyed dog. The term one-eyed dog does not refer to a specific type of monster, but rather to an independent individual. It is a sonic hyena that lost an eye when it escaped from the alien world, hence the name one-eyed dog. The ranking system for monsters is different different from that for humans. They are divided into 4 major levels: lesser demons, greater demons, elites, and monarchs. Each major level is further divided into early and late stages, corresponding to the 8 major levels of the outcasts: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star devourer, moon annihilation, and sun devourer. For example, the one-eyed dog belongs to the early stage of a minor demon, which corresponds to the bronze level of a human. Its strength is roughly equivalent to the 4th rank of bronze. By the time the two had finalized their plans, it was already late. Jiang Xingyu put away the mission information, snapped his fingers to attract Su Mengshue's attention, and said, "We'll meet at the entrance of Shanyang Alien Ruins at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." After glancing at the wall clock, Su Mengshue nodded and replied, "Okay, give me your phone number." After saying that, the two exchanged phone numbers, added each other as WeChat friends, and then went their separate ways. The night in Kyoto was as bright as day. As Jiang Xingyu walked back to the hotel, he told his mother about the day's events over the phone. The atmosphere was relaxed at first, but it suddenly changed when the topic turned to Su Mengshue. "What? You actually met a beautiful little girl. Quickly tell me, is she prettier or is mommy prettier?" Jiang Xingyu rolled his eyes helplessly, inwardly smiling bitterly. What could he do with a mother like this? "I don't think you're even in the same league." Suddenly, he woke up with a start, opened his eyes and looked at his phone. It was already 7 o'clock. Oh no, we agreed to meet at 7 o'clock, but he just woke up. It's all his mother's fault for constantly asking him who is prettier, her or Su Mengshue. If I say Su Mengshue is pretty, mom says she doesn't love her anymore. If I say mom is pretty, mom thinks I'm just flattering her. A woman's heart is harder to fathom than a needle at the bottom of the sea. Without further thought, Jiang Xingyu quickly finished washing up and hurriedly headed to Shanyang Strange Ruins. After all, it's really hard to make a girl wait for you. Fortunately, the journey wasn't long, and he arrived at the agreed location smoothly at 7:10. However, Su Mengshue did not appear. He made several phone calls before he found out that the girl hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. It was nearly 8 o'clock when the two finally met. Upon seeing Jiang Xingyu, Su Mengshue paused for a moment, then tugged at his sleeve and pulled him forward, saying, "It's getting late. Let's hurry up and get going." Jiang Xingyu waved his hand with a wry smile. "You're so late. Shouldn't you have said hello first?" He felt bitter inside. He had been standing here in the cold wind for so long. She should at least apologize. "My heart is cold, truly cold. Show some appreciation?" Su Mengshue was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized what she meant. She took out her phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Jiang Xingyu's WeChat account. "Hey, you waited for me for 50 minutes, so this 500,000 yuan is compensation for your lost time. Don't argue, Earth is a virtual world. Don't use real world thinking to judge it. There's nothing wrong with me saying a single transaction can transfer 10 million, right?" Hearing the WeChat notification sound, Jiang Xingyu's hand trembled slightly as he held his phone. "Do you hate money? Why are you being so generous? You spendthrift woman, I'll wait for you my whole life next time, okay?" Jiang Xingyu carefully put his phone into his pocket, then patted his pocket before feeling relieved. Although his family was well off, the idea of earning 500,000 yuan in 50 minutes was still hard to believe. "I heard from Minister Yang that your family is well off, but this is really an exaggeration. Stop standing there daydreaming, go do your task." With that, Su Mengshue walked away with her hands behind her back. Looking at her petite figure from behind, Jiang Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, as if he had been struck by Cupid's arrow. Of course, it's definitely not because of money. Talking about money is so vulgar. Thinking of this, the common man Jiang Xingyu quickly followed. "Maybe if I spend a few more days with her, I can buy a villa." The one-eyed dog is man-eating, and the scattered residents all ran away early after receiving the notice. Only a few residents remained in the village, some clinging to a glimmer of hope, others reluctant to leave behind the old houses left by their ancestors. They undoubtedly became the targets of the one-eyed dog. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengshue arrived in the eastern suburbs, they went straight to the village. Data shows that one-eyed dogs are mostly active at night, so hunting them is best done at night. During the day, they are used to set traps and scout locations. One-eyed dog is not very strong, but its speed is amazing. It does not need any special abilities. It can reach the speed of sound simply by relying on its own speed. Although Jiang Xingyu's teleport is faster, it cannot cause serious damage to it in a short time, and the teleport also consumes a lot of resources. If this continues, it will eventually escape. Therefore, setting traps is necessary. After discussing it, the two agreed that these dogs should be beaten behind closed doors. After wandering around the village, they found an abandoned factory at the entrance of the village. The factory's back door was blocked by debris and gravel, leaving only the front door as an entrance, which served as the perfect spot to set up a trap. The two hit it off immediately and decided to set up an ambush at the factory. "Next, we need to find the hiding place of the one-eyed dog and set a trap to lure it out." Unfortunately, the two searched from noon until dusk but still couldn't find any trace of the one-eyed dog. Left with no other option, they could only return to the factory to set up bait and wait for the one-eyed dog to come to them. The so-called bait was artificial blood that Su Mengshue bought. This artificial blood blood smelled exactly like human blood and was specifically designed to target demonic beasts. It was cheap and effective. They took all the blood packs out of Jiang Xingyu's space, threw some on the ground, and poured the rest into several large basins. Then, place a heating pack in the basin to maintain the blood temperature. Once the blood on the ground freezes, you can immediately sprinkle warm, fresh blood on top. Splashing blood increases the area of blood exposed, allowing the odor to spread as much as possible. Heating the blood is also to help the aroma diffuse more widely. In this way, a bloody factory was set up. After they finished doing all that, their next task was to evacuate all the villagers. Only when the village is empty can the blood Jiang Xingyu spilled at the factory attract the one-eyed dog to the greatest extent. The villagers have left, and we're not afraid of anyone holding us back. The problem is that these dozen or so villagers, who knew there was a monster but still refused to leave, were all stubborn individuals, just like holdouts, preferring money to their lives. However, it will cost extra. They argued logically and with evidence. Your military and the Yaij failed in their supervision, releasing the monsters and disrupting our peaceful lives. You should compensate us and pay us money. Listen to this. Is this what a human being says? The warriors who guarded the alien ruins risked their lives, only to be blamed for poor supervision. How disheartening must that be for them? Once they leave China, they will truly understand what a stable life means. Whether online or in real life, there are always some people who talk without understanding the situation. In my opinion, no wonder. The country protects them so well. These kinds of people should be sent to guard the alien ruins, Jiang Xingyu said indignantly. After being repeatedly rebuffed, Jiang Xingyu tried to reason with him, but now he could no longer suppress his anger. He suppressed his anger and knocked on the door again. A middle-aged man wearing an apron came out, stared at Jiang Xingyu with disdain, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Uncle, there are monsters lurking around here. Let's leave for a while." "I'm not leaving until you pay me." The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Looking at the tightly closed door, Jiang Xingyu frowned, his heart already filled with unbearable frustration. "You forced me to this." Jiang Xingyu gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words, then grabbed the wooden stick by the door and disappeared instantly. Not long after, he dragged the uncle out of the house and threw him directly in front of Su Mengxue. Jiang Xingyu clapped his hands and said, "Okay, have someone bring a bus over and take them to the strange ruins." After giving his instructions, Jiang Xingyu teleported away again. About 10 minutes later, he carried over more than 10 villagers who were motionless like dead dogs. "You knocked them all out? If you can't reason with them, just beat them up. I can teleport behind them and knock them down with a stick. They won't even know who did it. It's better to get hit by my stick than to get bitten by that one-eyed dog. They should be grateful. After all, they have Chinese blood, and this is still Chinese territory. If they were in the other world, Jiang Xingyu wouldn't care about these people at all. If they died, saving the country from wasting resources." After hearing his explanation, Su Mengxue chuckled and said, "That's true." After waiting for more than half an hour, the bus finally arrived at the village entrance. Several bodyguards dressed in black got off the bus and quickly helped the villagers onto the bus. Before leaving, Jiang Xingyu instructed his bodyguards, "Give each of them some sleeping pills, and don't let them wake up for 12 hours. 12 hours is enough to solve the problem of the one-eyed dog." After getting rid of the trouble, the two, wearing gas masks, hid in the factory, occasionally sprinkling fresh blood on themselves, quietly waiting for the appearance of one-eyed dog. The blood that had been spilled earlier had already congealed, so they started splashing hot, fresh blood again. Suddenly, Su Mengshue's ears twitched slightly. "The monsters are coming." Su Mengxue was talking about monsters, while Jiang Xingyu was talking about humans. With a little careful listening, one can distinguish between the footsteps of monsters and humans. But before he could think any further, Jiang Xingyu grabbed Su Mengshue's hand and quickly slipped into a huge, dark red cabinet. The cabinet was large, but the compartments were a bit small. The two of them squeezed together, with Su Mengshue's small face pressed against his chest, like a kitten curled up in his arms. At first she was very resistant, but gradually she felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had lived together before, and even began to rely on this warm embrace. Jiang Xingyu reminded her of the little boy from her memories. But Su Mengxue couldn't be sure, because in Jiang Xingyu's eyes, she could see no nostalgia. The way he looked at her was like looking at someone he had just met. Moreover, the little boy from back then should have had a scar on his face, extending from under his eye to the corner of his mouth. She knew that no matter how advanced the medical technology or how powerful the healing ability, it was impossible to completely remove that deep bone-revealing scar. No matter what that little boy looks like now, she will never dislike him. However, after that accident, the little boy seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Even with the Su family's resources, no clues could be found related to him. Thinking of this, Su Mengxue raised her head slightly and looked at Jiang Xingyu. How she wished that Jiang Xingyu was the little boy from back then. In this way, she could nestle comfortably in his arms, letting that familiar and warm feeling envelop her tightly. Jiang Xingyu was unaware of the girl's emotional changes in his arms. At this moment, he was cautiously observing the outside world through the crack in the cabinet door. With a creak, the iron gate was slowly pushed open, and a beam of bright moonlight shone into the dimly lit factory. A man wearing a black vest and a dark red tang sword at his waist stood at the entrance. By the moonlight, Jiang Xingyu could see his face clearly. Dubois, what's he doing here? This man named Dubo was the target of the Hunt for Fugitives mission that Jiang Xingyu had recently discovered by chance. His level has reached the 5th rank of bronze, which is even higher than the combined level of Jiang Xingyu and the other person. Dubo pushed open the door, looked at the scene before him, and frowned deeply. How could there be so much blood? I heard that monsters roamed the area when I arrived. Could someone here have been attacked by a monster? Thinking of this, Dubo reached out and touched a little blood. The surface of the blood was still warm and liquid, but underneath it had a slightly viscous, pasty texture. When he gently rubbed it, he could feel some particles mixed in with the blood. When warm, fresh blood is sprinkled onto congealed bloodstains. The congealed blood underneath begins to melt, but due to insufficient temperature, it only partially melts, resulting in this unique state with a viscous and granular texture. Looking around, Dubo noticed several large basins filled with blood not far away. He immediately realized what was happening. He licked the blood from his fingertip and frowned slightly. Sure enough, this is artificial blood used to lure monsters. Dubois has used this artificial blood many times. Apart from slight differences in composition and taste, it is almost identical to human blood. Human blood has a slightly salty taste, somewhat like the taste of rust, while artificial blood has a distinctive sour taste. This artificial blood serves no purpose other than attracting monsters. Combined with the fact that the village was completely deserted, Dubo quickly deduced the current situation. It was very likely that some supernatural beings had come to carry out a mission, disperse the villagers, and then set a trap here to lure and capture monsters. As a murderer, Dubo felt it was best to avoid any contact with those associated with the otherworldly pavilion. He was about to leave when he suddenly changed his mind. The surface of the blood was still warm when I picked it up from the ground. This means the blood was just spilled, and there must be someone nearby. He had been here for some time, and the person who spilled blood couldn't possibly have been unaware of his presence. If the other party is stronger than him, they will definitely show themselves immediately, regardless of whether they know him or not. Knowing he's a wanted criminal, they'll arrest him without hesitation. If they don't know his identity, they'll at least ask him a couple of questions before letting him leave. After all, his presence here would interfere with their hunting of monsters. If the opponent is weaker and has relevant information about him, then he will hide and dare not show himself, just like he is now. Those who possess supernatural abilities usually carry supernatural crystals and weapons, and killing them can be quite profitable. Moreover, we cannot allow them to easily expose their whereabouts. Dubo sorted out these thoughts in just a few dozen seconds. As the Tang sword was drawn from its sheath with a soft hum, bathed in moonlight, Dubo, gripping the gleaming sword, slowly walked toward the center of the factory. Stop hiding, I know some of you are here. Immediately afterwards, with a whoosh of cold light, the wooden box in front of Dubo was easily split in two like soft tofu. Tisk, looks like I've come to the wrong place. Dubo shook his head to himself, stepped forward, and suddenly swung his sword at the iron gate. Here it is. A series of dazzling sparks flew everywhere. In front of this dark red Tang sword that gleamed with a cold light, the iron door was as fragile as paper. Not here again. After chopping down several wooden crates, Dubo fixed his gaze on a huge dark red cabinet. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu was also watching him through a crack in the cabinet door. Their eyes seemed to meet, and they even forgot to breathe. This time it won't be wrong. A smile crept across Dubo's lips. Carrying his Tang sword, he walked slowly towards Jiang Xingyu under the bright moonlight, stepping through the crimson blood on the ground, like a demon descending from hell. Thud, thud. The soft footsteps echoed through the quiet factory, like the tolling of a death knell, weighing heavily on the heart. The footsteps grew clearer as they approached. Even Jiang Xingyu's heart couldn't help but pound violently with the heavy footsteps. The light was dim, and Su Mengxue couldn't see Jiang Xingyu's expression clearly, but the increasingly rapid heartbeat in her ears and his hands, which were tightly gripping her wrist and trembling slightly, said it all. When he was less than 10 meters away from the dark red cabinet, Dubo suddenly strode forward. With a dull thud, the stone brick shattered, blood splattered, and only a shallow, spiderweb-like crater remained on the ground. He charged toward the closet where the two were hiding like a bullet, his afterimage leaving a straight trail on the blood, swift as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Dubo was standing in front of the cabinet, a cold smile playing on his lips. He raised his Tang sword, which gleamed with a cold light, and then unleashed a slash. Never mind, I have to get this knife. A furious shout came from inside the cabinet, followed by a burst of intense blue-purple lightning behind Dubo. With a fist brimming with ferocious power, he slammed it into Dubo's spine, slamming him against the wall. With a deafening roar, the powerful force even pierced through Dubo's body, creating a crater. Losing his balance, Dubo flew through the pit, skimming the ground for more than 10 meters before crashing into a large section of metal shelves. Just now, the reason Jiang Xingyu's heart was racing and his hands were trembling was because he had taken a liking to that Tang sword and was extremely excited. Dubo frowned and pushed away the metal shelf that was pressing down on him. Weren't you hiding in the closet? How did you suddenly appear behind me? me. Before he could finish speaking, he prepared to activate his supernatural power. The next moment, a bead of cold sweat silently slid down his forehead. The foreign elements that were originally circulating smoothly in the body seemed to be blocked by an iron gate and could not be aggregated at the foreign source to form a circuit. The superpower naturally cannot be activated. What have you done? Dubois exclaimed in shock. You shouldn't be asking me that, Zhang Xingyu replied coldly, instantly teleporting to Dubois' front and stomping down with his foot. Lightning coiled around his leg. The kick was as swift as lightning and as heavy as a cauldron. Dubois was caught off guard and had no choice but to raise his knife to fight back. With a deafening roar, the surrounding ground caved in, sand and rubble scattered and crumbled, and the dimly lit factory was instantly filled with blue-purple lightning, with strands of electricity dancing in the air. Dubois' hand was numb from the shock, and his arm holding the knife trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with shock. He never expected to encounter someone with dual superpowers in this remote place. Zhang Xingyu gave him no chance to catch his breath and took the opportunity to kick the Tang sword out of his hand. The Tang sword spun a few times in the air before finally falling to the ground. With the crisp sound of the knife hitting the ground, Dubois suddenly seemed like a different person. His eyes narrowed, and he shoved his hands into the ground, assuming a bizarre upside-down posture. He then exerted force from his waist and abdomen, causing his legs to spin rapidly like propellers. The sounds of impact, bang bang bang, echoed one after another. After launching a series of fierce kicks, Dubois swept Zhang Xingyu away with a heavy kick and at the same time flipped backward to create distance. Zhang Xingyu steadied himself, shook his arm which was numb from being kicked, and stared at Dubois with some confusion. Why did kicking away his weapon seem to break the seal on him? Noticing Zhang Xingyu's confusion, Dubois smiled and said, "To be honest, my superpower is a bit weak, so I've been practicing physical skills diligently." Zhang Xingyu pursed his lips, thinking to himself, traitors die from talking too much, understand? Hey, Su Mingxue, stop standing around and come help. Oh dear, you can't beat him? You silly girl, why do you insist on a one-on-one fight when you can gang up on others? Zhang Xingyu said, frowning. We can definitely win if we fight, but it will waste some time. Not knowing when the one-eyed dog will arrive, it's best to end the battle as soon as possible. Just as Zhang Xingyu turned to speak, Dubois, without hesitation, pushed off with his feet and charged toward Zhang Xingyu like a missile. The next moment, a bloody shadow flashed, Dubois' eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly raised his hand to block Su Mingxue's wrist holding the knife, making a muffled bang. The tip of Su Mingxue's blood-red blade was less than a finger's width from Dubois. If she had raised her hand even a fraction of a second later, Dubois would probably have lost his life on the spot. Well done, Zhang Xingyu shouted, instantly appearing beside Dubois and throwing a punch. With another muffled thud, Dubois' other hand shot out with lightning speed and grabbed Zhang Xingyu's fist with perfect precision. He grabbed Su Mingxue's wrist with his backhand. Go! Dubois shouted angrily, twisted his waist, and suddenly exerted force, throwing the two of them out. Two loud thuds echoed as heavy objects fell to the ground, and dust immediately filled the entire factory. TSK, as expected, he is a 5th-tier bronze-level outcast. Zhang Xingyu sighed inwardly, then suddenly noticed a Tang sword lying not far away. Forget it, I'll just hack and slash all I want. He teleported to the side of the Tang sword, and the moment his fingers touched the hilt, the system's voice rang in his mind. Trigger the opportunity module to obtain swordsmanship mastery, beginner. Do you want to use victory points to upgrade? Zhang Xingyu checked the panel and saw that he had 30 victory points left. How exactly is this calculated? 10 victory points are needed to advance to the lesser mastery level, 100 points to the greater mastery level, 10,000 points to the perfection level, and 100,000 points to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The top level is so expensive? Trust me, it's absolutely great value for money. Your swordsmanship has already reached a minor level of mastery, which is quite impressive. Many people practice for years without ever reaching this level. Are you sure you don't want to upgrade, host? Ding, congratulations, host, you have achieved minor mastery of swordsmanship. As soon as he finished speaking, all sorts of sword techniques flooded into Zhang Xingyu's mind like a tidal wave. His control over the sword suddenly soared, as if he had been using the sword for a long time. That mysterious feeling intoxicated him, and he even forgot that he was still in the midst of a battle. Zhang Xingyu, what's wrong? While fighting with Dubois, Su Mingxue looked at Zhang Xingyu, who had suddenly froze, with concern. Hearing Su Mingxue call his name, he snapped out of his daze and yelled at her, "Get out of the way. This strike will be very fast." As soon as Su Mingxue finished speaking, she immediately flipped to the side to dodge. Under the moonlight, a blinding glint flashed in Dubois' eyes as the Tang sword easily cleaved through the air, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, and swept past him. A bluish-purple afterimage flashed past Zhang Xingyu like lightning, leaving a long, straight line. The bloodstains on the ground also spread out along this line, revealing a deep knife mark. By the time Dubois realized what was happening, bloodlines had already appeared on his left shoulder and knee. A fine blade. Zhang Xingyu sighed softly, flicking the blood off the blade before sheathing it again. The next moment, Dubois' left arm broke off at the bloodline and fell to the ground with a thud. His left leg also lost its strength, and he collapsed collapsed heavily to his knees. He turned to look at Dubo kneeling on the ground, his brows furrowed. It seems I went a bit too far. I hope he didn't die from blood loss. Don't worry, Su Mengxue said calmly, gently inserting the blood-red blade into Dubo's wound. The next moment, the wound mysteriously scabbed over. With his leg and arm broken, Dubo was powerless to resist. He sneered, I never thought I'd be defeated by two little brats. Fine, this will be a relief for me. Jiang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. Your knife is pretty good. It should be mid-grade, right? Where did you get it? Dubo made no attempt to hide anything, saying calmly, I bought it with money. So you killed people just to steal money? If you don't have money, you can earn it. Why rob it? Su Mengxue said with a light laugh, while silently thinking to herself, at worst, I can just ask my dad for it. Ha, youth knows no sorrow. Dubo shook his head and laughed. Or rather, geniuses know no sorrow. Would you like to hear my story? Jiang Xingyu smacked his lips and yawned. What, are you going to teach me how to kill? Dubo wasn't angry and continued talking to himself. In his youth, Dubo was not particularly talented, but he was still an extraordinary person. He worked diligently and accumulated a considerable amount of savings. Completing missions in the other world not only allows you to contribute to society but also earn money to support yourself, leading a fulfilling life. As he grew older, he reached the age where he should be getting married. He met his ex-wife online, a gentle and considerate woman. The two got married soon after. At first, life was happy and fulfilling, but gradually, Dubo discovered that his wife had become addicted to gambling and often took his savings to gamble at casinos. At first, it was just a minor incident, and Dubo didn't pay much attention to it. However, his wife gradually became addicted to gambling, becoming more and more enthusiastic and pouring large sums of money into the casino. Soon, his savings were depleted, and he even incurred a lot of debt. After being persuaded by Dubo, the wife realized her mistakes, repented, and quit gambling. The couple rallied, worked hard, and gradually paid off their debts. Life gradually returned to normal, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Unexpectedly, fate intervened. My wife suddenly fell seriously ill and urgently needed a large sum of money. Day after day, money became a necessity. Dubo worked desperately and borrowed money from friends everywhere, but he still couldn't fill the huge gap. Seeing his once gentle and beautiful wife lying on the hospital bed, her hair all gone and barely alive, he was filled with self-blame and hated his own powerlessness. Everything costs money. What if you can't earn money? Where can you scrape together such a large sum of money? If I win, I'll have a lot of money. If I win, I can pay off my wife's medical bills. If I win, I can pay off all my debts. Dubo kept comforting himself like this as he took all the savings he had accumulated since his wife fell ill and went to the casino. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, for he won a lot of money, enough to pay for his wife's medical expenses and clear his debts. But as the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Yes, he became rich, but he was addicted to the pleasure of winning at gambling, obsessed with the dealer's ample breasts, and also immersed in the resentment of losing, unable to extricate himself. Dubois has become addicted to gambling. He went to the casino more and more often, gradually became lazy about working, and spent all his time in the casino. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. He's not the protagonist in a novel, and luck can't always be on his side. Soon, he lost everything, not even his underwear. What do I do when I run out of money? Working? Working is impossible. I'll never work in my life. The only way out is to rob. In order to maintain this kind of life, there's no other way. The money comes fast. What if you encounter someone who strongly resists? Kill them. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Whoever kills my parents, I'll kill them. And so, Dubo went from an ordinary person to a money-grubbing murderer. Your story is quite dramatic. After listening, Su Mengshue's lips twitched slightly. She turned to look at Jiang Xingyu and teased, you also like money quite a bit. You won't end up like him, will you? Jiang Xingyu was stunned for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, his past life experiences were somewhat similar to Dubo's. But even without that sudden car accident, he would never have gone down the same path as Dubois, because his mother had told him before she died that he should be an upright person. Jiang Xingyu has always kept his mother's last words in his heart. I will remember this forever. Hey, what were the last words my mother said before she died? At this moment, Jiang Xingyu suddenly realized that he couldn't recall his mother's last words at all. He had no recollection of them whatsoever. Even his own feelings for her had become unclear since when, was it respect or gratitude? If things continue like this, will I forget her? He doesn't want to forget, and he can't forget. The more Jiang Xingyu thought about it, the more his head throbbed with pain. He sat down cross-legged, pressing his hands tightly to his temples, trying to relieve the pain. Ha ha ha. Hey, Jiang Xingyu, what's wrong? Seeing him suddenly sit cross-legged on the ground with a pained expression, Su Mengshue's heart tightened, as if something had grabbed it. I'm fine, I just suddenly have a headache, Jiang Xingyu replied casually. After resting for a while, Jiang Xingyu felt much better. He stood up and asked with some confusion, by the way, where did that one-eyed dog go? Why hasn't it shown up yet? Jiang Xingyu took out his phone and saw that it was already 1 a.m. He stepped forward, grabbed Dubo by the collar, looked at Su Mengxue beside beside him, and said, "It's getting late, let's call it a day." "Yes, we'll send him to the strange pavilion." Su Mengxue nodded. After saying that, the two led Du Bo out of the factory. As soon as he stepped out of the factory gate, Jiang Xingyu saw a monster corpse lying not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a canine-shaped monster with a long scar on its left eye and a bleeding hole in its abdomen. This is the one-eyed dog, and the hole in its abdomen is where the demon core is located. It was obvious that the demon core had already been dug out. This means that Jiang Xingyu and his companion's mission failed, or rather, someone else beat them to it. Fortunately, Du Bo was caught, so the trip wasn't a complete waste. It was already 2 a.m. when Du Bo was dropped off at Yaij. Fortunately, the pavilion is staffed around the clock, so there's no need to wait until the next day to collect the reward, saving a lot of trouble. At this point, there was no need for Jiang Xingyu to stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Su Mengxue, this trip to Kyoto came to an end. However, when he said goodbye to her, he couldn't help but feel a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Time flows like water, passing by day and night without ceasing. It has been a full month since my last visit to Kyoto. During this period, Jiang Xingyu exercised his body while cultivating his supernatural abilities. He has now reached the 4th level of bronze. Du Bo awakened his superpowers at the age of 18, and at 42 years old, he has only just reached the 5th level of the bronze rank. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. It was late at night, and Jiang Xingyu lay on the spacious bed in the hotel, staring blankly at his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Xingyu. Cultivation level, bronze rank 4. Superpowers, thunder, space. Total amount of allotropes, 4,055 micrograms. Upper limit 10,000 micrograms. Mental strength, 100. Innate physique, star body, SSS rank. Opportunity awaits, mastery of knife skills, minor success. Victory points, 40. These figures are top tier among his peers, and Jiang Xingyu is quite satisfied with them. He turned off the system panel, looked up at the ceiling, and quietly fell into deep thought. Tomorrow is the first day of school, and prospective college students are usually full of anticipation for their upcoming college life. For example, playing games freely, dating freely, and so on. But Jiang Xingyu's feelings were unusually complicated. At this time in his previous life, his mother fell ill. Although he is happy at home now, he still can't help but miss his older sister from his previous life, who had severe facial burns and short gray-blue hair. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. He reached out to grab it, but it vanished without a trace. An indescribable sense of loss spread through his heart, like a child losing his most beloved toy. He stopped thinking, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep, a single crystal tear sliding down his cheek. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was a clear blue. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Xingyu stood at the university campus gate, dragging his suitcase and holding his admission notice. He will study and live here for 4 years. This university is Huaw. After all, the resources they provided were simply too generous. Because Jiang Xingyu's group was the first batch of students at Huaw, there were no senior students welcoming them at the gate, so everyone had to rely on mobile phone maps to find their dormitory buildings. As soon as Jiang Xingyu stepped into the school gate, he felt a flood of gazes directed at him. Wow, where did this handsome guy come from? So handsome, so handsome. There's no way around it. If a flower blooms too brightly, it naturally attracts butterflies. If a person is too handsome, praise will pour in. This can only be blamed on Li Qingwan and Zhang Lian's exceptional genes. However, that's not entirely true. Although it was a soul transmigration, his current appearance is not much different from his previous life. Before long, he was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. No problem. The noise made Jiang Xingyu's head throb. He frowned, pondering whether to use teleportation to escape from here. At this moment, a clear yet somewhat cold female voice rang out, like an ice pick piercing everyone's back, sending chills down their spines. Jiang Xingyu, you're quite popular. Hearing someone call his name, Jiang Xingyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, beautiful woman standing outside the encirclement with her arms crossed. She wore a white puff-sleeved shirt and dark denim shorts. Her sky-blue wavy hair complemented her ascetic face. She was unadorned yet stunningly beautiful, like a blooming flower on a high mountain, only to be admired from afar and not to be touched. Jiang Xingyu was stunned for a moment, his lips trembling slightly. The figure of this blue-haired beauty inexplicably reminded him of his mother from his previous life. If she hadn't been disfigured, she might still be just as beautiful. Just as he was in a daze, the blue-haired beauty had already walked up to him. Hey, what are you spacing out for? The blue-haired beauty reached out and touched his forehead, asking softly, don't you remember me? A girl nearby asked curiously, hey, miss, are you two close friends? The blue-haired beauty beckoned to the girl with her finger. When the girl walked up to her, the blue-haired beauty leaned in and whispered in her ear, your relationship is quite special. A few days ago, we stayed in an abandoned factory until the early hours of the morning. After a pause, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, she continued, the fight was fierce, there was blood everywhere. Suddenly changing the subject, he swore, and the girl quickly covered her mouth with her hand. You can't blame her, the news was just too explosive. Just imagine, blood everywhere. What an intense battle. How fierce this person must be. gee, I never expected this seemingly refined young man to be so wild in his actions. Seeing the girl's face growing increasingly rosy, the blue-haired beauty said calmly, don't get the wrong idea, I meant killing monsters. After saying that, she turned to look at Jiang Xingyu, a faint smile involuntarily appearing in her eyes. She then tugged at Jiang Xingyu's sleeve and led him out of the crowd. Jiang Xingyu let her lead him. He didn't know why, but he always felt a strange sense of familiarity when he was with her. It feels like I've seen it somewhere before, like just now, or like a long time ago. We went to a less crowded place. Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. Do you know Su Mengxue? He heard everything she and that girl said clearly. The blue-haired beauty didn't reply, but took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Xingyu. The phone beeped, and Jiang Xingyu's gaze shifted from the blue-haired beauty to the phone screen. Su Mengxue, do you think I wouldn't recognize Su Mengxue? How did her account end up with you? Jiang Xingyu asked, puzzled. It's no wonder he thought that way. The blue-haired beauty in front of him was completely different from the little girl Su Mengxue. Those who don't know Su Mengxue simply cannot believe they are the same person. Su Mengxue shook her head, sighed softly, and snapped her fingers. A portal of light suddenly appeared in front of her. The blue-haired beauty walked through the portal, but the next moment, a little girl dressed in black Lolita fashion with pigtails walked out. The scene before him made Jiang Xingyu's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Su Mengxue. Hey, now you believe I'm Su Mengxue, right? Su Mengxue said with a light laugh. I believe it. It's amazing. Jiang Xingyu nodded repeatedly. How did you do that? Su Mengxue's eyes darted around. How about this? Let's arrange a time to spar. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Seeing her scheming expression, Jiang Xingyu hesitated. If you win, I'll give you another 100,000 yuan bonus. Su Mengxue saw through his thoughts at a glance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, men who refuse challenges from beautiful girls are all big jerks. Although Su Mengxue has an eccentric personality, she is actually a good girl, and Jiang Xingyu is not worried that she will do anything excessive. Alright, you can go and settle your luggage this morning. See you at the training ground at 2 p.m. After saying that, Su Mengxue turned and left briskly. Jiang Xingyu watched her leave, then picked up his luggage and headed towards the dormitory area. Following the map, he quickly arrived at the dormitory area. This place is like a high-end residential area, equipped with elevators, a leisure area, and beautiful landscaping. Huaw's dormitories are double rooms, and men and women can apply for mixed-gender rooms, provided they have a marriage certificate. Jiang Xingyu has already bought a small villa and is currently renovating it. Since he doesn't have a wife, he has to share a place with a rough-looking man for the time being. Dormitories are assigned randomly, and he was assigned to room 552 in building 1 of Huaw. I got the key, opened the door, and wow, it's pretty good. The entire dormitory is about 150 square meters and has 2 bedrooms and a meditation room. The overall decoration is similar to that of other fully furnished apartments, with complete facilities including a TV, sofa, and washing machine, so you can move in immediately with just your bags. Well, this school really was built by the richest man in China. His wealth and generosity are truly admirable. As Jiang Xingyu was secretly marveling at the richest man's immense wealth, a slightly childish voice suddenly came from behind him. Wa de Shin no Ga Mayo, my companion. Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched, and he turned around to look. Why is there another Japanese person here? Is he here to study? Ahem. I'm a native-born Chinese, don't talk nonsense. After the young man finished speaking, he stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Yi Tian. Yi Tian was slightly shorter than Jiang Xingyu, had a buzz cut, and exuded a masculine aura. Surname Yi? Characters with the surname Yi in novels are all quite extraordinary. Hello, my name is Jiang Xingyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian suddenly clasped his hands in greeting and said, so it's Brother Xingyu. I've long admired your name. I've been watching too many period dramas lately. Good grief, the third topic killer has arrived. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, but Yi Tian, with an awkward yet polite smile, put his arm around Jiang Xingyu's shoulder and said, ahem, never mind that, let's hurry up and settle our luggage. After we're done, we'll go out for a meal. Yi Tian was quite outgoing, but Jiang Xingyu didn't find him annoying. Okay. Jiang Xingyu readily agreed and began making his bed. It's still very important to maintain good relationships with your roommates. Jiang Xingyu was a little confused. Didn't you say it was a get-together? Yeah, we're having a picnic in the cafeteria. I've lived for 18 years and I've never eaten in a cafeteria before. Yi Tian said excitedly. So what did you eat at school? Yi Tian said helplessly, my mom hired a nutritionist for me, and I have to eat whatever she wants me to eat. Does a student need a nutritionist at school? No matter where I go to school, the first thing my mom does is donate a few buildings and then get me some special privileges. Ha, so you're the young master. Perhaps God thought I was too poor in my past life, so he specially arranged for me to make a rich friend in this life. The reason I came to Huaw was because my mother can't interfere with this school. Here, I am free. Yi Tian suddenly puffed out his chest and said with a touch of pride. Jiang Xingyu rubbed his forehead and could only let Yi Tian pull him to sit on a chair in the cafeteria. The cafeteria was a buffet buffet style. You could eat as much as you wanted after paying. After Yi Tian pressed Jiang Xingyu into a seat, he excitedly ran to order food, as if he had never eaten at a buffet before. Well, he probably really hasn't eaten it before. Jiang Xingyu wasn't picky about food, so he let him have his way. He changed into a more comfortable position and began to look around the cafeteria. As I was looking around, I spotted a familiar figure. Su Man? She's come to Huaw too? Jiang Xingyu waved to her. What a coincidence, Su Man. When Su Man saw him waving, her face flushed slightly, and she walked towards him. What a coincidence, Jiang Xingyu. Su Man smiled and was about to sit down next to him. Suddenly, a plate came into Su Man's view with a thud. What a coincidence, Xingyu. Su Mengxue's clear and melodious voice came from the side. She transformed back into the blue-haired beauty. You, a young lady, also eat in the cafeteria? Jiang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. Of course I came because you're here. After all, we made an appointment this morning to go to the training ground together this afternoon, Su Mengxue said, looking at Su Man with a hint of provocation in her eyes. The two started chatting enthusiastically as soon as they met. Su Man's smile froze instantly, as if she heard the sound of shattering glass in her heart. Just then, Yi Tian came out of the restroom and saw two women standing next to Jiang Xingyu. He wasn't interested in women and hadn't had a girlfriend in over a decade. What a joke. If I got a girlfriend who controlled me like my mom, I'd rather not live at all. It would be asking for trouble. I, Yi Tian, would never fall in love, even if I were struck by lightning or swallowed whole by a monster. However, when he got closer and saw Su Man's face, which was slightly shy and blushing, his heart started beating faster involuntarily. Oh my god, it smells so good. Mom, I'm in love. The next second, he made a stylish slide tackle and quickly rushed to Su Man's side, kneeling on one knee, gently lifting Su Man's fingertips, and revealing what he thought was an extremely charming smile. Miss, do you need a boyfriend? My name is Lin Zhengying, phonetic. Immediately afterwards, Su Mengxue suddenly grabbed Yi Tian's wrist, her small hand instantly becoming as crystal clear as ice, with wisps of white smoke even escaping from between her fingers. Let go. Who are you? Did you get her permission? Su Mengxue disliked boys who would touch girls without permission. As she spoke, the white smoke on her hand grew thicker. The biting cold made Yi Tian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he couldn't help but shiver. Yi Tian, let go of my hand first, Jiang Xingyu said with a light cough. Hearing this, Yi Tian reluctantly let go of her hand. Seeing that he seemed to be an acquaintance of Jiang Xingyu, Su Mengxue let go of his hand. Su Man said warily, we don't know each other at all. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly startled by Yi Tian's sudden attack. There's plenty of time, we can get to know each other slowly. Yi Tian twisted his wrist, which had turned purple from the cold, and smiled calmly. Alright, you're too fierce, look how scared you've made them. Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but laugh and patted his shoulder. Come on, let me introduce you. The one you scared is my high school classmate, Su Man. The other blue-haired beauty is my, Su Mengxue. Su Mengxue didn't say anything and silently began to eat her lunch. The group ate and chatted, and by the end of the meal, they had become much more familiar with each other. After dinner, they agreed to stroll around the campus to digest their food. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the time for their scheduled sparring match was fast approaching. Su Mengxue took out her phone, waved it in front of Jiang Xingyu, and gave him a knowing look. Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly, stood up, and went to the training ground with her. Seeing the two suddenly leave, Yi Tian asked blankly, hey, where are you going? Nothing much, just going to spar with her and make a little money on the side, Jiang Xingyu said casually as he turned around. Just as Yi Tian was about to ask something else, he realized that Jiang Xingyu had already walked away. Want to go take a look together? I don't know what Xingyu's special ability is yet, Yi Tian suggested to Su Man. Su Man glanced at him, thunder, and space. It's actually a top-tier dual superpower. Yi Tian's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a large crowd surged toward the training ground, and the spectator stands were instantly filled. Not long ago, a concerned student posted photos of Su Mengxue and Jiang Xingyu on the school forum, along with the title, A Sparring Match on the Very First Day of School? Is it deliberate provocation or a pre-existing grudge? See you at the training ground at 2 p.m. The two strikingly good-looking individuals in the photo, coupled with their audacity to stir up trouble on the first day of school, quickly topped the trending topics list and attracted a large audience. Jiang Xingyu was stunned as he looked at the sea of people in the stands. What's going on? Why are so many people here all of a sudden? Could it be that Yi Tian posted our sparring match on the forum? Ignore them, just keep an eye on me. After Su Mengxue finished speaking, white mist immediately enveloped her body, and countless ice spikes rapidly condensed behind her. The next moment, Su Mengxue seemed to casually wave her hand, and the ice spikes transformed into streams of light pouring towards Jiang Xingyu. The air was filled with whooshing sounds as a white streak of light flew toward Jiang Xingyu like lightning. Jiang Xingyu remained calm. Just as the ice spike was about to touch his nose, he instantly moved behind Su Mengxue and unleashed a powerful punch crackling with blue-purple lightning. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise, space, plus, thunder, are you not planning to leave any survivors? Miss, danger. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Su Mengxue had already anticipated that that Jiang Xingyu would attack her face to face. With a slight smile, she whispered, "Ice prison." Half of a giant ice puck suddenly appeared, trapping Jiang Xingyu inside. Su Mengxue tapped her finger lightly, and the fireball at her fingertips slowly expanded. Wow, this girl also has dual superpowers? No, look closely at her fireball. His golden flames, could it be? Absolutely right. Only those with the SSS level talent physique, the Holy Flame physique, can wield this golden holy flame. The reason why the Holy Flame body is rated as SSS is precisely because it controls the legendary inextinguishable golden holy flame. This golden holy flame not only possesses the quality of being indestructible, but its destructive power is in no way inferior to thunder, and it can also continuously interfere with the operation of alien elements within the alien's body. Yi Tian was so surprised he could hardly speak. This is too exaggerated. With dual superpowers and the holy flame body, these two have no intention of being ordinary people. Seeing his naive and unsophisticated appearance, Suman said calmly, "Jiang Xingyu also has an SSS level talent physique, and it's an unrecorded SSS level talent physique." Really? My roommate is amazing. Yi Tian thought excitedly to himself, I have to stick with this guy tight and not let go. Grotesque cracks spread rapidly across the surface of the ice puck, and blue-purple lightning bolts surged out from the cracks. Just as the ice puck was about to explode, the fireball at Su Mengshua's fingertip transformed into a pillar shape and shot out in a straight line. The pillar of fire slammed into the ice puck, instantly melting it. The training field was immediately enveloped in thick steam, completely obscuring visibility. The steam quickly dissipated, but Jiang Xingyu was nowhere to be seen in the arena. Everyone looked up and saw lightning flashing in the sky as Jiang Xingyu was gathering his strength in midair. The moment the ice puck melted, he had already teleported to a height of 100 meters. As he fell, Jiang Xingyu finished gathering his strength, and lightning surged around his fist. The next moment, a fist crackling with lightning descended from the sky. The intense killing intent made Su Mengshua's hair stand on end, but she had no time to dodge and could only raise her hand to prepare to withstand the blow. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. Instead, a warm hand gently stroked the top of her head. A gasp erupted from the audience. This move truly shocked everyone. "You still remember that punch that came down from the sky, right? Damn it, he tricked me." Ignoring the surrounding noise, Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly. "Let's stop here." Su Mengxue nodded, then suddenly grabbed his hand and ran off. Jiang Xingyu was full of questions, but she led him into a luxurious villa. "Your clothes are soaked. Give them to me, I'll dry them for you." Jiang Xingyu scratched his head. "I can just go back and let it air out. There's no need to make a special trip to this villa. I got your clothes wet, so naturally I should help you dry them." Actually, Jiang Xingyu activated teleportation the moment the ice puck melted, which is why his clothes were soaked by steam. Su Mengshua's pillar of fire did not penetrate the ice puck. She deliberately controlled her strength, aiming only to wet Jiang Xingyu's clothes. The sense of familiarity she felt when she last met Jiang Xingyu left a lingering feeling in her heart. After returning home, she clung to a sliver of hope and asked her father to help investigate all of Jiang Xingyu's backgrounds. She found Jiang Xingyu's complete records from birth, except for the year he was 7, which was missing and could not be found no matter how she searched. The little boy she had been searching for all these years disappeared when he was 7 years old. This discovery surprised and apprehensive her. She needed more evidence to confirm it. She remembered that the little boy had a light white diamond-shaped birthmark in the center of his chest. As long as Jiang Xingyu had this birthmark, his identity would be confirmed. However, Su Mengxue was too embarrassed to ask Jiang Xingyu to take off his clothes directly, so she challenged Jiang Xingyu to a sparring match, and deliberately accidentally wet his clothes, forcing him to take off his shirt. Of course, she did want to experience firsthand just how strong Jiang Xingyu was. Su Mengxue remained resolute and refused to back down. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu sighed helplessly and could only slowly take off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. "Here you go, take this to dry." He handed her the soaking wet clothes. When Su Mengxue saw the diamond-shaped white birthmark in the center of his chest, tears welled up in her eyes, and she rushed into Jiang Xingyu's arms and hugged him tightly. Jiang Xingyu was struck dumb, frozen in place, as if he were floating in a fairyland. The soft and warm touch, the supple skin, the lingering fragrance of a young girl. Is this what a girl is like? However, he quickly regained his senses and tried to push Su Mengxue away. "Let me hold you for a while." Su Mengxue gently buried her face in his chest, her voice slightly trembling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu stopped what he was doing and stood silently, letting her nestle in his arms. Actually, he didn't reject Su Mengshue's contact. On the contrary, whenever he was with her, he always felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had lived together before, but he could not recall any memories related to her. After an unknown amount of time, Su Mengxue finally released his embrace, looked up into his eyes, and said, "Brother, do you know? I really missed you." "Why would you miss me? We've only been apart for a month or two. Also, why do you call me brother?" "It sounds weird," Jiang Xingyu asked, full of doubt. Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue suddenly remembered that in that instant, Jiang Xingyu's head felt as if it had been struck multiple times. "Do you remember what happened when you were 7 years old? Her voice trembled slightly. 7 years old? Jiang Xingyu recalled seriously. At that time, it seemed to be just ordinary physical exercise, nothing special. These words struck Su Mengshue's heart like a hammer blow, and she almost lost her balance. He really forgot everything. She tried to compose herself and forced a bitter smile. Would you believe me if I said we've known each other since we were kids? I believe you. Jiang Xingyu nodded. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't be able to explain the sense of familiarity Su Mengshue gave him. Then let me tell you what happened back then, Su Mengshue said, sniffing. When Su Mengshue was 7 years old, she came to Chongqing City with her father for the first time. Her parents were busy with business negotiations, so they left her at the hotel and arranged for a nanny to take care of her. But even the wisest can make a mistake. Su Yachen never expected that the nanny was actually a relative of a senior executive of the rival company. The rival company used the nanny to blackmail Su Mengshue, forcing Su Yachen to focus on finding his daughter and abandon the bidding process. On the other hand, they wanted to extort a large sum of money from her. Several of his men secretly led Su Mengshue to a small hill. After an unknown amount of time, Su Mengshue slowly woke up. She didn't know where she was or what time it was. She only felt that her eyes were tightly covered by a thick black satin, and she couldn't see anything. The night was as black as ink, and the cold wind rustled the leaves, making her feel even more lonely. Mosquitoes kept biting her fair, flower petal-like skin, causing unbearable itching. She tried to scratch, but found that her hands and feet were tightly bound by rough ropes, and she could not move. He tried to shout, but found his mouth was sealed with tape and he couldn't make a sound. She lay on a bed that was so hard it hurt, and she could still smell the musty straw mat. Sight was deprived, and the body was bound. In the dark and damp little house, her body trembled incessantly, and tears streamed down her cheeks like broken pearls. Fear swept over her like a tidal wave, but she was powerless, like a piece of meat at the mercy of others. All she could do was tremble and cry. No one could understand her helplessness, no one could feel her fear. She felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, shrouded in darkness, consumed by fear, and surrounded by a sense of powerlessness. The little girl saw no hope, could not struggle, and could only sink deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a very faint knocking sound came from the window. Little girl, don't cry. A deep yet somewhat childish voice came from the darkness. Su Mengshue looked up blankly, but could only see darkness. Don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you right away. The voice was very soft and low, but it sounded like thunder in her ears, instantly shattering the darkness in her heart. It was as if a bolt of lightning had ripped across the sky, illuminating her world. She didn't know who that person was. She didn't know if that person would really come to save her. But there was a strange power in that voice, so familiar, warm like an invisible hand, gently wiping away her tears and gradually calming her heart. She waited quietly, waiting for that person to fulfill his promise. After an unknown amount of time, the surroundings suddenly became extremely noisy. The villagers were furious and grabbed pots, pans, and other farm tools, beating the traffickers indiscriminately. My son was kidnapped by scum like you. Huaw, I'm going to beat you to death, you son of a bitch. Don't hold back, everyone. Beat him hard. We won't rest until this scum is dead. A series of smashing sounds echoed all around, reaching the ears. Su Mengshue didn't care at all. She waited quietly for that person, hoping he would come and unveil the black satin for her. Like a bride on her wedding night, she eagerly awaits her beloved to gently lift her veil. Little girl, I'm here. That familiar yet childlike voice, though somewhat discordant, sounded like heavenly music to Su Mengshue's ears. She nodded gently. The next moment, the black satin was removed, and the eyes, which had been shrouded in darkness for so long, were once again illuminated by light. Before her stood a cute little boy, smiling at her as he skillfully cut the ropes binding her. Su Mengshue was stunned. She had never seen such a lovely, warm smile before. As if infected by that smile, she smiled slightly as well. 7-year-old Jiang Xingyu took her hand, who was also 7, and said softly, "It's all right, little girl, I'll take you home." The boy held the girl's hand and ran under the moonlight. The girl watched the boy's back as his heart pounded wildly. She couldn't describe the feeling or understand why, but she knew that the boy's smile would be deeply etched in her heart and would never fade away. After running for a while, Jiang Xingyu asked Su Mengshue, panting, "Little girl, where do you live?" "My home is in Kyoto. Do you have a home phone number?" Su Mengshue nodded. "Yes, but they are very busy, and I always feel lonely by myself." She usually has little interest in children her own age, but when she is with Jiang Xingyu, she feels inexplicably fulfilled, warm, and at ease. It was as if they had lived together for a long time. "But if you don't go back, your parents will worry," Jiang Xingyu said gently, patting her head. "Then I can tell them not to worry." After saying that, Su Mengshue hugged Jiang Xingyu's hand tightly and said softly, "I want to stay with my brother a little longer." "Brother?" Jiang Xingyu looked at her in confusion. "I want to call you brother, is that okay?" Su Mengshue's eyes were clear and pure, without a trace of ulterior motives. "All right then, from now on I'll be your older brother." Jiang Xingyu nodded in agreement. For some reason, whenever he saw her long blue hair, he couldn't help but think of his mother from his previous life. He couldn't refuse her request. After arriving at Jiang Xingyu's house, Su Mengshue called her father and told him about recent events. months. At first, Su Yaochen did not agree to his daughter staying at Jiang Xingyu's house, but after careful consideration he agreed. After all, he had been busy with work lately, and Su Mengxue hadn't had many friends since she was little. It was rare for her to meet a compatible friend, and he didn't want to make his daughter sad, so they agreed that Su Mengxue would stay at Jiang Xingyu's house for 2 weeks, and then they would pick her up and take her back to Kyoto. After her father agreed, Su Mengxue moved into Jiang Xingyu's house. The two ate and lived together, and their relationship gradually became closer. To be honest, living together was a rather helpless situation for Jiang Xingyu. His mother, in her previous life, often taught him to be a law-abiding citizen and had a good understanding of criminal law. He knew that sleeping with a young girl was dangerous. If it gets out of control, even if it's consensual, it's still illegal, since she's a minor. So after bringing Su Mengxue home, he specially tidied up a room for her and let her move in. But this little girl seems to have sleepwalking disorder. She always sneaks into his bed in the middle of the night and uses him as a human-shaped pillow. When the door was locked, she went to find the key. After hiding the key, she climbed through the window. Once the window was tightly closed, she started picking the lock. In short, she always managed to find ways to sneak into Jiang Xingyu's bed, and gradually, he got used to it. This is why Jiang Xingyu has developed superb recoil control skills. Time flies, and 2 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye. That day was the day Su Yaochen came to pick up Su Mengxue and take her home. A man wielding a dagger suddenly broke into Jiang Xingyu's home. He was one of the kidnappers from before. After escaping the villagers' pursuit, he had been hiding near the village, healing his wounds and waiting for an opportunity. After all, he hadn't received Su Yaochen's money yet, so how could he give up so easily? Despite facing kidnappers who were far more powerful than himself, Jiang Xingyu did not back down. As the only male in the family, he had to step forward to protect his elderly grandmother and the frail Su Mengxue. Even adults would struggle to gain the upper hand against this thug wielding a dagger, let alone a child like Jiang Xingyu. In the struggle, a sharp dagger grazed Jiang Xingyu's cheek, leaving a deep, bone-revealing bloodstain that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. However, he remained silent and clung tightly to the kidnapper's leg. Enraged, the kidnapper picked up a stool and smashed it over his head, instantly staining his hair with blood, but he still clung tightly and refused to let go. It wasn't until Su Yaochen arrived that he kicked the kidnapper away. His nerves finally relaxed, and he fainted. Tears welled up in Su Mengxue's eyes as she tightly embraced Jiang Xingyu, gently stroking his face. Her trembling little hands were covered in blood, Jiang Xingyu's blood. Fresh blood dripped from her arm onto the ground. Brother, Su Mengxue's voice trembled, and she could barely utter a complete sentence. Xiao Xue, quickly hand him over to me. Su Yaochen frowned, and as soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Jiang Xingyu and prepared to take him away. The next moment, golden light filled the entire room. When the light faded, Jiang Xingyu was no longer in Su Yaochen's arms. Even the grandmother next to her disappeared. Su Yaochen was stunned, and Su Mengxue stood there speechless, asking in a trembling voice, "Brother, where is my brother?" Seeing that Su Yaochen remained silent, the little girl broke down, tears streaming down her face, and kept pounding his legs with her hands. "Give me back my brother. Give him back to me." She knocked for an unknown amount of time, until she was completely exhausted and her tears had dried, before finally falling into a deep sleep, still muttering, "Give my brother back to me." Su Yaochen gently settled Su Mengxue on the bed, tucked her in, and then spent the entire night smoking alone on the balcony. After that, Jiang Xingyu and his grandmother seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. No matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of them, as if they had never existed. After telling the story, Su Mengxue seemed much lighter and less sad. After all, the little boy from before was now standing safely before her. Su Mengxue took off the amulet from her neck and handed it to Jiang Xingyu. "Do you remember this amulet?" The next moment, several images flashed through Jiang Xingyu's mind. He had indeed seen the amulet before, but he couldn't remember exactly where he had seen it. "Grandma said you were born wearing this amulet, and then you gave it to me." Born wearing a talisman? Jiang Xingyu tried to recall, but his mind was still blank. He could only frown and squat on the ground in pain. The next moment, he suddenly felt himself fall into a warm embrace. Su Mengxue whispered in his ear, "Don't force yourself if you can't remember. I'm already very satisfied as long as you can stand in front of me like this." After an unknown amount of time, Su Mengxue seemed to have made up her mind. "If you forget me once, I will pursue you again, until you can never forget me again." A piece of news has caused a huge uproar in Wuhan University circles across the country. Hashtag Wuhan University League Reform hashtag. The gist of the message is, starting next year, the Wuhan University League will undergo reforms. Older students will no longer participate. At the end of the second semester of freshman year, representatives from each school will participate in the competition. League rankings will determine the allocation of resources schools can receive over the next 3 years. The scene of the opening ceremony. Inside the auditorium, all the students were whispering and discussing the news of the Wuhan University League reform. On the dais, many leaders were already seated. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Principal Su Yaochen said, said in a loud voice, "Dear students, please be quiet. Now, I hereby declare the opening ceremony of the first freshman of Huaw officially open." Thunderous applause erupted. After the ceremony, Su Yaochen said, "I believe everyone here is already aware of the reforms to this year's Wuhan University League. The school takes this very seriously, so we have decided to organize an assessment within the next week. The assessment will use a point system. The Dean of Academic Affairs will explain the test rules in detail later. Students with outstanding assessment results will be selected for the elite class to represent our university in this year's Wuhan University League. Everyone must give it your all and demonstrate the might of Huaw." The crowd below the stage immediately erupted in excitement. The Dean of Academic Affairs cleared his throat and said, "Now I will explain the specific rules of the assessment to everyone. The assessment location is set in the Crimson Moon Forest." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers. "It's in the Crimson Moon Forest. That's where the god of war rose to fame." Crimson Moon Forest is located next to the entrance of Yongnan mysterious ruins. 10 years ago, when the Kyoto calamity broke out, a red moon hung high in the sky and a beast tide was approaching. A group of powerful elite monsters were the first to flood into the capital, leaving the otherworldly beings running for their lives, and the situation was extremely critical. At this moment, the newly appointed commander of the military took the lead and led a 100-man squad to guard the entrance of the strange ruins, so that the military and the strange pavilion could concentrate their efforts to wipe out the monsters in the capital. This head coach is now China's god of war. He was 35 years old that year. After eradicating the monsters in Kyoto, the head of the cabinet personally led a group to rescue his prized student. When reinforcements arrived, only War God remained from the 100-man squad. He was dressed in a dark black trench coat, wearing a dark gold Nuwa mask, and holding a bright silver dragon spear. Alone, he stood amidst the blood, spear in hand, forming a high wall of flesh and blood, preventing any demonic beasts from escaping the Crimson Moon Forest. Beyond Huajing, monsters are forbidden. This scene was captured by a fearless reporter. His resounding words and bloodstained figure are deeply etched in the hearts of every Chinese person, and even Jiang Xingyu, who transmigrated from another era, admires him immensely. The god of war achieved godhood in one battle. Upon witnessing the horrific scene on the battlefield, the Grand Master was enraged and, together with his disciples, led his troops to raze the Crimson Moon Forest to the ground. After that, the Crimson Moon Forest came under the control of the military. Every Chinese person longs to explore the place where the god of war fought and bled, but the entry requirements are extremely strict. Without the approval of the military, even the presidents of the two prestigious universities cannot enter. With the military backing him, Huaw was able to travel to the Crimson Moon Forest, much to the excitement of the trainees. Please be quiet for a moment. I know everyone is looking forward to this assessment, but please note that this is not a vacation. You will fight against monsters in the Crimson Moon Forest. We will give you a backpack that can automatically record your score. After you kill a monster, please take out its demon core and put it in your backpack. The backpack will calculate points based on the level and quantity of the demon cores. Of course, you can also steal other people's demon cores before the assessment ends. The top 50 students in terms of points will be selected for the elite class. In addition, students with auxiliary abilities and an elemental multiplier higher than level 6 can directly enter the elite class. No sooner had the director of the teaching department finished speaking than a student in the audience raised a question. Wasn't the Crimson Moon Forest already razed to the ground? How can there still be monsters there? The military has preserved some monsters within its capabilities for the soldiers to practice with. The closer you get to the center of the forest, the higher the level of the monsters. This assessment location is on the outer edge of the forest, so you won't encounter monsters of too high a level. After a moment of silence, the student continued, "Teacher, I think there's a loophole in the rules. What if someone holds back their strength from the beginning and then comes out to steal someone else's demon core near the end? Our teachers will secretly observe everyone's performance during this week. Students who perform well but have low scores may be admitted to the elite class. Conversely, those with high scores but mediocre performance may be rejected. Teacher, can we team up?" "No. The Wuhan University League uses a round-robin format. We need students with strong overall individual abilities. Teamwork between different individuals is something for sophomores. We don't need to consider it now. Any more questions, everyone?" After a short while, no one asked any more questions. Alright, since no one has any questions, I won't say any more. For other matters related to the assessment, please refer to the school's official website. Finally, I hope everyone will give it their all to secure a spot in the elite class. At that time, you will witness the true difference. Of course, it wasn't just Huaw. The league's reforms caused a huge stir in various schools. Upon returning to his office, Vice Principal Huang Bin slammed his hand heavily on his desk, his expression grim and ruthless. "You all forced me to this." He stared at the string of numbers on his phone screen, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the dial button. "This is a highly confidential number, making it virtually impossible to eavesdrop on. Ahem, the following is all in a foreign language, but I've transcribed transcribed it in Chinese for easier understanding. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Huang, what are your orders? How are things going? Everything is proceeding according to plan. Huang Bin paused for a moment and then said, at today's meeting, I learned that the military has actually opened the Crimson Moon Forest to Huaw. Huaw has 2 prodigy students, and these 2 are very likely to become the biggest obstacle for the 2 prestigious schools to win the championship. Could you send a few people in to cause trouble, preferably cripple them? If we fail to win the Wuhan University League, we will likely be marginalized. You understand the consequences. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Okay, send me their information, but don't get your hopes up too high. Huang Bin nodded. I understand. You need to hurry up. I spent a lot of time and effort with Dean Li of Qinggu to secure the security rights for the Wuhan University League. If the 2 prestigious universities are no match for you, we'll have to rely on you to stir things up. I think you're being a bit too hasty, Mr. Huang. This isn't a good idea. Huang Bin was filled with resentment. How can I not be anxious? He created Huaw out of thin air, not only taking away the resources of 2 prestigious universities, but also starting to reform the Wuhan University League, and now he's even giving Huaw a backdoor. If we lose the competition, I'm afraid my position as vice principal will be in jeopardy. The voice on the other end of the phone said in a low voice, Mr. Huang, don't you think he's meddling too much as a member of the military? I suspect he just wants to force us out. So what? Do you know what the position of vice principal means? We have no choice but to give it our all. Before the other party could finish speaking, Huang Bin interrupted, Mr. Will, we may not necessarily lose. I'm just keeping a backup plan in case of any unforeseen circumstances. At that time, I will place spies around the venue. If there is any unusual situation, you will naturally not be allowed to show yourselves. Alright, Mr. Huang, I believe in your abilities, and we will speed things up. At this moment, a beautiful secretary holding a tablet said, War King, Huang Bin from Qingwu made a phone call at noon today. This number has an extremely high level of security. It cannot be eavesdropped on, and its origin cannot be traced. Xuanwu War King stroked his chin. Just as the coach said, these guys couldn't wait any longer. Continue surveillance. After saying that, Xuanwu sent a video to Baihu. Tiger, have those spies been caught yet? It's not easy. They're too cunning and won't fall for our traps. We just can't catch them. And the people on the other side of the border are restless, which makes it difficult for me to deal with them all at once. Oh, it's alright. Just do as the commander says. If we really can't get anything out of them, we'll just trick them into stealing a fake document and taking it with them. The main event is still the Wuhan University League. Indeed, how are your preparations for the Wuhan University League going? Everything went smoothly. Minister Zhang readily agreed to our proposal and will hold the event at the Demon Spirit Martial Arts Hall. This kind of thing can't be decided by Minister Zhang alone, can it? And there's Elder Long too. Baihu felt much more relaxed upon hearing this. So, your plan is almost complete? Of course, although my codename is Xuanwu, I'm not slow. Alright, I'll also keep a backup plan on my side and try to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. After the meeting, Zhang Xingyu and Yi Tian walked back to their dormitory together, with Yi Tian appearing somewhat sullen. Xingyu, what is Su Man's special ability? I wonder if she can get into the elite class. Looking at her frail appearance, it's really worrying. She's making steady progress, but I wonder if you'll be able to get into the elite class. Really? What is her special ability? Yi Tian asked, his face full of curiosity. Level 8 allotropy ratio. Hee, that's good. Now I can attend classes and do tasks with her together. I don't know what your special ability is yet. How about we practice? Yi Tian shook his head. Forget it. If it's another sparring scene, the readers will definitely get tired of it. Yi Tian took out his phone, checked the assessment-related notices published on the school's official website, and said with a wry smile, I have to leave at 7 o'clock tomorrow. It's really tough. I can't sleep in anymore. Moreover, the school will not provide meals during this week, so you will need to prepare your own food. Zhang Xingyu sighed and said, let's go to the supermarket and do some serious shopping. There are 2 supermarkets on campus. One is a general store, and the other is a training store. The supermarket for extraordinary individuals is a place where students can exchange academic credits for cultivation resources, weapons, and other necessities for extraordinary individuals. The supermarket, like any other supermarket, sells a variety of daily necessities. The supermarket is very large. Although it is called a supermarket, its scale actually exceeds that of many shopping malls. Yi Tian pushed the shopping cart and filled it with ready-to-eat foods such as milk, biscuits, and nuts. Zhang Xingyu then selected some fresh ingredients such as vegetables and meat. Why are you buying all this? How are you going to take it with you? You'll have to carry the demon core with you later. Okay, you're amazing. As the 2 strolled along, they encountered Su Mengxue, who had her back to them. A young man blocked her way. Su Mengxue tossed her smooth blue hair, crossed her arms, and coldly looked at the student who was half a head shorter than her. Hey, miss, let's add each other as friends. Su Mengxue coldly replied, I'm busy, please move aside. It's just adding a friend, it's no big deal. Most people would leave after after being rejected, but this student was different. He made a bet with his roommate that whoever added the goddess as a friend first would not have to clean the dormitory for a year. Moreover, he was shameless and found Su Mengxue first, relentlessly asking to add her on WeChat. After the last sparring session, Su Mengxue, with her stunning looks and formidable skills, was named the school beauty of Huaw and became the goddess in the hearts of many male students. As for the most handsome boy at Huaw school, it's naturally Jiang Xingyu. However, the girls are a little reserved. He hasn't encountered anyone who's persistently pursuing him yet. Su Mengxue glanced at the student with disdain, her brows furrowing slightly. The temperature around him plummeted, and the student felt as if his blood was about to freeze, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. The next second, Jiang Xingyu appeared in front of the student, grabbed his hand, and teleported to 100 meters away. Freezing someone into an ice sculpture wouldn't be good. That would be excessive self-defense. Jiang Xingyu frowned and stared at the student. Next time, stay away from her. Please wait a moment. Upon seeing Jiang Xingyu's expression, the student immediately realized that he had a relationship with Su Mengxue, and his legs went weak with fear. Brother you, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. If the goddess didn't have a boyfriend, it would be one thing to add her as a friend, but to try and steal her away in front of her boyfriend is just asking for trouble. Just kidding, who didn't see yesterday's battle? Jiang Xingyu was most likely to be this year's Rookie of the Year. Even if she wasn't the Rookie of the Year, she wasn't someone he could handle, so the student had no choice but to give up the idea of adding the goddess as a friend and prepare to go back and persuade his roommate not to waste his energy. What a coincidence, Su, classmate. What was her name again? Su Mengxue simply nodded in response. What a coincidence, Su Mengxue. Jiang Xingyu also teleported back at this moment. Are you here to buy something too? Su Mengxue asked with a smile. Yi Tian had no idea what Su Mengxue was thinking. He just thought she was a hypocrite. Why is it that when I greet her, she just nods, but when Jiang Xingyu greets her, she becomes a sweet girl? No, I have to win Man over right now. I don't want to stay near those two for another second. Thinking of this, he pushed the shopping cart toward the checkout counter and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, Yi Tian, why are you running so fast? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this assessment will likely end with a showdown between the two of us. Doing a quest? Ha, it's obvious I'm male and you're female. Is there any need to decide? Su Mengxue felt a lump in her throat and couldn't speak. Seeing her stunned, Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly. I know what you mean, just come on. You have no idea, you idiot. How could I possibly steal your championship? But she didn't say it directly. She knew that men had very strong pride, and even if they were to go easy on him, it couldn't be too obvious. In a basement. How's the manpower arrangement going? Mr. Will, everything is arranged. You should know about James and Smith's abilities. No one can see through them. Yes, they work together perfectly, but they are too young and their cultivation level is too low. The James and Smith they were talking about were currently playing mahjong with their men at a hotel near the Yeoman ruins. It's outrageous. Another core technology of China has fallen into the hands of foreigners. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the students of Huaw were all ready to go. Huaw is only 5 kilometers away from Yong'anishu, and everyone chose to walk there. As beings of different kinds, they moved with incredible speed and soon arrived at an open area near the entrance to the otherworld ruins. Zhou Guangjuan, the person in charge, said, "Everyone, you can rest here, go to the restroom, have a drink of water, and we'll set off in 5 minutes." After speaking, his mental energy rapidly spread, covering an area of 5 miles in radius. He would detect any abnormal fluctuations in his spiritual power immediately. He was not an ordinary teacher, but a military superhuman with extremely strong mental power. To prevent Qingwu and Jingwu from causing trouble, Xuanwu War King specially sent him to lead the team. His mission was to capture all those who might cause trouble. At this moment, in a hotel not far away. "Boss, they're here." James scrambled up from under the table. "Get to work, guys." They played mahjong so late last night that they fell asleep in their chairs, and then he rolled under the table. A moment later, they appeared in a toilet. 2 trainees are urinating. "Hey, let me tell you, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue are having an affair. You'd better stop pursuing them." "Really? You're not just upset about losing and trying to get me to give up the bet, are you?" "I can't be bothered to explain to you, believe it or not is up to you." Before he could finish speaking, his neck was suddenly snapped, and his roommate suffered the same fate. James and Smith changed into their clothes and smiled at each other. Zhou Guangjuan sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in the toilet and rushed over immediately, but unfortunately he was too late and only found 2 corpses. The 2 bodies were clearly not disposed of and remained there. They were naked, their bodies covered in blood and gore, completely unrecognizable as human, as if their skin had been peeled off while they were still alive. There were no security cameras near the toilet, and given the brutal nature of the crime, it was impossible to identify the victim. The perpetrator is unknown, but the purpose of this incident at this time is probably self-evident. Zhou Guangjuan's eyes narrowed slightly, deciding not to alert the enemy. 5 minutes later, the trainees entered the Yong'an mysterious ruins. The entrance to the strange ruins is about 1 kilometer from the Crimson Moon Forest. The group stopped at the entrance. Zhou Guangjuan announced loudly, "Students, the Crimson Moon Forest is just ahead, and the assessment is about to begin. Now, please have the teachers in charge distribute wristbands and special backpacks to everyone. After the demon core is put into the backpack, the score will be recorded automatically. The bracelet is mainly used for communication. We will announce the current rankings every day at 12 noon. In addition, you can also use the bracelet to contact the base camp. The dedicated backpack is a simple style shoulder bag made of durable material, with a counter on the front to display the score. The wristbands seem to be of slightly lower quality than the backpacks, and there was a risk of damage during combat, so the school prepared 2 wristbands for each student. In addition, we have adjusted the rules. Although the other world is a lawless place, we should not raise weapons against our own people. Therefore, if any violation such as theft or murder occurs, the student will be disqualified from entering the elite class. When your points reach a certain level, if you feel you have enough, you can apply to withdraw from the competition. Once you withdraw, you cannot participate again, your points will be locked, and your ranking will be determined by other participants. Everything you gain here within a week can be taken out of the forest. This is not only a test, but also a trial. This is a forest full of opportunities and challenges. Let's go, students. As soon as he finished speaking, the students rushed into the Crimson Moon Forest like a swarm of bees. After all the trainees had left, Zhou Guangjuan summoned all the teachers who had led the teams. Everyone, I just found 2 skinless corpses in the restroom. I've heard that there's a kind of superpower that allows you to transform into other people's appearances in this way. A teacher wearing glasses pushed up his glasses and asked, then why not find the person immediately instead of letting the students enter the Crimson Moon Forest? Zhou Guangjuan explained, because we cannot confirm the identities of the deceased in a short time, and furthermore, if the competition is cancelled now, it will be even more difficult to ascertain the identities of the 2 deceased. Therefore, please pay extra attention to students behaving abnormally in your assigned areas. Detailed information about each student can be found on the school's official website, so teachers don't need to worry about mistaking students. They probably don't know we're secretly observing the trainees. If you find any flaws, capture them alive and hand them over to me. If necessary, you can also kill them. Upon hearing this, the teachers all nodded and then went to their respective assigned areas. The trainees quickly dispersed after entering the Crimson Moon Forest. After all, who would be foolish enough to huddle together and give others a chance to ambush them? As Jiang Xingyu stepped into the Crimson Moon Forest, he immediately felt the lush vegetation and found it hard to believe that a great battle had taken place here 10 years ago. Where exactly is the monster hiding? He wandered through the woods, walking aimlessly. Before long, a giant tree that would take more than 20 adult men holding hands to encircle came into view. There was a hole under the tree. This tree hole looks increasingly familiar, like the home of Xiongde and Xiong'er. There might really be a bear-shaped monster here. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu quietly and slowly approached the tree hole. Suddenly, a sharp crack, the sound of him snapping a branch under his foot. He wanted to experience the thrill of assassination, but his mission failed before he even got started. He was exposed after only a few steps. Forget it, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'll just lay it all out. He immediately used teleport. The next second, Jiang Xingyu appeared in the tree hole. Unfortunately, the cave was empty. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed some food scraps scattered on the ground. It seems this is indeed the lair of a monster, but its master has gone out to hunt for food. Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump is exactly what I want. With a thought, Jiang Xingyu teleported to a tree branch again, lay down lazily, and closed his eyes for a nap. At this moment, Yi Tian was carrying a giant blade on his back, with a blade of grass in his mouth and a tree branch in his hand, walking casually along the path. Sigh, I wonder what Man is doing now. Does she miss me? Completely bored, Yi Tian casually tossed the tree branch into the nearby stream, then scooped up some water and took a sip. Little did they know that a giant, armored bear was lurking in the river, intending to catch some fat fish to satisfy its hunger. A branch suddenly flew into the river, scaring all the fish away. The armored giant bear roared, startling a flock of birds into flight. Yi Tian was walking when he suddenly heard this loud roar, and immediately turned around and ran towards the direction from which the sound came. Squatting in the tree, Yi Tian looked around. In the river, a giant, armored bear about 7 meters tall was seen frantically pounding the water, sending splashes several meters high. TSK, pure impotent rage. After saying that, Yi Tian drew the giant blade from his back and leaped down. The armored giant bear sensed the threat and abruptly raised its arm to block the attack. Clang, 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 3 resounding clangs of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying everywhere. The giant bear only took a few steps back before regaining its balance, completely unharmed. Ah, I'm impressed. Among all the demonic beasts I've fought, your tankiness is unmatched. I, Uchiha Yi Tian, acknowledge you as the strongest. After uttering this cringeworthy line, Yi Tian casually tossed the giant blade to the ground, cracked his neck, and assumed a boxing stance. Yi Tian doesn't use a knife, nor does he know any knife skills. This giant blade was just a toy he bought to show off. It was only for looks. He beckoned with his finger anger and provocatively shouted, "Come on, baby." The armored giant bear was somewhat puzzled. What are those two idiots babbling about? Oh well, whatever, let's just get to work. The armored giant bear looked clumsy, but it was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Yi Tian and suddenly slammed out its huge fist. A dull thud resounded, carrying a power that shook the very soul. That punch was really heavy. Yi Tian sighed inwardly, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. Daga, I'll watch Akira, above you, however, my power is greater than yours. Hercules body rotation, first rotation, open. Yi Tian unleashed his full power, and a surge of energy instantly tore his shirt apart. However, his body remained completely still, while the steel-armored giant bear was sent flying. Yi Tian quickly closed in and slammed down with a heavy punch. The armored giant bear crashed to the ground like a cannonball and sank deep into the crater. He sat on the other's back, his fists striking like the wind, the dense and rapid attacks hitting the steel-armored giant bear, instantly sending dust flying and scattering stones everywhere. Amidst the billowing dust, Yi Tian slowly stood up, blood seeping from his fists. He smashed the steel armor, which was several centimeters thick, into thin pieces. Ha, that was awesome. Yi Tian removed the demon core, shouldered the giant blade, and continued searching for his next target. From the shadows, a teacher exclaimed, "His boxing skills are truly ferocious. It's a pity he's still just a delusional teenager." However, the performance is still commendable. With Yi Tian's battle over, the teacher naturally couldn't stay any longer. He turned around and moved around the area he was in charge of, observing the situation of the other students. Congratulations to Yi Tian for being the first to complete this assessment. The electronic bracelet suddenly broadcast Zhou Guangjuan's voice, which startled Jiang Xingyu, who was sleeping on a tree branch, so much so that he almost fell off the tree. He checked the time and muttered to himself, "Huh, I actually slept for a whole hour?" They jumped down from the tree hole and looked around, but the monster still hadn't returned. Fine, since the monster hasn't returned yet, I'll go find it myself. After carefully investigating the area around the tree hole, he discovered several large footprints on the ground. The footprints led to a small river and then disappeared. He followed the footprints upstream and suddenly discovered a huge creature lying quietly in the distance. Seriously, why don't you go home to sleep and instead come out camping? After thinking for a moment, he walked toward the corpse of the steel-armored giant bear. Upon getting closer, he discovered that the armored giant bear was dead and its demon core had been taken away. Its body was still warm, indicating that it had just died. Surprisingly, there was a hole in its abdomen, but not a drop of blood, and there was no smell of blood in the air. Jiang Xingyu was puzzled. He drew his tang sword and slashed the steel-armored giant bear's neck, arm, and thigh, but not a drop of blood came out. This is a mummified corpse. Could it be that some other monster drained its blood? That's not right. The steel-armored giant bear's corpse was intact, and it died peacefully. Few monsters only drink blood and don't eat meat. He had seen a record of the blood-drinking beast in the Encyclopedia of Beasts, but couldn't remember its name for the time being. No other clues were found in the vicinity. The trail went cold. Jiang Xingyu had no choice but to give up. Before we knew it, it was noon. Along the way, Jiang Xingyu did not encounter any monsters. Just as his stomach started rumbling with lunchtime, he found a small hill with a nice view, sat down cross-legged, and took out an induction cooker, a pot, some ingredients and seasonings from his spatial storage. Not far from him, Su Mengxue, who had just killed 2 monsters, was a little hungry. She took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring natural water and a pack of compressed biscuits from her backpack to fill her stomach. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed my face, bringing with it the aroma of food. Su Mengxue wrinkled her nose slightly, and the compressed biscuit in her hand suddenly became tasteless. This smells so tempting. How could I smell such delicious food in this desolate place? The aroma was so enticing that Su Mengxue couldn't help but take steps forward. Before long, she followed the scent to a small hill. Not far away, a young man sat cross-legged on a picnic mat with his back to her, holding the plug of an induction cooker in his hand. Although he didn't turn his head, Su Mengxue had already guessed who the person was. Brother Xingyu, what a coincidence. As if by telepathy, Jiang Xingyu turned around just as Su Mengxue spoke. Xiao, what are you doing here? Su Mengxue sniffed lightly, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Of course it's because the rice you cook smells especially good. Perfect timing. Let's eat together and try my cooking. Jiang Xingyu patted the seat next to him, gesturing for her to sit down. Her face flushed slightly, but she still walked confidently to Jiang Xingyu's side and sat down cross-legged. Wearing jeans, she wasn't worried about accidentally exposing herself. Of course, if she were in front of Jiang Xingyu, she wouldn't care even if she did. After all, he was the most precious person in her heart. Jiang Xingyu ladled out a bowl of stew and handed it to her, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." Su Mengxue scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and then put it in her mouth. "It's delicious." "Of course," Jiang Xingyu replied without any modesty. When she was with the person she liked, Su Mengshue's attention always unconsciously fell on Jiang Xingyu. Her face turned even redder. She glanced at him furtively, then quickly lowered her head again to continue eating the stew in her bowl. Although I recently confessed that I wanted to pursue him, I still feel a little shy shy. Seeing her little gesture, a smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Xingyu's face. Although he had heard Su Mengxue recount their past, he remained somewhat confused and unsure of his true feelings for her. But no matter what, he always felt happy when he was with her, just as relaxed and comfortable as when he was with his family. After finishing her soup, Su Mengxue placed the bowl on the picnic mat, took out a demon core from her bag, and handed it to Jiang Xingyu, saying, "Consider this your food allowance." Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly, took the demon core, and put it into his bag. "Hey, shouldn't most people refuse? I'm not an ordinary person. Can I come for dinner again next time?" Su Mengxue looked at him expectantly. Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin, pretending to think, "We need to pay more." "No problem. You'll have to wait for me here for the next few days so we can have meals together," Su Mengxue said happily. "Things that can be solved with money are not really problems." "Ha, just kidding. The demon core you gave me is more than enough." Jiang Xingyu smiled. "I'll be waiting for you here for the next few days." After helping Jiang Xingyu clear away the dishes, Su Mengxue left. Jiang Xingyu didn't linger and set off to find the monster. He set off from the small hill and headed west. He encountered several students along the way, but they didn't dare to look at him for long and ran away as soon as they saw him. "Just kidding. What if Jiang Xingyu steals their demon core? You can't beat them, and you can't outrun them either. It's better to see him from afar, turn around and run for your life immediately. You might still be able to save your own life." A young man in a tree not far away saw this and a faint sneer appeared on his lips. "A bunch of cowards." They ran away before the fight even started. He was ranked first on the leaderboard, and his name was Qin Shang. He was very resentful that Jiang Xingyu, who had caused trouble on the first day of school, was very powerful and was called the Rookie King by the students. So he decided to take this opportunity to compete with Jiang Xingyu and let everyone know that Qin Shang was not only victorious in love but also invincible on the battlefield. However, he doesn't plan to make a move for the time being, since Jiang Xingyu is indeed powerful, and fighting him would definitely take a toll on him. Jiang Xingyu currently only has one demon core, so even if he wins, he will still be at a disadvantage. After all, there's a saying that goes, pigs should be fattened up before they're slaughtered. Along the way, Jiang Xingyu carefully observed whether there were any traces left by monsters, and suddenly noticed a few drops of blood on the roadside grass. Following the trail of blood, he found a huge cave. Before he could examine the cave closely, he heard a deafening tiger roar coming from deep within. "This is my first prey." Jiang Xingyu carefully moved forward along the cave wall, but soon realized something was wrong. The deafening roar of the tiger at the beginning gradually weakened after he entered the cave, and now there is almost no sound inside the cave. Did someone beat them to it? He stopped lying in wait. The maximum distance for teleportation was 200 meters. He used teleportation twice to reach the depths of the cave. The space here is much more spacious than at the entrance. Various animal bones are scattered throughout the cave, some intact, some broken, some half exposed on the ground, and some buried in the soil. The cave was dimly lit, and Jiang Xingyu could only vaguely see a demonic tiger about 8 meters long lying on the ground, but he couldn't make out the demonic beast lying on its back. The moment he appeared in the cave, the monster sensed him. Its red glowing eyes swept over Jiang Xingyu, then it leaped up and vanished from sight in an instant. Apart from its glowing red eyes, Jiang Xingyu could only vaguely see red and black horns on its head. He instantly teleported to the side of the demon tiger, looked up and saw a hole in the cave ceiling. Obviously the demon beast had smashed through it and escaped. Sunlight streamed through the hole in the cave ceiling, illuminating the demon tiger. It was an ordinary demon tiger with yellow skin and black stripes, probably at the early stage of a minor demon. Monsters are classified into 4 levels: lesser monster, greater monster, elite, and monarch. Each level is further divided into early and late stages, which correspond to the 8 levels of humans. For example, the demonic tiger in front of us is equivalent to the bronze level among humans. However, determining the exact bronze rank requires mental detection, which can only be done at the diamond level, excluding those with psychic abilities. This is a key challenge in identifying monsters, as diamond-level individuals are rare. Jiang Xingyu crouched down to check on the demon tiger's condition. Its blood had been almost completely drained. If he had arrived even a moment later, all he would have seen was a dried-up corpse. Was that horned creature a blood-sucking monster? Just as he was pondering, the demon tiger suddenly struggled to move, clinging to life, and tried its best to raise its paw to swing at Jiang Xingyu. "Oomph, not quite dead yet?" Jiang Xingyu sneered, raised his knife, and ended its life. A single, glistening tear slid down the demon tiger's murky eyes. He wiped the blood from the tip of his blade and sheathed it. Jiang Xingyu reached out to take the demon core from its belly, when he suddenly heard a low roar. His hand paused. He followed the sound and parted the tiger's long fur, discovering a small tiger cub, about the size of a kitten, with white fur and purple stripes, hiding inside. Opportunity module triggered. This is the Purple Lightning King beast. The host may attempt to tame it. The Purple Lightning King beast? What is that? I've never heard of it before. The Purple Lightning King beast is the king of thunder, feeding on lightning. Only the strongest lightning, appearing only once every 10,000 years, has a chance of giving birth to it. Born from lightning. Even on its deathbed, this demonic tiger tiger desperately tried to drive me away. Was it to protect the child it had taken in? It is recommended that the host attempt to tame it. The purple lightning king beast possesses extremely high intelligence, and even in its juvenile form, it can achieve a spiritual connection with the host through the power of lightning. Without much thought, Jiang Xingyu hugged the tiger cub, the power of thunder connecting him and the cub. "Little one, can you hear me?" A little girl's voice echoed in my mind. Is it a tigress? The purple lightning king beast is genderless. You can even have it speak in a boy's voice if you want. I was sent by God to save you. Would you like to come with me? Jiang Xingyu pointed to the dead demon tiger beside him. It's gone. Come with me, I'll take care of you, and you can also use my lightning. After saying that, he released a wisp of lightning imbued with the power of stars, which entered the little tiger cub's mouth. The little tiger cub's eyes lit up, as if it had tasted the most delicious food in the world. So delicious. Will you come with me? Ha, you got it for free? No, there's no other way. The purple lightning king beast feeds on lightning, and the survival conditions for its young are extremely harsh. Without protection, they would most likely die. The purple lightning king beast has been tamed. The host can spend 20 victory points to sign a contract with it through the system. After signing the contract, it will never betray you. This is a system-exclusive feature. Others do not have this opportunity. Although there are many beast tamers on the market, they tame low-level monsters, and their loyalty is not necessarily 100%. But system contracts are different. There's no need to worry about betrayal, and you can easily figure out which option to choose after a little thought. Victory points -20, balance 20. Contract successful. Host can now communicate with it telepathically. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the system has concealed its bloodline aura. Well done. If someone else finds out about this guy, the consequences will be unimaginable. The worst-case scenario is that I and the purple lightning king beast are killed together. Master, I'm so hungry. I want to eat more. Of course we'll grant its request. Follow me, and you can use lightning at will. After feeding the little guy a lot of lightning, it finally had its fill. After all, it was picked up and brought to this cave right after it was born. The demon tiger only gave it milk, but it didn't need any milk, so it was always hungry. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Xingyu said, "Let me give you a name." Looking at the purple stripes all over its body, Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin and thought, "Let's call it Little Purple." As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his head to himself, feeling that the name was too casual. "That's called Little Purple Rice. What do you think? Little Purple Rice? Great, I have a name now." After taking out the alien crystal and replenishing his powers, Jiang Xingyu said helplessly, "I guess I'll have to put you in my backpack. Won't it be too stuffy inside?" After all, he still has to fight, and he can't keep holding Little Purple Rice all the time. "Master, I can control my body size." As soon as the words were spoken, it shrank to the size of a thumb. That was its limit. Jiang Xingyu simply put it in his pocket. As expected of Little Purple Rice, it's so convenient. Of course, he didn't forget to take the demon tiger's core, put it in his backpack, and then Jiang Xingyu walked out of the cave. When Jiang Xingyu emerged from the cave, it was already afternoon. He still only had one demon core in his hand, which he had found. "We need to keep searching for the monsters, and we need to hurry." With Little Purple Rice keeping me company and chatting, the journey became much more interesting. As I was walking, I suddenly heard Little Purple Rice's voice in my mind. "Master, there should be a fight over there." Jiang Xingyu didn't hear any sounds of fighting, but he trusted Little Purple Rice and ran in the direction its little paws pointed. Upon arriving at the scene, Jiang Xingyu leaped onto a branch of a large tree and looked down at the battle below. Dust billowed up, and a giant blade was thrown under a tree not far away. The sound of dull impacts could be heard from time to time in the arena, along with Shinibu-ish shouts. "Aura, aura, 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 aura. Would big, would big, would big, would big, would big." Yi Tian was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a black-backed gorilla, so this guy has a strength-based ability. To be honest, Jiang Xingyu quite enjoys watching these close-quarters combat scenes. "I admit defeat. Among all the demonic beasts I have fought, your taijutsu is unmatched. I, Uchiha Yi Tian, am willing to acknowledge you as the strongest." Grandma Li is knocking. "Open the door." Jiang Xingyu was completely bewildered. "What are you doing? Playing both Madara and Kai at the same time?" A moment later, Yi Tian finished the fight and lay on the ground panting heavily. After resting for a while, just as they were about to get up to get the demon core, a figure took out the Blackback King Kong's demon core first. "Demon core? Give it to me." The young man speaking had slicked back hair and wore a white shirt. He looked smug. The person who arrived was Qin Shang. "I've taken the demon core. You can lie down and relax." As he spoke, he raised his fist, ready to knock Yi Tian unconscious. The next second, a strong hand pressed down on his shoulder. "My brother's demon core should be mine to take." Qin Shang turned around and saw that it was Jiang Xingyu who had come. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "I haven't even looked for you yet, but you've come first. Well then, let's enjoy our contest ahead of time." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xingyu felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back. The sudden weight made him slip and almost fall. Qin Shang said smugly, "In the face of my gravity, space is useless." The next moment, he felt a light tap on the shoulder. shoulder. What did you say, little brother? How did you get out of there? Qin Sheng asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Teleportation is simply changing the space where the body is located. So what if there's a gravity field? As long as they don't seal my abilities, even if I'm pressed to the ground, I can still get out. Qin Sheng stepped back, creating distance between himself and Jiang Xingyu. I also have a special physique. Having said that, he drew the sword from his waist, its tip pointing to the sky, shimmering with white light under the setting sun. Suddenly, sword shadows appeared behind him, layer upon layer, like a disc. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. It's actually the boundless sword body. That's the most destructive SS-level talent physique. Although Jiang Xingyu's physique was rated as SSS level, it was still unknown whether he could surpass the boundless sword body since no one had ever seen it before. Even with the overwhelming force of the enemy, Jiang Xingyu calmly drew his Tang sword, a flash of white light appearing on his body, and his starry saint cloth materialized. Let's see how you deal with this now. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Sheng pointed his sword directly at Jiang Xingyu, and the sword shadows behind him also turned around. With a whooshing sound, hundreds of sword shadows shot straight towards Jiang Xingyu. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadows approached. Jiang Xingyu swung his knife to meet them, each strike landing precisely on the blade. The clanging sounds continued as the sword shadows were shattered and vanished into nothingness. However, even with Jiang Xingyu's lightning-fast swordsmanship, he still couldn't cut through all the sword shadows in such a massive number. Fortunately, the sword shadows that slipped through were all deflected by the Starry Sky Saint armor, causing him no harm whatsoever. Yi Tian was also shocked. He not only admired Jiang Xingyu's swordsmanship but was also amazed by his innate physique. Such a fierce sword move landed on him, yet he was completely unharmed. Seeing all the 100+ sword shadows disintegrate, Qin Sheng's face turned bright red, resembling a pig's liver. Jiang Xingyu paid no attention to his emotions, teleported behind him, and blue-purple lightning crackled on the Tang sword. The lightning-infused blade easily sliced into Qin Sheng's flesh, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Jiang Xingyu deliberately controlled his strength, leaving only a long, shallow scar on his back, extending from the back of his neck to his buttocks. Sheathing his sword, Jiang Xingyu reached out and pulled Yi Tian up. Yi Tian didn't stand on ceremony and stood up with his help. I'll accept this demon core. After saying that, he put the demon core into his backpack. Yi Tian didn't care about that. Even if Jiang Xingyu didn't appear, he couldn't protect the demon core. At this moment, he was more curious about Jiang Xingyu's talent and physique. This defensive capability is truly astonishing. Those sharp sword shadows struck the Starry Sky Saint cloth but were as ineffective as scraping. To be honest, could you have withstood those sword shadows head-on just now? Jiang Xingyu honestly replied, it would be quite difficult to carry on completely. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. After all, the destructive power of the boundless sword body was no joke. It's alright, I'll be going now. It's getting late, I need to find a place to rest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed in the Crimson Moon Forest. Since separating from James, Smith has been searching for Su Mengxue and Jiang Xingyu. He and James worked together for many years, and the two were almost inseparable, rarely acting separately. James's superpower is plastic surgery, which, in layman's terms, is face creation. He can not only create faces for himself but also for others. Smith's ability is copy, which allows him to copy other people's abilities in cultivation levels. However, there is a limitation. He must be in contact with the person being copied for a full minute, and the other person's level cannot be higher than his own. This ability is not very strong in actual combat. The two were a perfect match, and they were almost always victorious in their previous espionage missions. Sitting on a tree branch, Smith rested his chin on his hands, thinking to himself, I wonder where James is now, and how he's been these past few days. I really miss my PG. Not far away, Su Mengxue emerged from the bushes, dusted herself off, sat down against a big tree, took out a bottle of mineral water to take a sip, and Jiang Xingyu's face appeared in her mind again. Great, lunchtime will be here soon. At that moment, Smith, who was perched on a tree branch, noticed Su Mengxue and couldn't help but whisper, what a beautiful girl. It's a pity, I already have James. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I can't betray him. By the way, that beautiful woman looks kind of familiar. After thinking about it, he was suddenly overjoyed. Isn't she one of the targets of this mission? With this in mind, he jumped down from the tree and landed steadily in front of Su Mengxue. You must be Su Mengxue. Su Mengxue frowned slightly, her face frosty, a stark contrast to her demeanor in front of Jiang Xingyu. Smith sneered and in the blink of an eye approached Su Mengxue, suddenly bending down and slapping her in the waist and abdomen. Su Mengxue dodged quickly with a swift movement and swept her right leg horizontally. With a bang, Smith was kicked away, and a layer of ice shards rose on the side of his neck. Smith took a deep breath, his muscles tensed instantly, and a moment later he transformed into a muscle maniac. He had copied Lu Yunlong's ability, muscle enhancement. And this Lu Yunlong was one of the two skinless corpses. The muscle maniac charged forward, and the two exchanged blows for several rounds, but neither could gain the upper hand. A teacher who happened to be passing by stopped to watch the fight. Su Mengxue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this guy can actually take a beating. morning. Actually, Smith was also a bit tired. Although Lu Yulong is not very capable and has a low cultivation level, he would have been defeated long ago if it weren't for his silver level physical condition. Anyway, there aren't any experts around for the time being, so it doesn't matter if I'm exposed. I need to deal with this little vixen quickly. I still need to find James. Having made up his mind, Smith's aura surged, and his cultivation level instantly soared from bronze level 1 to silver level 3. The teacher watching from a distance secretly realized, there's definitely something wrong with Lu Yunlong. Smith turned and charged at Su Mengxue, throwing a punch. Seeing her expression change, he hurriedly used ice prison to seal himself inside. Bang! The ice prison shattered instantly, and Su Mengxue was sent flying out, the powerful impact making her cheeks flush red. Smith followed closely, ready to throw another punch. However, the next moment, it was Smith who was knocked away. Upon closer inspection, a gleaming black iron figure stood blocking Su Mengshue's path. That person was none other than Teacher Wang, who had been watching the game earlier. "Are you alright, classmate?" he asked with concern. Su Mengxue shook her head. Although her physical strength was not as good as Smith's at the silver level, it was definitely top-notch at the bronze level. After all, she was a genius who had successfully completed the tempering process at the bronze level. Teacher Wang nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Smith. "You are not Lu Yunlong." Smith's mouth was bleeding and his legs felt weak. Teacher Wang is a platinum-level expert. His kick just now struck Smith's abdomen, causing him serious injury. Seeing that Smith refused to cooperate, Teacher Wang unleashed a series of punches, giving him a good beating before taking him back to headquarters. "Brother Jun, this guy isn't a student at our school at all." Teacher Wang kicked Smith, who was tied up tightly, to the ground. Zhou Guangjun stared at Smith and said coldly, "Where are your accomplices? Tell me, and you can suffer less." Smith replied in somewhat broken Chinese, "Don't even think about making me betray my lover." Zhou Guangjun pondered for a moment. "Take him away and keep a close watch on him. Also, investigate the trainees who have close ties with Lu Yunlong." Teacher Wang obeyed and carried Smith away like a chick. Soon after, Teacher Wang returned and reported, "Brother Jun, besides Lu Yunlong and a few of his high school classmates, his only close friend is his roommate Xu Yunfei." Zhou Guangjun nodded. "Notify all teachers to keep a close watch on these people. His accomplices are very likely among them." He lowered his head in thought. His accomplices certainly won't show themselves easily. Since that's the case, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. This assessment is getting a bit boring. It's time to add some spice. Over the past 3 days, Jiang Xingyu has scored a total of 80 points, 70 of which were gifted to him by Qin Shang. She ranks 5th in the total number of demon cores, with Su Mengxue ranking 1st. While searching for traces of the monster, he gently stroked little purple rice's head with his index finger. Suddenly, Zhou Guangjun's voice came through the electronic bracelet. "Dear trainees, this assessment is now halfway through. To incentivize everyone, we've decided that the resources for the top 10 trainees in this assessment will be doubled. The first place winner will also receive a special reward." Jiang Xingyu was slightly puzzled after hearing this. In that case, many students will probably start scrambling for demon cores, since everyone will have at least a few demon cores after 3 days. Wouldn't this only make the situation more chaotic? Does the school really want to see this happen? Jiang Xingyu was unaware that someone was lurking among the students. After pondering for a moment, he still couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. The reward is generous. That's enough. He's determined to get it. Finding people is much easier than finding monsters. Jiang Xingyu moved through the forest, fighting anyone he encountered. His formidable strength instilled fear in the hearts of all the students. The standings were released at noon the following day. First place, Jiang Xingyu, 300 points. Second place, Su Mengxue, 299 points. Third place, Yi Tian, 260 points. Fourth place, Qin Shang, 180. Upon seeing the points leaderboard, all the trainees complained bitterly. "Damn it, that Jiang Xingyu, who used the dog head switch, actually stole all 20 points from me. Mom, I want to go home. This is hell." 5 or 6 trainees gathered together in a cave. The blue-haired youth said indignantly, "Jiang Xingyu is really despicable." The young man in black also responded angrily, "That's right, it's fucking despicable. I can't swallow this." Qin Shang's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fierce. He's only slightly better than me. He was just 1 step behind last time. This time, if we join forces, we'll definitely beat him down." The young man in the green hat was a little worried, "But the teacher is hiding in the shadows watching us. Will it be considered a foul if we team up?" Qin Shang sneered, "Are you stupid? Do you know what a relay race is? We just happened to run into Jiang Xingyu one after another by chance." The green-hatted youth nodded. "Indeed, when it comes to being clever, you still have to listen to Brother Shang." Qin Shang rolled his eyes helplessly. "If you can't speak properly, then don't talk nonsense. It's decided. You go first, Green Hat. I'll be the last one. I'll wear him down, even if it kills me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone put their right hands together. "To rebuild our glory is our inescapable duty. Have enough milk." After saying that, the group set off to find Jiang Xingyu. "Master, there are footsteps over there." Jiang Xingyu's rapid rise to the top of the leaderboard is inseparable from the help of Xiaozimi. Little Purple Rice has exceptionally sensitive hearing and vision, almost like a little radar. Once it detects any movement, it immediately notifies Jiang Xingyu. In an open space, two students were engaged in fierce combat, and the situation was somewhat deadlocked. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, separating the two. Amidst the smoke and dust, Jiang Xingyu slowly emerged, surrounded by lightning. Classmates should be more amicable and avoid hurting feelings, right? The two trainees stared wide-eyed and shouted in unison, Jiang Xingyu, Mom, save me. One of them reacted first and took off running. Jiang Xingyu teleported in front of him and said calmly, am I that scary? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his leg and swept it horizontally, sending the student flying backward with a bang and crashing into another student. Jiang Xingyu's strength is terrifying. The two hurriedly separated, their faces pale and their legs trembling. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu was afraid they would wet their pants in the next second, so he teleported and squatted in front of them. I am not a bad person. As long as you hand over your demon cores, I can spare your lives. The two exchanged a glance, hurriedly opened their backpacks, took out several finger-sized demon cores, and handed them over. Jiang Xingyu wagged his index finger. All of them. The two hesitated, but ultimately reluctantly handed over all the demon cores. Jiang Xingyu didn't urge him. He squatted down, opened his palms, and saw several bolts of lightning dancing on his fingertips, as if he were playing by himself. Seeing his appearance, the two became even more nervous, and cold sweat poured down their backs. With a heavy heart, he finally handed over all the demon cores, saying in a trembling voice, Brother Yu, this is all. Jiang Xingyu nodded in satisfaction. Those who know when to yield are the wise ones. Let's go. Having obtained his permission, the two disregarded everything else and turned to run away. Jiang Xingyu shook his head, stood up, and prepared to continue searching for his next target. Suddenly, a voice came from above. Do you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Jiang Xingyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure falling rapidly and kneeling down in front of him. The green-hatted boy said awkwardly, could you help me out? Jiang Xingyu smirked coldly. You're here to steal the demon core, aren't you? As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around and kicked the green-hatted boy right in the face. The boy in the green hat grunted and fell to the ground, unable to move. Immediately afterwards, the young man in black jumped down from the tree. That green hat is really lame. So you're saying you're very brave? I'm super brave. Jiang Xingyu tilted his head, flicked off non-existent dust from his shoulder, and said casually, hey, how many more people are there? Call them out. I don't have enough to fight. The young man in black's expression changed, and he said warily, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want us to gang up on you and then say you fouled. Jiang Xingyu said helplessly, you're overthinking it. Someone like you is no match for a dozen of me. Not far from them, Qin Sheng suppressed his anger, his left hand pressing tightly against his right hand, which was resting on the hilt of his sword. Damn it, how dare they call me a piece of trash? Jiang Xingyu naturally didn't believe that there was really a young man in black alone nearby. Seeing that no one showed up, he guessed that the group was cowardly and dared not act together. After all, the rules were there, and if the teacher found out, they would be kicked out of the assessment. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu picked up the bracelet and contacted the headquarters. Soon, a voice came from the bracelet. Student number 66, what's the matter? Here's the thing, a few classmates want to team up and challenge me, and I'm also planning to do the same. Is that considered against the rules? The two exchanged a glance and said at the same time. After a moment of silence, the other end replied, if you agree, no problem. However, this assessment is not a game, so I hope you will consider it seriously. I have thought it through very carefully, and I agree. Okay, the teacher in charge will arrive at your location within 5 minutes according to the navigation. Once you arrive, you can begin. Someone's coming. After shutting down the communication, Jiang Xingyu looked at the young man in black and shook his wrist. Hey, you heard that just now, right? Call them out. The young man in black nodded and relayed the situation to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng scoffed, arrogant. Do you really think you can take on 5 people at once? Brothers, let's go. Let's fucking kill them. For sounds rang out from the woods in quick succession. For standing guards stood solemnly not far from Jiang Xingyu, waiting for the teacher to arrive. Hee plus that green hat kid, that makes 5. Let's have a team battle, Jiang Xingyu said casually, his gaze fixed on Qin Sheng. He paused, then said sarcastically, oh, isn't this Qin Sheng? It's been 3 days, and your wound doesn't even hurt anymore? Exposed in public, Qin Sheng's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Enough nonsense, I'll show you what I'm made of later. Soon, the teacher arrived at the scene. Seeing that the teacher had arrived, Jiang Xingyu said calmly, I've already made it clear, if you lose, don't bother me. You don't even have a demon core yet you still come to challenge me. It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I put up with your bad temper. After saying that, he beckoned to Qin Sheng with his finger. Qin Sheng drew his sword and stepped forward, fiercely stabbing at Jiang Xingyu. With a clang, the sword's edge was deflected by the blade. The teachers exclaimed in surprise, the speed at which you drew your sword was incredible. Just then, the young man in black suddenly attacked, striking Jiang Xingyu on the back with a palm. The starry sky armor activated, and Jiang Xingyu let it hit his body. enemy. The Tang's sword swept around the blade, and Qin Sheng parried with his sword but was still sent flying. The black-clad youth's special ability was that, seeing Qin Sheng being repelled, he quickly distanced himself from Jiang Xingyu, but he seemed utterly powerless against Jiang Xingyu. The next second, a lightning-fast whip kick flashed and struck, sending the black-clad youth flying backward with a muffled groan. The kick had struck him squarely in the head, and he was likely suffering a concussion. Jiang Xingyu dodged the ice spikes to the side, spun around and slashed at the fireball flying from behind, mocking, "Your skills are still lacking. She's nowhere near as good as Su Mengxue." Teleporting in front of the young man in red, Jiang Xingyu unleashed a punch, the lightning instantly electrifying him until he was smoking. The next second, he swept the blue-haired youth with a low kick and a front kick, knocking him to the ground. At this point, only Qin Sheng remained from the 5-person team. The teacher secretly praised Jiang Xingyu, so sharp. His movements were swift and decisive. Apart from the stronger Qin Sheng, everyone else was killed with a single blow. At this moment, Qin Sheng was sweating profusely. He had thought that Jiang Xingyu had put in a lot of effort to beat him last time, but now it seemed that it was just a joke. At that speed, his sword shadows simply couldn't keep up, making it difficult even to injure Jiang Xingyu, let alone win. Facing reality, Qin Sheng prepared to admit defeat. "I admit defeat." With a tearing sound, his clothes were ripped open, and blood flowed freely. "Congratulations! Your old wound hasn't healed, and you've got a new scar, which just happens to form the character." Even people with OCD would be satisfied with this. Last time, the blade was crackling with lightning, and he was so shocked that he didn't feel much. This time, the heavy blow, which wasn't crackling, hurt so much that he screamed for help. Jiang Xingyu ignored them and turned to leave. This time, that annoying fly should have learned its lesson. In the blink of an eye, only one day remained for the assessment. The current rankings are: first place, Jiang Xingyu, 520 points. Second place, Su Mengxue, 520 points. Third place, Yi Tian, 426. During this week, Jiang Xingyu improved at an astonishing rate through numerous battles, and has already reached the 5th rank of bronze. Su Mengxue has also broken through the bottleneck of the 4th level of bronze, and is only one step away from advancing. As for Yi Tian, although he has reached the 4th level of bronze, he is still far from advancing. As the final day approached, just as Su Mengxue had said before the assessment began, the two of them had the highest scores. Although the two have been eating together frequently these past few days and their relationship has deepened, when it comes to competition, they still have to determine a winner. So Jiang Xingyu didn't intend to waste his energy and took Xiaozini for a stroll in the forest. Suddenly, Little Purple Rice spoke up, "Master, I smell blood, and the smell is fading quickly." After listening, Jiang Xingyu lowered his head and pondered. Generally speaking, when a monster hunts another monster, or when other students kill a monster, the air should be filled with a strong smell of blood. But now the smell of blood is dissipating unusually quickly. Perhaps it's been blown away by the strong wind, or it's that blood-drinking monster from before. Near the dried-up corpse where it drank its blood, there wasn't a trace of blood smell, which means it not only drank blood, but also absorbed blood essence. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu hurriedly asked, "Where?" Xiaozini pointed northeast, and Jiang Xingyu immediately headed southeast without hesitation. That blood-drinking monster was very strange. It would run away every time it saw Jiang Xingyu, which showed that it was quite intelligent. Regardless, he was filled with curiosity about this blood-drinking monster and had to see it for himself. Following Xiaozini's directions, Jiang Xingyu quickly arrived at his destination, but he was still a step too late. A still warm, dried corpse lay on the ground, while the blood-drinking monster had vanished without a trace. However, this time it wasn't a monster that was drained of blood, but a human. The student was pale, with withered skin and covered in numerous scratches, the wounds narrow and long, seemingly inflicted by a small weapon. However, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound, indicating that the blood had been sucked dry. Since someone has died, it is natural not to report it to the school. After connecting with headquarters, Jiang Xingyu stated directly, "I discovered the body of a trainee who had been drained of blood. The cause of death is unknown, but the bloodsucker was likely a demonic beast." After a moment of silence, the other party replied, "Thank you for your timely report. We will send a teacher over to handle it later." Jiang Xingyu sat by the big tree for a while, until a teacher came to take the body, and then he left. The matter of the corpse was left to the teacher to handle. The blood-drinking monster was elusive and its strength was unknown, so he dared not make any rash moves to search for it. What if Su Mengxue encounters this blood-drinking monster? Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but worry about Su Mengxue. Only now did he realize that he actually cared about her a lot. He wanted to find her, but he didn't know where she was. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xingyu decided to return to the small hill where they had eaten together over the past few days, prepare the food and wait for her to come by herself. However, just as Jiang Xingyu was about to move, he heard a sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air behind him. The Tang's sword was instantly drawn, its blade clashing with the incoming blade with a resounding clang. A dazzling white light flashed past the attacker's eyes. The attacker only felt a white light before his eyes. When he came to his senses, Jiang Xingyu's blade had already sliced through the air, striking toward towards his neck with the force of thunder. James had no idea that the young man would react so quickly and instinctively raised his hand to take the hit. The tang sword pierced through flesh and blood, severing James's wrist. A wave of excruciating pain washed over James's entire body. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he was consumed by rage from the agony. James roared and thrust his dagger through the air, swirling like a dragon, sometimes upward, sometimes horizontal, its trajectory unpredictable. The sound of something tearing through the air was sharp and shrill, like the wailing of ghosts and gods. Jiang Xingyu dodged left and right, sometimes parrying with his tang sword, and sometimes relying on his starry sky saint armor to withstand the attacks. Amidst the swirling dust, the firelight flickered, and the clanging of metal echoed continuously for a long time. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Finally, when James's dagger came at him again, Jiang Xingyu seized an opening, slightly bent down to dodge, and at the same time poured the power of stars and thunder into the tang sword. With a whoosh, the blade sliced across James' left hip and slashed diagonally toward his right shoulder. With a flick of his wrist, the tang sword slashed diagonally down from his left shoulder to his right hip, forming an X-shaped wound. Blood gushed from the wound, and James fell straight to the ground, lying on his back, panting heavily. Jiang Xingyu's body was also covered in wounds, which were constantly bleeding. With the knife tip pressed against James's throat, Jiang Xingyu coldly asked, "Who exactly are you?" Cough, cough. "I'm just an ordinary student," James replied weakly. "There are no silver-level aberrations among the students." Jiang Xingyu stared intently into his eyes, trying to glean something from them, but James just coughed up blood, a faint smile on his face. "Never mind." Jiang Xingyu stopped pressing the matter and contacted headquarters to send someone to pick them up. While waiting for others, he leaned against a big tree to rest, pondering what he and Su Mengxue should eat later. After resting for a while, Jiang Xingyu walked over to James and squatted down to feel for his belongings. "Since this guy is a silver-level aberrant, it's hard to guarantee he doesn't have something on him." Jiang Xingyu was stunned when he pulled something out of James's inner pocket. It turned out to be a talisman, a gift he had given to Su Mengxue when he was a child. "How did this amulet end up with you?" Jiang Xingyu asked calmly, but his brows were furrowed in disapproval. James tilted his head slightly, ignoring him. With a soft thud, a sharp blade pierced flesh, and blood stained James's pants. Seeing his silence, Jiang Xingyu increased the force, stabbing the knife even deeper. I'll talk. James finally gave in, unable to bear the pain any longer. "I found it on the roadside and put it in my bag because I thought it was pretty." "Where did you find it?" Jiang Xingyu's voice remained calm. "Go southeast, there's a small pond, that's where I found it." Jiang Xingyu suddenly drew his knife, ignoring James's screams, put the amulet around his neck, and ran wildly in the southeast direction. He followed the trail by the direction of the fallen grass, the sparse footprints, and with little purple rice leading the way. We finally found the small pond that James had mentioned. The pond had long since dried up. Jiang Xingyu observed carefully and soon discovered a hole at the bottom of the pool. Looking down from the cave entrance, he was surprised to see a cave filled with red light. Su Mengxue should be down here. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xingyu jumped down without hesitation. He landed steadily and looked around. The space below was much larger than the small pool of water, and the height was several hundred meters. The light was not dim. Sunlight streamed through the hole in the ceiling, enough to see the surroundings clearly. Several strange grasses emitting a pale blue light grew all around, full of vitality. Not far away, a shimmering ruby hangs from the cave ceiling, casting a crimson glow on the cave walls. Directly below the gemstone, there is a stone pillar about 1 meter high. At the top of the pillar is a groove about 3 centimeters in diameter and depth, filled with bright red liquid that is almost overflowing. The clanging of weapons reached Jiang Xingyu's ears. He followed the sound and saw 2 figures, one large and one small, locked in fierce combat. Su Mengxue is fighting a humanoid monster with a blurred face. With a bang, Su Mengxue was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. Jiang Xingyu teleported to her location and pulled her into a tight embrace. When his gaze fell on Su Mengxue, Jiang Xingyu felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly, and a surge of anger burned fiercely in his chest. She was covered in blood in his arms. Blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. One of her arms was broken and hung limply, swaying slightly. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Xingyu carried her and teleported upwards. Just as he leaped into the air, a blood-red shadow struck like lightning, already behind Jiang Xingyu. It was a dark red throwing knife, similar in color to the blood-red blade in Su Mengxue's hand. The monster had actually predicted his location. Unable to draw his sword to parry, Jiang Xingyu could only hold Su Mengxue tightly and activate the Starry Sky Saint armor to withstand the attack, but it was still too late. With a muffled thud, the throwing knife pierced through the Starry Sky Saint cloth and embedded itself deeply in Jiang Xingyu's back. Blood quickly stained his chest. Jiang Xingyu's body seemed to be locked in a copper lock, unable to move, and he fell heavily from mid-air. Amidst the billowing smoke, Su Mengxue's gaze was fixed on the throwing knife embedded in his back and the wounds he sustained during his battle with James, her eyes filled with heartache. "Xingyu, cough, I'm fine." Jiang Xingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his body gradually regain some strength, and suddenly pulled out the throwing knife. Fortunately, the throwing knife didn't penetrate very deeply, quickly, thanks to the star cloth which helped to absorb much of the impact. However, this also indicates that the monster that threw the flying knife was far stronger than Jiang Xingyu. Before Jiang Xingyu could catch his breath, the monster had already rushed into the dust and smoke, raising a giant blade with red glow in its hand high. Then, with heavy steps, the giant blade slashed straight down towards Jiang Xingyu's head. With a deafening roar, debris flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and a deep crack was cleaved into the ground. Just as the giant blade was about to fall, Jiang Xingyu suddenly pushed Su Mengxue away, used the momentum to roll, and dodged the fierce attack. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Xingyu finally saw the monster's face clearly. The monster had reddish-black skin, muscular build, a ferocious face, red glowing eyes, and a large blackish-red horn on its head. Those red, gleaming eyes and those large, black and red horns sent a shiver down Jiang Xingyu's spine. Isn't that the blood-drinking monster? No, it doesn't seem to be a monster. Its size is similar to that of a human, but its hideous face looks just like a demon from a movie in my past life. With his sword drawn, Jiang Xingyu shouted to Su Mengxue, "You go first, I'll hold it off." Su Mengxue nodded, struggled to her feet, and staggered forward. Suddenly, the monster accelerated and appeared in front of Su Mengxue in an instant, its giant blade slashing down fiercely. With a crisp clang, Jiang Xingyu teleported to the scene and raised his sword to meet the attack. The ground around them suddenly caved in, and an invisible wave of air erupted, raising a cloud of dust. An immense pressure emanated from above Jiang Xingyu, causing his hands to go numb, his knife-wielding hand to tremble uncontrollably, and his legs to sink deep into the ground. This monster is at least silver level. Moreover, its fighting power is far superior to James. Suddenly, the pressure on his head decreased abruptly. Before Jiang Xingyu could even breathe a sigh of relief, a small blood-red blade silently pierced through the air, aimed directly at his throat. Jiang Xingyu slightly turned his body, and the bloody blade grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep bloodstain. The next moment, his body was once again bound by chains, and he knelt on the ground, unable to move. The monster grinned maliciously, raising its giant blade once more. The blood-red blade appeared even more crimson against the pale blue lawn, exuding ferocity and bloodlust. Just as the giant blade was about to strike, a few strands of sky-blue hair fluttered with the air currents, gently brushing against Jiang Xingyu's face. When they looked again, Su Mengxue had already spread her arms and stood in front of Jiang Xingyu. The latter stared at the scene before him, his eyes wide with a mixture of reminiscence, fear, and desolation. In that instant, he felt as if he had returned to that rainy afternoon. At that time, he was surrounded by several naughty children, and his mother, just like Su Mengxue is now, spread her arms to shield him. In a daze, the two figures overlapped and merged. He seemed to understand where that inexplicable sense of familiarity he felt when he was with Su Mengxue came from. "Sister Shui!" Jiang Xingyu roared, forcefully breaking free from his restraints and shoving Su Mengxue away. The blade mercilessly sliced through his skin, leaving a thin line of blood. The bloodline spread rapidly, turning into a deep wound from which warm, fresh blood gushed out. Jiang Xingyu knelt on the ground, looked up, and his eyes were empty and lifeless. "Xingyu!" Su Mengxue exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing the familiar voice, his eyes snapped to focus, his crimson pupils fixed on the monster. He gripped the giant blade tightly with his elbow, and with his other hand he held the tang sword, slashing horizontally at the monster's neck. With a crisp clang, the tang sword struck the monster's neck, which was as hard as refined iron. Sparks flew everywhere, but the blade could not budge it an inch. Jiang Xingyu's arm trembled slightly, and, lightning entanglement, suddenly emerged, wrapping around the tang sword. Purple lightning like snakes constantly moved around, crackling and hissing. The long, drawn-out cutting sound echoed in the cave as the thunderous blade penetrated deeper and deeper, yet it still could not sever the monster's head. "Not enough!" Jiang Xingyu roared, his arm trembling violently. He suddenly poured the power of the stars into the tang sword, and the purple snake-like lightning became even more dazzling, even overflowing into the air and crackling. The blade sliced through the monster's tough flesh inch by inch, sparks and blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Xingyu stared intently at the point where the tang sword met the monster's neck, not even noticing the sparks falling into his eyes. "Cut it in," he roared, giving it his all. Finally, the long, slicing sound turned into a whooshing sound. The monster's head suddenly flew up, then crashed heavily to the ground and rolled to the side. The monster was decapitated, its knees were on the ground, and blood gushed from its neck. It collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Xingyu, unable to bear the burden any longer, lay supine in a pool of blood, letting the blood stain his clothes a bright red. "Xingyu, hang in there." Su Mengxue wanted to carry him away, but found that she had almost no strength left. She could only hold him tightly and gently stroke his face. Jiang Xingyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, trembling as he removed the amulet hanging around his neck and handed it to Su Mengxue, muttering a broken sentence. "Sister Shui, do you agree?" Su Mengxue didn't understand what he meant, but she still nodded and accepted the amulet. The next moment, a bright white light enveloped the two of them. In a daze, they seemed to have entered another world. Countless images flashed before my eyes. Suddenly, a scene transformed into two beams of white light and entered their minds. "You little slut, how dare you seduce my husband?" A plump woman dressed in designer clothes pointed angrily at a young young girl in old clothes and cursed loudly. I didn't, the girl stubbornly retorted, covering her face. The overweight woman's husband is the manager of an electronics factory. Not long ago, he was attracted by the girl's beauty and called her into his office. He was prepared to pay a sum of money to have the girl spend the night with him. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by his secretary who came to report on his work as soon as he opened his mouth. The secretary was the fat woman's person, and she quickly informed her of the matter. And so, the scene before us unfolded. Fine, very well. The fat woman was furious. She took out the sulfuric acid she had bought beforehand and splashed it on the girl's face. I want to see how you'll seduce men in the future. Ah! A scream rang out, and the girl was rushed to the hospital. Although the sulfuric acid was washed off in time, her face was still severely disfigured. She grew up in an orphanage, was introverted, and had few friends. After recovering alone in the hospital, she donated all the compensation to an orphanage, and in despair climbed a small hill to end her life. Looking at the distant mountains and fields, tears involuntarily streamed down my face. Just as she was about to jump, she heard a faint baby crying. After struggling for a while, the girl's kindness prevented her from abandoning the little life. Following the sound of crying, she found a baby in the bushes. The baby lay naked on the grass, with only a note beside him that read, "His name is Xiaoyu. We hope a kind person will adopt him." She held the baby in her arms and gently comforted it. The baby stopped crying immediately upon seeing her, and reached out his chubby little hand to stroke her face, as if wiping away her tears. "Little one, if you want to come with me, give me a smile." The baby seemed to understand and immediately showed a sweet smile. Her wounds were soothed by that smile, and her hope for life was rekindled. "Okay, from now on you'll be my little one, and I'll be your sister Shui." She was determined to raise the baby. On that small hillside, she held him in her arms and embarked on the first leg of her journey. At this point, the scene ended, and immediately another image turned into white light and entered the minds of the two people. "Don't you dare bully my little one." Seeing several mischievous children surrounding Xiaoyu, Sister Shui threw down her umbrella, rushed through the rain, and spread her arms to shield the children. "Wow, here comes the old hag that no man wants. Run!" The mischievous children laughed and scattered. The mischievous children were terrified and scattered in all directions when they saw Sister Shui's face, which was uglier than a ghost. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Sister Shui's eyes. Her ugly face could never show even a hint of sadness or happiness. It always looked so ferocious and terrifying. No wonder those children were afraid of her. This gloomy look did not escape Xiaoyu's eyes. His gaze sharpened like that of a raptor. "I will make them apologize to you." After saying that, he went to chase after the naughty children. He would never allow anyone to insult Sister Shui, the sister who gave him the whole world. He had just taken a step when he fell into a warm embrace. "It's okay, Xiaoyu. Actually, I'm quite happy, because this face isn't entirely useless," Sister Shui said casually. "Next time anyone dares to bully you, I'll go and scare them." Xiaoyu turned around and hugged Shuijie tightly, whispering, "Don't worry, Shuijie, Xiaoyu needs you." Sister Shui smiled, though her face remained expressionless, but her eyes were full of tenderness. The scene ended there, and then countless images turned into white light, flooding into the two people's minds. "Sister Shui, I'm back." Hearing that familiar voice, Sister Shui's eyes were full of smiles as she walked to the entrance to open the door for her little one. Xiaoyu is now in junior high school. The baby with a wrinkled face back then has grown into a handsome young boy. Sister Shui pushed open the door and saw him standing there, looking at her with a big smile. Behind him followed a cute little girl dressed in pretty clothes. Upon seeing the young girl, Sister Shui paused, a look of inferiority, disappointment, and embarrassment flashing in her eyes. "My little one has grown up so much." Sister Shui quickly composed herself and welcomed the two into the house. After lunch, the little girl played for a while and then left crying. The reason was that when she asked Xiaoyu what kind of wife he wanted to marry in the future, Xiaoyu simply said, "I already have Sister Shui, and I only want Sister Shui to be my wife." The little girl was furious. She never expected that even though she was so pretty, she couldn't compare to the disfigured peasant woman in Xiaoyu's heart. She spoke her mind, and the next second Xiaoyu kicked her out. Sister Shui saw all of this. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, her mind racing. Finally, she called Xiaoyu to her room. "Xiaoyu, please call me mother from now on. After all, I raised you," Sister Shui said, her head bowed and her voice trembling slightly. She was more than 10 years older than Xiaoyu and was ugly. "Xiaoyu is handsome and outstanding, excels in his studies, and has a bright future." Sister Shui understood that they were from two different worlds, perhaps mother and son, or siblings, but they could never be lovers. She didn't want to ruin Xiaoyu's future, nor did she want her kindness to him to become a shackle that would bind him from flying high. She doesn't want Xiaoyu to regret her choice someday. Shuijie deeply loves Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu also deeply loves Shuijie. But Xiaoyu didn't understand her good intentions and questioned, "Why?" Sister Shui's only reply was, "If you don't listen to me, I'll leave this house." That was the first and only argument between Xiaoyu and Sister Shui. The final scene flashed into their minds. By this time, Xiaoyu had grown into a real man, no longer the naive child he once was. His heart could no longer accommodate anyone except except Sister Xue. Despite how ugly Xuejie may seem to outsiders, in Xiaoyu's heart, she will always be his whole world. The day before the college entrance exam, he mustered up his courage again and confessed to Xuejie, after I get into the best university in the country, let's date, okay? Back then, Sister Xue's originally thick, sky blue long hair had become thin due to years of hard work, and she dyed it into short, gray blue hair. Sister Xue didn't answer him, she just nodded slightly. She had already decided that once Xiaoyu got into university and was able to take control of his life, she would disappear from his life. Find a quiet corner and leave quietly. But on the very day Xiaoyu received his acceptance letter, Xuejie fell ill. Later, the hospital issued a critical condition notice. Sister Xue lay on the hospital bed, clutching the amulet Xiaoyu had given her tightly in her hand. Her lips were dark purple from lack of oxygen and opened and closed slightly. Xiaoyu leaned close to her mouth and finally heard her intermittent words. Sister Xue kept repeating this apology. Xiaoyu shook his head and said softly, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm so useless. Sister Xue gently stroked Xiaoyu's face with trembling hands. My little guy, you've finally grown up. Her eyes grew increasingly cloudy, and her voice grew weaker and weaker. Xiaoyu, is my mission complete? Xiaoyu held her hand tightly, gritted his teeth to hold back his tears, and nodded. I've grown up now, so you can rest in peace. It's finished. Sister Xue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a glimmer of light gradually appearing in her eyes. Could you ask me one more time? That sentence. Of course, whenever you want to hear it. Looking into her expectant eyes, Xiaoyu leaned close to her ear and whispered, Sister Xue, I've always loved you deeply. Let's date. Sister Xue smiled, her expression still calm, but her eyes were full of gentle smiles. Listen to me, Xiaoyu, I agree, because I've always. Before he finished speaking, the withered hand that had been holding the amulet quietly fell to its side. In that hospital room, he stayed by her side as she journeyed through the final stage of her life. Those few seconds felt like decades had passed. Tears soaked her clothes as Su Mengxue cradled Jiang Xingyu's fading face and whispered, Listen to me, Xiaoyu, I agree, because I've loved you deeply for a very, very long time. Jiang Xingyu smiled, but the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his breath grew weaker and weaker. Her face was pale, her lips were dark purple, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Sister Xue, it's so cold. Su Mengxue hugged him tightly and took off her coat to cover him. It's so dark. Is it already night? Yes, it's already very late. The cave was filled with red light. Where was there still darkness? Su Mengxue knew this was a sign that life and death were imminent, but she was powerless to change it. She could only hold back her tears and comfort Jiang Xingyu. Despair enveloped the two of them, and the whole world seemed to darken. Suddenly, Su Mengxue put him down on the ground and called out urgently, Xingyu, don't sleep. Then, the footsteps gradually faded into the distance. The exact time is unknown. It could be a moment, or it could be decades. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu had lost all sense of time, and his mind was completely blank. His pupils were dilated, and his lips were black, as if the lamp oil had run out and was about to go out. My eyelids feel heavy. I long to close them for a while. Just as his eyes were about to close, he remembered Sister Xue's words, Xingyu, don't sleep. He couldn't let Sister Xue worry. She had already worked so hard, so he forced himself to keep his eyelids open. Suddenly, he froze, feeling too delicate. Soft petals gently brush against his lips, a tender touch he had never experienced before. Before I could even savor it, a warm liquid flowed into my mouth. With a gulp, Jiang Xingyu swallowed it, and his wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, without leaving any scars. My eyes quickly regained focus, the darkness in front of me seemed to be dispelled, and my vision was restored. But why is there such an adorable little face in front of me? They were so close, almost touching me. Jiang Xingyu suddenly sat up and bumped hard into the girl who was lying on top of him. He stared at the girl in front of him with snow-white fox ears and 9 fluffy tails, and asked with a puzzled look, Who are you? After saying that, he felt around on his body and said in surprise, How did my injury heal? The girl covered her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Huaw, I even gave you my first kiss to save you, and you don't care about me at all. Oh no, I've really come out. With his head down, Jiang Xingyu looked utterly frustrated. He had realized that Su Mengxue was the Xuejie he had been longing for. He had just heard Sister Xue confess her feelings to him, but at that moment, he kissed a strange girl. Don't cry. Jiang Xingyu paused, then held the girl's shoulders and said, I'm very grateful that you saved me, but, the words were on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't say them. Have you already fallen for someone else? The fox-eared girl asked softly. Jiang Xingyu nodded awkwardly. How much do you like it? She was my whole world. Jiang Xingyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with sincerity. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the girl's eyes, as if they were about to fall at any moment. Hey, why are you crying? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xingyu's lips were sealed by the girl's. He was caught off guard and was about to push her away. But she took the initiative to leave his lips and hugged his thin waist tightly. Today, Su Mengxue possesses unparalleled beauty, top-tier talent, and a powerful background. She could finally stand confidently beside him and walk alongside him. Su Mengxue no longer concealed the love she had held in her heart for so many years. Xiaoyu, I miss you so much, I love you so much. Hearing her words, Jiang Xingyu Xingyu was stunned. This fox-eared girl is actually Sister Shui? Upon closer reflection, it is indeed the case. How could Sister Shui bear to leave herself behind? The two embraced for a long time, until the little one in their arms gradually calmed down. Jiang Xingyu gently stroked her face and said, Sister Shui, what exactly happened? How did my injury heal? Su Mengshui buried her face in his chest and said in a muffled voice, just now, I heard a sound. He said that the ruby is actually the heart of the Crimson Moon Forest, and the liquid in the groove on the stone pillar is heart's blood. He said that every 10 years, a drop of blood from the heart would flow out and drip into the groove. When the groove is full, the blood from the heart will become the water of life. Those who drink the water of life recover from injuries faster and have stronger constitutions. However, the stone pillar is surrounded by a barrier set up by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, who have guarded this place for generations. People without the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox cannot get close to that stone pillar. And my Nine-Tailed Fox form happens to possess the purest Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox bloodline. So I held those waters of life in my mouth and fed them to you. After hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was somewhat puzzled. Where did that sound come from? Of course it's the system. Quickly thank the system. Thank you, system bro, Jiang Xingyu said casually, then hugged Su Mengshui tightly. You saved me again. How can I ever repay you? In that case, you must stay by my side forever until you repay this debt of gratitude, Su Mengshui said softly, listening to his heartbeat. Even if we can never repay it all. Hearing this, Su Mengshui laughed. If you can't pay it back, then use yourself to pay off the debt. I'd love to eat it, Jiang Xingyu said, opening his arms as if to let the bounty fall on him. This miraculous happiness descended upon them, and the joy of their reunion filled their hearts. They clung to each other tightly, as if they were each other's everything. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xingyu gently stroked the face of the beauty in his arms and said, once, you were my Shuejie, and also my little girl. Now, you're my girlfriend, right? Can I call you Shuer? Upon hearing this, Su Mengshui was stunned for a moment, and now she also remembered things from her past life. She was somewhat unaccustomed to being called Sister Shui for so many years, and suddenly she was called Shuer. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Xingyu asked softly, don't you like me calling you that? No, it's just that I'm not used to it, since you always called me Sister Shui in my past life. Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly and breathed softly in her ear. It's okay, you'll get used to it after listening to it a few more times. Su Mengshui nodded. What you call her doesn't matter, as long as it's that person, that's enough. The two embraced quietly for a while, and then Jiang Xingyu said, alright, we should go back now. Su Mengshui nodded, snapped her fingers, and a portal appeared, transforming her back into her original blue-haired form. Jiang Xingyu stared at her for a while before saying, Shuer, you still haven't told me what your constitution is. Su Mengshui didn't hide anything and told the truth. My constitution is called spiritual body. Isn't it the holy flame body? No, the spiritual body is a very special constitution. You can understand it this way. Although I only have one soul, I possess three completely different bodies. These three bodies are completely different in appearance, physical talent, and race. Even my personality will change because of the different bodies. So, the host can lose their virginity 3 times, and it's all natural. System, you. Jiang Xingyu clenched his fists. This system's focus is so weird. Sorry, the system doesn't have a mother. But if we have to define it, we're inseparable. Your mother is my mother. Stop, you've won. Jiang Xingyu didn't want to get entangled with the system anymore. This thing was even more infuriating than a person. At this moment, Su Mengshui paused, grasped Jiang Xingyu's hand, and said, even so, I only have one life, so you must cherish me. Holding her hand tightly, Jiang Xingyu said with a firm look in his eyes, of course, in this life, I will never let you leave me again. Also, I'm a little curious, why do your clothes change when your body changes? Can you make clothes out of thin air? Jiang Xingyu asked in confusion. Of course not. The portal is like a changing room with a different time flow than the outside. My clothes are inside, and I change inside before coming out. 10 minutes inside, only about a second outside. Su Mengshui's usually cold and aloof face was now adorned with a captivating smile. Your physique is really abnormal, and you even have such a high-level space. Su Mengshui was a little dissatisfied, and tiptoed to lightly bite his lip. How can you say your girlfriend is a pervert? Moreover, this space is not high-end at all. I'm not exaggerating when I say clothing room, it really is only the size of a clothing room. Indeed, Jiang Xingyu's space gradually expands as his cultivation level increases, while Su Mengshui's space will always remain just a changing room. Touching his lips, Jiang Xingyu smiled wryly and said, just kidding, why are you being so fierce? Su Mengshui turned to leave. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Xingyu wrapped his arms around her slender waist. You're already my girlfriend, how could I let you get away? The two picked up their backpacks and checked the points displayed on them. Yes, just like before, I haven't lost any points, and my backpack is intact. Jiang Xingyu took out the little purple rice from his backpack and gently stroked its head in his palm. Su Mengshui's eyes lit up when she saw it. So small, so cute. A cat? No, it should be a tiger. It has stripes, and look, it even has the character, King, on its forehead. Seeing how much she liked the little purple rice, he placed it in her hand and went to examine examined the corpse of the horned monster. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xingyu was startled. The monster whose head had been severed was not quite dead yet. Its mouth was open and closed as if it were saying something, though the sound was extremely faint. Jiang Xingyu couldn't understand at all, so he hugged Little Purple Rice and went closer. Little Purple Rice, can you understand what it's saying? Little Purple Rice listened for a moment and then shook her head. Jiang Xingyu asked in confusion, it's really not a demon beast? Otherwise, why can't Little Purple Rice understand its language? Suddenly, he remembered that the opponent had used Blood Blade during the battle. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu immediately turned to Su Mengxue. Shuer, can you transform into a twin-tailed lowly form? Although Su Mengxue was puzzled, she still did as instructed. Looking at the black and red horns on her head, Jiang Xingyu became even more certain of his guess. Shuer, come here and listen to what it has to say. It's not dead yet? Su Mengxue said, pulling out her leg-binding knife to finish it off. Wait, it's dying, and can't pose a threat anymore. Upon hearing Jiang Xingyu's words, Su Mengxue sheathed her sword and approached the monster, listening carefully to what it had to say. After listening for a while, Su Mengxue imitated its tone and said, drink blood to become stronger. Jiang Xingyu was greatly shocked. He really can understand. Why can Su Mengxue understand a language that neither humans nor demons can understand? Combined with what Shuer said earlier, her original form is human, while her nine-tailed form belongs to the demon race. This means that Shuer's three constitutions may have originated from three completely different races. If the three physical constitutions truly each represent a different race, then this monster and Su Mengxue in her twin-tailed form both belong to an unknown race. Only such inferences can reasonably explain everything that is happening now. If this conclusion holds true, then humanity is very likely to face even more serious threats in the future. People on Earth would hardly think of this, because in their understanding, this world only has two major races, humans and demons. This idea is deeply ingrained. Jiang Xingyu, however, is different. After all, he comes from Earth, where the entertainment industry is highly developed. He has played many multiracial games like World of Warcraft, and his thinking is far beyond the understanding of Earthlings. He dragged the monster's corpse into his spatial dimension, intending to take it to the research center at some point. Recalling the monster's words, Jiang Xingyu lowered his head and thought, from what it said, their race should be able to directly strengthen themselves or accelerate their cultivation speed by drinking blood. This also explains why the monster ran away as soon as it saw me at first, because it was very weak then. It only became so troublesome after it kept sucking blood. As for why it appeared deep in this cave, that remains unknown. Wait, does that mean you can also become stronger by drinking blood? Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu looked at Su Mengxue. Su Mengxue shook her head. No, my cultivation level is only affected by my original form. Then, she playfully bit Jiang Xingyu's neck, leaving 2 rows of small teeth marks, and gently blew into his ear. And even if I'm going to suck blood, I'll only suck yours. Although Su Mengxue is now his girlfriend, he still finds it hard to handle the personality of this twin-tailed black lowly. He's alluring, but also incredibly controlling. What's more, Su Mengxue is still a little girl right now, and she's clinging to him and rubbing against him. Although he had developed excellent recoil control skills since childhood, they were clearly useless against a young girl like this. After all, shooting a young girl is explicitly prohibited by law, regardless of whether it was consensual or not. He gently patted Su Mengxue's little bottom. Shuer, come down quickly, I need to lift my head. She refused to let go, and Jiang Xingyu was at a loss. He could only silently recite the mantra for purifying the mind. If the mind is pure as ice, one will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. One will remain calm amidst all changes, one's spirit will be serene and tranquil, and one will not be tainted by worldly defilement. Hey, it really works. Seeing the towering mountain gradually flatten out, Jiang Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up Su Mengxue, tucked Xiao Zimi in his pocket, and carried a bag on each shoulder, then teleported back to the ground. Sigh. The pressure I'm under is something I shouldn't be bearing at my age. Oh, master, the water in this small pond has dried up. With such a big hole, it would be strange if it didn't dry up. Xingyu, that hole needs to be filled in. After all, the heart of the forest is below, and we can't let people with impure intentions find it. After saying that, he put the sickly Shui on the ground, drew his tang sword, and chopped dozens of times at a big tree, splitting it into strips, which he then placed at the entrance of the cave. Then, he transformed the starry sky armor into a pair of large hands and scooped up soil to fill it in. Su Mengxue understood immediately, transformed back into her original form, and covered the small pool with an ice prison, further intensifying the scorching heat of her holy flame body. Xiao Tan has fully recovered. The two exchanged a smile, clapped their hands, and said, splash it away. So please forgive me if you see terms like Yandere Yuki or Nine-tailed Yuki later. Yandere Yuki refers to the female protagonist's twin-tailed black lowly form. After the high five, Su Mengxue was about to separate her fingers when suddenly, a warm, large hand slipped through her fingers and intertwined with hers. All trainees gathered near the base camp. Zhou Guangjuan said, students, from this moment on, this assessment is officially over. I'm sure everyone has gained a lot in the past week, like. Now, I will announce the points rankings. First place, Jiang Xingyu, 520 points. Second place, Su Mengxue, 520 points. Third place, Yi Tian, 462 points. Fourth place, Wang Zhang, 420 points. 50th place, Xin Sheng, 169. Su Mengxue pretended to be angry and tightly grasped Jiang Xingyu's small hand, which was intertwined with hers. Damn it, I still couldn't surpass you. Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly and remained silent. At this moment, some students whispered among themselves, the top 3 are really going too far. They stole a lot of our demon cores. Yes, they took up most of the first 10 points. By the way, didn't Xin Sheng have a pretty high score at the beginning? Didn't you know? He was attacked by a monster and is now in the hospital. I heard that 3 other people died before him, all killed by monsters. Yes, I think there was one named Lu Yunlong and another named Xu Yunfei. I forgot the other one. At this moment, Lu Yunlong and Xu Yunfei are being interrogated in prison. Seeing the students discussing among themselves, Zhou Guangjuan announced, the above 50 students have been successfully selected for the elite class. In addition to the students who were selected directly without participating in the competition, we will divide them into elite class A and elite class B. Congratulations. Everyone clapped reluctantly. After all, the 3 people in front of them had made a mess of things, so they weren't in the mood to celebrate sincerely. With a sigh, Zhou Guangjuan continued, now, please invite Jiang Xingyu to come up on stage to receive a special reward. Jiang Xingyu slowly walked onto the stage, and in an instant, he seemed to radiate a dazzling light, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. A young woman nearby couldn't help but swoon, wow, isn't he the guy who sparred with so-and-so on the first day? He's so amazing and handsome. Judging from what you're saying, you probably haven't met him. He's like a demon, attacking anyone he sees. That's right, the key is that you can't beat him, and you can't run away either. You're right, he's not a real man at all. He even dares to hit women. Look at my afro, it's from him electrocuting me. My skin is blackened in several places. Boo-hoo. The girls chattered incessantly, their words becoming increasingly exaggerated. Suddenly, the surrounding air cooled down abruptly, and Su Mengxue, radiating a chill, slowly walked towards the girls. Several girls were shivering from the cold, their teeth chattering, and they looked at Su Mengxue with puzzled expressions. What's wrong with her? Why is she using superpowers for no reason? Exactly, it's completely unnecessary. Hey, she's coming. Su Mengxue stood in front of them, crossed her arms, and said calmly, if I hear you say anything bad about my boyfriend again, I'll freeze you all into ice sculptures. The girls immediately fell silent and nodded hastily, clearly recognizing Su Mengxue. After warning the group, Su Mengxue turned to leave. Suddenly, a weak voice complained, I didn't say anything bad about him, so why am I being frozen too? Su Mengxue curled her lips slightly. Fine, next time you drool over my boyfriend, don't blame me for baking you dry with holy flames. After saying that, she went straight back to where she had been standing, only to find that Jiang Xingyu had already stepped off the stage and was looking for her everywhere. Su Mengxue walked behind Jiang Xingyu, reached out and wrapped her arms around his strong waist, instantly transforming from an ice goddess into a sweet little girl. What was the reward? The girls were filled with doubt. Is this the same person? Jiang Xingyu gently removed her small hand from his waist, rubbed it, and exhaled. Why is it so cold? Never mind that, you haven't answered my question yet. Jiang Xingyu said calmly, it's a self-selection card. You can choose any item from Huawu's supermarket for extraordinary individuals. I'll take you to pick something out later. I don't need anything for the time being. Su Mengxue shook her head. You can use it yourself. My family is well off and there's nothing we need to buy. Okay, then keep it for now, and use it when you need it later. Alright, everyone, that's all for now. The class assignment results will be announced tonight. Please check the school's official website for updates. As night fell, Jiang Xingyu sat on his bed and began to cultivate. A knock sounded at the door. When the door was opened, Yi Tian, wearing only shorts, stood outside. Xingyu, the class assignment results are out. We're both in class A. Are they divided according to grades? No, it was assigned randomly. Oh, then I'm more concerned about which class Shuer is in. Yi Tian asked in confusion. Shuer? Su Mengxue? You like her? Forget about it. I'm telling you, she has a boyfriend. Jiang Xingyu's playful side was piqued. Really? How come I didn't know that? Yi Tian looked around, leaned close to Jiang Xingyu's ear and whispered, of course, I just heard about it too. You have no idea. This afternoon during the assembly, a few girls were saying bad things about Su Mengxue's boyfriend, and she happened to catch them. Su Mengxue slapped each of those girls across the face on the spot. Her attitude was extremely arrogant, and she even threatened that if this happened again, she would scatter their ashes. Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly, and he cursed inwardly. Where did this rumor come from? My Shuer is so cute. How could she say such a thing? The look on your face means you don't believe me? I'm doing this for your own good. I advise you to stay away from her. Although you are very capable, she is also a tough nut to crack. Not to mention, it's not even certain who her boyfriend is. He might be the son of some big shot. You'll have nowhere to cry when that happens. Looking at Yi Tian's serious expression, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Yeah, thanks, my good brother. I'll stay away from her next time. After saying that, he opened the official website to check the class assignment results. Fortunately, Su Mengxue and he were in the same class, otherwise he would have had to move to her class no matter what. By the way, Xingyu, Su Man was your high school classmate, right? You should have her WeChat or QQ, right? Yi Tian smiled shyly. Hee, Xingyu, you probably don't have feelings for her, right? Could you please give me her contact information? That's right, I'm not interested in her. Jiang Xingyu stopped abruptly before he could finish speaking, while Yi Tian's face clearly said, give it to me now. Give it to me now. Ahem, it's not really appropriate to give her information to others without her consent. I'm not just anyone, I'm her. What are you to her? Classmate. That's right, why don't you go to her and ask for it yourself tomorrow? Huaw University, as a university for the supernatural, is sparsely populated and has a unified curriculum for all courses. Each class has a fixed classroom, unlike universities on Earth where you have to go to different classrooms for each course. On the first day of school, Jiang Xingyu and Yi Tian did not sleep in and arrived at the classroom early. There were already about 10 students in the classroom. Su Mengxue arrived a little earlier than them and had already sat down. As soon as Jiang Xingyu entered the classroom, he strode towards Su Mengxue and sat down next to her. What a coincidence, Schwer, you've also been assigned to Class A. Actually, it wasn't a coincidence at all. She was originally assigned to Class B, but it was through her father's underhanded dealings that she was transferred to Class A. Jiang Xingyu's move left Yi Tian completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, didn't I tell him to stay away from Su Mengxue yesterday? Why did he go and get himself killed as soon as he woke up this morning? Yi Tian quickly ran to Jiang Xingyu's side, tugged at his clothes, and kept giving him meaningful glances. Jiang Xingyu ignored him, scrolling through her phone while pretending he wasn't there. Su Mengxue poked Jiang Xingyu with her fair and delicate fingers and asked softly, what's wrong with him? He seems strange. Jiang Xingyu put his arm around Su Mengxue, letting her rest her head on his shoulder, and said calmly, he's afraid your boyfriend will kill me. Su Mengxue couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Yi Tian understood that Jiang Xingyu had been putting on an act yesterday. He said angrily, fine, you bad man, you actually lied to me. Tell me, when did you two get together? The bad man completely ignored him and continued watching funny videos with Su Mengxue. By the way, Schwer, Yi Tian told me that you went to threaten those girls who were talking badly about me yesterday. You were very arrogant and even said you would scatter their ashes or something. Su Mengxue lifted her head from his shoulder and looked intently into his eyes. Do you believe me? She was afraid that this would leave a bad impression on Jiang Xingyu, and if he said he believed her, she would immediately go and confront those girls. Whether you believe it or not is not important. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. She was very pleased with Jiang Xingyu's words. She hugged his waist tightly and buried her head in his chest. Yi Tian couldn't hold back any longer. Shameless. Indecent. It's infuriating. After saying that, he sat far away and sulked to himself. Su Man was also assigned to the Elite A class. As soon as she entered the classroom, her eyes were immediately drawn to the two people who were closely embracing each other. After being rejected when she confessed her feelings, she did not give up completely and felt that she still had a chance. At this moment, she finally understood. Everyone says that childhood sweethearts can't compare to a destined romance, let alone the fact that she and Jiang Xingyu weren't even childhood sweethearts. She wasn't the kind of girl who would pester someone. Since Jiang Xingyu had already found someone he liked, she chose to silently wish him well. Su Man had just found a seat when Yi Tian followed closely behind, asking, hi, is this seat taken? Su Man shook her head. Yi Tian quickly pulled out a chair and sat down, afraid that someone else would beat him to it if he was too slow. The moment he sat down, he secretly rejoiced. It's a done deal, operation a success. All the students arrived one after another, and the teacher also appeared on time. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build, bronze skin, a rugged face, and sharp eyes. He exuded an aura like a sharp knife, giving people the feeling that he had been through many battles. He said in a loud voice, hello everyone, my name is Tan Shang Tai, and I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. Just call me Brother Tai. I am a veteran, and my cultivation level is the 3rd stage of the star-devouring realm. EDG is awesome. Tan Shang Tai roared, quiet. Next, please come up on stage and introduce yourselves. No, I don't want to introduce myself. Ha zgashi. Tan Shang Tai's expression changed, and the pressure of a star-devouring expert erupted, making the group of lesser bronze level members unable to breathe. Don't speak Japanese in front of me. Introduce yourself. It starts with you. He pointed to the students in the first row right next to the front door. I am a first-year student, Corporal Morishita. Tan Shang Tai praised. Good. Very energetic. My name is Jiang Xingyu, a first-year student with dual superpowers. My girlfriend is very beautiful, so please don't bother me. Hearing Jiang Xingyu's introduction, Su Mengxue couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Tian looked at him with disdain. When it was Su Mengxue's turn, he imitated Jiang Xingyu's tone and said, my name is Su Mengxue, I'm a first-year student, I have superpowers, my boyfriend is very handsome, please don't bother me. What's going on? The students immediately realized, ha, have a leg. Ha, where did you learn that broken English from construction sites? The key is is that I actually understood it. Underscore. Some people even started singing. Cold dog food is being slapped haphazardly in my face. Tan Shengtai's lips twitched as he listened. After all the trainees had finished their introductions, Tan Shengtai said, "Now I'm going to elect a class monitor. There are many benefits to being a class monitor, so I hope everyone will volunteer." Before he finished speaking, many students were eager to try, and Jiang Xingyu suddenly stood up. "I want to be the class monitor." "Oh, tell me, why do you want to be class monitor?" "Extraordinary individuals are judged by their strength. Do you have enough strength to be class monitor?" Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly. Being class monitor is naturally for the benefits. As for ability, he looked around and said, "Those who are not convinced, come and challenge me to a duel." The surroundings fell silent. If one had to choose, among the students present, only Su Mengxue could barely match him, but how could she possibly undermine her boyfriend? Tan Shengtai laughed loudly. "Good, you're arrogant enough. From now on, you're the class monitor." Jiang Xingyu clasped his hands in a fist salute to the trainees and said, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." The trainees thought to themselves, "Damn, if we weren't so badly beaten, who would give up their class monitor position to you? What are you pretending for?" However, they could only complain to themselves, as Jiang Xingyu didn't care about their thoughts at all. Tan Shengtai cleared his throat. "The first class later is history. Everyone get ready." After saying that, he turned and left. During class, an elderly man wearing reading glasses and with a white beard walked into the classroom. "I won't introduce myself. Just look at the name on the class schedule. If you want to know more about me, you can check the school's official website. Today I'm going to tell you about the other world." According to records, the world's first strange ruins appeared on the island nation 300 years ago. At the same time as the strange ruins appeared, humans awakened superpowers and innate physical talents, and all firearms became ineffective. Superpowered individuals became the only weapon for humans to fight against the monsters. But people back then didn't know how to use superpowers. When monsters came, hey, they almost flattened the island nation. Also, do you guys think there should be more or less dog food? Do you prefer watching everyday life or intense battle scenes? Hey everyone, handsome guys and beautiful girls, please answer this. After taking a sip of water, the old professor continued, leaving aside the changes in the island nation, let's first look at the situation in our own China. The first strange ruin to appear in China was in Kyoto, which is the young and strange ruins that you visited recently. Because it appeared a little late, and given the precedent of island nations, it did not cause much damage at the time. What truly caused the serious damage was that organized beast died 10 years ago. Ahem, I've digressed. Classmates, what exactly is the otherworldly ruins as you understand it? One student answered, the lair of the monsters. In fact, a strange ruin is an alternate dimension independent of Earth. The old professor shook his head. The strange ruins of Yong'an, the strange ruins of Shanghai, etc. that we usually talk about are actually just the gates to the strange ruins. The other world is not a series of separate alternate dimensions, but a completely different world from Earth. Only then did everyone understand what the true alien ruins were. Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin, then lowered his head in deep thought. Is this the truth about the otherworldly ruins? No, his intuition told him that the truth hidden behind the strange ruins was definitely more complex than that. For now, he can only accept this truth because he is not yet qualified to access deeper secrets, nor can he prove that the current claims are wrong. After all, he couldn't just grab anyone, pat them on the shoulder, and say, my intuition tells you that the truth about the other world is far more complicated than you think. Who would believe that? Except for Su Mengxue. After finishing this history class, Jiang Xingyu felt like his head was about to explode. He couldn't help it. He had been thinking too much, just like the author himself, who liked to analyze everything backwards and try to minimize logical loopholes. I'm not sure what to do right now, so I'll stop thinking about it and just live in the moment. When it was lunch break, Jiang Xingyu originally planned to have lunch with Su Mengxue, but Yi Tian insisted on joining, so he had no choice but to bring this 250-watt light bulb along. Upon entering the dining hall, Yi Tian diligently helped the two of them get bowls and chopsticks, and busied himself serving tea and water, leaving Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue stunned. Su Mengxue asked quietly, what is he doing? Jiang Xingyu leaned close to her ear and said, I don't know, maybe she has a gas in her stomach that she hasn't released yet. But Su Mengxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. About 10 minutes later, Yi Tian returned to his seat and grabbed Jiang Xingyu's hand. Xingyu. Su Mengxue's mind immediately went into overdrive. Oh no, he's trying to steal my man. She shoved Yi Tian aside, stood in front of Jiang Xingyu like a kitten guarding its food, and said coldly, what are you doing? Trying to abduct a man in broad daylight? Yi Tian knew Su Mengxue had misunderstood, so he coughed twice and explained, actually I wanted to become Xingyu's apprentice. Su Mengxue looked puzzled. I want to pursue Su Man, but I don't know where to start. Look how amazing Xingyu is, he won you over in just 1 week. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xingyu hurriedly interrupted, I'm not in a hurry. In short, I'd like to ask you to teach me how to pursue girls. Do you know me? Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin. You know what a warm guy is, right? A lot of girls like warm guys. Now I'll tell you a little secret about being a warm guy. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up immediately. It was definitely the right decision to ask my brother you. Jiang Xingyu cleared his throat. When a girl cries, you should seize the opportunity to comfort her. Didn't you eat? Why are you crying so quietly? Su Mengxue couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, this guy is too wicked. Yi Tian nodded, then suddenly realized something was off. Are you kidding me? Jiang Xingyu laughed heartily. The first half of the sentence is true. I want to know how you won over Su Mengxue. Yeah, how exactly did I manage to win over Su Mengxue? Before Jiang Xingyu could figure it out, Su Mengxue spoke first. He didn't pursue me. I kissed him first, then he kissed me, and then we got together. Yi Tian's mind was in complete chaos at that moment. Su Mengxue didn't seem to be joking. Did this trick really work? Imagine if I went straight for Su Man, she'd probably slap me across the face. This couple is really not normal. I need to hurry home and find my mom. Thinking of this, he didn't even eat. He suddenly stood up and rushed out the door. Watching Yi Tian's panicked escape, Su Mengxue secretly pondered, will living with him affect Xingyu's intelligence? No way. I have to find a reason to bring Xingyu to live with me right away. After a peaceful lunch break, the first practical training session finally began. On the training field, Tan Shengtai stood with his hands behind his back facing the students of Elite Class A. Ha, you didn't expect that, did you? I'm your practical training instructor. One of the male students said, we know, it's written on the schedule, isn't it? Tan Shengtai's lips twitched. Don't you know anything about humor, kid? It doesn't seem to be very humorous either. Practical training courses mainly focus on physical skills. Special skills are not applicable. I was originally going to have you all come at once, but good lad, since you're so brave, you go first. The student dared not contradict Tan Shengtai and stepped forward timidly. The next second, a pig-like scream rang out. TSK TSK, so bad. Tan Shengtai shook his head and said, next. Jiang Xingyu stood at the back of the line, looking down at his own panel. Host, Jiang Xingyu. Cultivation level, bronze rank 4. Superpowers, attributes that will not change significantly in the future are omitted. Total amount of allotropes, 4,321 micrograms, upper limit 10,000. Mental strength, 100 micro. Innate physical constitution. Opportunity obtained, purple lightning king beast, juvenile. Victory points, 1025. He had bullied many students in the Crimson Moon Forest before, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now that he looks at it, he has actually accumulated more than 1,000 victory points. System, my darling, level up my sword mastery to the highest level. Just as Jiang Xingyu had maxed out his swordsmanship, Tan Shengtai's dissatisfied voice rang out, hey, where's the squad leader? These guys are too weak. You come up here. Su Mengxue clenched her little fist and made a cheering gesture. Jiang Xingyu patted her head to reassure her. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Come up here. Jiang Xingyu teleported in front of him and bowed, saying, please give me your guidance. Tan Shengtai nodded. The data shows that you have 2 superpowers. Although these 2 superpowers are strong, your physical strength cannot be neglected. Jiang Xingyu nodded and assumed a boxing stance. A pillow for the beginning, sweet moments in dreams. And then there's the occasional overhearing my roommate and his girlfriend having long phone conversations. I'm so miserable. The author doesn't even give me a little bit of free support, and after I urge them to update, they don't even watch the short videos to support the author, okay? Upgrade. We must upgrade. Get me to the highest level. In an instant, various close combat techniques, such as De Hong Quan and Shaolin 12 Road Tan Tue, flooded my mind. Jiang Xingyu also switched from a right-handed stance to a Hong Kong starting stance. Brother Tai, please teach me. Tan Xingtai's eyes lit up. This kid knows martial arts? The next moment, he suddenly threw a punch, but Jiang Xingyu dodged to the side, wrapped his left hand around his arm, stepped under his crotch, and used the momentum to retaliate with his right fist. Tan Shengtai took a half step back. Although the punch didn't hurt him, his eyes were full of shock. He is 5 levels higher than Jiang Xingyu. To defeat him, one would need not only superior skills but also physical abilities far exceeding those of others in the same level. A scream erupted from the crowd that was incredible. That's Brother Tai. So many students before him couldn't even touch him, but Jiang Xingyu forced him to take half a step back right away. My husband is amazing. Su Mengxue clapped her hands excitedly. I don't know why, but they love calling each other husband and wife even before they're married. When Jiang Xingyu heard her call him husband, he couldn't help but smile, clearly pleased. Tan Shengtai, as a powerful being who has devoured stars, should feel ashamed to be forced back half a step by a bronze-level expert. But instead of being annoyed, he was proud to have such a student. Good lad, let me see how far you can go. No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful high-sweeping kick came flying at him. Tan Shengtai bent his arm to block, then spun around and kicked at Jiang Xingyu. The latter relaxed his shoulders and dropped his elbows to deflect the force, and then followed up with a straight punch. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of fists and feet clashing continued. After dozens of rounds, Tan Shengtai landed a heavy punch on Jiang Xingyu's chest, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Jiang Xingyu fell to the ground and could no longer get up. Tan Shengtai approached him and asked, excuse me, I didn't control my strength just now. Are you badly injured? It turned turned out that when the two were fighting just now, Tan Shangtai had rediscovered that long-lost passion and lost control of his strength, using a little too much force. Jiang Xingyu was soaked in sweat and breathing rapidly. I'm okay, just a little weak. Tan Shangtai reached out and helped him up. Well done. Even a silver-level expert couldn't withstand that punch. Are you really a bronze-level expert? Someone asked in surprise. Tisk, that's insane. Alright, you should go back to the team now. Your physical skills are already quite good. What's more important now is to let time accumulate experience and improve your physical fitness. You don't need to attend any more practical training sessions. Just play one match against me every month to keep your skills up. Jiang Xingyu nodded. Brother Tai, can I train Su Mengxue? Tan Shangtai smiled slightly. Afraid I'll hit your little girlfriend? Jiang Xingyu denied it righteously and firmly. Of course not, Brother Tai, you teach so many students, you must be too busy to handle everything. I'm just helping you share the workload. Yi Tian suddenly shouted. Xingyu is right. Please let me join your team. Jiang Xingyu refused without hesitation. No, I'm too bad at this. I can only teach people well one-on-one. You should stick with Brother Tai. Ah, Xingyu. Tan Shangtai interrupted. That's enough. I acknowledge Jiang Xingyu's martial arts skills. I won't stop him if he wants to teach others. You don't need to make me control my strength to play with you rookies. It's actually more convenient. However, he's not teaching anyone else except Su Mengxue right now, so you'd better just stick to practicing with me. After saying that, he said to Jiang Xingyu, you and your girlfriend can find a place to train, but only within the training ground. Don't train in the room later. Upon hearing this, the students burst into laughter. The two parties involved were so embarrassed that they could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of their toes. Jiang Xingyu cursed inwardly. Pa, you old lecher. He pulled Su Mengxue to a corner of the training field and began teaching her basic skills such as horse stance. Every week, the same classes repeated themselves, and no one in Huaw dared to cause trouble for Jiang Xingyu. Apart from occasionally completing tasks, his days were quite peaceful. Fortunately, he had Su Mengxue by his side, and they did little things that couples do every day, making life rather interesting. Time flies, and a semester quickly comes to an end. During this semester, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue became even closer, spending almost every day together and chatting on WeChat for a long time every night. The two are deeply in love, but their relationship has hit a bottleneck and they urgently need an opportunity to further elevate it. They were both mentally prepared, and Jiang Xingyu's villa was fully ready. They could move in immediately. It could be said that they were only waiting for the author's approval before they could live together. As for Yi Tian, there has been some progress recently. He and Su Man are occasionally seen having meals together. For an honest and simple person like him, this is already quite good progress. The final exams are finally over. The exams combine data testing with practical exercises. Unsurprisingly, Su Mengxue and Jiang Xingyu took first and second place respectively. No matter the format, nothing could stop Jiang Xingyu from winning the crown. That's a testament to his absolute strength. With the winter break approaching, students at Iwu University are usually very busy, unlike students at regular universities who spend all day in bed reading novels and playing games. Huaw implements a credit system. In addition to regular classroom credits, other credits are mainly earned by completing assigned tasks. Due to limited time on weekends, only lower-level tasks can usually be completed, resulting in fewer rewards. However, with ample time during winter break, one can take on more high-level missions, provided, of course, that one is strong enough. Therefore, many students with special needs, especially those in higher grades, will never give up this precious opportunity of winter vacation. After a semester of training, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue both reached the 7th level of bronze. Su Mengxue's physical skills improved rapidly under Jiang Xingyu's guidance. Therefore, they agreed to challenge several higher-level missions together during the winter break. In a private room of a luxury hotel, a scarred man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth stepped on the face of a short, dark-skinned man, lightly tapping his cheek with the back of his knife, and said, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you know what you're doing?" Before he could finish speaking, the phone rang, interrupting him. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered the phone. "Taodai Divine Messenger, what are your orders?" A cold command came from the other end of the phone. "I've already made arrangements over there. Go there immediately and take control of the situation. But this way, little Indian, don't talk too much. This is nothing to mention. This is a divine decree. A mission given to us by that almost godlike man. If you hadn't been nearby, this wouldn't have been your turn. Set off immediately, and there can be no mistakes." After hanging up the phone, the scarred man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and muttered to himself, "How many years has it been?" He stubbed out his cigarette and turned to leave. Su Mengxue was lying on the big bed, chatting with Jiang Xingyu on WeChat, when suddenly she received a call from her mother. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Ahem, Schwer, do you think your dad is handsome?" "Wow, you're handsome. What's wrong? Have you ever met a man more handsome than your father?" Su Mengxue felt something was off. "Mom, why are you asking that?" Shang Wenqianya paused for a moment, then asked directly, "I won't beat around the bush. Do you have a boyfriend? And you, don't say I'm being coy. I'm really not coy. I'm almost bald. Hey, you little brat, you're pretty tough, aren't you? You seem pretty proud of yourself. Do you know how worried I was when I first heard the news? Why didn't you ask your parents to help you choose the right product? What if he's a bad person? Su Mingxue frowned. Mom, he's not a bad person. He's a really good person and cherishes me a lot. I don't care. I just think he's a bad man who would deceive our sweet Shuer. Unless you bring him back so your father and I can properly investigate him. Su Mingxue thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, I'll ask him later. If he agrees, I'll take him home. But you can't make things difficult for him. You can't keep staring at him. Shangguan Qianya quickly interrupted. That's enough. Don't make it sound like we're going to eat him up. I'm telling you, your dad knows too, but he's been too busy with work lately to ask about it. He'll probably be back from his business trip tomorrow afternoon. You'd better bring your boyfriend home to meet us. You know your dad's temper. I've seen your boyfriend's picture. He's quite handsome. But if your dad isn't satisfied, it's no use no matter how handsome you are. After chatting for a while, Shangguan Qianya hung up the phone. Room 522, Haiyuan number 1. Zhang Xingyu sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Before him, Yi Tian knelt on one knee, holding a cup of freshly brewed black tea. Master, please have some tea. This kid has been completely fooled by Zhang Xingyu. It wasn't that he was too stupid, it was just that the crooked and unorthodox methods Zhang Xingyu mentioned later were actually useful to Su Man. Whether they kissed or not, if Yi Tian had actually kissed her, he'd probably be in detention right now. The progress he and Su Man made this semester is inseparable from the help of this cunning advisor. Zhang Xingyu nodded slightly and was about to drink his tea when his phone suddenly rang. Xingyu, are you free lately? What, you can't wait to go on a mission with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xingyu gently blew on the tea and calmly took a sip. No, it's my parents. They want to see you. Yi Tian sprayed a mouthful of strong tea onto his face. What? Your parents want to see me? Even Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but feel flustered at this moment. He knew that Su Mingxue's father was the principal of Huaw School. However, after a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. He valued Su Mingxue's parents' opinions highly. Since he loved her, he could not let her be caught in the middle between him and her parents. Therefore, he would never choose to run away. Hearing the firmness in Zhang Xingyu's tone, Su Mingxue thought he wasn't mentally prepared and was frightened. She said softly, was that a bit abrupt? Then let's not go. If you don't want to go, my mom and the others won't force you. Zhang Xingyu smiled and replied, silly girl, don't worry about me. From the moment I decided to be with you, I was fully prepared. No matter what happens, you just need to trust me. But, it's just meeting the parents. They're not going to eat me alive. Besides, with a husband as outstanding as yours, who wouldn't like him? Hearing him say that, Su Mingxue immediately relaxed a lot and said coquettishly, narcissistic. When do we depart? I'll come find you tomorrow morning. No need, you're a girl. You need to rest more so your skin can be fair and tender. Consider this a perk of mine. I'll pick you up tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xingyu lowered his head and pondered. It was indeed a bit sudden. I need to have Mingxue take me to pick out a few gifts tomorrow. Yi Tian wiped the tea leaves off his face and looked at Zhang Xingyu with admiration. As expected of my brother, you're so fast. Fast my ass. Don't you dare say I'm fast. Zhang Xingyu arrived at Su Mingxue's dormitory building. Mingxue, that looks like your boyfriend. Su Mingxue rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked groggily, boyfriend? The next second, she suddenly remembered her mother's phone call. Oh right, I have to take him home today. How could I have almost forgotten about that? She quickly finished washing up, casually put on a beige dress, and hurried downstairs. Her roommate looked at her enviously. Wow, she's miles ahead of me even without makeup QAQ. As I walked downstairs, I saw Zhang Xingyu's tall and slender figure. He was dressed in a formal black suit today, exuding an extraordinary aura. Su Mingxue naturally took Zhang Xingyu's arm. Let's go. My driver should have arrived by now. Zhang Xingyu nodded and put his arm around her as they walked toward the main entrance. After walking for a while, he felt the pace was a bit slow, so he put his arm around Su Mingxue and teleported to the main gate. Miss, this way, please. Butler Wei waved to them. He had personally driven to pick them up today. The next moment, Zhang Xingyu appeared in the car with Su Mingxue in his arms. The butler thought to himself, this young master is amazing. He can actually teleport? Look up at the sky. He quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he was someone who had seen a lot and wasn't easily surprised. Miss, shall we go home first, or go somewhere else? Su Mingxue did not answer, but looked at Zhang Xingyu. He said, let's go to the nearby shopping center and pick out a few gifts first. After saying that, he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a location to the contact whose contact was labeled Madam. Su Mingxue's family is really rich. They lack nothing. These gifts are simply a way of expressing one's feelings. So, Zhang Xingyu first chose a silk scarf gift set for his mother-in-law. The gift box was exquisitely packaged and contained a three-piece set, a court-style silk scarf, pearl cream, and hand cream. The silk scarf was antique and very beautiful. Even Su Mingxue praised his taste. After choosing a gift for your mother-in-law, you naturally can't forget your father-in-law. As Zhang Xingyu was pondering what to give his father-in-law, he was suddenly gently patted on the shoulder. shoulder. He looked up and saw a stylishly dressed, beautiful woman. The beautiful woman saw him raise his eyes, his gaze brightening slightly, and she sighed inwardly, what a handsome young man. She was exceptionally beautiful and charming, though slightly less so than Ms. Li Qingwan, she was still a rare classical beauty. Jiang Xingyu instinctively took half a step back and stood next to Su Mengxue. So cool. Seeing his subconscious action, Shangwan Qianya's liking for him increased. Mom, what are you doing here? I was bored at home, so I thought I'd come and see what the boyfriend you brought back looks like. Shangwan Qianya's gaze swept back and forth between the two. Now that I look at it, he's much more handsome in person than in the photos. Su Mengxue was a little angry and stood in front of Jiang Xingyu, thinking to herself, I clearly told my mother before not to keep staring at him. Tisk, they're not even married yet, and he's already so protective of him. If your dad knew his little darling was getting cold, he'd probably be heartbroken. Jiang Xingyu smiled, patted Su Mengshua's head, and shielded her behind him. Hello, Auntie, I'm Shuer's boyfriend, Jiang Xingyu. I was just about to buy a gift for Shuer's dad when I unexpectedly ran into you. After saying that, he handed the silk scarf gift box he had just bought to Shangwan Qianya. This is a gift I specially picked out for you. I hope you like it. Shangwan Qianya opened it, smiled, and said, thank you, I like it very much. Before she could finish speaking, she said to Butler Wei, it's not convenient to talk outside. Let's go back and talk. But Uncle hasn't chosen a gift yet. It's okay, just buy him any tie. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go back quickly. Su Mengxue complained softly, they said it was inconvenient, but they still made a special trip out. Little girl, what are you muttering about? Hurry up and get in the car. Shangwan Qianya was quite satisfied with Jiang Xingyu's performance at the mall and became more talkative. On the way home, she chatted with him, gradually learning more about his situation. The more they talked, the more they clicked. She discovered that Jiang Xingyu was not only handsome and polite, but also highly talented and capable. His only regret was that his family background was ordinary, but he was excellent in every other aspect. Most importantly, he truly loves his daughter. This can be seen in the small details of their interactions. When getting into the car, he placed his hand on Su Mengshue's head to prevent her from bumping into something. While chatting, he deliberately steered the conversation towards Su Mengxue, afraid that she would be bored. Shangwan Qianya was very satisfied with Jiang Xingyu, but after all, Su Yaochen was the head of the family, so in the end, it depended on his attitude. She was holding Jiang Xingyu's hand, but before she could finish speaking, Su Mengxue pulled her hand away and said angrily, if you want to hold hands, go hold your husband's hand. Only I can hold his hand. Little girl, you're so petty, you're even jealous of your mother. Seeing how protective her daughter was, she was at a loss. She turned to Jiang Xingyu and said, we'll be home soon. Shuer's father is not easy to deal with. Although I think highly of you, in the end it still depends on his approval. Su Mengshue's family was quite wealthy, and they spent most of their time living in the Keichuntang Garden Villa area. Su Yaochen bought a luxury mansion here worth 600 million yuan. As soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Xingyu was shocked. The entire mansion was magnificent, with marble steps, expensive carpets, and jade statues, reaching the pinnacle of luxury. He took Su Mengshue's hand and followed behind Shangwan Qianya, carefully observing their surroundings. He said to Su Mengxue, no wonder they are from the richest family. Speaking of which, you little rich girl, why do you still live in the school dormitory if you're so rich? Su Mengxue replied, living in a villa is too boring, and you're not moving in with me anyway. Heh, I'm not living in the dorm next semester. My star energy is enhanced by bathing in starlight, so I bought a small villa with a skylight. Su Mengxue nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. Wow, can I move in with you? Of course you can if you're willing. Of course I'd like to. Shangwan Qianya coughed lightly. Only then did the two realize that Su Yaochen was already sitting upright on the living room sofa. Honey, why are you back early? Su Yaochen said calmly, I just finished meeting with a guest. Jiang Xingyu was curious. Anyone who could make Su, the richest man, come home early to receive must be someone of great importance. Shangwan Qianya didn't seem to care. She nodded, sat down next to him, took his hand, and looked at Su Mengxue triumphantly, as if to say, humph, you won't let me hold your husband's hand, then I'll hold mine. Ignoring her childish mother, Su Mengxue took Jiang Xingyu's arm and said, Dad, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Xingyu. Su Yaochen nodded. I roughly know. Actually, all he knew was that his daughter had a boyfriend. He knew nothing else, as he had been too busy recently. Shangwan Qianya, however, took some time to look up some information about Jiang Xingyu. Su Yaochen looked at Jiang Xingyu and said, my Shuer is exceptionally talented, powerful, and has a strong background. It's no exaggeration to say that she is a chosen one of heaven. What makes you think you're good enough for my daughter? This wasn't sarcasm. He was seriously asking Jiang Xingyu what qualities he possessed to be Su Mengshue's boyfriend. Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly. Shuer is indeed a favored daughter of heaven, but I, Jiang Xingyu, also dare to call myself a favored son of heaven. Su Yaochen sighed inwardly. He certainly has guts. Aside from having a slightly less prestigious background, I am in no way inferior to Shuer. Although I don't have a prestigious background, I dare to fight, and I'm capable of fighting. I am my own strongest support. Su Yaochen laughed loudly. Good, This is a young man with backbone. However, gaining my approval won't be so easy. I have a test for you. If you can pass it, I will not object to you being together. Uncle Yu, please speak. Do you know about the Heavenly God Pavilion? Is it that super powerful foreign organization? That's right. Recently, for some reason, they suddenly chose to support the Eagle Gate organization, which has been causing trouble on the border. This makes those guys from Eagle Gate even more unscrupulous. Therefore, the Western frontier decided to send an army of extraordinary individuals to attack Eagle Gate. My trial is to have you join the team that will fight against the Eagle Gate. As long as you perform well in the mission, gain the approval of the military, and obtain the rank of lieutenant or higher, I will acknowledge you as Schwer's boyfriend. This is a mission specially approved by the military. It's a rare opportunity. It's like they're giving you a backdoor because of my daughter. You must seize this opportunity. I understand, and I will try to gain your approval. By the way, you can form a 5-person team to go together. You are powerful, but power is not everything. A reckless person cannot be my son-in-law. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Uncle Yu. Su Yaochen nodded. Yes, that's all I wanted to say. You should get ready quickly. The expedition team will depart in 5 days, so time is of the essence. Zhang Xingyu nodded, took Su Mingshua's hand, and turned to leave. Shangguan Qianya looked at Su Yaochen and said, I thought you would refuse without hesitation. After all, Xiaohoji sighed. Su Yaochen smiled and replied, there are others handling things over there. The most important thing is whether my daughter is happy. The guests you mentioned, are they here to help relieve the pressure over there? Don't mention those things. I've missed you so much since you've been away on business for so long. As soon as he finished speaking, he scooped up Shangguan Qianya and carried her towards the bedroom. Well, I think people would feel a little awkward if their parents were driving, so I won't write about that. After leaving Keachuntang, Zhang Xingyu and Su Mengxue returned to school, where he already had a general idea of who to choose. On his way back to the dormitory, he called Su Man. Hey, Su Man, what are your plans for winter break? I'm going to carry out a mission. That's perfect. I'll take you to pull off a big heist. This is an opportunity you can't miss. Okay, when do we leave? I'll let you know when the time comes. After saying that, he hung up the phone, returned to his dormitory, opened the door, and saw Yi Tian doing the moonwalk while grinning at Su Man's photo. Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, should I bring this idiot with me? Hey, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian quickly turned off the screen and put away his phone. Ahem, I'm practicing dancing here. Didn't you say that guys who can dance street dance are more popular? What are your plans for winter break? I plan to go see a porn movie with Su Man. Did she agree? Alright, I'll take you on the mission. Yi Tian shook his head. No, Yi Tian, would rather jump off this 5th floor and die than do a mission. Zhang Xingyu stroked his chin. Really? What if Su Man goes too? Where are we going? Brother Yu, when are we leaving? I'd go through fire and water for Brother Yu. Zhang Xingyu rolled her eyes at him. Don't rush me, I'm still gathering manpower. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, Zhang Xingyu secretly made a plan. We know absolutely nothing about this Eagle Gate organization. I don't know what kind of task the higher-ups will assign us. Therefore, we need to bring a team with a higher tolerance for error. Right now, Yi Tian is tanky, Schwer and I are responsible for damage output and crowd control, and Su Man is the healer. That should be enough. How about we bring along a mentalist as well? Which one is suitable for the psychic class? Oh right, there seems to be someone in the class named Han Wang. That's the one. Thinking of this, Zhang Xingyu looked up and asked Yi Tian, do you have Han Wan's phone number from our class? Yi Tian nodded and said, you mean that male student who wore a want milk-themed top, cropped skinny jeans, and black loafers, and who called himself the spiritual patriarch? Why did you describe it in such detail, and even make it rhyme? I think he has a lot of style. Stop kidding, just tell me if it's true or not. Zhang Xingyu kicked him in the butt. Stop talking so much nonsense. Are there any other mental health departments in our class? Yi Tian thought for a moment. There are only 2 people in our class who skipped the entrance exam. One is Su Man, and the other is Han Wang. TSK, this is not a good situation. We still need to bring a mentalist just in case. Suddenly, Zhang Xingyu's eyes lit up. As the class monitor, how could I not have information about my classmates? I looked, and hey, there really wasn't one. There was no other way but to ask Brother Tai for information about King Han. I dialed the number on the form, and the call was answered quickly. Hello, who is this? Hello, I am Zhang Xingyu. Han Wang was shoveling rice into his mouth when he suddenly spat a mouthful of rice into his girlfriend's face. Cough cough. You, brother you, what's wrong? Are you going to collect protection money next semester? You watch too many movies. Do I look like that kind of bad guy? I wanted to ask you if you want to come with me on a mission. What kind of mission is it? Let's do something big. Just tell me if you're going or not. I have to go. What if Zhang Xingyu holds a grudge against me because of this? Will I get a beating when school starts? Although Zhang Xingyu usually behaved normally, neither arrogant nor troublesome, he left a deep impression on everyone during the assessment, making them somewhat afraid. Are you still in school? Okay, let's meet at the school gate at 8:30 tomorrow morning. After saying that, Han Wang hung up the phone and was about to continue eating when his girlfriend, looking furious, slammed her fist down like a punching bag. Die. The next morning, Yi Tian, Su-man, and Han Wang gathered at the school gate early. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Xingyu teleported over with Su Mengxue in his arms. Seeing the girl leaning against him with a slightly flushed face, Jiang Xingyu said, "Sorry to keep you all waiting, I took a nap." Yi Tian muttered to himself, he left home early this morning, but he's just biased towards Su Mengxue. Humph, what a scumbag. As soon as Jiang Xingyu stopped, he saw that Han Wang had 2 dark circles under his eyes and asked in surprise, "How long have you been staying up all night?" "Ugh, don't even mention it. Where are we going?" Yi Tian asked. "You ran this far? Didn't I tell you I'd lead you guys to pull off a big heist?" "Stop talking nonsense, I've already booked my plane ticket. It's too late to back out now." A few minutes later, Butler Wei drove up in a Range Rover limousine and took the 5 people straight to the Su family's helipad. That's incredibly extravagant. They went on their mission directly by private jet. During the flight, the other 3 people were bored. Only Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue didn't seem to notice. Even though 2 lunches had been prepared, they insisted on eating only one, feeding each other bites and spoonfuls, sharing the sweetness. Su Mengxue had a small appetite, so after she finished eating, she took over feeding Jiang Xingyu. The latter lay comfortably in the chair, holding her soft, warm body, enjoying the food, living a very pleasant life. The 2 exchanged a smile, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Yi Tian watched with envy, while King Han was filled with jealousy. Yi Tian muttered to himself, "Wah, I don't have a girlfriend." King Han groaned inwardly, "Wah, all my girlfriend does is beat me up." In the evening, the group arrived at Osaka Airport. This is a civilian airport, only half an hour's drive from the military base. There are 2 days until the start of the operational meeting and 4 days until the troops depart. Jiang Xingyu decided to stay overnight at a hotel near the airport and take Su Mengxue sightseeing before heading to the military base for the meeting. Stay overnight? Haha, don't get the wrong idea. The group had just walked out of the airport terminal and taken only a few steps when Jiang Xingyu suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. This person, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He quickly searched his memory for relevant information, and suddenly, an idea struck him. I ran into him again after 6 months. I can't let him get away. Without hesitation, Jiang Xingyu instantly appeared in front of the man and unleashed a powerful right punch. The man, however, paid no heed and simply swept his leg across the room. As Jiang Xingyu punched the man in the face, he was also kicked hard in the abdomen. With a loud bang, Jiang Xingyu was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, and his hand bones felt as if they were shattering. Although he controlled his strength when sparring with Taigu, Jiang Xingyu vaguely felt that the person in front of him was probably a notch above Taigu in strength. Jiang Xingyu could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the crowd. The difference in their abilities was simply too great. This kick made Jiang Xingyu realize that he had been too impulsive and had acted rashly without knowing anything about his opponent. The other party was clearly holding back, otherwise, Jiang Xingyu might have perished in this remote place. Just as he was reflecting, Su Mengxue and the others arrived. Seeing Jiang Xingyu injured, Su Mengxue's eyes blazed with anger. Just as she was about to chase after him, Jiang Xingyu grabbed her hand and shook his head to signal her. Su-man acted decisively, hovering her hands half a meter above Jiang Xingyu, and with a low shout, a white beam of light enveloped him. Su Mengxue crouched down close to him, frantically groping around. "Xingyu, are you alright? What happened?" "It's nothing serious." Because his opponent held back, his injuries were not serious, and he recovered quickly. He quickly told everyone be on alert. Monsters may appear at any moment. The incident where a strange wolf suddenly appeared in the mall was suppressed by the authorities, and there was no word of it online, only the parties involved knew about it. Hearing this, Yi Tian and the others were stunned. What the hell? This is an airport, not a strange ruin. How could a monster appear here? Su Mengxue realized, was that the person we met at the mall last time? Jiang Xingyu nodded. I think I'm not mistaken, and that guy is very strong, at least on par with Brother Tai. Everyone was immediately shocked. Ghost Devourer. Why would a powerful being from the star-devouring realm appear here for no reason? Before everyone could figure it out, a cry of an eagle suddenly came from afar. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large eagle with a wingspan of about 15 meters circling in the air. Just as Jiang Xingyu predicted, he drew his sword and swung it, sending a crescent-shaped blade wave, crackling with lightning, hurtling straight towards the giant eagle. Daobo sliced the giant eagle in two, but it didn't bleed at all. Instead, it turned into a pile of sand, which then reformed into the shape of the giant eagle after a moment. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, "It's an idiot." Su-man said in a deep voice, "This sand sculpture is not easy to deal with. It turns into sand as soon as you attack it. How can we fight it?" Jiang Xingyu's lips curled up slightly. Sand sculpture? Isn't it just an eagle made of sand related to superpowers? Without superpowers, it's just a larger eagle. Isn't that simple? Su Mengxue naturally understood Jiang Xingyu's thoughts. With a snap of her fingers, the portal opened, and the next second, the Yandere loli with twin ponytails walked out of the portal. Yi Tian and Su-man often hung out with Jiang Xingyu, so they naturally knew that Su Su Mengxue could transform. But the king of Han was completely bewildered. The aloof and mature woman has turned into a twin-tailed loli. You have two horns on your head. Are you the bull demon king's sister? Jiang Xingyu's eyes sharpened, and he glared at him fiercely. Han Wang immediately shut up. The Yandere Shui ignored him and aimed at the silly sculpture, firing several shots in quick succession, but missed every single one. Honey, it's so agile, I can't hit it at all. Can you imagine a Yandere-style act of cuteness? Ahem, Schwer, be good, let me think of a way. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu began racking his brains for a solution. Suddenly, the sand swooped down towards Jiang Xingyu. His eyes lit up, and he quickly leaped backward to avoid the attack. His starry sky armor transformed into thin ropes, which quickly wrapped around one of the sand sculptor's wings. The sand sculpture thrashed about wildly in place, while dust billowed outside the hall, as if it had been hit by a sandstorm. Schwer, cough cough, hurry up. Without hesitation, the Yandere Shui quickly fired at the sand sculpture. Then, she pulled out her leg-binding knife and slashed her wrist. The blood quickly coagulated into a giant, 10-meter-long blood blade. This surprised Jiang Xingyu. Schwer? The Yandere Yuki charged forward, brandishing her blood-stained blade, and began hacking and slashing at the sand sculpture, repeatedly chanting, "You dared to ambush my husband! You dared to ambush my husband!" She spoke faster and faster, and her knife swung faster and faster, until she had chopped the sand sculpture into a pile of minced meat. But she still wouldn't stop. This can't go on forever. Jiang Xingyu went around behind her, put his left arm around her waist, and reached out with his right hand to take the blood-stained blade from her hand. He gently whispered in her ear, "Schwer, be good. Let's stop cutting for now. We can cut more when we're tired." Upon hearing this, the Yandere Yuki gradually regained her senses, and the blood-red blade turned into red light and dissipated. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Xingyu, buried her head in his chest, and rubbed against him gently like a kitten. Seeing that the surroundings had returned to calm, the fleeing people began to turn back, as some of them had to catch their flights. As the smoke cleared, a tall man was seen holding a little girl in his arms, gently patting her back. Everyone mistakenly thought the little girl was frightened by the sand sculpture, and the tall man had just dealt with the sand sculpture and was comforting her. The women around him immediately turned red with envy. So handsome, so strong, and so kind-hearted. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the crowd and strode towards Jiang Xingyu with alluring steps. She is the wife of a business owner and enjoys keeping several young lovers. Her usual tactic is to walk up to the man she likes, gently lift his chin with her index finger and thumb, wink at him, and say, "Come with me, and I can save you 30 years of hard work." She was indeed beautiful with makeup on, and coupled with her wealthy background, many young men found it hard to resist her. Now, she has her sights set on Jiang Xingyu. As she approached him, the glamorous woman reached out, ready to unleash her usual trick. Unexpectedly, the sickly shui in Jiang Xingyu's arm suddenly turned around, conjuring a small blood blade without warning, and severed her hand in one stroke. The alluring woman screamed in agony, blood streaming down her face. The Yandere Shui's eyes were cold and ruthless. "Stay away from my husband. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, breaking your hand will be the least of your worries." This stunned Jiang Xingyu. "Schwer?" The sickly shui didn't respond. She simply buried her head deep in Jiang Xingyu's arms. The glamorous woman screamed like a madwoman, "I'm going to sue you. You murdered people. You'll be going to jail." The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. A bright red thread connected the severed hand to her wound, and the severed hand miraculously reattached. Just as she was stunned, the Yandere Shui swung her knife again, severing her hand. The excruciating pain made her scream repeatedly. A moment later, the Yandere Yuki reconnected her, then severed it again, reconnected it again, and severed it again. This continued until the woman fainted from the pain. Only then did the sickly Shui stop, fix her hand, and hug Jiang Xingyu tightly. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu felt a little scared. If he accidentally angered Schwer, he was afraid that he would also be dismembered. However, such worries are actually unnecessary. Although similar plots may appear in anime or novels, they will never happen to me. Just as he would never want to hurt Su Mengxue would never hurt him no matter how she changed. With nothing to do and exhausted from their journey, the group decided to go to the hotel to rest, even though it was still early. Yi Tian, Han Wang, and Su Man each stayed in a room. Jiang Xingyu and the sickly Shui share a room, ostensibly to save money. Yi Tian and the other two didn't say much. After all, the hotel was booked by Jiang Xingyu. They were even happier to hear that Schwer was staying with Jiang Xingyu. Since the two people involved didn't care, why should they pretend to be proper people? After taking a quick shower, Jiang Xingyu lay on the big bed, appearing calm on the surface but inwardly panicking. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, the Yandere Shui would kill him. The shower noise stopped. A moment later, the door was pushed open, and a pleasant fragrance wafted out. A small figure quickly slipped into the blankets and hugged Jiang Xingyu's strong waist tightly. Jiang Xingyu froze. Schwer, why don't you change back? The Yandere Shui grabbed a short knife from the bedside table, held it to Jiang Xingyu's neck, and said coldly, "You despise me, don't you?" Jiang Xingyu, on the verge of tears, protested, "No, that's not it. I like you so much. How could I possibly dislike you?" The little girl suddenly giggled. "Honey, you're such a coward. Jiang Xingyu knew she was teasing him, and his expression became slightly displeased and serious. After a moment of silence, the girl threw away the knife in her hand, placed her hands on Jiang Xingyu's shoulders, and looked him intently into his eyes. Do you really believe I would hurt you? Jiang Xingyu hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, no. Before he could finish speaking, the little girl grabbed his head and pressed his ear close to her beating heart. Thump 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 thump. Under the flowers and the moon, all around was silent, except for the clear sound of a heartbeat. Schwer will never hurt you. No matter what Schwer becomes, she will love you wholeheartedly. Schwer is willing to give you everything, so please don't doubt or hesitate. Jiang Xingyu exerted a little force, pressing the little girl down beneath him, and gazed deeply into her eyes. I promise you, from now on, no matter what you become, I will believe in you without hesitation. After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her warm, full cherry lips, and the little girl responded to him passionately. In the midst of their passionate kiss, Jiang Xingyu, slightly intoxicated, reached out to unbutton her clothes. The little girl did not resist, letting him peel her like a freshly cooked egg. But when he saw her fair and delicate skin, he stopped, suppressed the beast within him, and tucked the blanket around her. He gently pulled her soft body into his arms. Good night, Schwer. Although she was prepared, she understood his concerns. She gently placed her small hand on his chest and closed her eyes obediently like a docile kitten. The little girl slept soundly, but Jiang Xingyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He didn't want to wake the little girl, but he felt bad and had no choice but to gently pinch her cheek and softly call out, Schwer, wake up. The little girl was half asleep, seemingly unwilling to wake up, and said in her sleep, honey, don't bother me, I'm practicing shooting targets. Hey, why are you using a broken gun? Is the bolt broken? Why isn't it chambering a bullet? Okay, if the bolt is broken, let's not pull it yet. Let's go wash up first, and then I'll take Schwer out for a walk later. The little girl kept her eyes tightly closed, her brows furrowed. No, I haven't started shooting at the target yet. Seeing her so determined to master marksmanship, Jiang Xingyu was utterly helpless and could only let things take their course until she finished practicing. A long hour passed, and the sky gradually began to lighten. Jiang Xingyu finally escaped her clutches and gently woke her up. The little girl was still drowsy, her eyes not yet open. She sniffed her nose and asked, what's that smell? It stinks. Is the egg spoiled? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. He reached out and pinched her cheek, his voice filled with affection and a hint of reproach. Wake up, you little sleepyhead, go wash your hands. The little girl shifted, propping herself up with her arms. Hey, why are my wrists a little sore? Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but cover his face. You were pulling the bolt non-stop for a whole hour. If it were an ordinary person, their wrist would have been ruined long ago. The little girl, wearing slippers, wobbled towards the bathroom, groggily wiping her face with her hand. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu collapsed helplessly onto the large bed. After the yandere Yuki fully regained consciousness, she recalled what she had done that morning. She had no complaints. After all, she had already prepared herself to make the sacrifice, and that she would have to come into contact with him sooner or later. On the contrary, Jiang Xingyu silently endured this torment. Meanwhile, inside the hall, a group of people sat on either side of the main seat, but the main seat was empty. A moment later, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man, about 1.7 meters tall, with a mohawk and a wolf's head tattooed on his shoulder, walked in. People on both sides stood up to greet him. Welcome, Wolf Apostle. This person was none other than one of the 36 apostles of the Heavenly God Pavilion, the Wolf Apostle, Knife Wolf. The Celestial Pavilion is a powerful multinational organization with numerous members. To facilitate management, the Heavenly God Pavilion established a strict hierarchical system. The ranks, from highest to lowest, are Heavenly God, Pavilion Master, 4 Divine Envoys, 12 Envoys, 36 Apostles, Elite Members, Ordinary Members, and Cannon Fodder. Eagle Gate leader Ying was in a great mood. I never expected that the Heavenly God Pavilion would send such an important figure as the Wolf Apostle. It is truly an unparalleled honor for our sect. Apostle Wolf, please have a seat. While leading him to a seat, Ying deliberately used 2 white rabbit candies to gently bite Dao Lang's arm. Ying was a stunning beauty, and Dao Lang let her tease him as she pleased, since he wasn't losing out. He casually sat down in the head seat and asked, tell me how things have been going lately? Ying giggled and said, we used to do some small business on the border of China, selling things like counterfeit goods. Recently, with the support of your organization, we plan to expand our operations. Oh, what is your goal? Ying clapped her hands, and her subordinate handed her a map that had been prepared beforehand. Pointing to the markings on the map, she said, we plan to acquire the Saha oil well and the Dongri or refinery. The oil well was only a dozen kilometers from the Chinese border. Dao Lang raised the corners of his mouth. You guys are challenging China's bottom line. Ying snuggled up to Dao Lang, her body coiling around him like a water snake, her small hand gently resting on his chest. Isn't Dao Lang brother here too? Dao Lang let her gently rub his skin and nodded. Do you know what's going on in China? Ying shook her head. I'm not sure. We attacked a village before, and they didn't interfere much. Now that the Heavenly God Pavilion is supporting us, I'm sure China will be even less likely to make any rash moves. Moreover, we have also placed informants so that we can detect them as soon as they cross the border. Dao Lang's face remained expressionless, but he secretly sneered inwardly. The stupid woman dares to act wildly in front of China. Let's see how you handle this. After a moment, he nodded and said, I understand your basic situation. As long as you don't cross China's bottom line, they won't take any major actions. At most, we'll send peacekeeping troops. There aren't many extraordinary individuals among them. Besides, I brought 100 elite members of the Celestial God Pavilion, and they're all ready to go. We'll provide support if you need it. We will only provide assistance and will not interfere too much in your affairs, so go ahead and make a fuss. Ying hugged Dao Lang tightly. Thank you, Brother Lang. He was secretly pleased. Those are 100 elite members, and all the elites of the Heavenly God Pavilion are at least silver rank. With these 100 elites, Dao Lang is more than a match for the entire Eagle Gate. Ying suddenly felt more confident and prepared to dance a cha-cha on the border of China. In fact, Dao Lang's judgment was correct. As long as Eagle Gate does not cross China's bottom line, China will at most send peacekeeping troops to carry out a warning strike. In this world, those with supernatural abilities are few in number. The more supernatural beings there are, the greater the protection against invasions by demonic beasts. With firearms rendered ineffective, all nations now regard those with supernatural abilities as treasures, especially those with high talent and strength. Therefore, no country will easily use foreigners unless absolutely necessary. But unfortunately, Eagle Gate just happened to run into the line of fire. The spies in western Xinjiang are well hidden. For the sake of the Wuhan University League's plans, the White Tiger King is considering how to get them to take away fake, incomplete historical materials. Just as someone handed you a pillow when you were sleepy, Eagle Gate and Heavenly God Pavilion were just in time to stir things up. With the support of the Heavenly God Pavilion, the Eagle Gate is undoubtedly a major threat. The western frontier has ample reason to send an army of extraordinary individuals, thus avoiding suspicion of espionage. When troops are dispatched, the headquarters is deficient in military strength, which allows spies to take advantage of the situation and take away fake, incomplete historical materials. This will both prepare for the conclusion of the Wuhan University League and eliminate the Eagle Gate, which has been causing trouble on the border for a long time, killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Xingyu was completely unaware of all this. He was too low-ranking. In this power struggle between the Chinese leadership and internal troubles, he was merely a pawn. While Eagle Gate was busy preparing, China was naturally not to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Jiang Xingyu and his entourage were preparing to head to the military headquarters for a combat meeting. For some reason, every day around midnight, the Yandere Shui would start practicing her marksmanship on time, and she would practice for a full hour. She herself didn't feel anything was wrong, but Jiang Xingyu was extremely embarrassed. He didn't even dare to sleep in the same bed with her anymore. Every day before dawn, he was kept awake by her constant torment. Who could stand it? Even someone with an indestructible body couldn't withstand this kind of torment. Left with no other choice, the sickly Shui reverted to Su Mengxue. She was afraid that Jiang Xingyu truly didn't want to share a bed with her anymore. In the past few days, she had become increasingly reliant on the feeling of being held in his arms, and if she were suddenly separated from his embrace, she feared she would toss and turn all night, unable to sleep. Fortunately, although Su Mengxue is usually cold and aloof, she is exceptionally well behaved when she sleeps. She curls up in Jiang Xingyu's arms, so quiet that she is unbelievable, completely different from the sickly and delicate Shui. That's why Jiang Xingyu agreed to continue sleeping in the same bed with her. After all, he also liked her soft, warm body, and it felt really comfortable to hold her. If he gets hungry at night, he can eat steamed buns. How wonderful is life! When Shui becomes pregnant with their baby, they can even add some milk. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. On the day of the meeting, Yi Tian and his two companions were exceptionally excited. This mission was unlike their previous small-scale operations. As Jiang Xingyu had said, this time they were going to do something big. The group agreed to meet at the hotel entrance and soon boarded a vehicle sent by the military. The military headquarters is located in a small town, about 20 kilometers from the border front. Given the current unclear situation, it is not advisable to venture too far. A tall, handsome young officer stood in front of the map. He was the commander-in-chief of this operation, named Chen Wu. At only 26 years old, he was already a platinum-level expert, a top talent in the military. Those attending the meeting were all high-ranking officials of the gold rank or above. Jiang Xingyu and others were not originally qualified to attend, but were allowed to participate in the meeting due to special permission from the military. Chen Wu said, "We have obtained entry permission from the country of Salvador, and the Salvadoran army will cooperate with us to suppress Eagle Gate. Unlike Earth, there is no international law or many rules and regulations on this planet. There is only a balance of power between powerful nations, and weaker countries are likely to be annexed. Therefore, there are very few countries on Earth. Eagle Gate is backed by the extremely dangerous Heavenly God Pavilion, which seriously threatens the security of China's borders. It is only natural for China to send troops to strike Eagle Gate Gate. As a top-tier power, China can enter the country directly without the consent of El Salvador, and other powerful countries have no right to interfere. The reason for obtaining entry permission from El Salvador is simply because China loves peace and respects the sovereignty of other countries. El Salvador remains a country due to historical issues and is one of the weakest nations in the world. They were so weak that they couldn't even take down Gate, an organization that wasn't considered strong. Therefore, China's willingness to take action against Gate was naturally met with enthusiastic support from the United States. Our ultimate goal in this operation is to eliminate Gate and ensure border security. The Heavenly God Pavilion dispatched wolf apostles to oversee Gate affairs, indicating that they attach great importance to the Gate organization. This wolf apostle is quite troublesome, and we have no idea how many he has with him, or where they are hiding. Chen Wu paused, marked the map with a red pen, and said, with the support of the Heavenly God Pavilion, Gate will never stay obediently. According to Salvadoran military sources, their base has been relocated to the Taxk region. They moved their base to Taxkorgan, and their targets were most likely these four places: the Saka oil well, the Maki mine, the Dongri refinery, and the Anti steel plant. Therefore, we need to send 5 teams to these 4 locations in the base in the Tasker region to gather intelligence. For an organization to maintain operations, funding is essential. The places Chen Wu circled were precisely the most lucrative spots in the Taxk region. He looked at the officers and said, "Go down and select some agile soldiers to carry out reconnaissance missions. Everyone else, remain in place and await intelligence." Meeting adjourned. Jiang Xingyu suddenly interrupted, "Wait a minute. We request permission to carry out an investigation mission." Chen Wu glanced at him and said, "You must be one of those students who received special approval from the military. Your level should only be bronze. How are you going to gather intelligence?" Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly. "My superpower is, and so is my girlfriend's. Although we are not at a high level, when we work together, even platinum-level opponents can't catch up with us." Chen Wu pondered for a moment. "That's true. Then you two go and scout out Gate's stronghold. Remember, try to complete the mission within 2 days. If it drags on too long, it will affect the morale of the soldiers." Jiang Xingyu nodded, understood. After saying that, he took Su Mengshua's hand and left the military tent. As soon as the two left, an officer asked, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, is it appropriate to entrust such an important task to 2 students?" Chen Wu's lips curled up slightly. "Of course, he will never disappoint me." Like many readers, the cadre was puzzled by Chen Wu's inexplicable trust in Jiang Xingyu, but since Chen Wu didn't explain, he could only shake his head helplessly and leave. On the other side, after Jiang Xingyu led Su Mengshua out of the military tent, he took out a map and studied it carefully. He said in a low voice, "The leader of Gate would not be so foolish as to not be on guard against the Chinese army. They have most likely placed spies near the border. Schwer, we need to choose a relatively safe route." Su Mengshua nodded. "Okay, I understand." Actually, she had been admiring Jiang Xingyu's handsome face the whole time. After all, a man focused on his work is the most attractive. She hadn't understood what he was saying at all, but regardless, her husband was definitely right. Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin. "We absolutely dare not go to these small villages. There must be spies there. They will also appear on some of the main roads, but in much smaller numbers. So we have no choice but to hike around these villages or risk taking these roads and try our luck. What do you think, Schwer? Schwer, you big idiot." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 seconds later, Su Mengshua suddenly realized something was wrong. Her cheeks flushed red, and she raised her small fist and pounded hard on Jiang Xingyu's chest. Jiang Xingyu knew she couldn't bear to hit him, so he laughed even more unrestrainedly. Su Mengshua tilted her head and muttered, "Humph, you bad guy. I'm ignoring you." Jiang Xingyu gently turned her face to the side and said with a smile, "No, you have to talk to me." "No way. You naughty Schwer, if you keep being so stubborn, I'm going to kiss you." "Humph, we've kissed each other so many times, I'm not afraid of you." "Alright, I'll give you something different today." The next moment, Jiang Xingyu gripped her hands tightly, and Su Mengshua's back slammed against the table. She was pinned down by him in a surrendering posture, and the man kissed her passionately. This kiss was no longer gentle. Jiang Xingyu's kiss was exceptionally rough. Faced with his enthusiasm, Su Mengshua responded warmly. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was extremely excited. "He's so domineering. I love it. That's just how it is. No need to be so gentle with me. Hey, I think I've awakened some strange attribute." Jiang Xingyu kissed her fiercely on the table for a long time, until her soft cherry lips were swollen before he let go. He gently hooked her chin with his finger. "Will you dare to be naughty again next time?" Su Mengshua ignored him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and wanted to continue kissing him. Jiang Xingyu picked up her soft body and let her sit on his lap. "Alright, we still have a mission to complete. We can't delay." Hearing him say that, Su Mengshua stopped making a fuss and nestled obediently in Jiang Xingyu's arms. Jiang Xingyu looked at the map, while Su Mengshua looked at him. "We haven't kissed enough yet, but the mission is important, so we'll do it next time." Continue. Where were we? Oh, right, it would take a long time to hike around those places where there might be spies. Besides, the Taskar region is quite large, and we don't even know the exact location of the Gate outpost. Even if we get to the city, we might not be able to find them. Perhaps. Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly. We'll take the initiative to find those informants. He paused, then said, Eaglegate has been making frequent moves lately, so their main force is definitely concentrated. They won't send high-level superhumans to act as spies. Su Mengxue instantly understood his plan and kissed him. My husband is so smart. The two deliberately drove a car with Chinese license plates, chose a shorter route, and drove at a normal speed. In a small hut, three men sat around a fireplace. Big brother, are we going out on patrol again today? It's fucking freezing. Yes, it's so cold. It's really hard to stand guard in this godforsaken place. To be honest, China won't send anyone over at all. The man in black spat a mouthful of sunflower seed shells all over their faces and sneered. You don't know anything. If you know so much, why don't you become the leader of Eaglegate? Why come here and be my underling? He sighed and said, why did we leave our homes and come to this country of Salvador? Isn't it just to make a living? Eaglegate has treated us fairly well. If we want to keep our livelihood, we naturally have to do good things for them. Today, we will continue our inspection. The two responded and left the house. Their main responsibility is to check vehicles coming from China. If they find anything unusual, they will report it to their leader, who will then make the decision. Jiang Xingyu's car was stopped halfway through the journey. A man with a pointed face and monkey-like features asked, from China? Jiang Xingyu opened the car door and gripped his hand tightly. Oh, you're Chinese too, right? It's like meeting a fellow countryman, tears welling up in my eyes. That hand was covered in calluses, and it felt a bit rough to hold. Seeing that the person didn't react, Jiang Xingyu was secretly startled. An extraordinary person. He shook hands with considerable force. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been screaming in pain. It's so cold, folks. Why are you standing on the main road? Are you waiting for a bus? How about I give you a ride? The man with the pointed beak shook his head. My home is nearby. It's too stuffy at home, so I came out for some fresh air. What do you do for a living, bro? You seem to have a lot of strength. He knew in his heart that Jiang Xingyu was an anomaly, but he didn't show it on the surface. Jiang Xingyu said awkwardly, yeah, it's really cold. It's unbearable to stay in this godforsaken place. If you ask me, China will definitely not send anyone. The man in black spat out sunflower seed shells while rudely spitting them in their faces. What do you know? If you know so much, why don't you become the leader of Eaglegate? Why come here to be my underlings? He sighed and said, we left our homes and came to Sa country just to make a living. Eaglegate treats us well. If we want to keep our livelihood, we have to do good things for them. Let's continue the inspection today. The two responded and left the house. Their main task is to check vehicles from China. Once they find anything unusual, they will notify their leader, who will then make the decision. Jiang Xingyu's car was stopped halfway through the journey. The man with the pointed face and monkey-like features asked, are you from China? Jiang Xingyu opened the car door and grasped his hand tightly. Oh, you're Chinese too? It's like meeting a fellow countryman, tears welling up in my eyes. That hand was covered in calluses, and it felt a bit rough to hold. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, Jiang Xingyu secretly became alert. An outsider. He gripped the handshake very firmly. An ordinary person would have been screaming in pain long ago. It's so cold. Why are you standing on the main road? Are you waiting for a ride? How about I give you a lift? The man with the pointed beak shook his head. My home is nearby. It's too stuffy at home, so I came out for some fresh air. What do you do for a living, bro? You seem to have a lot of strength. In fact, he had already realized that Jiang Xingyu was an extraordinary person. Jiang Xingyu gave an awkward smile and pretended to be sincere. Brother, you're joking. We're just bricklayers. How could we not be strong? The man with the pointed snout thought to himself, I don't believe you for a second. I used to work as a bricklayer for over 10 years, and I never even owned an Audi. He didn't show it on his face, but tentatively said, it's rare to meet someone from my hometown. It's so cold, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Since he didn't know Jiang Xingyu's background, he didn't dare to act rashly. Jiang Xingyu nodded. Thanks, brother. My girlfriend and I have been traveling a long way and haven't had a break yet. Su Mengxue, sitting in the passenger seat, obediently opened the car window and said sweetly, thank you, brother. Upon seeing Su Mengxue, the man was awestruck by her beauty, which strengthened his resolve to take them back with him. Seeing that Jiang Xingyu was young, he was secretly pleased. Your level isn't much higher than mine. I'll take you back, cripple you first, and then sleep with your girlfriend. Following directions from the man with the pointed beak, Jiang Xingyu arrived at the man's house 2 minutes later. As soon as the door opened, the man's demeanor changed. Brother, this kid must have been sent by China. The man in black suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Upon seeing Su Mengxue, he drooled, oh my, is this some kind of charity? Buy one get one free. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. As he spoke, he moved closer to Jiang Xingyu, and his arm suddenly transformed into a steel blade as he slashed down. Jiang Xingyu smiled calmly. As expected, you have accomplices. After saying that, he drew a tang sword directly from thin air and slashed horizontally at the steel blade. With a sharp clang, the man in black staggered back several steps, his heart filled with shock. This kid is no ordinary person. You should know that he was about to break through to the silver level, but this kid who was not even 20 years old had actually actually forced him back with a single strike. Seeing this, the henchman realized the situation was bad and immediately took out his phone to call for help. Su Mengxue smiled faintly, and with a gentle wave of her hand, she froze him into an ice sculpture. She took off her phone and squatted down to look through it. Upon seeing this, the man in black rushed towards Su Mengxue, intending to take her hostage. With a snap of her fingers, Su Mengxue created a portal, transforming into her Yandere form and striking the man in black with a single shot. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xingyu suddenly appeared in front of him, his tang sword crackling with lightning, and slashed down heavily. A scream rang out as a wave of lightning slashed the man away, leaving a charred mark on the ground. The man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood streaming down his arm. The next moment, a cold blade was pressed against his neck, cutting a shallow gash. Where is Eagle Gate's stronghold? The wound deepened, and fresh blood seeped out. I really don't know. We are just free agents hired by Eagle Gate. Those who awaken their special abilities on their own but do not register with the Extraordinary Pavilion or the military are called free extraordinary individuals. Self-awakened superpowers are generally weak, and coupled with the fact that they usually don't have any impressive combat skills, these free agents are often not very strong. Su Mengxue then walked over with her phone. Honey, this phone has their superior's contact information. Jiang Xingyu was distracted when the man in black suddenly chopped at his leg with a hand chop, but it had no effect whatsoever. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Does that mean I can't use my superpowers anymore?" The man in black panicked. What happened? Where's my power? Jiang Xingyu took the phone from Su Mengxue and said, "Call your superiors and tell them you've captured 2 Chinese intelligence agents. Tell them to come and pick them up. You are too weak to resist now. If you dare to talk nonsense, my tang sword will kill you immediately. If I told you, would you let me go?" Jiang Xingyu ignored him and handed him the phone directly. "Mr. Z, we've captured 2 Chinese intelligence agents at our 101 outpost. What do you think? Should we execute them directly or?" A moment later, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, I'll come and get the person." After the call ended, a busy signal rang out. "It's done." Jiang Xingyu nodded and released the man in black. The next moment, Su Mengxue drew her leg-binding knife and plunged it fiercely into his heart. The man in black stared wide-eyed at Jiang Xingyu. Won't you speak?" Seeing that he could still struggle, Su Mengxue stabbed him in the heart a few more times. Su Mengxue only stopped when he had completely stopped breathing, and said with a coquettish laugh, "Hee, did you think I would let you go?" The man in black never understood until his last breath that the real cause of his death was that when Jiang Xingyu held a knife to his neck, the two were too close, which made Su Mengxue jealous. Gently stroking the little horn on Su Mengxue's head, Jiang Xingyu wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. "Alright, swear, you're not a little girl anymore. Why are you jealous of a grown man?" Su Mengxue didn't answer, but simply hugged him tightly. Jiang Xingyu sat in a chair. Su Mengxue faced him, her arms around his neck. The two embraced quietly, waiting for Mr. Z to come and pick them up. Not long after, Su Mengxue actually fell asleep. Jiang Xingyu smiled helplessly and didn't say anything more. Since sharing a bed with her last time, his wariness of Su Mengxue had completely disappeared. Looking at her now, he no longer felt any fear as before, but only found her extremely cute. As he quietly admired the girl's sleeping face, he caught a glimpse of 2 small dishes and 3 dirty bowls on a table not far away. Jiang Xingyu suddenly realized something, picked up Su Mengxue, and carefully searched the room. 3 bowls, 3 toothbrushes, 3 quilts. This place clearly shows the traces of 3 people's lives. One was killed by Su Mengxue, and another was frozen into an ice sculpture by her. They had an accomplice. At the same time, a car was stopped on the road, and a man in a coat asked, "Brother, are you from China?" The person in the car was Mr. Z, whose contact name was on his phone. He was naturally suspicious and afraid of being followed. After leaving the stronghold, he drove around the city a few times to make sure there were no tails around before heading towards China. Outpost 101? The man in the overcoat nodded. "Who are you?" "Mr. Z." The man in the overcoat said respectfully, "Welcome, Mr. Z, for your inspection." Inspection? Mr. Z felt something was off. "Didn't your boss tell you why I'm here?" He felt increasingly uneasy. Logically, he shouldn't have failed to inform his subordinates. "Call your boss." After a moment, the man in the coat shook his head. "Can't get through." Mr. Z's expression was grave. "Get in the car. Your boss should already be dead." No wonder we suddenly caught 2 intelligence agents. They were setting a trap for me. With that thought in mind, he drifted, and the car headed towards China. Not long after they left, Jiang Xingyu, based on the attendance record, led Su Mengxue to this place, but there was no one around. Little Purple Rice poked its head out and said, "Master, there's still a faint smell of car exhaust in the air." Jiang Xingyu pondered to himself, "Few cars pass by around here, so this smell is most likely from Mr. Z. They must have just left, but the question is, which direction did they go?" Looking around, Jiang Xingyu noticed several black tire tracks on the road not far away. Little Purple Rice, do these tire tracks still have a smell? Little Purple Rice sniffed. "There's still a little bit left." Jiang Xingyu smirked, "Humph, I'll let you drift." After saying that, he asked Su Mengxue to to drive and then sat in the passenger seat. Su Mengxue naturally knows how to drive. As the daughter of the Su family, she has a wide range of interests and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Driving is a piece of cake for her. In addition, since she was already somewhat morbid after becoming a yandere, she is now driving even more daringly. The car almost flew off the plane. Little Zini huddled trembling in Jiang Xingyu's pocket. Huaw, the female lead, Jin, is so terrifying XX. Even Jiang Xingyu himself felt thrilled and secretly thought to himself, it seems that I must never let her drive next time, at least the sickly Shui cannot be on the road. However, the speed was indeed very fast and soon a car came into their view. Mr. Z, there's a car chasing us closely, the man in the coat warned. That's true. Mr. Z glanced at the rearview mirror. Damn it, they're catching up? After saying that, he slammed on the gas and the car accelerated instantly. Then he braked hard and swerved, drifting beautifully through the big bend. He thought this would allow him to shake off his opponents, but Su Mengxue's driving skills were astonishing and she followed closely behind. Mr. Z casually tossed his phone onto the back seat and said, call the person whose contact name is Little Baby and ask her to come and help. The phone traced a less than elegant parabola before Jiang Xingyu caught it steadily. Who should we call? The sudden sound startled Mr. Z and the man in the coat. The car was going too fast and Mr. Z was momentarily distracted. The vehicle went out of control and plunged off the cliff, followed by a loud bang and a deafening explosion. Jiang Xingyu instantly teleported back to his car the moment the car went out of control. Schwerer, stop the car. After the car came to a smooth stop, Jiang Xingyu picked up Su Mengxue and jumped off the cliff. He teleported in mid-air and landed steadily. At the bottom of the cliff, the car was reduced to a charred wreck. Although those with extraordinary abilities are physically strong, it is still difficult for them to withstand an explosion if they are only at the bronze level. The man in the overcoat was now charred black and smelled faintly of roasted meat. Although his body had not been blown to pieces, this proved that he had been an alien. Mr. Z has run away, his whereabouts are unknown, but he certainly hasn't gone far. Little Purple Rice, smell if there's any other barbecue smell nearby. Little Purple Rice sniffed, Master Silver, it is indeed there, and it's even more concentrated than this Black Devil's. Alright, let's go. Soon after, Jiang Xingyu and his companion found Mr. Z. He was resting against a rock when he saw the two approaching and before he could react, he was shot by Su Mengxue. I have a way. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu teleported forward and slammed his fists down, shouting, ouch, everyone, I'm dunking on your head. After a beating, Jiang Xingyu grabbed him by the collar and asked, where is the Eagle Gate stronghold? You think I'd tell you? Hey, not bad, you've got guts. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu smiled and looked at Su Mengxue, gesturing for her to perform. Schwer, show us your talent. Giggle giggle. Su Mengxue approached Mr. Z with a wicked smile, pulled out the leg binding knife and raised it high. Mr. Z closed his eyes tightly, seemingly resigned to his fate. Kill me, even if you kill me, I won't say a word. But the expected stinging pain did not occur. All around was quiet except for the chirping of insects and birds. What's up? Could it be that she came to save me? Thinking of this, Mr. Z opened his eyes and saw that Su Mengxue and Jiang Xingyu were each holding two blood-stained blades. They wore sinister smiles, as if they came from hell, and stared at him silently, sending chills down his spine. The next moment, a scream rang out as Su Mengxue unleashed her traditional superpower, limb regeneration. Mr. Z was even worse off, as he was subjected to a mixed doubles attack, with Su Mengxue responsible for his hands and Jiang Xingyu for his legs. 1, 2, 3, chop. A sharp pain struck, but in the next instant, both arms and legs were completely restored. 1, 2, 3, chop. 1, 2, 3, chop. The crisp, melodious female voice and the magnetic male voice intertwine, creating a heavenly melody that blends perfectly. But to Mr. Z, the voice was like the whisper of death, piercing his nerves and almost driving him to the brink of collapse. Seeing that Mr. Z was in so much pain that he was about to faint, Jiang Xingyu immediately stopped Su Mengxue. He squatted down, facing Mr. Z, and gave him what he thought was a friendly smile. Comfortable? Want to continue? I have more tricks up my sleeve. Mr. Z was driven to the brink of madness, and could only stare tremblingly at Jiang Xingyu's smiling face. It turns out that Jiang Xingyu had previously complained that he was shouting too loudly, so he picked up a stone and forced it into his mouth. Mr. Z had been wanting to confess for a long time, but Jiang Xingyu was simply a devil. With his mouth gagged, he kept chopping at him while demanding, will you talk or not? Will you talk or not? After he had finished chopping, he remembered that Mr. Z's mouth was gagged. Just as the stone was removed, Mr. Z's heart-wrenching cries rang out, are you fucking telling me or not? Jiang Xingyu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sorry, you dare apologize? Do you think you're so polite? Jiang Xingyu cleared his throat. Tell me, where is Eagle Gate's stronghold? Mr. Z took a deep breath. Anding Street, Hasaki Duel Arena, and the basement of the boxing gym are all Eagle Gate strongholds. What else do you know? Mr. Z thought for a moment and said, the Heavenly God Pavilion has sent the Wolf Apostle. He brought 100 elites from the Heavenly God Pavilion, and no one knows where they are hiding. Even the leader of the Eagle Gate doesn't know their whereabouts. Anything else? That's about about all I can use. I don't know much. I'm only responsible for interrogation anyway. Then you can leave now. Jiang Xingyu nodded. Okay, you must be tired too. I hope you can be a good person in the future. Mr. Z staggered to his feet and ran less than 10 meters. Jiang Xingyu suddenly appeared in front of him, instantly drew his knife and slashed across his neck. The future I'm referring to is the next life. Swish, blood splattered, and Mr. Z collapsed to the ground. As the saying goes, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Jiang Xingyu never hesitates to show mercy to his enemies. He casually wiped the blood off the tip of the knife, and as soon as he turned around, Su Mengxue pounced on him. In her Yandere form, Shui was extremely clingy, wanting nothing more than to hang directly on Jiang Xingyu and remain motionless. Jiang Xingyu picked her up, supporting her little bottom with one hand to make her more comfortable, and took out a map with the other hand to find the location of Hasaki Boxing Gym. Honey, aren't you getting tired doing this? How could that be? My Schwer is so light, she's not tired at all. Hee, that's good. Her little hands gripped Jiang Xingyu's collar, and her little head rested on his neck. She loved his embrace, and since he said he wasn't tired, she felt perfectly justified in staying in his arms. Hasaki Boxing Gym is located in East Tusk, not far from Saka oil wells and other areas. After confirming the location, Jiang Xingyu called Shenwu. We've received information that Dao Lang has brought 100 elites, but their exact hiding place is unknown. We've also located the Eagle Gate stronghold and are preparing to continue our in-depth investigation. Shenwu laughed and said, as expected of Huawu's genius student, you really have the ability to get the information so quickly. You flatter me, you flatter me. After a brief exchange, Jiang Xingyu drove Su Mengxue towards Hasaki Boxing Gym. However, when they arrived at their destination, they were both stunned. Anding Street, as its name suggests, is very peaceful. The residents here are all very kind, and fights are common. The streets couldn't be described as clean and tidy, they were rather dirty and messy, with smelly food scraps and fruit peels everywhere. In short, it's about the same as the place in India, clean and hygienic. Hasaki Boxing Gym is located in the center of the street, covering a vast area of approximately 20,000 square meters. This is just the ground floor area. The basement alone reaches 50,000 square meters. A standard football field is over 7,000 square meters. After glancing at the map, Jiang Xingyu carried Su Mengxue through the bustling city. Hey kid, leave the girl in your arms here. Jiang Xingyu couldn't understand Salvadoran, but he kept walking forward on his own. When the thug saw that Jiang Xingyu ignored him, he became furious and rushed behind Jiang Xingyu with a dagger, ready to stab him. But he was surprised to find that Jiang Xingyu had already appeared 100 meters away. The next second, a stone crackling with lightning shot out and shattered the thug's head. A few minutes later, Jiang Xingyu arrived near Hasaki Boxing Gym and booked a private room by the window at the restaurant across the street to observe the activities at the gym. The boxing gym was bustling with people, including ordinary people and those with unusual traits. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. With that in mind, Jiang Xingyu carried Su Mengxue into the boxing gym. At this moment, in the basement of the boxing gym, Yin Ying was sitting on the sofa making a phone call. She frowned as she dialed the number for a long time without getting an answer. He usually answered the phone instantly. Why was it taking so long today? She dialed another number. Is Mr. Z there? Chief, Mr. Z went out to fetch people and hasn't returned yet. Yes, news came from the 101 outpost that 2 Chinese intelligence agents had been captured, and Mr. Z rushed over there as soon as he received the news. How long have you been gone? About 3 or 4 hours. After a pause, Yin Ying calmly ordered, send someone to the 101 outpost immediately. She lit a cigarette and thought to herself, someone from China has probably already arrived. Are they really going to make a move? That shouldn't be the case. In any case, Mr. Z is probably in grave danger now, so it seems like there's no chance of having any fun with him today. Thinking of this, she summoned another kept man and a group of officials. Yin Ying sat on the pretty boy's lap, flicking the ash from her cigarette lightly. Some people from China should have arrived by now, and they've probably already found us. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open. Once you spot the target, try to capture them alive. Only take action as a last resort. Upon entering the boxing gym, Jiang Xingyu realized that the reason for the large crowd was the ongoing extraordinary fighting tournament. If you can win 10 consecutive rounds, you can be hired as a resident boxer by the gym, with an astonishingly high salary. Holding a duel between outcasts in a boxing gym? Those unfamiliar with the situation might think it's just the owner's entertainment, but Jiang Xingyu knows perfectly well that Eagle Gate's intentions are obvious. He didn't rush to sign up, but instead wandered around the boxing gym. As he walked, he noticed that while the instructor was instructing the students, he suddenly began to quietly observe the people around him, as if he were looking for something. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu wondered to himself, did these people suddenly put on martial law because they discovered our whereabouts? The body had been completely disposed of. It shouldn't have been discovered so quickly. Suddenly, he remembered what Mr. Z had said in the car. Call the little one and ask her to come help. He speculated that it was likely this little baby who discovered discovered Mr. Z's disappearance, which led to the martial arts gym being placed under lockdown. But for the entire boxing gym to be placed under lockdown, this little darling's identity must be extraordinary. Could it be the leader of the Eagle Gate? He remembered that the leader of the Eagle Gate was a woman. In any case, you have to be extra careful on someone else's turf. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but become more vigilant. After walking around the gym, he roughly figured out its layout. There were about 20 or 30 coaches, all of them strong and powerful, clearly all members of the Eagle Gate. However, he did not find the entrance to the basement. Although he could teleport down there instantly, who knows what the situation would be like down there. It's better to be cautious. So he gave up his plan to sneak into the basement and decided to sign up for the otherworldly duel tournament, waiting for the Eagle Gate members to invite him to the basement. Jiang Xingyu gently put Su Mengxue down and said to her with a smile, "I'm going to sign up for the Otherworlders duel tournament. You cheer me on later." Su Mengxue nodded. "Go for it, honey. If anyone dares to hurt you, I'll chop them up." Jiang Xingyu coughed twice and whispered in her ear, "Shao Shuer, this won't do. Have you forgotten why we're here?" Su Mengxue shook her head, meaning that she hadn't forgotten, but she understood that knowing and doing were two different things. After explaining things to Su Mengxue, Jiang Xingyu headed towards the registration area. The young lady at the registration desk spoke Sula in such a thick Sula accent that Jiang Xingyu was stunned. Luckily I brought my phone, so I could manage with a translation app. "Hello, sir, are you here to register for the Extraordinary Beings Duel Tournament?" Jiang Xingyu nodded. According to regulations, we need to know some basic information. First, where are you from?" "I come from the Great Tang Dynasty in the East." The young woman looked puzzled. "Eastern Tang Dynasty? What kind of place is that? I've never heard of it. Is it the name of a neighborhood?" "Yes, it must be the name of a neighborhood. I'm so knowledgeable, there's no way I wouldn't know." "This young man is handsome, but he doesn't seem to be very bright. He gave such detailed address information." She paused again, then continued, "Second, please tell me your name, special ability, and age." Jiang Xingyu thought for a moment and said, "My name is Jiang Genua, and my special ability is, you might not believe it, but I'm almost 40 years old, though I look younger." The young woman looked on with suspicion, thinking, "You're way too young. Teach me how to stay young forever." Su Mengxue covered her mouth and chuckled. "This guy is too wicked. Not a single word he says is true." At this moment, Jiang Xingyu gently pinched her cheek, signaling to her. Su Mengxue understood immediately and stretched out her hands, pleading, "Daddy, I'm so tired, I want to sleep." Of course, the software also translated this sentence. The young woman exclaimed in surprise, "It seems it's true. Your daughter is so grown up now." Jiang Xingyu smiled and asked, "Do you have a restroom? My daughter is very tired." After the receptionist made a note, she nodded and pointed to a corridor next to her. "Please enter the waiting area from here. We will call your name when it is your turn." Jiang Xingyu responded, picked up Su Mengxue, and walked towards the waiting area, entering room 06. After the two walked away, the young woman picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "This is to call Naruto. A new Chinese contestant has been added. His name is Jiang Genhua. He lives in the Detang community in Dongtu. He has superpowers. He is 30 years old this year. He is taking his daughter to the 66th waiting area. Over. Did you get that? Over." After saying that, the man turned off the walkie-talkie and said to his subordinate Ingrid Tsai, "Go to the monitoring room and keep an eye on room 66. Notify me immediately if there is anything unusual." After saying that, he went into the monitoring room and stared intently at the screen in room 66. At this moment, in room 66, Jiang Xingyu was sitting on the sofa and Su Mengxue was sitting on his lap. English had just heard the message on the walkie-talkie and frowned. "Hiss, this little girl is at least 10 years old. Why is she still so attached to her father? Her parenting is really terrible." The next moment, Su Mengxue wrapped her arms around Jiang Xingyu's neck and rubbed her head against his chest. It wasn't over yet. As they continued to rub against each other, Su Mengxue took the initiative to bring her cherry lips close and kissed Jiang Xingyu in the room. English was shocked. This man is a beast. He doesn't even spare his own daughter. He hurriedly pulled out his walkie-talkie and reported, "Report, I suspect that Jiang Genua in room 66 is Japanese. He was actually kissing his daughter in the room." Su Mengxue's heart raced from the kiss, and she even reached out to unbutton Jiang Xingyu's shirt, but he was so engrossed in the moment that he didn't pay much attention. English couldn't help but shout, "Boss, hurry up and get him on stage. He's already taking his clothes off. It's about to be a scene from a Japanese adult film." The man was shocked, so open-minded, they must be from an island nation. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. "Quickly, get Jiang Genua from room 66 on stage." Jiang Xingyu quickly realized he was still on a mission, and there were surveillance cameras around. He hurriedly grabbed Su Mengxue's restless little hand and pulled it away from her soft lips. "Shuer, we." Before he could finish speaking, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Please welcome contestant Jiang Genua from room 66 to the stage." Hearing his name called over the loudspeaker, Jiang Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief and kissed Su Mengxue's rosy cheek. "Okay, I'm going to play my match now." Su Mengxue nodded obediently on the surface, but she had already silently made a note in her heart. I will remember anyone who dares to hurt Jiang Xingyu, and I will settle accounts with them after the mission is over. A large number of spectators had already gathered near the dueling arena. These people are bored and love to watch others fight for amusement. Dear viewers, our contestant Jiang Genoa from the Dong to Datang community is about to take the stage. His special ability is, his opponent is Balabala from Zytask, whose superpower is called Bull, not Mengno. As can be seen from their ability names, both are typical power-type fighters. Who will come out on top? Let's wait and see. At the referee's command, Balabala instantly transformed into a giant black bull and charged towards Jiang Xingyu. A slight smile played on his lips as the power of the stars surged into his arms, and he grabbed the massive bull horn that was hurtling towards him. The immense force caused his feet to sink deep into the ground. Inside the room, Su Mengxue saw Jiang Xingyu's feet sink into the ground, so she wrote a message about Balabala in her phone's notes app, a fanatical smile spreading across her face. Very good, little calf, you're finished, hee hee hee. Although his feet were firmly planted in the ground, Jiang Xingyu appeared relaxed. He twisted his waist and exerted force, actually throwing the entire cow, Balabala, off the ground. Balabala was thrown into the air, and Jiang Xingyu immediately leaped up, drew his tang sword, and slashed at Balabala's back. The latter fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. Jiang Xingyu sheathed his sword and stepped off the dueling platform. The host was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Wow, let's congratulate Jiang Genoa, he's amazing. Wow, that's amazing. Oh my god, this man is so handsome. Hey buddy, wanna have a fencing match? Amid cheers erupted around him. Most of the people in the arena were from El Salvador, but Jiang Xingyu completely ignored them, not even sparing them a glance. Ingrid and others were also watching the game from the sidelines. In the following matches, Jiang Xingyu won every game with ease, advancing smoothly amidst cheers. Finally, the last match arrived. This match is against the reigning champion. If you can last 3 minutes against the champion, you will be considered the winner. Defeating the reigning champion will earn you a place in Eagle Gate. You're just making a fuss over and over again here. We can see that this Jiang Genoa is extremely strong and has been crushing his opponents all the way. But his opponents are not to be underestimated either. Halashao's strength is evident to all. He recently broke through to the silver level. Can Jiang Genoa create a miracle and defeat Halashao? Now, please welcome our two contestants to the stage. Jiang Xingyu walked confidently onto the stage, his powerful skills and handsome face driving countless men and women in the audience wild. A female audience member, drooling with desire but completely oblivious, shouted, Jiang Genoa, I want to have your babies. Jiang Genoa, come in fencing with me. A shirtless guy next to me was shouting. Jiang Xingyu glanced at them sideways, remaining silent. He didn't care what others thought of him at all. Jiang Genoa glanced at me just now. He has feelings for me. I want to get closer to Jiang Genoa. Fuck you. He was clearly looking at me. Jiang Xingyu stood firmly on the stage, and at that moment, his opponent, Harasheo, also stepped onto the dueling platform. He shouted, Thunderclap, open a bottle of my secret bird vodka today. He then gestured with his thumb and forefinger to indicate the height. Drink this much. After saying that, he lifted his shirt and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. Wow, that's really something. Jiang Xingyu was confused, but felt that he looked a bit like a certain internet celebrity from his previous life. But those who frequented the boxing gym could immediately tell that Harasho had entered a serious mode, because whenever he got serious, he would drink bird's vodka and transform into the ruthless Harasho. This is his second personality. In this state, Hara's strength and speed are greatly enhanced, making him extremely brutal, hence the audience calls him Ruthless Hara. It's over, he's turned into heartless chatterbox, the young man has no chance. Indeed, everyone knows how strong Hara is. Unless that guy also has silver level strength, he can't beat him at all. Jiang Xingyu ignored him, his eyes fixed on the ruthless Harasheo, and he became somewhat interested in his dual personality. Ruthless Harasheo's special ability is that after using his ability, his entire body turns pitch black and emits a reflective light. At his command, Harasheo took a step forward and shot off like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Jiang Xingyu, and his iron fist, carrying immense power, slammed down. Jiang Xingyu hurriedly parried with his sword. Clang! With a dull thud, sparks flew everywhere, and the powerful force shattered the ground beneath his feet like a spider web, sending dust billowing into the air. Jiang Xingyu thought to himself, the force is really strong. Is this what they call silver level strength? The next moment, he forcefully slashed Harashao back, quickly retreated a few steps to create distance, and at the same time, his starry sky saint cloth appeared as he rapidly considered a countermeasure. Harasheo had only recently broken through to the next level and his talent was mediocre. If he used his special abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Harasheo, but now he was deep in enemy territory, and every step he took was like walking on thin ice. A slight misstep would send him tumbling into an abyss. As the art of war says, deception is the best policy. In a game of strategy, revealing your hand too early is tantamount to inviting humiliation. Jiang Xingyu's trump card is his supernatural ability. He was confident that he could escape the encirclement when the enemy was caught off guard and, together with Su Mengxue, catch them them off guard. This is also why he lied about his superpowers before. But clearly, now is not the time for a showdown. In this case, a fierce battle is inevitable. Before Jiang Xingyu could come up with a better solution, Harasheo suddenly stepped forward and delivered a high sweeping blow straight at his face. He parried with his sword, followed by a side kick and a spinning kick, quickly creating distance between himself and Harasheo, and then brought his sword down in a slash. Harasheo met the attack with both arms, and the two exchanged blows, the clanging of metal against metal echoing back and forth. Wow, the two of you are evenly matched. It's been a long time since I've seen a player who could hold his own against ruthless Harris for so long. This guy is amazing. Inside the room, Su Mengxue glared at Harasheo through gritted teeth, almost puncturing her phone screen. Jiang Xingyu was beaten so badly by Harasheo that he vomited blood. Her eyes were bloodshot, her fists clenched, and she was almost out of control. Harasheo, you must die. Just then, a sudden turn of events occurred as Harasheo's speed and power plummeted. A gasp rang out from the audience. Oh no, Ruthless Hara is about to enter a deep sleep. Ruthless Harasheo can only fight for about 10 minutes, after which he will revert to Harasheo and his strength will drop sharply. Jiang Xingyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, seized the opportunity, bent down to dodge the attack, and his Tang sword, enveloped in white starlight, unleashed a full-force rising dragon slash, aiming straight for Harasheo's chin. The blade scraped against the sheet metal, sparks flying, and sent Harasheo flying. With a loud bang, Harasheo's head slammed into the ceiling. Jiang Xingyu, panting heavily, sheathed his sword. Upon seeing this, the host immediately shouted, "Let's give a round of applause to contestant Jiang Genhua." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Too strong, Ruthless Hara was actually defeated. Is all you can say yes? Jiang Xingyu ignored him and turned to walk into the room, where his little Schwer was still waiting for him. As soon as she pushed open the door, Su Mengxue rushed forward to check his wounds. It's alright, Schwer. I'm wearing the Starry Sky Saint cloth. My injuries aren't serious. I'm just a little tired. But I saw you vomit blood. That's normal. Don't you know that donating blood in moderation is good for your health? Jiang Xingyu hugged her tightly. I know you're worried about me, but I'm really fine. In the end, Jiang Xingyu moved her with his emotions and reasoned with her, and Su Mengxue finally gave up on checking his wounds. I had just calmed her down when there was a sudden knock on the door. Mr. Jiang, are you there? Ingrich walked in. Our boss wants to see you. Come with me. She didn't want to be with the two of them for even a moment, always feeling awkward around them. Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue were unaware of her thoughts and didn't care about them. After all, she was just a nobody. After walking through a corridor, they arrived at an office. The man, with his back to them, turned around and, thinking himself dashing, looked at Jiang Xingyu, saying fluently in Mandarin, "You must be Jiang Genhua, a Chinese?" Jiang Xingyu nodded in agreement. Then let's get straight to the point. To tell you the truth, the organization behind us is Eagle Gate. As the man said this, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xingyu's eyes. Jiang Xingyu was utterly shocked. Eagle Gate? Seeing his sincere expression, the man continued to probe. You came from China. Which route did you take? What is your purpose in coming here? Jiang Xingyu smiled and patted Su Mengxue's head. The girl rubbed her head against his palm, and the warm scene between father and daughter eased the atmosphere considerably. He said, we came along National Highway 103. I was taking my daughter to visit her mother, and we happened to pass by here. She said she wanted to come in and have a look, so I brought her here. Have you encountered any soldiers? I've encountered it before, in the Asuka region. Completely avoiding clues given by men can easily arouse suspicion. It's more natural to make a point of contact with them. He vaguely described the location of the troops' encampment, leaving the rest for the other side to guess. Okay, that's all I ask. Your skills are quite good. You can join our Eagle Gate, and we can also help you find people. Jiang Xingyu's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll join. The man nodded, temporarily acknowledging Jiang Xingyu, and then whispered a few words in English's ear. Ingrid looked helpless, thinking to himself, why is it my turn again? But orders from superiors are orders, so he had no choice but to say, come with me, I'll take you to the basement. Jiang Xingyu asked with a puzzled look, what basement? Unsuspecting, English explained as they walked, what's above is just the surface, the basement is the core of our Eagle Gate. We have. Hey, never mind that, just come with me. Jiang Xingyu nodded, oh, okay. Ingrid opened the office door and led them inside. Jiang Xingyu then realized that the entrance to the basement was actually inside this man's office, which explained why he hadn't been able to find it before. After descending several dozen steps, Ingrid reached out and pushed open the heavy iron door. Divider. Alright, that concludes the first 100,000 words. These past 10 days of serialization have given me many insights. I originally majored in animation and enjoy watching anime and reading novels. Initially, I just wanted to practice screenwriting, but then I thought, why not write novels? It would not only hone my writing skills but also earn me some extra money. That's my original intention for writing this book. I wrote 20,000 words, which was originally just a trial run. If it didn't pass the contract review, I was going to give up, but I didn't expect it to pass. So I started writing for real, only to find that writing novels was far more complicated than I had imagined. I had absolutely no experience with with these things, and I didn't even know what to write next. Later, I added an outline, which is why the first 10 chapters were rather disorganized. I wouldn't dare say this book is exceptionally good, but I want to strive in that direction. Therefore, I had a lot to think about and put a lot of effort into this period, which resulted in a slow update speed. The initial stages of the new book were very difficult. My motivation to keep going, besides the meager income, came mostly from your comments and urging me to update, which made me feel recognized and anticipated. I have read every comment you made carefully and considered your suggestions repeatedly. For active readers, I roughly remember your names. For example, as long as there are more than 3 comments, the author will remember you. Thank you so much for your support. Finally, I hope my debut goes well, and I will continue to write as long as I have the opportunity. If the results are truly unsatisfactory, I can only apologize to everyone and say that this book will have to be cancelled. I cannot waste my time on a project with no future. If it gets cancelled, I might start a new book, or I might stop writing novels and switch to comics or something similar. With a creak, the heavy iron door was slowly pushed open. Although it was a basement, it was spacious and bright, and many people gathered there, including many Chinese faces, because there were many Chinese people in the upper echelons of Eagle Gate. English led Jiang Xingyu to the front desk, helped him with the registration process, and then said to him, "Alright, from now on, you are an apprentice member of Eagle Gate. If you perform well, you can become a full member. Next, I'll show you around." After saying that, she led Jiang Xingyu through the basement. Suddenly, she turned around and asked, "Your daughter is not young anymore. Why are you always carrying her? A child's education is crucial." Hearing her say that, Su Mengxue gripped Jiang Xingyu's collar tightly with her small hands and buried her head in his neck. Jiang Xingyu smiled helplessly. This child lost his mother when he was young, so he is particularly clingy. Su Mengxue's shoulders trembled slightly as she suppressed a laugh, thinking, this guy is too wicked. He's practically a movie star whose talent has been wasted. He's so dedicated. He always keeps his role in mind. Not only is his acting superb, but he's also so handsome, completely outshining those young heartthrobs. Ingrid shook his head and continued to show Jiang Xingyu the basement. This is the conference room, where the bigwigs in the organization hold meetings. We don't have permission to go in. This is the training room, where the members practice and hone their skills. English led Jiang Xingyu around the basement, explaining the functions of each area while secretly observing Jiang Xingyu. But Jiang Xingyu's performance was flawless. After the tour was almost over, English spoke up. You probably don't know much about the organization's combat capabilities. We have a total of 9 gold-level aberrants, nearly 100 silver-level aberrants, and nearly 1,000 bronze-level aberrants. Although her boss instructed her to test Jiang Xingyu with fake data, but she was bold enough to tell him the real data directly because she didn't think Jiang Xingyu could escape. Seeing that Jiang Xingyu's expression remained natural, her suspicions were greatly reduced. Just then, Ying walked over. With Dao Lang's operation imminent, she wanted to go find him. As I passed by, I happened to spot Jiang Xingyu standing not far away. The trouble with being too handsome is that passers-by can't help but take a second look. Ying noticed that she had never seen this young man before. She stood beside the 3 men and said to Ingrid, "You're one of Dog Manager's subordinates, right? What's your name, Ingrid?" "It's Ingrid, Chief." Ying nodded. "That's enough. Let me introduce the person next to you." Ingrid thought to himself, how about I call you the whiny one? What does "that's enough" mean? But since she was the leader, she dared not say it aloud, and could only nod. "Oh, this is today's champion of the Extraordinary Person competition. He defeated the previous champion and has now registered as a trainee member." Ying scrutinized Jiang Xingyu, and Jiang Xingyu, facing the scrutiny of this gold-level expert, couldn't help but feel slightly nervous, his internal energy unconsciously flowing. Today's champion is Chinese. Thinking of this, Ying released her mental energy and instantly sensed the faint lightning energy fluctuations on Jiang Xingyu's body. She is already a gold-level 8th-tier powerhouse. After breaking through to the silver level, one will awaken mental power and reach the gold level, at which point mental power can be projected outwards. After breaking through to the diamond level, one can use mental power to detect. By projecting their mental energy outwards, they can sense the fluctuations of other people's supernatural abilities nearby and understand the types of their supernatural abilities. Of course, there are also those that cannot be detected by mental power, such as the special abilities of Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue. Only those with similar special abilities can sense these kinds of special ability fluctuations. Mental detection can detect the total amount of alien elements in the other party, predict their actions, and sense threats. Jiang Xingyu didn't understand this knowledge yet, and it wasn't taught in school, because he and Su Mengxue were only at the 7th level of bronze, and they hadn't even awakened their spiritual power. Ying sensed the fluctuations of lightning, and a question arose in her mind. If she possesses supernatural abilities, why would she come to Eagle Gate? Could it be? The thought flashed through her mind, and she smiled naturally. "So you're a new member of Eagle Gate. Welcome. This girl is absolutely Oscar-worthy." Jiang Xingyu, completely unaware that he had given himself away, smiled and replied, "You're too kind, leader. My ability is rather weak. It's..." Ying understood and smiled as she tried to put her hand on Jiang Xingyu's shoulder, but Su Mengxue slapped him away abruptly. Su Mengxue snorted coldly, "Speak if you want to. Who gave you permission to touch my man?" Humph! An awkward atmosphere immediately filled the air. Jiang Xingyu gently pinched Su Mengxing's little bottom. Although they didn't exchange words, their hearts were connected and their vigilance instantly rose to the extreme. Su Mengxue placed her small hands at her sides, ready to draw her gun at any moment, while Jiang Xingyu's lightning power also surged faintly within her body. Jiang Xingyu broke the silence first, smiling as he said, "I'm sorry, Chief, my daughter is only close to her mother." Yin Yingying's mental energy was constantly being released, so she naturally noticed the increase in Jiang Xingyu's lightning fluctuations. She laughed and chimed in, It's okay, I won't hold a grudge against a child." After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands and said, "Everyone, come over and get to know our new partner." As soon as he finished speaking, the other supernatural beings around him began to walk over. Jiang Xingyu immediately understood. What kind of boss would personally introduce a complete newcomer to his brothers? Sure enough, as the supernatural beings drew closer, Yin Yingying's smile instantly turned sinister, and she shouted, "Let's see where you run now." Su Mengxue reacted quickly, firing her gun instantly and hitting Yin Yingying and several other supernatural beings. Jiang Xingyu drew his sword and unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of lightning before vanishing without a trace. Yin Yingying deflected the wave of blades with her bare hands, and was even more shocked by what she saw. What on earth is going on? She hurriedly instructed English, "Quickly sound the alarm. Everyone on high alert. Seal off all exits." The alarm blared, plunging both the basement and the boxing gym into chaos. While the outsiders were sealing off all the exits, Jiang Xingyu had already driven away along National Highway 101. Su Mengxue, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned and said regretfully, "It's all my fault." Jiang Xingyu freed one hand and gently stroked her little head. "It's not your fault, Schwer. That woman probably already knew we were lying. Maybe she was trying to hold me down when she reached out, and you saved me." Indeed, Yin Yingying reached out to control Jiang Xingyu. Su Mengxue tilted her head and asked, "Are you trying to comfort me?" Jiang Xingyu smiled and replied, "In any case, we escaped. Luckily, your husband is smart and didn't reveal his superpowers." My husband is so great." Four cars, each carrying a circle, kicked up a cloud of dust as they sped toward the Asuka army's encampment. A team of supernatural beings is conducting reconnaissance near Outpost 101. "Captain, there are signs of fighting at the outpost." As Yuding entered the outpost, the first thing he saw was the charred and menacing crack on the wall. He took out his phone and dialed, "Supervisor, Outpost 101 has been breached and Mr. Z and the outpost members are missing." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "I understand. A Chinese spy just escaped from the boxing gym. It was a young man and a little girl. Other outposts have been put on high alert. Since Outpost 101 is unguarded, you will be responsible for guarding National Highway 101. Remember, it's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free." After hanging up the phone, Yudi immediately ordered, "Zhang San, take 4 men to patrol the left flank of the road, and Li Si, take 3 men to scout the right flank. Keep them at a safe distance and make sure they can arrive to provide support within 3 minutes." Wang Mozi went up to the lookout tower. "Report any sightings immediately. I'll go to the highway to flag down a car." They worked together seamlessly, clearly old partners who had fought side by side many times. Jiang Xingyu understood that in the current situation, whether he took the shortcut or the long way, he would be intercepted. Since National Highway 101 was closest to the military base, he decisively chose this route. A black sports car sped along the highway. At this moment, Su Mengxue still felt a little guilty, thinking that she had been too impulsive. Whether in her Yandere state or her normal state, whenever she sees someone, especially a woman, getting close to Jiang Xingyu, she always feels a nameless rage rising within her. It's just that she usually has the strongest self-control. She looked out the window, a hint of melancholy in her eyes, and asked, "Honey, am I a burden?" Jiang Xingyu smiled helplessly, "Silly girl, don't think too much. Without you, I don't know if I could have gotten into the boxing gym smoothly." He nodded, his tone gentle. "Yes, we found the Eagle Gate stronghold and learned about their general situation. It's been a great success. You know, Chen Wu's task was just to find the stronghold, and we've already exceeded that. What's there to be unhappy about?" Su Mengxue nodded gently, her gaze fixed on his profile. She thought to herself, this husband is wonderful. He's handsome, strong, and reliable, and what's even more rare is his gentle nature. If she weren't afraid of disturbing him while he was driving, she really wanted to give him a sweet kiss. On the lookout tower, Wang Mozi suddenly spotted a black sports car speeding towards them and immediately shouted, "Captain, there's a car going really fast at 3 o'clock. Yuta stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulders, and said with a smile, "I'll deal with them. You stay on the lookout, and keep an eye on the surroundings. If you find I'm no match for them, immediately contact the nearest outpost for reinforcements." As soon as he finished speaking, his legs twisted and compressed rapidly like springs, his body leaned forward, and in the next instant, there was a loud bang, and a figure disappeared instantly at the edge of the crack, leaving a large hole torn open next to it. A series of shrill cries came from the outpost. outpost. Seeing that Su Mengxue was no longer worried, Jiang Xingyu's mood also brightened up. That's what it's like to love someone. You'll always worry about her, and your emotions will be affected by her. If she is melancholy, he is also sullen. If she is happy, he is also beaming. That's fine. As mortals, what's the point of life if we're as emotionless and without desire as monks? There's no need to pursue that distant paradise. Just cherish the people in front of you. That's exactly what Jiang Xingyu was thinking. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed towards him. He quickly gripped the steering wheel, made a sharp turn, and drifted to avoid the attack. Amidst the billowing dust, Yuda slowly emerged. Humph. I didn't control my strength well, and I got my mouth all muddy. Without further ado, Jiang Xingyu teleported behind him and drew his sword to strike. As the murderous intent drew near, Yuda was greatly alarmed. Teleport. He muttered under his breath, young people have no sportsmanship, ambushing us old comrades in our 40s and 50s. He exerted force with his feet and leaped 10 feet into the air. Even more miraculously, he was able to use the force in midair to contract his body like a spring. Then, a sonic boom rang out, and he swooped down towards Jiang Xingyu. Jiang Xingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Comparing mobility? You're still far behind. With a loud bang, Yuda crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater, with flying rocks and dust flying everywhere. The next moment, accompanied by the crackling of lightning, a blue-purple light flashed from the smoke and dust behind Yuda, and the blade sliced through the smoke and dust, aiming for the back of his neck. Are you cutting down a giant? Sensing the deadly attack, Yuda suddenly dropped to the ground, dodging the fierce strike as if he were faceplanting in the mud. The moment he lay down, his hands compressed rapidly like springs, and the next second, he was launched upside down into the air. Jiang Xingyu looked completely bewildered. I thought you were Bellamy, but it turns out you're Bellamy Plus, from One Piece. Yuda adjusted his posture in midair, and his legs compressed like springs, propelling him swiftly away from the battlefield. A wise man knows when to yield, but when he meets Jiang Xingyu, even a wise man has to call him Grandpa. Looking in the direction he flew off to, Jiang Xingyu knew in his heart, Yuda must have gone back to Outpost 101. He shook his head, pulled Su Mengxue into his arms, and teleported toward Outpost 101. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still venturing into the tiger's den, this phrase perfectly describes Jiang Xingyu. With a loud crash, a large hole appeared in the already dilapidated 101 outpost. Someone at the outpost complained, "Are you blind? Can't you see where the door is? Wang Mozi, have you called for help?" "We called them, and they're on their way." Just then, a voice quietly rang in his ear. "Who are you calling? You can't beat them, so you call for help, is that it?" Wang Mozi was shocked. Who exactly are you?" Jiang Xingyu's lips curled slightly upward. "I'm just a passing supernatural being. Remember my name." The next moment, he appeared in front of Wang Mozi, and with a single slash, he cut Wang Mozi to the ground. While Jiang Xingyu was attacking Wang Mozi, Yuda gathered his strength in his feet and used the momentum to throw a punch. Jiang Xingyu neither dodged nor avoided the attack, but smiled calmly, his gaze cold and stern. Just as the fist was about to hit him, with a loud bang, he was struck hard in the back, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fell straight to the ground. Nine-tailed Snow appeared out of nowhere, her 9 large, fluffy tails tightly enveloping her and Jiang Xingyu. Jiang Xingyu gently stroked her soft fur and fox ears. Su Mengxue tilted her head back, her eyes slightly narrowed, looking blissful, her fox tail swaying gently. Just then, Zhang San and Li Si arrived with their men. At this moment, besides Wang Mozi who was suddenly knocked down, there were still 10 combat-capable members on the Eagle Gate side. On Jiang Xingyu's side, however, there were only 2 people. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Although the opponent's overall strength wasn't great, Jiang Xingyu and his companions still found it difficult to win easily. Moreover, Wang Mozi could call for reinforcements at any time, and the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. However, Jiang Xingyu simply smiled and didn't seem to care. As soon as Zhang San and Li Si arrived, they saw Yuda lying in the pit and quickly helped him up. "Captain, what happened?" Yuda rubbed his aching back. If it weren't for his silver-level physical attributes, he would probably have died on the spot from that sudden attack. He was somewhat annoyed and didn't want his subordinates to see him in such a sorry state. Drag those 2 down from the watchtower. Jiang Xingyu stood on the lookout tower, a wicked smile on his face. "No need for Captain Yuda to trouble himself, I'll be right down." No sooner had he finished speaking than he appeared in front of Yuda and slashed at his head with a swift stroke. Zhang San was shocked and quickly activated his supernatural power, clasping his hands together to forcefully block the fierce knife strike. Traditional kung fu emphasizes neutralizing force. What the hell? After being caught by the knife, Jiang Xingyu immediately followed up with a whip kick, sending Zhang San flying. With a loud bang, another large hole was punched into the outpost. "Outpost, please, just take me apart. Stop torturing me." Li Si roared, "How dare you bully my third brother?" Just as he was about to punch Jiang Xingyu, Su Mengxue suddenly appeared in front of Li Si, her pupils turning into hearts as she activated her skill. Li Si's pupils also turned into hearts, and as if possessed, he turned and slammed his fist into Yuda's face. Li Si was stunned. What's going on? The next second, he realized, everyone, don't look into that witch's eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Mengshua's 9 foxtails lashed out at Li Si like steel whips, sending him flying. Seeing this, Yude roared, "What are you all still watching? Get him!" Everyone was just distracted by this adorable animal-eared girl. Once they came to their senses, they swarmed forward, unleashing a barrage of all sorts of supernatural abilities, raising dust and creating utter chaos. After all, they were just free agents, and apart from Yude, their overall level was not high. How could they compete with two top geniuses of Huaw? Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue worked together flawlessly, like wolves among sheep, causing the 10-person team to flee in all directions. After a prolonged struggle, some of the team members were bleeding from wounds, some had ruptured internal organs, and others were mutilated. In short, none of them were in good condition. Jiang Xingyu stepped on Yude, preparing to end his life, when suddenly, a strong killing intent came from behind. He immediately teleported away, but the moment he reappeared, the killing intent resurfaced, and a white ball of light shot straight at his face. The teleportation has a 2-second cooldown, so he can't use it again immediately and can only instinctively swing his sword to block. With a loud clang, Jiang Xingyu was sent flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood, calmly assessing the situation. High-level silver. A red-haired man approached, clapping his hands. "Not bad, not bad. This little bronze-level guy actually managed to withstand one of my attacks." The red-haired man was leading a group of men to find Mr. Z. They were closest to post 101 and rushed over immediately upon receiving the message. Before she could finish speaking, Su Mengxue was already behind the man, and her 9 foxtails lashed out. The red-haired man dodged to the side, grabbed Su Mengshue's fair neck, and threw her violently. "Outpost, don't come any closer." The man laughed loudly. "You don't know your place, yet you dare to act so arrogantly here. You don't take me seriously at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and attacked Jiang Xingyu with both hands like dragon claws. Su Mengxue immediately stood up, preparing to block the attack. Jiang Xingyu raised his hand to stop her. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Don't think you're the only ones who know how to call for help, you bastards." The man was somewhat puzzled, but he did not stop. Just as the dragon claw was about to touch Jiang Xingyu, the man was suddenly struck hard on the side and flew out to the side. With a deafening roar, the outpost collapsed completely. "Outpost, it's finally over. The sinful life is over. Ha ha ha." This is the 3rd time she's had a successful marriage. As Jiang Xingyu drove away from the boxing gym, he called Chen Wuchue to tell him the general situation and asked him to send someone to pick him up. Unexpectedly, Chen Wuchue came in person. Chen Wu smiled and extended his hand, saying, "I think I arrived just in time." Jiang Xingyu nodded. "The timing is as I expected, but I didn't expect the commander to come in person." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu used the momentum to stand up, and when he grasped Chen Wu's hand, he had a strange feeling of familiarity. But he quickly shook his head, realizing he must have been overthinking it. Chen Wu smiled faintly and said to Jiang Xingyu, "Leave that man to me, and you can handle the henchman who came with him." After saying that, he ran towards the man. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Chen Wu stood up, patted his slightly dirty clothes, and instead of using his superpowers, he used his physical strength to beat the man. Even so, the man he had been rubbing against the ground was already completely cold. Of the 5 or 6 minutes that had passed, 3 or 4 minutes were just spent whipping the corpse. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyu was also enjoying the revenge, embracing Su Mengxue and slashing one of them down with a single blow. Slaying men while carrying women doubles the power. Kill while holding a woman in your arms. Dismantle a Gundam with your bare hands. There weren't many henchmen, and a few minutes later, Jiang Xingyu had taken care of them all. "Let's go, let's talk in the car." After saying that, Chen Wu turned and walked towards a Mustang SUV. Suddenly, Chen Wu seemed to realize something. "Who is this beautiful woman with 9 tails? Is she a cosplayer? This is my daughter." Before Jiang Xingyu could finish speaking, Chen Wu put his arm around his shoulder and walked to the side. It must be said that Chen Wu was quite outgoing. "Xingyu, let me tell you, a man shouldn't be too fickle. Look how good your ex-girlfriend was. You went out on a mission, and you changed her." Jiang Xingyu finally understood and quickly interrupted. "I didn't change her. She's still my girlfriend. Don't lie to me. I've seen your girlfriend before. She became like this because of her innate physical constitution." "Oh, I remember now. Your little girlfriend is some kind of psychic or something." Jiang Xingyu didn't show it on his face, but he thought to himself, "We're just superiors and subordinates. Why are you meddling so much? He's not my brother." He shook his head, put his arm around Su Mengxue, and followed Chen Wu. As if remembering something, Jiang Xingyu suddenly turned his head and said, "Hey, what about our 4 coupe-like cars?" Su Mengxue shook her head, hugged Jiang Xingyu's arm, her fox ears and tail swaying gently, her large white rabbit making him momentarily lose his composure. "No, my dad has money anyway. Let's go back quickly. There might still be pursuers." "TSK, this rich young woman is so generous." "Hee, this little rich woman is only generous to her husband." Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but pinch her fair and tender face and hug her in his arms. "Woo, your tail is so fluffy and soft." Su Mengxue rubbed her little head against his neck, and her soft fox ears tickled Jiang Xingyu's heart. "I love it so much." Watching the interaction between the two, Chen Wu chuckled. As expected of that man's child, he has truly inherited his father's father's talents. Alright, stop showing off your relationship in front of the boss, get in the car. M country has Hummer, China has Mustang, Mustang off-road vehicle, Hummer's big brother. Who are you? The earthquake resistance is excellent. You won't feel bumpy no matter how long you sit. Mustang, Mustang, much more comfortable than a sore butt. Jiang Xingyu chuckled dryly. The startup sound effect of this car audio system is quite interesting. Huh. Su Mengxue smiled awkwardly. Yes, it's really nice. I'll buy you one later. Forget it. Although it was embarrassing, it was indeed comfortable to sit in, and it didn't put any strain on their buttocks at all. The three of them returned to the army's base feeling relaxed. As soon as the three of them got out of the car, all the soldiers' eyes were drawn to them. Although Su Mengxue is very beautiful in her normal state, her cold temperament makes people afraid to get too close. But the cute animal-eared girl in front of me is different. She's soft and cuddly. The soldiers were all rough men who had never seen anything like this before, and they involuntarily stopped what they were doing. Chen Wu said, "What are you looking at? Just do your own thing and stop thinking about it. You have no chance." As soon as the three entered the military tent, Yi Tian came to greet them. Hey, isn't this brother you? It's been a few days. Why are your clothes so dirty? Jiang Xingyu kicked him in the butt. Ghost. Chen Wu said seriously, stop fooling around. Now that everyone's back, let's hold a meeting. Now, let's share the information we've gathered. Jiang Xingyu spoke first. The Eagle Gate stronghold is in the East Tusk district, in a place called Hasaki Boxing Gym on Anding Street. Their main force is hidden underground. There are approximately 9 gold-level aberrant individuals, nearly 100 silver-level aberrant individuals, and nearly 1,000 bronze-level aberrant individuals. Furthermore, Dao Lang from the Heavenly God Pavilion led 100 elite members. Their whereabouts are unknown. Chen Wu nodded. Yes, there are mostly free agents on the Eagle Gate side, and apart from a few gold-level individuals, they are all easy to deal with. The most troublesome side is Dao Lang. He should be at the same level as me, and it is still unknown who is stronger. The elite members of the Heavenly God Pavilion are not ordinary silver-level members either. Let's put these aside for now. Wu Dahai, you guys report on the situation over there. Wu Dahai responded and then said, no abnormalities were found near the Saha oil well. Zhao Peikong said, there are no abnormalities at the Dongri refinery either. Wei Wuchen said, there are strange people active in the village not far from the Ma Chi mine. Li Yang said, there have been a lot of small vendors near Entai steel plant, many of whom are imposters. Wu Dahai nodded. So it seems that Eagle Gate's target is likely anti-steel plant and Maki mine. Jiang Xingyu shook his head. Not necessarily. After saying that, he pointed to the Saka oil wells and 2 other locations on the map located east of Tusk. Is it possible that these people are just putting on a show for Eagle Gate, and their real targets are actually the Saka oil wells and the Dongri refinery? Chen Wu thought carefully in the direction he was pointing and said, very likely. First of all, there are not many supernatural beings active in the 2 locations of Ma Chi mine. If they had made arrangements in advance, there shouldn't be so few of them. Secondly, the distance between an steel plant and Maki mine is relatively far, which is not conducive to providing support. Choosing the Saka oil well and the Dongri refinery, besides their proximity facilitating support, also provides greater strategic depth. Wu Dahai looked at the map and suddenly realized what was going on. Indeed, the Saka oil wells are located close to the Chinese border. If they cannot win, they can retreat to central Saka, where they have a larger area of strategic depth to regroup and recuperate. The 2 locations in the central Maki mine are in a very poor strategic position. If a battle breaks out there and they want to retreat, they can only retreat into the territory of the surrounding countries. At that time, they will face a joint attack from China, Salvadoran countries, and a certain neighboring country. Furthermore, given that Eagle Gate's base is in the eastern Tusk region, it's almost certain that their targets are the Saka oil wells and the Dongri refinery. What? You're saying that Saka and the other 2 places are close to China, so Jiang Xingyu and his group can get there faster? Eagle Gate knows this too. Isn't this precisely why they're using feints to mislead China? If the Chinese army were to go to the Ma Chi mine and the other 2 locations, by the time they discovered that Ingmen was not there, they would have already gained control of the Saha oil wells. If we can hold on, we will. If we can't, we'll just pack up our money and run. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Besides, there's still the wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang Xingyu said, my identity has been exposed. They are likely preparing or already relocating their stronghold. We must launch a surprise attack tonight. After pondering for a long time, Chen Wu nodded and ordered, Xingyu, you take a team to raid the Eagle Gate stronghold. If they have already moved away, prepare to support Saha and the other 2 places. Wu Dahai, Wei Wuchen, you 2 take a large group to the Saha oil well. Li Yang, Zhao Peikong, you 2 will lead a team to Dongri refinery. I led a team, along with the allied forces of the Salvadoran kingdom, to intercept the Blade Wolf. Okay, everyone get ready immediately. We'll launch the raid at 8 p.m. Su Man walked in front, and Yi Tian followed behind. Hey, why are you following me? Hee, I'll help you carry your things. I'm super strong. Su Man shook her head. No need. I don't have much stuff. I can just carry a small backpack. As she spoke, she took out a backpack, about the size of a level 1 backpack in PUBG. Fill it with food and water, etc. Yi Tian grabbed her backpack. Man, you're carrying such a small bag, it can't hold much. How are you going to get enough to eat? I don't eat much, but girls who are a little chubby are prettier. Su-man blushed. So what if I'm not pretty? I didn't beg you to look. Seeing that Su-man was angry, Yi Tian was completely confused. All he wanted was for her to have a full meal, so why was she unhappy? What should I do? I need help urgently. I'm waiting online. I've got it. Let's find Brother Yu. With that thought in mind, he rushed off to find Jiang Xingyu. Having finally found the man, Yi Tian slapped himself hard, ran to Jiang Xingyu's side, and hugged his leg. Brother Yu, please help me. I made Man angry. Jiang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, tell me about it. Yi Tian gave a brief account of the situation. Jiang Xingyu said, Schwer, you tell him where he went wrong. Su Mengxue nodded. Are you silly? Saying that chubby girls are prettier is basically saying she's ugly. You know she's so thin. Yi Tian suddenly realized. I get it now. I'll go find her now and apologize, and ask for her forgiveness. Jiang Xingyu shook his head and stopped him. Bao Yu, you're not being sincere. You won't be able to win a woman over like that. Yi Tian thought it made a lot of sense and nodded, saying, Brother Yu, just tell me what I should do. Jiang Xingyu asked mysteriously, do you know what carrying thorns to apologize means? Yi Tian's eyes lit up. I understand. Jiang Xingyu was completely bewildered. He hadn't even said anything yet, so what did the other guy know? Yi Tian didn't care. He ran out and looked around. He didn't find any brambles, but he did find barbed wire not far away. Without saying a word, he immediately took off his shirt, revealing muscles that bulged like mountains, and then put the barbed wire directly on his body. He actually wrapped himself up like a rice dumpling. Yi Tian found Su-man, knelt down in front of her, and said sincerely, Man, I was wrong. Please forgive me. His voice was loud, attracting many soldiers to stop and watch. Su-man's pretty face flushed red, and she could only nod helplessly. How embarrassing. Get up quickly. I'm not angry anymore. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. It has to be my brother Yu. He's amazing. Ying slammed her hand on the table, shattering it to pieces. What? They escaped? 2 silver-ranked warriors and nearly 30 bronze-ranked warriors died? What were you all doing? I'm sorry, Chief. Our reinforcements were too slow, and he got away. Ying calmed her anger. Fine, gather all the outpost members and head to the Dongri refinery. After hanging up the phone, Ying lowered her head in deep thought. Now that the Chinese spies have returned home, I fear the Chinese will launch a surprise attack overnight. It is not advisable to stay here any longer. We don't know the strength of the Chinese forces, but they have information about us and have probably guessed our true objective. Thinking of this, she instructed, Naiha, you take everyone to the Dongri refinery immediately. I'll go find Dao Lang. After saying that, a nameless anger rose in her heart. Really, they let us down at the crucial moment. They didn't even leave a phone number. We can't contact them. We can only take it one step at a time. On National Highway 103, 3 Mustang cars sped by. Jiang Xingyu and 4 others rode in one of them, while the other 2 cars each carried 5 people. There are 15 people in total, 10 of whom are silver level and 5 of whom are bronze level. Although the soldiers were of relatively high rank, the squad commander was Jiang Xingyu. The soldiers had no complaints. First and foremost, obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Secondly, Jiang Xingyu successfully located and infiltrated the Eagle Gate stronghold with only Su Mengxue by his side, and successfully obtained intelligence. Isn't this a testament to his ability? Capable people naturally earn the respect of others. Moreover, although Jiang Xingyu is only at the bronze level, his strength is not weak. He is at least at the low-level silver level. Therefore, everyone acknowledges him as the commander. 3 cars were parked near Anding Street. Since it was a nighttime operation, all members of Jiang Xingyu's team wore black combat uniforms, including Su Mengxue, who had transformed into a Yandere version of herself because her white hair and tail were too easily exposed. Unsure if Eagle Gate had already left, they could only sneak into the boxing gym. If they are still there, they will harass in guerrillas, waiting for Wu Dahai and his main force to provide support. If they have already withdrawn, they will return to Saka and other places to provide support, forming a sandwich between 2 places. The group crept into an alley near the boxing gym, pressed themselves against the alley wall, and peeked out slightly. The Hasaki boxing gym was closed and the lights were off. They should have moved away already. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xingyu said, you all stay here. I'll go into the basement and take a look. After saying that, he teleported into the boxing gym. Under the bright moonlight, it was barely possible to see. Entering the office, Jiang Xingyu cautiously made his way to the basement. The basement was extremely dark. Jiang Xingyu shone his flashlight around and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a faint light shining through the crack in the conference room door. Inside the meeting room, several extraordinary individuals looked at each other, sitting in chairs usually reserved for high-ranking officials, and communicated in Sakhalin. Hey, this chair is really comfortable. Never mind that for now. What's going on? Why have all the weapons been taken away? Has the base been relocated? Let's call the boss and ask. After saying that, the strange person took out his phone. He found his boss's number and was about to call when he felt a chill in his throat. throat. Who are you going to call? The several extraordinary individuals were all startled. When did this person appear? Despite Jiang Xingyu taking a hostage, the other supernatural beings did not hesitate and immediately unleashed their supernatural abilities to attack. They're not even familiar with each other, they just happen to be grouped together. Is there any need to hesitate? But they were just a few low-level free agents, and they were all beaten to a pulp in no time. They teleported back to the ground, bringing with them a warrior who spoke the language of Sa and the King of Han. In such critical moments, mobile phone translation software is not a reliable solution. With a tang sword held to the throat of one of the stronger individuals, Jiang Xingyu said with a faint smile, "What are you doing here? We are outsiders sent by the organization to the Ma Chi mine. They didn't tell us why we were there. After receiving the call to arms, we rushed back, only to find that no one was at the base anymore. We were just about to call our superiors for instructions when you arrived." The strange man was terrified and blurted out everything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu pondered to himself, the main force withdrew before everyone had returned. It seems they left in a hurry. English seems to have said that the Eagle Gate leader doesn't know where Blade Wolf is either. If they choose not to split up and instead attack one point with all their might for the sake of safety, wouldn't Zhao Peikong and the others be in danger? Jiang Xingyu patted the strange man's face with the back of his knife. Call and ask where they went. The assailant dared not act rashly and dialed his superior's number. "Big brother, where did you go? Hey, how could I forget about you guys? Come to Dongri Refinery right now." After saying that, the older brother added in his mind, "Although the level is low, it is still qualified to be cannon fodder." "Boss, they went to the East Sun Refinery, and I've never done anything wrong since I joined Eagle Gate. I'm just trying to make a living. Please let me go." Seeing his cowardly appearance, Jiang Xingyu summoned King Han. "Use your superpower to check his memory. If he hasn't done anything wrong, brainwash him and let him fend for himself." The King of Han made an OK sign. He placed his palm on the strange man's head and closed his eyes. A minute later, as the King of Han slowly withdrew his hand, the other's memories were extracted like a roll of film. The King of Han used his hand as scissors to cut out a section of the memory roll. "Now that we've made it to Brother Yu's place, where do we go next? Is that even a question? Of course, we're going to the Dongri Refinery." About 10 minutes after Jiang Xingyu and the others left, the person whose memories had been extracted suddenly regained consciousness. He looked around and immediately burst into tears. "Mommy, where am I? I'm so scared. Boo-hoo XX. Yin Ying wanted to curse. Where the hell was she supposed to find a phone number? Not only did Dao Lang not tell her his approximate location before he left, but he also didn't even have a phone number. Unable to find anything, Yin Ying had no choice but to give up and head towards the main group. The reason they launched a full-scale attack on one location was that if China divided its forces, they would have a better chance of winning. Even if China did not divide its forces, this approach was still relatively safe. In this way, even without the support of Dao Lang, they still have a certain chance of winning. Although Naiha is capable, it would be safer for her to command personally. After all, the fighting power of the Chinese army is unparalleled. The reason they do not invade other countries is simply because they love peace. Now she could only pray that Dao Lang was lying in ambush near the Dongri Refinery and could join the battle immediately. The Dongri Refinery is located in Dongri, a small town in the eastern part of the Task region. The military delegation, led by Li Yang and Zhao Peikong, consisted of 4 gold-level aberrants, 60 silver-level aberrants, and over 300 bronze-level aberrants. Zhao Peikong and his group arrived in Dongri town first because they set off earlier. To be on the safe side, the 4 gold-level aberrants simultaneously released their mental energy to sweep through the town and investigate whether there were any other aberrants fluctuating within. Fortunately, there were no other strange beings around. After settling in briefly, Zhao Peikong arranged for the soldiers to evacuate the crowd. Before the crowd had been completely evacuated, the sentry's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Captain, a large group of armed men is coming. They must be from Eagle Gate." Zhao Peikong thought calmly. "They came quickly. How many of them are there?" "They number around 1,000. Li Yang frowned deeply. "So many people. It must be the entire Eagle Gate. I just don't know if Dao Lang is among them. If he is, we're in big trouble." Yifan nodded and said to a soldier beside him, "Contact Wu Dahai immediately and ask them to provide support as soon as possible." Just then, a soldier came to report, "Captain, the civilians have not yet been evacuated." After a moment's thought, Zhao Peikong said, "Lin Hang, take 10 silver-level aberrants to evacuate the crowd." Lin Hang nodded. "Okay." Lin Hang can be considered a genius among the military, but he is also somewhat kind-hearted. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Zhao Peikong instructed, "Remember, there's no need to risk it. Protecting Chinese citizens is our duty, while protecting El Salvadorans is simply a matter of responsibility as a major power. There's no need for our brothers to shed blood for foreigners. If we can't protect them, we'll withdraw. Understand?" Lin Hang nodded straight and said, "Understood." Zhao Peikong turned to the soldiers and said, "Brothers, let's go." Li Yang patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do you need to tell me?" After saying that, he took the lead and rushed to the front of the battle. Zhao Peikong and Yifan were not to be outdone and followed closely behind. Zhao Peikong's special ability is the that Li Yang's is similar to theirs, both being at the 7th level of the gold rank. Yifan, on the other hand, was at a slightly lower level, having just reached the 3rd rank of gold. After all, he was younger than the other two. Naiha was somewhat surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect someone to beat us to it. They even acted faster than us." He lowered his head slightly, flicked his wrist forward in a very smug pose, and shouted, "Brothers, charge in and kill them. The Dongri refinery will definitely belong to our Great Eagle sect." As soon as Zhao Peikang arrived at the battlefield, he saw Naiha showing off. He spat and said, "Pa, you little brat, I'll kill you in 3 days and scatter your mother's ashes. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's go." At the command of both commanders, the Eagle Gate's supernatural beings poured into the town and engaged in battle with the Chinese soldiers. Dust billowed across the battlefield, obscuring even the bright moon. A flurry of flashing blades, clanging weapons, and roars filled the otherwise silent night with a deafening cacophony. The two sides fought fiercely, and blood was everywhere, with more and more severed limbs and remains on the ground. Although the number of Chinese troops was much smaller than that of Eagle Gate, they were all highly skilled soldiers and did not immediately collapse. Instead, they were at a disadvantage, and it would not be easy for Eagle Gate to take them down. As the saying goes, soldiers face soldiers, and generals face generals. On the Eagle Gate side, 8 gold-level extraordinary individuals stood in a row. Naiha roared and took the lead. A torrent of water surged in his palms, and then he swung his hands, sending a crescent-shaped, water surface slash straight toward Zhao Peikang's face. Zhao Peikang smirked and stomped his foot, unleashing the tree barrier. The enormous tree roots intertwined and rose from the ground, forming a high wall in front of him. With a loud bang, following the rule of smoke but no damage, the water surface slash only left a scratch on the tree barrier. "Humph, it's pretty tough, but it's still not as good as my pistol. Don't be afraid, there are many of us, let's attack together. We can drown him with our spit." Upon hearing this, the other 7 gold-level experts rushed forward. Given the relatively small difference in their levels, no matter how resilient the tree barrier was, it was impossible for it to withstand the combined attack of 7 gold-level powerhouses. With a loud bang, the tree barrier was instantly shattered. Naiha laughed loudly. "Eat Grandpa's leg." No sooner had he finished speaking than he closed in on Zhao Peikang and delivered a powerful high kick straight for Zhao Peikang's face. The next moment, a huge pillar of fire suddenly blasted from his side, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Yifan blew on his still-smoking fist. "Was that good, baby?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 2 golden-haired superhumans attacked Yifan, who was still showing off. Li Yang jumped up. "Don't pretend I don't exist." After saying that, he used the light speed kick to become a streak of light and shot towards the 2 aliens. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Li Yang's voice suddenly rang in their ears. By the time they reacted, Li Yang had already kicked them in the abdomen. The two were sent flying dozens of meters before crashing into the residential area with a loud bang. Naiha wiped the grime from his face, which was covered in dandruff from the explosion, and got up from the ground, as expected of Chinese soldiers. "They are indeed strong. Looks like I need to get serious." After saying that, he leaped into the air, spread his arms out, and a huge stream of water appeared out of nowhere behind him, engulfing Zhao Peikang and the other two with lightning speed. Then, 3 waterspouts swept the 3 of them into the air. The man in red and black smirked. "Here comes the live target." Having said that, he took out a bow of unknown grade, and without knocking an arrow, he drew the string in mid-air. The cold air in his hand swirled and condensed like a vortex, and in just a moment, 3 ice arrows were already on the string. Before awakening his superpowers, he was an archer, so his archery skills were superb. With a slight release, the ice arrow shot fiercely towards the 3 of them. Just as the ice arrow was about to pierce through the 3 of them, Lin Hang, who was evacuating the crowd, arrived in time. He stretched out one arm and activated psychic manipulation. In the next moment, 3 ice arrows were frozen in mid-air. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 3 ice arrows shot back towards the man in black. The man dodged to the side, but the ice arrow curved around and came back to shoot at him again. Helpless, he had no choice but to turn his hands into ice swords and cut it in half. At this moment, Zhao Peikang and the other 2 finally broke free from the water flow restraints and landed steadily. After landing, Zhao Peikang exhaled slightly and said, "This is going to be tough. It's like each of us has to fight 2 gold-ranked opponents at the same time." Lin Hang frowned deeply. "It will take some time for Captain Wu and the others to arrive, and the situation is extremely unfavorable for us. They're not afraid of fighting one-on-one, but it's hard to say when one takes on 2. Yes, fans covered their faces. "It's not just that. Hasn't anyone noticed that all 4 of us are combat-type mutants? /////C. Eagle Gate has everything from ranged attacks and melee combat to hand-to-hand combat, while the 4 of them are all unarmed combat types, so their margin for error is definitely not as high as Eagle Gate's. How can 4 warriors take on an 8-person team of all classes? Isn't that a joke?" Suddenly, Naiha roared, "Live or die. Let's go. Let's do it, brothers." Upon hearing this, the 8 gold-level extraordinary beings from Eagle Gate moved in unison and attacked Zhao Peikang and his group of 4. Although many people were paraded through the Eagle Gate, every Chinese soldier was a man of steel, and they would would never back down. And so, the two sides clashed again. For the sake of peace on China's borders, we must fight even if we can't win. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyu and his team were on their way to the Dongri refinery. They contacted Wu Dahai and Chen Wu. Wu Dahai said he was on his way to provide support, while Chen Wu said he was too far away and could only continue searching for Dao Lang's location. Just after the communication ended, Wang Sandan's voice came through the communicator. Captain, there's a Kawashima FC without license plates speeding towards us from behind. Jiang Xingyu glanced at the rearview mirror and said calmly, speed up. With that, he floored the accelerator, and the Mustang sped off, leaving a cloud of dust behind the motorcycles. They were preparing to support the Dongri refinery, so Su Mengxue had already reverted to her original form. After all, ice and fire combined with area of effect damage would be incredibly powerful. Unlike the madness of the Yandere Yuki and the cuteness of the nine-tailed Yuki, she was much more careful and cautious. Seeing Jiang Xingyu speeding on the broken road, she couldn't help but say coquettishly, Xingyu, slow down, I feel a little uncomfortable. Slow down? That won't do. A man should be fierce. After saying that, he glanced in the rearview mirror. He had suddenly accelerated, and the Kawashima FC behind him had also accelerated, clearly heading straight for them. Kawashima FZ is, after all, a modified heavy motorcycle, so its speed is not slow, and it was not left far behind. Moreover, the person behind her is really daring. She dares to speed on her motorcycle on this terrible road. Upon seeing this, Yi Tian shouted, who the hell is this? In the middle of the night, instead of sleeping, they're riding a motorcycle and chasing us, making such a loud noise that they woke up my man. Su Man glanced at him but said nothing. Jiang Xingyu calmly stared straight ahead. I don't know, it's very likely an anomaly or something like that. Yi Tian continued, an anomaly? Why don't we stop the car and take a look? If he's an enemy, we'll kill him. After a moment's thought, the King of Han said, that's not appropriate. She must be very capable to dare to chase 3 cars alone. Also, we can't delay with Dongri. We're probably the closest team there, so we must get there as soon as possible. After all, every extra ability we have adds to our strength. Jiang Xingyu added, it's still not a good idea. You said she might be very strong. Wouldn't taking her there harm Captain Zhao and the others? After saying that, he frowned and secretly pondered a solution. Should they split into 3 groups? She was alone and could only chase 1 car. If she wasn't strong, it would be fine, but if she was strong, wouldn't 5 people die in vain? Should we act collectively? If we still can't defeat him, wouldn't we be completely annihilated? But there's still a chance of success if we act collectively. Shall we take a gamble? He turned to look at Su Mengxue, who smiled slightly, everything understood without a word. Thinking of this, he picked up the communicator. Brothers, the person behind us is likely a powerful expert. Are you afraid of dying? Wang Sandan smiled slightly. There are no cowards among the soldiers of our country. So what kind of egg are you? Wang Sandan is a reader named Aristotle, not a name given by the author. Jiang Xingyu's lips curled up. Good. You truly deserve to be the guardian of my China. Attention everyone. Turn left and proceed 1 kilometer to stop. After saying that, the 3 Mustang cars simultaneously turned left, deviating from their original path. At the gold level, one can project their mental energy to detect fluctuations in supernatural abilities and also know the supernatural abilities and levels of others. Yin Ying searched for Dao Lang to no avail. She originally intended to go to the front line to command, but on the way, she suddenly saw 3 Mustang SUVs with Chinese license plates. She immediately released her mental energy to investigate and found that there were only 10 silver and 5 bronze warriors in the carriage, who were nothing more than ants in front of her, a gold-level 8th rank warrior. If she were to unleash her power, several low-level bronze-rank soldiers would likely be forced to kneel on the spot. Naiha was capable, and besides, the message from the other side during the communication just now indicated that they were in an advantageous position, so she didn't care about anything else and decided to kill these dozen or so Chinese superhumans first. That's why she followed behind Jiang Xingyu and the others. Seeing the 3 cars suddenly turn left and deviate from their original path, Yin Ying muttered, they're clever, but in the face of absolute power, it's all in vain. With a smile playing on her lips, she turned left and followed. After parking the vehicle, Jiang Xingyu's team dispersed slightly in the jungle, waiting for Yin Ying. Su Mengxue looked around and said, Xingyu, are we going to have sex here? Of course, if she is stronger than us, she can hold out longer in the jungle. If she is weaker than us, she won't be able to escape. Su Mengxue nodded. Indeed, fortunately we had fought in the Red Moon Forest before, so we are not completely inexperienced. Needless to say, the Chinese soldiers are experienced in field battles, and they have the greatest chance of winning here. Jiang Xingyu said to the soldiers, you all hide in the woods, I will go and lure her in. Su Mengxue said, I'm going too. Jiang Xingyu nodded, picked her up, and teleported her out of the jungle, sitting on the roof of the car. A short while later, Yin Ying arrived. She took off her helmet and shook her hair, which looked as if she had used Pantene shampoo. Jiang Xingyu's eyes widened sharply. It's that woman. Although her exact rank is unknown, judging from the fact that she was able to become the leader of the Eagle Gate, her rank is definitely not low. She is likely a high-level gold or platinum. From this perspective, perspective, even in open field battles, they might not be enough to fight. Jiang Xingyu immediately teleported back and brought Han Wang out, then got out of the car and said, Han Wang, you don't have much fighting power. Drive and find Captain Wu to come and support us. We'll hold her off. King Han nodded and drove away. Just as Ying was about to give chase, Jiang Xingyu suddenly teleported in front of her and drew his sword to strike. The latter's lips curled slightly, and a gust of wind surged around him, sending Jiang Xingyu flying and crashing heavily into a large tree. Upon seeing Jiang Xingyu, she stopped chasing after Han Wang, cracked her neck, and said, "Oh, isn't this the young punk who single-handedly stormed into my Eagle Gate stronghold last time?" Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue immediately flew into a rage, unleashing an ice spike at Ying. "If you're uncultured, don't spout nonsense. Xingyu is indeed single-handed, and I can certainly ride, but I'm not a horse. I'm Xingyu's official girlfriend." Ying raised her hand and shattered the ice spike, somewhat bewildered. What was this suddenly appearing blue-haired beauty talking about? What was this thing that could be ridden instead of being a horse? I mean, huh? Unable to figure it out, she gave up. "Forget it, whether he rides a horse or you, I'm not interested at all. Since you've run into me, you might as well give up your lives here." With that, her lower body transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards Su Mengxue. Ying flew towards Su Mengxue at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, and arrived in front of the latter in a few breaths, kicking out with a sudden kick. The latter couldn't react in time and could only instinctively protect her head. Just as that fierce leg was about to land on her head, Jiang Xingyu used teleport to flash into the forest while holding her. As the two figures disappeared, Ying scoffed, "Humph, you just wanted to lure me into the woods, didn't you? When I was having sex in the wild, you were still just cells." After saying that, she stepped into the jungle without any hesitation. That statement is true. In her early years, she was a member of a special forces unit in China, and she carried out anti-drug missions on the border for a long time. She was captured by a drug lord during a mission. The drug lord saw that she was beautiful and charming, so he abandoned his murderous intent and tried to lure her with money and power. Her family was already extremely poor, and she could hardly resist the temptation of money and power. She joined the drug lord's organization, and a few years later, she became the new leader of the organization through scheming. After becoming the leader, she renamed the organization Eagle Gate. Once inside the woods, she began to project her mental energy outwards. Within a 200-meter radius, she could clearly see the location of each member of Jiang Xingyu's team. Ying's lips curled slightly. "My little darlings, stop playing hide-and-seek in the fog of war. Be good and be my new pets." No sooner had she finished speaking than a stone crackling with lightning shot out from the bushes, heading straight for her face. Ying didn't even turn her head, casually extending two fingers and steadily pinching it between her fingers. The next moment, the power of lightning was suddenly released, accompanied by a loud bang. Smoke and dust filled the sky, gravel flew everywhere, and strong winds made the leaves rustle. When the smoke and dust cleared, a large crater had formed at the site of the explosion, leaving Ying standing alone on a stone pillar. She tossed aside the smoldering pebbles, dusted herself off, and looked at a clump of bushes. "You're the ones who made my sister angry." After saying that, she activated the wind-killing formation on the spot. A wisp of wind swirled in her palm and then rapidly expanded, sweeping up all the fallen leaves around her. With a slight wave of her arm, the enormous whirlwind carrying fallen leaves blew rapidly toward the clump of bushes. The fallen leaves became incredibly sharp under the influence of the whirlwind. Su Mengxue couldn't dodge in time, and her fair, delicate arms were slashed with wounds, from which blood gushed out. Fortunately, she was far from the center of the whirlwind and only suffered a cut on her arm, which was not serious. Su Man, who was hiding behind her, immediately went forward to treat her. "What fair and smooth skin. We can't let it leave scars." However, a soldier not far from her was not so lucky. He was in the center of the whirlwind and was instantly torn to pieces. Jiang Xingyu, on the other hand, teleported to a large tree just before the new wind-killing formation was released, silently pondering a countermeasure. Before he could find a solution, Ying transformed into a whirlwind and appeared in front of Jiang Xingyu in the blink of an eye. The latter was shocked. "How did she know my location?" Jiang Xingyu hurriedly activated teleport to flash backward. The moment he appeared, Wind Blade Cut was suddenly activated, and in an instant, countless hurricane blades slashed towards Jiang Xingyu from afar. Unable to use the teleportation ability again, Jiang Xingyu had no choice but to don the Starry Sky armor and draw his sword to withstand the attack. The wind blades struck the blade and the Starry Sky Saint cloth, producing a clanging, metallic sound and flashes of dazzling sparks. The sound lasted only 2 seconds, but the powerful wind blade unleashed by the 8th tier Gold Realm expert was something that Jiang Xingyu, a Bronze Realm expert, could not withstand at all. Before the Starry Sky cloth could be repaired, it was torn apart again by the wind blades, leaving hideous bloody gashes on his body. 2 seconds later, Jiang Xingyu immediately used teleport to teleport away. Su Mengxue flew into a rage, opened the portal, and transformed into the Yandere Shui. Her expression turned sinister. "You dare hurt my husband. You will die today." After saying that, she drew her gun and fired. Ying dodged the bullet's trajectory and was was in front of Su Mengxue in a few breaths, striking her lower abdomen with a palm strike. It was the sound of a sharp weapon piercing the air. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared behind her. Ying quickly spun around and slapped the gun barrel, causing the tip to deflect by half a centimeter, grazing her face and severing a lock of her hair. Ying was a little confused. She had already released her mental energy, so why didn't she feel his superpower fluctuations? Could it be a special superpower? The newcomer was Wang Sandan, the only high-level silver rank member in Jiang Xingyu's team. Ying scoffed lightly. Humph, there is one who can barely fight. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge rock suddenly came from behind her. Ying raised her hand and waved her hand, instantly shredding the rock to pieces with wind blade cut. The next moment, a vine suddenly wrapped around her arm, but she broke free instantly. 9 silver-level attackers joined forces to attack Ying, displaying a dazzling array of supernatural abilities. However, Ying remained calm and composed, easily deflecting the incoming attacks while only keeping a close watch on Wang Sandan's thrust. Suman was treating Jiang Xingyu's injuries, and the latter, gazing at the battlefield, couldn't help but say, "It's like she knows everyone's location." The warrior who threw the boulder said, "That was the outward projection of gold-level mental power. Mental power only awakens at the silver level. The school should still teach you this knowledge. The situation is urgent, so I won't go into details. Just know that she can know your location, her level, and her special abilities. Unless our mental strength can rival hers, or we wait until her mental strength is exhausted, we will always be at a disadvantage." After saying that, he slammed his hands on the ground, and a huge stone pillar shot into the sky, heading straight for Ying. Jiang Xingyu frowned. "So strong, how are we supposed to play against them?" Seeing the fierce battle raging in the distance, Yi Tian's inner Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, burned brightly, and he roared, "Power God Body Transformation, first transformation, activate." A flock of birds took flight. Ying was stunned for a moment by the shout. "Do you understand? You're welcome to hit me anytime, but why are you yelling so loudly? Pa! You old woman, how dare you call yourself sister? That mere old woman is no match for me, man. Accept your judgment." With that, Yi Tian stomped his foot, creating a large crater. The terrifying kinetic energy propelled him forward, and a few breaths later he was beside Ying. His muscles bulged, and his tightly clenched iron fist seemed to be enveloped in a semi-transparent golden light. He slammed the mountain-crushing fist towards Ying. "They have the aura, but not the strength. A bronze rank 6 boasts about judging a gold rank 8? Who gave you the courage?" Unsurprisingly, before Yi Tian could even deliver a punch, he was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the surging wind around Ying, landing face-first in the mud. Even Jiang Xingyu was overpowered by Ying, let alone Yi Tian, who was always getting the short end of the stick. The original idea was to launch a coordinated attack, hoping for a sliver of hope for victory, but it seems that this is not a good tactic. On the distant battlefield, 9 silver-ranked warriors surrounded Ying, but they did not inflict much damage on her. Instead, the warriors themselves were covered in wounds, and all of them were injured. The disparity in strength was so great that even the usually rational Jiang Xingyu became somewhat flustered. When facing an opponent with absolute strength, all his schemes were nothing but clever tricks. All they can do now is stall for time and wait for Wu Dahai's reinforcements. After receiving news that Zhao Peikan was under siege, Wu Dahai immediately led his team to the Dongri refinery. Halfway through the journey, a Mustang suddenly blocked the way. Wu Dahai raised his hand to signal the driver to stop the car, got out to check the situation, and saw the person next to the car. Wu Dahai asked in confusion, "Aren't you Jiang Xingyu's teammate? What are you doing here?" The king of Han immediately stepped forward. "Great, it's just in time to run into you." He paused and said, "Captain Wu, please send someone to rescue brother Yu. They are in great danger right now." Wu Dahai frowned. "What's wrong with him?" King Han immediately replied, "On our way to support Captain Zhao and his team, we encountered a powerful figure. Xingyu said we were no match for him and sent me to seek reinforcements." Wu Dahai pondered. Jiang Xingyu's team has a full 10 silver-level warriors, and his own strength is not weak either. This time, his request for help is probably because he has encountered a high-level gold-level expert. Although he hadn't figured out how Jiang Xingyu's team had suddenly encountered a high-level gold realm expert, saving lives was the priority, so he didn't delay. I walked to a car behind me and gently knocked on the window. The young soldier, who was sitting upright, looked at him upon hearing the voice. "Tianxian, take a small team to support Jiang Xingyu." Tianxian nodded, got out of the car, and chose 3 high-level silver warriors to accompany King Han to support Jiang Xingyu. He didn't say a word the whole time. The king of Han couldn't help but glance at him. My goodness, so aloof. My brother Yu is also not talkative, but he's very approachable. Unlike this guy, he's like an ice block. But he is quite handsome, and I'm a little bit tempted. Wu Dahai patted King Han on the shoulder. "Take him with you. He's just like that, but his strength is undeniable." After saying that, he shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone else, keep going." Leaving behind King Han and his 5 companions, the convoy sped off towards Dongri town. When they reached a mountain hollow, Wu Dahai called a halt to the group. The road winds through the valley, with towering mountains and lush vegetation on both sides, and the distant green mountains resemble a beautiful painting. But such a beautiful environment may conceal hidden dangers. Looking at his surroundings, a sense of nervousness flashed through his mind. This is battlefield intuition developed from long-term combat, and this intuition is often very accurate. Although the situation on Dongri's side is critical, we cannot let our guard down here. If Daolang is lying in ambush on the two mountain peaks, they are very likely to be wiped out. To be on the safe side, Huaw ordered the convoy to withdraw, and at the same time took out a map to discuss a new support route with Wei Wuchen. Just then, something unexpected happened. The car that Wu Dahai and his companion were riding in was suddenly overturned by a tremendous force. Sensing a huge surge of supernatural energy, the two immediately jumped out of the car, rolled several times, and regained their balance. Upon closer inspection, they saw a man standing where they had just been, shirtless, with a wolf tattooed on his shoulder, white bandages wrapped around his forearms, and holding two daggers. Wu Dahai and the other man exclaimed simultaneously, "Knife wolf!" Daolang looked at him with disdain, slowly raised his left hand, and clenched his fist slightly. The next moment, a rumbling sound echoed through the valley. Several extraordinary individuals leaped down the hillside and charged straight at Wu Dahai's group. Wu Dahai frowned. "Brothers, prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the warriors did not hesitate, drew their weapons, and faced the approaching Heavenly God Pavilion outsiders. Daolang's slightly clenched hand suddenly opened, causing the members of the Heavenly God Pavilion to stop in their tracks and watch. Seeing this, Wu Dahai and Wei Wuchen were a little confused, wondering what kind of trouble Daolang was up to. Just as the two were wondering, in an instant, Daolang arrived in front of the two men. Just as they were about to make a move, he said, "You two don't need to rush." Wu Dahai had no time to listen to his nonsense, so he drew his giant blade and slashed at his neck. With a clang, Daolang easily caught the giant blade with 2 fingers. "Don't be impatient." He smiled slightly and said, "How about this? If either of you can defeat me, I will lead the team back to the Heavenly God Pavilion. What do you think?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a resolute voice came from afar. "I'll fight you, is that a deal?" Daolang laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, an interesting one has arrived. I grant your permission." Chen Wu pulled Wu Dahai behind him and said calmly, "Go and support Zhao Peikan." Having said that, he leaned down slightly, his figure as elusive as a ghost, and in an instant he was in front of the wolf. With a deafening roar, dust billowed up from the arena, and amidst the thick smoke, the sounds of collisions echoed incessantly. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xingyu. At this moment, 5 of the 10 silver warriors were dead, 4 were seriously injured and lying on the ground. Yitian was unconscious, and Su Man was also kicked by Yin Yingying and collapsed to the ground. Only Wang Sandan, Su Mengxue, and Jiang Xingyu remained in the arena, but all 3 had suffered injuries of varying degrees. Jiang Xingyu stood up with some difficulty, blood gushing from the fine wounds. Every breath aggravated the internal injuries, causing him unbearable pain. Su Mengxue was also in bad shape. Her face was covered in blood, but a faint smile lingered on her lips, radiating a kind of mad beauty. She was slightly out of breath, staring straight at Yin Yingying. If she could seal Yin Yingying's superpower, she could buy more time, but Yin Yingying was too agile, and her superpower bullets couldn't even touch her. The ability to detect energy fluctuations requires the other party to release their energy, and the detection location is naturally determined by this. Once the energy fluctuations are detected, the location of the other party can be known. As for mental power to detect the level of the other party, it is not affected by this rule, since what affects the level of the other party is the amount of the other element, not the type of the other ability. Jiang Xingyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the arrogant Yin Yingying in front of him. Despite fighting such a long war of attrition, her mental strength doesn't seem to have weakened at all. Combined with the powerful wind-killing array and wind blade cut, as well as the defensive skill hurricane protection, they suffered a lot. It would be easier if we could seal her powers, but the problem is how to seal them. He glanced at Su Mengxue, then at Wang Sandan, and suddenly had an idea. Through the previous battles, he discovered that the hurricane protection did not wrap around the body like the star cloth, but rather surrounded the body, meaning that there was a small distance between Yin Yingying and the hurricane protection. Thinking of this, he ran toward Su Mengxue, shouting, "Master Wang, try to stab her in the middle with your spear." Actually, no matter where she was stabbed, she would be bounced back by hurricane protection. The reason why Jiang Xingyu loudly plotted to have Wang Sandan stab her in the middle lane was just to attract Yin Ying's attention. "Don't say it's dirty, damn it, who cares if you're dead or not, as long as the trick works." Upon hearing this, Wang Sandan roared. Although he didn't know what Jiang Xingyu wanted to do, he rushed forward without hesitation. If it weren't for Jiang Xingyu, the battlefield commander, they might already be a pile of minced meat by now. Although they haven't spent much time together, they have already developed some tacit understanding. Wang Sandan's spear left a long trail on the ground as he rushed towards Yin Yingying. He took a lunge step forward and thrust his spear at her. The latter was shocked. Although she had activated hurricane protection, she still instinctively covered her groin with her hand. Unexpectedly, after Wang Sandan thrust his spear, he suddenly exerted force upwards, raising the spear tip and attacking her face. As a result, the spear tip tip was naturally deflected by hurricane shelter. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Xingyu put his arm around Su Mengshue's slender waist. He did not resist and let the force send him flying, landing in the bushes not far away. Damn it, you dare mess with me? Enraged and embarrassed, Ying transformed her lower body into a whirlwind, ready to give chase, when suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Hurricane shelter dissipated like a gust of wind. The next moment, the Tang sword slashed fiercely at Ying's neck. With a clang, the Tang sword seemed to have struck metal, leaving only a faint red mark on her neck, unable to penetrate even an inch further. Ying tried to activate hurricane protection again, but found that her superpower had disappeared and she could no longer use it. She had no choice but to turn around and throw a punch. Although her superpowers were sealed, her physical strength as a gold-level expert remained. Jiang Xingyu dared not take this punch head-on, so he immediately activated teleportation and left with Su Mengshui. Enraged that her powers had been sealed, Ying was met with a cold glint of light at her side before she could make her next move. Ying raised her hand to deflect the gun tip, making a clanging sound. Wang Sandan reacted extremely quickly. As soon as the spear tip was parried, he pulled back sharply, using the momentum to thrust out at an even faster speed, the spear tip leaving an afterimage. Even without the hurricane protection buff, the silver-ranked Wang Sandan was already capable of inflicting damage on her. Helpless, she had no choice but to defend against the elusive spear. Dust and sand billowed as the two clashed, accompanied by the clanging of metal against metal and flashes of dazzling fire. Su Mengshui had instantly transformed into a nine-tailed snowflake and joined Jiang Xingyu in the smoke and dust, harassing Ying. After fighting for several dozen rounds, the three figures were suddenly sent flying backward. Su Mengshui slammed her back against a large tree and fell to the ground, covered in wounds, her face stained with blood, and her complexion deathly pale. Her 9 fluffy tails drooped at her sides, and she fainted instantly. Wang Sandan fared even worse. His hands were crippled, his internal organs were shattered, and even his spear was broken in half. It's unknown whether he can survive this ordeal. Ying emerged from the billowing smoke. She was covered in wounds, bullet holes, and deep cuts, from which blood flowed. She was furious. At this moment in the woods, Jiang Xingyu is the only Chinese soldier who has not yet fallen. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt as if they were being crushed by a heavy object, and he felt excruciating pain with every breath. His body was covered in wounds, from which blood flowed, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. The pain was like a surging wave, violently pounding against every nerve in his body. He coughed up blood, using his Tang sword to prop up his trembling body. In the past, no matter what he did, he was always so strong and confident, but this time he truly experienced the feeling of powerlessness when facing a powerful enemy that he could not defeat no matter what. But helplessness is not fear. He glanced around at his beloved family and friends, his comrades in arms, who had fallen to the ground. His eyes burned with fury, filled with boundless rage. Jiang Xingyu suddenly pulled out the Tang sword stuck in the ground, gripped it tightly in his hand, and teleported in front of Ying. The Tang sword, carrying a strong wind and lightning, suddenly tore through the air and slashed at her neck. Ying bent her left arm to defend herself, and with a loud clang, sparks flew as the Tang sword left a bloody gash on her arm. But she didn't care and slammed her right fist into Jiang Xingyu's lower abdomen. With a loud bang, Jiang Xingyu flew out like a kite with a broken string, covered in blood, and crashed heavily to the ground. A few breaths later, he gasped for breath, coughed up blood, and shakily and hunched over as he got up, looking like an old man on his last legs. Even Ying couldn't help but marvel inwardly, how could a mere bronze-level character be so resilient? Jiang Xingyu has managed to maintain his bronze rank until now thanks to the Starry Sky Saint Cloth, the water of life, and his already strong physique. His eyes were now dim, as if the oil well lamp had burned out. Seeing this, Ying lowered her guard and rushed towards Jiang Xingyu, ready to end his life. Just as she threw a punch at Jiang Xingyu, his dim eyes suddenly flashed with intense light. Star power and lightning entanglement converged on his Tang sword at the same time. He used his last bit of strength to unleash a furious slash. This was his strongest strike since he awakened. Two sounds rang out at the same time, and a hideous, deep cut appeared in front of Ying, with blood flowing out continuously. Jiang Xingyu was sent flying backward, crashing into several large trees, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and unable to get up again. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Xingyu was left lying on the ground, clutching his broken Tang sword, lost in thought. I promised to protect Schwer, but I failed. I promised to lead the warriors to defeat the powerful enemy, but instead, 15 lives were lost. What a load of crap I've done. Am I really qualified to be the captain? While Jiang Xingyu was lost in thought, Ying walked towards him with a face full of resentment. Hearing approaching footsteps, Jiang Xingyu coughed up blood and inexplicably laughed. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He stared blankly at the azure sky, the graceful figure of Su Mengshui and the laughter of the soldiers appearing before his eyes. A single, glistening tear silently slid down his cheek as he murmured, "I'm sorry. I can't do anything." After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes, and only the sound of breaking branches lingered in his ears in the desolate forest. Seeing Jiang Xingyu collapse to the ground. Ying couldn't help but smile. That's enough, kid. After saying that, she suddenly swung her fist at Jiang Xingyu. The next instant, a sharp clang rang out, and a long sword deflected her fist. Ying frowned slightly and looked up ahead. The newcomer was dressed in black, holding a long sword, and silently watching her. Bai Tianxian said coldly, "You can't touch him." Ying frowned deeply. Although she had never seen this person before, she could feel a strong killing intent emanating from Bai Tianxian. The person before us should not be underestimated. Soon, 3 more silver-level warriors dressed in camouflage followed behind Bai Tianxian. Ying suddenly realized that they were reinforcements from China. Normally she wouldn't be afraid, but now her powers are sealed, she's injured, and she's consumed a lot of her special abilities. Knowing something was wrong, Ying dodged backward and then ran away as fast as she could. Seeing her escape, Bai Tianxian turned to the soldiers behind him and said, "Do your best to save those who can be saved. I'm going after that woman." Having said that, he vanished into the jungle like a phantom. He was extremely fast, and soon he caught sight of Ying. After all, her superpowers had been sealed, so she naturally couldn't outrun Bai Tianxian. Bai Tianxian casually waved his hand, and a sword aura slashed down. Unlike Jiang Xingyu and the others' attacks, which were like scraping a thorn, Ying dared not take the sword aura head-on and could only roll to the side to avoid it. Just as she regained her footing, she suddenly felt a strong killing intent emerge. Unable to dodge in time, Ying had no choice but to raise her hand to block. The sharp sword sliced through the air, and with a whoosh, the bloodied severed hand fell to the ground. Ying cried out in pain, clutching the cut on her wrist, and dodged to create distance. She said fiercely, "You have no martial ethics." Bai Tianxian remained silent, smiled slightly, and sheathed his sword. Upon seeing this, Ying was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, this fool actually put away his weapon and prepared to fight him head-on. Just as she was about to make her move, she saw Bai Tianxuan's legs in a lunge position, his upper body slightly bent to the side, his right hand on the hilt of his sword, his whole body radiating a sharp white light. Ying didn't know what he was thinking, but she felt a little uneasy. Just as she was about to run away, White Extreme Piercing was activated with a vengeance. Bai Tianxian transformed into a white light and pierced through Ying's body in an instant. The latter's eyes widened, and blood gushed from the sword wound in his throat. The intense feeling of suffocation, accompanied by excruciating pain, ignited her survival instinct. She instinctively tried to cover herself with her hands, but before she could reach them, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. After wiping away the blood from his sword, Bai Tianxian sheathed it and returned to where Jiang Xingyu was. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu had regained consciousness. His face was expressionless as he leaned against the tree roots, breathing slightly. Because of the water of life, his wounds were healing at an extremely fast speed. Gone is his former handsome self. Now, he is dressed in tattered and filthy clothes, his eyes are dim, and it is unknown what he is thinking. Sumangxue didn't mind, hugging his waist tightly and burying her head in his chest. She knew that Jiang Xingyu was blaming himself and that he had begun to doubt himself. Several brothers fell right in front of him, and he was powerless to help them. Anyone would feel bad in that situation. She wanted to help him, but she found that there was nothing she could do. All she could do was hold him quietly and try her best to comfort him. Yi Tian and Su Man were the least injured and woke up quite early. Yi Tian stayed quietly by Jiang Xingyu's side, seemingly lost in thought. Su Man used her supernatural abilities to assist in treating the wounded. Everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts, and no one spoke a word, creating an atmosphere of extreme silence. Seeing this, Bai Tianxian walked over to the person treating the anomaly. "How is the situation?" 5 silver-level warriors have died. The 4 seriously wounded warriors and students are all out of danger, but there is still one seriously wounded warrior teetering on the brink of death. Bai Tianxian frowned slightly, nodded, and glanced at Jiang Xingyu. "Come with me to support Captain Zhao and the others." Jiang Xingyu's eyes darted around for a moment, but he immediately regained his composure and became absorbed in his own world. Shaking his head, Bai Tianxian said, "I'll go wait for you with Captain Zhao and the others." After saying that, he drove a car to Dongri town. Silence fell again. Sumangxue raised her small face and said in a muffled voice, "Honey, can you smile? Schwer likes the way you smile." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu paused, then smiled, but his eyes were filled with sorrow and self-blame, making his smile look more like a grimace. Not far away, although Wang Sandan's severed hand had been repaired and he could move it again, his internal organs were damaged and he was barely breathing. If it weren't for the healing element that kept him alive, he would probably be dead by now. With a soft thud, Wang Sandan slapped away the hand that was resting on his chest. At this moment, he felt as if he were in a meat grinder. The intense pain made every nerve scream with unbearable agony, and even breathing became a difficult task. He struggled to straighten his upper body, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. "What are you doing? Lie down right now." Wang Sandan knew he didn't have long to live. He wanted to stand up, but it was already so difficult for him to straighten his upper body. How could he possibly stand up? But he didn't give up. His eyes were full of determination. "Before you die, there is at least one thing you should do. That is to restore Jiang Xingyu's confidence. He is a true genius. He can can make even greater contributions to the motherland. Wang Sandan was agitated and struggled to get up, leaving the healing-type superhuman somewhat at a loss. Just as they were about to administer a sedative, Jiang Xingyu came over and tried to help Wang Sandan lie down, but the latter gripped his arm tightly and stared intently at him. There was no verbal communication, but he got the answer from Wang Sandan's eyes. Jiang Xingyu's eyes darted away. Wang Sandan strained with all his might to turn his face towards him, gazing into his dull eyes. Go quickly. Captain, we've always believed in you. With a struggle, Wang Sandan uttered his last few words, his strength completely depleted, and he collapsed backward. Jiang Xingyu immediately hugged him, and, trying to deceive himself, said to the healer, he just spoke, so there's still hope for him, right? The strange man shook his head. The moment he slapped my hands away, his fate was sealed. What he did just now was merely a final burst of energy before death. Looking at Wang Sandan again, he had stopped breathing, his hand that was gripping Jiang Xingyu hung limply, and his body was gradually getting cold. Wang Sandan is dead. Jiang Xingyu didn't know what he was thinking at that moment, nor did he know what he should do. Jiang Xingyu gently laid Wang Sandan's body down. His dying words lingered in Jiang Xingyu's ears, unable to dissipate for a long time. The word captain struck Jiang Xingyu's heart like a heavy hammer. Captain, what a simple 2 words. But it was the recognition of these lovely soldiers that showed him, and their greatest trust in him, a stranger they had just met. He turned to look at the remaining 4 soldiers, who were also looking at him, their eyes conveying a clear meaning. Just because of those 2 simple words, he entrusted his life to them without hesitation. So what reason do I have to be so dejected and betray their trust? A glint flashed in Jiang Xingyu's eyes. Without further hesitation, he looked up in the direction of Dongri Town and whispered, don't worry, Brother Sandan, and the brothers, the captain will go avenge you now. Under the immense pressure from Ying, Jiang Xingyu completely digested the foreign elements that remained in his body during his usual cultivation. When he unleashed his strongest strike, he broke through his own limits and reached the silver rank 1 in one fell swoop. I went back and checked, and I made a mistake earlier. The male protagonist should be at the 9th level of bronze during winter break, not the 7th level of bronze. This is why his final blow was able to inflict trauma on Ying. But after unleashing that slash, he was too weak to notice that he had broken through to the next level. Now that his injuries had healed, he realized that his body seemed stronger, his mind was more focused, and he was less prone to fatigue. Upon noticing the changes in his body, he immediately opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Xingyu. Cultivation level, Silver Tier 1. Total amount of allotropy, 2,000, maximum 100,000. Mental strength, 120. Victory points, 60-38. Calculating victory points is too mentally taxing, just enough for the main character is fine. Remembering them accurately isn't very useful. From now on, I'll just give a rough number. Jiang Xingyu glanced at the system panel casually, and sure enough, he had successfully broken through to the silver rank. When an individual breaks through to a higher level, their proficiency with their special abilities will also increase, at which point they will randomly acquire special combat skills. Supernatural combat skills are different from innate combat skills. 2 individuals with the same supernatural ability will definitely have the same innate combat skills, but their supernatural combat skills may be different. In addition to innate combat skills and supernatural combat skills, there is another type of combat skill called self-created combat skills. Actually, the thunderous rampage slash that Jiang Xingyu used against the demon wolf was not a self-created combat skill. Its essence was still thunder entanglement, only that Jiang Xingyu used it in a more fancy way. True self-created combat techniques can only be created after one has an extremely high level of proficiency with supernatural abilities. Generally, only those at the sun-devouring level possess self-created combat skills, and these self-created combat skills cannot be used by anyone else, they are unique to them. After closing the system panel, Jiang Xingyu was puzzled as to why he still hadn't obtained any special combat skills after breaking through to the silver level. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Xingyu took out a bunch of alien crystals from his spatial storage and began to absorb them rapidly. It has to be said that having a rich girlfriend is really great. Before setting off, Su Mengxiu stuffed a lot of alien crystals into his space, which came in handy now. Schwer, my wife, I love you. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xingyu's total amount of foreign elements reached 10006. Why did it suddenly upgrade? Victory points, use them to spend money. Wasn't it only 6 o'clock last time? Itchy skin, huh? Stop, I'll spend money, okay? The next moment, a scene suddenly flashed into Jiang Xingyu's mind. Supernatural combat skill, spatial vortex, attraction range, within a 200-meter radius, can grow. Spatial vortex size, 20 meters in diameter, can grow. It can pull enemies into a distorted space, causing their bodies to twist and disintegrate. The attraction and the destructive power of the distorted space are affected by the relative strength of the caster and the target. Supernatural combat skill, Thunder Dragon's Roar. Thunder resembles a dragon, possesses immense destructive power, and is incredibly swift. Ordinary superhumans can only figure out their awakened supernatural combat skills on their own, but having assistance system makes all the difference, as it comes with instructions. After carefully reading the skill descriptions, Jiang Xingyu felt that these two combat skills were not bad. They were both wide-range combat skills, but they consumed a lot of elemental energy. However, none of this mattered. The addition of these two combat skills undoubtedly gave Jiang Xingyu immense confidence. Putting aside the defeat of the gold-level outsider from Eaglegate, clearing out the field was quite comfortable. Does this upgrade include any other features? Jiang Xingyu noticed two different statements: enhancing mental strength and replenishing the total amount of alien elements. Are you saying that victory points can only replenish the total amount of alien elements, instead of directly increasing the maximum amount of alien elements? Alright, I'm not fully recovered yet. Stop showing off your literary talent. The breakthrough system isn't even as cultured as the author. What are you babbling about? After silencing the system, Jiang Xingyu opened the car door, started the engine, and waved to Su Mengxue. Shuer, get in the car. Seeing that Jiang Xingyu had recovered, Su Mengxue was very happy. She returned to her original form, ran to Jiang Xingyu's side, and left a strawberry mark on his face. Alright, get in the car quickly, or our readers will start saying we're being too lovey-dovey again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian, Su Man, and Han Wang all squeezed into the car. Yi Tian replied matter-of-factly, of course we should go too. Jiang Xingyu nodded. Yi Tian is alright at clearing out the fodder, and Su Man can heal. Cough cough. But Han Wang, you're out of the question. You're not suited for the front lines. I'm not going to fight. I'll just stay in the base, okay? You can't just leave me here. Well, okay. After saying that, he looked at the soldiers again. Your injuries are serious, so please stay here and rest. The other soldiers boarded another vehicle without hesitation. One of the soldiers, who had a rugged appearance, said, Squad leader, what are you saying? We can't not go. But you. Don't worry, we're just going to clean up some small fry. It'll be fine. Besides, we want to avenge our fallen brothers. Seeing their persistence, Jiang Xingyu said no more, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and drove to Dongri town. Eagle Gate? Jiang Xingyu, will surely beat you into the in-gate. On the other side, Chen Wu and Dao Lang were locked in fierce combat. Although Dao Lang was slightly higher level than Chen Wu, he did not gain the upper hand. After all, Chen Wu was able to cultivate to the platinum level at such a young age, which was not only due to his talent, but also to his intelligence and character. The two collided in mid-air once, producing a loud bang. They each retreated more than 10 meters. Dao Lang looked at Chen Wu, panting, and said, I'm a little curious how you found this place. Don't tell me you just happened to be passing by. Chen Wu smiled slightly. Of course, it wasn't just good luck that he happened to run into someone, it was just good luck that he guessed correctly. The Blade Wolves were stationed on the routes between Saha and Dongri, originally for the purpose of facilitating support. However, Chen Wu's forces happened to be splitting up, and after a moment's thought he decided to set up an ambush to intercept Wu Dahai's reinforcements heading to Dongri. As for Chen Wu, after receiving news that Eaglegate was launching a concentrated attack on Dongri, he immediately took out a map and began to analyze the situation. Zhao Peikong's team is no match for Eaglegate's large numbers, and Wu Dahai will inevitably return to reinforce them. Dao Lang isn't stupid. He must know this too, so it's highly likely that Dao Lang will intercept Wu Dahai. On the way from Saha to Dongri, there was a canyon. His intuition told him that Dao Lang was likely to ambush Wu Dahai there, so he led his team to check it out. Unexpectedly, they were lucky enough to run into him. Dust billowed, stones flew, metal clanged, sparks flickered, and the clanging of weapons echoed through the valley. With another clang, Chen Wu slashed at Dao Lang with his dagger, but the latter blocked it with his own dagger. The two were locked in a stalemate and began to compete in strength. Chen Wu stared intently into Dao Lang's eyes. Why did you suddenly help Eaglegate? Ha, you don't actually think I'd tell your enemy the reason for sending troops, do you? Chen Wu frowned. I don't care what your purpose is, but I advise you to be careful. Our strength and resources are beyond your ability to contend with. Dao Lang chuckled. Then let me tell you, the foundation of my heavenly god pavilion is far more than what you know. Having said that, he said no more and began to fully enjoy the battle. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. After creating distance again, Dao Lang sheathed his dagger, looked at Chen Wu, and chuckled. As expected of the adopted son of that war god, his strength is already so remarkable at such a young age. I thoroughly enjoyed this battle, and I hope to have the chance to fight you again next time. After saying that, Dao Lang turned around, waved his hand, and led his men away. Chen Wu was left standing there puzzled. Weren't you here to help Eaglegate? Why are you leaving like this, as if it were a joke? Dao Lang stopped and said without turning his head, we, the Heavenly God Pavilion, have always acted according to our own will. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from Chen Wu's sight. Chen Wu murmured, acting impulsively? His intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. Since he had no ideas, he stopped thinking about it and led the army of the Sa Kingdom to Dongri town to support Zhao Peikong. On the battlefield near the town, corpses littered the ground. Facing an enemy force twice their size, Zhao Peikong's team, though at a disadvantage, remained fiercely courageous, causing many of the Eaglegate's outsiders to lose their will to fight. Zhao Peikong and his companions were covered in wounds and looked rather disheveled disheveled, but fortunately Bai Tianxian arrived and relieved some of the pressure on them. However, with 5 people against 8, they still have no advantage. Naiha punched Zhao Peikong away, feeling a little anxious. These people are damn stubborn. The leader hasn't come yet, which means she recognizes my abilities. I can't let her down. We must finish this quickly. The next moment, he suddenly felt a strong suction force pulling him from behind. He steadied himself and looked back, only to see that the space behind him had twisted into a vortex. Houses, trees, and even paving stones near the vortex were all sucked into it. The closer you are to the center of the vortex, the stronger the traction force. If one is near the center of the vortex, a high-ranking silver-ranked individual can barely maintain their balance. Low-level silver rank can only put up a little resistance and won't be immediately sucked into the vortex. If they are on the edge of the vortex's pull range, they have a chance to escape. Bronze, on the other hand, was completely defenseless and was instantly sucked into the vortex, his body twisting and disintegrating into a pool of blood. The vortex disappeared after about 30 seconds, leaving behind a cone-shaped crater about 200 meters in diameter and about 20 meters deep at its center. Everyone was shocked to see this. Zhao Peikong was somewhat stunned. What's going on? Jiang Xingyu slowly walked over and said, Captain Zhao, I'm here to help you. Leave the small fry to me. After saying that, he stepped forward, snapped his fingers, and the spatial vortex was suddenly activated. One spatial vortex ends, another one is created. No need to worry about the amount of alien elements, there are plenty of victory points. This series of snaps even made a profit. After Jiang Xingyu released 3 spatial vortexes, Naiha finally snapped out of her daze. Kill that kid first. After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Jiang Xingyu. The latter's lips curled up slightly, he assumed a horse stance, turned to the side and clenched his fist. His whole body was enveloped in blue-purple lightning, and the next moment he threw a punch. Blue-purple lightning transformed into a giant dragon, and the thunder dragon roar arrived in front of Naiha at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The latter raised his hand to block, took a step back, and left a charred mark on his arm, still steaming. It's important to know that Jiang Xingyu had only just broken through to the silver rank, and unlike before when he used skillful force Taiga back half a step, this time he directly repelled a high-level gold rank individual without any enhancement. Zhao Peikong and the others stared at Jiang Xingyu in astonishment. Low-level silver unit directly overwhelms high-level gold unit. What kind of monster are you? Captain Zhao, don't just watch me show off my skills. The other side has 8 gold-level players. Yifan nodded. Yeah, the war is still going on. Having said that, he burst into flames and charged fiercely at one of the gold-plated warriors. Upon seeing this, Bai Tianxian and his group also charged into the enemy formation and engaged in fierce combat with the other golden warriors. Jiang Xingyu, on the other hand, transformed into a ruthless space vortex engine. After clearing out the minions, he began to control people. Naiha clenched his fist, about to launch a sneak attack on Li Yang, when he was suddenly pulled by a force. Although it only paused for a second, Li Yang reacted immediately and kicked him away with a whip kick. Well done, Xingyu. Seeing this, the archer from the Eagle Gate released an ice arrow, but Jiang Xingyu inhaled again, and the ice arrow changed course and flew away. Helpless, he could only hang the bow on his back, pull out 2 short blades, and charge at Li Yang. Indeed, melee archers are the eternal gods. Su Manchua watched Jiang Xingyu show off his skills in the arena, her large, sky-blue eyes filled with fascination. I couldn't help but sigh to myself, woohoo, so handsome, so strong, so good at attracting attention, I love him. When can I have a turn to suck on it? Oh dear, what am I thinking? Su Manchua shook her head, a blush creeping onto her pretty face. After adjusting her state, she smoothed her long sky-blue hair and rushed towards the battlefield, wielding an ice spike in her left hand and a holy flame in her right, smashing it relentlessly into the arena. Yi Tian and the others were not to be outdone, and rushed forward to beat up the cannon fodder. With Jiang Xingyu's assistance, Zhao Peikong's 5 gold-level aberrants were barely able to resist the Eagle Gate's gold-level aberrants. Moreover, all the bronze-level aliens on Eagle Gate's side have been wiped out, and many silver-level aliens have also died. The situation is gradually turning around. Seeing that the situation in China was gradually turning around, Naiha became somewhat flustered. The two sides put some distance between themselves, and Naiha said to the others, push harder. Haven't you all eaten? 8 against 5 is already so difficult. The archer was also a little uncomfortable and immediately retorted angrily, you're so good. How come I didn't see you kill that kid? Damn it, it's so annoying. They suck you up all the time, and that annoying teleportation is so agile. Their combat techniques never stop. It feels like they have more alien energy than us gold-level beings. Upon hearing this, Naiha became puzzled. That's right, this kid's level is only barely silver, so how come his skills have never stopped? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it was true. He looked at Jiang Xingyu and asked, kid, where did you buy it? The latter gave him a look of concern for mentally challenged children, but ignored him. He continues to use the spatial vortex to suck people up here and there. Whenever someone comes looking for him, he uses teleport to run away and then continues sucking people up. They'll do whatever's most disgusting. Naiha Naiha was furious and turned to say, forget about those few gold-level cultivators, let's take down that kid with superpowers first. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Tianxian slashed at him with his sword. Naiha hurriedly activated Water Surface Slash to attack, barely managing to block the sword. Before he could catch his breath, a bright light suddenly appeared, and Naiha was struck hard in the abdomen. He flew backward for more than 10 meters and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wu Dahai led his men out from the back and smiled. Are you so afraid we won't hear you plotting so loudly? Yi Tian exclaimed with delight. Captain Wu, you finally arrived. Wu Dahai nodded. Sorry, brothers, I'm late. Are you all alright? Zhao Peikan dusted himself off and said, if you had come any later, we would have won. Wu Dahai didn't argue with him. After all, he had indeed arrived rather late. Wu Dahai roared, come on, let's have a big fight. Having said that, he suddenly rushed towards the Eagle Gate. Then he suddenly realized that there were hardly any people left at Eagle Gate. The surrounding environment had completely changed. Houses had collapsed, trees had fallen, dust was everywhere, and there were large pits all over the place. Wu Dahai was stunned for a moment. You guys are fighting so fiercely? Fighting against the floor? Zhao Peikan gestured with his lip. Yes, Jiang Xingyu did it. Upon hearing this, Wu Dahai was somewhat surprised. What? Jiang Xingyu did this? Hey, stop chatting, let's wipe out the Eagle Gate first. At this moment, thanks to Wu Dahai's support, the situation has completely reversed and China has gained the upper hand. The art style instantly became cheerful. In a one-on-one situation, the Chinese side naturally became less reserved and launched a powerful attack. In the end, only 8 gold-level aberrations remained on Eagle Gate's side, struggling to hold on. Naiha frowned deeply. Damn it, where is that idiot Dao Lang? Why hasn't he come to our aid yet? And the leader is missing. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Dao Lang has returned to the Heavenly God Pavilion. The person who arrived was Chen Wu. Bai Tianxian said calmly, also, your leader was killed. Naiha exclaimed in shock. No, this is impossible. I don't care if it's possible or not, Jiang Xingyu said without further ado, raising his hand to unleash a thunder dragon roar. Seeing this, Chen Wu released his spiritual power and scanned Jiang Xingyu, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He's already reached silver rank so quickly? This speed is unparalleled. With a slight smile, he looked towards Eagle Gate and said calmly, Eagle Gate, it's time for this to end. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Peikan, Wu Dahai, and the others stepped forward and engaged in battle with the Eagle Gate strange man. With Chen Wu joining, the outcome was self-evident. Eagle Gate was like a clay chicken or a clay dog, easily manipulated. Fists and feet clashed, the sounds of metal clashing were deafening, and after about half an hour, all 8 gold-level extraordinary individuals of the Eagle Gate were killed. Those who are alive should not be spared. They are of no use, and keeping them alive would only cause trouble. After letting Wu Dahai and the others handle the corpses, Chen Wu walked straight to Jiang Xingyu, stood in front of him, and extended his hand, saying, Xingyu, your performance in this operation to suppress the Eagle Gate has earned our unanimous recognition. I am now formally inviting you to join our Sky Dome Special Forces team. Are you willing? Jiang Xingyu frowned slightly but did not reach out. What, you don't want to join us? Don't worry, you were specially invited to join the army. Unless there is an unavoidable mission, we won't take up your free time. Of course, your girlfriend is also doing very well. If she agrees, she can join the military with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu glanced at Su Mengxue, who was not far away, and saw her encouraging him with her eyes. May the departed rest in peace, and may the living move forward. Remembering his promise to his father-in-law, Jiang Xingyu made up his mind and extended his hand, saying, please take good care of me. Chen Wu patted him on the shoulder. Good. I will personally handle your enlistment procedures after we return to China. Seeing Jiang Xingyu nod in agreement, Su Mengxue, like a joyful butterfly, rushed into Jiang Xingyu's arms. The latter gently stroked her soft, sky-blue hair. Why are you so clingy even in your original form? You fulfilled your promise to my father, so you're the husband I've chosen. You can't escape me now. Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful, cute, and rich wife? I just hope you won't look down on me. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Chen Wu didn't want to be a third wheel. With Eagle Gate wiped out and Blade Wolf returned to Heavenly God Pavilion, Jiang Xingyu and his companions could consider their mission complete. As for the mission rewards, the military provided a considerable amount of alien crystals, but the bulk of the rewards were provided by Su Yaochen. The remaining tasks are handling the aftermath, cleaning up the battlefield, burying the fallen soldiers, and comforting their families. These matters should not and need not be their concern. Therefore, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue returned to China ahead of schedule and took a private plane back to Kyoto. As night fell, Chen Wu lit a cigarette and dialed a phone number. A deep male voice came through the receiver. Xiao Wu, what's up? Chen Wu smiled and said, Xingyu has joined my Sky Dome. After a moment of silence, the other person continued, that's exactly what I expected. I'll have to trouble you to take good care of him. My godfather treated me like his own son, and I should naturally treat his son like my own brother. After a pause, Chen Wu asked, I have a question. Why doesn't godfather personally guide Xingyu? A moment later, the voice came, if a young eagle doesn't flap its wings, it will never learn to fly. why. It's too inexperienced now, it's not the right time. Chen Wu understood immediately. By the way, the Heavenly God Pavilion's actions this time are a bit strange. Don't worry too much. As long as they don't invade China, let them be. After responding, Chen Wu hung up the phone and lay on the grass, lost in thought. It's still the same sweet romance, but with a slightly modified recipe. After all, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue have already shared a bed, and Jiang Xingyu has fulfilled his promise to Su Yaochen. Now their relationship has taken a step closer, becoming even more inseparable. When they arrived, Su Mengxue sat next to Jiang Xingyu and fed him. Now, she was sitting on Jiang Xingyu's lap and feeding him without any restraint, which made the others in their group frown and their eyes show no attempt to hide their disgust. But this didn't stop the two from being all lovey-dovey on the side, as if they were worried you weren't full and were sprinkling some dog food as a treat. Watching Su Mengxue spoon the food to his mouth, Jiang Xingyu took a bite, his tongue even touching Su Mengshue's slender, white fingers, and he immediately looked completely satisfied. Even being an emperor couldn't be better than this. Su Mengxue only blushed slightly, showing no sign of blaming anyone. After all, Su Mengxue had practiced marksmanship, so this was nothing to her. After a hearty meal, Jiang Xingyu held Su Mengxue tightly around the waist, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, and whispered, "I've fulfilled my promise to your father. Now, shouldn't I take you to meet my parents?" Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue immediately tensed up. Although she could be unrestrained when she was with Jiang Xingyu, she was usually a very reserved girl. Moreover, because she values Jiang Xingyu, she naturally values his family's opinion of her, and she doesn't want to leave a bad impression on Jiang Xingyu's parents. Seeing Su Mengshue's mischievous expression, Jiang Xingyu smiled and gently stroked her soft, sky-blue hair, saying, "If you're not ready, let's find another time to talk about it. I've been prepared for this for a long time." Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue immediately released a cold and aloof aura, like a flower on a high mountain. Although she was very nervous, she still hoped to gain the approval of Jiang Xingyu's parents. "I'll go then, who's afraid of who?" Jiang Xingyu chuckled. "Alright then, after I've met your parents and settled things on your end, I'll take you back to meet my parents." A few hours later, the plane quickly flew back to Kyoto. Su Yaochen had some free time recently, and upon learning of his daughter and son-in-law's return, he personally took Shangwan Qianya to the private airport to welcome them. As she stepped off the gangway, Su Mengxue immediately gave Shangwan Qianya a hug. "Mom, I'm back." Jiang Xingyu followed behind and said very politely, "Hello, uncle." "Hello, aunt." Su Yaochen waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need to be polite. Since you have fulfilled our agreement, you are now my son-in-law, as Su Yaochen acknowledges you." Shangwan Qianya also said, "Yes, no need to be so polite. We'll all be family from now on. It's getting late. Knowing you were coming back, the family has prepared dinner in advance. Let's go back and eat and chat." After saying that, she turned around, took Su Yaochen's arm, and left first. Jiang Xingyu immediately took Su Mengshue's hand and followed the two of them. King Han was a little confused and slapped himself across the face. "I think I'm hallucinating. I think I just saw the principal." Yi Tian nodded. "It's not a hallucination, he really is the principal." King Han's eyes widened. "Then why does Su Mengxue call the principal dad?" Yi Tian looked at him strangely. "Are you stupid? They gave birth to Su Mengxue, so they don't even allow her to call them mom and dad? I was just a little shocked and didn't react for a moment." Kea Chuntang, Su family villa. At the large dining table, Su Yaochen stared into Jiang Xingyu's eyes and said, "You're both 18 or 19 years old now. When are you planning to get married?" Unlike Earth, on Blue Planet, anyone who has reached adulthood can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for marriage. Jiang Xingyu was about to serve Su Mengxue some food when he heard this, and his lips twitched slightly. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Ahem, aren't we still young?" Shangwan Qianya said, "We're not young anymore. When Xuer's dad and I were your age, we were already trying to conceive." Upon hearing this, Su Mengshue's face flushed. "Mom, what are you saying? Are you so eager to send me away?" Shangwan Qianya pouted and said, "Aren't you so eager to have it? I'm just helping you out, and I'm only stating the facts. I do like Xingyu a lot, but we can't lump everything together." Shangwan Qianya was about to speak again. Su Yaochen coughed twice, took her hand and said, "Alright, stop arguing, let's hear what the children have to say." Jiang Xingyu thought for a moment and said, "I think we're still young, there's no need to rush to have children, and besides, Xuer isn't ready yet." Su Yaochen nodded. "Indeed, there are no benefits to having children too early. In addition, you are in the process of advancing in your cultivation, so there is no need to rush." Jiang Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could calm down, Shangwan Qianya said again, "Don't rush, child, but we can get the marriage certificate first, isn't that easy? He seems to be being pressured into marriage today. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, my parents don't know about my relationship with Xuer yet. If I suddenly bring a wife home, they'll inevitably worry." Su Yaochen paused and said, "Don't worry about that. Your parents will know." Cough cough. "I mean, that's really true. You're so filial, your parents will be very happy to know." Shangwan Qianya nodded and said, "Then let's do it your way. It's better for us old folks to stay out of the young people's business." Jiang Xingyu nodded and picked up his chopsticks to serve food to Su Mengxue. Just then, Then, Su Mengxue suddenly looked up and said, Dad, what about the reward we got for completing the mission? You haven't given it to us yet. Ha, I remember now, there really was such a thing. Let's eat first. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Su Yaochen had the table cleared and then led Jiang Xingyu and the other man up to the study on the third floor. He clapped his hands, and a servant came over carrying a red plate covered with a red cloth. Su Yaochen gestured with his lips, shake it open and let's see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu did not hesitate and lifted the red cloth. A halberd, entirely silver white with a tiger carved on its head and blades on both sides, lay quietly in the long tray. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu took the halberd in his hand and played with it. It thrusts like a spear, slashes like a knife, and smashes like a club. The halberd's edge is sharp enough to kill with a single touch, and its massive weight ensures certain death with a sweep. It is truly a rare and superior weapon. Su Yaochen smiled faintly and said, How is it? Jiang Xingyu nodded, incredibly sharp and incredibly fierce. Excellent. This halberd is your reward for completing the mission. If you don't know how to use a halberd, I've also prepared a fine tang sword for you. Jiang Xingyu was taken aback. For me? Su Yaochen nodded. No doubt about it, it's for you. Su Yaochen patted his shoulder and laughed. It's nothing. I already consider you my son-in-law. We're all family, no need to be so polite. He clapped his hands, and another servant came over with a long tray. Su Yaochen said, Take this tang sword too, Schwer won't use it anyway. Seeing that Su Yaochen said so, Jiang Xingyu had no choice but to accept it. He grasped the Fangtian halberd and was preparing to put it into his spatial storage. Su Yaochen said, Let's give them names. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xingyu gripped the halberd and said, It's all silver white, with a tiger carved on the head. It's so sharp it can sever a soul, so let's call it the Silver Tiger Soul-Severing Halberd. Ha, great name, it's yours from now on. Then, Jiang Xingyu picked up the tang sword, saying, The blade is as black as night, and it can cut through anything with a single stroke, so let's call it Night Cutter. Excellent, excellent. I hope that the Silver Tiger Soul-Severing Halberd and the Night Cutter will become legendary weapons under your hands in the future. Thank you, Uncle. After storing the Silver Tiger Soul-Severing Halberd and the Night Cutter into my spatial storage, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. He glanced at the system panel and saw that his victory points had reached 12,600. Jiang Xingyu's lips curled slightly. Give me some money. Perfect. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Xingyu's lips. The feeling of perfection was just right. Previously, it inexplicably leveled up to silver during the battle and even completed a second full tempering. Taking advantage of his current good spirits, Jiang Xingyu sat cross-legged and began absorbing the alien crystals to consolidate his silver level. Su Mengxue sat down beside him and began to cultivate. Seeing that the two were cultivating, Su Yaochen did not disturb them and left directly. About 2 hours later, Jiang Xingyu opened his eyes. Seeing this, Su Mengxue grabbed Jiang Xingyu's arm and said, It's so late, let's go and rest. We'll sleep in my room. Jiang Xingyu was taken aback. This isn't a good idea. Su Mengxue tilted her head. What's wrong with that? He pinched her pretty little face and said, Are you stupid? We're not even married yet. If I sleep with you at your house, what will your parents think of me? Su Mengxue thought for a moment and said, It's okay. As long as you have my father's approval, whether we're married or not, you'll be my husband, unless you don't want to marry me. Besides, we're just sleeping. It's not like, okay? I've gotten used to it lately. I can't sleep without holding you. Jiang Xingyu was still somewhat hesitant. He felt that this was not a good idea and would make him seem frivolous. Just then, Shangwan Chenya pushed open the door and walked in. You two are still cultivating? It's getting late. Go wash up and rest. Jiang Xingyu nodded and stood up. Shangwan Chenya added, Oh, right, I forgot to have someone clean your room today. You can rest in Schwer's room. Ah, since his mother-in-law has spoken, he can only respectfully obey. Su Mengxue is usually cold to outsiders, exuding an aura that keeps strangers at bay. Her room was also different from the rooms of ordinary girls. The room is predominantly sky blue, giving it a cool yet bright feel, and the decor is very simple. After taking a shower, Su Mengxue jumped onto the bed and casually tossed aside the huge plush toy. When Jiang Xingyu came out wrapped in a bath towel, she lifted the corner of the blanket and patted it, indicating that Jiang Xingyu should sleep next to her. Isn't a husband more fragrant than a plush toy? Jiang Xingyu smiled helplessly and gently lay down beside her. As soon as she lay down, Su Mengxue immediately snuggled into his arms and hugged him tightly, and Jiang Xingyu hugged her back. The two fell asleep in each other's arms, and nothing was said that night. As soon as Jiang Xingyu opened his eyes, he saw Su Mengxue resting her chin on her hand, silently watching him. He didn't know how long she had been staring at him, but Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly and said, What's wrong? Why are you staring at me so early in the morning? Su Mengxue kissed his thin lips and said, We've been together for so long, but we haven't gone shopping yet. Jiang Xingyu gently pinched her delicate nose and said, Shopping? What's so fun about shopping? Su Mengxue didn't answer, but gently shook Jiang Xingyu's hand, saying, Honey, come shopping with me. The latter could only laugh helplessly and say, All right, I'll go shopping with you. I really don't understand why you girls all like shopping. The two walked hand in hand down the street, immediately attracting attracting the attention of passers-by. After all, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, so they attracted attention wherever they went. Jiang Xingyu was originally indifferent to shopping, but he couldn't resist Su Mengshua's cute appearance, and his mood inexplicably improved. She walked ahead like a curious child, looking left and right. Jiang Xingyu followed behind her and said with a helpless smile, "Little Shui, is this your first time shopping? You look like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden." She turned around to face Jiang Xingyu, a smile as beautiful as a peach blossom blooming on her usually cool and aloof face. "Although this is not my first time shopping, it is the first time you have accompanied me. Everything is different from the past, so I am very excited and cherish it very much." Jiang Xingyu reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Silly girl, I'm always ready to go shopping with you whenever you want." Su Mengshua blushed. He called me silly baby, why do I feel so shy? I wasn't shy when we slept together." Su Mengshua let Jiang Xingyu hold her as they strolled around the mall. As she passed a men's clothing store, Su Mengshua's eyes suddenly lit up. She had an idea. That is, to make Jiang Xingyu only wear the clothes I buy for him from now on. "Honey, let me buy you some clothes." "No need, I already have plenty of clothes. But I just want to see what you look like in the clothes I bought for you. They're different from the ones you bought yourself." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Xingyu's reply, she pulled Jiang Xingyu into the store. The moment the shop assistant saw Jiang Xingyu, her eyes were glued to him. "So cool, damn it." Jiang Xingyu felt someone was watching him, so he glanced at the female shop assistant. That one glance made the female shop assistant's heart race, her legs go weak, and even her panties became wet. Goodness, he's awakened a new superpower, that's right. Su Mengshua seemed to have a small radar installed and immediately noticed the shop assistant's unusual mood. "Damn, how dare you fawn over my husband." She slowly walked forward, blocking the shop assistant's view, puffed out her proud chest, and said calmly, "Could you recommend a few clothes for my husband?" The female shop assistant immediately realized her lapse in composure. Seeing that Su Mengshua was fair-skinned and beautiful, dressed in designer clothes, and even called Jiang Xingyu husband, she abandoned her unrealistic ideas and began to give a professional explanation. No matter how eloquently she raved, Su Mengshua remained unsatisfied. Just as she was talking until her throat was dry and parched, Su Mengshua suddenly said, "Excuse me, I just remembered, my husband only likes the clothes I pick out for him. He doesn't like anything else." After saying that, Su Mengshua stopped looking at the shop assistant and went to find a large pile of clothes, making Jiang Xingyu try them on one by one. He was already handsome, and with the clothes Su Mengshua chose for him, he was simply dazzlingly handsome. An hour or two passed just like that. Su Mengshua smiled sweetly and said, "You must be tired after trying for so long. I'll go buy you some water." "No need, you can just wait here." After saying that, she went to buy water on her own. Sitting in the rest area, Jiang Xingyu closed his eyes to rest, opened the system panel, and began to improve his mental strength. The current maximum spiritual power level is 1/10 of the maximum total amount of alien elements. For example, if Jiang Xingyu's current maximum total amount of alien elements is 100,000, then his maximum mental strength is 10,000, and his mental strength is not limited by minor ranks. In other words, as long as he has enough victory points, Jiang Xingyu can directly raise his mental strength to 10,000. One victory point can replenish 10 spirit points and increase the maximum spirit point by 1 point. After deducting the points spent on upgrading his halberd technique, he still had over 2,000 victory points remaining. There was no need to hesitate. It was all done. Jiang Xingyu immediately spent 2,000 victory points, instantly boosting his mental strength to 2123. The next moment, Jiang Xingyu felt incredibly energetic. He was confident that if Su Mengshua was willing, he could even have 13 rounds of sex in one night. Of course, he still couldn't bear to torture Su Mengshua that many times. 6 rounds a night would be enough. In addition, he felt that his mind was clearer and his perception was much stronger than before. Sure enough, despite the noise around him and his closed eyes, he sensed someone approaching him. Just then, a couple entered the store. The little girl following behind them immediately spotted Jiang Xingyu sitting in the rest area. Her eyes lit up. Wow, what a handsome big brother. She doesn't need her parents anymore. After all, she was just an accident. But today, she has found her true love. She skipped and hopped over to Jiang Xingyu, a sweet smile on her face, and waved her little hand in front of him. "Hello, big brother." Jiang Xingyu opened his eyes and saw a little girl of about 13 or 14 years old standing in front of him. She wasn't very tall, had her hair in a bun, and had a bit of baby fat. Her face, full of collagen, was rosy and looked incredibly cute. Jiang Xingyu nodded. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" "Big brother, is anyone next to you?" Jiang Xingyu shook his head. Seeing this, she sat down next to Jiang Xingyu, cupped her face in her hands, and stared at him quietly. "Big brother, you're so handsome." Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly. "Am I so handsome that even kids are smitten?" Before he could figure it out, the little girl launched into a series of questions. "Big brother, are you still in school?" "Big brother, where do you live?" "Big brother, do you have a girlfriend?" He asked more than a dozen questions in one go, leaving Jiang Xingyu somewhat at a loss. Seeing Jiang Xingyu in a daze, Su Mingyuo rubbed her hands together, raised her smiling face, and opened her bright almond-shaped eyes, saying, "Big brother, can I be your wife? Are kids these days so precocious?" Just as Jiang Xingyu was about to answer, Su Mengshua's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. No. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked up to Jiang Xingyu, handed him the water, and squeezed herself into the space between Jiang Xingyu and Su Menyuo, separating the two of them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Menyuo asked in surprise, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Su Mengshuo grabbed Jiang Xingyu's arm and glanced at her smugly. "I'm picking out clothes for my husband." "But you, Su Menyuo, what are you doing here? And joking with your cousin-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Su Menyuo felt a sound of something shattering deep within her heart. "I finally felt a spark, and you made me lose so completely. Ugh. See, it ended before it even began." Who would have thought that the handsome guy she finally set her sights on would turn out to be her cousin's husband? Su Menyuo touched her nose and chuckled awkwardly. "So he's my cousin's husband." After all, she was a young girl, and Jiang Xingyu didn't want to embarrass her too much. He smiled, extended his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Jiang Xingyu, and I'm your future cousin-in-law." Su Menyuo nodded. "Hello, brother-in-law, my name is Su Menyuo." The two shook hands briefly before Su Mengshuo separated them. "Alright, you came with your parents, right? Go back now, don't let them worry." Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu could only smile helplessly. This Su Mengshuo was a huge jealous person, and she was filled with aged vinegar, so sour. Su Menyuo pouted and muttered, "Tch, stingy." "Su Menyuo, what are you saying?" "It's nothing, I was just wondering whether or not to go to the aquarium." "Aquarium?" Su Menyuo nodded and said, "Yes, didn't you know that a new aquarium recently opened?" "I really don't know." After saying that, Su Mengshuo looked at Jiang Xingyu and said, "Honey, we've bought almost everything. How about we go to the aquarium?" Jiang Xingyu nodded and said, "Sure, wherever you want to go, we'll go." After saying that, he asked Su Menyuo for the address, put the clothes he bought into Jiang Xingyu's space, and the two walked out hand in hand, with Su Menyuo naturally following behind. "Su Menyuo, what are you doing following us? Go back to your parents." The implication is, why are you meddling in our private time together? Su Menyuo pouted, "This cousin is so stingy. If I don't want to go, I won't go." Humph. Soon, Jiang Xingyu drove Su Mengshuo to the aquarium. The aquarium is quite large, and it gets very crowded. Jiang Xingyu very gentlemanly put his arm around Su Mengshuo, protecting her in his arms to avoid the crowd of pedestrians. The venue is home to a variety of aquatic animals and various entertaining shows. It's quite interesting to watch these animals darting back and forth in the water. Before we knew it, it was already evening. When it was closing time, just as the two were preparing to leave, a transport truck drove up to the back door of the aquarium. Inside the large tank is a newly arrived shark, provided for viewing. Whoa, great white shark. Su Mengshuo loves watching sharks, and sharks are the most common subject in her photos. I had already seen enough and was about to leave, but now that I've suddenly seen it again, I can't help but want to go and see it again. Jiang Xingyu knew what she was thinking, and took her hand, saying, let's go take a couple more photos." As they got closer to the large vat, Little Purple Rice suddenly said, "Master, this guy seems a bit strange." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu asked with some confusion, "What's wrong with it?" Little Purple Rice thought for a moment and said, "I can't say exactly what it is, but it doesn't feel like an ordinary shark to me." Jiang Xingyu frowned. "A demonic beast? Could it be that same man again?" They arrived just in time. This shark is still in the early stages of mutation. Jiang Xingyu looked around and saw that besides him and Su Mengshuo, there were only a few other workers. After thinking for a moment, he walked over to the worker and asked, "Brother, where did this shark come from?" "Oh, this was just shipped from Dongjiang province." Dongjiang province? Seeing his furrowed brows, Su Mengshuo reached out her delicate hand to smooth them and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu said, "There's something wrong with this shark." "Is there a problem?" "It might be a monster." Su Mengshuo was shocked. "A demonic beast? Could it be that man again?" Jiang Xingyu nodded. "I'm afraid that's the case. Monsters usually live in the otherworld ruins. The few times we've seen monsters outside the otherworld ruins have all been related to that man." Su Mengshuo said, "But he's a shark. Even if he's a monster, he probably wouldn't live long without water." Jiang Xingyu pinched her cheek and said, "Have you forgotten that silly creature from before? Nobody knows what kind of changes it will undergo after it mutates." Upon hearing this, Su Mengshuo frowned slightly. "That's true. In this world today, it wouldn't be surprising if there were sharks with legs." After saying that, she looked around and said, "There are still quite a few workers here. If that shark is really a monster, it could cause a lot of casualties. How can we get these workers out of here?" After thinking for a moment, Su Mengshuo said, "That's right, find my dad. Have him call the owner of this aquarium, and that'll solve the problem." Jiang Xingyu nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. Okay, you give him a call, and I'll look around for any trace of that man." After saying that, he used teleport to survey the area, but found no clues. He asked one of the workers, "Have you seen any suspicious people around here?" The worker nodded and said, "Yes." Jiang Xingyu's eyes lit up. "Do you know where he went?" The worker said with a half smile, "Right in front of me." Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, "You're kidding me. It's It seems these workers haven't discovered anything either. They can only take it one step at a time, since even if they knew his location, they couldn't beat him. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. Yang Bo knew about that man's affairs, so why didn't the higher-ups take any action? So there are two possibilities, either the higher-ups are ignoring it, or Yang Bo didn't notify the higher-ups. Sorry, Yang Bo's expression at the time didn't seem fake. Besides, Kyoto was right under the noses of the higher-ups. If Yang Bo dared to do anything outrageous, wouldn't he have been arrested long ago? The reason why this matter has not made progress is very likely due to the cold treatment from higher-ups. The fact that someone with the terrifying ability to transform ordinary animals into monsters can roam freely within China, and that the higher-ups still choose to turn a blind eye, can only mean that the higher-ups must know something about that man's background. Since that's the case, he stopped worrying about it and focused on figuring out whether the shark would actually turn into a monster. Jiang Xingyu returned to Su Mengshue's side and looked at her. The latter nodded and said, "I've already contacted my dad. He should be able to resolve this soon." Sure enough, not long after, they heard the foreman shouting, "Time to go home, brothers." The workers looked bewildered. "Why are we suddenly off work?" The foreman said, "I don't know either. Anyway, the boss called us personally to let us leave work early. Our wages will not be reduced, and we'll even get a bonus if we leave quickly." Upon hearing this, the workers immediately packed up their belongings and ran faster than rabbits, scrambling to leave the aquarium. "Just kidding, you get paid for running fast, that's just too awesome." After about 5 or 6 minutes, seeing that there were no people around, Jiang Xingyu carried Su Mengxue and teleported to a window seat on the second floor of the aquarium, quietly observing the situation below. Logically, they should be seeking assistance from the other pavilion now, since they don't know the shark's strength and what if it's much stronger than themselves. Moreover, given the current situation, they are still unsure whether this shark is truly a monster. Putting aside whether they come or not, even if this shark really is a demonic beast and the otherworldly pavilion does come to help, how will they explain how they knew in advance that it was a demonic beast? A guess? It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? Should we offer up the small purple rice? That's even more unacceptable. If the fact that you tamed a top-tier monster is exposed, what if it gets you into trouble? Although the Su family is practically a powerful backer, they might not be able to cover up this kind of thing, unless Jiang Xingyu's father is a war god, or a figure like the head of state who stands at the top of China's pyramid. But clearly, Jiang Xingyu understood the true situation of his family, and he dared not take such a risk. Therefore, he and Su Mengxue could only take it one step at a time, fighting if they could win, and delaying until they could seek help from the other pavilion if they couldn't. The rooftop of Lianwan Company. Inside the chairman's office, Zhang Lian was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Although Zucheng was a small place, he liked it very much. He was 19 years old that year, and he met the love of his life here, Li Qingwan. Suddenly, the computer beeped with a video call notification. Zhang Lian had no choice but to pull himself out of his thoughts, sit in his office chair, and answer the video call. On the screen, a middle-aged man in military uniform said respectfully, "Commander, we have discovered traces of Mang Shang in Dongjiang province." Zhang Lian took out a cigarette, put it to his lips, and the next moment, the cigarette was lit without warning. He took a sip and said calmly, "Tell me the details." "Here's what happened. Recently, some animals died mysteriously in a small port town on the Dongjiang River. After receiving the news, the local health management bureau sent people to investigate. The investigation results show that these dead animals all had a liquid in their bodies that resembled the blood of a demon beast. After repeated comparisons, we are 70% certain that this liquid is the blood of Mang Shang." Zhang Lian took a deep drag on his cigarette, nodded, and said, "I understand. The arrangements for the Wuhan University League should be almost complete. We can now assign some people to keep an eye on Xiao and Mang Shang. They will definitely make a big move in the near future." After turning off the video call, Zhang Lian sighed and muttered to himself, "Dongjiang, Kyoto, Shijiang, the next place should be Nanbin. You idiot, do you hate me that much?" With no one around, the workers did not unload the shark at the request of the person in charge. "Just park the car outside the aquarium, don't worry about anything, collect your salary and go home." The workers were naturally happy to have an easy time, getting paid without doing anything. Why not? After all, it would be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. After the workers left, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue silently watched the shark's situation from the window on the second floor. Although they could have eliminated the shark immediately to prevent future problems, they didn't. After all, it is still just an ordinary shark at present, and it is still uncertain whether it is a monster. If it truly is a demon beast, the opportunity to witness an animal transform into a demon beast is extremely rare and hard to come by. Moreover, there are no people around, so there is no need to worry about the safety of the public. Therefore, they are willing to wait. Before we knew it, it was already dusk. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, draping the entire city of Kyoto in a golden cloak. The two sat side by side, holding hands, wearing the same headphones, listening to the same song. The setting sun bathed the surroundings surroundings in a warm orange hue, and the aquarium was completely silent. This scene gradually warmed the atmosphere, and the two hearts began to ignite, yearning to get closer to each other. If it weren't for the sharks in the large tank below, the two would probably already be cuddling and kissing, and might even have moved on to the next step. But in the end, the two managed to control themselves. Even as the city lights came on, the two did not notice any change in the shark. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but become suspicious. The mysterious person was present during the first two mutations, but this time no trace of the mysterious person could be found nearby. Could it be that this time it was just Little Purple Rice's imagination? Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but say, "Hey, Little Purple Rice, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Little Purple Rice said very seriously, "Master, let's wait a little longer. This shouldn't be an illusion. That feeling seems to be stronger than before. I can vaguely sense that there seems to be some kind of power in his body." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu nodded. He still trusted Xiaozimi. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's right, Nine-Tailed Snow is also a demon beast. If this shark is really a demon beast, she should be able to sense something. Thinking of this, he turned to Su Mengxue and said, "Shuer, transform into Nine-Tailed Snow and see if you can also sense the difference in sharks." Su Mengxue nodded. The portal opened, and the next moment, an adorable animal-eared girl appeared in front of Jiang Xingyu. Jiang Xingyu took her small hand and teleported to the front of the large vat. Su Mengxue closed her eyes slightly, quietly sensing the sensation. Holding the warm hand of her beloved, she felt extremely safe and comfortable, and her fox ears and tail swayed gently involuntarily. Seeing her adorable appearance, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness in his heart. "Oh my god, I really want to pet her. How can there be such adorable creatures as beast-eared girls in the world?" Su Mengxue had no idea what he was thinking. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Indeed, I also think it doesn't look like the ordinary sharks in aquariums." Jiang Xingyu nodded and then teleported her back to their previous location. With his eyes fixed on the shark, Jiang Xingyu's hands were not idle. With one hand stroking Su Mengshue's fox ears and the other stroking Little Purple Rice's head, he said, "Little Purple Rice, why are you growing so slowly? You're supposed to be a battle pet, but you're useless in battle and you just freeload off my thunder power every day." Little Purple Rice quickly interrupted him, "Master, I am a divine beast. Although my growth is slow, my potential is high." Jiang Xingyu pursed his lips. "I know, otherwise I would have thrown you away long ago. Look at my Shuer's nine-tailed form. It's both beautiful and effective, much better than yours." Little Purple Rice, "Can I get a different owner? That's so hurtful to an animal." XX. Of course, it was just internally complaining. If it were to change hosts, it would probably be immediately eliminated by the system. Upon hearing what Jiang Xingyu said, Su Mengshue's face flushed slightly. Although she couldn't hear Xiaozini speak, she knew that Jiang Xingyu and Xiaozini could communicate. His words were too easy to misunderstand, and the warm, large hand was gently stroking her fox ears, the tingling sensation making her murmur softly, "Honey, don't say things that could be misunderstood." Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly. Just as he was about to reach out and grab the fluffy fox tail, the shark suddenly became agitated and violently rammed into the large tank. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Xingyu suddenly stood up and stared intently at the shark. He saw that the shark's body was gradually shrinking from 6 meters to less than 2 meters in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Shouldn't transforming into a monster increase its size? Not long after the shark shrank, it miraculously grew 4 limbs. "Are you Garchomp?" Little Purple Rice also saw the scene in the jar and immediately reminded Master Silver, the power within it is about to erupt. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang was heard, and the large vat was smashed open, water flowing out and wetting a large area around it. The next moment, the shark suddenly leaped out of the tank, creating a large crater in the ground with a loud bang. A young man is carrying a beautiful girl on his back as he walks down the street. Hearing a loud bang, he immediately climbed onto the roof and looked in the direction from which the sound came, exclaiming in surprise, "Then its mother is a shark, right?" Morong Shang was somewhat shocked and couldn't help but raise his voice. This shout startled Nailan Yu, who was resting on his back. She angrily reached out her slender, white hand and pinched his waist hard. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Morong Shang winced in pain, then slapped the girl's bottom with his wicked hand. "Don't mess around, Yubao, or I'll take care of you when we get back." Nailan Yu turned her pretty face away and said, "Humph." Seeing that she was ignoring him, Morong Shang was not angry. He knew his childhood sweetheart girlfriend better than anyone else. He smiled slightly and said softly, "It looks like a lot of fun over there." After saying that, he suddenly accelerated and ran away. The incident happened so suddenly that Nailan Yu had no choice but to tightly hug his neck in order to keep her balance. "Humph, you bad man, I really give up." Seeing that Lu Sha wanted to go into the city, Jiang Xingyu raised his hand and placed a spatial vortex behind Lu Sha. A tremendous suction force swept over him, causing Lu Sha to stumble, but he quickly regained his balance and slowly moved away from the pull of the spatial vortex. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu said calmly, "The strength of this demon beast is roughly equivalent to a high-level silver rank alien. The two of us should be fine." Su Mengxue nodded, then leaped off the building. The The 9 foxes gathered together, like a heavy hammer slamming into Lu Sha's head. With a dull thud, sparks flew, and the immense force caused Land Shark's feet to sink even deeper, turning the floor tiles upside down and causing cracks to spread rapidly like a spiderweb. Lu Sha winced in pain, his eyes fixed on Su Mengxue, and reached out to grab her. The next moment, it caught a glimpse of a blue-purple light flashing in front of it out of the corner of its eye. It had no choice but to raise its hand and use its incredibly hard fins to defend itself, and a force blasted it back several steps. Its arm felt numb, not only because of the tremors, but also because of the paralyzing effect of thunder binding. Jiang Xingyu gripped the halberd shaft, spun it once, and then hoisted it onto his shoulder. He was somewhat shocked, as expected of the perfect halberd technique. The speed, angle, and timing of the strikes were all controlled to a terrifying degree. This was his first time using it in actual combat, so he should have been a bit rusty, but he was completely at ease, wielding the halberd with unparalleled power and ferocity. Looking at Lu Sha in front of him, Jiang Xingyu's lips curled up and the spatial vortex suddenly reappeared behind Lu Sha, restricting his movements. Jiang Xingyu turned around and pinched Su Mengshua's fox ears. Schwer, just wait over there and watch your husband's silver tiger soul-severing halberd. Kill him until he screams. Having said that, he teleported behind Lu Sha and thrust out his halberd with the force of thunder. Because Lu Sha's attention was diverted by the spatial vortex, he only had time to slightly turn his body when faced with the sudden thrust of the halberd, and his left shoulder was inevitably pierced through. But this was not the end. Jiang Xingyu suddenly pulled the halberd to the side, and the crescent-shaped side blade directly severed Lu Sha's arm. Indeed, the thrusts were like spears, and the slashes like knives. Blue blood flowed from the wound, but quickly, the severed arm regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Sha was no pushover either. He spun around and threw a punch at Jiang Xingyu, who quickly blocked it with his halberd. Jiang Xingyu was sent flying more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. "Wow, that's really strong," he exclaimed and quickly stood up. At this moment, the land shark had broken free from the control of the spatial vortex, and was charging towards Jiang Xingyu. The latter's starry sky armor appeared, starry sky power was injected into the Fangtian halberd, and he gripped the halberd shaft tightly and swung it fiercely at the charging land shark. A loud bang was heard, and the two people were seen in thick smoke, with sand and gravel rolling and floor tiles shattering. The man and the beast were locked in a fierce battle of strength. After a stalemate of half a minute, Jiang Xingyu suddenly drew a tang sword out of thin air and slashed at Lu Sha's chest with lightning speed, forcing it back several steps. As the land shark was thrown backward by inertia, Thunder Dragon Roar was suddenly activated. Jiang Xingyu has absolutely no sense of martial ethics. He bullies the simple-minded Lu Sha. Land shark tried to block with both hands, but was still blasted back more than 10 meters. His arms were charred black and emitting white smoke, giving off a faint aroma of grilled fish. The next second, Jiang Xingyu appeared in front of Lu Sha. Just as he was about to swing his halberd, he suddenly noticed specks of golden light appearing in the sky. Sensing the danger, he dodged backward while simultaneously creating a spatial vortex in front of him, absorbing all the golden light. Steadying himself, Jiang Xingyu looked up and saw that the newcomer was dressed in black. Although his appearance was not much better than his own, he was still handsome and dashing, with delicate eyebrows and bright eyes. Behind him, a woman was lying on his back, only her eyes peeking out as she looked him over. The newcomer was none other than Murong Shang, who laughed heartily and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't notice there were other extraordinary individuals here." Jiang Xingyu frowned slightly, patted the dust off his body, and slowly stood up. Seeing this, Su Mengxue immediately ran to Jiang Xingyu and stretched out her fair arms to protect him from behind. Jiang Xingyu smiled helplessly. His Schwer was an absolute skincare fanatic. Despite her petite stature, Su Mengxue exudes a powerful aura. Anyone who wants to harm her husband will have to ask Su Mengxue for permission first. "What are you doing?" Su Mengxue said in a childish voice. When Murong Shang saw Su Mengxue, his eyes widened in surprise. "Where did this cosplayer come from? Are you kidding me? Wandering around a comic convention? Those are real monsters. Little girl, move aside. It's dangerous here." After saying that, he tried to step forward and pull Su Mengxue away. Nailan Yu was already annoyed that her childhood sweetheart boyfriend's eyes were wide open, but he even tried to touch her. She couldn't bear it any longer. She struggled to slide off Murong Shang's back and stomped hard on his instep. "Pa, what a scumbag!" Murong Shang winced in pain, clutching his instep and crying out in surprise, "Ouch, Yubao, what are you doing? How am I a jerk? I was just trying to help her get away. After all, there's still a monster here." She knew Murong Shang's character best. He genuinely just wanted to pull his little sister away. And what about that little girl? It's not her fault that she's cute, and she wouldn't target her. She understood the reasoning, but she was inexplicably angry and just wanted to vent her anger when she happened to see Lu Sha sneaking away. "It's not too much for me to kill a monster, is it? Hey you, stop right there. Who gave you permission to run?" Lu Sha turned around, somewhat bewildered, and pointed to himself with a silly grin. "Are you talking about me? It's you. Trying to run? Take this." Having said that, she drew her spear and thrust it fiercely at Lu Sha. "Land shark, oh my god, what did I do do wrong? Why is everyone trying to stab me? The land shark reacted quickly, parrying the spear tip with its fins before unleashing a punch. The latter parried with his spear, spun around and wielded the spear, and after dissipating the force, thrust out with his spear again. A cold glint appeared instantly in front of Lu Sha, and the next moment, the tip of the spear was suddenly enveloped in black flames and pierced into Lu Sha's right shoulder. Left shoulder. Good bro, congratulations on getting stabbed. The black flames suddenly climbed up the tip of the spear to its shoulder. The spark suddenly intensified, engulfing the land shark's entire body. Black flames scorched its flesh, filling the air with the aroma of fish. Lu Sha hurriedly rolled on the ground, but no matter what he did, he couldn't extinguish the black flames. There was nothing it could do but run into the large vat, but the black flames still hadn't gone out. If it stayed any longer, the water in the vat would probably boil. Jiang Xingyu was also somewhat curious about the scene before him. A mutant? It seems really strong. Seeing Lu Sha engulfed in black flames, Nailan couldn't help but laugh and say, give up. My black flames can only burn out on their own. No external force can extinguish them. The land shark, of course, had no idea what the human woman was saying, since it couldn't understand human language. But Jiang Xingyu did indeed curl his lip, thinking to himself, I don't believe you for a second. I just don't believe that my spatial vortex can't absorb your mere little flame. He was almost certain that his spatial vortex could still do some of the work, but as the saying goes, leave a way out for everything, so you can meet again in the future. Let her show off if she wants to. If Nailan knew what Jiang Xingyu was thinking, she would probably kill him alive. I was just explaining my special ability. How did that become showing off in your eyes? Jiang Xingyu was looking at Nailan, but he wasn't really looking at her. He was simply thinking about her black flames. But in Su Mengshue's eyes, all of this appeared as Jiang Xingyu staring intently at Nailan. She loved him so much, yet he was looking at other women. Men are all such jerks. The little girl felt a pang of sadness and a deep sense of grievance. Her eyes welled up with tears, her fox ears pressed against her head, and her 9 fox tails drooped listlessly, clearly indicating her disappointment. Although Jiang Xingyu is somewhat of a straight man in front of others, he can always quickly sense Su Mengshue's emotions when he is with her. As if sensing Su Mengshue's bad mood, he turned to look at her as if possessed. Seeing the little girl's dejected look, Jiang Xingyu immediately guessed what she was thinking. He pulled her into his arms and said softly, I'm sorry, Schwer. I was so engrossed in thinking about something that I forgot about your feelings. Upon hearing this, Su Mengshue was stunned for a moment before coming to her senses. So, he was thinking about something just now? I misunderstood him. Thinking of this, she buried her head in Jiang Xingyu's arms, rubbing against him like a kitten. But no matter how much she rubbed against him, she still felt a bit uncomfortable, like being scratched by a cat. She wanted to vent. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu understood immediately and held out his arm to her mouth. If you want a vent, just bite it. Su Mengshue grabbed his arm and pressed her little tiger teeth against it, but in the end she didn't actually bite. After leaving 2 rows of shallow teeth marks, she pushed Jiang Xingyu's hand back and said, I wouldn't do that. Having said that, she broke free from his embrace and charged fiercely towards the land shark. Humph, I would never hit my husband. I hit that stupid fish instead. Seeing the intimate interaction between the two, Nailan, who was not far away, couldn't help but feel envious. Looking at her disappointing childhood sweetheart boyfriend, she angrily said, Morong Shang, you should learn from other people's boyfriends. Unlike you not only don't try to comfort me, but you also just stand by and watch the show. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Nailan secretly vowed, I'm going to kill this stupid fish today. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Sha was distracted by the black flames, Nailan leaped up with her spear and headed straight for Lu Sha. Jiang Xingyu and Morong Shang exchanged a glance and said at the same time, my wife is jealous. How scary. Good heavens, 2 jealous people have teamed up. Poor little Garchomp, he just mutated and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy life before he was going to die here. Seeing Nailan and Su Mengshue running towards him one after the other, Lu Sha couldn't help but feel flustered. Land shark, don't come any closer. Oh, degree asterisk. Oh, the 2 jealous women didn't care about anything else. Nailan moved like a ghost, and a few breaths later she was in front of Lu Sha. She thrust out a spear fiercely. After being stabbed several times, the latter became more prepared and dodged and weaved, dodging every spear thrust with incredible agility. Just as Lu Sha was getting more and more into the game, Su Mengshue suddenly leaped up from behind Nailan, her pupils instantly turning into hearts as she met Lu Sha's gaze. The land shark glanced over by accident, was instantly captivated by the charm, spell, and froze on the spot. The next moment, 9 fox tails slammed hard into its chest. It was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into an office building with a loud bang. Lu Sha slowly stood up and emerged from the billowing smoke. After all, the 2 of them had not yet broken through to the silver level, so they could not cause it much damage. Fortunately, Jiang Xingyu and Morong Shang were there with them. With Jiang Xingyu's strength, he is very confident that he can take down Lu Sha single-handedly. Morong Shang also felt that he was about the same level as Lu Sha, and that if Nailan were added, he would definitely be able to beat him. The 2 humans and the beast fought for dozens more rounds, rounds, but Su Mingxue and her companions still hadn't gained the upper hand. After all, they were a whole level below Lu Sha. Seeing this, Morongshang took out his bow, drew the string in midair, and specks of golden light condensed on his fingernails, transforming into a golden arrow. He muttered inwardly, "Golden arrow rain." Then, he loosened his grip slightly, and the arrow of light flew rapidly toward the landshark. Seeing the incoming arrow of light, the latter rolled to the side to dodge it. Unexpectedly, the light arrow flew to its eyes and then suddenly transformed into countless golden rays, falling like raindrops and striking it several times. A series of booming sounds rang out, stirring up clouds of dust. Jiang Xingyu's lips curled slightly. Not bad. After saying that, he immediately created a spatial vortex and placed it behind Lu Sha. The latter was distracted by the golden arrow rain and was completely unaware that a spatial vortex had appeared behind him. A powerful suction force erupted, drawing all the surrounding smoke, dust, and floor tiles into the vortex. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the landshark was sucked into the center of the vortex. The surrounding space was distorting, and everything around it was distorting as well. In the distorted space, its body twisted and collapsed, blue blood splattering all over the ground. However, its regenerative ability is undeniably strong. Despite being sucked into the distorted space, it did not die. Although its body repair speed was not as fast as before, it was indeed repairing itself. After the spatial vortex ended, it was still alive, lying on the ground panting heavily, its body slowly repairing itself. Still not dead? Not finishing off a monster is a major taboo for those of the outcast class. Seeing that it was still alive, Jiang Xingyu wouldn't let it go. He instantly teleported behind Lu Sha, and the halberd began to spin like a windmill. The power of lightning spread everywhere, and the dense attacks kept falling on the landshark, quickly cutting it into dozens of pieces. Immediately afterwards, Thunder Dragon Roar was unleashed, and rolling thunderous power swept across the landshark's body, blasting it into black ash. After storing the silver tiger soul-severing halberd in his spatial storage, Jiang Xingyu clapped his hands and turned to walk towards Su Mingxue. The latter stared at Jiang Xingyu with bright, unblinking eyes until Jiang Xingyu bent down and pinched her cheek, at which point she came back to her senses. "Wow, my husband is so strong. I feel like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. If you don't want to fall far behind me, Schwer, you'd better hurry up and train. Once you reach silver rank, your strength will increase significantly." Su Mingxue nodded, her nine-fox tail swaying slightly as she tightly hugged Jiang Xingyu's arm, refusing to let go. At this moment, Morongshang walked over. "Excuse me, are you also students of Yiwu University?" Seeing that Jiang Xingyu acknowledged him, Morongshang extended his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Morongshang, and I come from Jingwu." Jiang Xingyu shook hands with him and said, "Huaw, Jiang Xingyu." After saying that, he glanced at Su Mingxue, who showed no unusual reaction, only staring at him with her bright and intelligent eyes. Thankfully, she wasn't the Yandere Shui, otherwise she probably would have fought with Morongshang on the spot. When Su Mingxue saw Jiang Xingyu looking at her, she returned his sweet smile, her fox ears and tail swaying slightly, making her incredibly cute and adorable. It was simply too healing. Neilinyu also extended her hand and said, "Hello, I am Neilinyu, also from Jingwu." Jiang Xingyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled helplessly and said, "I won't shake your hand. My little jealous girl is easily jealous and can get very sour." Upon hearing this, Su Mingxue puffed out her cheeks. "I won't say anything if we shake hands, but I'll feel a little uncomfortable." "Humph, you bad husband. You make it sound like I'm petty and won't let him shake hands with people." Despite her inner complaints, she knew that Jiang Xingyu was saying this to consider her feelings, and she was still very happy. Who wouldn't want their loved one to love them wholeheartedly? Su Mingxue made a face at Jiang Xingyu, stretched out her small hand, and held Neilinyu's hand, saying, "Hello, my name is Su Mingxue, and I am Jiang Xingyu's fiancé. Hee, I'm such a clever little devil for giving myself the title of fiancé." Neilinyu glanced at Su Mingxue, then at Jiang Xingyu, and thought to herself, "Wow, college students these days are getting more and more eccentric. Life is getting more and more unpredictable." After a brief introduction, both sides began cleaning up the scene. Jiang Xingyu reached out and rubbed Su Mingxue's little face. "You naughty Schwer, you still dare to make faces at me." After saying that, he bit Su Mingxue's little face. Her face was as white and tender as pudding. He could suck it into his mouth with a gentle pop. The latter kept giggling, pushing away Jiang Xingyu's handsome face, trying to escape Jiang Xingyu's clutches. The two joked around while cleaning up the scene, which had a unique charm. Neilinyu shook her head. This little girl's boyfriend was just too scrutinizing. There was nothing she could say, so she could only speed things up with Morongshang. After cleaning up the scene, the group prepared to go home. As they parted, watching Jiang Xingyu carry Su Mingxue away, Morongshang suddenly shouted, "You'll participate in the martial arts league, right?" Jiang Xingyu paused for a moment, then continued walking forward without saying a word. Morongshang's eyes lit up. He hadn't encountered an opponent of the same level for a long time, and he was now eager to fight Jiang Xingyu. After all, being invincible was lonely. Watching Jiang Xingyu's figure disappear from sight, he couldn't help but murmur softly, "Too invincible, and yet unable to find an opponent, is also a kind of invincible sorrow." Upon hearing this, Neilinyu Xingyu raised an eyebrow, her knuckles cracking as she clenched her fists. You think you're invincible? Morong Shang was not one to back down, and said quite firmly, of course, or should we go home now and let you experience what it means to be fearless? Pa! You scoundrel! After saying that, she started punching his chest repeatedly with her small fists. Jiang Xingyu had informed his parents before going to Xinjiang. He hadn't seen them for so long, and it would be a lie to say he didn't miss them. He figured it was time to go back. This time, he's going to take Su Mengxue back with him, so that while his parents are showing off their love, he can hurt them in return. After returning from Xinjiang, he stayed at Su Mengxue's house, not because he was too poor to afford a hotel. It's because Su's parents have completely regarded him as their son-in-law, or rather, their son. They absolutely refused to let him stay in a hotel. What kind of parents would let their own son stay in a hotel for no reason? Please ignore Jiang Lian and his wife. After all, in the eyes of the public, apart from lacking a background, it is impossible to find any fault with him. Not to mention that Su's parents already knew about his background, and their daughter adored him. How could they let this golden son-in-law slip away? Jiang Xingyu is also very adaptable and doesn't feel uncomfortable at all, unlike Lin Daiyu when she lived in the Jia family mansion, who always felt like she was living under someone else's roof. He spends his days practicing cultivation and his free time cuddling with his wife, living a carefree and comfortable life. Since defeating Lu Sha last time, Su Mengxue has been cultivating all day long. She doesn't want to hide behind Jiang Xingyu, but wants to stand by his side and face things together with him. Therefore, she absolutely cannot let Jiang Xingyu fall behind. Besides, she has been at the 9th level of bronze for some time now, and half of the winter vacation has already passed. It's time to seize the time to break through to silver. Pushing open the door, one sees Su Mengxue sitting cross-legged on the floor with her eyes slightly closed, holding a strange crystal in her hand as she cultivates. She was covered in sweat, which soaked her shirt, making it somewhat transparent and revealing glimpses of her black pubic hair. The white rabbit was wrapped in a black cloth. It was plump and white, and it was clear that it had a balanced diet to achieve such a size. Su Mengxue's breathing became more and more rapid, and the big white rabbit started hopping around, looking quite adorable. Jiang Xingyu couldn't resist reaching out his sinful little hand, wanting to pet the white rabbit candy. I've petted cats and dogs all my life, but I've never petted a white rabbit candy. Just as the wicked little hand was about to touch the white rabbit candy, Jiang Xingyu realized something and suddenly stopped. He withdrew his hand and looked at Su Mengxue. The latter's face was flushed, and strands of her blue hair were stuck together on her forehead. Her expression showed a slight pain. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu realized that he could not disturb Su Mengxue's cultivation, so he took out a towel to wipe her sweat. He muttered to himself, as a virtuous man, I have long since reached the state of emptiness, where form is nothingness. Jiang Xingyu, who remains unmoved even with a woman in his lap, that's me. After saying that, he wiped his nose. Oh my god, I have a nosebleed. When Jiang Xingyu returned after stopping his nosebleed, a full 2 hours had passed since Su Mengxue began her breakthrough. She was currently attempting her second complete tempering. Jiang Xingyu's previous breakthrough and completion of the second full tempering during battle was too special and not everyone could learn it. If one is not careful, one could explode and die, which is extremely dangerous. Refining slowly, like Su Mengxue did, is much safer. Of course, this method is also much slower than Jiang Xingyu's. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Xingyu stayed by her side, wiping her sweat from time to time or tucking stray hairs behind her ears. The setting sun cast its golden light on his eyes. Looking at Su Mengxue's quiet yet aloof face, Jiang Xingyu felt a sense of peace and tranquility, as if everything around him had frozen in this moment. He stared at Su Mengxue like that, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. In the room, Jiang Xingyu's head rested on Su Mengxue's lap. The girl's fragrance wafted into his nose, and he slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a stunningly beautiful face gradually magnified in his vision. A red lipstick was pressed onto Jiang Xingyu's forehead. Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly, gently cupping Su Mengxue's face, causing her lips to move down and press tightly against his own. The sudden movement made Su Mengxue's eyes widen. You little rascal, why did you suddenly wake up? The two kissed for an unknown amount of time. Jiang Xingyu only let Su Mengxue go when her face turned red and her breathing became disordered. The latter smiled slightly, licked her lips, as if savoring the memory. Sweet. Su Mengxue punched Jiang Xingyu's chest with her little pink fist. You bad boy, who told you to kiss me? Jiang Xingyu pretended to be hurt, clutching his chest. You were the one who stole a kiss from me, and I caught you red-handed, so why are you blaming me? Su Mengxue didn't want to argue with the drama queen in front of her. A kiss was no big deal. She had already done worse things, so why should she care about this? Jiang Xingyu straightened up and stared at her stunningly beautiful face, asking, how's your cultivation going? Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue couldn't help but feel a little smug. I have successfully broken through to the silver level and successfully completed the second complete tempering. Wow, as expected of my Schwer, you're amazing. Your husband has to reward you with a kiss. Before Su Mengxue could refuse, Jiang Xingyu bit her cheek, making a soft pop sound. Su Mengxue wiped her face and looked at him with a resentful expression. You bad guy, you're so so annoying. Jiang Xingyu simply smiled, pulled her into his arms, gently stroked her soft, sky-blue hair, and suggested, "How about we practice?" Su Mengxue thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Alright, this is a good opportunity to teach you a lesson, you bad guy, and see if you dare to kiss me again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu put on a dramatic performance. "What? That's so scary, I'll never kiss you again." No. In fact, she didn't dislike it at all. On the contrary, she especially liked it when Jiang Xingyu kissed her. What she said just now was just a little tantrum. Stealing a glance at Jiang Xingyu, Su Mengxue frowned. "What if he really stops kissing me in the future? How about admitting your mistake and acting cute?" Seeing her frustrated expression, Jiang Xingyu chuckled helplessly. No matter what form Su Mengxue takes, she's always so soft and cute in front of him. People in love really do have questionable IQs. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's go to the training room." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu took her soft hand and walked towards the training room. After all, they are the richest family. It naturally has all kinds of facilities, such as a swimming pool, home theater, and training ground. The training ground is located in the backyard and is about the size of a standard football field. The ground is made of a mineral with extremely high hardness. Although it's expensive, the quality is unquestionable. It can completely withstand attacks from the two silver tier 1 fighters. The two changed into their training clothes and stood facing each other. Jiang Xingyu waved his hand. "Come on." Su Mengxue didn't hold back either, raising her hand to launch an ice cone at Jiang Xingyu, and then her figure moved like a ghost as she rapidly approached him. Jiang Xingyu smirked, then teleported behind Su Mengxue, his right palm gathering lightning as he swung it fiercely at her back. "Schwer, how dare you engage me in close combat?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xingyu slapped Su Mengxue on the back. With a loud bang, Su Mengxue turned into a pile of ice shards. Jiang Xingyu looked up and saw Su Mengxue floating in midair, her body enveloped in wind and snow, with the howling wind blowing her long hair. The next moment, a burst of cold air erupted from her body, and Blizzard Descends was activated. Ice spikes began to fall from the sky, densely packed like raindrops. Fortunately, the area wasn't very large, and Jiang Xingyu was able to escape the ice spikes range with a single teleport. Before Jiang Xingyu could even catch his breath, ice spikes began to fall from the sky again. This even has tracking capabilities? Jiang Xingyu immediately sensed something was wrong, so he had no choice but to create a spatial vortex above his head. 2 seconds later, Jiang Xingyu teleported to Su Mengshue's side and struck her waist and abdomen with a palm crackling with lightning. Only then did he realize that Su Mengxue had somehow transformed into a Yandere. Caught off guard, Jiang Xingyu met her gaze. The next second, the lightning on his palm dissipated, and the total amount of alien elements was also reduced. Before Jiang Xingyu could figure it out, the Yandere Shui instantly transformed into the nine-tailed Shui, lightly touching her lips with her fingertips, and then a pink heart-shaped beam of light shot towards Jiang Xingyu. After being hit by the beam of light, the latter slowly lost his will to fight and no longer wanted to engage in combat. Just as his fighting spirit was about to completely disappear, Jiang Xingyu realized something was wrong with him. He bit his tongue hard, and the pain, combined with his already strong willpower, allowed him to withstand the effects of the battle intent beam. The star cloth instantly appeared, and he drew the night cutter, worn at his waist, using it to block the 9 fox tails that were attacking him. With a loud clang, Su Mengxue moved like a fluttering butterfly, her body swaying lightly to the left and right. She quickly regained her balance. Jiang Xingyu, on the other hand, stumbled back several steps, leaving a long gash in the ground before finally managing to steady himself. Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly. "You're really capable, Schwer." Having said that, he drew his knife and charged towards Su Mengxue. "Just kidding, a real man shouldn't back down. When it's time to do it, you have to pin her down and fuck her hard." Su Mengshue's 3 forms can be switched instantly in the first round, but the second round requires waiting for a while. Switching too frequently would put a great burden on her body. Therefore, she can only fight Jiang Xingyu in her 9-tailed snow form for the time being. The latter also knew this and was not prepared to confront her head-on. The clanging of metal echoed continuously as Jiang Xingyu fought and retreated, stalling for time and waiting for his powers to recover. While the Eye of the Seal is easier to hit and has more additional effects than the Bullet of the Seal, its duration is much shorter. So, not long after, Jiang Xingyu's superpowers were restored, and he said with a wicked smile, "Xiao Schwer, I fell for your trap just now. This time I won't hold back, right?" His figure vanished instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Su Mengxue. The latter blocked with its fox tail and immediately fired another battle-intent beam, but this time Jiang Xingyu was prepared and used spatial vortex to absorb the beam instantly. A whip kick imbued with the power of stars suddenly shot towards Su Mengxue. The latter had already consumed a lot of alien elements, and coupled with its still weak mental strength, its reaction was slowed down. The sudden kick easily struck her lower abdomen, sending her flying backwards for more more than 10 meters. Then, Jiang Xingyu instantly appeared behind Su Mengxue, pulled her into his arms, and held, Night Cutter, to her throat, saying with a faint smile, "You lost, Schwer." "Yay, I successfully showed off." Su Mengxue coughed twice, leaving 2 rows of shallow teeth marks on his arm. "Bad man, you don't know how to cherish a woman at all." Jiang Xingyu didn't hold back with that kick just now. It almost made her stomach acid come out. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu quickly reached out and rubbed her stomach. "Sorry, I didn't control my strength just now." Feeling the warmth from that large hand, Su Mengxue squinted her eyes slightly in enjoyment. "So comfortable." Gently massaging her tummy, Jiang Xingyu asked softly, "Does it still hurt?" There's still a little." Actually, Su Mengxue was no longer in pain, but the feeling of Jiang Xingyu massaging her lower abdomen was very comfortable, and she didn't want it to end so soon. After massaging Su Mengxue for a while, Jiang Xingyu casually remarked, "Take some time to come home with me and meet my parents." Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue was startled and jumped up, bumping her head against Jiang Xingyu's chin. With a thud, the 2 men clutched the painful spots where they had been bumped. "Schwer, why are you reacting so strongly?" "I'm a little nervous." Jiang Xingyu rubbed the back of her head helplessly. "Are you alright? Are you not ready yet?" Su Mengxue paused and said, "I'm really ready. I'm just a little nervous." "Shall we pack up and head out?" After saying that, Jiang Xingyu reached out to take her soft hand, and she slowly walked forward with him. Back at the villa, Shangwan Qianya, who was about to go upstairs, happened to see them and came over, saying, "I was just about to call you for breakfast. Why did you go outside?" Jiang Xingyu said with a faint smile, "Schwer broke through to the silver level this morning. I just went to the training ground with her for a sparring session." Shangwan Qianya nodded and asked with interest, "What was the result? Who won?" "Xingyu won, didn't it?" Su Mengxue nodded. "My husband definitely won." Shangwan Qianya gave her a disgusted look. "Huh? Aren't you ashamed? You're calling me husband before we're even married." Jiang Xingyu smiled gently and ruffled her hair, then said to Shangwan Qianya, "Auntie, I'm planning to take Schwer home for a visit. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qianya nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, take her back. You can even get married." Hearing this, Su Mengxue was quite happy. Seeing her happy expression, Shangwan Qianya couldn't help but say, "Don't just be happy. You must behave well when you go to Xingyu's house. If his parents are not satisfied, there's nothing we can do. You'll be crying then." Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly. "Auntie, don't worry, Schwer is so beautiful. My parents will definitely like her." "My parents are just ordinary middle-class people. I'm more worried that they will be scared by Schwer's identity." Seeing Jiang Xingyu innocently say that his parents were ordinary people, Shangwan Qianya's lips twitched slightly. She really didn't understand why Jiang Lian wouldn't tell Jiang Xingyu her true identity. With his status as a war god, what resources wouldn't he have? Just pour all the resources into Jiang Xingyu. With his high talent, how can we not cultivate a good seedling? He had to hide his identity and completely deceive his son. "If I can't figure it out, I'll stop thinking about it." People of that caliber must have their own reasons for doing this. Why should she care so much? As long as Jiang Xingyu treats his daughter well, that's all that matters. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly and said, "Alright, let's eat breakfast first, it'll get cold soon." I finished my breakfast quickly. After packing up and saying goodbye to Su's parents, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue headed to the airport to begin their journey home. In a certain place within the island nation, sandstorms blotted out the sun, swallowing up the surrounding environment. All around were ruins, riddled with potholes, and corpses lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. A man wearing a golden Hanya mask and holding a dark purple katana slowly emerged from the billowing smoke. He said in the island language, "Yes, it's good to get out and stretch your muscles once in a while." The man beside him, wearing a red Hanya mask, said, as expected of Lord Woma, "Your skills today surpass even those of yesteryear." Upon hearing this, some of the still-standing left-wing dissidents from the island nation were all shocked. This man was actually Oma. About 6 years ago, legends about Oma began to circulate in the island nation. According to legend, Oma wears a golden Hanya mask, is clad in golden armor, and wields a dark purple katana. He runs rampant in the island nation, slaughtering countless left-wing heretics. The reason he can act so arrogantly is that he has the ability to stop time. Coupled with his elusive nature and unpredictable whereabouts, he is really a troublesome opponent. Many renowned masters from the island nation have died because of his supernatural abilities. Later, the strongest superhuman in the island nation, the great hero of the island people, Hiko Agazakabe, stood up and, after exhausting his life, finally managed to defeat Oma. Since then, Oma has become an indelible shadow in the hearts of the people of the island nation. Unexpectedly, 6 years later, the Demon King has descended once again. Faced with this legendary enemy, some of the island nation's supernatural beings were so frightened that they fled in all directions, while others roared loudly in an attempt to cover up their inner fear. Various supernatural combat techniques came rushing towards demonic encounter, but he didn't move at all. He just stood there and quietly watched the attacks coming. Beneath the mask, a smirk played on his lips as he quietly unleashed the time domain. In the next instant, everything within a 10-mile radius froze in place. All kinds of supernatural combat skills were suspended suspended in the air. Apart from Oma and the man beside him, no one in the entire arena was able to make any move, and even their thoughts stopped. Then, Oma, wielding a katana, moved through the crowd as if threading a needle. 1 minute later, the time domain ended, and all the island nation's supernatural beings collapsed to the ground, their blood gushing out and staining the earth crimson. Sheathing his sword, he turned and walked towards the base, with the man in the red Hanya mask following closely behind. The base is located in a detached small villa. Feng took off his golden armor and removed his golden prajna mask. If Jiang Xingyu were here, he would definitely question his life. The so-called Feng was actually his father, Jiang Lian. Sitting in his executive chair, Jiang Lian lit a cigarette and said, Tianlin, turn on the video conference. Soon, the video call was connected to the several war kings. Azure Dragon War King said, Commander, the area around the demon city has been properly arranged, and the shopkeepers in many surrounding stores have become our soldiers. Jiang Lian nodded and then asked, what's the situation in the western frontier? The White Tiger War King replied, the fake, incomplete history documents have been stolen, so they should have left the western frontier. Jiang Lian pondered for a moment and said, you can't let your guard down. You have to keep a close eye on things and also try to find out if there are any spies left in the western frontier. Yan Ji, the Southern Theater Command, has entered a state of high alert. Although the next target of Mang Shang and Shao is very likely to be Nanbin province, we cannot relax our vigilance in the other provinces as well. The Vermilion Bird War King immediately replied, yes. After explaining a few more things, Jiang Lian hung up the video call and said to the Qilin War King, we've had enough activities, let's go. We can go back and check on my son. After tidying up casually, Jiang Lian turned to Tianlin and said, Tianlin, would you like to come to my house for a while? Really? Then I'll gladly accept your offer. If word got out that they went to the God of War's house as guests, wouldn't Ziyu and the others be incredibly envious? Before he could be happy for long, Jiang Lian suddenly said, well, your identity is the security captain of my company. I want you to lower your level to test my son's strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlin was dumbfounded. A former war king had actually been reduced to a security captain. Seeing his stiff expression, Jiang Lian asked, you don't want to? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlin snapped out of his daze and said, how could I not be willing? Security captain it is then. I remember the last time I went to the God of War's house was 10 years ago. Back then, Jiang Lian wasn't the God of War, nor was he the King of War. Since I have the opportunity, I must go. The significance of this trip is completely different from the one I took 10 years ago. Jiang Lian nodded and said, okay, when you get to my house, watch your mouth. Always remember your role as a tool and don't say anything unnecessary, understand? Lu Tianlin's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, so they're just using me as a tool. I thought they invited me as a guest on special occasion. Also, is it really okay for you to be so blunt, head coach? Jiang Lian didn't know what he was thinking, but urged, hurry up, stop dawdling. After returning from the western frontier, Yi Tian spent all his time thinking about how to pursue Su Man. He was just about to ask Su Man to go on a mission together when, before he could contact her, his parents called him home. He left for the western frontier without a word, infuriating his parents. Ye's mother looked at Yi Tian with a disappointed expression. Tianer, I don't know what to say to you. Why can't you just follow the route we planned for you? The couple's original intention was for Yi Tian to attend Beijing Martial Arts University or Qing Martial Arts University to build up connections so he could take over the Yi group after graduation. As for cultivation, that was secondary. But who would have thought that this kid would immediately sign up for the little-known Huaw? Fortunately, Huaw had the military backing and plenty of resources and connections, so they let Yi Tian go as he pleased. The biggest disadvantage of Yi Tian studying at Huaw Martial Arts School is that they cannot infiltrate the school and cannot keep track of Yi Tian's whereabouts at all times. Therefore, they received no news at all when Yi Tian went to the western regions. Ye's father was also getting old and was unable to have another child. The couple doted on their son Yi Tian and were afraid that something might happen to him on the way. When Yi Tian's father learned that he had gone to the western frontier to do a mission without saying a word, he was so angry that he almost fainted. After several days of anxious waiting, Ye's father learned of his return and immediately contacted him, which led to the scene at the Yi family's old house. Yi Tian frowned and said, Mom, I'm an adult, I have my own ideas. I don't want to argue with you, it's unnecessary. I just hope you can respect my choice. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother sighed and said, since what's done is done and you've returned safely, I won't say anything more about you going to the western frontier alone. Let's just let this matter drop. Before Yi Tian could catch his breath, his mother's eyes suddenly narrowed and she said, however, there's another matter. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. She paused for a moment and then said, are you pursuing a girl in your class named Su Mandao? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian flew into a rage. You're spying on me. I wasn't monitoring you. Our capabilities aren't sufficient to infiltrate Huaw. I just asked some of your classmates. We're just concerned about your life. Before Yi Tian could speak, his mother interjected, give up on that girl, you two are not a good match. You are the future leader of the Yi group, while she is just a country girl. There is no future between you two given the vast gap in your social status. Instead of getting angry, Yi Tian smiled and said calmly, "Are you done?" Seeing that Yi Tian did not show any rejection, his mother assumed that her son had suddenly understood after hearing what she said, and her tone softened considerably. "Mom only wants what's best for you, to make your future easier. The gap between you two is too large. That girl's background cannot satisfy your ambitions or support you to go further. Listen to your mother. Find an opportunity to get to know that eldest daughter of the Pei family. She's the woman who can offer you the most help." Without a second thought, Yi Tian said decisively, "She is not the woman I, Yi Tian, want." Upon hearing this, Ye's mother frowned slightly. "Why? That girl is beautiful and has a great figure, and she's been pursuing you. What's wrong with her?" Yi Tian sneered. "Mom, what era is this? Why are you still talking about arranged marriages? I'm making this clear today. I don't want to be the head of the Yi family. Furthermore, I have absolutely no interest in the Pei family's son. I only like Su Man. The moment I saw her, I knew she was the one." After saying that, he turned and left. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian paused, turned around, and said, "By the way, I've had enough of this oppressive place. If you lay a hand on her, you might lose me, your son." Father Yi was so angry that he pounded his chest and stamped his feet. "You unfilial son. You unfilial son. You think you've grown wings and become something else? How dare you say you're cutting ties with us?" Yi Tian shook his head. "I just don't want to stay in this oppressive home. Your love is too heavy. I, Yi Tian, cannot bear this." After saying that, he didn't linger and walked straight out of the room. Yi Tian then dialed Su Man's number. During the campaign against Eaglegate, he relentlessly pursued Su Man and eventually got her phone number. The call connected quickly, and a soft female voice came from the other end. "Yi Tian, what's up?" After a moment of silence, Yi Tian said, "I'll go with you on the mission." Su Man was a little confused. "Why did you suddenly decide to go on a mission with me?" Su Man's family was poor, so she stayed in Kyoto to earn money by completing those commissions to ease the burden on her family. "I know you've been doing tasks to earn money lately, but it's not safe for a girl like you to be out alone. If I'm with you, I can protect you." Indeed, Su Man, as a healing-type superhuman, has no combat ability, and joining random teams would make her vulnerable to being bullied. With Yi Tian around, there would be far fewer problems. After a moment's thought, Su Man agreed to Yi Tian's suggestion. "All right then, where shall we meet?" Yi Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's meet at the Strange Pavilion and discuss what missions we should take." About half an hour later, the two met at the Strange Pavilion to discuss the mission. The plane finally landed, and Jiang Xingyu took Su Mengshue's hand and walked down the steps. Upon seeing her surroundings, Su Mengshue seemed quite excited. So this is the city where her husband was born. But she soon became a little nervous again. After all, the purpose of this trip to Zucheng was to visit Jiang Xingyu's parents. Although Su Mengshue knew the saying that an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws, she was still extremely nervous. The two had just left the airport when they happened to run into Zhang Luke, Jiang Xingyu's junior high school classmate. Upon seeing Su Mengshue, the latter was immediately awestruck by her beauty, and lust arose in his heart. He walked up to the two of them with a smile. "Isn't this Jiang Xingyu from our class? Long time no see." Jiang Xingyu frowned. "Who are you?" Clearly, he didn't have a deep impression of the person in front of him. "I'm Zhang Luke, your classmate from junior high. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Xingyu thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I remember now. Zhang Luke, right? I remember you. Once during PE class, you suddenly had diarrhea while running. It was quite a sight. Oh, I remember it so vividly." Su Mengshue buried her head in Jiang Xingyu's arms, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Zhang Luke was very embarrassed and quickly said, Stop. The one pulling on the pocket wasn't me, it was Bai Deng." "Oh right, the one pulling the pants pocket is Biden. What's your name again?" "Zhang Luke." "Oh, I remember now, you're Zhang Luke, the one who changed her shoes in the toilet and put them in the latrine, right? I remember you later threw the other shoe in too, and then you didn't wear shoes all day. The classroom smelled terrible, and the homeroom teacher even thought a student had brought salted fish to eat in the classroom." Zhang Luke quickly covered Jiang Xingyu's mouth. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything more. Didn't you see a lot of passers-by looking over here?" Jiang Xingyu slapped Zhang Luke's hand away with obvious disgust. "All right, just say it. What do you want from me?" Seeing that he didn't bring up those embarrassing stories anymore, Zhang Luke suppressed her anger and said, "Oh, it's nothing serious. It just so happened that an old classmate came over to say hello." Jiang Xingyu nodded. "Oh, I see. Since we've already exchanged greetings, could you please make way for me? I need to go home for dinner." Zhang Luke seemed not to hear Jiang Xingyu's words, staring at Su Mengshue with a lecherous look. "Is this beautiful lady your friend?" The latter nodded calmly, but was inwardly a little impatient. "Who is this? Can you please stop wasting my time?" Zhang Luke raised an eyebrow and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, beautiful lady, could you give me your contact information? Let's have a more in-depth discussion." Su Mengshue frowned slightly, thinking to herself, this person is so annoying. Why is he so stubbornly staying here? After thinking for a moment, she said, "We're not that close, there's nothing to talk about. If you need anything, just ask Xingyu. I'll listen to him." After saying that, she took half a step back and stopped talking. Zhang Xingyu didn't bother to waste words with him. Since they weren't familiar with each other, a simple greeting would suffice. He put his arm around Su Mengxue and walked past him. After saying that, he grabbed Zhang Xingyu's shoulder and led him aside. I know your family is quite well off, but if you want to cooperate with my family, you know what I mean, and the condition is that we lend her out. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Xingyu interrupted him coldly. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of my sight. Zhang Luke's expression changed, and she said with a hint of malice, what, are you going to refuse a toast only to suffer a penalty shot? Zhang Xingyu ignored him and simply counted 10, 9. For some reason, Zhang Luke's eyes suddenly turned blood red, his face contorted with rage, and he threw a punch at Zhang Xingyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xingyu released a silver-level pressure, which acted on Zhang Luke. The latter's fist froze instantly and began to tremble. Su Mengxue suddenly noticed that Zhang Xingyu was releasing his pressure. Without asking any questions, she silently walked to his side and released her own pressure on Zhang Luke. As for Zhang Luke, he was just a bronze-level anomalous person. Under the pressure of these two forces, although his expression was ferocious, his face was pale, he was covered in sweat, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He fainted after a short while. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him, brother you? Is that you? Zhang Xingyu withdrew his oppressive aura and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, Sun Chang was waving at him. Upon seeing that it was indeed Zhang Xingyu, Sun Chang immediately ran over. It really is you, brother you. Long time no see, I've missed you so much. After saying that, he saw Su Mengxue nestled close to Zhang Xingyu. Sun Chang, being very perceptive, bowed 90 degrees and said, hello, sister-in-law you. Hearing him call her sister-in-law you, Su Mengxue was very happy. Hello. Just as Sun Chang was about to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhang Luqiao squatting on the ground, looking pained. Hey, isn't this Zhang Luqiao? Why are you squatting on the ground? You two are very familiar with each other? Sun Chang thought for a moment and said, we're not close, but we'd say we know each other. We both study at Southwest Yiwu University and are in the same club, so we run into each other occasionally. Zhang Xingyu nodded and said, that makes things easier. I'll leave this guy to you. I still need to take your wife home. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang gave him a knowing look, waved his hand, and said, I wish brother you and sister you a safe journey, a long and happy marriage, and that they have a nephew soon. Zhang Xingyu laughed heartily. Well said. Continue next time. After saying that, he took Su Mengxue's soft hand and got into the car to go home. Watching the two leave, Sun Chang patted Zhang Luke's face. You, the foolish son of a landlord, do you think you can mess with brother you? I'll go easy on you because you're my classmate. After saying that, he raised his fist and slammed it into Zhang Luke's face. The next moment, the two of them were enveloped in golden light. When Sun Chang's fist came down, it hit the ground instead. There was no trace of Zhang Luke around. Where did that kid go? Did he just vanish into thin air? Sun Chang was a bit confused, but the person had already disappeared, so he had no choice but to dust himself off and leave alone. Just then, two men passed by not far away. Boss, what are you doing here? The man in the suit straightened his tie, his expression indifferent. He'll die sooner or later. The man in the hat paused, then said, that's true. Doesn't that mean it's been to Zeus City? Madam, she. The man in the suit smiled slightly. Don't worry, she'll be fine. You don't think she's just an ordinary woman, do you? Besides, would I allow anything to happen to my wife? The man in the hat was somewhat puzzled, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To be honest, I've never seen her fight. Cultivation levels can be hidden once you reach a certain level. It's normal that I can't tell. Stop thinking about it. What she does is none of your business. Don't forget why you're here. Just do your own thing. After a bumpy half-hour ride, Zhang Xingyu and Su Mengxue finally arrived at the Tangxiang Shuixi Villa area. Pushing open the door and walking into the living room, I saw Li Qingwan curled up on the sofa watching TV. She had her eyes half closed, was wearing pajamas, and had her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a lazy and languid aura. Upon seeing this, Su Mengxue couldn't help but think to herself, so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen a woman even more beautiful than my mother. Is she Xingyu's older sister? I don't recall ever hearing that he has an older sister. Could she be his mother? Just as she was deep in thought, Li Qingwan saw them and jumped up from the sofa. My little darling, you're back. Having said that, she was about to step forward and hug Zhang Xingyu. Suddenly, Su Mengxue darted between them. Are you Xingyu's sister or mother? Looking at Su Mengxue in front of her, Li Qingwan thought to herself, what a beautiful girl. No wonder my son has taken a liking to her. But on the surface, she pretended not to know. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she choked out a soft sob, pointing at Su Mengxue and saying, who is she? You clearly said you would love me forever. Humph, scumbag. That look, that tone, were miles ahead of any so-called best actress. Even Su Mengxue was stunned, her mind unable to process it for a moment. Wow, it turns out Zhang Xingyu's superb acting skills are inherited. However, this was nothing new to Zhang Lian and his son. In the past, they would have played along with her act, but now Zhang Xingyu exposed her without any mercy. He didn't want Su Mengxue to misunderstand or feel uncomfortable because of these jokes. Mom, stop it. I already told you on the phone that I'm bringing my girlfriend girlfriend home today. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan stopped pretending and said dejectedly, sigh, my little darling has really changed her mind. She won't even play along with my jokes anymore, sob. Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched as he listened. Can I get a different mother? Su Mengxue then restarted her phone, revealing a sweet smile. Hello, auntie, I'm Xingyu's girlfriend. My name is Su Mengxue. After hearing this, Li Qingwan stopped making a fuss. After all, she was an elder, and it would be improper for her to keep making a scene. She quickly took Su Mengxue's small hand and made her sit down next to her. Oh my, this girl is so pretty, with such delicate skin. My little darling has such good taste. In one sentence, he praised both of them. Su Mengxue blushed and said, Auntie, you flatter me. You are truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. I am so envious of you. The two women hit it off immediately and started praising each other, since they were both stunning beauties and naturally admired one another. After chatting for a short while, the two hit it off immediately, becoming as close as mother and daughter. If Jiang Xingyu hadn't stopped them, they probably would have already become sworn sisters. Just as Jiang Xingyu was listening to the two chatting idly, Zhang Lian returned. Behind him was a man wearing a hat, whom Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue did not recognize, but Li Qingwan did. She got up to greet him, took the bloody beef from his hand, and said with a smile, my darling, you're back. Who's this next to you? Zhang Lian smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is Lu Dilling, a silver-level superhuman. He was just hired by our company as a security guard. We brought him back for a casual meal. Jiang Xingyu frowned and stared intently at Lu Tianlin, saying, a silver-level anomalous person should be able to hold a position of some authority in Zhu City, so why would they work as a security guard at a small company? It's no wonder he's suspicious. It's highly suspicious that a silver-level superhuman would suddenly appear and give up a good official position to work as a security guard for his father's company. Of course, the main reason is that his father has no power, and for safety reasons, those working around Zhang Lian should not be of unknown origin. Lu Tianlin thought to himself, no wonder he is the commander-in-chief's son, he is so thoughtful. But he hadn't been a war king for so many years for nothing, so how could he be stumped by a mere 18-year-old? Lu Tianlin smiled faintly and said, when I was poor and destitute, it was the boss who helped me. Now that I have the strength, I should repay the favor. After hearing this, Jiang Xingyu looked at Zhang Lian, who nodded and said, that's right. He was adopted by your grandfather and lived with me when he was a child. Therefore, Jiang Xingyu could not say anything more. The fact that he came to my house at least shows that his target isn't his parents, and that's enough. All that's left is to take it one step at a time. There's not much time left in winter break, so at least in the time before returning to school, we need to figure out if he has other motives. The three men, each with their own thoughts, created an awkward atmosphere. Li Qingwan had no choice but to step in and smooth things over. My dear, won't you say a few words to your daughter-in-law? Zhang Lian only gave a perfunctory reply. He really didn't have much to say, since he already knew. That day, he went to Kaichuntang to see Su Yaochen for two purposes. One was to have Su Yaochen send his son to the western frontier for training, and the other was to discuss important matters concerning the two children with Su Yaochen. At that time, Su Yaochen mentioned that the young master of the Huaw family had taken a liking to Su Mengxue and had been causing trouble for the Su family. The next day, the Huaw family was punished by Zhang Lian. They were just an ordinary secular family. How dare they act recklessly in front of the god of war? Although Zhang Lian could not tell his son his identity for the time being, he did not personally guide him. In addition, he usually adopts a laissez-faire attitude towards Jiang Xingyu and never asks about Jiang Xingyu's affairs, but he has always been paying attention to his son. Although he doesn't interfere with his son's choices, that doesn't stop him from paving the way for his son. A giant like the Huaw family, which has temporarily exceeded Jiang Xingyu's limits, naturally has to be eliminated by him, as the father. From the Crimson Moon Forest to the campaign against Eaglegate and even the upcoming Wuhan University League, everything is paving the way for Jiang Xingyu. Whether it's Eaglegate, Mangshang, or even Heavenly God Pavilion, they are all just pawns in Zhang Lian's game. From the moment Jiang Xingyu chose the path of the outcast, his life was destined to be extraordinary, because he was Zhang Lian's son. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu's home was filled with the aroma of food, and the atmosphere was harmonious as people clinked glasses and enjoyed themselves. Su Mengxue and Li Qingwan whispered to each other about beauty tips and husband-taming techniques. The three men drank and discussed matters of state and national importance. Of course, while chatting, Jiang Xingyu kept a close eye on Lu Tianlin's reaction. In fact, even Lu Tianlin, the war king, didn't understand why Zhang Lian wanted to hide his identity from Jiang Xingyu and the outside world. In his opinion, Zhang Lian was still too mysterious. Perhaps, in this vast country of China, only Li Qingwan and the chief executive truly understand Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian released his spiritual power to probe and found that Jiang Xingyu's level had already reached Silver Tier 1. She secretly gave Lu Tianlin a look, and the latter immediately understood. He swirled his wine glass and said to Jiang Xingyu, I heard you're studying at Yiwu University? Jiang Xingyu said calmly, yes. He didn't know why Lu Tianlin suddenly asked him that question. You're studying at the Extraordinary Martial Arts University, which means you're also also an extraordinary being. What level are you at now? Jiang Xingyu frowned, unsure of Lu Tianlin's intentions. He didn't fully trust Lu Tianlin, so he only vaguely replied, silver. Lu Tianlin didn't dwell on it and nodded, saying, how about we have a spar? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. Alright, but we don't have a training ground at home, so we can only go to Yaij. Since Lu Tianlin has come to my doorstep, I might as well take this opportunity to test him. Even if I can't beat him, there are still so many other people in Jin Sha in the Otherworld Pavilion, so it's relatively safe. Lu Tianlin nodded in agreement. More than half an hour later, the two changed into their training clothes and stood facing each other on the training field. Su Mengxue and Jiang Lian stayed in the spectator seats, quietly watching the two on the stage. By this time, many other individuals had gathered around. They were all people who loved watching a spectacle. A battle between two silver-level players is quite rare in our city of Zhu. Indeed, there are very few silver-level aberrations in our city, let alone the opportunity to watch silver-level aberrations spar. This kind of opportunity is really rare. Hey, that young man looks like last year's top scorer in the college entrance exam in Zucheng. What's his name? Jiang Yingyu? Right. That's bullshit. His name is Jiang Xingyu. Jinsha also rushed to the dueling arena upon hearing the news. She immediately saw Jiang Xingyu on the stage and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He truly deserves to be called a genius. He has already reached the silver level in such a short time. Without using any weapons, Jiang Xingyu took a deep breath, assumed a fighting stance, and beckoned with his hand, saying, come on. Lu Tianlin's lips curled slightly. Kid, you're not very strong, but you do look a bit like your dad. The next moment, he suddenly punched forward, his fist becoming like a diamond, crystal clear and shining with white light. Lu Tianlin's special ability is neither particularly strong nor weak, but it's clearly impossible for him to become a war king based solely on this ability. Lu Tianlin's true strength lies in his innate physique. Jiang Xingyu didn't care about anything else. Seeing Lu Tianlin's fist coming straight at him, he didn't panic at all. He raised his hand and placed a spatial vortex in front of him. With a powerful suction force erupting, Jiang Xingyu's current spatial vortex was no match for Lu Tianlin's physical strength. However, precisely because of this, if Lu Tianlin ignored the spatial vortex and continued to punch, he would definitely expose a weakness. It's impossible for anyone below the gold level to emerge unscathed from the spatial vortex before them. Lu Tianlin had no choice but to stop in his tracks and take several steps back to create distance between himself and Jiang Xingyu. On the stands, Jiang Lian stroked Li Qingwan's soft hand, thinking to himself, this spatial vortex is quite a good skill, and judging from the current situation, his son's reaction speed and other aspects are not bad. Jiang Lian's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xingyu, but his hands never stopped. After holding her hand for a while, he began to stroke Li Qingwan's cheeks and legs. Li Qingwan was too lazy to pay him any attention. She was already used to it. They were husband and wife, so if he touched her, so be it. As long as it wasn't too excessive, she would let him do as he pleased. Of course, Jiang Lian was still very sensible. After all, it was a public place, so he would naturally avoid sensitive areas such as the inner thighs, chest, and buttocks. Seeing Jiang Lian's hands roaming over Li Qingwan's body without any hesitation, Su Mengxue suddenly realized that Jiang Xingyu's habit of touching her whenever he felt like it was hereditary. As expected of the fruit of their lives, besides her good looks, she perfectly inherited Li Qingwan's acting skills and Jiang Lian's habits. Just as she was feeling a bit wistful, she suddenly remembered that her husband was still sparring with someone. Su Mengxue shook her head, looked away, and stared intently at Jiang Xingyu. At this point, the two had exchanged more than 10 blows, gaining a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. Lu Tianlin was no longer as relaxed as he had been at the beginning. His special ability was not particularly strong to begin with, and using his physical ability would expose his identity. In addition, he had lowered his level, so he could only rely on his years of combat experience to gain an advantage. Jiang Xingyu's strength was already formidable, and with the addition of his extremely defensive Starry Sky Saint armor, he had all the advantages and was extremely difficult to deal with. Jiang Xingyu naturally didn't dare to be careless. He guessed that the opponent's level should be around silver rank 6. There is still a significant gap between the two in terms of rank, but fortunately, the system is still there, and the amount of alien elements is still sufficient. Having roughly assessed each other's strength, the two adjusted their positions slightly and clashed once again. Dust billowed in the air, and the sounds of fists and feet clashing filled the air as the two fought for several more rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Watching the battle unfold, Jiang Lian couldn't help but secretly admire it. Although he had only recently broken through to the silver rank, Jiang Xingyu's reaction speed, timing of attacks, physical strength, and combat skills had already reached the high-level silver rank. If he were at the same rank, he could be described as invincible. The battle continued for a few more minutes. Finally, Jiang Xingyu seized an opportunity. His lightning-crackling fist slammed into Lu Tianlin's diamond arm, and at the same time, Thunder Dragon Roar was activated, and a long dragon of lightning instantly engulfed Lu Tianlin. With a deafening roar, dust filled the air, and the Thunder Dragon left a charred crack in the ground before dissipating into bolts of lightning. In the audience, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Such immense power. Is this the true might of the universe?" Some women even gushed over their husbands, saying things like, "My husband is so amazing. I want to have your babies." Su Mengxue's teeth itched with rage. She wished she could skin those slutty, cheap women alive. When the smoke cleared, Lu Tianlin was seen covered in diamonds, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This blood was inflicted on himself. After all, he was a powerful expert at the Annihilation Moon level. Even with his cultivation level lowered, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Xingyu to injure him. In order to avoid being exposed, he had no choice but to punch himself. Lu Tianlin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You're very strong. You win this round." After saying that, he stepped off the stage, and Zhang Lian also pulled Li Qingwan up and walked towards Lu Tianlin. Su Mengxue fluttered into Jiang Xingyu's arms like a butterfly, cupped his face, and gave him a kiss. The male supernatural beings around them were filled with envy, while the female supernatural beings were filled with jealousy. After kissing Jiang Xingyu, Su Mengxue defiantly snuggled into his arms, asserting her dominance over the other female supernatural beings around them. Jiang Xingyu just smiled helplessly, then put his arm around her and slowly walked away. On the other side, Zhang Lian patted Lu Tianlin on the shoulder and said, "You've worked hard." Lu Tianlin grinned, as expected, like father, like son. If it were an ordinary high-level silver rank, they would really have fallen into his hands. Zhang Lian nodded and said, "Indeed, judging from today's performance, he has exceeded my expectations. He has grown faster and stronger than I imagined. I'm really looking forward to his performance in the Wuhan University League." Li Qingwan was about to speak when she saw Jiang Xingyu leading Su Mengxue over, so she swallowed her words. Seeing the two holding hands, she joked, "You two have such a good relationship. When are you planning to get married?" Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue's face flushed. I can do it any time." Li Qingwan raised an eyebrow. "It seems this girl loves my little baby even more than I imagined." Thinking of this, she looked at Jiang Xingyu. "Mengxue means it's up to you, little darling. What do you plan to do?" Jiang Xingyu scratched his head. "I don't think we need to rush this. After all, we're still young. My plan is for us to live together first and then get our marriage certificate when we're a bit older. She's only a freshman in college. If she were on Earth, she wouldn't even be of legal marriage age yet." Li Qingwan didn't make any judgments, but smiled and said, "All right, we elders won't interfere too much in your affairs. If you want to get married, you can come home anytime to get your household registration book. But you'd better hurry. Where can you find a good girl like Mengxue? Now that you've met her, you should cherish the opportunity." After saying that, Li Qingwan walked naturally to the two of them and took Su Mengxue's small hand. "Mengxue, come here, I will teach you some tips on managing your husband." After saying that, the two of them walked outside first. Jiang Xingyu shook his head helplessly. "This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are as close as sisters. That's good. They won't be caught in the middle like some men." At this moment, Zhang Lian walked up, patted Jiang Xingyu's head and said, "Good lad, you're worthy of being my son. You're already preparing to live together so soon. You've got my style back in the day." Jiang Xingyu gave an awkward smile. "Dad, there's nothing to be proud of about this." Zhang Lian put his arm around his shoulder. None of this matters. Let's go home." After saying that, the father and son walked out arm in arm. As for Lu Tianlin, he was just a tool, with no real seniority whatsoever. He sighed, then turned and walked away instead of following. With the Wuhan University League approaching, he had to return to the Central Theater Command to take charge of the situation. In fact, the important affairs of the military were basically handled by the 5 war kings. There's nothing we can do about it. Their war god only knows how to hold video conferences all day long, and he will never show his face unless absolutely necessary. Even so, no one dares to say he isn't. Before they knew it, the winter vacation was over, and Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue returned to Huaw to continue their studies in life. Jiang Xingyu's villa has been fully furnished, and with the consent of both sets of parents, Su Mengxue and Jiang Xingyu officially began living together. Their villa was only 1 kilometer away from Huawu School. After school, if there was nothing that needed to be done at school, Jiang Xingyu would carry Su Mengxue and teleport back to the villa, where they would begin their dual cultivation. Those with dirty minds, please copy this. The two are both lovers and rivals, because their cultivation and strength are much higher than those of the other students. Apart from practicing against each other, they can only spar with their teacher. Otherwise, their strength cannot be improved. It can be said that the two of them are the top students in Huawu, while Yi Tian and Qin Sheng are the first-tier students. The other students in the elite class are roughly in the second tier, and as for the third tier, there's not much to say. Due to their outstanding performance and strong backgrounds, Huawu naturally allocated a lot of resources to them. There are plenty of alien crystals, you can absorb as much as you want, and everything at the alien supermarket is 50% off, just like privileged players in a game. Nevertheless, the other trainees could only be envious, because no one could beat the couple. Everyone was smart enough not to invite trouble and be humiliated. Day after day of cultivation, day after day of learning knowledge, occasionally preparing small surprises for Su Mengxue, occasionally taking her out to do 1 or 2 tasks, tasks. The days passed by like this. Life was not so colorful, but it was still quite interesting. In the classroom, homeroom teacher Tan Shangtai was holding a class meeting. He cleared his throat and said in a strong voice, "Students, the schedule for this year's Wuhan University League has been finalized." Upon hearing this, the class immediately erupted in excitement. All the students were eager to try. After all, they had been at Huaw for a year and everyone wanted to know where they stood among college students nationwide. Everyone, please be quiet and let me finish. This competition is a nationwide event, and the entire competition will be broadcast live by the media. Audiences across the country will be watching you. The importance of this competition is self-evident. I don't need to elaborate. After a pause, Tan Shangtai continued, "The venue for this competition is set at the Demon Spirit Martial Arts Hall. The competition is scheduled for mid-December. Looking at the dates, you'll see we don't have much time left." The trainees nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are only half a month left until the start of the competition. From now until the end of the league, everyone should stay at the school and train diligently. Don't take on any more missions for now. Getting injured would be a greater loss than a gain. One student asked, "Teacher, will this year's rules still be the same as in previous years, using a round-robin format?" Tan Shangtai said, "Yes, we will use the same rotation system as in previous years, but we have made some changes this year. In previous years, each university sent a team of 5 players. Opponents were drawn by lot, and the teams competed in a series of elimination matches. The first university to have all 5 players eliminated was considered the loser." After a pause, he continued, "This year, each university will send 2 teams, each with 5 members, divided into Team 1 and Team 2. The school leaders will draw lots to determine their opponents. After identifying their opposing high schools, the 2 teams began their battles simultaneously. Team 1 played against Team 1, and Team 2 played against Team 2. The first team to lose 5 players is considered eliminated, and the first school to lose 2 teams is disqualified from competing again. For example, if both of Huawu's teams defeated both of Jingwu's teams, then without a doubt, Huawu wins. If Huawu's first team wins against Jingwu's first team, but Huawu's second team loses to Jingwu's second team, then Huawu's first team will need to play another match against Jingwu's second team immediately to determine who advances. Simply put, you must defeat both opposing teams to advance. Therefore, the stronger the overall strength of the 2 teams, the greater the school's chances of winning. After listening to Tan Shangtai's explanation, the students in the audience began to whisper among themselves, "I think this is pretty good. This way, it's like having 5 more spots in the competition." But think about it, you need to eliminate both opposing teams to advance, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of the competition. Zhang Xingyu didn't have any particular opinion on this. He just propped his head up with his hand and stared blankly out the window. Seeing this, Su Mengxue poked his cheek with her slender, white fingers, feigning anger, and said, "Husband, what are you looking at? Is there a beautiful woman outside the window?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyu snapped out of his reverie, gently rubbed her delicate face, and said, "What beauty in the world can compare to my Schwer? I was just thinking about the league." A smile appeared on Su Mengxue's pretty face. She stretched out her index finger and gently lifted Zhang Xingyu's chin. "You have such a sweet mouth. I can't help but want to kiss you." Seeing the 2 flirting below, oblivious to everyone else, Tan Shangtai coughed lightly and said, "Zhang Xingyu, you too, be mindful of yourselves. I'm talking about something." Su Mengxue then realized that she was still in class, and withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, and listened to the lecture seriously. Although she can be very relaxed when she's with Zhang Xingyu, she's still a little shy in public. Zhang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you seem shy just now?" After saying that, he reached out and grabbed her soft hand, put it in his pocket, and gently caressed it. Tan Shangtai was somewhat helpless, so he ignored the 2 of them, cleared his throat, and continued, "Alright, everyone should understand the rules now. Next, we will discuss the list of participants for this year's Wuhan University League." Before the words were even finished, a chubby boy immediately raised his hand and said, Me, teacher, let me go. The rewards for the contestants are naturally very generous, otherwise, how could the students be motivated? As the saying goes, a great reward will surely bring forth brave men, and any student who has even a little confidence in their abilities would want to secure a spot in the competition. Tan Shangtai glanced at him, somewhat disdainfully, and said, "Forget it, this competition isn't a joke. You have a special ability, right? It won't work in this kind of competition. There's not much for you to eat. You'd be better off losing some belly fat first." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xingyu and said, "The teachers have finalized the specific list of participants. We have drafted this list based on everyone's usual performance and overall strength. After discussion among the teachers of Class A and Class B, we unanimously agreed that Zhang Xingyu would serve as the captain of Team 1, and Su Mengxue would serve as the captain of Team 2. The team leader's reward will undoubtedly be more generous than that of the participating students, which has caused dissatisfaction among some students." A bespectacled boy said with a gloomy expression, "Humph, all they do is pull stunts, and they've already decided on the outcome so quickly." His voice wasn't quiet, so it naturally reached Zhang Xingyu's ears. After hearing it, he smiled and said, "What? What? This kind of thing isn't decided by the teachers, but by ethnic voting? Or do you want to compete with me in terms of hard power? The bespectacled man didn't dare to speak and silently picked up his textbook. With his bottom-ranking grades, it's hard to say whether he'll even be able to stay in the elite class next semester, so how dare he compete with Jiang Xingyu? But some people are like that. They have little ability but no ambition. They are always jealous of those who are better than them, thinking that they are better than others simply because they are not as talented or have a better background. Jiang Xingyu looked down on this kind of person. He admired Mitchell, a genius who, despite his mediocre talent, worked tirelessly to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods with a mortal body. This is the romance of a passionate man. Jiang Xingyu stood up, cracked his neck, and said, "If you think I'm not fit to be the captain, feel free to come and challenge me. If you utter even half a word of dissent, I'll admit defeat." Seeing this, Su Mingxue naturally had to stand up for her husband. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Anyone who's not happy can come and find me, but you're not allowed to bully my husband." "All students? You're the one who's blatantly lying, aren't you? Who bullied your husband? The way you two talk is bound to incite public outrage." But the students dared not speak out against their anger. "If we can't beat you two, we'll burn you two adulterers to the ground." Tan Shengtai covered his face. All right, I know you two have a good relationship. Stop showing off." He sighed and said, "Jiang Xingyu and Su Mingxue are the team captains we selected after careful discussion. Their performance in all aspects is among the best in our school. If you have any concerns, please feel free to come to us." The bespectacled man muttered with a hint of disdain, "What's the use of being strong? Isn't he still just a brute?" Tiger reiterated somewhat impatiently, "I said, his performance in all aspects is top-notch." Jiang Xingyu smiled and pulled a military officer's ID card from his pocket. It read, "Name, Jiang Xingyu." Indeed, shortly after Jiang Xingyu returned to Kyoto, Chen Wu handed him his military officer's ID. He is now both a genius student at Huaw and the honorary captain of the Sky Dome alien battle team and the Bloodstained squad. Of course, this bloody squad currently only consists of Jiang Xingyu and Su Mingxue. Aside from lacking military power, his treatment was no different from that of other detachment commanders. This is understandable. After all, he is still just a student and has a lot to learn, so this nominal position is quite suitable for him. This situation left the bespectacled man feeling like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. The Sky Dome team is quite well known, and many people know that its captain, Chen Wu, is incredibly strong and reportedly has a significant background in the military. Jiang Xingyu joined Chen Wu's command at some point, and was already a lieutenant when he was just a freshman in college. How could someone like that be a brute? Not only the bespectacled man, but the other students in the class were also shocked. Seeing this, Tan Shengtai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Jiang Xingyu and Su Mingxue participated in the mission to suppress the Eagle Gate during the winter vacation. They performed exceptionally well, so they were specially invited to join the army. This is one of the reasons why we chose them as team captains. Their excellence is beyond doubt." Now everyone seems to agree that Jiang Xingyu and the other person should be team captains. Have a problem with that? What problem could there be? If you have a problem with that, why don't you try getting a lieutenant rank when you're just a freshman in college? There was nothing anyone could do but acquiesce. Alright, the team leader has been decided. Next is the list of the other contestants. Team 1, Yi Tian, Qin Shang, Zhao Sihan, Meng Long. Team 2, Wang Zhang, Niu Shengwei, Guangxin, Tian Tianji. Upon learning the list of participants, the students who were not selected were somewhat disappointed, but there was nothing they could do about it. This was a world where ability truly mattered. After reading out the names, Tan Shengtai announced loudly, "Alright, these are the participants for this year's Wuhan University League. The trainees selected as starting players need to train hard and improve their skills as much as possible over the next 2 weeks. Students who weren't selected shouldn't be discouraged. We will select 10 more substitute players this week." Upon hearing this, many dejected trainees perked up again. Being a substitute is good too, at least there's hope of getting a chance to play. The chubby boy raised his hand again and asked, "Teacher, are the substitute players still decided by you?" Tan Shengtai shook his head and looked at Jiang Xingyu, saying, "No, the substitute players will be decided by the captains of the two teams." As soon as he finished speaking, the latter immediately stood up. "My method of selecting players is very simple. Play with me, and if you gain my approval, you can become a substitute player on the first team." Su Mingxue also stood up. "My method of selecting players is the same as my husband's. Once someone gets my approval, they can become a substitute player for the second team." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in groans of despair. The trainees' faces showed great resistance. "Fight you? You just want to settle personal scores, don't you?" Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. "I'm not forcing anyone. You're all free to do as you please. However, it's important to note that not all 10 substitute spots will be allocated to our class. Students from both Class A and Class B are welcome to try. As long as you get my approval, you can become a substitute player. Once we have 10 people, this matter is considered settled. According to this rule, the earlier you try, the greater your chances of success. Perhaps your skills are are not as good as someone else's, but you have gained my approval first. As a result, you have become a substitute player on our team, while he will miss this opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to take a gamble? It has to be said that some of the trainees were tempted. Although Jiang Xingyu's words made sense, they were still somewhat hesitant. After spending a year together, everyone finally understood Jiang Xingyu's true nature. Jiang Xingyu was a complete hypocrite. In the past year of practical training, apart from Su Mengxue, who hasn't been beaten up by him, he doesn't hesitate to hit girls, and he's especially ruthless towards those who whine. Calling him a ruthless person is an understatement. After a moment, as if he had made up his mind, the chubby boy stood up and shouted, "Live or die." That's it. I, Tanger Pang, have never backed down in my entire life. Once someone starts, others will naturally follow suit. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we shouldn't be afraid. We should face them with a smile. Go for it. Even though life has made me feel overwhelmed, my heart remains unbreakable. I will never regret my youth. Damn, I'm totally fired up. The chubby classmates stirred up the atmosphere in the class, and all the students clamored to duel with Jiang Xingyu, showing a spirit of fighting to the death. The latter grinned and said, "Very good. Since everyone is so motivated, let's not delay. Let's head to the training ground now. Schwer, come along too." On the other side, Morong Shang and Nailan Yu also received a notification about the Wuhan University League. Standing on the podium, Huang Bin gave a brief explanation to the students, then stared at Morong Shang and said, "Morong Shang, the hope of our Jingwu Academy rests on your shoulders. We've decided to appoint you as the team captain. What do you think?" Morong Shang did not answer, but asked instead, "Have the participating students from Huaw and Jingwu been confirmed?" Huang Bin nodded, his expression grave, and said, "The two leaders on Huawu's side are not to be underestimated. You especially need to pay close attention to Jiang Xingyu, the captain of Team 1. His skill level is comparable to yours." He changed the subject, continuing, "As for Qingwu, Su Qing's abilities don't give you the upper hand, so there's no need to worry too much." Upon hearing this, Morong Shang suddenly became excited. Sure enough, he participated in the competition. This makes the competition much more interesting. Morong Shang nodded. "Of course I agree. As for this Jiang Xingyu, I have met him once before, and I look forward to fighting him." Upon hearing this, Huang Bin frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this Morong Shang, though strong, is too fixated on a fair duel. If he were to use underhanded tactics to win, it's highly unlikely, so no one can guarantee that Jingwu will win first place. It's really too tricky. Just as Huang Bin was deep in thought, Morong Shang asked again, "Could Nailan Yu be appointed as the captain of the second team?" Huang Bin shook his head. "No, Jin Feng will be the captain of the second team, and Nailan Yu will join your first team." He still felt that relying on Morong Shang alone was not safe enough, and that adding Nailan Yu would greatly increase their chances of winning. This arrangement could be described as a blatant attempt to target them. Morong Shang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Huang Bin's gaze. This was obviously a decision made beforehand, so he had no choice but to give up the idea. Alright, the names of the other players and substitutes are now displayed on the big screen. I won't go on and on. For the time being, the participants can simply practice at their leisure, focusing on rest and recuperation. Don't overexert yourselves. But I hope everyone will do their best to win the league championship for our Jingwu team. After saying that, he added to himself, if I really can't win, I'll have to activate the backup plan. Without dwelling on it, he tidied up his documents and turned to leave the lecture hall. Back in his office, Huang Bin dialed that number again. "Mr. Will, how are things going on your end?" Will's tone sounded somewhat relaxed and comfortable. Mr. Huang, thank you for the information. Our people successfully escaped the pursuit a couple of days ago and went into hiding. After things calm down in a couple of days, they will take the incomplete historical materials back to their country for research. After discovering that the data had been stolen, the White Tiger War King ordered the western frontier to be sealed off and sent people to hunt them down. Fortunately, they had inside information about Huang Bin and his associates, and after several months on the run, they finally escaped the military's pursuit. Huang Bin laughed upon hearing this. "Then I congratulate Mr. Will in advance. You've taken another step closer to the truth of history." Will smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Huang, you're too kind. Now that we've resolved our issues, it's time to get to work on yours." Huang Bin smiled and said, "We've already made all the arrangements here. All we need to do is have Mr. Will cooperate with us." Okay, I'll have some people make preparations near the venue in advance. Just let me know if you need anything. Huang Bin smiled faintly, then it's decided happily. After hanging up the phone, Huang Bin lay back in his office chair and closed his eyes for a short rest. Huawu Training Ground. At this moment, almost all the students from Class A and Class B arrived at the training ground, coming with a glimmer of hope to give it a try. Tan Shangtai said in a strong voice, "Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue are not machines, so there are only 10 spots per day. Over 5 days, everyone will have a chance." Of course, this is based on the premise that the number of substitute players is not full. If all 10 players are selected today, then the others will no longer have a chance. So everyone should seize the opportunity. Jiang Xingyu stood in the center of the field, looking at the trainees around him with a leisurely air. Everyone heard what Brother Brother Tai said, and I've mentioned it to you all before. So, who wants to be the first to try something new? The trainees looked at each other, feeling a little apprehensive. Although everyone who came to the training ground was prepared to challenge Jiang Xingyu, no one wanted to be the first to try it, because the pressure was too great. Seeing the trainees hesitate, Jiang Xingyu smiled and said to the boy with glasses, Brother Glasses, why don't you go first? I remember you said before that I became captain because I rigged things. Perfect, why don't you come up and spar with me? If you beat me, the captaincy is yours, how about it? Upon hearing this, the chubby boy immediately cheered, quick, go, don't be afraid, we believe in you. Seeing this, the other trainees also began to cheer them on to go. Glasses bro, defeat Jiang Werewolf. Keep it up, just keep building him up, you can do it. Unable to resist everyone's enthusiasm, the man with glasses had no choice but to take off his glasses and walk onto the field. The man with glasses, after taking them off, seemed to have a seal broken, his eyes held a sharp edge, and his entire demeanor changed. The bespectacled man stared intently at Jiang Xingyu. Since that's the case, then open your eyes wide and watch. After saying that, he exhaled a breath of stale air. His right hand was loosely clenched, and his entire arm turned red, with wisps of white smoke rising from it. The next moment, he leaned forward slightly, and a wave of heat surged around him. The ground beneath his feet began to slowly sink. Jiang Xingyu also noticed his change. Seeing that his move was quite impressive and full of momentum, he raised an eyebrow and asked, have you broken the seal? Fine, then let me see what you're capable of. No sooner had he finished speaking than he teleported in front of the bespectacled man and unleashed a powerful punch. The latter was concentrating on gathering his strength when he suddenly noticed a fist, crackling with lightning, hurtling towards him. By the time he reacted, the fist had already dented his face. With a loud bang, the man with glasses spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards several meters like a kite with a broken string, almost slipping off the field. He hasn't even broken through to silver rank yet. How could he possibly withstand a punch from Jiang Xingyu, who was at silver rank 3? The latter was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't he full of momentum just now? How did he get blasted away with a single punch? Brother Glasses, you're a bit of a wimp. The person whose name was called had blood gushing from the corner of his mouth and spat out a broken tooth. He struggled to stand up and looked at Jiang Xingyu in front of him. This man is too strong. With his agility combined with ferocity, plus his silver tier 3 level, he was clearly no match for him. But he didn't want to admit defeat so easily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged at Jiang Xingyu, but unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by a punch once again. This happened several times, but he still did not give up. The blood flowing down his forehead into his eyes only fueled his fighting spirit, turning his eyes bloodshot. Supporting his trembling body, he murmured to himself, I used to give up on myself because I was not as talented as others. But after fighting you today, I realized that deep down, the belief in becoming stronger still remains. The bespectacled man clenched his fists, a burning fire raging within him, his eyes growing ever brighter. I know I'm no match for you now. Even so, but this time, I want to give it my all. With that, he stomped his foot, and the terrifying kinetic energy propelled him forward instantly, heading straight for Jiang Xingyu. The latter picked at his ear, flicked his finger, and said disdainfully, what are you babbling about? You think you can beat me by reciting a few lines? Having said that, he casually raised his hand, and lightning burst forth from his palm. The Thunder Dragon Roar was suddenly activated, and the lightning transformed into a giant dragon, opening its huge mouth to bite the bespectacled man. A sound of air exploding followed by screams rang out, and the Thunder Dragon disappeared into the air, leaving a charred crack. As the thick smoke dissipated, the man with glasses lay sprawled in the crevice. His hair was disheveled, his old face was blackened, his eyes were rolled back, drool was dripping from his mouth, and he was sticking out 2 middle fingers and twitching them. Hey, even after you've passed out, you still haven't stopped provoking me. You're quite the professional. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu was about to rush over and beat him up when Tan Shangtai stepped in to stop him, saying, alright, Xingyu, he's already passed out. If you hit him again, he might faint. Su Mingxue walked up to him and gave him a kiss. Honey, you're amazing, but you should save some energy for the next challenger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu agreed with the logic and refrained from making a move. He walked back to the center and calmly said, please welcome the next victim. Challenger. All the trainees were startled. Good grief, you're not even going to act anymore, are you? You're just going to assume we're the victims. But despite the complaints, they couldn't let this opportunity slip by. At least someone had already tried it, and everyone was more mentally prepared. Not long after, the chubby boy stepped forward. I want to challenge Su Mingxue. He thought to himself, since it wasn't said that I had to fight Jiang Xingyu, I'll definitely choose the one who's easier to bully. Although Su Mingxue is very strong, she is still a girl. She can't be as brutal as Jiang Xingyu, right? I'm such a genius. Give myself a thumbs up for being so clever. The other trainees also realized, that's right, everyone says you should pick the softest persimmon, so we should definitely choose Su Mingxue. I didn't realize this chubby kid was so smart. Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly, approved. Swear, this student wants to join your second team, come up here. Su Mingxue nodded, strolled leisurely to the middle of the room, turned her face to Jiang Xingyu, and pointed to her own face with her finger. The latter smiled helplessly and gave a light kiss. Alright, let's fight. Otherwise, our readers will say we're not serious when we fight. Su Mengxue pouted. It wasn't serious to begin with. That little fat guy was easily taken down. Of course I know, but we should still be serious when it's time to be serious. Jiang Xingyu smiled indulgently, patted her little bottom, and turned back to his spectator position. He glanced at the chubby boy and couldn't help but think to himself, "Dear friend, you're still too young. Haven't you heard the saying, birds of a feather flock together?" Su Mengxue, mimicking Jiang Xingyu, beckoned with her hand. "Come on." The chubby boy's mouth was practically watering as he looked at her innocent yet alluring appearance. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up. So beautiful. How could such a fairy be like that werewolf Jiang Xingyu? Maybe I could even take advantage of her or something. Choosing her was definitely the right decision. I'm a genius. Seeing him standing there grinning foolishly, Su Mengxue frowned slightly, just about to make a move, when the chubby boy suddenly ripped off his coat and stuffed it into his mouth. He swallowed it in a few gulps. Since they were classmates, Su Mengxue knew about his special ability. This ability is rather unique. Simply put, the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. Of course, his strength cannot be increased indefinitely. Reaching the limit of satiety would probably increase his speed and other abilities by about 10 times. Feeling the power surging within him, the chubby boy narrowed his eyes and revealed an evil smile, secretly making up his mind. I haven't tasted what a beautiful woman's clothes taste like yet. Before he could even formulate a plan, 3 ice spikes shot straight toward his face. The chubby boy's eyes sharpened, and he opened his mouth wide, snapping 3 ice spikes in half with a series of snaps, swallowing them all whole. Another surge of power filled his body. The chubby boy clenched his fist slightly and shot out with a burst of energy. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Mengxue and was about to tug at her sleeve with a wicked smile. Su Mengxue neither dodged nor yielded. Just as the chubby boy was about to touch her, she suddenly activated Holy Flame Body. The next moment, heat waves surged around Su Mengxue, and golden flames enveloped her. The chubby boy didn't have time to stop and screamed in pain from the burn. Su Mengxue's cold and pretty face remained expressionless. She simply raised her jade-like hand, and suddenly a blizzard surged around her, with countless icicles falling from the sky. If he were to be pierced by those ice spikes, he would probably bleed a lot. Helpless, the chubby boy could only cover his arm and dodge around. Just then, Su Mengxue moved. She stepped forward, bowed slightly, and slapped the little fat boy's stomach with her right palm, sending him flying backward for more than 10 meters. With a step forward, she leaped into the air like a swallow, and with lightning speed, stomped hard on the chubby boy's face. With a thud, the chubby boy's face contorted in pain, blood gushing out, and his body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge crater. Su Mengxue wasn't about to let him off the hook. She raised her hand and fired 2 more ice spikes at the chubby boy. Just as Tan Shengtai was about to make a move, he saw Jiang Xingyu teleport in, cut the ice spike in half with his hand, and look at Su Mengxue, saying, "Alright, Schwer, this little fat boy has already fainted." Su Mengxue looked at the chubby boy lying in the pit with disdain and said, "He's really weak. He's not even warmed up. He can't even beat one of my husband's fingers." Upon hearing this, the trainees felt a chill run down their spines. Damn, we were too hasty. This couple is ruthless. Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue stood side by side, and he smiled slightly. "Come on, next victim. Challenger, tell me who you want to challenge." "Brother," you smiled, and with the outcome uncertain, the trainees couldn't help but have second thoughts. Tan Xingtai's eyes lit up. "These two are stronger than I thought. It seems I have a good chance of winning this competition." Inside a shopping mall near the Demon Spirit Grand Martial Arts Hall, a shop assistant was wiping the building's windows when a burst of mental energy suddenly attacked him. He immediately released his mental energy to resist. His name is Zhou Zhou, and he is a mentalist with the ability to interfere with the enemy's mental detection. He was a military personnel assigned to this mall a few months ago. His main duty was to interfere with the enemy's mental detection and ensure that the military superhumans who had been lurking nearby would not be discovered. His gaze shifted downwards, and he noticed a group of people entering the large hotel across the street. He immediately took out his phone, composed a text message, and sent it to the person in charge. Then, he ran downstairs. He looked around and his gaze settled on the food delivery guy who was parking his car nearby. "Hello, can I borrow your clothes and appearance?" By the time the delivery guy realized what was happening, he had been stripped down to just his floral underwear, and Zhou Zhou had already vanished. Frustrated and exasperated, the young man shouted, "Gonlin, at least leave me your clothes." Zhou Zhou had no idea what had happened. All he knew was that after waiting for several months, his business had finally arrived, and he couldn't let it slip away like that. Wearing a mask and carrying takeout, he silently followed behind Will and the others. Will noticed his presence and became wary, looking at Zhou Zhou and saying, "Stop, what are you doing here? Why are you following us?" Zhou Zhou remained calm, though he feigned fear and stammered, I'm here to deliver takeout." Upon hearing this, Will's body surged with strange energy, ready to strike at any moment. "How do you, a food delivery guy, know the language of our beautiful country?" One of the other worldly beings beside him whispered in his ear, "Don't be impulsive. This is China. If we act now, we might ruin ruin Mr. Huang's plans. Will frowned, but yeah, what's wrong? The strange man interrupted, don't worry, this is normal. I've heard that many food delivery drivers in China speak foreign languages. He probably just happens to speak fluent English. Besides, did you detect any unusual energy flowing through him using your spiritual power? After listening, Will thought it made sense, so he suppressed his surging emotions, patted Jojo on the shoulder and said, sorry, there are too many of us blocking your way. The latter nodded timidly. Will smiled and said, don't be afraid, we are international friends from the beautiful country. We won't hurt you. After saying that, he said to his subordinates, quickly, make way for this delivery guy. As international friends, we can't hinder his work. Jojo thought to himself, what's with the act? What kind of international friend calls themselves an international friend? But on the surface, he nodded with deep gratitude. Thank you. Welcome to China. I'll definitely give you a big gift next time we meet. Will said, you're too kind, you're too kind. Go deliver the food now. Jojo nodded, walked through them, and headed away into the distance. Will watched his figure disappear from sight and couldn't help but say, the Chinese are indeed very hospitable. The otherworldly being beside him chuckled wickedly, they're so enthusiastic now, but once the thing is delivered to our research lab and we've made our findings, they won't be so enthusiastic towards us anymore. Will couldn't help but laugh and said, indeed, I'm afraid they'll hate us to death by then. However, what they didn't know was that the fake information they obtained hadn't even left China yet, while the real information had already been sent to the best research institute in Kyoto. They will never have the chance to get the information again. Moreover, the China Supernatural Abilities Research Bureau is an extremely mysterious organization. Even Jojo, a soldier of a relatively high rank, only knows that the director is the god of war. After Jojo and Will parted ways, they reached a corner. Leaning against the wall, his expression gradually froze, and he muttered to himself, what a fine international friend. He reached into his pocket, quickly tapped his phone a few times, and then leisurely left the building. Time flies, and there's only one day left until the start of the competition. Lu Sun once said, strange things happen every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. I don't know who said that, but it must have been Lu Sun. Since the beginning of winter, Kyoto has been shrouded in continuous rain. The rain has been falling 24 hours a day without stopping, from the end of October until now. Some netizens joked that this was the rain god holding a concert in Kyoto, one show every day. Some even fantasize and mutter to themselves, as if the celestial maiden is weeping uncontrollably because she cannot meet him. Only in a village in Kyoto, in a seemingly ordinary residential building, a man with a cigarette in his mouth stood by the window gazing into the distance with a slight frown, as if he knew something. When he was alone, he didn't like to turn on the lights, so only a few faint rays of light pierced through the dark clouds and fell on him, adding a touch of loneliness to his figure. After the crisp tapping sound, a gentle knocking sound drifted into Zhang Lian's ears, instantly pulling him back to reality. Please come in. Zhang Lian turned around and said calmly. The woman who entered through the door was wearing a white lab coat and had long, flowing hair like seaweed. She exuded a languid and simple beauty. Zhang Lian looked at her, and she looked at Zhang Lian. The faint scent of tobacco, a blend of mature male hormones, lingered around her nose, and a blush crept onto the woman's face without her noticing. Even after all these years, she still has no resistance to the man in front of her. Suppressing the flutter in her heart, the woman took a deep breath and said softly, Lian, we've deciphered 5% of the fragmented history data so far, and, after she finished her report, Zhang Lian turned his head slightly to correct her, saying, Sistering, I told you, you should call me director during work hours, but I haven't had it for so long. Don't make me repeat myself, Zhang Lian said expressionlessly. Why? Our affair was clearly approved by the family head long ago. The blush on Shui Ying's pretty face gradually faded, replaced by a bitter smile mixed with a hint of resentment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian's pupils contracted slightly, and he stiffly turned around. He took out a lighter from his pocket and pressed it next to the burning cigarette, but no small flame appeared. After a pause, he simply put it back in his pocket. Shuang naturally noticed this action, as did the unlit lighter in Zhang Lian's hand. Shuang, who has loved following Zhang Lian since childhood, tugging at his clothes and sweetly calling him Lian, is undoubtedly the woman who understands Zhang Lian the most besides Li Qingwan. She knew what the act of lighting a cigarette meant, and what it meant that the lighter wouldn't light. The only person who could make this powerful, godlike man act so helplessly, besides the woman he envied the most, was the head of the family whom Zhang Lian didn't want to mention. Realizing that she had spoken too hastily and touched a nerve with Zhang Lian, Shuang immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I just wanted to. It's nothing, Zhang Lian said, exhaling a puff of smoke before returning to his desk and sitting down. He asked softly, do you think this rain is normal? Shuang was a little confused by the question, but she still honestly shook her head and replied, it's definitely not normal. If Zhang Lian took out the unlit lighter and placed it on the table, staring at it. I mean, if Mang Shan were still alive and were prepared to exchange the lives of everyone in Kyoto for someone else's life, what would you do? Kill it? Or forgive it? Upon hearing this, Shui Ying's expression froze for a moment, then she forced a rather unpleasant smile. Lian, you must be joking. Even if Uncle Mang were still alive, he wouldn't do something like this. Just take it as a joke. Zhang Lian took out a piece of paper to wipe the lighter, put it back in his pocket, and stubbed out the cigarette in his mouth, saying, "Sistering, I have something to do, I'll go first." After saying that, Zhang Lian quietly left the study, leaving Shuiying alone, staring blankly out the window. Gradually, Shuiying's thoughts drifted back to decades ago. The Zhang family was a reclusive clan, hidden deep within a mountain called Jinsha Ridge. That was where she was born. Her father was one of the family head's confidants. He died in an operation while saving the family head, and her mother also fell seriously ill. With no one to care for the young Shuiying, the family head took her in as his daughter and brought her into the family line. Although the Jiang family has over 1,000 members, there are actually very few people with the surname Jiang. This is because of a special hereditary constitution that results in only one son per generation in the family line. However, this special constitution is the bond that holds the family together, and everyone who has witnessed the family head displaying this constitution willingly submits to him. Shuiying had witnessed it when she was 7 years old. Amidst the golden light, she slowly walked towards her little boy, who from that moment on became her god. The family rules are strict, and children in the clan are not allowed to leave the mountain without permission before reaching adulthood. The head of the family was even stricter in his discipline. Children had to start learning martial arts at the age of 3 and were not allowed to eat any snacks except for regular meals, etc. At that time, she always felt that the Jiang family's courtyard wall, which was several meters high, was higher than Mount Everest. She dared not break the family rules, so when she was a child, her favorite thing to do was to follow behind her handsome younger brother, Zhang Lian, who was a year younger than her, and travel around with him in that little world. Besides Zhang Lian's younger brother and mother, her favorite person was the burly uncle who often followed the head of the family with a stern face, but would show a simple and honest smile in front of her. Every time she came home, Uncle Mang would proudly present her with a broken lollipop from his pocket, grinning like he was showing off a treasure. He would then pat her head and say, Xiaoying, you have to eat this secretly. Don't let the head of the family, especially that brat Zhang Lian, know. However, she always ignored Uncle Mang's warnings. As soon as she received the lollipop, she would turn around and eagerly present it to Zhang Lian, watching him eat the whole lollipop in one bite and then staring at him with a silly grin. Although she liked Zhang Lian very much and always sided with him, she was often bullied by him. As a teenager, Zhang Lian was exceptionally rebellious due to the death of his mother. Knowing that Zhang Lian missed her mother, she spent several weeks recreating the gentle Zhang's mother from her memory on paper. When she happily presented her heartfelt artwork to Zhang Lian, she was only met with the words, "If you can't paint, then don't paint," before he ruthlessly tore it into pieces and burned it to ashes. A young girl's heart is like a delicate flower petal. If a sudden downpour strikes, it will surely shatter into pieces. That day, the girl who was hiding in a corner and secretly wiping away her tears was carried on the shoulders of an uncle with a simple and honest smile, and for the first time, she crossed the high wall of the Jiang family. She still remembered what Uncle Mang said to her in the middle of that sea of flowers. With that thought in mind, Shuiying pulled her wandering thoughts back. When it comes to matters of life and death, Zhang Lian never jokes, and Shuiying knew this all too well. Even so, she couldn't believe that the kind-hearted uncle with the simple and honest smile would do such a heinous thing. After straightening her clothes, Shuiying turned and walked out. Zhang Xingyu knew nothing about the complicated history of his parents. After all, in his memory, his parents were just an ordinary businessman and a doctor. Even if he knew something, from his position as a son, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in his elders' affairs. This is probably one of the reasons why Zhang Lian kept his identity a secret from Zhang Xingyu. Why does it rain every day? Inside the hotel, Su Mengxue leaned against the window, resting her chin on her hand and murmured to herself. She was wearing a pink nightgown, and her snow-white fox tail swayed slightly behind her. She was a bit tired from training yesterday, and Zhang Xingyu strongly advised her to go to sleep, so she didn't transform back into her original form and simply fell asleep. Suddenly, her tail was being grasped by a pair of warm hands. When she turned around, she saw Zhang Xingyu stroking her tail. "You're awake," Su Mengxue said with a sweet smile. Zhang Xingyu put down the tail in his hand, and instead pinched her cheek, saying, "Of course, early in the morning, I heard a little bee buzzing incessantly." "Ah, so it was me who woke you up?" Su Mengxue lowered her head slightly, her face flushed. She felt somewhat guilty. After all, she had caused quite a commotion last night and disturbed his sleep during the day. Although he cannot cultivate mental power yet, Zhang Xingyu's mental power is still higher than others due to the existence of the system. "By the way, what were you talking to yourself about just now?" Zhang Xingyu looked at her lovely face and felt that today was another pleasant day. Why does it keep raining in Kyoto?" Su Mengxue said with a worried look. "Is there anything wrong with rain?" "Of course it's bad." Su Mengxue clenched her fist slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment. "We've been preparing for the Wuhan University League, training every single day. We finally got a chance to relax before the competition started, but it's been raining the whole time." Zhang Xingyu was thinking about how to comfort his fiancée. Suddenly, two slender arms wrapped around her waist, and a warm little face pressed against her chest, gently rubbing against her like a little fox. A sweet, coquettish voice drifted into her ears. I really want to go out and play with you. The soft touch, the sweet voice, the faint milky aroma, the interplay of the five senses is like an extremely strong electric current shooting from the toes all the way to the top of the head. Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but shout in his heart, King Zhou, I suddenly understand you. We are kindred spirits. Everyone despises King Zhou, yet everyone wants to be King Zhou. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Xingyu placed one hand on Su Mengshua's slender waist and the other on her smothered hair, saying with a helpless expression, what should we do then? How about we go to the training room and practice some more? Jiang Xingyu suggested. Su Mengshua's lips curled into a wicked smile. From Jiang Xingyu's angle, he could only see the top of her head, so he naturally didn't catch her devilish expression. Seeing that she didn't answer, Jiang Xingyu was a little puzzled and was about to ask again when Su Mengshua interrupted him. Practice? Don't I practice every day? She paused, then raised her small face and gave Jiang Xingyu an innocent and bewildered smile. My arms are a little sore after practice. Ever since that incident at Eagle Gate, Su Mengshua would subconsciously practice her marksmanship every morning. Although Jiang Xingyu was already used to it, it was still awkward to bring it up now. Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched. Touching his increasingly hot face, he couldn't help but pinch the butt of the little devil in his arms hard and said, You, Su Mengshua, I was seriously asking for your opinion, and you actually drove me around. After saying that, he used his strong arms to tightly restrain the little girl who was trying to escape and then threw her onto the big bed. Jiang Xingyu's two large hands, like snakes emerging from their holes, roamed freely over her body, occasionally extending two fingers to gently scratch her armpits. The room was filled with the woman's clear, bell-like laughter and the young man's wicked chuckles. I was wrong, husband, please forgive me, next time. With her hair disheveled, Su Mengshua lay on the bed struggling frantically, feeling like she was about to laugh herself to death. Jiang Xingyu knew when to stop teasing her. As soon as he withdrew his hand, Su Mengshua jumped up and giggled, You dare to do it again next time. After saying that, she ran to the kitchen. Jiang Xingyu stopped arguing with her and lay back on the big bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Such days are almost too wonderful to be true. He feared that everything here was just a dream, and when he woke up, everything would be gone. If this is a dream, then let's not wake up. Xingyu, time to get up. The clear, melodious voice echoed in his ears, slowly bringing Jiang Xingyu back to his senses. So heavy, it feels like a mountain is pressing down on me. So soft, it feels like cotton wool on my face. It's so stuffy, I feel like I can't breathe properly. It's so dark. Even with my eyes open, it's still the same darkness. Once he regained full consciousness, Jiang Xingyu finally understood the situation before him. So heavy. It turned out that Schwer was lying on top of him. So soft, so stuffy, so dark. Turns out I was blinded by a paean. Don't I know the value of a facial cleanser? Night falls and the city lights come on. Under the flowers and the moon, a beautiful woman by my side. Jiang Xingyu wrapped his arms around Su Mengshua's slender waist, who was pressing down on him, and then exerted a little force to the left. A reversal of the two extremes. Jiang Xingyu said with a long-absent touch of childishness, He's on top now, and Su Mengshua is on the bottom. Only then did Jiang Xingyu realize that Su Mengshua had reverted to her original form. No wonder it was so suffocating. Can it be done in other forms? Jiang Xingyu's index finger traced the contours of Su Mengshua's face, stopped, and gently lifted her delicate chin, saying, Schwer, are you trying to murder your husband? I just accidentally fell down, Su Mengshua said, her large, bright blue eyes fixed on Jiang Xingyu's face. For some reason, Jiang Xingyu saw a fleeting glimpse of desire deep in her eyes, and he wondered if he was seeing things. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xingyu, his lips had become somewhat red and swollen from Su Mengshua's kisses while he was sleeping. Su Mengshua's innate physique is special. Her nine-tailed fox form is not merely a change in appearance or the acquisition of nine-tailed fox abilities. She truly transforms into a nine-tailed fox. Most demons have a few days of estrus each year, during which they are in a state of sexual arousal for several consecutive days. But the nine-tailed fox race is different. Their estrus cycle is completely random. It might only have one day of estrus in 10 years, or it might be 365 days a year. For Su Mengshua, Jiang Xingyu was the most lethal aphrodisiac, and today, it just so happened that she was in heat in her nine-tailed fox form. As for what happened while Jiang Xingyu was asleep, to put it simply, Su Mengshua took off all her clothes, straddled Jiang Xingyu, and kissed him inside and out. Just as they were about to get down to business, Su Mengshua used her last bit of rationality to forcefully switch back to her original form and control herself. To put it simply, Jiang Xingyu was almost raped by his fiancée while he was sleeping. Alright, I believe you. I'll let you off this time. With that, Jiang Xingyu got up and walked towards the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, Jiang Xingyu gently touched his slightly swollen lips and muttered to himself, that was a bit intense. But after thinking it over carefully, Su Mengshua was, after all, his fiancée, and kissing her a few times wouldn't hurt him, so he decided not to pursue the matter. After dinner, it was already quite late. Su Mengshua had been suffering all day, and after all that tossing and turning, she was now overcome with exhaustion and stopped resisting. She found the most comfortable spot in Jiang Xingyu's arms and fell asleep peacefully. As for the latter, he had been sleeping all day, so he was naturally in high spirits and couldn't fall asleep, so he simply stopped sleeping. He shoved Su Mengxue, who was clinging to him like an octopus, off, then sat up and began cultivating his star body. However, the effect was minimal. After all, it had been raining for several days, and there were no stars in the sky. Without the enhancement of starlight, the effect of cultivating the star body was only about 10% or even less than before. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin and said, "System, I've always had a question about your star body's ability to absorb starlight." Host, please speak. I remember you said that the celestial body could absorb the power of starlight, right? Yes, and then what? Logically, the stars are always there. Even if visibility is low after rain, it doesn't prevent the stars from existing. Why can't I absorb starlight during the day or on rainy days? Oh, this is, after so long, I finally get to appear on screen, and you're asking me such a difficult question? Stop talking nonsense, just explain it to me properly. I can't say too much about this, you'll have to figure it out yourself, but I can give you a hint. Don't bring your past life's common sense here. Perhaps the stars in the sky are different from what you perceive them to be? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was stunned. In his mind, Blue Star was just an enlarged version of Earth. The system's words made him realize that Blue Star was probably not as simple as he thought. Different from the stars you know. Jiang Xingyu kept repeating this sentence softly, but his brain was working at a rapid pace. In your understanding, what kind of existence are stars? Scientists have long since revealed the answer. There is no doubt that what we call stars are actually celestial bodies, including stars, planets, and white dwarfs. According to the system, the stars in the sky in this other world are not planets. So, what exactly are they? The more Jiang Xingyu thought about it, the more his head ached. Never mind, let's talk about it later. It's better to focus on self-cultivation for now. Jiang Xingyu sat cross-legged on the bed, like an old monk in meditation, with his eyes slightly closed, holding his breath and concentrating, allowing the foreign elements to circulate within his body. The foreign elements flowed along the meridians throughout the body, like water flowing in a river, eventually merging into that vast ocean. But the problem now is that the ocean has reached its maximum capacity. In the short term, Jiang Xingyu is unable to increase its capacity limit, which is the so-called bottleneck. Host, I see you have quite a few victory points. Would you like to exchange them for a cultivation acceleration card? Ha, can this thing be exchanged for with victory points? Yes, you can, but you need to upgrade your system first to unlock the system shop. Of course, upgrading the system also requires victory points. Damn it, the last upgrade didn't require victory points. So, my dear host, do you remember when the last system upgrade was? After thinking carefully, Jiang Xingyu replied, it seems to be when I break through to the silver level. Yes, the last system upgrade was a natural upgrade. This time, a natural upgrade requires the host to break through to the gold rank, but the host is currently only at the silver rank 4. Of course, a small amount of money is needed to force the system to upgrade. Alright then, how many victory points do you need? Since there was no way to argue, they had no choice but to accept it. If they could break through to the 5th level of silver, their chances of winning would increase, since the strength of the Jingwu led by Morong Shang should not be underestimated. I won't cheat you, host. I'll leave you 500 victory points to buy a 10x cultivation acceleration card. One day, use the rest to upgrade the system. Mom, you're not just messing with dad, you're messing with grandma, aren't you? Whether you want to spend money or not. Damn, so you're a system built by Tencent? Are you just here to fleece people? The system remained silent, as if waiting for Jiang Xingyu to make a decision. Thinking that the Wuhan University League should be quite lucrative, Jiang Xingyu's mood improved slightly. Alright, hurry up and upgrade me. System upgrade in progress. Half an hour later, Jiang Xingyu received the cultivation acceleration card and began cultivating. The following day finally arrived, the day of the Wuhan University League preliminary round. The continuous drizzle that had lasted for several days finally stopped. The first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds and shone on the earth. As all things awaken, birds that have been sheltering from the rain for many days can finally perch on branches and sing. Wasn't I cultivating? How did I fall asleep? Jiang Xingyu murmured as he opened his eyes. As Jiang Xingyu yawned and was about to get out of bed, he found his waist tightly bound by a fair and delicate arm, rendering him unable to move. Before he could make a further move, that wicked little hand reached straight for his cuckoo bird. Jiang Xingyu lay back with a look of utter despair, offering no resistance. He knew his little fiancée was about to start again. It's the same familiar operation. Sure enough, the next second, her pajamas were ripped off. After an unknown amount of time, the little octopus clinging to her finally released her tentacles. Su Mengxue stretched lazily, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said, "Good morning, Xingyu. It's still early. It's already 8:30. Have you forgotten what day it is today?" Jiang Xingyu said, pinching her delicate nose. Ah, Su Mengxue jumped up and exclaimed, "The competition is starting today." As she spoke, she hurriedly began began to put on her clothes. Now you realize time is tight? Jiang Xingyu pressed her shoulder down, making her sit in front of him. He picked up a comb and started to comb her messy, sky blue hair, saying, "No rush, there are still 15 minutes until the assembly. Wash up first." Su Mingxue nodded, her eyes slightly narrowed. She thoroughly enjoyed Jiang Xingyu combing her hair. After getting everything ready, Jiang Xingyu pulled her into his arms and teleported downstairs to the meeting point. Not a penny more, not a penny less, the timing was just right. Jiang Xingyu carried Su Mingxue and brought her to a steady stop in the center of Huawu's team. Many people cast envious glances at the two who suddenly appeared at the meeting point. Hey, spatial abilities are so convenient. I always arrive right on time for every gathering. I really want to get a card too. Seeing this, Tan Shengtai clapped his hands loudly to attract the attention of his teammates, and shouted, "Now that everyone is here, stop talking nonsense and come with me." After saying that, Tan Shengtai led the students of Huawu towards the Demon Spirit Martial Arts Hall. As team captains, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mingxue naturally walked at the front of the group. "Xingyu, what did you do last night? Didn't I tell you all to get some rest?" When they arrived at the main entrance of the venue, Tan Shengtai couldn't ignore Jiang Xingyu's faint dark circles under his eyes and asked with some concern. After all, the Wuhan University League is very important to Huawu. As the class teacher and team leader, Tan Shengtai has an obligation to pay close attention to the player's condition at all times and provide timely assistance. As Huawu's ace player and one of the top contenders for league MVP, Jiang Xingyu's performance could even influence the outcome of the entire competition, so he naturally deserves more attention. Jiang Xingyu was taken aback for a moment, and was about to answer when Tan Shengtai continued, "Young people need to know how to exercise restraint. You know what this Wuhan University League means to us." "Stop, stop, stop." Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched violently, and he rubbed his forehead, saying, "Brother Tai, don't overthink it. I just spent a little more time cultivating last night." Tan Shengtai nodded with some skepticism. "I'm very pleased that you're working so hard, but rest is also essential." Seeing that Tan Shengtai wouldn't let go of the topic, Jiang Xingyu had no choice but to use his trump card. "Brother Tai, don't worry too much. I slept for a while during the day, and I promise you I will win the league championship." "So confident?" Jiang Xingyu patted his chest and smiled slightly. "Of course, I was already 90% confident of winning the championship, and I just broke through to the 5th level of silver yesterday, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, the championship is basically mice for the taking." Upon hearing this, Tan Shengtai nodded and stopped nagging. Upon hearing their conversation, Yi Tian, who was not far away, immediately brightened up. He moved closer to Jiang Xingyu and nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Brother, didn't you just break through to the 4th level of silver not long ago?" Jiang Xingyu turned his head and saw Yi Tian staring at him intently, like a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten in a long time seeing a big piece of fat meat. "What?" Jiang Xingyu felt a little uneasy under his gaze. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, rubbing his hands excitedly, and said, "Brother, tell me the truth. Did you use some kind of dual cultivation technique? Can you teach me a set?" "Dual cultivation, my ass. Can you stop thinking such crooked ideas?" Jiang Xingyu kicked Yi Tian in the butt and said irritably. The latter hopped forward a few steps, clutching his backside, and bumped right into a solid chest. Standing in front of Yi Tian was a burly man who was 2 meters tall. "Hey, long time no see." A familiar voice drifted into Jiang Xingyu's ears. At the same time, the young man who spoke slowly walked around from behind the big man to the front of the group. "Oh, isn't this Morong Shang, the captain of Jingwu? Have you heard of my name before?" Yi Tian raised his chin slightly, put his hands on his hips, and said with a touch of arrogance. Morong Shang frowned slightly, not understanding why this immature young man had suddenly acted out. Although he felt a little disdainful, his upbringing allowed him to conceal his emotions well. He said calmly, "Excuse me, sir, you are not the one I am looking for." After saying that, he walked straight up to Jiang Xingyu, extended his right hand, and smiled. "Long time no see, Jiang Xingyu." The latter shook hands with him politely, saying expressionlessly, "Don't think that just because you're trying to get close to me before the match, I'll go easy on you. Of course not, I just came here early to meet my opponent." Jiang Xingyu lowered his left eyebrow and raised his right eyebrow, making a puzzled expression. The next second, Morong Shang hugged Jiang Xingyu tightly and whispered in his ear, "The league has been rigged." After saying that, Morong Shang turned and walked back to his own group. Huang Bin, the vice principal and teacher in charge of the team at Qingwu, frowned slightly and looked at the returning Morong Shang, asking, "What did you say to him?" "It's nothing. Isn't it a tradition to exchange harsh words before a competition?" Morong Shang said casually. Seeing this, Huang Bin didn't ask any more questions and led the team towards the preparation area that had been prepared in advance for each school. Watching Morong Shang and the others leave, Jiang Xingyu pursed his lips, unsure of what Morong Shang meant. Is someone really causing trouble? But logically speaking, he didn't need to tell himself these things. Is this a psychological tactic? It's not impossible. Seeing that Jiang Xingyu was frowning and deep in thought, Tan Shengtai asked with concern, "What's wrong?" In order not to disturb the team member's mood, Jiang Xingyu had no choice but to whisper in Tan Shengtai's ear and relay what Morong Shang had said to him. him. After hearing this, Tan Shangtai frowned slightly. You don't need to worry about these things. I will report it to the higher-ups. While it's important to catch all the spies, it's equally important to compete against your own students. After taking the students to the preparation room, Tan Shangtai excused himself to go to the restroom, found a secluded corner, and sent an encrypted message to someone whose contact name was Aotian. A few minutes later, a message came back. Senior brother, you don't need to worry too much. If we intend to stop it, who can cause trouble? The person whose nickname is Aotian is none other than the current Azure Dragon War King, and also the person in charge of this capture operation. Aotian's meaning was clear. The league had indeed been rigged, and with the tacit approval of the military. Therefore, Tan Shangtai could not ask any more questions, as further questions would likely involve highly confidential information. He had already retired from the military for several years, and now he could simply focus on being a good teacher. In the Huaw preparation room, the team members were chatting and laughing, while Jiang Xingyu, who knew part of the situation, frowned slightly and waited quietly for Tan Shangtai to return. He guessed that Tan Shangtai hadn't actually gone to the toilet, but rather to contact someone higher up. Sure enough, Tan Shangtai returned not long after. Tan Shangtai's expression was somewhat complicated. He gave Jiang Xingyu a meaningful look, then gently patted his shoulder and said, "Good luck." The latter naturally understood what he meant. It seems someone really did tamper with it, and Brother Tai couldn't stop it. Since it can't be reversed, let's accept it calmly. It's just a game. It's not like there's any danger to our lives. Jiang Xingyu stared intently at the empty competition venue through the glass for a long time. Come on, let me see what kind of trouble you're up to. Then, he licked his lips and murmured, "Perfect. I felt the competition wasn't exciting enough. Attention, team leaders of all participating colleges. From this moment forward, please use the computers provided in the preparation room to access our league system and draw your opponents. The draw results will be displayed on the big screen in the stadium in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Tan Shangtai did not hesitate and immediately turned on his computer and entered the system to draw lots. A moment later, 3 large characters appeared on the computer screen. Number 113. A total of 128 universities from all over the country qualified to come to the Magic Spirit Martial Arts Hall to participate in the competition. The preliminary rounds lasted for 4 days, with 16 matches each day, 8 in the morning and 8 in the afternoon. This means that our first match will be on the afternoon of the last day, and the school that drew number 114 will be our opponent in that match. Tan Shangtai explained the competition arrangements to the trainees in detail. At this moment, his fists were slightly clenched and his palms were a little damp. He had a premonition that the lottery system might have been tampered with. Jiang Xingyu had the same premonition. The enemy we face in our first battle is likely no ordinary foe. 10 minutes later, the league qualification chart was displayed on the big screen and on the computer screens in the preparation rooms of various universities. Upon seeing the results, the students of Huaw were in complete uproar. Damn it! It's a conspiracy, absolutely a conspiracy. Yi Tian's face turned red. He punched the computer and smashed it, then rolled up his sleeves and headed out to find the league's person in charge. Jiang Xingyu's face was ashen as he reached out and blocked Yi Tian's path. How can you be so sure this is all a cover-up? Brother, you, don't stop me. I don't care if it's a conspiracy or not. I'm going to scatter the ashes of the person in charge today. Yi Tian was agitated and pushed Jiang Xingyu away, continuing to walk out. Just as the latter was about to chase after him, he found himself being held down by a large hand on his shoulder. Looking back, I saw Tan Shangtai with a furrowed brow, shaking his head and saying, "Let him make a scene. He will realize that everything he has done is in vain." After saying that, Tan Shangtai sighed and continued, "The draw may only be the beginning. You are a smart man, and I think you should know that some things are irreversible. As captain, your responsibility is to lead the team to do everything in your power to win the championship. As for the rest, it's none of your business." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu fell silent. From the initial news of the sudden reform of the Wuhan University League to the handling of Eaglegate, and now to today's draw, everything seemed strange. Why is Wuhan University League suddenly undergoing reform? Why did Eaglegate suddenly become agitated? Why did the higher-ups turn a blind eye when they knew the Wuhan University League had been rigged? Jiang Xingyu had a vague feeling that all of this seemed to have been controlled by some powerful force from the very beginning. Even so, there was nothing he could do, because he knew that no matter how unwilling he was, all he could do in this enormous vortex was to go with the flow. The most important thing right now is to advance with minimal losses. The student who drew number 95 in the preliminary round was none other than Qingwu, one of the 2 prestigious schools. In their first match, Huaw faced the veteran powerhouse Qingwu. Even if Huaw won, this battle would inevitably inflict significant losses on them. Even if they fought their way to the finals, facing Qingwu, who were in far better form, what were Huaw's chances of winning the championship given the current situation? The team members all knew this, and one by one they couldn't help but hang their heads in dejection, lamenting the injustice of fate. Jiang Xingyu's face was serious. Even someone as confident as him felt as if he were carrying 2 huge rocks on his back. making it hard for him to breathe in this atmosphere. Just as he was feeling lost, a cool little hand covered his head. Tilting her head slightly, she saw Su Mingxue smiling and stroking the top of her head. I will always be with you. There was no comfort, no encouragement, just that brief sentence. Wouldn't Su Mingxue be worried like the other trainees? With such a formidable opponent right in front of her, how could she not be worried? However, rather than worrying, she preferred to unconditionally trust Jiang Xingyu. For her, no matter the outcome, experiencing it together with Jiang Xingyu was enough. Jiang Xingyu returned her a smile, then fell back into thought. Soon, Yi Tian returned looking dejected. Judging from your expression, you probably didn't succeed. What did they say? Jiang Xingyu turned to Yi Tian and asked, what else can we say? The official line is that we were just unlucky and have no one to blame but ourselves. Since that's the case, let's accept it calmly. We're not without a chance of winning, Jiang Xingyu said, patting him on the shoulder. The latter completely ignored him, still looking dejected, lying on the sofa in a guyu slouch position. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but frown. What's wrong, Yi Tian? Don't you even have the courage to compete anymore? After saying that, Jiang Xingyu looked at the other team members and shouted, and you guys, stop lying around. The game hasn't even started yet, get your spirits up. We all understand the logic, but the hope of winning is really slim, Tian Tianji whispered. I guess so. What do you mean scarce hope? There's no way to fight this. It's utterly hopeless. Xin Sheng sighed. After all, when they first arrived, everyone said they had a great chance of winning the championship. Who knew that after this incident, their hopes would suddenly become slim? Such a psychological gap is really hard to accept. However, their despondency is only temporary. The Huaw people are not going to be defeated by such a small hardship. They just need some time to adjust their mood. Jiang Xingyu knew this too, but he felt that simply adjusting himself was not enough. When facing a strong enemy, he had to be 200% focused. Since that's the case, how about we make a bet? Jiang Xingyu's eyes sharpened as he said, I'll make a bet with all of you. What are we betting on? Yi Tian asked curiously. If I can reach silver rank 6 by the time of the competition the day after tomorrow, then I'll give it my all and participate in the competition. Brother you, although I know you're trying to comfort us, this joke isn't funny at all. Didn't you just break through to the 5th level of silver? How could you possibly break through to the 6th level of silver in just 3 days? Yi Tian chuckled dryly. Nothing is impossible if you dare to dream it. Whether it's breaking through to silver rank 6 in 3 days or winning the league championship. Even knowing that Jiang Xingyu's talent was terrifying, apart from Su Mingxue, the others still didn't quite believe that he could break through to the 6th level of silver in 3 days. What if you lose? I'll give you all my resources next semester. The next second, Su Mingxue's clear and melodious voice rang out again. Mine are for you too. Alright, if you win the bet, I, Yi Tian, will cut off my arms and legs to drag him down with me. Yi Tian patted his chest and said, even if I, Xin Shang, die on the field, I will not back down an inch. Seeing this, Tan Shengtai finally laughed. Good. This is what a Huawu person should be like. Students trained by schools established by the military should have guts. I will be the witness for this bet. That's what they say, but Tan Shengtai didn't really believe Jiang Xingyu could actually do it. Just as he was considering whether to tell a kind lie for Jiang Xingyu looked at him with firm eyes and said, Brother Tai, I apply to enter the demon spirit ruins for training. There is a sizable island in the high seas. The motorboat slapped against the light blue seawater, splashing up waves on the golden sand. The man, wearing a mask and dressed in a suit, had just stepped off the motorboat when he was surrounded by a fat man with a big beard and a dozen or so of his men. It's been 10 years since I last came here. Looking at the scenery on the island, the man sighed silently in his heart. Seeing that the man in the suit showed no sign of leaving, the fat man in the lead said sternly, Do you know where you are? Leave immediately. Isn't this Heavenly God Island? The man ignored the warning and left, instead asking the fat man in the lead with a smile. Heh, you know this is the territory of the Heavenly God Pavilion, why don't you hurry up and leave? The fat man was quite arrogant, and as he spoke he activated his alien element, ready to make a move at any time. If the man in the suit doesn't know what's good for him, he wouldn't mind throwing him out. What if I said I'm here to see some divine messengers? The man in the suit asked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the fat man began to re-examine the man before him. He then realized that the man was far from ordinary. He did arrive here on a jet ski, but his suit wasn't wet at all. That's something no ordinary superhuman could do. The fat man wasn't stupid. He suppressed his temper and asked in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, May I ask if you can prove that you have been invited by the divine messenger? The man's lips curled slightly, his hands were in his pockets, and a dazzling golden light emanated from his body, enveloping the fat man and his men in just a few breaths. The fat man instantly found his body frozen, as if petrified. Even the surging waves and the birds in the sky had completely stopped. Except for his thoughts, which were still active, the world seemed to have been frozen in time. Perhaps sensing the vibration, the man took out his phone, glanced at it, quickly tapped a few lines, and then put it back in his pocket. You're not bad, but I don't have time to prove my identity to you. The man patted the fat man on the shoulder and walked past him. After taking a few few more steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around and said, "If you could control your temper, you would do better." Having said that, he continued walking towards the building that resembled an inverted giant pyramid. The golden light disappeared only after the man's figure vanished into the woods, and the fat man was finally free. His eyes were filled with shock, and he collapsed to the ground, covered in sweat. The fat man looked incredulous and pinched the fat on his stomach. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, the fat man quickly stood up, clenched his right fist and placed it on his chest, bowed at a 45-degree angle in the direction where the man had disappeared, and murmured, "Welcome back, God. The heavenly gods of the Heavenly God Pavilion are too mysterious. In the whole world, only the 4 divine envoys of the Heavenly God Pavilion and the Grand Master of the Huaw Pavilion know the identity of the Pavilion Master." The fat man only confirmed his identity by accidentally spotting the legendary God's token on the man's waist. The fat man's subordinate was confused and asked with a puzzled look, "Brother Fatty, wasn't that action you only performed when encountering a powerful figure like a divine envoy?" "Why? Cough cough, my hand just cramped up," the fat man quickly explained. "The identity of the gods is a top secret. Since he accidentally found out, he can only keep this secret to himself." "Oh, okay, let's hurry up and notify the big shots. Someone's hacked in," the subordinate said anxiously. The fat man slapped his subordinate on the head. "Are you stupid? Even if I, the Heavenly King, came, he wouldn't dare to invade my Heavenly God Island alone. That big shot just now must have only come to discuss cooperation." Upon hearing this, the subordinate suddenly realized, Brother Fatty is indeed worthy of being called Brother Fatty. He has reached such a height not only because of his strength. It seems that I still have a lot to learn from him. Tan Xingtai's phone beeped with a message from Ao Chung. He agreed, "You can take him there now." Generally speaking, in the face of such a crucial competition, the school's higher-ups would never allow Jiang Xingyu to engage in such risky behavior. Unfortunately, the higher-ups at Huaw are no ordinary people. Tan Xingtai gave a brief reply and then asked Jiang Xingyu, "The higher-ups have approved it. When do you plan to depart?" Without hesitation, the latter immediately replied, "Let's go now." "Alright, come with me, I'll drive you." Tan Xingtai didn't hesitate and left immediately. "I want to go too," Su Mengxue said, tugging at Jiang Xingyu's sleeve as he was about to leave. Jiang Xingyu affectionately patted Su Mengxue's head. "This time it's a special permission from above, so I won't take you. You prepare well for the competition and wait for me to come back." Hearing this, Su Mengxue didn't press the matter further and instead said, "Then I'll take you to the entrance of the other world." "Alright," Jiang Xingyu nodded. The three of them got into the car. The Mustang sped along and soon arrived near the entrance to the demon realm. After parking the car, Tan Xingtai said earnestly, "I know you plan to grind monsters in the other world, and your talent is indeed high enough, but 3 days is still. I'm confident." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue got out of the car together and prepared to head towards the entrance. Just as the car door was about to close, Tan Xingtai suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Jiang Xingyu asked, somewhat puzzled, "Brother Tai, is there anything else?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Xingtai slowly raised his fist toward himself. "Once you successfully upgrade to Silver Tier 6, I'll reward you with a treasure. Also, take good care of yourself." Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly and also extended his fist. "Alright, you'd better watch out." Hearing this, Su Mengxue wasn't to be outdone. She gave him a light, quick kiss on the cheek, her face flushed with shyness, and said, "If I win the competition, I'll reward you with a treasure too." Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Xingyu suddenly remembered that he would be staying in the strange ruins for 3 days, but he had not prepared any necessities. Helpless, he had no choice but to get back into the car and said with a forced laugh, "Brother Tai, could you please take me to buy some daily necessities?" Tan Xingtai didn't waste any time. He had been to this area several times before and was quite familiar with it. Soon, less than 3 kilometers from the entrance to the other world, they found an otherworldly shopping mall. Unlike the Yong'an ruins, the Demon Spirit ruins have been quite stable in recent years. It is a ruins that can be freely entered and exited. So many extraordinary individuals have gone in to train and explore. Therefore, there are Asia Shopping Mall, Asia Hotel, etc. nearby. Discounts are available in these places for anyone who is different from others. "You two go ahead, I'll just wait for Mengxue in this parking lot," Tan Xingtai said, quite pragmatically. Although the two were teased, they didn't feel embarrassed. After all, they had done quite a few things, both appropriate and inappropriate, and marriage was only a matter of time. As soon as they reached the entrance of the mall, they ran into someone who looked somewhat familiar. Not far away, a cute girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old and was wearing a JK uniform accidentally fell to the ground. The young man beside her immediately helped her up, then kept a gentlemanly distance from her and asked gently, "Are you alright?" Jiang Xingyu thought about it carefully and said to Su Mengxue beside him, "That must be Zhang Qing from Qingwu, right? He's quite a gentleman." The latter nodded. She had heard her parents mention Zhang Qing before. To put it simply, they come from a good family, excel in their studies, are highly capable, and have good moral character. But what is he doing here? Is he also planning to go to the other world for training? Su Mengxue asked with some doubt. Withdrawing his gaze from Zhang Qing, Jiang Xingyu said nonchalantly, "What he's doing here is none of my business. But if he dares to trip me up, I wouldn't mind sending him to the hospital for 2 days before the match. Okay, let's forget about him and get down to business. With that, Su Mengxue took Jiang Xingyu's arm and walked into the mall. This was the first time the two had to be separated for so long since they got together. Su Mengxue acted like a mother hen, wanting to rummage through the entire mall and put everything into her shopping cart. In most markets for people with supernatural abilities, there are minerals installed to suppress their abilities, so there's no need to worry about people with supernatural abilities using their powers to steal. This also meant that Jiang Xingyu had to leave the mall before she could put the things she bought into her space. Su Mengxue knew what was most important at the moment, so she didn't want to take up too much of Jiang Xingyu's time. Soon it was time to part ways. Jiang Xingyu stuffed everything he had bought into his space, gave Su Mengxue a brief kiss, and then set off for the Demon Spirit Ruins. The distance is shorter by teleporting, so I won't bother Brother Tai. After several teleportations, Jiang Xingyu finally arrived at the entrance to the Demon Spirit Ruins. Similar to the entrance to the Yong'an Ruins, the so-called entrance to the ruins is a gate formed after space is distorted. This gate is oval in shape, with a short axis of at least 20 meters and a long axis of 30 meters. From outside the strange ruins, the interior is invisible, as if an illusion has been cast. All that can be seen is a hazy, ethereal starry sky, like a thin sheet of paper standing before one's eyes. Once you pass through this gate, you'll see a campsite not far away. Without a doubt, this was an army sent by the military to guard the demonic ruins. Thinking that he was a member of the military, Jiang Xingyu decided to go to the camp and see if he could get a map or something. Upon reaching the outpost, Jiang Xingyu directly took out his military officer's ID from his space and handed it to the guard. The latter looked on in disbelief. The young man in front of him was no more than 20 years old, and he was already a lieutenant? And he wasn't just any ordinary lieutenant, he was a squad leader from the Sky Dome Special Forces. Everyone in the military knows what the name Sky Dome means. Those who can join Sky Dome are undoubtedly young geniuses within the military. Although he was only a nominal honorary squad leader, there was no doubt that the young man in front of him was a genius among geniuses. With this in mind, the guard became even more respectful, holding the officer's ID card with both hands and handing it back to Jiang Xingyu. The latter smiled slightly. "This is my first time. Could you find someone to guide me?" "Of course," the guard said, and immediately dialed a number. Soon a soldier led Jiang Xingyu toward the center. "Good lad, to actually receive an invitation from Sky Dome." The commander of the station troops patted Jiang Xingyu on the shoulder and smiled. The latter replied calmly, "You flatter me, sir. To be honest, I'm planning to train in this strange ruin, so I've come to ask for a map." "Well, I won't waste your time. We can talk again when we have time." After saying that, he turned to the guard who had led Jiang Xingyu and said, "Go, and get a detailed map." The guard answered yes and quickly ran to the operations room. A short while later, the guard returned with the map. After taking a quick look, I realized that the map was extremely detailed, a standard military-grade map. Jiang Xingyu thanked him and got up to leave. After taking only 2 steps, the leader's somewhat stern voice came. "I forgot to tell you earlier, don't go to the central stone forest area for now. I will be careful, please rest assured, sir." With that, Jiang Xingyu saluted and quickly left the camp of the station troops. He doesn't have much time. After leaving the station troops, continue north for 1 or 2 kilometers, and you will see a large grassland. Although there are no high mountains, the terrain is not flat and has many small undulations. This wasn't an ordinary meadow. The grass here was mostly orange-red and about ankle-high to Jiang Xingyu. From the moment he stepped onto this lawn, Jiang Xingyu's plan officially began. To be honest, Jiang Xingyu felt that it was impossible to upgrade to Silver Tier 6 within 3 days on his own. Therefore, he didn't plan to break through to Silver Rank 6 on his own. After all, he had a cheat. Leaving aside the cheat code is simply like a dentist identifying his teeth as pure white. It just so happens that the system upgrade recently enabled the purchasing function, which is why Jiang Xingyu decided to come to this Demon Spirit Ruins to grind monsters. After earning enough victory points, he will exchange them for a 10x speed training card. In addition, he can also train by killing monsters. He is fully confident that he can upgrade to Silver Tier 6 within 3 days. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu opened the attribute panel after a long time. Host, Jiang Xingyu. Cultivation level, Silver Rank 5. Superpowers, Space, Thunder. Total amount of allotropy, 54188. Maximum 100,000. Mental strength, 180. Innate physique, star body. Opportunity awaits, the water of life. The system used up all my victory points last time. Looks like I need to hurry up and find some monsters, Jiang Xingyu muttered. In this strange and wondrous place, if you want to find a demon beast, you should naturally ask for help from Little Purple Rice, who has been forgotten by the author for a long time. For professional monster hunting, choose Little Purple Rice. Although it had been forgotten by the author for a long time, Jiang Xingyu had not forgotten it. He provided it with plenty of thunder power every day and fed it the best food and drink. Little Purple Rice lived up to his expectations, successfully leaving infancy and entering childhood, and its strength also improved from the early stage of of Little Demon to the late stage of Little Demon, equivalent to silver. The Demon Spirit Ruins is, after all, an open realm, and naturally there are many beings with supernatural abilities. Jiang Xingyu wouldn't send Xiao Zini into battle unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Xingyu pointed his index finger at the small purple rice hidden in his chest pocket and said calmly, "Is there any demonic beast aura nearby?" Little purple rice poked its head out and sniffed hard, then pointed its paw to the northwest. "Over there's the aura of several demonic beasts, and a bloody smell." "Several demonic beasts? And there's a bloody smell. Could it be that the monsters are killing each other? This is incredible." Jiang Xingyu gave a wicked smile and muttered, "What I like most is to finish off enemies when they're low on health." After saying that, he ran off to the northwest without hesitation. Accompanied by a fierce bombardment and occasional roars of beasts, a boulder crashed down on Jiang Xingyu, who had just arrived near the battle. "Are you kidding me? Is the fight really this intense?" Jiang Xingyu muttered to himself as he dodged a flying boulder. Jiang Xingyu was not in a good mood to receive such a warm welcome upon his arrival. After arriving near the battle, Jiang Xingyu hid in the bushes and carefully observed the surrounding environment. A short distance from Jiang Xingyu, sand and dust filled the air. That was the very center of the battle. The collision was extremely loud, and fly ash filled the air. The strong smell of blood filled the nostrils, making people feel nauseous. It was impossible to see how many demonic beasts were in the center of the battle or how strong they were. All that could be seen was the dazzling light created by the demonic beasts throwing their combat skills at each other, which flickered faintly in the smoke. A familiar loud noise rang out, and Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched as another boulder gradually enlarged in his eyes. "What's going on? Why are they targeting me again? I've been found out?" Although Jiang Xingyu was mostly focused on figuring out the situation at hand, his actions were swift and decisive. His fist, crackling with lightning, slammed into the surface of the boulder, instantly shattering it into pieces. "We don't know how many demonic beasts are in that smoke, nor do we know their strength, so it's best not to take any risks." With that in mind, Jiang Xingyu teleported to a place some distance away from the battle, waiting for the right moment to enter. If you time it right, you might be able to earn enough victory points to exchange for a 10x speed training card in one go. Jiang Xingyu patted the little purple rice that was sleeping in his pocket and said, "By the way, can you sense how much demonic beast aura is in that smoke?" Little purple rice instantly woke up, carefully sensed it, and said, "I can't distinguish the specifics, but I can sense the general feeling." "It's alright, knowing something is better than knowing nothing at all," Jiang Xingyu said calmly. "I can sense more than 10 different demonic beast auras, and 2 of them seem to be much stronger than me, at least at the level of great demons." "A great demon level?" Jiang Xingyu stroked his chin and asked. "The monsters are divided into 4 levels: lesser monster, greater monster, elite, and monarch. Each level is further divided into early and late stages, which correspond to the 8 levels of humans from bronze to sun devourer." They were currently not far from the entrance to the otherworld ruins, in the outer area, where there shouldn't be any monsters above the lesser demon level. Now, suddenly 2 powerful demonic beasts have appeared, and they are fighting each other, even bringing their minions with them. "This is unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. There might be some hidden story." Jiang Xingyu's eyes lit up. 2 powerful demonic beasts. After they finish fighting, I'll use the strategy to benefit myself. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As Jiang Xingyu was happily thinking this, the next second, another boulder gradually magnified in his eyes. "What the hell? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Xingyu was furious and immediately unleashed Thunder Dragon Roar. A colossal dragon, formed from lightning, pierced through the boulder and plunged into the smoke, its jaws snapping open to bite the grappling monsters. With a deafening roar, the Thunder Dragon exploded in the center of the battle, instantly filling the sky with lightning, sending sand and stones flying, and raising smoke dozens of meters high. Even after the lightning dragon dissipated, wisps of lightning still lingered in the air, emitting a faint hissing sound. Victory points plus 50, plus 20. After all, it was Jiang Xingyu's full force, Thunder Dragon Roar, so its power was considerable. Several of the more seriously injured demon beast minions died on the spot, and the rest were paralyzed and unable to move, on the verge of death. The 2 leaders had their fur burned and suffered considerable injuries. However, the 2 leaders had already been fighting for a long time and were quite injured. Jiang Xingyu's Thunder Dragon Roar only made things worse for them. "Ha ha ha, isn't that great? You deserved to ambush me." Jiang Xingyu laughed like a villain. "So it's the fiery lions." Jiang Xingyu calmly watched as the 2 leaders, who had stopped fighting, emerged from the smoke and stared intently at him. "Different packs of flame lions? Fighting for territory here." The fiery lions wouldn't let Jiang Xingyu speculate about their relationship. The 2 lions roared simultaneously, and the next moment, they were engulfed in flames. Then, they strode forward like arrows released from a bow, charging straight toward Jiang Xingyu with an aura that seemed to break through all obstacles. The scorching flames emitted terrifyingly high temperatures, and wherever their beastly claws trampled, everything was burned to ashes. As they moved at high speed, 2 scorched marks were etched onto the red lawn. Despite the destructive force of the fire, little purple rice remained quietly nestled in Jiang Xingyu's pocket, acting as his translator. "Damn Damn humans, you're trying to play dirty tricks on me, huh? Bring it on. Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly. Little purple rice, you damn well have ulterior motives, don't you? They would say something like that? Hee hee, sorry, master, I've been watching too many bizarre videos lately, but they're pretty much the same thing. As they spoke, the fiery lion was already upon them, its blood-stained maw wide open, as if to tear Jiang Xingyu to shreds. Just as they were about to reach Jiang Xingyu, he teleported behind them. He drew his silver tiger soul-severing halberd, spun around, and thrust it towards their rear ends. Humph, I knew a young man like you wouldn't have any martial ethics, so I deliberately exposed your ass. Go to hell. The lion roared and turned around quickly. As Jiang Xingyu stabbed its thigh with his halberd, its giant claw covered in flames fell at the same time. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xingyu's teleport was still on cooldown, so he had no choice but to activate the Starry Sky Saint cloth to tough it out. As blinding sparks flashed, Jiang Xingyu's lips curled slightly, and he pulled out Night Cutter from his space with his left hand, unleashing a thunderous slash at the lion's head. A single strike, imbued with the power of stars and thunder, easily pierced the flaming lion's defenses, successfully slaying it. Victory points plus 200. If this lion were of a higher level, even if it had been seriously injured before, Jiang Xingyu would not have been able to break through its defenses so easily. Clearly, its foundation is unstable. It seems that its level is not very high, probably just the level of a newly broken through great demon. Before Jiang Xingyu could even catch his breath, another fiery lion pounced in front of him. You deserve some credit for how easily I was able to kill it. However, your situation doesn't seem to be much better than its. Jiang Xingyu licked his lips, teleported into the air, and unleashed a thunder dragon roar, accurately striking the flaming lion from above. I've heard that lions like to open their mouths wide, so one brontosaurus probably won't be enough for you, right? Don't worry, there'll be plenty for dinner. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu released 6 lightning dragons in succession. The booming sounds were incessant, and the blue light burst forth, turning the surrounding red grassland purple. Little Zimi poked her head out of the pocket, looked at the situation before her, and drool involuntarily started to flow. Master, I want to eat too. Jiang Xingyu slapped Xiao Zimi on the head. You're so reckless. We still have to stay here for 3 more days. What if we encounter enemies when we don't have any extra energy? Although he can use victory points to replenish alien elements, he can't just do it like that. Then look at the fiery lion. Under such a fierce attack, it has been electrocuted and is now charred black, emitting a faint smell of roasted meat. After digging out the demon cores of the 2 leaders, Jiang Xingyu used a teleportation technique to appear in front of the demon beast little brothers, or rather, the demon beast girls. The group consisted entirely of lionesses. Apart from the 5 weakest ones who had died, 6 stronger lionesses remained, licking their wounds. Looking at Jiang Xingyu, who was less than a meter away from them, the lionesses were very puzzled. They could vaguely feel a bloodline-based suppression emanating from this human, but at this moment, they cannot care about anything else. Their only thought is how to save their lives. Jiang Xingyu didn't know what they were thinking, nor did he care what they were thinking. His gaze was unusually calm. Monsters are alien races and enemies to humans, so Jiang Xingyu naturally had no pity for these lionesses. He stood there, casually raising his right hand, and lightning surged around him, with a giant thunder dragon appearing behind him. Sensing this powerful aura, the lionesses hissed softly and took small steps backward. Humph, despicable human. If our king hadn't been killed by that bastard, you wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant, Little Purple Rice said, mimicking the lioness's tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was somewhat curious as to why 2 great demon-level monsters would appear on the outskirts of this strange ruin. Oh, I'm actually quite curious about you guys. Jiang Xingyu casually swatted away the thunder dragon, then slowly walked up to the lead lioness, looking at her with a smile. Little Purple Rice jumped out of the pocket, stepped on the lioness's nose, and relayed Jiang Xingyu's words. At this moment, the lioness finally understood why she felt a bloodline suppression on Jiang Xingyu. That powerful aura of bloodline energy emanated from the tiny creature before them, and the fact that it could freely control its bloodline energy even in its infancy meant it was undoubtedly a divine beast. Although the flame lions are not particularly intelligent, they are certainly not stupid. Once they understood the situation, they stopped causing trouble. They lay quietly in place, waiting for Jiang Xingyu to take action. Jiang Xingyu was somewhat surprised to see them so well behaved. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xingyu cut to the chase. Why are you here? Little Purple Rice readily took on the role of translator. Our tribe originally lived on the blue grassland near the central stone forest. Our king, at such a young age, already earned a salary of 3,200. Jiang Xingyu, unable to bear it any longer, gave it a flick on the forehead. Little Purple Rice, if you slip in your own stuff again, you'll be banned from watching Billy for a month. Little Purple Rice scratched her head in grievance. I won't do it again, master. Continue translating. Seeing that the mighty mythical beast was so submissive in front of Jiang Xingyu, the lionesses looked at him with even greater respect. The lionesses circled around Jiang Xingyu, occasionally waving their paws, wagging their tails, or rolling on the ground with their bellies exposed, while letting out several strange roars. Jiang Xingyu looked puzzled. not knowing what this meant. What are they doing? Are they holding a ceremony? Little Purple Rice's expression was somewhat complicated. They are crowning you. They have already recognized you as their king. At the same time, this is also their courtship signal. Stop messing around. Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched violently, and he said with a pained expression, I just want to ask a question. How did things get to this point? Who the hell can accept bestiality? That's what they say, but Schwer in her nine-tailed form is a genuine demon beast. Go away. What are you thinking about? Jiang Xingyu slapped himself, stopping himself from thinking about those irrelevant things. Stop turning. At ease. Attention. Master, this translation is a bit difficult. However, Xiaozimi is a professional translator after all, so although it is difficult, it is not enough to stump her. Soon, the lionesses stood in a neat row. Continue with the questioning. Jiang Xingyu blared at Little Purple Rice, signaling it to stop trying to slip in its own agenda. Little Purple Rice stopped being cheeky and translated very seriously. Our king broke through to the early stage of elite at a young age, and because of the king's protection, he has always lived a good life. Once, the king went to the central stone forest, but returned covered in wounds. Under its warning, we left our original territory. After arriving at this red grassland, we split into two factions, and the new Lion Kings are the two you just killed. They fought fiercely for territory, and then you arrived. The central stone forest. I've also heard it's not safe there. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu took out a map and marked it up. After a moment, he muttered to himself, I'd decided. Absolutely not going into the central stone forest. I was originally thinking of using teleportation to go in and take a stroll, but now I have absolutely no intention of doing so. Just kidding. Even elite early stage, equivalent to diamond level, monsters went in and didn't come out. If a lowly silver player like me went in, wouldn't I just be feeding them? Alright, I won't kill you this time. Dismissed. With that, Jiang Xingyu grabbed Xiaozimi by the scruff of her neck, stuffed her into his pocket, and then turned and left. When he moves, the lionesses move. When he stops, the lionesses stop. Jiang Xingyu covered his face, turned around, and prepared to threaten the lionesses to force them to leave. But as soon as I turned around, the system's voice came through. Ding! Triggered an adventure. Loyal follower. The host can choose to sign contracts with the lionesses and add them to Little Purple Rice's harem. Jiang Xingyu scratched his head and said, Big brother, don't do this. Little Zini is a tiger, and she's asexual. I never expected the host to have such a filthy mind. Who told you that it doesn't count as a harem if you can't have sex with someone? This harem is not the same as that harem. The harem refers to a biological space. The reward for the adventure quest is to bind Little Purple Rice to this monster space. Oh, and then? Why not just bind it to me directly? Little Purple Rice is at least a king among monsters. What are you? Hey, no swearing. Jiang Xingyu said through gritted teeth. Okay, I'm just kidding. This space requires sufficiently strong bloodline power to maintain. I see. So what's the point of this harem? This monster space contains everything monsters need to live. As long as Little Purple Rice's remaining power is not less than 10%, it can maintain operation without any consumption. Little Purple Rice can summon the monsters living in its harem anytime, anywhere. Of course, as the owner of Little Purple Rice, you can also use this space directly. The initial capacity of the harem is 10. The capacity increases tenfold for each major level Little Purple Rice gains. So, in the later stages, I might even be able to assemble a demon beast legion that's available at any time? Yes, but it's worth noting that entering the harem requires signing a contract with you. Do you know what's needed to sign a contract? Yes, the monster must be willing to sign the contract. Besides, as you know, a person can only maintain a contract with one demon beast at a time, but if you sign contracts with so many demon beasts, I knew you were waiting for me here. You're just messing with my victory points, aren't you? Of course, freeloading is not a good thing. However, if you're worried about losing victory points, you can choose to give up this adventure quest. That's impossible. This is a super cheat code. How could we possibly give it up? How many victory points does contract 1 require again? Well, the higher the level of the contract partner, the more victory points are consumed. I see you're a little short on cash lately, so I'll give you a discount. 6 lionesses will cost you 300 victory points. Why do I always feel like I'm talking business? Jiang Xingyu muttered. Having said that, he didn't waste any more time and opened the attribute panel to check his victory point balance. The 2 flaming lions gave 500 points, plus the lion cub that was taken down in one shot, and the 6 lions in front of us that were knocked down but not dead. This wave brought a total of 800 victory points. Subtracting 500 points to buy a training card leaves me with exactly 300. System, you planned this all along, didn't you? So, do you still want the contract? Fine, I give up, really. With that, Jiang Xingyu ignored the pit wall system and said to the lionesses, you all want to follow me no matter what, right? Your Majesty, you are so tall and majestic, handsome and dignified, with an imposing presence, intelligent and decisive, unparalleled in the world. Please let us follow you forever. Jiang Xingyu sighed and rubbed his forehead. Little Purple Rice, you've been sneaking in your own agenda again, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Little Purple Rice was shocked, suddenly remembering remembering that it had been warned by its owner not long ago not to bring in any personal items. Just as he was about to apologize, he saw Jiang Xingyu's lips curl slightly and say, "Stop flattering me and get down to business, understand? I won't punish you this time." Sure enough, no one dislikes hearing nice things. Jiang Xingyu looked at the lioness with a serious expression and said, "Since you all want to follow me, I will give you this opportunity, but the premise is that you sign a contract with me." The lionesses nodded without hesitation. System, get to work. Traditionally, signing a contract requires both parties to drink a drop of each other's blood and wait for 6 hours to complete the signing. Moreover, this contract has a time limit and can be renewed after 10 years. However, signing a second contract will cause both parties' levels to decline. But with a system, things are different. As long as Jiang Xingyu informs the system, and both parties agree, a contract can be signed in a second and it will be a permanent contract. Signing complete. Binding Little Purple Rice to a harem is in progress. The binding is expected to be completed in 2 hours. Should I use victory points to speed it up? Jiang Xingyu didn't have any extra victory points because he needed to buy speed-up cards later. The first contract can heal for free. Should it be for the Flame Lion? Under treatment. The system notification sounded, and a faint white light emanated from the Flame Lions. Their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared completely a few minutes later. With their wounds healed, the Flame Lions seemed very happy, swaying back and forth in front of Jiang Xingyu. Jiang Xingyu said very seriously, "At ease. Attention." Upon hearing the command, the Flame Lions stood in a neat line without waiting for Xiao Zimi to translate. Signing a contract through the system has another advantage. Even the least intelligent husky can have simple conversations with Jiang Xingyu. Just kidding, no offense to huskies. Looking at the well-trained Flame Lions before him, Jiang Xingyu smiled with satisfaction. "From now on, you all go and capture some monsters for me. Don't kill them, and try to capture the highest level ones." At Jiang Xingyu's command, the Flame Lions rushed out, eager to show off in front of him. It's not prickly at all, but the feeling of ordering others around is not prickly at all. Jiang Xingyu wasn't idle either. He took a small knife and started digging out the demon cores from the bodies of the dead lionesses. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that beneath the lioness's carcass lay a dying gibbon. "Ha! Why is there a monkey in the pride of lions?" Jiang Xingyu didn't understand why this guy was mixed in with the lion pride, but he did know where those huge rocks that had hit him earlier came from. He drew his silver tiger soul-severing halberd, ready to strike him. Little Purple Rice weakly whispered, "Save, save me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was startled and quickly looked at Xiao Zimi, asking, "Xiao Zimi, what's wrong?" "I'm translating." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched. "Are you translating or acting? Just talk, don't get too into character, okay?" After saying that, he looked at the long-armed stone ape again, wondering whether he should save it. The host might consider forming a contract with it. The bloodline of the long-armed stone ape is considered top grade. Although it's inferior to Little Purple Rice, it's much stronger than the Flaming Lion. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xingyu decided to subdue it. Cultivation cards can be bought at any time, but demonic beasts with good bloodlines are not always available. "Monkey, if you want to live, make a contract with me," Jiang Xingyu said calmly, squatting in front of the long-armed stone ape. At this moment, the long-armed stone ape only wanted to survive, and it nodded with great difficulty. "System, get to work. Do you wish to spend 300 victory points to complete the contract?" 300? Back then, Little Purple Rice only cost 20 to contract it. The host's first contract with a monster does not require victory points. The 20 points are a processing fee. "I'm impressed. Let's make a contract." Jiang Xingyu spent 300 points with tears in his eyes. Ding! Contract successful. Can the long-armed gibbon be cured? First time free? Heal it. With that, Jiang Xingyu got up and continued digging for demon cores. A few minutes later, the gibbon got up from the ground. Jiang Xingyu had finished extracting the demon core and summoned the long-armed stone ape to his side, carefully examining it. This long-armed stone ape is quite strong, showing signs of breaking through to become a great demon. As for its appearance, it is extremely similar to the beast Titan from Attack on Titan. There are only two differences between the two. First, this giant gibbon has silver fur. Secondly, this long-armed stone ape is much shorter than the beast giant, only about 2 meters tall. "Why are you hanging out with the lion pride?" "I don't know what happened before. All I know is that when I opened my eyes I found myself surrounded by a group of fiery lions. I fought with them, and their leader, seeing that I was quite strong, left me with the pride to hunt for them. Later, I got caught up in the lion pride civil war." "So you've lost your memory?" Jiang Xingyu asked, puzzled. The long-armed stone ape frantically slapped its head. "Damn it, why can't I remember anything at all?" Jiang Xingyu grabbed its arm. "Forget it. If you can't remember, don't think about it. As long as you work hard, I won't treat you badly. Yes, Master won't mistreat you." Little Purple Rice released its bloodline aura and echoed. Only then did the long-armed stone ape notice Little Purple Rice, its eyes filled with deep shock. Its gaze toward Jiang Xingyu grew increasingly respectful. The demon beast race has a natural reverence for the strong. Although Little Purple Rice is not strong enough yet, its bloodline aura is undeniable. incredible. Given time, it will surely reach the pinnacle of monsters. Jiang Xingyu knew what it was thinking and said with great satisfaction, "Go and help me catch some monsters too. Remember, don't kill them." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu used a spatial vortex to clear away the corpses, then found a clean place to sit down and begin cultivating. Without further ado, the long-armed stone ape set off immediately to search for the monster. Jiang Xingyu had only been cultivating for a short time and hadn't even gotten into the zone when he heard Xiaozimi say, "A group of people are walking towards us." "It's alright, go back to my alien origin." After entering its larval stage, little purple rice can directly transform into lightning and enter Jiang Xingyu's alien source. This is a special ability that only mythical beasts can possess. This is also why the system said that Jiang Xingyu and Xiaozimi were highly compatible. In this way, Jiang Xingyu can summon and hide Xiaozimi at any time. Upon receiving the command, little purple rice transformed into lightning and instantly entered Jiang Xingyu's alien source. The latter, however, remained oblivious to everything around him, closing his eyes and continuing his cross-legged meditation. The sound of a car speeding by grew clearer and clearer in Jiang Xingyu's ears as it approached, and soon after, a screeching sound of brakes rang out. Soon, he heard footsteps approaching him again, and at the same time, a slightly hoarse female voice came from behind him. "Hey, you upstairs, do you know what's going on here?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu stopped cultivating and turned to look at the group of people standing behind him. 3 men and 3 women, I don't know their strength. The red-haired woman looks like she's in charge. The car had 3 squirrels printed on it, just like the tattoos on their bodies. Within a few seconds, Jiang Xingyu had already obtained some key information from them. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" Jiang Xingyu asked calmly. A man wearing a white blindfold and beach shorts stepped out and said to the bushes beside him, "Hey kid, what are you doing here?" The green snake coiled on his shoulder was already used to it. It nudged his face with its head, turning his face to the right direction. The man coughed lightly to ease his embarrassment. "Ahem, speak. Did you create the bloody smell that Xiaoqing smelled?" After hearing this, Jiang Xingyu suddenly realized that these people had come because they smelled the scent. He replied calmly, "I suppose so." Seeing his perfunctory attitude, the blindfolded man was slightly annoyed and was about to speak when the red-haired woman interrupted him, saying, "No need to ask, I roughly know what happened here." The red-haired woman stood casually with her arms crossed over her chest, licked her red lips, and said, "You must be Jiang Xingyu from Huaw." "What a coincidence. Is he Jiang Xingyu?" the eye-patch-wearing man asked. If you had just taken off your blindfold and looked around, you wouldn't have asked such a stupid question," the red-haired woman said calmly. "How does this woman know my name?" Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but become suspicious and became more vigilant, but he didn't show it on his face. "Oh, I don't remember when I met such a beautiful lady. You're so good with words. I like you more and more the more I look at you. However, little brother, you're not being very honest. You say one thing to my face and another behind my back. Look at you, you're so nervous that your lightning powers are starting to fluctuate," the red-haired woman said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu became cautious. She could sense my power fluctuations even before I released my abilities? In the basic courses, the teacher talked about knowledge related to mental strength. Under normal circumstances, when an individual is not releasing their supernatural abilities, the supernatural elements simply flow within their body, and the fluctuation of their supernatural abilities is zero. Although sometimes the fluctuations of supernatural abilities may be slightly stronger, such as when one is on edge. However, its fluctuations are still extremely slight, and only those who have mastered the external projection of spiritual power can detect them. Although it does not include the power fluctuations of special abilities such as space, it is still very useful. The prerequisite for mastering the external projection of mental power is to reach the gold level. So, was she implying that she was a gold level player, trying to dampen my fighting spirit? Jiang Xingyu thought to himself. The red-haired woman didn't care what he was thinking. She slowly approached Jiang Xingyu with light steps, saying as she walked, "To be honest, I've received a bounty. If I can kill or cripple you, I'll get a generous reward." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu frowned deeply. After returning from Eaglegate, he and Su Mengxue had been warned by brother Tai to be careful of people from the 2 prestigious universities. Although Tai didn't tell him the specific reason, he could vaguely guess it. Therefore, apart from people from the 2 prestigious universities, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would be willing to offer such a high reward for his services. Seeing Jiang Xingyu stunned, the red-haired woman thought she had frightened him, so she softened her tone and said, "However, I'm not such a materialistic person. You're so good-looking, it would be a real shame to kill you. How about?" she said, extending her slender, white fingers to lift Jiang Xingyu's chin. The latter came to her senses, turned her head slightly to avoid the outstretched hand, and her brain was working at a rapid pace. The red-haired woman is a gold-level character, and the others are probably quite strong as well. We can't afford to fight them this time. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu vanished in an instant using a teleportation ability. The red-haired woman didn't pursue him, but simply smiled slightly. A few seconds later, Jiang Xingyu returned to his original position. After a moment moment of stunned silence, Jiang Xingyu keenly noticed the man who had been playing with the snake while wearing an eye mask. At some point, he had removed his blindfold, revealing his bewitching green pupils. That snake charmer. Could he be the one behind this? Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu drew his silver tiger soul-severing halberd without hesitation and thrust it fiercely at the blindfolded man. Just as success was within reach, a shirtless man with shiny, oily skin suddenly stepped in front of the blindfolded man. With a whoosh, the halberd tip slid right across his skin without causing any harm. Just as Jiang Xingyu was about to stab again, he found himself teleported back to the same spot once more. Chow! What kind of superpower is this? The red-haired woman was quite pleased with his frustrated expression and said with a smile, as you can see, you have no way to escape now. I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to serve me, we can both have our fun, and then I'll let you go. If you are unwilling, the red-haired woman's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling, sinister grin. If you are unwilling, I will. First, rape, then, kill, the red-haired woman threatened, enunciating each word clearly. Jiang Xingyu frowned deeply and said, to be honest, you are indeed beautiful. Anyone else would probably feel like they've made a huge profit, but I hate being threatened the most. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Xingyu thrust out his halberd. The red-haired woman reacted quickly, slightly swaying her body to dodge the halberd tip. Looks like you're preparing to become a corpse, the red-haired woman shouted, her deep red hair instantly lengthening and dancing without wind, like tentacles swaying. Seeing that their leader had made a move, the other supernatural beings stopped watching and began to surround and attack Jiang Xingyu. The latter's starry saintcloth appeared, and he gripped the silver tiger soul-severing halberd tightly in his hand. He either deflected the incoming strands of hair or thrust out like a snake, using each move with ease, and his footwork was steady and agile. However, even the strongest fists can't fight against 4 hands. Faced with an attack from 5 people and with his teleportation ability restricted, Jiang Xingyu still couldn't avoid getting injured. Nevertheless, he still tried his best to control the pace of the battle, directing the focus of the fight toward the eye patch-wearing man who was watching from a distance. Jiang Xingyu knew that if he didn't deal with the blindfolded man first, he would be defeated sooner or later. But the blindfolded man wasn't stupid. The bounty they received contained comprehensive information about Jiang Xingyu, so he always kept himself at a distance that Jiang Xingyu couldn't reach. Get out of the way, the red-haired woman roared. Her long hair, which had been soft before, suddenly became as hard as steel needles. The 4 people who were engaged in close combat immediately retreated. The next second, steel needle-like strands of hair poured out towards Jiang Xingyu, piercing his body rapidly like a storm. Ding 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 ding. Like the incessant buzzing of metal clashing, grass clippings and sand flew everywhere, and dazzling sparks flickered incessantly in the dust and smoke. After nearly a minute of relentless bombardment, the red-haired woman gave a cold laugh and walked into the smoke and dust. Dust and smoke obscured their vision. Jiang Xingyu's face was covered in mud, his clothes were tattered, and blood was gushing from his wounds. The halberd was driven into the ground, supporting his body. Faced with such a fierce attack, if it weren't for the effect of the water of life, he would probably already be a corpse. Jiang Xingyu knew that the water of life had long been integrated into his blood, and he could no longer absorb it directly like before, so that even if half of his face was cut off, he could recover instantly. Currently, the effect of the water of life is merely that it makes his self-healing ability about twice as high as that of other beings of the same level. We can't delay any longer. If we don't take action soon, I'm afraid we'll never be able to leave this grassland. With that in mind, Jiang Xingyu prepared to spend his victory points. System: when will Little Purple Rice's harem be implemented? 1 hour and a half left. Do we have to wait this long? Jiang Xingyu coughed up blood, frowned, and asked, if we speed things up, how many victory points are needed? 200 points. Give me a discount. Do you know how critical my situation is right now? My price was fixed when I was first manufactured, so there's no discount available, dear. Didn't we get a discount when we signed the contract with Flame Lion? Oh, I said that on purpose for the promotion. Didn't you notice that it always ended up resetting your victory points to 0? Hashtag N $*. I give up. Give me some money, Jiang Xingyu said, clutching his wound and barely suppressing his anger. He's already figured out this pit wall system, he'll just do whatever's infuriating. Victory points minus 200. The binding will be successful in 10 minutes. Please wait patiently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu's lips trembled slightly, his fists hardened, and his knuckles cracked. Facing a gold-level alien and 5 high-level silver-level aliens alone, his proud teleportation ability was restricted, and the usually unreliable system remained unreliable without a doubt. Jiang Xingyu was truly angry that he couldn't escape being tricked by the system even in such a dangerous situation. Wait patiently? I'm about to be beaten to death, and you're telling me to wait patiently? I was talking about speeding up the process, not implementing it outright. It's not my problem. You're really something. Jiang Xingyu was about to be driven crazy by the system, his blood pressure skyrocketed, making his face turn bright red. A surge of anger welled up in his chest, and the veins on Jiang Xingyu's forehead bulged like dragons. His only thought at that moment was to kill the system. But he couldn't do it. He could only let the anger get stuck in his chest, with nowhere to vent his strength. He could only clench his fists tighter and tighter, not even realizing that his nails were digging into his flesh. He felt as if he had returned to a past life when he was bullied, and the grievances he couldn't express and the anger he had nowhere to vent surged into his heart all at once. His eyes gradually filled with rage, and his body emanated a faint black aura. A moment later, Jiang Xingyu said through gritted teeth, "Just because I'm weak and powerless, does that mean thugs can bully me? I am exceptionally talented, so the two prestigious universities can target me? Okay, I'll accept all of this. But why won't you even let me go, even though you have no emotion system?" Jiang Xingyu's emotions grew increasingly agitated. The clarity in his eyes was completely consumed by rage. He flew into a rage, grabbed the red-haired woman by the collar as she stepped into the smoke, and roared at her, "And you tried to sleep with me the moment we met. You threatened me. You threatened to kill me if I didn't do what you wanted. Why? I quit." Nightcutter was pulled out without warning, and the next moment, Jiang Xingyu, his face contorted with rage, swung the blade at the red-haired woman. The blade trembled slightly, accompanied by a crisp hum. This strike, imbued with pent-up resentment, even seemed to shatter the air itself. By the time the red-haired woman reacted, the blade shrouded in black mist was already upon her. The terrifying aura sent chills down her spine, and she could only instinctively raise her hand to defend herself. This slash, fueled by accumulated resentment, cut into flesh and blood, even easily severing the bones of a gold-level alien who were already harder than refined steel. Blood splattered on Jiang Xingyu's face, stained the blade of Yechia's sword, and dripped onto the red grassland. At this moment, wielding a blood-stained Tang sword, he exuded a black aura, resembling a demon from purgatory. The red-haired woman screamed and immediately distanced herself from Jiang Xingyu. Upon seeing her arm, the red-haired woman panicked instantly. Warm blood continued to flow and drip. The incision was shrouded in black mist. No, to be precise, her arm was gradually being swallowed by the black mist. With a ruthless heart, the red-haired woman unleashed a swift slash of her long hair, severing another section of her arm. The severed arm rolled to the ground and turned to ashes moments later. "Die!" the red-haired woman roared, unleashing several strands of hair at once, aiming them at Jiang Xingyu. The latter stared intently at the red-haired woman, gripping his Tang sword tightly. He even swung it, creating afterimages. The sword flashed wildly, dazzling the eye. He could precisely parry every strand of hair that came his way with the blade. Blinding sparks flew everywhere like fireworks exploding, and the crisp, tinkling sound of the blade trembling was incessant. Sand and grass clippings flew everywhere, and an invisible aura spread out, leaving the onlookers in awe. "Come at me all at once. Can't you see the boss isn't getting the upper hand?" the eye-patch-wearing man roared. Just as the group was about to join the battle, they heard a whooshing sound coming from the side. The blindfolded man looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pile of rubble rushing towards him. The rubble, amplified by terrifying kinetic energy, instantly riddled the blindfolded man with holes, much like bullets. "Dare to hurt my husband? Sisters, follow me and we'll bite these sons of bitches to death." The lead flaming lion roared, and the lionesses burst into flames, charging straight at the red-haired woman's men. The monster squad and the red-haired woman's minions were locked in battle, while Jiang Xingyu and the red-haired woman's solo duel officially began. Seeing the blindfolded man fall to the ground and not get up, a smile appeared on Jiang Xingyu's lips. That smile, which should have been sunny, now looked eerily strange under the influence of the dark aura. The red-haired woman's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to make her move, she saw that Jiang Xingyu had already disappeared from her sight. "Hey, you gossip, where are you looking?" As soon as he finished speaking, a black lightning bolt formed a thunder dragon that crashed down from the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the entire battlefield. All living beings within a 10-mile radius, whether human or beast, enemy or ally, felt a deep-seated fear. The red-haired woman suppressed the trembling in her heart, let out a roar, and all her hair twisted and intertwined together, forming a drill-shaped bun, which she used to meet the oncoming thunder dragon head-on. The two forces intertwined, and the surging air currents even lifted the grass. The red-haired woman's feet sank deep into the ground, trembling slightly, and large beads of sweat slid down her face. It was clear that she was struggling to withstand this immense power. She didn't understand why Jiang Xingyu, a silver-level cultivator, could unleash power that could crush gold. Soon, the thunder dragon's power diminished, and the red-haired woman thought she had gained the upper hand in this clash. Before she could feel smug, a strong killing intent appeared behind her. Immediately afterward, her heart, which had been pounding wildly just a second ago, stopped beating completely the next second. Thump, thump. The head, splattered with blood, rolled to the ground, even bouncing a few times, before disappearing completely in a few breaths, turning into a wisp of black smoke that drifted away into the air. The headless corpse knelt before Jiang Xingyu, slowly collapsing to the ground amidst swirling black smoke. During this process, the headless corpse was also swallowed up inch by the black mist, disappearing completely just before touching the ground. A surge of power entered Jiang Xingyu's body, and the hideous wounds were stitched up by the black threads at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ha, this is awesome." Jiang Xingyu laughed wildly, his black aura growing stronger. He carried his Tang sword and walked towards the red-haired woman's men, who were already fending off the attack of the monster squad. "Hey, host, stop it right now. You're in danger right now." Jiang Xingyu seemed to ignore the system's warning, and with a swift stroke, slaughtered all of the red-haired woman's subordinates. The thrill of killing intoxicated him, and the ever-flowing power within him caused him to lose himself. The black aura grew stronger and stronger. He licked his lips and turned his gaze to his monster squad. "Oh no, Little Purple Rice, can you hear me?" Little Purple Rice sensed the change in its owner and was extremely anxious, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, it heard someone calling its name and asked warily, "Who are you? I don't have time to explain to you. You should have already sensed your new ability, right? Quickly forcefully take those flame lions and that long-armed stone ape inside." Just now, Little Purple Rice's attention had been focused on Jiang Xingyu. Now, after being reminded, it carefully sensed the situation and found that it was indeed true. Immediately afterward, with a thought, it stored the flame lions in its harem just as Jiang Xingyu's tang sword was about to strike their heads. In a dreamlike, illusory world, all the beasts looked at Big Brother Little Purple Rice at the same time and asked, "What happened?" The Big Brother shook his head. Clearly, even the Big Brother was completely baffled by the current situation, just as the beasts were at a loss. A semi-transparent Jiang Xingyu suddenly emerged from the ground and walked towards them. The beast's eyes lit up. "Master, let me introduce myself. I am not Jiang Xingyu, I am merely Jiang Xingyu's system." The monsters were completely bewildered. "What is a system? You can think of me as a part of Jiang Xingyu, or an organ of him." The monsters looked wary. "Why should we believe you? Listen to me, if it weren't for it, you would have been killed by your master just now," Little Purple Rice said. "When Jiang Xingyu made a contract with you, didn't you feel a special force connecting you?" The beasts suddenly realized, "So it was you." "No time for small talk, listen up. Your master has lost his mind. I can't explain the specifics to you, but don't worry, I'll tell him in detail once he's sober. All you need to know is that right now, he will kill any living being he sees without hesitation." The beasts were all startled and couldn't help but worry. His ghostly aura is too powerful. As long as he kills living beings, he can obtain stored ghostly energy. This ghostly energy can continuously replenish his strength and heal his wounds, while also greatly enhancing all his attributes. He's now a walking killing machine. I need your help to help him recover. All the beasts nodded with firm eyes. "Come closer to me." Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. "Did you understand?" "Understood," the demon beasts replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Little Purple Rice transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and emerged from Jiang Xingyu's body. After flying a distance away from Jiang Xingyu and releasing the monsters from their harem, Little Purple Rice transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and dashed toward the entrance to the strange ruins. The matter was of utmost importance, and the long-armed stone ape and other demonic beasts dared not slacken their vigilance in the slightest. They immediately followed the system's instructions and split up to take action. Jiang Xingyu paid no attention to them, patted his head, and walked towards the center of the stone forest with a strange smile. The phone slipped out of his pocket and fell to the ground. A few minutes later, it rang. The caller was the most adorable Schwer. Explosions rang out one after another, sending debris flying and dust billowing into the sky. A middle-aged man, his hands clasped over his head, was sent flying backward from the smoke, crashing through a series of boulders. His clothes were tattered from the explosion, and his body was covered in wounds. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, enduring the excruciating pain as if he had been run over by a truck, and said, "Teacher, if this continues." The old man frowned. "Of course I know." After receiving a report from the Demon Realm branch, their 7-person team immediately rushed here. According to the report, a monarch-level monster has appeared in the central stone forest, with its strength estimated to be at the early monarch stage. The old man's strength was at the 3rd level of Annihilation Moon, and his students were also around the level of Devouring Star. They thought they could easily subdue it, but who would have thought that this monster could actually transform into human form? For a demon beast to transform into human form, 2 conditions must be met simultaneously. First, it must reach the monarch level. Second, it must possess a demigod level or higher bloodline. Every demon beast capable of taking human form is an expert among experts. The bloodlines of demonic beasts can be divided into low level, medium level, high level, special level, demigod, and god level. Taking Jiang Xingyu's monster team as an example, Little Purple Rice is at the god level, Long-Armed Stone Ape is at the special level, and Flaming Lion is at the medium level. The bloodline difference between the top 3 classes of demonic beasts is not significant, but the difference between the bottom 3 classes is like heaven and earth. It can be said that, among the early stages of a monarch, a demon beast with demigod-level bloodline can deal with 3 demon beasts with special-grade bloodlines, while a demon beast with god-level bloodline can easily defeat 3 demigod-level demon beasts. However, a strong bloodline is not all good. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the amount of foreign elements it can bear, and the more difficult it is to upgrade. Conversely, the first 3 classes, due to insufficient bloodline strength, are unable to bear enough alien elements, so no matter how hard they try, they cannot break through to the monarch level. That being said, although the old man's side had had more people, it was still incredibly difficult for them to deal with a monarch-level demon beast with demigod-level bloodlines. As if having made up his mind, the old man shouted in a low voice, "Activate the formation." After saying that, the old man suddenly bit his middle finger until it bled. Unlike the slow, continuous bleeding of ordinary people, when an elderly person bleeds, the blood gushes out wildly and becomes a flood. Fresh blood gushed out like a high-pressure water gun. The old man leaped into the air, put his index and middle fingers together, and used a high-pressure water gun to draw a six-pointed star. Upon seeing this, the 6 students immediately took their positions in the six-pointed star of the blood array, surrounding the old man in the center. All 6 people bit their thumbs at the same time, and like the old man, their blood spurted out several meters away. Anyone with knowledge would immediately recognize who they are. Unfortunately, besides the 7 of them, there was only one demonic beast present. However, they don't care about these empty titles. They have always been like this, fighting only to protect the people of China. The group roared and slammed their thumbs down on the ground. With a loud bang, the blood array suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. A tremendous force erupted from the center of the blood array, and a powerful air blast swept across the entire area. This force caused the earth to tremble and cast a bloody shadow over the sky. The red light grew increasingly dazzling. Centered on the blood array, swaths of stone forest were blasted to pieces by this force, and the blast spread outwards in a circular pattern. Faced with such terrifying energy, a blond man with spiky hair slowly emerged from the smoke and dust, seemingly completely unaffected by the power. He stared sharply at the crowd. "I had no intention of getting entangled with you, so why do you insist on opposing me?" The old man sneered. "Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. If we believed your nonsense and let you leave this stone forest, who knows what kind of disaster would result? It seems this matter won't be over until we settle things with a decisive battle." The blond man took off his shirt, let out a low shout, and his whole body shone with a dazzling golden light. In that dazzling golden light, one could almost see the man's figure gradually growing larger. With a loud roar, a huge arm covered in golden fur suddenly shot out from the blinding golden light, punching the old man and the others. Just as the giant fist was about to smash into everyone's heads, the old man uttered a low shout, "Blood God's birth." A crimson beam of light shot into the sky from the center of the blood array, and a crimson phantom suddenly appeared, throwing a powerful punch. The 2 fists collided, and the shockwave hurled debris into the air, while spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly across the earth. As the golden light dissipated, everyone was finally able to see the blond man's true appearance. It was a giant gorilla, 20 meters tall, covered in long golden fur. The old man's already furrowed brows tightened even more now. "It's actually Vedra with a long arm." The old man's student was very shocked. The reason is simple. Even among demonic beasts with the same demigod-level bloodline, there are still differences. Even among the same type of demonic beast, there are differences between individuals. The Tongbi Vedra is undoubtedly one of the best among demigod-level bloodline demon beasts, and the Tongbi Vedra in front of us is undoubtedly one of the best in its kind. The blood-red phantom and the Vedra with the Tongbi sword exchanged several punches, leaving no intact spot in the entire stone forest. Huge pits were everywhere. On the surface, the two were evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. But in reality, the blood-red phantom was gradually being overwhelmed by the Vedra with long arms and was starting to struggle. The blood-red phantom is called the blood god, and the blood array passed down in the old man's family is the medium for summoning the blood god. While the blood god is powerful, it also incurs enormous costs for the summoner. The summoner needs to continuously supply the blood god with blood to maintain its existence. Although the old man and the students both cultivate supernatural abilities related to blood. However, such a large amount of exertion was still somewhat overwhelming for everyone, not to mention that the old man still had old injuries. The blood array may not last much longer. "This time, I'm afraid we are." A middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt down with a thud. "So what? Even if it costs me my old life, I will never let him leave here so easily." The old man's eyes were incredibly firm, as if nothing could shake his will. The old man manipulated the blood-red phantom to fight against Tongbi, but he couldn't subdue it for a long time. Gradually, his students could not bear the burden and collapsed one after another. The old man refused to give up and was about to unleash a punch. The next moment, the old man spat out a mouthful of black blood, knelt on the ground, and the blood-red phantom gradually disappeared. The Vajra with the Tongbi arm knew its chance had come. It wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and raised its right fist, which was flashing with dazzling golden light. A huge fist came down from above, and the gust of wind from the punch made the old man's white beard fly wildly. He glanced at the students lying prostrate all around him, then with a wave of his arm, an invisible wave of air blew the students away into the distance. He then clasped his hands together and muttered incomprehensible incantations. This is a skill that the old man figured out himself, also known as a self-created combat technique. The only use of this combat technique is to deliver the final blow to the enemy when you are about to die. At this moment, all the strange elements in the old man's body were converging at the source of the strange energy, and his body was like a bomb. As long as the Vajra Tongbi lands its punch on the old man, he will release all the power he has accumulated in his body. Without a doubt, the old man will explode and die, while the Vidra with the Tongbi arm will at least lose an arm. Come on, this is my last big gift to you. The terrifying and violent fist pressure left a fist imprint on the ground even before it touched the old man. The old man slowly closed his eyes. He could feel that the huge fist was less than a decimeter away from his head, but in those last 10 decimeters, the giant fist couldn't land for a long time, and even the pressure of the fist disappeared in an instant. It's the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The old man hurriedly opened his eyes, only to find that the Vidra's attention was no longer on him. Following its gaze, the old man saw a handsome young man emanating black smoke suddenly leap out of the smoke, raise his knife and slash at the Vidra, only to be blasted away by the latter's punch. But a few seconds later, the young man reappeared in front of the Vidra with a single punch and was sent flying again. The old man hurriedly activated his mental detection, but the next second he froze. This young man, who was able to get up after taking 2 punches from a monarch-level Vidra armor, was only at the 6th level of silver. He had never seen such a resilient silver-level opponent before. He even thought there was something wrong with his own mind, causing his mental strength detection to malfunction. Even the Vidra arm was stunned. It was very confident in its own power, and could easily kill a great demon-level monster with a single punch. The silver-level youth in front of him had withstood 2 of his punches and was still able to move. Jiang Xingyu, who had climbed out of the pit, twisted his neck, straightened his twisted arm, picked up his tang sword, and charged out once again. The great armored Vidra was also deeply shocked by his resilience and turned all his attention to Jiang Xingyu. And so the loud, booming sounds of impact continued to echo through the stone forest. The old man had never seen anything like this in his life. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground, but being a man who had seen it all, he quickly recovered from his initial shock, took out a small red pill from his pocket and put it in his mouth, gave Jiang Xingyu a deep look, and murmured, "Young friend, although I don't know who you are, thank you anyway." After saying that, he closed his eyes, recuperated, and seized the opportunity to try to heal his injuries. If Jiang Xingyu can hold on until he fully absorbs the pill, things might take a turn for the better. On the other hand, although Jiang Xingyu was constantly on the defensive and being relentlessly attacked by the Tongbi Vidra, his injuries always healed in the blink of an eye thanks to the ghostly energy. For a time, the mighty monarch-level demon beast and a silver-level alien were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Jiang Xingyu's level was still too low, and his ghost energy could not be replenished. As time went by, the ghostly aura surrounding Jiang Xingyu gradually diminished. He teleported to the front of the Vidra with a raised tang sword, while the latter clenched his right fist, golden light flashing continuously. The old man's injuries had healed somewhat, and he hid in the shadows to gather his strength. Just before the tang sword clashed with the iron fist, a woman's voice, filled with anxiety and shock, rang out, "Xingyu." The two people and the beast looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. With a loud bang, Jiang Xingyu, covered in blood, was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Su Mengxue leaped off the long-armed stone ape's shoulder and ran towards Jiang Xingyu with all her might. The old man and the Vidra with long arms were both stunned. With an excited expression, Tongbi Jingang jumped and landed steadily in front of Xiaozini. Then, she grabbed little purple rice and the long-armed stone ape beside her, holding it tightly in her arms, a tear sliding down her cheek. "Son, Dad missed you so much." The long-armed stone ape was desperately slapping at the long-armed Vidra, not recognizing the creature in front of it that was nearly 10 times its size and covered in golden fur. Also, it was almost strangled to death. Little purple rice was stunned. "You're the monkey's father?" Only then did the Vidra Tongbi notice little purple rice, and was immediately startled. "It's actually the purple lightning king beast." It gently placed its son on the ground, and his size returned to normal, about 2 meters. "Yes, it's been almost a month since we separated." After saying that, it hugged the long-armed stone ape tightly again, but the latter stretched out his hands and tried his best to push her away. The Vidra with long arms sensed his son's resistance and asked in confusion, "Son, what's wrong?" "It seems to have lost its memory." "Amnesia? Could it be?" Tongbi Jingang muttered to himself, lost in memories. The game that it and its son like to play most often is to have the sun stand in its palm, toss it high into the air, catch it, and toss it high again. That day, it brought its son to this stone forest. With nothing else to do, the father and son started playing the game again. As usual, it placed its son in its palm. Just as it tossed him up, it inexplicably sneezed. By the time it realized what was happening, its son had already disappeared. It searched for a long time near the stone forest, but could not find any trace of its son. But it cannot leave the stone forest, fearing that its son will not be able to find his father when he returns. So it stays in the stone forest, waiting for its son. One day, a fiery lion came to the stone forest, and the child smelled the scent of its own offspring on the fiery lion. It was very excited and ran up to the flame lion, wanting to ask it about its child. Who would have thought that the fiery lion would bristle at the sight of it and start fighting without a word? Later, the fiery lion ran away, and it lost news of its cub once again. With no other option, it could only continue to wait in the stone forest. Until yesterday, it finally couldn't resist and risked going to search the outskirts of the strange ruins for a while, but returned empty-handed. Then today, unsurprisingly, they encountered the old man and others. It explained to them that it would leave once it found its son, but the old man did not believe it. Just as the old man said, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. No one can guarantee that the Vajra armor won't go out and cause trouble. Then they started fighting again after arguing over something. After hearing the recollections of the Vajra of the Tombi, Little Purple Rice was completely numb. Could it get any more dramatic? I see. Since you are the monkey's father, then we are no longer enemies. As for its amnesia, go and talk to our master about it. Upon hearing this, the Vajra with long arms was taken aback again. Your master? Little Purple Rice nodded. Yes, that's the guy you just knocked away. Monkey and I are his contracted beasts. We are too, the lionesses said as they came over. Upon hearing this, the Vajra with long arms was completely stunned. Its bizarre resilience far surpasses the attack power of its peers. It possesses divine beast-level monsters as contracted beasts, and even has multiple contracted beasts simultaneously. Is this really something a human could do? Thinking of this, the Vajra with long arms transformed into human form and walked towards the direction where Jiang Xingyu and the others were. Seeing that the Vajra had lost its will to fight, the old man stopped paying attention to it and went to Jiang Xingyu's side immediately, stuffing a pill into his mouth. Seeing the Vajra with long arms approaching him, the old man immediately became alert, ready to escape with the two of them at any moment. I have found the child. Please believe me, I don't want to fight anymore, and I will never think of going to the outer reaches of the other world again. After saying that, the Vajra with long arms pointed at Jiang Xingyu and said, I just want to talk to him. The old man frowned slightly, glanced at Jiang Xingyu lying in Su Mengxua's arms, and then stopped speaking. Although his body was covered in blood, Jiang Xingyu was not seriously injured. Or rather, his injuries had already been healed by the ghostly energy. Furthermore, as the wounds healed, the last trace of ghostly energy within his body was also completely exhausted. In other words, he has now regained his senses and is physically fine. The reason he was still lying in Su Mengxua's arms was simply because he hadn't fully recovered from the previous exertion. Of course, that's not all. After all, Su Mengxua's arms are fragrant and warm, and you can look at and play with those two bouncy collision balls when you have nothing to do. Tell me, which man wouldn't like that? Seeing the old man looking at him, seemingly seeking his opinion, Jiang Xingyu couldn't continue lying there. He did a somersault and, with a crack, fell to the ground. Su Mengxua quickly helped him up, rubbing his back, and asked with concern, Are you hurt? Jiang Xingyu looked slightly embarrassed and gave an awkward laugh. It's nothing, I just forgot I was still a bit weak. After saying that, he found a rock to sit on and stared at the Vajra armored warrior, saying, What do you want to talk to me about? Tombi glanced at the old man, then at Su Mengxua, and then stared at Jiang Xingyu's face without saying a word. Jiang Xingyu understood, lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, Schwer, why don't you and this senior excuse yourselves for a moment? But you, Su Mengxua said, her brows furrowed. It's okay, trust me. Come on, Xiaoxua, Grandpa Ding hasn't seen you for many years. It's a good opportunity to catch up with you. The old man smiled and patted Su Mengxua's head. Oh, okay. After Su Mengxua reluctantly followed the old man away, the Vajra with long arms finally spoke. May I ask who you are? Jiang Xingyu had a faint smile on his lips as he casually picked up a pebble and played with it in his hand. Me? I'm just a college student passing through. That's true. You're so extraordinary, you must have your own secrets. I'm not the kind of demon who likes to pry into other people's secrets. But there's one thing I need to ask clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Vajra with long arms expression turned very serious. I won't delve into why you can contract so many demonic beasts, but I want to know, how do you bring them back to human society? Jiang Xingyu smiled faintly and snapped his fingers casually. The flaming lion and the long-armed stone ape vanished instantly, leaving only Little Purple Rice, long-armed Vajra, and Jiang Xingyu in the arena. The Vajra with the Tombi widened its eyes in shock. Having lived for so long, it had never seen anything so miraculous. Where did they all go? You don't need to worry once you're in my space. Seeing this, the Vajra with long arms seemed to have finally made up its mind, nodding to itself and saying, My son has become your contracted beast. This is an established fact, and no matter how strong I am, this will never change. I know you will be leaving here soon, so I agree to let you take the child. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was somewhat taken aback. I thought you would ask me to terminate the contract with your son. If you were just an ordinary human youth, I would definitely ask you to break the contract with it. Although I don't enjoy fighting, if the time comes, I will not hesitate to use even the most ruthless methods. After saying that, Tombi Jingang touched the scar on his left shoulder that Jiang Xingyu had slashed at, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. But you're different. You're different from everyone else I've ever met. If the signing of an agreement between the demon race and the human race is a gamble, then you are the only one worth betting on. Jiang Xing wore a warm smile. I can't guarantee how high my future achievements will be, but I can be sure that I will treat my contracted beasts as family. After saying that, he stood up and dusted himself off. Alright, Schwer and the others should be waiting for me to return. If there's nothing else, I'll head head out first. With his back to the Vajra, Jiang Xingyu had just taken a step when its voice came from behind him again. My bet isn't just about my son. I'll wait here. When you're strong enough to form a contract with me, come find me here. After saying that, the Vajra with long arms laughed. I want to see with my own eyes just how far you can go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu turned around and saw that Tongbi Jing'an's eyes were somewhat moist. You're actually reluctant to be separated from your son, aren't you? Of course, but there's nothing we can do about it. Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly. Since you have the idea of joining me, there's no time like the present. Why don't you leave here with me? The Vajra with the Thongbai, a type of magical arm, has a "you're kidding me" expression on its face. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. I'm cheating. For a moment, the Vajra with tight arms suddenly doubted whether his decision was correct. I'm serious. Think about it carefully. I've already managed to cheat by contracting multiple demonic beasts at the same time, so what's wrong with contracting a demonic beast whose level is a few billion higher than mine? Really? Tongbi Jingang asked, still somewhat incredulous. Absolutely true. After activating his ghostly aura, Jiang Xingyu practically fought his way to the central stone forest. At this point, his victory points had exceeded 10,000. System, how many victory points are needed to contract the Vajra armor? I have no idea. 100000. Given the fact that I caused the host to go berserk before, this system sincerely apologizes. This time, with tears in my eyes, I'm offering a 90% discount, requiring only 10,000 victory points. Jiang Xingyu stated that he had figured out the system's behavior. Whenever victory points were involved, the system's credibility would turn negative. He was too lazy to argue with the system, lest he get so angry that he would lose his temper again. Stop talking nonsense, get to the contract. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu walked up to the Vajra with his index and middle fingers together and lightly touched the Vajra's forehead. In an instant, golden light scattered, and specks of golden light enveloped the Vajra armor and Jiang Xingyu. A powerful force flowed into Jiang Xingyu's limbs and bones, making him feel refreshed and invigorated. The Vajra Madra with a long arm. When the host fights alongside the Vajra of the Tongbi, both their strength attributes increase by 200%. Wow, you can do that too. If I build an army of demonic beasts in the future, wouldn't I be able to take them down with a single punch, making me invincible? Host, anything can happen in dreams. Only demonic beasts capable of taking human form, monarch-level strength, demigod-level bloodline, can provide the bonus. Additionally, while you can provide buffs to monsters simultaneously, you can only benefit from the buff that provides the highest boost to you. The Vajra with its long arms also felt this power and couldn't help but get excited. It was true that it hadn't misjudged the person. Once the contracted beast or its master reaches the Annihilation Moon Realm, both will receive a bonus. This bonus is called the Seal of Contract. The higher the talents of both parties, the stronger the Seal of Contract becomes. The seals of the contract are divided into 4 levels from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The contract seal between Jiang Xingyu and Tongbi Jingang is the strongest gold color. Upon learning that he had obtained the strongest golden contract seal, Jiang Xingyu was overjoyed and looked at the equally excited Tongbi Vajra, asking, "Do you have a name?" After a moment's thought, Tongbi Jingang nodded and said, "It does have a name, but it's not usually used." Or, "Could you give me a new name?" Jiang Xingyu thought the suggestion was good and, after a moment's thought, said, "Let's call him Kakarot." Kakarot? Yes, to be honest, whether you transform into human form or your original beast form, you look like a super scion. That's why I gave you this name. What do you think? The Vajra with long arms touched his nose and burst into laughter. I don't care. If you think it's good, then use this name. After all, you are my master now. Okay, then you'll be called Kakarot from now on. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu snapped his fingers and said, "Let's go, we're getting ready to head back." Kakarot was also added to the harem, and Jiang Xingyu was in a great mood, calling out to Xiaozini. The latter immediately transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and entered his alien source. Jiang Xingyu stretched and walked towards the outside of the stone forest, towards Su Mengxue and the old man. A few minutes later, he found Su Mengxue and the others. "Shuer, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue immediately jumped up, searched Jiang Xingyu's body to make sure he wasn't missing any parts, and then tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Upon seeing the newcomers, the old man and his students gathered around. "Xiaoyu, you don't mind being called that, do you?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at the two of them. Feeling the soft, warm body in his arms, Jiang Xingyu felt even better and said with a faint smile, "Of course, you can call me whatever you like, senior." The old man nodded and asked, "Xiaoyu, what about that Vajra with a long arm? It's already left with its son." "Don't worry, it won't come out again," Jiang Xingyu casually made up. The old man was half believing, half doubting, but still had a faint smile on his face. The young man before them seemed shrouded in mystery, making him difficult to see clearly. Why does he possess such bizarre power? Why did the son of a monarch-level demon beast carry Su Mengxue to him? Why does the Vajra with long arms specifically want to talk to him? The old man had too many questions about Jiang Xingyu, but he knew that Jiang Xingyu wouldn't tell him, so he decided decided not to ask. Everyone has their own adventures. I don't care about what happened before, and I have no reason to do so. After all, you saved my life. The old man then changed his tone, his expression becoming slightly serious. Even so, if one day in the future you use that power to cause trouble in China, I will personally end your life first, and then atone with my own death. Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue left Jiang Xingyu's embrace and gently patted the old man's shoulder with her small hand. Grandpa Lu, what are you saying? Xingyu would never do such a thing. Lu Diju's composure crumbled instantly, his serious expression vanishing in a flash. He looked severely injured, clutching his shoulder, and said, Good, my girl has grown up. She actually attacked and seriously injured this 80-year-old man for a man she's only known for a short time. Seeing this, Lu Diju's students were already used to it. This old guy was the type who could only be serious for 2 seconds. Especially when he's with the Su family, he's a real old rascal. However, in front of students, one must still maintain a dignified image as a teacher. Seeing the students staring at him, Lu Diju immediately straightened his back, cleared his throat, and said, Alright, these topics are a bit heavy. How about we talk about something else? As if he had just thought of something, Lu Diju said with a faint smile, Oh, right, I heard before that Xiaoxue has a boyfriend. When I asked her if he was you, she didn't admit it. No problem, I'm definitely not her boyfriend, Jiang Xingyu said matter-of-factly. Ha, no way. Lu Diju's small eyes were filled with great confusion. In his memory, Su Mengxue had always been a girl who was not interested in men. Apart from the male elders in her family, she would not pay attention to anyone else. But now that she has a boyfriend, isn't it a bit too open to be so intimate with other men? Seeing that Lu Diju's gaze was becoming increasingly strange, Jiang Xingyu explained, Shuer and I have long since crossed the line from boyfriend to girlfriend. She is now my fiancé. Fiancé? Lu Diju's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but ask, So, you've gained Yao Chen's approval? Of course, my dad and mom love Xingyu, Su Mengxue said proudly, her head held high and her hands on her hips. Upon hearing this, Lu Diju was both shocked and completely relieved. Lu Diju knew very well how much the old squad leader's son doted on Su Mengxue. Since even he approved of Jiang Xingyu, there was nothing to worry about. Oh, right, I haven't introduced this Grandpa Lu to you yet. Jiang Xingyu nodded slowly. This Grandpa Lu's name is Lu Diju. He was a soldier under my grandfather's command. When my grandfather was still alive, he often came to our house to play. Later, my grandfather passed away, and Grandpa Lu was transferred to work in another place, so we had less contact with each other. I never expected to run into you here today. After saying this, Su Mengxue smiled softly. It was naturally a joy to reunite with an old friend. Lu Diju was equally pleased, and looking at Su Mengxue, who had grown into a graceful young woman, he said, Although your father approves of him, Grandpa Lu still wants to keep an eye on things for you. Let's go to the military headquarters and talk. Nodding, Jiang Xingyu gently took Su Mengxue's hand, and the three of them chatted as they walked out of the strange ruins. The students looked at each other in bewilderment. If they were seriously injured, Lu Diju would immediately give them the recovery pills he had made. But now, Lu Diju is only focused on chatting with Jiang Xingyu and the other person, and is even ignoring them completely. There's no love left, my heart is weary. These men, though only just entering middle age, now resembled frail old people, their faces haggard and their bodies riddled with injuries and illnesses. After exchanging glances for a moment, they could only limp and catch up with the three people in front of them. Brother Lang, tell me, who is this woman? The girl screamed, her face flushed red, with tears streaming down her cheeks. A heavily made-up woman dressed sexily subtly tightened her grip on the young man's arm beside her. Xiaoxin, who is this girl? Why does she call you language? Zhang Cheng frowned slightly, pinched the woman's slender waist, and comforted her, Sister Ling, don't misunderstand. You know I only love you. This girl has probably mistaken you for someone else. Just as Zhang Qing was comforting the glamorous woman, the girl arrived beside them and slapped the glamorous woman across the face. How dare you steal my boyfriend? Seeing this, Zhang Qing cursed under his breath and shoved the girl to the ground. I already told you I don't know you, and I don't know who this language you're talking about is. My name is Zhou Xingxin. Zhou Xingxin, do you understand? Passers-by could smell the aroma of the big melon from afar and gathered around. Enjoying a watermelon after get-off work makes life wonderful. However, Zhang Cheng's mood is far from pleasant right now. Hey, if you don't know someone, why did you push them? What do you know? Didn't you see that it was that little slut who hit this handsome young man's girlfriend first? As more and more people gathered around, Zhang Cheng had no choice but to help the girl up and offer a half-hearted apology. I'm sorry, little sister. After saying that, he secretly slipped a card into the girl's hand. He whispered in her ear, that's enough for you to find a bunch of high-quality gigolos, so please stop bothering me, okay? The card was given, the words were spoken, and I thought the matter was over. To everyone's surprise, the girl not only didn't give up, but also snapped the bank card in two. I don't want your money, I just want you to love me properly, only me. The girl threw away the bank card that had been broken in two, wiping away tears with her hands. TSK, I see now. This guy is a total scumbag. He just said he didn't know her, and the next second he was handing her his bank card. What What a pity, such a pretty young girl has run into someone like this. The older woman shook her head inside. Before she could finish speaking, the older woman retorted dismissively, you think you know everything? Which eye of yours saw this handsome young man hand the card to that girl? Don't make wild guesses, okay? Auntie A is quite a celebrity in her neighborhood. Putting aside everything else, she's a master at cursing, known as the queen of sharp-tongued criticism. A master of witty comebacks cannot tolerate being ridiculed. Auntie A immediately became furious, hanging the vegetable bag on her arm, rolling up her sleeves, and pointing at Auntie B. Oh my, you wouldn't happen to have your eye on this scumbag, would you? TSK, at your age, you're still dressed so sexily, the world is going to the dogs. Why don't you get yourself a sexy outfit and see if you can have a one-night stand with him? Hey, you son of a bitch, are you deliberately trying to mess with me? I'll settle this with you today. Now things have gotten really interesting. Even passers-by started arguing, and the surrounding area was bustling with noise. Under the gaze of so many eyes, the glamorous woman blushed and released Zhang Qing's arm. Excuse me, I must go now. With that, she quickly squeezed her way out of the crowd. Cursing inwardly, Zhang Qing had no choice but to unleash his silver-level anomalous aura. An immense pressure was exerted on those around them, causing the onlookers to experience difficulty breathing, dizziness, and fear. The environment finally quieted down. Zhang Qing's face turned bright red. He suddenly grabbed the girl's hair, making her wince in pain. Ignoring the girl's feelings, Zhang Qing grabbed her hair and forced her to look around. Look, all these people were attracted here by you. Now you're famous, are you happy? I didn't. Brother Lang, what did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? The girl didn't struggle, letting him pull her hair, just crying incessantly. She hoped her tears would elicit a sliver of pity from Zhang Qing. That way, perhaps he wouldn't leave her. A heavy slap landed on the girl's face. You slut, don't pretend to be innocent. I feel disgusted just looking at you. With that, Zhang Qing spat and turned to leave. To celebrate Zhang Xingyu's feat of upgrading to Silver Tier 6 within 3 days, the Huaw team members took advantage of the last afternoon before the competition to have a team-building activity. As soon as they arrived near the restaurant, Zhang Qing, with a gloomy expression, squeezed out from the crowd not far away. Suman asked with some confusion, isn't that Zhang Qing? What's he doing here? Then, he turned to Zhang Xingyu and suggested, there are a lot of people over there, should we go take a look? Zhang Xingyu glanced at Su Mengxue and saw that she seemed quite interested as well. Okay, let's go take a look. Zhang Xingyu nodded lightly. Then, the group was kept outside the crowd. Suman is not tall, and there were so many onlookers that even after jumping as hard as she could, she still couldn't see inside. Man, why don't you ride on my shoulders? Looking at those two beautiful legs as smooth as white jade, Yi Tian secretly swallowed and immediately started to act. Idiot, there are so many people here. We're not little kids anymore. Riding horses or anything like that is too embarrassing. This riding horses or doing that sounds like a Chongqing dialect expression. You can search it on Baidu if you don't understand. There are pictures. Suman's face turned bright red, and she hurriedly reached out her small hand to stop Yi Tian's head from burrowing under her skirt. It's okay, you don't need to care about my thoughts at all. I don't care at all. As he spoke, Yi Tian increased his strength and successfully broke through the small hand's blockade. Beneath the pleated skirt, it's as if another world has opened up. Yi Tian raised his eyes slightly and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Girls are such adorable creatures. Even though they're already grown up, they still love wearing underwear with Hello Kitty printed on it. Fearing he might not be able to control the gun later, Yi Tian stopped thinking about it, suddenly raised his head, and used his strength in his feet and waist to stand up in one go. The next moment, an incredibly soft and warm touch came from Hello Kitty. The feeling was incredibly mysterious, like a young girl with lips as delicate as flower petals kissing one's neck. At the same time, a faint, virginal fragrance slowly entered his nostrils and was inhaled into his lungs. Suddenly, a firework bloomed in Yi Tian's heart, making his whole heart radiant. As for Su Man, her feelings weren't so pleasant. Her feet suddenly left the ground, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Her slender yet voluptuous legs tightly gripped Yi Tian's neck. Her small hands were also grasping haphazardly. If Yi Tian hadn't had a buzz cut, she probably would have ripped his head bald. And Su Man's small face, if she walked on the street, could stop vehicles from passing. Su Mengxue, who hadn't yet squeezed in, happened to see this scene. She couldn't help but gently tug at Zhang Xingyu's sleeve and say, how come their relationship has become so good? I don't know, but it seems like Su Man was forced to ride on him. After saying that, Zhang Xingyu changed the subject and chuckled. By the way, don't you want to try? This is too low class, completely boring. Next time we'll try something more challenging. With that, she blushed and pulled Zhang Xingyu through the crowd to the center. In her original form, Su Mengxue is quite shy, and even in front of Zhang Xingyu, she is slightly more aloof than in her other forms. If Su Mengxue were in her Yandura or nine-tailed fox form, she would probably have already climbed onto Zhang Xingyu's shoulder and sat there. With Zhang Xingyu there was no need to squeeze in. He picked up Su Mengxue horizontally and teleported to the center of the crowd. Looking at the girl lying on the ground, covering her swollen face and crying bitterly, bitterly. Su Mengxue thought carefully for a moment and said, "Hey, isn't this the girl we met at the mall entrance the day you went to the other world? I remember she seemed to have fallen down, and Zhang Qing helped her up." "That's right, I remember this girl too." Zhang Xingyu nodded, and after a moment's thought, continued, "I saw Zhang Qing leave angrily just now, so it must be related to this girl." At this moment, Yi Tian also squeezed in, carrying Su Man on his back. Her face was still flushed, and because of the cold weather, wisps of white vapor could even be seen floating from her head. She patted Yi Tian's head and said softly, "Okay, put me down now." After getting off Yi Tian's shoulder, Su Man helped the girl sit up and used her supernatural abilities to heal her. Soon, the girl's swollen cheeks returned to normal. Seeing this, Zhang Xingyu walked up to the girl and said calmly, "Was it Zhang Cheng who hit her?" When the girl saw Zhang Xingyu, she felt her heart stop beating. She had never seen such a handsome man before. Seeing the girl standing there speechless, Zhang Xingyu squatted down and asked again, "Was it Zhang Cheng who hit you?" Oh, who is Zhang Cheng?" The girl suddenly came to her senses, as if she understood something. "The Zhang Qing you're talking about, is it the otherworldly being who left just now? Besides Zhang Qing, were there any other unusual people in the crowd just now?" Zhang Xingyu nodded. "Yeah, don't you know his name is Zhang Cheng?" The girl finally realized she had been deceived. "He kept telling me his name was Wang Lang. So, why did he hit you?" "I don't know either," the girl said, her eyes reddening and her voice choked with emotion. "He hit me so hard, I have no strength left. Can you carry me on your back, brother?" As she spoke, the girl reached out to hug Zhang Xingyu. Just then, a familiar voice entered Zhang Xingyu's ears. "I know." A familiar voice reached his ears, and the next second, Zhang Xingyu's figure had disappeared from the spot. The girl who was about to hug Zhang Xingyu ended up missing. The girl's movements naturally did not escape Su Mengshue's notice. "No need to trouble my husband, I'll carry you on my back later," Su Mengxue said stiffly, emphasizing the word husband. Teleport. Zhang Xingyu, who had just arrived outside the crowd, looked around and quickly located the owner of the voice. "It's you again?" A few meters away from Zhang Xingyu, Morong Shang, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses, stood under a bare tree, gazing at him silently. Zhang Xingyu was puzzled and couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking. This guy was the one who told me last time that the league had been rigged, and now he's suddenly popped up again. What, is there a rule that says I can't be here? Morong Shang curled his lip and said disdainfully. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xingyu frowned slightly and said, "You wouldn't be following me because I'm handsome, would you?" Morong Shang's lips twitched, and he silently complained to himself, "I'm not stalking you, stop being so narcissistic." Not wanting to stray from the topic, Morong Shang quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, do you want to know why Zhang Cheng hit that girl?" "It's alright, I'm not really interested." "Really?" Morong Shang asked tentatively. "Say it or don't, this matter doesn't really concern me. I'm not so idle as to meddle in the affairs of a stranger." With that, Zhang Xingyu turned and left. He clicked his tongue and said calmly, "What if I said this matter is related to you?" "Oh, then tell me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyu stopped and turned to look at Morong Shang. "How much do you know about Zhang Cheng? Rich, good-looking, and academically excellent?" Zhang Xingyu replied expressionlessly, "Hey, you should know that what's shown in the data is only what's on the surface." "Okay, you can continue." Zhang Xingyu nodded. "As far as I know, Zhang Cheng is quite lecherous and goes to hotels with different women every week. But he had a principle, he would only sleep with virgins. Unfortunately, the girl who was beaten was not a virgin, so he's just a heartless scumbag who plays with people's feelings." "But what does that have to do with me?" Zhang Xingyu asked, puzzled. "No matter how much people hate a scumbag, he can't just go out on the street and punch every scumbag he sees. After all, it's a matter of mutual consent and doesn't break the law." Morong Shang narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, "If that's all there is to it, then it certainly has nothing to do with you. But what if I told you that the girl is Tan Xingtai's long-lost daughter?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyu's pupils contracted slightly. He paused, then questioned, "If she really is Brother Tai's daughter, shouldn't we go and tell Brother Tai?" "The relationship here is too complicated for me to explain to you in a short time. As things stand, I cannot explain it to you for the time being. However, I can give you some warnings." After a pause, Morong Shang tossed his hair and said, "You must have noticed that this martial arts league appears calm on the surface, but there are undercurrents running deep. Do you know who your real enemy is?" "The real enemy?" Zhang Xingyu fell into deep thought. "That's all I have to say. Figure out the rest yourself." Having said that, Morong Shang turned to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, saying without turning his head, "Oh, by the way, don't let Tan Shengtai know about his daughter for now. If he finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable." After saying that, he didn't stop and quickly disappeared around the street corner. Zhang Xingyu frowned, carefully recalling what Morong Shang had said. "The real enemy? It seems we can no longer view the Wuhan University League from the perspective of ordinary participants." He only stopped thinking when the onlookers began to disperse. Teleport. Zhang Xingyu arrived in front of Su Mengxue and the others. He looked around but did not see the girl. "She has already left." Su Mengxue stared at Zhang Xingyu with a slightly slightly unfriendly look in her eyes. She's already left? Did you get her contact information? Jiang Xingyu asked subconsciously, gazing into the distance. Suddenly feeling a tightening around his waist, Jiang Xingyu looked down in confusion and met a slightly puffed-up face. Is Shuai jealous? Jiang Xingyu immediately realized what was happening, pulled Su Mengxue into his arms, and whispered, Shuai, it's not what you think. You know I only love you. Su Mengxue knew, of course, that she was just being temperamental. She hugged Jiang Xingyu tightly, and after a moment she said in a muffled voice, she wanted your contact information, but I didn't agree. I only gave her mine. As long as we can contact her in a critical moment, that's fine. Let's go to the restaurant for dinner first. After saying that, the group headed towards the restaurant they had booked. The moon hid behind the clouds, peeking out half its face and calmly surveying the city known as the Magic City. Even in this most prosperous city in China, there are still old neighborhoods. The narrow alleyway appeared even more desolate under the cool moonlight. Thud, thud. Slow, heavy footsteps echoed through the alley. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and an unremarkable middle-aged man smiled and welcomed the girl into the room. Shaolan, hurry up and recite the blessing. His Holiness the Bishop is already on the altar. The girl's crying and fussing expression in front of Zhang Qing was gone. Her delicate face was now numb, but her eyes held a hint of fanaticism as she skillfully climbed down the ladder. After going down the ladder, we walked through a passage that wasn't very long. The surroundings suddenly opened up. This was a huge circular space, with several massive golden stone pillars bearing the pressure from the ground. The ground was flat and wide, and apart from a few huge portraits of young girls, there were not many other furnishings, making it resemble an underground plaza. At the very center of the square is a circular platform with a diameter of several tens of meters. Around the high platform were hundreds of naked girls, who were quietly prostrate on the ground. I know. On the high platform was a large bed, and on the bed lay a girl with tears streaming down her face and her eyes covered. Beside her stood a tall, imposing man in black, whose features were obscured. He raised his hands high and said loudly, Today, the day of the Holy Maiden's arrival is one step closer. Servants, celebrate. Sing hymns of blessing. Upon hearing the voice of the man in black, the girls who were prostrate on the ground straightened up, clasped their hands in front of their chests, closed their eyes, and muttered incantations. With your fallen petals, may my Lord be born. With your fallen petals, may my Lord be born. The beautiful voices of the girls echoed in the empty underground plaza, like the thunderous shouts of soldiers at the start of a war. In that vast battlefield, amidst the exhilarating blessings, the man in black gave a wicked smile and began his cultivation. The bottle stopper blocking the bottle opening was suddenly pulled out, and a mixture of vibrant white viscous fluid and pale red blood flowed out of the bottle. Exhausted, the girl fainted. At the same time, a dark red mark slowly appeared on her lower abdomen, emitting a faint glow. The man in black frowned and slowly walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the girls who were now quietly prostrate on the ground. Today's ceremony is over. You can all go back to your bedrooms. After saying that, he looked at a corner of the square. The man immediately noticed his gaze, leaped onto the platform, and bowed slightly as he addressed the leader. When she wakes up, bring her to paradise. This kind of trash is only fit to be used as a tool for venting. Be more discerning next time. I'm not one to tolerate just any ugly or deformed thing. After a moment's thought, the man's expression stiffened slightly as he said, Master, the Otherworld Pavilion has been cracking down hard lately, so perhaps we. So what if they're investigating so strictly? The mysterious man tilted his head slightly to look at the man, his words devoid of any warmth. Long Air and the others are really envious of your job. Upon hearing this, the man immediately stood up straight and said confidently, We will definitely find the best maiden for His Excellency the Bishop. The man in black snorted disdainfully, slowly walked down from the platform, and was the first to leave the underground plaza. After he left, the girl on the bed, who had already fainted, gently clenched her fists. She clenched her teeth, cursing the man in black in her heart. You scumbag, your good days are over. After practicing, the man in black felt as if he had become several years younger, and his whole being was full of energy. After leaving the dilapidated neighborhood, the man in black had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, glanced at a spot diagonally behind him, and a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. The next second, the man in black vanished from the spot. Sorry, I lost them again. The young man hiding in the corner touched the miniature communicator in his left ear, his expression a mixture of hatred and helplessness. You should come back first. That guy's abilities are indeed quite difficult to deal with. After the young man left, the man in black suddenly reappeared on the same spot. It turns out he had never left, he had simply gone into stealth mode. Do you really think I don't know you're from the military? Murong Shang? After muttering something to himself, the man in black turned around and went back to the dilapidated street, heading towards the small hill on the left. Reaching an inconspicuous stone wall, the man in black gently tapped it 3 times. The next second, the stone wall moved to one side with a loud rumble. A cave suddenly appeared in front of the man in black. Without hesitation, he decisively walked in. After walking a few steps, they reached the deepest part of the cave. The man in black placed his hand on the cave wall, and after a moment, the cave wall suddenly disappeared, revealing a very spacious space inside the hill. Looking around, there were also girls who weren't naked, but they were different from the girls in the underground plaza. The girls here were covered in wounds, disheveled, and bound with ropes like livestock. This place was filled with an indescribable fishy and pungent smell. The girls' cries and the cracking of whips echoed in my ears. This is the paradise that the people in black mentioned. The man in black was already used to the situation. He squinted his eyes and listened to the girls' screams with a look of enjoyment. To him, these sounds were like the most beautiful music in the world. After pausing for a moment, the man in black walked up to a burly man who was wielding a long whip. Upon seeing the man in black approach, the burly man immediately stopped what he was doing and bent down slightly. The man in black didn't speak, but took the long whip from the burly man's hand and swung it fiercely. With a screech of air being cut, the long whip lashed fiercely at the girl's delicate body. The screams grew louder and louder. After a few minutes, the man in black seemed to be satisfied and returned the whip to the burly man. "See that? This is how you hit someone." After saying this, the man in black lightly patted the burly man's shoulder and continued walking towards the center of the paradise. In the center stood a cylindrical building. The man in black expertly boarded the private elevator that led directly to the top floor. The top floor is a conference room. Pushing open the door, there were already about 10 people standing properly inside. They stood on either side of the conference table, awaiting the arrival of the cult leader. As the door was pushed open, everyone shouted in unison, "Master!" After entering the conference room, the man in black nodded, took off his outer garment, and revealed his true face. This perverted man in black was actually Huang Bin, the vice principal of Jingwu School. At the same time, he also has another identity, the leader of the cult Holy Maiden Blood Alliance. Huang Bin calmly walked to the only chair in the conference room and sat down. "It's rare for me to gather you all here. Do you know why?" A middle-aged man with a mohawk and an unkempt beard stepped forward and asked, "Did the leader summon us because of some unforeseen event at the martial arts league?" The mohawk-haired man still remembered what the leader had said to them at the last meeting. Given Jingwu's strength, winning the Wuhan University League championship shouldn't be too difficult. Overestimating yourself. Moreover, even if an opponent appears in this competition that Jingwu cannot defeat, I have already made arrangements with the extraordinary individuals from the United States to let them cause trouble. I probably won't be coming here for a long time. Please keep the church affairs in mind. But now, the leader suddenly called them all back. The only reason the mohawk-haired guy could think of to make Huang Bin change his mind was that there had been another change in the league. Faced with the question from the middle-aged man with the mohawk, Huang Bin remained non-committal. "You're right, there have indeed been changes in the league." Huang Bin tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said calmly, "There's a mole among us. Besides, Morong Shang and Nailan Yu from Jingwu are both from the military. I'm already being watched by the military." As soon as he finished speaking, a snotty-nosed, shrewish-eyed fat man said suspiciously, "Master, we haven't had a traitor among us." I remember clearly, in the past few years I've only ever had one traitor among the dogs I keep at home. Upon hearing this, the old man with sunglasses and a hunched back covered the fat man's mouth. Huang Bin sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "The intelligent fat man in front of me is named Yang Yuanbua. In terms of strength, only Huang Bin in the entire church can defeat him, but unfortunately, he's an idiot and has a severe bestiality. Yuanbua, go and rest. Just follow Chen Laozai's orders when we're on the move." After getting rid of the fool, Huang Bin continued, "Of course, I'm quite certain that the mole is not one of you here. The purpose of today's meeting is mainly to raise everyone's awareness and catch the mole as soon as possible. Furthermore, now that the military has intervened, please prepare for battle. In the Wuhan University League, Beijing Wushu University will surely lose. Master, if we go against the military, we'll definitely suffer a huge loss. Why don't we just give up on this league?" Huang Bin frowned slightly. "Give up?" After saying that, he grabbed the documents on the table and threw them at Chen Laozai's face. "Look at our current situation, you old fool." Old Chen pulled the document off his face and immediately saw the large red characters above the report. The Saintess's Bright Eyes. The Saintess's Bright Eyes is an intelligence department under the Saintess's Blood Alliance, possessing extremely strong intelligence capabilities and being the most rigorous department in the church. At the same time, because they directly serve the cult leader, their intelligence is generally top-secret documents within the church, and there is absolutely no falsification involved. Even the highest-ranking cadres, such as Chen Laozai, can only access information within the scope permitted by the leader. Upon learning that the information came from the Saintess's Bright Eyes, old Chen immediately began to read it intently. A moment later, Chen Laozai's brows furrowed with seriousness as he slowly placed the report back on the conference table. "Everyone, take a good look," Huang Bin said calmly to the crowd upon seeing this. The report was short, but every word conveyed the same message: the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance was in danger. After reading the report, all the cadres frowned. They had no idea that the exact locations of their subordinate outposts had been discovered by the military and the other party without their knowledge. Now, the entire Saintess Blood Alliance, except for Paradise, where they are currently located, is under the surveillance of the military military and the alien pavilion. After seeing this information, you should understand our current situation. Although Huang Bin's brows never relaxed, there was not a trace of anxiety in his tone. He took out a cigarette case from his pocket, gently pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Old Chen, who was standing next to him, immediately lit the cigarette for him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Huang Bin said calmly, "This report was handed to me several days ago. This means that the church has been under surveillance for some time now. Do you all know why the military has been so slow to act?" Old Chen stroked his sparse, drooping beard and said calmly, "Because the location of Paradise has not yet been discovered by them." As Chen Laozai said, the military indeed hasn't yet located Paradise. Paradise still holds a large number of innocent girls. If the military were to launch an attack rashly. "Wait, since we've been targeted without our knowledge, what if we were followed on our way here together?" said a middle-aged, greasy man in flip-flops, sweating profusely. "The military is indeed powerful, but there's no need to be too nervous. Have you forgotten that I left an invisibility mark on you?" Huang Bin patted the greasy middle-aged man's left shoulder. Upon hearing this, the greasy middle-aged man suddenly remembered the mark on his left shoulder. Everyone connected to Paradise had been marked with an invisibility mark by Huang Bin. Whenever Huang Bin summons his cadres, he uses the invisibility mark to make them invisible. Huang Bin's formidable counter-tracking ability is the biggest reason why the military has been unable to pinpoint the location of Paradise. The greasy middle-aged man rubbed his left shoulder, his mood gradually calming down. Seeing this, Huang Bin looked at Chen Laozai and said, "Getting back to the main point, there is another reason why the military is unwilling to take action, besides what you just mentioned." The officials looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. A moment later, Old Man Chen was the first to react. "What do you know? Tell us quickly," the crowd immediately said. "Have any of you seriously analyzed the current situation?" Seeing everyone deep in thought, Old Chen narrowed his eyes and continued, "You have all read the report, so let me ask you a question. If Coyote loses the match, what should we do then? Didn't the cult leader say that Mr. Wu would play the enemy and cause trouble at the venue?" A middle-aged man as strong as an iron tower asked doubtfully. "What are the prerequisites for disrupting things?" After a pause, Old Chen asked himself and answered, "It's because the military hasn't discovered the cult leader's identity. Only in this way can the cult leader successfully play his role in repelling the attack, disrupting the situation without arousing suspicion from the military." But what would happen if the cult leader, unaware that his identity has been exposed, continued to put on a show of desperately fighting back? Upon hearing this, the burly man suddenly understood, sweat beading on his forehead as he exclaimed, "The military's so-called cult and foreign spies have been rounded up and wiped out in one fell swoop." Huang Bin nodded lightly and said, "The fact that I lured out the spy is another reason why they haven't taken action. Fortunately, the military underestimated our intelligence department. We should be able to leave China in time," the burly man said, wiping the sweat from his brow. He knew that the church could not defeat the military, so he wanted to leave China, this place of trouble, as soon as possible. "Escape? Did you read the report just now for nothing? Do you think you can escape from China?" Upon hearing this, Huang Bin suddenly became angry and threw his cigarette butt into the burly man's collar. After the initial unease, Chen Laozai had calmed down and said calmly, "The leader is right, we can't escape. Do you think the military won't send people to intercept us? So what should we do?" Fortunately, the cult leader had the foresight. None of us cadres or Paradise have been exposed yet. Yes, as Old Chen said, Paradise is our last trump card. As long as Paradise hasn't been discovered, we still have room to maneuver. Everyone, return to your respective strongholds and investigate any traitors. If any are found, eliminate them immediately. Otherwise, do not undertake any major actions. After saying that, Huang Bin took a deep drag on his cigarette. "The rest is up to me." Just as Huang Bin and others were having a meeting on the rooftop, the entrance to Paradise was suddenly opened. A man and a woman suddenly appeared at the previously empty doorway. The girl's eyes were covered with thick black cloth, and a collar was around her snow-white neck. She was being dragged forcefully by the man toward the training room. The crew-cut man, who was holding the horse's mane and riding the horse, immediately pulled up his trousers and went to greet the newcomer. This crew-cut man is the head of the discipline department, nicknamed Steel Rod Bro. As for how he got that nickname, "Hey, Brother Lu, you brought a new horse again?" After saying that, Steel Rod Bro curiously looked around at the struggling girl and said, "Hey, this horse is pretty good looking. Why did the cult leader throw it here?" The leader isn't someone who only cares about looks," the man called Brother Lu replied calmly. Indeed. Steel Rod Bro felt his blood boil at the thought of those beautiful and talented girls in the underground plaza. Glancing at the tent between the two stone pillars, Brother Lu said casually, "TSK, you really didn't get that nickname for nothing." After stretching, Brother Lu tossed out a sentence, "She's all yours now," and turned to leave Paradise. TSK, I wonder if Brother Lu is genuinely serious or just pretending. Muttering to himself, Steel Rod Bro then forgot about Brother Lu and looked at the girl kneeling on the ground with a lewd grin. "Little Ma, Steel Rod Bro is here." Although the girl's eyes were covered by thick black satin, she was still able to see her surroundings surroundings clearly. Her superpower is exactly what many men dream of, X-ray vision. She saw Steel Rod Bro walk towards her with a lewd grin, saw his grotesque trotters roam over her body, and saw him lash her every inch of skin with his thick, long leather whip. The burning pain from being whipped felt like countless silver needles piercing her fragile nerves, constantly assaulting her senses and making her feel like she was about to faint. But she could do nothing but watch and endure these perverse and inhuman tortures. At this moment, the only thing that sustained her and prevented her from fainting was her unwavering belief in eliminating the cult. Huawu's preparation room. A little girl with 2 buns in her hair and wearing an adorable pink tutu is sitting obediently on the sofa. Su Mengxue crossed her arms and stared at her with cold eyes, saying, "So, you mean you sneaked out again?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuo raised her delicate little face, shook her head, and said, "Sister Xue, that's not right. It's perfectly natural for a little girl to want to play, and it's in accordance with the law. How can that be called sneaking out?" Su Mengxue scoffed disdainfully, "You still know you're a little girl? What little girl is like you, always running around outside like a tomboy? I'll call your mother right away and have her pick you up." With that, Su Mengxue took out her phone to dial. "Wait a minute, heroine," Su Mingyuo shouted. "My dear sister, there are 2 serious errors in what you said, and as your good sister, I must point them out to you," Su Mingyuo said suddenly with a serious expression. "First, I want to reiterate that I did not sneak out. Rather, my parents got so engrossed in shopping that they forgot about me at the restaurant. Secondly, I don't go out all the time. I'm usually very well behaved at home. I just came here to cheer on Sister Xue and my cousin-in-law." Seeing this, Su Man couldn't help but speak up for her. "Mengxue, such a cute little sister came all the way here to cheer you on. Why don't you let her play here for a while?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuo nodded quickly and said pitifully, "My dearest Sister Xue, please let me play here. I promise I will never compete with you for Brother Xingyu." The other team members also thought the little girl was adorable and spoke up for her. Yi Tian even resorted to provocation. "Sister-in-law, you're not afraid of your own sister, are you?" With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, Su Mengxue didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, and turned her head to look at Su Mingyuo, who was staring at her expectantly. Seeing her serious expression, Su Mengxue snorted disdainfully and said, "Don't I know you? I have to send you back today." Seeing that no one could persuade her cousin, Su Mingyuo's bright almond-shaped eyes gradually dimmed. Just as Su Mingyuo was about to give up, she suddenly remembered Jiang Xingyu and looked at her cousin-in-law with the eyes of a wounded little animal. Someone was lazily lying to the side eating melon seeds when he saw this. He thought for a moment and said, "Xue, let me know I'll play here. I think this girl is quite cute." Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue narrowed her eyes slightly, cupped Jiang Xingyu's face in her hands, and said, "You think she's cute?" Jiang Xingyu was taken aback, then immediately sat up straight and chuckled dryly. "Xue, you've misunderstood. She looks too young. She's not my type at all." A dangerous glint flashed in Su Mengxue's eyes. "Oh, so you mean you'd accept her if she looked a bit more mature? Wow, is this true, Brother Xingyu?" Su Mingyuo looked at Jiang Xingyu with sparkling eyes. "It's fake. I'll have your mother come pick you up right now," Su Mengxue said coldly, glaring at Su Mingyuo. The man was at his wit's end, and with a helpless sigh, he rubbed his forehead, his mind racing as he tried to think of a way to explain to Su Mengxue. Just then, Su Mengxue's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, a beautiful smile curving her lips, and proudly waved her phone in front of Su Mingyuo. The latter, on the other hand, resembled an old woman whose hair had turned white overnight, slumped on the sofa with a look of utter despair. Showmaker and Guyu both exclaimed that he was an expert after watching it. The caller was Su Mingyuo's mother. "That's it, there's no fun left." Seeing Su Mingyuo's dejected expression, Su Mengxue hesitated for a moment before answering the phone. As soon as the call connected, an anxious female voice came from the other end. "Xiaoxue, my Minhwa is missing. I didn't want to disturb your competition, but, Auntie, don't worry, this girl is with us, she's not lost." Su Mengxue comforted her. Upon hearing this, the aunt's anxiety seemed to vanish instantly, as if she had become a different person. She said calmly, "Oh, so she's with you. Then it's all right." After a pause, she continued, "This girl has been insisting that we bring her to watch the game. We flew all the way from Kyoto, and considering that you and I aren't young anymore, the journey was bound to be tiring." Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue's lips twitched violently. "Tired from your journey? I think you two haven't been to Shanghai in a long time. Get ready for some quality time together." As expected, after a long, rambling conversation, her voice filled with anticipation, her aunt said, "Xiaoxue, you've been smart and responsible since you were little. I think my daughter should take this opportunity to learn from you. The truth has been revealed." Helpless, Su Mengxue didn't want to listen to her roundabout talk anymore, so she simply replied, "I understand, Auntie. You two go and have fun. Su Mingyuo won't have any problems here." After saying that, she hung up the phone and grabbed Su Mingyuo's face, which was full of collagen, and said, "During the competition, you can play here, but you're not allowed to run around." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyuo instantly perked up, jumped 3 feet high, and hugged Su Mengxue's slender waist, saying, "Yay, I love you the most, Sister Xue. Go away, go play somewhere else." With that, Su Mengxue tossed her onto the sofa like she was picking up a chick. The first match in the afternoon was the first battle between Huaw and Chengwu, so she didn't have much time to spend with that little brat, Sumenuo. Seeing this, the team members were quite happy. Having a lively and adorable little girl here could alleviate their tension to some extent. Zhang Xingyu also thought it was pretty good. He quite liked this lively little girl. Of course, this liking is not the same as that liking. Mr. Zhang's heart is more steadfast than an eternal diamond. Okay, brothers, all eyes on me, Yi Tian suddenly roared after a moment. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him, wondering what he was up to. Brothers, I have something to announce. Are you a bastard? Xin Shang continued his line of dialogue. Go to hell. Yi Tian kicked Xin Shang's but cleared his throat and said, this afternoon is Huaw's first competition. Facing such a strong opponent as Chengwu, we should show even more perseverance and go all out. I thought you were going to announce some big news, but it turns out you're just giving me some motivational platitudes. Xin Shang interrupted him dismissively. How am I spouting motivational platitudes? Throughout history, before armies go to war, generals have always given a speech like this, okay? It's called boosting morale. One should press on with full force, for the second attempt will be less effective, and the third will be exhausting. If everyone's morale is high, the game will definitely be won more easily. Seeing Yi Tian's serious expression, Xin Shang sighed and said, the problem is that your speech is ineffective. Even if someone is going to speak, the captain should be the one to do it. Oh ho, from what you're saying, you look down on me, Yi Tian? Let's have a go? Yi Tian said, rolling up his sleeves and starting to warm up. Let's practice then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing that the two were about to fight in the preparation room, Zhang Xingyu, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed and taking a nap, couldn't help but frown. He opened his eyes slightly and said slowly, what are you doing? Are you preparing for an internal war? You might as well close your eyes and rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian darted to Zhang Xingyu's side and shook him vigorously. Seeing that he was unmoved, Yi Tian began to pry open his eyelids. Brother you, how can you sleep in your condition? Zhang Xingyu didn't move, just stared at him. Can you shut up for a bit? You were just giving up a few days ago. How come you're suddenly all fired up? Yi Tian scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes darting around, and said, I made a bet with you, saying I'd take him down, so I'm definitely getting all fired up. Alright, stop getting all worked up. Listen to me, get some rest. With that, Zhang Xingyu slowly closed his eyes again. Yi Tian pursed his lips and went to the side to whisper with Su Man, no longer disturbing Zhang Xingyu's rest. Nini took a nap. When Zhang Xingyu woke up, he found himself not in the preparation room, but lying on a small bed in the restroom, with a warm and soft thing in his arms. A rhythmic knocking sound accompanied by a sweet, soft voice drifted into the lounge. Brother Xingyu, Sister Shui, it's time to get up and have lunch. Okay, you can go back now. We'll be there later, Zhang Xingyu replied. Upon hearing this, Su Menuo, despite her young age, sighed with surprising maturity. These young people nowadays. After saying that, he turned and walked back. As Su Menuo passed by Qingwu's rest area, she was spotted by Zhang Qing, who had just come out of the restroom. I remember, this girl seems to be Su Mengshue's younger sister. Zhang Qing muttered to himself, his eyes darting around as he walked towards Su Menuo. Good morning, Xingyu. What do you want to eat this morning? A few minutes later, Su Mengshue rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled, it's noon now, after lunch we should go to the competition. Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at her adorable appearance. Upon hearing this, Su Mengshue immediately snapped out of her daze, quickly tidied her clothes, and walked with Zhang Xingyu toward the preparation room. As Zhang Xingyu passed by Qingwu's rest area, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar little figure. Not far away, Zhang Qing, seemingly oblivious to the two of them, stared at Su Menuo with a lewd expression and said, come on, little sister, there are lots of candies in my room. Who wants your candy? I'm not a child. Su Menuo's face turned bright red as she tried to break free from Zhang Qing. I already told you, I'm not a bad person. I just wanted to invite you to visit my lounge. As he spoke, Zhang Qing started to pinch Su Menuo's soft little face. What an adorable little girl. How could your brother bear to hurt you? Don't touch me. You're breaking the law. Su Menuo tried to turn her head away, preventing Zhang Qing from touching her. Zhang Qing leaned closer to Su Menuo and said with a lewd grin, this isn't the first time I've done something like this. Don't worry, no one will care. Get out of here. Su Menuo struggled and screamed, kicking Zhang Qing's toothpick. Zhang Qing was completely unprepared for this turn of events. His manhood was suddenly kicked. Even if he is a silver-level superhuman, it only means that his physical strength is higher than that of an ordinary person. He will still feel pain. Zhang Qing's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and he covered his groin with both hands. His toothpicks were already small, and he always handled them with great care, afraid of breaking them if he wasn't careful. Su Menuo also took this opportunity to slip away from him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qing's expression changed drastically. No one has ever dared to hit my brother before. Today, I will definitely deal with you. After saying that, Zhang Qing appeared in front of Su Menuo in the blink of an eye, put his fingers together into a palm, and slashed down fiercely. Su Menuo's reaction was nowhere near as quick as Zhang Qing's. He was bound to be unable to dodge this attack. Just as his chop was about to strike Su Mingyuo's neck, a bolt of blue-purple lightning suddenly struck from his side, deflecting his chop. The next moment, Zhang Qing felt a gust of wind brush past him. Then, he felt a tightness in his throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. Someone with your qualities is the top genius in Qingwu? A deep voice, tinged with anger, rang in Zhang Qing's ears. The next moment, Zhang Qing was thrown out by a great force and embedded in the wall. Brother Xingyu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Mingyuo beamed with joy and excitedly grabbed Zhang Xingyu's arm. Seeing this, Su Mingyue, unusually, did not show any jealousy. She walked towards Zhang Qing with icy eyes, her voice sounding as if squeezed out from between her teeth. You dare bully my sister? Who do you think you are? Although Su Mingyue usually doesn't seem to like Su Mingyuo very much, but deep down, she still really liked her cute cousin. After all, among the many relatives of the Su family, Su Mingyue was the only peer with whom she could speak. Zhang Qing brushed away the surrounding dust, looked at Su Mingyue in front of him, and smiled, saying, "Het, isn't this the Su family's daughter?" As he spoke, he stood up, his eyes darting to the corner of the wall before he lightly brushed the dust off his clothes and said, "Even though you're secondhand, you're the only one I don't mind. How about considering becoming my mother?" Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang, and Zhang Qing was once again embedded in the wall. You fucking idiot, how dare you insult my wife, you. The speaker was Yi Tian. Huaw's team members had asked him to come and urge Zhang Xingyu and the others to arrive at the restaurant since they hadn't arrived yet. As soon as Yi Tian arrived nearby, he saw Zhang Qing preparing to hit Su Mingyuo. Yi Tian was instantly enraged and was about to rush over to rescue Su Mingyuo, but Zhang Xingyu rescued Su Mingyuo first and also shoved Zhang Qing into the wall. Seeing this, Yi Tian's anger subsided slightly, but the next second, Zhang Qing went on to insult Su Mingyue again. As the saying goes, one should not covet one's brother's wife. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian could no longer suppress his anger. With a 100-meter sprint run-up, he punched Zhang Chang, sending him crashing into the wall. Damn it, you bastard, I'm going to skin you alive today. With that, Yi Tian straddled Zhang Chang and slammed his fist down. Zhang Xingyu was not as impulsive as Yi Tian because he sensed that something was wrong with Zhang Chang. He knew that Zhang Qing wasn't the kind of brainless rich kid. After exchanging a glance with Su Mingyue, the other person nodded, clearly indicating that Su Mingyue also found something unusual. Zhang Xingyu looked around and found nothing unusual, but the surveillance camera in the corner caught his attention. Then, considering Zhang Chang's special abilities as recorded in the opponent's files, sensing something was wrong, Zhang Xingyu quickly spoke up to stop Yi Tian. Su Mingyue's voice, Zhang Xingyu's voice, and another strong voice rang out at the same time. Yi Tian was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he didn't hear anyone trying to stop him. Zhang Xingyu cursed under his breath. He already knew who had made that powerful voice. The person who arrived was one of the referees on the referee team. He rushed here immediately after being notified by the monitoring team. Seeing that Yi Tian hadn't listened to a word he said, with a loud shout, the referee bent slightly, pushed off with his feet, and shot out like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters close to the ground before arriving behind Yi Tian in a few breaths and grabbing his wrist. With a slight increase in pressure, the referee, standing behind Yi Tian, stared coldly at the back of his head and said, "I told you to stop. Don't stop me. I'm going to skin him alive today." With that, Yi Tian ignored the referee's advice and suddenly increased his strength, even activating Power God Body Spin. His muscles bulged high, his veins were as fierce as a coiled dragon, and his heavy fist was about to break through the barrier and smash hard into Zhang Qing's face. The next second, Zhang Xingyu's voice, completely flat, came through. Yi Tian, forget it. At this moment, Yi Tian finally took Zhang Xingyu's words to heart. He looked at Zhang Xingyu with a puzzled yet slightly angry gaze and said, "Brother, he insulted your girlfriend, and you can tolerate that? I don't know if he can hold back, but I do know that I can't hold back anymore." Although the referee was a platinum-level superhuman, he was not a strength-based individual. If he didn't get serious, he probably wouldn't be able to stop Yi Tian, who had activated Power God Transformation. After saying that, the referee went all out, gripping Yi Tian tightly, twisting his waist, and throwing him away, sending him crashing into the wall with a loud thud. Clapping his hands, the referee looked at the cloud of dust not far away and said coldly, "Contestant Yi Tian, you have violated the rule that you cannot intentionally injure others before the competition. I hereby declare that you have been disqualified from the competition." Say that again, you son of a bitch. Upon hearing this announcement, Yi Tian, who was lying in the pit, was immediately displeased. He sprang up from the ground and ran angrily toward the referee. Suddenly, Zhang Xingyu appeared in front of Yi Tian and reached out to press down on his shoulder. Zhang Xingyu frowned, his tone somewhat heavy, and said, "I know you're angry, but in some situations, we can't act impulsively. Promise me you'll control yourself, okay?" Seeing Yi Tian nod, Zhang Xingyu walked up to the referee, shook hands with him, and said, "Referee, hello. Regarding this matter, I think there's been some misunderstanding." For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became somber. Zhang Xingyu was talking to the referee, Yi Tian was annoyed, Su Mingyue was watching with concern, and Su Mingyue was thinking calmly. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, lay on the ground laughing. His uncle, who was also Qingwu's team leader, told him early on that the reason Qingwu was paired with Huaw in the first match was because someone had arranged it. As for who did it, the uncle didn't tell him, but his uncle told him, as long as Jingwu achieves final victory, regardless of Qingwu's league ranking, it will not impact the interests of the uncle and nephew. So, the moment he saw Su Mingyuo, a plan formed in his mind, based on Zheng Qing's judgment. If Su Mingxue happens to discover that he is forcing Su Mingyuo to do something with him, she will definitely attack him. The league rules clearly state that participating players are prohibited from fighting off the field. Those who engage in such fights will be disqualified or, in serious cases, sent to the authorities for investigation. In this way, he could send Su Mingxue away by manipulating the competition rules. With one less formidable rival, both Qingwu and Jingwu would have an easier time. As for how to let the organizers know that Su Mingxue attacked him, that would depend on the surveillance cameras outside the lounge. Although such behavior is despicable, Zheng Qing doesn't care, because those who truly know him know that he, Zheng Chang, is a complete and utter scoundrel. So, you mean Zhang Chang harassed your sister first, and Yi Tian only hit him because he was angry? That's right, Zhang Xingyu nodded in agreement. Your explanation does make sense. But the problem is, the monitoring team only saw Yi Tian hitting Zhang Chang, not Zhang Cheng harassing your sister, the referee said with a helpless shrug. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing's lips curled slightly. The reason we have this outcome is largely thanks to his special ability, magnetic field. As he approached Su Mingyuo, he activated the magnetic field interference, causing all the surrounding surveillance cameras to go offline. Only in this way could he harass Su Mingyuo without any worries. Although he had complete control, the situation on the ground was still somewhat beyond his expectations. For example, he didn't expect that it wasn't Su Mingxue who struck him first, but Zhang Xingyu. Zhang Xingyu's teleportation was too fast. Before he could even sever the magnetic field, he was sent flying. Therefore, he had no choice but to act like a stupid villain in a novel, mocking other people's girlfriends in order to quickly provoke Zhang Xingyu. Who would have thought that this couple could be even more patient than the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so calm that he had to give them a thumbs up. Fortunately, Yi Tian, this hot-blooded idiot, appeared out of nowhere. Being able to send him away made the trip worthwhile. With such a meticulous plan, Zhang Xingyu and his group had absolutely no way to turn the tide. Zhang Chang will definitely send Yi Tian away today. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing felt even more smug. Even though the outcome was already decided, Zhang Xingyu still tried his best to negotiate with the referee to see if there was any room for maneuver. I don't want to clear Yi Tian's name, I just want to make sure he doesn't lose his chance to compete. The two sides remained deadlocked. A few minutes later, Yi Tianxue scratched his hair, stood up abruptly, and pointed at Zhang Qing, who looked calm and collected, saying, "Referee, you can disqualify me if you want, but he can't stay either." "I'm sorry, Yi Tian, the existing evidence is insufficient to disqualify Zhang Qing from the competition." The referee spoke with an air of official business. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian fell silent, and Zhang Xingyu also fell silent, creating a tense atmosphere once again. Suddenly, Su Mingxue raised her head and said calmly, "So, as long as we can produce evidence that Zhang Cheng harassed my sister, we can disqualify him, right?" "That's how it is in theory. It's a fact that Yi Tian attacked Zhang Qing. There's no escaping that. Since we can't save him, let's drag Zhang Qing down with us." Thinking of this, Su Mingxue said calmly, "All right then, please come to our Huawu's preparation room." Huawu's preparation room? Oh right, how could I forget about that? As expected of my Schwer. Zhang Xingyu immediately understood Su Mingxue's meaning, gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and then ran to the referee's side, put his arm around his shoulder, and walked towards the Huawu preparation room. For a period of time before Zhang Qing was beaten, the surveillance camera inexplicably went offline, and then it just happened to return to normal when he was beaten, which was indeed too much of a coincidence. The referee thought for a moment, then looked at Zhang Qing and said, "Let's go, Zhang Chang, let's go take a look together." After saying that, he let Zhang Xingyu put his arm around his shoulder and walk with him. Seeing this, Zhang Qing frowned slightly. "Does Zhang Xingyu possess some top-tier hacking skills?" "No, that's impossible. I simply shut down the surveillance system, so it didn't capture any footage of me attacking Su Mingyuo. Even if he had the most advanced hacking skills, it would be impossible for him to restore this non-existent footage." Thinking of this, Zhang Qing's brows relaxed considerably, and a slight disdainful smile appeared on his lips. "Humph, I'll see how you turn the tables." Huawu's training room. Zhang Xingyu asked the referee to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of hot water. "Referee, please wait a moment." Zhang Qing was also a little thirsty, so he took a paper cup and went to the water dispenser to get some water. Seeing this, Zhang Xingyu grinned. "Do you want more water?" He quietly raised his index finger, and a small spatial vortex opened in the bucket. Then he lay lazily on the sofa, whistling. By the time Zhang Qing reached the water dispenser, the water in the bucket had already been drained. Helpless, he had no choice but to go back to the sofa and sit down. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Xingyu handed him a piece of chewing gum. Seeing that everyone was chewing gum, Zhang Qing didn't think much of it and tore open a package to chew as well. But gradually, he realized something was wrong. He was already thirsty, and after chewing chewing gum, he felt his throat was so dry it was practically on fire, so he turned his gaze to Jiang Xingyu. Go and get a bucket of water, I'm dying of thirst. Lying on the sofa, Jiang Xingyu blew a bubble and said lazily, but my feet hurt, I don't want to move. Jiang Chang then looked at Su Mingxue, who was fixing her hair and completely ignoring him. He had no choice but to shift his gaze again to Su Mingyuo. Su Mingyuo blinked and said, Big brother, I'm just a little girl. I haven't even awakened my superpowers yet. You're not going to make me carry such heavy water, are you? Even the referee couldn't stand it anymore and said with some disdain, go and get a bucket yourself. I'd like to have some more. I'm a guest, shouldn't the host provide water for the guest? The guests won't let me be a slave, fine, but why do they want me to be a black slave too? Zhang Chang roared inwardly, but there was no other way. The referee had already told him to fetch water, so he had to go. A few minutes later, Zhang Qing finally brought the water back. Before they could even open the box, there was a loud bang, and a young man covered in sweat and panting burst through the door. This young man was none other than King Han, who had previously carried out a mission with Jiang Xingyu. His special ability is the mental-based memory editing, and he is not a contestant, so he shouldn't be here. However, after deliberation, the school decided to allow all students in the elite class to come to the Demon Spirit Martial Arts Hall to broaden their horizons. So King Han came along, and Su Man came along for the same reason. Han Wan was still in the restaurant when he received Su Mingxue's call and rushed back immediately. As a mental being, he wasn't physically strong, and the journey had almost exhausted him. Sister Xue, let me catch my breath, Han Wang said, leaning against the doorframe and panting heavily. Zhang Qing glanced at the king of Han, his face full of disdain. Hey, Jiang Xingyu, is this the hacker master you called in? Jiang Xingyu narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, who told you I hired a hacker? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing was taken aback. King Han, you've rested enough, let's get back to work, Jiang Xingyu said slowly, yawning. With brother Yu speaking up, even if King Han was exhausted, he dared not rest any longer. He immediately stood up, walked to Su Mingyuo's side, and said softly, little Mingyuo, close your eyes and don't worry about anything. As he spoke, seeing that Su Mingyuo obediently closed her eyes, King Han immediately activated his superpower, and a memory roll was slowly pulled out from Su Mingyuo's little head. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qing was completely petrified. He never expected that Huaw would have such an extraordinary ability to read other people's memories. If they find out the truth, I'm finished. I'll be disqualified from the competition. I'll be expelled from Qinggu school. If I'm also convicted of attempted rape, my life will be ruined. No, I can't let him extract my memories. Zhang Qing panicked for a moment, let out a roar, and pounced on King Han. If the process of retrieving memories is forcibly interrupted by external factors, it will put a huge burden on the brain of the person whose memory is being retrieved. At best, it can cause brain damage, at worst, it can cause brain matter to splatter and lead to immediate death. The latter was not good at fighting to begin with, and when this situation suddenly occurred, he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qing was already inches away, his iron-hard fist seemingly about to smash into King Han's face. The king of Han's pupils contracted sharply, and a few drops of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Damn it, there wasn't even time to react. A loud thud, accompanied by the faint cracking of bones, rang in the ears of the king of Han. But, as the sound rang out, Zhang Chang spun backward and flew out, crashing through several thick walls in succession, but still showed no sign of stopping. Jiang Xingyu's kick caught even the referee off guard. You guys continue, Su Mingxue said, then transformed into her nine-tailed fox form and jumped out. The referee was about to stop her when he saw Jiang Xingyu reach out and block his way. The referee glared at Jiang Xingyu and said with a grim face, get out of the way. Don't any of you want to compete anymore? As soon as he finished speaking, the referee tried to push Jiang Xingyu's hand away. Referee, if I may be so bold, but if it weren't for Brother Yu's intervention, this young girl under my command would have suffered at least a moderate concussion, or worse, died on the spot, King Han said, still shaken. Jiang Xingyu frowned slightly and stared at the referee, saying, let me ask you this, if someone almost killed your sister, could you control yourself? Upon hearing this, the referee paused for a moment, then softened his tone and said, if she and Yi Tian are both disqualified from the competition, what will happen to Huawu's competition? Come in. Staring at Su Mingxue's retreating figure, Jiang Xingyu said decisively, then I will live up to their trust and sweep through the Wuhan University League. Just as the referee was about to say something more, King Han finally finished his work. He handed the extracted memory film to the referee. After reviewing the information, the referee sighed and said, since you've prepared for the worst, I'll turn a blind eye. After saying that, the referee turned and left. Amidst the billowing dust, Zhang Cheng slowly rose from the ground. After dusting himself off, Zhang Cheng took a step forward, but before his foot even touched the ground, he was kicked away by a heavy kick. Zhang Cheng fell face first into the mud, wiped his face covered in dirt, got up, looked around for any movement, and said fiercely, who attacked me? Of course it's your Grandpa Yi. A loud voice seemed to come from the horizon, and the words Grandpa Yi kept echoing in Zhang Cheng's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingwei lowered her head, clenched her fists, and her arms trembled slightly. You're happy to kick me, aren't you? And you You even said yay yay yay? Suddenly, a surge of wind swept around Zhang Qing, causing his clothes and cuffs to flutter wildly, and a miniature hurricane gradually solidified in his hand. Soon, as the hurricane solidified, the surrounding winds became even more violent, emitting a howling roar. The dust and smoke were naturally blown away in all directions by the turbulent wind. Finally able to see, Zhang Qing suddenly looked up and saw a young man with a buzz cut standing not far away on an overpass, holding a megaphone and staring at him with disdain, as if a god were looking at an ant. This scene looks bizarre no matter how you look at it. If Jiang Xingyu were here, he would probably only say one word. Even more amazingly, the speaker in the young man's hand was put on repeat. The words Grandpa Yi were repeated every 2 seconds, the sound echoing and swirling in the empty dueling arena. The young man on the elevated road is naturally Yi Tian. No doubt about it, this guy's Chinibyu, middle school syndrome, has struck again. Little Zhang Chang, do you know my name? Yi Tian turned off the repeat playback, holding the speaker in one hand and putting the other behind his back. I didn't know, I thought he was cosplaying Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Zhang Qing's lips twitched violently. He had no intention of paying attention to this Chinibyu patient and casually threw the miniature hurricane at Yi Tian. The hurricane suddenly grew enormous in the air, sweeping up all the relatively light objects around it, such as chairs and trash cans, and tearing them to shreds in an instant. Zhang Chang twitched his finger. The hurricane, accompanied by a howling wind like the roar of a wild beast, swept rapidly toward Yi Tian. What a fierce and powerful hurricane. I'd like to name it Tornado Destroys Parking Lot. Kid, Uchiha Yi Tian, acknowledge you. After saying that, Yi Tian jumped down from the overpass and landed steadily on the ground. He ripped his shirt to shreds with his right hand. There was no way to dodge it. He had to take on the hurricane head-on. The hurricane is getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the hurricane was less than an arm's length away from Yi Tian. A dull thud resounded, the hurricane suddenly vanished into thin air, and Zhang Cheng was sent flying backward. After adjusting his posture in midair, Zhang Cheng suddenly exerted force from his waist and abdomen, spinning his body and landing steadily on the ground. After gliding for more than 10 meters, he stood still. Before Zhang Cheng could even look up at the person approaching, the next moment, a small, fair knee flashed towards her abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Cheng struck down with a palm, barely managing to block the knee strike. Looking up, I was surprised to see a cute girl with snow-white fox ears. The girl's pupils were actually pink and heart-shaped. Zhang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into wild laughter as if he had gone mad. When the fox-eared girl looked at me, even her pupils were heart-shaped. She cares about me. Zhang Cheng's pupils had turned into pink hearts. He just stood there, chuckling to himself, oblivious to the fact that his collar was swollen from drooling. Su Mengxua's lovely face showed no emotion, but her 9 fox tails suddenly came together, like a heavy hammer that could shatter the earth, and struck Zhang Cheng's chest without any obstruction. Zhang Cheng was sent flying backwards like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing from his mouth, and several crisp cracking sounds echoing from his chest. Zhang Cheng flew about 100 meters before embedding himself deeply into the thick wall with a loud bang. As a promising player in Qingwu, Zhang Cheng certainly wouldn't lose his fighting ability so quickly. With his mind clearing up a bit, Zhang Cheng used his hands and back to exert force, and his upper body suddenly broke free from the wall. The next moment, with a muffled thud, Zhang Cheng's upper body was slammed back into the wall by Yi Tian's punch, sinking even deeper than before. You people have no martial ethics. Zhang Cheng glared angrily at Yi Tian, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. I never talk about martial ethics with scum. Yi Tian licked his lips and suddenly roared, Power God Body Rotation, activate. 100 fists. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian's iron fist, heavy enough to shatter boulders, rained down on Zhang Cheng's face like a torrential downpour, producing a series of muffled thuds that lasted for a long time. The cracks in the wall spread wider and wider with the intense attack, and the shattered stones flew haphazardly in all directions. In less than a minute, Yi Tian had already unleashed over 100 punches. Moreover, each punch was more powerful than the last. Here they come, Yi Tian shouted in a low voice. His resolute face suddenly turned red, his muscles bulged like small mountains, and the bulging veins coiled around his ridges like dragons. The final, powerful punch was delayed for a few seconds before it came flying out. A fist appeared infinitely large in Zhang Cheng's eyes, carrying the force to shatter mountains and rivers, and struck his face precisely. With a deafening roar, the force of the punch scattered, and an invisible wave of energy suddenly rippled out from Yi Tian's body, sending the rubble on the ground flying several meters away. The thick wall could no longer withstand the violent impact, cracking open with a large hole, and dust filled the air. A figure flew out from the thick dust and fog, splattering blood all the way, and crashed hard into a pile of garbage. His neck lolled to the side, and he passed out. Yi Tian blew away the smoke rising from his fist and said disdainfully, TCH, so this is all the seated player from Qingwu is made of. Stop being so smug. Go back now. Su Mengxue coldly tossed out these words and left on her own. Yi Tian made a face at her back. Hee, what a wicked woman who only has eyes for brother you. She won't even lay a finger on my man. He muttered a silent complaint and quickly followed. Inside Inside Huaw's training room, Jiang Xingyu frowned slightly as he looked at the two and asked, "How is Zhang Cheng?" "I don't know, he should be alive." Yi Tian chuckled and picked up a water glass to take a sip. "That's what the referee just drank." "Did the referee drink it?" Yi Tian recalled the referee's unpleasant face and couldn't help but spit out the water he hadn't had time to swallow. Teleporting away from the spray of water, Jiang Xingyu said calmly, "Next, let's think about how to explain this to the organizers." Yi Tian coughed lightly twice, choked by the stench. "What are you afraid of? Didn't King Han produce evidence of his harassment of Sister Manhwa? We're doing this to rid the people of a scourge. Sometimes, just because you are right doesn't mean you won't be punished. If you had a grudge against someone and you killed them, do you think you wouldn't get arrested?" After saying that, Jiang Xingyu took a sip of water and said, "Before you took action, did you consider the consequences of your actions? Why think so much? I couldn't swallow this, so I beat him up." "So what?" Yi Tian said angrily. "Alright, now I'm telling you, between you and Schwer, I can only save one of you. Can you give up your qualification for the competition without hesitation?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian fell silent instantly. The importance of the top 5 European leagues goes without saying. So many people would kill for those competition spots, so why would anyone be foolish enough to give them up? Seeing that Yi Tian remained silent, Jiang Xingyu continued, "The only ones who can act recklessly without considering any consequences are the protagonists in mindless wish fulfillment novels, because no matter what they do, the author will always clean up their mess. But Yi Tian, do you think you're the main character? I understand how you feel, otherwise I wouldn't have stopped the referee just now." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu rubbed his temples and said, "If a person can bear all the consequences of his actions, he can do anything without any constraints. I was prepared for you and Schwer to both be disqualified from the competition, so I let you go and beat up Zhang Cheng." After a pause, Jiang Xingyu continued, "But Yi Tian, you are obviously not one of them. Before you made your move, were you prepared to be disqualified? Did you think about what consequences this would have on Huawu's future competitions? That's just how reality is. If you act based solely on your own assumptions, the only ones who will suffer in the end are yourself and those around you." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu sighed. "If you hadn't intervened then, I would have taken Schwer and Manhwa away immediately, without spending a single second with him. After the martial arts league ended, I could have applied to the alien pavilion to duel him, or I could have followed him and quietly eliminated him when he appeared in the alien ruins." With that, Jiang Xingyu sighed, "But you chose the most foolish method." "Yi Tian, don't blame me for being too realistic. I just hope that you can control yourself in the future and not wait until you cause irreparable damage before you regret it." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu lay down on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, and said in a sullen voice, "You two decide for yourselves, whoever stays and whoever leaves." Yi Tian remained silent for a moment, but finally stepped forward and said, "I'll give up my qualification for the competition and let Sister Yu go. After all, she's stronger than me." After saying that, Yi Tian turned and left to explain the situation to the organizers. Regardless of who stays or who leaves, it's a significant blow to Huaw. If Huaw wants to win the championship, he must defeat both of the two prestigious schools. The situation is already so difficult, and now he has to let one of his key players leave the field. The atmosphere in the preparation room suddenly became incredibly heavy. Su Mingyuo pounded her head in frustration and said, "It's all my fault, if it weren't for me." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xingyu interrupted him with a calm voice, "None of you here are wrong. The ones who are wrong are Zhang Cheng and those who are causing trouble in the dark. But now that we've come this far, we absolutely cannot give up. Everyone just needs to do their best." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu looked at everyone with a more determined gaze than before, and said firmly, "Leave the rest to me. I believe you." Su Mingxue was the first to speak. She would believe anything Jiang Xingyu said without hesitation. "Don't worry, brother Yu. You won that bet before, so of course we'll keep our word. We won't back down even if we die on the field." Wang Zhang stretched out his hand, and all the team members reached out to place their hands on top of each other. Even Su Mingyuo was infected by the atmosphere and placed her little hand on top of his. Su Mingxue placed her hand on Su Mingyuo's small hand and smiled. "Come on, Xingyu, let's cheer each other on." Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Xingyu shook his head and chuckled, placing his hand on Su Mingxue's and gently pressing down. "Good luck." Time always slips away unnoticed, and before you know it, it's time for the game to start. The male host, Fugue, and the female host, Duo, have already started hosting the competition on stage. Both are experienced hosts with exceptionally high looks. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Among the audience members present were quite a few fans of the two, who held up signs that exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Rich and handsome as Pan and Duo is as beautiful as a fairy." Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a fan meeting. As you all probably know, this afternoon's match is Qinggu versus Huaw, Fugue said with a smile, already used to this kind of scene. Yes, Qinggu is one of the two prestigious universities, and its strength is beyond doubt. However, their opponent, Huaw, is making its debut on the Wuhan University League stage. "I wonder if they can impress us. Let's wait and see," Duo chimed in. In addition to the high-spirited atmosphere at the casino, casino, many underground casinos also have a similarly lively atmosphere. What kind of school is Huaw? Have you ever looked into it? A tall, thin middle-aged man asked the person next to him. It must be a diploma mill. How can a shoddy school qualify for the league? The middle-aged man retorted. Here it is. But no matter what, do you think a school that suddenly appears out of nowhere can beat Qingwu? Anyway, I'm betting on Qingwu. It's hard to say, after all, no one knows Huawu's strength, the middle-aged man said hesitantly. Let me put it this way, if Huaw can defeat Qingwu, I'll eat shit live on stream. Huawu's odds are as high as 1 to 5,000, which shows how little gamblers have faith in Huaw. Given the choice between a century-old prestigious school and a little-known institution, everyone knows the answer. Zhang Xingyu and the others were unaware of these matters, and they didn't need to worry about anything, all they wanted was to play the game well. Hearing the host calling out, "Please welcome the Huaw team to the stage," Zhang Xingyu was the first to stand up and walk out of the preparation room, calmly saying, "Let's go, everyone." Xingwu's opponent is already standing on the stage. On Huawu's side, Zhang Xingyu and Su Mengxue walked at the front of the group while the other 8 teammates followed behind. As soon as Huawu's team stepped onto the field, the audience felt as if they had been doused with cold water, and the fiery atmosphere vanished instantly. Those young women who usually eat only a few grains of rice in one bite can now stuff an egg into their mouths. A moment later, everyone came to their senses, and the audience erupted in screams 100 times louder than before. A young woman glanced at the sign she was holding up that read, "Wealthy and handsome as Pan and beautiful as a fairy," then snapped it in two and threw it into the trash can. What are Panin and Tianxian compared to Captain Huawu? The scene was filled with screams from the young women and the shouts of some perverts. Su Mengxue frowned slightly, grabbed Zhang Xingyu's arm, and asserted her dominance. Seeing this, the girls who love shipping couples have gone into a frenzy, as if they've taken ecstasy. Of course, there were still some jealous people who pretended to be disdainful and said, "Shaw, so what if he's good-looking? His skills are just SOSO." Just as the man finished speaking, Duoduo's sweet voice rang out. "Next, I will give you a brief introduction to the participants from both sides. First up is the Huawu team. The team leader, Zhang Xingyu, possesses the abilities Thunder and Space, is an SSS level star body, and is ranked Silver 5, actually 6. Second team leader Su Mengxue, Superpower, Frost, SSS level spiritual body, Silver rank 4. Team member Wang Zhang. When everyone heard Zhang Xingyu's introduction, they were already on the verge of going crazy. Then Su Mengxue came along, and the scene exploded. When the team members were introduced later, Duoduo's voice was completely drowned out by the audience's voices. Who would have thought that this unknown Huawu would have 2 such monstrous students? Not only is she incredibly talented, but she's also so good-looking, which is a blow to the self-esteem of the audience who are also human beings. Zhang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly. He never expected that his simple act of going on stage to go through the formalities would cause such a huge sensation. The audience could only sigh in admiration and envy for the two's outstanding looks and talent, and wanted to become as radiant as them. Little did they know that in a certain hell called paradise, countless girls were constantly enduring inhuman torture. Some people stayed up for days and nights, keeping a close eye on the every move of the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance, hoping that the selfless girl would return soon. In an extremely secluded room, the man sat in front of the computer, lit a cigarette, and silently watched the Wuhan University League being broadcast live. He looked at the audience's enthusiastic behavior and was a little confused about the feelings he was experiencing. Perhaps it was a mixture of pride and deep helplessness. After a long silence, he exhaled a puff of smoke and murmured, "Should celebrities be glamorous and heroes be unknown?" Duo suddenly covered her earphones with her hand and nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a notification." Duo paused and then said, "Yi Tian from Huawu and Zhang Cheng from Qingwu have been disqualified from the competition for some reason. This is a significant loss for both schools," Fu Guo added. "Yes, but our match will continue." Duo nodded and added, "Next, let's take a look at the starting lineups for both sides." As soon as the words were spoken, the team members' portraits and their order of appearance appeared on the big screen. Huawu Team 1, Zhong Yanai, Zhosihan, Meng Lon, Zhang Xingyu, Qin Shang. Huawu Team 2, Wang Zhang, Niu Shengwei, Tian Tianji, Su Mengxue, Guangxin. Xingwu Team 1, Xingwu Team 2. Choosing a name is a real headache, so I'll skip the details. Anyway, most team members are just mentioned briefly. The lineups for both sides must be finalized and sent to the organizer half an hour before the match, and the positions cannot be modified after the upload. Huawu's team distribution is relatively even, with a good balance between the strengths and weaknesses of the two teams. However, looking at Qingwu, this matchup makes it hard for insiders like Zhang Xingyu and Tan Shangtai not to have any wild thoughts. They grouped all the high-level players into the first team, while the players in the second team were of relatively lower level. Everyone wants to play it safe in a competition, but Qingwu's lineup is a bit too aggressive. However, if we assume that the Qingwu and Jingwu are colluding to target the Huawu, then this arrangement makes sense. However, the average viewer wouldn't think of these things. They would only assume that Qingwu was just fighting a bit too aggressively. After all, in their eyes, Jingwu and and Xingwu are two prestigious schools and will definitely compete for the championship in the end. How could they possibly collude to target an unknown school? In addition, the Xingwu students were somewhat dissatisfied with this extremely risky matchup, but the decision on the lineup rested with the instructors in charge. Although they were dissatisfied and puzzled, there was nothing they could do. I'm sure everyone has already seen the matchups for this game. Duo looked a little puzzled. She paused for a moment and then said, "Now, please welcome our players to the stage." Zhong Yan'ai of Huaw was the first to jump onto the arena. His level was Silver Tier 2. This guy was as strong as an ox, with bulging muscles, similar to Yi Tian, but with some differences. If Yi Tian's role is similar to a warrior, then this guy named Zhongli is a pure tank. After standing on the field for a while, his opponent also came onto the field. She was a petite girl with pink pigtails, her figure as thin as paper, as if a gentle breeze could blow her away. What is your special ability? Well, it's just weird to watch these two compete together. Their body sizes are too different. However, if you underestimate this pink-haired girl because of this, you can't blame anyone else if you suffer the consequences. Zhong Yan'ai naturally understood this principle, and he showed no sign of underestimating his opponent. After all, the seemingly frail girl in front of them was a genuine Silver Tier 3. Once both teams were in position, the referee didn't hesitate and immediately blew his whistle. The pink-haired girl made the first move, but she did not immediately pounce on Zhongli to fight him in close combat or launch a ranged attack to wear him down. She simply tore her coat to shreds. Of course, this doesn't mean she was exposed, since she was wearing a very tight black bodysuit underneath her outer clothes. The assessment is complete. It's even flatter than Red Wolf's frying pan. Staring at her flat chest, Zhong Yan'ai thought to himself. The next second, the girl's muscles began to twitch, and a moment later, the slender and delicate girl transformed into a muscular monster whose physique was comparable to that of Joni. Isn't her superpower super strength? Why did she transform? Also, the quality of this clothing is just too good. It doesn't even tear? Just as Zhong Yan'ai was lost in thought, the muscular girl took a big step, leaped several meters high, clasped her hands together, and slammed down hard on Zhongli's head. With a deafening roar, the surrounding floor tiles exploded in a circular pattern, radiating outwards from Zhongli, sending sand and gravel flying. The field was shrouded in thick sand and dust, making it difficult to see anything. Even so, spectators far from the stadium could still feel their seats vibrating slightly. Soon the dust settled, revealing a huge dent in the center of the arena, caused by the muscular girl's impact. Within that depression, Zhong Yan'ai stood unharmed. If one looked closely, one could see that there seemed to be a faint golden barrier surrounding him. From a purely rational perspective, your strike was very strong. As he spoke, Zhong Yan'ai took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and began to crack them open with a contented expression. The damage isn't high, but the insult is extremely strong. Zhong Yan'ai, eating sunflower seeds is prohibited in the competition area. Duo said with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Zhong Yan'ai turned his gaze to Duo, nodded to her, and put the sunflower seeds back. But the next second, he took out some extra chewing gum from his pocket, peeled off a few kernels, and stuffed them into his mouth to chew. There was no other way. Among Huaw students, only Jiang Xingyu could break through his defenses within 10 minutes. If he didn't stuff some snacks in his pocket, he would be bored to death. However, he also has a major drawback. He lacks offensive capabilities. This is also why he was only a substitute and did not make it into the starting team. Seeing Zhong Yan'ai strolling around like an old man, the muscular girl immediately got angry. The bulging muscles seemed even more swollen than before, and the power of the punches was even greater. The punches were so powerful that they created afterimages, and the speed of the punches was completely unacceptable to the average viewer. The fists whistled like thunder, their momentum incredibly powerful, giving the impression that even if Mount Tai were to fall before your eyes, it would be pulverized. The dull thuds of impact echoed throughout the arena, and even the audience's heartbeats quickened with those iron fists. The girl's gaze toward Zhong Yan'ai was as fierce as a tiger's. Despite the blood on her fists, she did not stop, as if she were determined to fight to the death. I said, "Don't bother, can't you just wait quietly until the game is over? Doesn't your hand hurt?" The girl's eyes glistened slightly. She had never suffered such injustice before. With a crisp crack, the girl finally shattered the barrier, and tears streamed down her face. "This is exciting. Take this kick." The girl delivered a high sweeping kick, striking Zhong Yan'ai squarely in the neck. The immense force sent him flying backward, crashing straight off the field. The girl will win if she falls off the mat. At this moment, a victor's smile appeared on her face. However, things took an unexpected turn. Just as Zhongli was about to fall off the field, a stone pillar struck him from behind, pushing him back onto the field. The next moment, a sharp whistle rang out. The match time is over. The girl's joyful smile froze on her face, then shattered into pieces with a snap. Seeing this, Zhao Sihan was puzzled. That's not right. With that girl's attack power, it shouldn't be possible for her to break Zhongni's barrier in 10 minutes. The match lasts for 10 minutes. If the score is still tied after 10 minutes, the game is considered a draw and both teams' players must leave the field. I remember, last time it took Sister Mingxue a full 12 minutes to break through Zhongni's barrier. barrier, Yitian took 20 minutes, and only brother Yu was the fastest, breaking through it in 6 minutes. Zhao Sihan paused and then added, 6 minutes is 6 minutes, why do you have to add the word fast? Apart from my schwer, none of you have any say in my speed, Zhang Xing said with a serious expression. Despite the commotion, this also shows that as long as Zhongli plays, the game is almost always destined to end in a draw. Everything happens so fast. After all, even Su Mingxue couldn't break through his defense in 10 minutes, so how many people in all the universities in China could? But how could that girl's attack power be higher than Su Mingxue's? Just as Zhao Sihan was wondering, Huang Xin gave the answer. This has nothing to do with the girl's attack power. I know my brother very well. He didn't want that muscular girl to break down, so he deliberately weakened the barrier's defenses. Huang Xin said proudly, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at Zhongni. He truly is my best brother. He's so kind. Just as Guangxin said, Zhongni was moved by the girl's stubborn yet pitiful appearance. He timed it perfectly, weakening the barrier's defenses and causing her to knock him away. Of course, he couldn't let himself lose the match, so just as he was about to fly out of the arena, he summoned a stone pillar and pushed himself back. How touching. Zhongni is so kind. PQ. Seeing Guangxin alone, moved to tears, Zhao Sihan's lips twitched and she was speechless for a moment. But she couldn't be bothered to argue anymore, since the final result would be the same anyway. Next, please welcome Zhao Sihan from Huaw to the stage. Hearing her name being called from outside, Zhao Sihan didn't hesitate. She waved to her teammates and headed towards the field. Go for it. Tian Tianji clenched her fists, cheering for her best friend. Zhao Sihan is at the silver tier 3, and her strength is extremely formidable. She wielded a small leather whip with great skill, and coupled with her sweet and charming appearance, many male students at Huaw School dreamed of being whipped by her. Her opponent was a thin young man wearing a black trench coat named Do Ima. This guy looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes as thick as ink, making him look like he was wearing sunglasses from a distance. Cough cough. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Do Ima coughed violently, skillfully pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Maybe you shouldn't compete anymore? Seeing this, even the referee couldn't help but feel worried for him. Shaking her head, Do Ima's pale face was full of determination. Even though he looks so haggard, he still refuses to give up the competition. What an indomitable spirit. The referee was deeply moved, his lips trembling slightly. He respected the young man's wishes and blew the whistle after the two were ready. As the whistle blew, Zhao Sihan's eyes narrowed slightly. She drew out the small leather whip she always carried and flicked her wrist. Suddenly, the small leather whip burst into flames and struck the ground with a crack, leaving a charred mark. The next second, Zhao Sihan rapidly approached Do Ima, her trajectory as unpredictable and serpentine as she moved. The fiery whip lashed out fiercely at Do Ima. The latter neither dodged nor flinched, but instead closed her eyes, opened her arms, and appeared ready to be picked at will. With a snap, the flaming whip lashed out at Do Ima's body, causing him to let out a soft groan. However, the soft humming sounded not like it was in pain, but rather like it was enjoying itself. There's no reason not to shoot a live target. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Sihan wildly brandished her leather whip, causing flames to leap out in all directions. Faced with such a fierce attack, Do Ima stood motionless in place, like a stone statue. Soon, Zhao Sihan realized something was wrong. The man's originally haggard and pale face gradually turned rosy under the whip, and his thin, bamboo-like body became much stronger. Is this his innate physique? Information about Do Ima is scarce because he is extremely low-key. Even many students at Qingwu Academy don't know what his physique is or what its effects are, let alone outsiders like Zhao Sihan. Regardless, Zhao Sihan now understood that she should change her offensive strategy. Stepping back to create distance from Do Ima, Zhao Sihan's once black hair suddenly turned a scorching crimson, rising and falling with the heat. Several flames enveloped her, making her appear as if a fire queen had descended. The temperature in the stadium suddenly rose, and many spectators felt parched and their bodies were soaked in sweat, as if they had just come out of a bath. Since attacks are ineffective against you, then taste what it's like to be burned by flames. Zhao Sihan's lips curled slightly, and she casually pushed out her palm. The next second, the flames surrounding her flew out rapidly in the direction of her palm. She can make the scene so hot even before she makes a move. What would happen if someone were hit by her flames, which are powerful enough to melt gold? Feeling threatened, Do Ima didn't want to use herself as a test subject. He licked his lips, then suddenly exhaled a breath of black mist, and while dodging left and right, he rapidly approached Zhao Sihan. Just as he was about to reach Zhao Sihan, the flames he had dodged suddenly changed direction and attacked at an even faster speed, slamming into his back. Boom! Do Ima was instantly engulfed in flames and knelt on the ground with a thud. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air of the arena. Sweating profusely, Zhao Sihan finally smiled. She had won. Just as the referee was about to announce the result of the match, Zhao Sihan suddenly stiffened, then her vision went black, and she collapsed with a thud. The flame man, scorched by the flames, slowly stood up. The entire audience was shocked. They stared wide-eyed at Do Ima, who was standing in the center of the arena, watching in disbelief as the flames enveloping him gradually gradually vanished into nothingness. After a moment of stunned silence, the referee finally came to his senses and announced that Do Ima was the winner of the match, and he would continue to face Huaw's next student. After hearing the referee announce the result of the match, Do Ima did not leave the field, but quickly walked to Zhao Sihan's side and placed her hand on her forehead. The next moment, black smoke billowed from Zhao Sihan's body and gathered towards Do Ima's palm. After Do Ima's palm had absorbed all the black smoke, Zhao Sihan finally woke up. "You flatter me," Do Ima said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Zhao Sihan forced a smile and slowly walked towards the preparation room. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said, "The reason I lost was because of that black smoke, wasn't it?" Do Ima, whose physique had grown to be as robust as Zhongni's, simply watched her quietly without uttering a word. Back in the preparation room, Zhao Sihan kept her head down. "Don't blame yourself." Tan Shangtai frowned, his mood equally low, but he still comforted him. "This Do Ima's ability is really strange, even I can't figure it out for a while. Anyway, the result of the competition can't be changed, so just relax and get some rest." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu patted Menglong on the shoulder. "The black smoke that this guy spews out should have a dizzying effect. Try to avoid it." "Understood," Menglong replied, and walked towards the arena. Do Ima was already waiting for Menglong on the field. According to the usual practice, Do Ima is entitled to a 10-minute break. But after finishing his match with Zhao Sihan, he immediately approached the referee and requested that the match start earlier. Looking at Do Ima on the field, Zhang Qing couldn't help but be shocked. Do Ima is usually so low-key and unremarkable. I didn't expect him to be so strong. His uncle, Wei Wu, smiled slightly and said, "If you are Qingwu's trump card that he has put on the surface, then AIMO is Qingwu's hidden trump card." "What is Do Ima's ability?" Zhang Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. "His special ability is Poison Mist. You saw it just now. Anyone of the same or lower rank as him who inhales the black smoke he exhales will become stiff, weak, and nauseous in a very short time. Of course, if the level is higher than his, the poison effect will be weakened. If the level is a whole big higher than his, then his poison can be basically ignored. I feel this ability is pretty average," Zhang Qing said honestly. "Indeed, this ability is only average, but Ima's true strength does not lie in his ability." Taking a drag of his cigarette, Wei Wu continued, "Ima's innate physique, the undead body, is where his true strength lies." "The body of the undying?" Zhang Qing pondered for a moment and said, "It feels like I've heard of it somewhere before, but I can't quite place it." "Yes, very few people possess this kind of innate physique. Although the undying body is rated as SS level, if developed properly, it can completely rival most SSS level talents and physiques." After saying this, Wei Wu smiled and said, "Those with this talent and physique possess extremely strong self-healing abilities. As long as they cannot be killed in one blow, even the most severe wounds will heal quickly. At the same time, they can also convert the damage they suffer into their own power to nourish their bodies." "A masochistic talent?" Zhang Qing's lips twitched slightly. "Masochistic, Do Ima. You know what, it actually sounds pretty accurate when you say it. According to my uncle, this undead body can definitely be rated as SSS level, right? This kind of innate physique has a drawback." Wei Wu paused, then added, "Having the undying body will make the body extremely weak. Just like the match with Zhao Sihan just now, if that girl had attacked with all her might right from the start, Do Ima wouldn't have been able to withstand it." He smiled and said, "But she had to test Do Ima's strength right away. Those few lashes she struck Ima actually enhanced Ima's strength. No wonder Ima looks so much stronger now than when he first came on the field." Zheng Chang nodded. "However, although the damage Ima suffers can nourish his body, this is only for a limited time. So, that's why he applied to start the competition early?" "That's right, but in general, as long as he can't kill Ima in one hit, he will get stronger and stronger as the battle goes on until the feedback effect stops." After saying that, the uncle and nephew looked at each other and smiled. No matter how strong Jiang Xingyu from Huaw is, he's still just a silver-ranked player. Can he really kill AIMO in one move? If you can't finish them off in seconds, then you're just waiting to lose. Hearing a loud bang, the two turned their attention back to the arena. At this moment, the muscular Do Ima grabbed one of the black dragon's horns with each hand, roared, and threw it away. This dragon, entirely black with shimmering scales, was the manifestation of Menglong's supernatural powers. After regaining his footing in mid-air, Menglong's eyes were filled with shock. In terms of physical strength, the beast transformation type and the body enhancement type are undoubtedly the strongest. Not to mention that Menglong's special ability is a special type of beast-type ability, the Black Dragon. In terms of physical strength, once he activates his beast form, he absolutely crushes those of the same level. But now, he has actually lost in a contest of strength with Do Ima. While he was still in shock, Do Ima had already leaped into the air and smashed down with a punch, actually shattering Menglong's scales. What immense power! The audience was amazed and increasingly curious about what Do Ima's abilities were. Jiang Xingyu and the rest of Huawu's team members all frowned, unwilling to miss a single detail of the battle. Zheng Cheng and Wei Wu watched the match quietly, both with faint smiles on their faces, looking confident of victory. Facing the increasingly formidable Do Ima, Menglong ultimately couldn't withstand his powerful dominance and lost the match. Even the host, Duo, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Qingwu, it truly is a place where hidden talents abound. Yes, who would have thought that Doima, who was so inconspicuous at the beginning, would have such a powerful influence? Huaw is in a really critical situation now, Fugue added. At this point, Huaw had already lost 2 key players, and with Zhong and I having drawn, only Jiang Xingyu and Qin Shang remained in the team capable of fighting again. On the other hand, Qingwu only managed to draw between the pink-haired girl and Zhong and I. The other 4 starting players, including Doima, were all in full form. Huawu's preparation room. All the team members had their heads slightly lowered, their faces showing a deep and unsettling expression. The room was so quiet that they could even hear each other's heartbeats. Meng Long, carried back to the hospital, lay on the bed and said apologetically, "I'm sorry everyone, I couldn't defeat that guy." "Does it hurt?" Suddenly, Jiang Xingyu walked to the bedside and gently touched Meng Long's wounds. "Tell me the truth, does it hurt? Since it hurts, it means you've done your best." Jiang Xingyu laughed as he spoke. "Didn't we agree before? You just need to do your best, and leave the rest to me. But that guy is just too strong, and we..." Before he could finish speaking, he heard Duo calling Jiang Xingyu's name. As expected, Doima didn't rest and directly applied for an early start to the competition. "Since it's my turn to compete, you don't need to worry about it. Get some rest." With that, Jiang Xingyu walked towards the arena. No matter how strong Doima is, she is still just a silver-level alien. In Jiang Xingyu's eyes, all those below the gold level were merely points of victory. After 2 fierce battles, Doima's power was amplified to its peak through the undead body. His time was running out, so he decided to finish quickly. Doima stood on the field with her arms crossed. Seeing Jiang Xingyu slowly walking towards her, she licked her lips and said, "I've long heard that you are exceptionally strong. Today, let's have a good fight." "Hee, Do, you're too kind. With my current strength, we too would have a very good fight," Jiang Xingyu said with a smile. Doima raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Jiang Xingyu's answer. He had expected Jiang Xingyu to give him a very tough reply like, "If you want to fight, then fight." Stop talking nonsense. Is he now admitting defeat on his own initiative? Does this guy already know that I am now an invincible opponent for him? Don't worry, it's just a match. I won't go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee blew his whistle, and Jiang Xingyu instantly appeared in front of Doima, kicking out a seemingly casual leg. Without thinking, Doima raised her hand to catch it. He didn't even use his special abilities. It was just a regular kick, which he didn't take seriously. The next moment, a dull thud rang out. Doima thought he could easily take the blow, but it actually made him slide back more than 10 meters. He managed to steady himself by planting his feet on the ground, otherwise, he would have been kicked away long ago. Such incredible power. Doima's eyes were filled with shock. He never expected that the pure power of a non-beast type alien could be so strong. "Ha, you really didn't disappoint me. Let's fight to our heart's content." Doima laughed loudly. Just as he was laughing heartily, a dark shadow suddenly attacked him without warning. It was a tang sword with a straight back and a dark red blade, like a blood-red rose blooming in the depths of hell, stunning yet extremely dangerous. The sharp blade silently sliced through the air, slashing towards Doima's former self. The sunlight reflected off Doima's eyes, creating a dazzling crimson glare that made his nerves tense. Doima suddenly exerted force with his feet, trying to dodge the attack, but he still couldn't completely avoid it. The clothes ripped open with a tear, leaving a bloody line on Doima's chest. Drops of blood seeped from the line and rolled down his chest. Doima was seriously injured, but there was no worry, fear, or surprise in his eyes, only a faint smile. Seeing the deep, spreading bloodstain on his body, the Huaw team members watching from afar had smiles on their faces. "All I can say is, he truly lives up to his reputation as the man who crushes his peers. You can tell how good brother you is just by looking at him," Qin Shang said first. After a year of honing his skills, he no longer possessed the sharp edge he once had when he was competing with Jiang Xingyu. He had become much more shrewd. After the joke, being tactful can save you from getting beaten up, so how can you not be tactful? Yi Tian has always been Jiang Xingyu's best friend, and he has to stick close to him like glue. Although he was no longer eligible to compete, it didn't stop him from cheering for his brother. He crushed his opponent from the start. "This match is in the bag. He's awesome, my brother do you. Brother do you." "Oh no." Jiang Xingyu wiped the blood off his tang sword and stared quietly at Doima, saying, "Your mental fortitude is quite strong. You haven't wavered at all despite suffering such a serious injury." "No, it's your mental fortitude that's strong. You must have already realized you've inhaled the poisonous mist I exhaled." After a pause, Doima's smile deepened. "I can't see a trace of panic in your eyes. I really admire you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xingyu's body suddenly stiffened, and his tang sword plunged straight into the ground to support his weight. His body swayed slightly, as if he would collapse immediately if he didn't do this. "Do you feel dizzy and weak all over?" Doima asked with a smile as she slowly walked towards Jiang Xingyu. The latter did not speak, but remained in the same posture, staring intently at Doima. "How could I possibly fall for such a petty trick?" Jiang Xingyu said calmly. "Oh ho, So, you can't even move your body, but you're still being stubborn? Do Ima said, bringing her face close to Jiang Xingyu's. If you haven't fallen for my trick, then hit me. Goodness, no wonder you're a masochist. I've never heard of such a request before. With that, Jiang Xingyu suddenly threw a punch. That punch, wreathed in blue-purple lightning, whistled through the air and struck Do Ima's nose with tremendous force. With a loud bang, wisps of lightning scattered in the air, lingering for a long time. Do Ima's head was thrown back by the blow, and blood gushed from her nostrils, almost splashing onto Jiang Xingyu's face. Then, his body flew backward due to inertia, skimming the ground for dozens of meters before sliding to the side of the field. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear, shock, and confusion. He didn't understand why Jiang Xingyu was able to punch him and hurt him. Do Ima struggled to get up. The wounds on his body were almost healed and his nose had stopped bleeding, but he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Even when facing lawless criminals who disregard human life during missions, he had never experienced such a suffocating feeling. He knew that Jiang Xingyu hadn't used his full strength yet. Just as Do Ima had thought, Jiang Xingyu did not use his full strength because he wanted to test Do Ima's limits. But Jiang Xingyu was no longer going to test them. If he hadn't activated a miniature spatial vortex in time, he probably would have already been in trouble. Teleport, Jiang Xingyu slashed out in front of Do Ima, who had just regained her footing. Watching the dark red blade flash by, Do Ima suddenly felt a surge of impulse. The young man in front of me is very strong, but I will surpass him. Facing this young man, I must give it my all. Push my limits. Like a lion that had been sleeping in his heart for many years being awakened, a sharp light suddenly burst forth in his eyes, as if flames were slowly igniting. He suddenly raised both fists, but that slash was too fast as a dazzling lightning bolt streaking across the black sky. By the time Do Ima reacted, his flesh had already been torn open inch by inch, and blood was gushing out. Then, with a bang, Do Ima, who was already at the edge of the field, was hit in the head by a high kick and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing straight into the audience. Sheathing his sword, Jiang Xingyu bowed slightly to the referee. I declare the winner to be Jiang Xingyu from Huaw. These words caused a stir in the entire venue. They had all witnessed Do Ima's powerful dominance on the field. They thought Huaw was about to be swept aside, but unexpectedly, the powerful Do Ima was actually suppressed by Jiang Xingyu. With overwhelming strength and unparalleled beauty, this young man standing at the center of the arena is like a rising star, attracting everyone's attention. However, Jiang Xingyu himself didn't seem to care. He simply said to the referee, "Referee, I request to continue the match. Are you sure you want to request an immediate start to the battle?" The referee looked at Jiang Xingyu, wanting to confirm his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu paused and said, "Let me think about it for half a minute." Seeing him lower his head in thought, the referee smiled. "Ha, you look relaxed on the surface, but you're probably a bit tired in reality. Young people these days just love to show off. Why do they always try to act cool and pretentious? It doesn't do them any good." Jiang Xingyu had no idea what the referee was thinking. He was currently weighing the pros and cons. Should we take them down one by one, or take them all at once? Taking them all at once would be disrespectful to Qingwu, while taking them one by one would be too time-consuming. He wanted to wait until after the competition to take Schwer to relax. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Xingyu finally made up his mind. He decided to take a compromise approach. Deal with the two first, then deal with the remaining one. This will save time and prevent Qingwu from looking too bad. Raising his head, Jiang Xingyu said earnestly, "Referee, please let Qingwu's number 3 and number 4 go up together." As expected, you're still a bit tired, aren't you? It's good to be young and keep a low profile. The referee suddenly paused. "Wait, what did you just say?" "I said, let Qingwu's number 3 and number 4 go up together. It will save time." "Did I hear that right? You're telling number 3 and number 4 to go up together?" Jiang Xingyu nodded firmly. "No, numbers 3 and 4 are both silver rank 4 experts. Besides, there's no precedent for one person taking on 2 in the martial arts league." The referee asked, puzzled. Jiang Xingyu said calmly, "It's okay. Ask the organizers. If it really doesn't work, just have them come one by one." "Alright, let me ask." A moment later, the referee received a reply. Jiang Xingyu's application to challenge both Qingwu's number 3 and number 4 competitors simultaneously is approved. The news shocked everyone present. "Hey, did I hear that right? What news did Duo just announce?" "You heard me right. Jiang Xingyu is going to take on 2 people at once." "Good lad, too arrogant." Huaw's teammates didn't have much of an opinion on this. Besides trusting Brother Yu, there wasn't much else they could do. Inside Qingwu's preparation room, Wei Wu had a gloomy expression. Wei Wu slammed the water glass on the table over his shoulder, frowned, gave Zhang Qing a wink, then lit a cigarette and took a few deep drags. "Number 3 and number 4 are both male, both at silver rank 4, and their strength should not be underestimated." The two walked side by side toward the arena, whispering to each other. This Jiang Xingyu from Huaw was really too arrogant. "Too arrogant, let's take him down." Gently stroking the tang sword slung at his waist, Jiang Xingyu waited listlessly for his opponent to enter the arena. Suddenly, he caught sight of 2 figures out of the corner of his eye. He looked up and said with a smile, "Oh, hello to you too. Stop grinning at me. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you smile." Number 3 crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xingyu with the sharpness of a hawk. Number 4 nudged Number 3 with his elbow and whispered in his ear, "But he's really handsome. I didn't realize it from a distance before, but now that I'm up close, I realize that Jiang Xingyu is really handsome. No one can find fault with his appearance. Yeah, he really is handsome. Pa." Number 3 shook his head and said, "You almost led me astray. This is the Wuhan University League, a place where skill matters, not looks. The great and mighty heavenly dragon." Number 4 was about to say he's also very strong again, but the whistle had already sounded, and he immediately came to his senses and turned his gaze to Jiang Xingyu. But where was Jiang Xingyu standing just now? There's no one here anymore. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Before he could turn around, a bloody welt appeared on his body. Sneak attack. Number 4, clutching his bleeding back, immediately turned around after distancing himself from Jiang Xingyu. Just as I turned my gaze to where I had been standing, I saw Number 3 suddenly vomit a mouthful of bitter water, which flew towards me. With a loud bang, Number 3 crashed into Number 4's embrace like a cannonball, creating a large crater in the ground. With Number 4 cushioning the fall, Number 3 wasn't seriously injured, except that his anus felt like it had been poked by something hard and firm, and it hurt a bit. The sand and dust kicked up by the violent collision were as dazzling as a thick fog. Just as Number 3 struggled to get up, he saw the Tang sword, coiled with purple lightning, break through the dust and slash down from above. Number 3's pupils contracted sharply, and he dodged the attack with lightning speed, but warm blood still splattered on his face. This blow landed on Number 4, who was meant to be his scapegoat. Shifting our gaze to Number 4, we saw him foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back, his body trembling slightly, and he had completely lost consciousness. Suddenly, Number 3 felt a tightness in his chest and quickly pulled out a dagger, placing it in front of his chest. With a loud clang, Number 3 was thrown away by a tremendous force, tumbling several times before finally regaining his footing. The next second, the Tang sword wrapped in lightning slashed down from above his head again. Another crisp clang rang out as the Number 3 dagger firmly blocked the Tang sword, refusing to let it fall an inch. The two secretly exerted their strength, competing in a contest of power. Just as the two sides were about to reach a stalemate, the lightning attached to the Tang sword emitted an even more dazzling blue-purple light, and tiny, bright points of light swirled around the sword. In that instant, Number 3 seemed to be under a starry sky, with the countless stars seemingly within reach. The dagger suddenly broke in half, and the sharp blade sliced through Number 3's chest without any obstruction. The skin and flesh were torn open inch by inch, and fresh blood gushed out from the deep, canyon-like wound. Number 3 remained in a half-squatting position, his eyes wide open, but they had lost their sparkle. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. A moment later, a deep booming voice rang out, "I declare that Jiang Xingyu of Huaw has won the match." There was no applause, no cheers, the audience was completely stunned. The contestants from Qingwu are undoubtedly the elite of the elite, but now, even with two elites working together, they are powerless to fight back under Jiang Xingyu's suppression. They are both freshmen and both silver-level aberrations, so why is there such a big difference between them? The audience could hardly believe what was happening before their eyes. Even the students of Huaw were all wide-eyed. "Hey, do you guys think, brother, you might be the male protagonist in a novel?" Yi Tian revealed an expression as if he had discovered the truth. Qin Shang nodded and said, "Indeed, their strength is too formidable. No wonder, brother, you dared to say something like, 'Just do your best, leave the rest to me.'" From today onwards, he will be Jiang Xingyu's number 2 fanboy. As for his number 1 fanboy, it's naturally Yi Tian. This is true strength, absolutely formidable strength, Su Mengxue said calmly, but her eyes held an undisguised smile. "My husband is so amazing." After Qingwu suffered 3 defeats at the hands of Jiang Xingyu, his morale was extremely low. Team 1 had their top players, yet Jiang Xingyu single-handedly defeated 3 of them. It was quite a blow to their morale. Infected by the oppressive atmosphere and immense psychological pressure, Qingwu team's number 5 player failed to perform to his full potential and was easily defeated by Jiang Xingyu. At this point, Qingwu team 1 had completely lost. Most athletes would probably cheer excitedly on the field, enjoying the admiring, adoring, or appreciative gazes of the audience. But Jiang Xingyu didn't linger at the competition venue. He just yawned, shouldered his knife, and went back to the preparation room. There is still half an hour before the second team's match begins. Feeling a bit sleepy, Jiang Xingyu gently rested his head on Su Mengxue's lap and said, "Schwer, I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me up when you have your match later." Su Mengxue stroked his hair and said with a gentle smile, "Go to sleep, go to sleep. Do you want me to sing you a lullaby? I'm your husband now, why are you singing lullabies?" "It's been a long time since I sang for you, I miss it a little," Su Mengxue muttered. For some reason, Jiang Xingyu sensed a hint of grievance in her expression and couldn't help but soften, saying, "Sing, sing. I'll love whatever Schwer sings." I knew Xingyu was the best. Su Mengxue kissed his forehead, then began to sing, "Sleep, sleep, my dear baby." Seeing the couple showing affection affection so openly, the team members couldn't bear to watch and moved far away to the side. Xingyu, it's time to get up. Seeing that it was almost time for the competition, Su Mengxue gently woke him up. As soon as Jiang Xingyu straightened up, he felt several pairs of eyes being cast at him. What's wrong? Is my hairstyle messed up? Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu took a mirror out of Su Mengxue's bag and looked at himself. Yes, he looks handsome, and his hairstyle isn't messy either. Hey, why are you all staring at me like that? After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his handsome image, Jiang Xingyu put the mirror back in his bag and asked, somewhat puzzled. Brother Yu, you're famous, Xin Sheng said, showing him his phone. Hashtag shocking. Huawu athlete Jiang Xingyu single-handedly defeated 4 Qingwu athletes. Hashtag. How would you evaluate Huawu player Jiang Xingyu's performance in the Wuhan University League? Hashtag. Who exactly is Jiang Xingyu of Huawu? Hashtag. It turns out that during the time Jiang Xingyu was sleeping, his amazing performances had gone viral on various forums. Even office workers who are usually busy with their work take time out of their busy schedules to watch his game recordings. On various platforms, any video or article tagged with Huawu and Jiang Xingyu garnered extremely high attention, quickly becoming a traffic driver for these platforms. Even people cosplaying as Jiang Xingyu appeared. If he previously gained some attention only because of his good looks, now he has become unforgettable to everyone who has watched his games due to his strong dominance on the field. In addition, the Wuhan University League is an important event broadcast nationwide, so it was inevitable that Jiang Xingyu would become popular. Brother Yu, you're even more popular than those big stars now. There are tons of guys on Weibo clamoring to have your babies, Qin Sheng chuckled, holding his phone. Yi Tian nodded and said, yeah, I saw it too. They even created a super topic to speculate about how big your thing is and how long it can last. Are these people crazy? Is it really that serious? Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched, and then his gaze shifted to Su Mengxue. She simply put her arm around hers lightly, and when she saw him looking at her, she just gave him a faint smile. It seems like they don't take those weirdos and monsters on the internet seriously at all. Is this the composure of a legitimate fiancé? But that's the truth. How could those ordinary beauties compare to Su Mengxue? Not to mention that Su Mengxue is a combination of 3. It's practically a dimensional reduction attack. He gently squeezed her soft hand, then picked up his phone, registered an account, and after getting verified on Weibo, posted several intimate photos of himself and Su Mengxue on his account. Then he added the caption, "My wife is the most beautiful." After doing all that, Jiang Xingyu put his phone back in his pocket, gently took Su Mengxue's hand, and intertwined their fingers. Let's go to the competition. I'll cheer you on. The match between Huawu Team 2 and Qingwu Team 2 did not last long. All of Qingwu's top fighters were transferred to one team, causing a serious imbalance in the team's strength. In addition, the pressure from the team being thoroughly defeated by Jiang Xingyu had not yet dissipated, so the strength of Qingwu's team members declined somewhat. Even without Su Mengxue's appearance, Huawu won the final victory in the competition by only sending out Wang Zhang and Niu Shenghui. When Zhang Cheng heard the referee loudly announce Huawu has won, he felt as if he were still dreaming, unable to believe that Cheng Wu had suffered a defeat in the preliminary round. Wei Wu, on the other hand, was much calmer. He didn't get angry like before, but frowned deeply and then sighed, "Forget it. Since the outcome can't be changed, I won't think about it anymore." With that, he stood up, straightened his shirt, and waved his hand in front of Zhang Qing's eyes, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to see someone. Do you like it?" At this point, Qingwu, a century-old school, has completely fallen from its pedestal, while Huawu has become famous overnight. Although the competition has only gone through the first round and only 64 teams have been selected, Huawu has already been pushed to a very high level by netizens, and has completely lost any connection with the term diploma mill. Jiang Xingyu also won the title of Wuhan University League's strongest newcomer king with his outstanding performance. With the preliminary rounds over, it's time to draw opponents. Inside Huawu's training room, the team members sat together and discussed. This time, the troublemaker probably didn't cause any more trouble, as Huawu's opponent wasn't too strong. Although our opponent in the next match isn't strong, our situation is still not very optimistic. Qin Sheng counted on his fingers. Among the starting players, only Yu Gu and I are left on the first team, and Niu Shenghui, Tian Tianji, Su Mengxue, and Guangxin are left on the second team. There are still several matches to go. Aren't there substitutes? It's not that I look down on the substitute players, but there's a reason for the difference between regular players and substitute players. Jingwu is waiting for us in the back. Every time a regular player leaves the field, our chances of winning will decrease. After a pause, Qin Sheng added, "Besides, Jingwu is quite lucky. They drew a weak opponent in the first match, and none of their regular players were able to win." "Alright, I'll say it again, just do your best." With that, Jiang Xingyu took Su Mengxue's hand and walked away. "Leave the rest to us." "Brother Yu, where are you guys going?" Seeing the two holding hands and walking together, Yi Tian subconsciously asked a question. "Let's take Schwer shopping. Even though tomorrow is a day off, isn't going shopping a bit too relaxing?" Upon hearing this, Su Mengxue glanced at him with a cold and beautiful expression, and said coldly, "Are you teaching my Xingyu how to do things?" Jiang Xingyu gently squeezed Su Mengshue's hand to comfort her. He then walked up to Yi Tian, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Do you know why you haven't been able to win over Su Man for so long? Think about it yourself." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu returned to Su Mengshue's side, picked her up, and teleported her outside the venue. Watching the two disappear in the blink of an eye, Yi Tian stood there, head down, brows furrowed, pondering a major question in his life. "Do you know why you can't win over Su Man?" The words lingered in Yi Tian's ears, impossible to shake off. "Yeah, why can't I win Man's heart?" The more Yi Tian thought about it, the more his brows furrowed. Before long, he even dozed off, his head tilting to the side. While Yi Tian was dozing off, Jiang Xingyu had already brought Su Mengshue to the outside of the Demon Spirit Martial Arts Hall. "It's rare to have a day off, so naturally I'd like to go shopping with my wife. It's relaxing and also helps strengthen our relationship. This is the difference between people. Xingyu, where are we going?" Su Mengshue gently rested her head on his shoulder, a faint smile appearing on her beautiful face. Her tone was also gentle, showing none of the fierceness she had shown when confronting Yi Tian. "Let's go shopping in the nearby commercial street and I'll buy you some clothes." "But don't we have lots of clothes at home?" "You can never have too many clothes for your wife," Jiang Xingyu said, pinching her cheek. "Okay, let's go then." The match ended close to dusk, and the draw took up some time, so it was already dark. As dusk settles, the towering buildings, dazzling lights, bustling crowds, and passing vehicles create a breathtaking scene that everyone would exclaim, "Absolutely stunning." The two walked hand in hand towards the commercial street, enjoying the dazzling night view of Shanghai while chatting. Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice came from beside Jiang Xingyu, "Brother Xingyu, Sister Shui." Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Su Menyuo looking at him with a smile on her face. Standing next to Su Menyuo was a strange man wearing a tie and a royal blue suit. "Are they your family?" the man whispered in Su Menyuo's ear. Su Menyuo nodded. "Okay, that's good." With that, the man walked up to Jiang Xingyu, extended his hand, and said, "Hello." Although Jiang Xingyu was somewhat puzzled, she still politely shook hands with him and said, "Hello." The next second, the man withdrew his hand, and his expression turned serious. "How could you let a girl of 10 years old go to eat in such a remote little shop by herself? Have you taken the government's notice to heart?" "Notification? What notification?" Jiang Xingyu was taken aback, not knowing what he was talking about. "Didn't you receive any notification? Are you new to Shanghai?" "Yes, we're here in Shanghai to participate in the Wuhan University League." Upon hearing this, the man's expression softened considerably. He paused for a moment, then said, "On the surface, Shanghai is peaceful and quiet, but underneath there are undercurrents. For the time being, we should not let teenage girls go out alone." After hearing this, Jiang Xingyu asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Do you know about the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance?" the man asked after a pause. "I have a vague recollection of it. Several years ago, there were occasional cases of girls going missing in Shanghai, but at the time it did not attract much attention and was just thought to be ordinary kidnapping cases. However, in the past 6 months, the number of missing girls has surged, and there are signs of unusual activity at the crime scenes. This has attracted the attention of the eccentric pavilion. After their investigation, they found that all the missing girls were between 10 and 18 years old and all of them were virgins. Combined with other clues, the eccentric pavilion suspects that it was the work of the cult organization, Holy Maiden Blood Alliance. After a pause, the man continued, "However, we do not yet know where they have hidden the missing girls, so the authorities have strengthened their control. Girls who are not capable of protecting themselves are not allowed to go out on the street alone." Jiang Xingyu nodded. "I see." The man was so busy lately that he had no time to follow the news, so he naturally didn't know that the young man in front of him was Jiang Xingyu, who had recently become a sensation online. The man was even less likely to know that Jiang Xingyu had already obtained the rank of lieutenant, assuming that he was just an ordinary student participating in the competition, so he didn't go into any more detail. After reminding Jiang Xingyu to take good care of Su Menyuo, he left in a hurry. Seeing the man leave, Jiang Xingyu turned his gaze to Su Menyuo and asked, "By the way, Menyuo, what are you doing here? And how did you meet him?" "I was a little hungry, so I came out to get some late-night snacks." As she spoke, Su Menyuo rubbed her slightly protruding belly. "He happened to be passing by that little shop and saw me waiting for wontons alone inside, so he came over and struck up a conversation with me. At first I thought he was a street thug, but later I found out he was a military officer who patrolled this area. We got along quite well, so we came out together. We just got here and ran into you." After listening, Jiang Xingyu nodded. "Next time, you're not allowed to run out without saying a word, understand?" Su Menyuo was, after all, his fiancée's younger sister, and given her quirky and lovable personality, Jiang Xingyu naturally didn't want anything to happen to her. He decided to talk to Su Menyuo properly and try to make her behave. Jiang Xingyu was about to speak when Su Menyuo interrupted him. "Brother Xingyu, are you hungry? I'll take you to that little shop we just went to eat wontons." Su Menyuo looked at the two of them with bright eyes. "Really, they're so delicious, even better than the chef we hire at home." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu looked at Su Mengshui and asked, asked, Schwer, would you like to eat wontons? Yeah, I didn't eat much this afternoon, so I'm a little hungry. A few minutes later, Suminyo led the two through a narrow alley to a small shop. Apart from the owner who was writing and drawing at the counter and a waiter wiping the table, there were no other customers in the shop. This shop is very quiet. Suminyo nodded and said, yes, it's probably related to its remote location. Even though there aren't many people, the wontons are really delicious, especially the chicken soup flavor. They're so fragrant. I even want another bowl, Suminyo said before running into the shop. With a soft sigh, Jiang Xingyu and Suminyo followed them to the counter. Upon seeing the two enter the shop, the owner greeted them with a smile. Handsome guy and beautiful lady, what would you like to eat? We offer extra toppings at no extra cost. It's delicious and affordable. I want 3 bowls of chicken soup wontons. Suminyo raised her little hand and waved it, speaking up first. It's you again, young lady. Didn't you just eat? The owner still had that smiling look on his face. It's because your wontons are so delicious. I want to eat more. Ha, what a cute little girl. Here's an extra bowl of wontons for you. With that, the owner called out to the kitchen, 3 bowls of chicken soup wontons. Please add a little extra. Jiang Xingyu thought for a moment and said calmly, 2 bowls are enough. I won't eat. Upon hearing this, the shop owner opened his narrowed eyes a little. Have some. Our wontons are delicious. Yes, brother Xingyu, you should have some too. No need, you guys eat, Jiang Xingyu said, leaving no room for refusal. Alright then. After saying that, the boss personally went into the kitchen. At this moment, the chef, wearing an apron, was about to drop the granular object in his hand into a bowl of cooked wontons. Seeing this, the boss stepped forward, grasped his wrist, and gently shook his head. Then, speaking in a volume that could be heard clearly outside, he said, just cook 2 bowls, okay? A few minutes later, the owner personally served 2 steaming bowls of wontons to the table. The next second, Suminyo immediately picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Even though she was scalding hot and gasping for breath, it did not stop her from devouring the wontons in the bowl like a whirlwind. In contrast, Suminyo ate in small bites, while Jiang Xingyu, sitting next to her, would occasionally take out a napkin to wipe her mouth. With nothing else to do, the boss chatted casually with Jiang Xingyu. Handsome, are you the Jiang Xingyu from the Wuhan University leak? It's me, what's wrong? Wow, you're so much more handsome in person than in the video. I almost didn't recognize you. Your performance in the competition was truly outstanding. I admire you so much. After saying that, the boss's eyes, which had been slightly open, narrowed into crescent moons again, and he asked with a tone full of curiosity, I wonder what your level is. Jiang Xingyu said with a nonchalant expression, Silver rank 5. Didn't the host introduce that before the competition? Of course, he is actually at the 6th level of silver rank, and there are even signs that he is about to break through to the 7th level of silver rank. The boss's expression froze for a moment, then he grinned and said, yes, I didn't pay much attention at the time. After saying that, he stopped talking and went back to the counter to pick up a pen and start writing and drawing. After a hearty meal, Suminyo patted her round belly and said, Burp, I'm so full. Let's go shopping. With that, Jiang Xingyu took Suminyo's hand and tapped Suminyo's forehead with his other hand. You can also help digest your food, don't overeat. Oh, Suminyo responded and quickly followed, walking alongside the two. Seeing the 3 leave, the cook in the kitchen pushed open the door and came out, puzzled. Brother Shui, why did you suddenly stop letting us add ingredients? Jiang Xingyu is only a silver rank. Surely we can beat him if we all go at him together? The boss, Brother Shui, glanced at the cook and said calmly, if it's a head-on confrontation, I'm 80% confident I can take him down, but if he's determined to run, can we catch him? Upon hearing this, the cook nodded and said, yes, this guy's special ability is indeed troublesome. Yes, we should be more cautious in everything we do. After saying that, the boss lowered his head again and continued to write and draw. The larger strongholds of the organization have basically been exposed, so we smaller strongholds have to be even more careful. The cook responded and returned to the kitchen. The owner continued writing and drawing, while the waiters continued wiping the tables, as if nothing had happened. After leaving the wonton shop, Jiang Xingyu and his 2 companions continued shopping. Since they had a day off tomorrow, they were determined to spend more time together today. The 3 chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the commercial street. To put it simply, this street is bustling with traffic and crowds. Caught up in the lively atmosphere, all 3 of them wore smiles. Suddenly, a scream came from nowhere. Wow, it's Jiang Xingyu. Passers-by and busy shop assistants alike turned to look in the direction of the sound, and then, following the direction the person was pointing, all turned their gazes toward Jiang Xingyu and his 2 companions. Wow, it's Jiang Xingyu. The voices were so synchronized that you'd think they were training troops. Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly. There were fewer people around earlier, so he hadn't noticed. Only now did he suddenly remember that he was already an internet celebrity. As the crowd surged in, Jiang Xingyu, holding Su Mingxuan in one arm and Su Minyu in the other, disappeared in an instant. At the top of the building, the 3 men frowned as they looked down at the crowded people below. Su Minyu blinked her big eyes and looked at the 2 of them. What do we do now? What can we do? do? Wear a mask, of course. We can't exactly beat someone up, can we? Su Mingxue said, somewhat disappointed, her lips slightly pursed. Let me think about it, Jiang Xingyu said, stroking his chin. A moment later, he smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and said, I'll let the lightning dissipate into the air around us. As soon as they get close, they'll feel a tingling sensation, and then we can continue shopping. But I don't want people staring at me, and I don't want people staring at you, Su Mingxue said, still somewhat dejected. Then let's wear masks. With that, Jiang Xingyu teleported to a nearby shopping mall, bought 3 masks, and brought them back. After Su Mingxue and her sister had both put on their protective gear, he led them back to the street. At this moment, the crowd's attention was still focused on the place where they were discovered, and every now and then one could hear comments like, what amazing superpowers, and they're even more handsome in person than in the videos. The 3 people's appearance went unnoticed by anyone. Yay, finally I can go shopping properly. Su Mingyue clapped her hands, hummed a song, and hopped ahead like a rabbit. Jiang Xingyu and Su Mingxue followed behind her, their fingers intertwined. Suddenly, a claw machine decorated with colorful lights and displaying all sorts of plush toys in the window caught Su Mingyue's attention. She pointed at the claw machine, turned her head and said, Brother Xingyu, I want to play. Sigh, you were supposed to be accompanying me shopping, but now it's the 2 of us accompanying this little girl shopping, Su Mingxue said helplessly. Jiang Xingyu raised an eyebrow and said with a wicked smile, anyway, you can't escape her in this lifetime, we have plenty of time. Let's just go along with her this time. Su Mingxue nodded, and then the 3 of them walked towards the claw machine. At this moment, a boy who looks like a high school student is sitting in front of the machine, intently gripping the joystick and calculating the angle of the grappling hook. With his girlfriend cheering him on, the boy pressed the launch button. With the sound of the machine running, the grappling hook quickly and accurately grabbed the doll's neck, and then slowly moved it towards the hole. The girl shouted encouragement while her eyes were wide open, staring intently at the claw hook clamped around the doll's neck, as if afraid it would fall. Although the grappling hook moved slowly, it was very steady and showed no signs of loosening. Just as the doll was about to fall into the hole, the grappling hook suddenly released its grip, and the doll's head hit the edge of the hole and rolled to the side. The young man sighed heavily. He had already spent a lot of money on this machine, but he hadn't gotten anything in return. Although he was not short of money, his patience had been completely worn down by the machine. He stood up and turned around to see Jiang Xingyu and the other 2 standing behind him. Have you finished arresting them? Jiang Xingyu pointed to the machine. Upon hearing this, the boy was stunned, his gaze towards Jiang Xingyu filled with inquiry. Big brother, are you done catching them? If you're not going to, then we'll take your turn, Su Mingyue said, tilting her little face up. The boy suddenly snapped out of his daze, moved to the side to make room, and said, okay, you guys catch me. Jiang Xingyu nodded and sat down in front of the machine. Schwer, which one do you want? I like everything you caught. Su Mingxue didn't really like these dolls. At least, in her original form, Su Mingxue didn't like them, but she didn't hate them either. Which one of the glutinous rice balls do you want? I want the biggest one, the little girl said, pointing to the largest teddy bear. Okay, watch me do it. Jiang Xingyu stared intently at the grappling hook, gently pushed the control stick, found an extremely tricky angle, then grinned and pressed the launch button with lightning speed. Every word and action exudes confidence, and every move reveals elegance. The claws, as quick and precise as if taking something from a bag, seized the doll's neck. Jiang Xingyu remained calm and composed. He didn't speak, but his whole body exuded an inexplicable confidence, as if he could easily handle such trivial matters. Under the watchful eyes of several people, the claw hook holding the doll rose back up and then moved towards the cave entrance. But as soon as it moved, the doll fell down. Ahem, my mistake, Jiang Xingyu explained, looking slightly embarrassed. He tried several more times, but each time he failed. Su Mingyue couldn't help but laugh. Judging from your posture earlier, I thought you were really amazing, but I didn't expect that even Brother Xingyu has something he can't do. Don't laugh, nobody's perfect. Su Mingxue pinched Su Mingyue's little mouth to stop her from speaking. Schwer, come and play. I reckon I won't be able to learn this skill anytime soon. With that, Jiang Xingyu made way for Su Mingxue to sit down. Turning around, Jiang Xingyu found that the young couple was still standing behind him. Before he could speak, the boy spoke first. Hello, are you Jiang Xingyu from Huaw? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was taken aback. I recognized him. Seeing that there were few people around, Jiang Xingyu quickly covered the boy's mouth and said, shoot, don't be too loud. The boy's eyes lit up, his heart pounded, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Brother you, it really is you. Do we know each other? It's me. Don't you remember me? After saying that, the boy fell silent. He knew that Jiang Xingyu might not actually remember. After all, the situation was critical at the time. The boy took the girl's hand and said to her, Zixuan, this brother is the one who saved us that day. After saying that, the 2 of them bowed deeply to Jiang Xingyu. What are you doing? Jiang Xingyu was stunned for a moment before immediately helping the 2 of them up. Hello, brother you, my name is Song Yi. After saying that, he pushed the girl in front of him. This is my girlfriend, Zhou Zixuan. Hello, brother you, the girl said with a faint smile. So, I still don't really remember you guys, Jiang Xingyu said with an awkward laugh. Brother Yu, do you still remember? Last year, a monster suddenly appeared in a shopping mall near Kyoto Airport, Song Yi said, gripping Jiang Xingyu's hand tightly. Yes, I fell down and couldn't walk. When that monster pounced on us, you were the one who blocked it for us, Zhou Zishuan echoed softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu finally remembered. Jiang Xingyu still remembered that shopping mall. After all, it was the place where he and Su Mengshu were reunited. When the wolf pounced on the fallen girl, the boy stepped forward and spread his arms to shield her. If I hadn't arrived in time, the two of them would probably have committed suicide together. However, at the time, I was focused on the demon wolf and didn't notice the appearance of the young couple at all. So that young couple was you too? Yes, it's us. You finally remembered? Song Yi nodded hurriedly. You're high school students, right? What grade are you in? You high school seniors aren't preparing for your exams, and you're here playing claw machines? Jiang Xingyu was somewhat convinced. Which high school senior could be so free that they would use class time to play claw machines? Song Yi shook his head and said, No, we saw you play in the live broadcast of the Wuhan University League, so we took leave and flew from Beijing to support you. Zhou Zishuan nodded and said, we just got off the plane and your preliminary round was over. On the way to the hotel, I thought this claw machine looked fun, so I dragged IE over to play it. Thank you so much, you even came all the way to watch our match. Jiang Xingyu smiled calmly. Since watching your match, you have risen to the level of a god in my heart. Seeing Song Yi's sincere eyes looking at him, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but scratch his head. I'm embarrassed by what you said. Brother Yu, he's telling the truth, we're both your fans. After a pause, Zhou Zishuan added, I'm a die-hard fan, and IE is a crazy fan. Just as the three were chatting, Su Mengshu walked over, a smile appearing on her beautiful, cold face. I remember, you seem to be the young master of the Song family, right? How come? Before the words were even finished, Song Yi and the other person bowed in unison at a 90-degree angle, saying, Hello, sister-in-law Yu. This sudden turn of events even surprised Su Mengshu, who couldn't help but look at Jiang Xingyu. What are they doing? Jiang Xingyu gave her a brief explanation, and then the group started chatting. Song Yi is a tough guy, and Jiang Xingyu admires him quite a bit, so he's willing to chat with him. In addition, Song Yi is also from a prominent family. He comes from the Song family, one of the 4 great families in Kyoto, and is the second son of the family head. As the group was chatting, suddenly, the sound of arguing came from the side. It turns out that Su Mengshu had gone crazy playing the claw machine. The little girl was very accurate, and she had already emptied one machine, but she was not satisfied and went to grab another machine. The boss couldn't handle the situation, so he started arguing with her. Su Mengshu's face flushed red, her neck stiffened, and her big eyes stared straight at the shopkeeper. I put in coins, why can't I play? At this rate, I'll go bankrupt. Anyway, I'm not playing anymore, the boss said, covering the launch button. TCH, if you don't want to play, then don't play. If you can't afford to play, why are you even running a shop? Su Mengshu looked at him with disdain, got up from her seat, and spread her palms, saying, hurry up and give me back my coins. I'm going to play somewhere else. After getting all the coins, Su Mengshu took a large bag, stuffed all the plush toys she had caught into the bag, and carried it away. Unexpectedly, after taking only 2 steps, she found herself unable to walk any further. Looking back, she saw the boss holding the bag, refusing to let her go. Why are you arresting so many? Can you even handle it all? What does it matter to you whether I can handle it or not? Let go. Su Mengshu said coldly, her eyebrows furrowed. How about this? I'll return all the coins to you, and you can pick a few plush toys to take with you. Consider it a free gift from me. Okay, the shopkeeper said with a stiff smile. Let go, I'm leaving. When the boss saw that Su Mengshu wouldn't listen to him, he was about to take action. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu stepped forward and grabbed his wrist, saying, Boss, if you don't want me to continue playing, fine, I'll go somewhere else. But this was captured by force, and you're not letting me take it away? That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Do you know what that biggest plush toy is? The shopkeeper paused, then changed his words. Do you know how expensive that bear plush toy is? How expensive can a doll be? If you can't afford to play games, what kind of business are you in? Song Yi frowned slightly and looked at the boss. The boss frowned deeply, trying to pull his hand away, but found that he couldn't break free from Jiang Xingyu's grasp no matter what he did. Ni Nuo, give me your doll. It's inconvenient for a little girl like you to carry it around. Su Mengshu nodded and stuffed the large bag of dolls, along with a bear doll that was about the same size as her, into Jiang Xingyu's space. Then, Jiang Xingyu released his boss's hand and turned to leave. Seeing that it was getting late, Song Yi, Zhou Zishuan, and Jiang Xingyu exchanged contact information and then busied themselves with settling their luggage. Su Mengshu wasn't done playing the claw machine, so Jiang Xingyu and the other person accompanied her to another claw machine store. Seeing the store manager's face, which had turned a deep, liver-colored hue and was etched with deep lines, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. The shop manager was already heartbroken looking at the pile of dolls that had been pulled out, and when he saw Jiang Xingyu looking at him and smirking, he felt extremely insulted and became furious. Hey, you guys can play all you want, laughing. Before he could finish speaking, the shop manager suddenly froze, his eyes eyes fixed on a certain spot. Seeing the store manager in a daze, Jiang Xingyu followed his gaze and looked behind him. But then he saw a fireball the size of an ordinary lantern hurtling toward him at high speed. With a slight movement of his hand, Jiang Xingyu released a small spatial vortex that swallowed it. Upon closer inspection, he saw a dozen or so people wearing dark red jackets running towards him from a street 100 meters away, illuminated by the bright streetlights. I don't know. Since street vendors were banned, even in a bustling city like Shanghai, the streets are practically deserted in the evenings. Such a large and imposing group of people would naturally be easily spotted. Jiang Xingyu frowned slightly and pursed his lips. This group of people is clearly after them. Swear, take me Nuwa back first. I'll be there soon, he said in a low voice. Sumeng Huaw was initially puzzled, but upon seeing the group of people, she immediately understood. She scooped Sumeng Huaw up in her arms and quickly walked away. Seeing the store manager still standing there in a daze, Jiang Xingyu kicked him and said, "Store manager, you should run away too." Seeing the two women fleeing from afar, the group assumed Jiang Xingyu was also trying to escape, so they sped up, and those with ranged attack abilities released their powers simultaneously, clearly not intending to let Jiang Xingyu go. Jiang Xingyu had no intention of leaving. He needed to figure out why these men in red were attacking him. With a wave of his hand, he created another spatial vortex, instantly absorbing all the attacks. Jiang Xingyu, carrying the silver tiger soul-severing halberd, teleported to a spot about 10 meters away from the group of men in red. The leader, dressed in red, raised his hand to make a stop gesture, then stepped forward and said, "Kid, you're Jiang Xingyu from Huaw, aren't you? Oh, you still recognize me even with a mask on? Ah, after all, you're quite popular right now. In Shanghai these days, I can't think of another young person with spatial abilities besides you." The leader in red laughed loudly. "So, what do you want from me?" The man in red yawned and said, "Hand over that teddy bear, and I might spare your life." "So, you were sent by the owner of that claw machine?" After saying that, Jiang Xingyu silently added another sentence in his mind. If the owner had the ability to hire so many extraordinary individuals, why would he open a small shop there? There must be some organization behind him, and that teddy bear must also have some secret. Enough nonsense, hand over the teddy bear and we'll spare your life. The leader in red paused, then said in a tone that seemed to carry icy coldness, "No, you're dead." "A dead end? If I wanted to run, could you catch me?" Jiang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. "Now that we've guessed your identity, do you think we won't have a way to target you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a boulder the size of a school desk fell from the sky and crashed down on Jiang Xingyu's head. Jiang Xingyu hurriedly used teleportation, only to find that although his alien element was still flowing, he could not use his superpowers. He had no choice but to roll to the side to avoid it. The stone was half inserted into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiang Xingyu was momentarily confused about what had happened. When the smoke cleared and he could see the stone clearly, he finally understood. That wasn't an ordinary rock, but a type of mineral known as sealing stone. As its name suggests, the ore is an extremely rare mineral used specifically to seal supernatural abilities. This sealing stone, about the size of a school desk, can seal the supernatural abilities of all those with unusual abilities within a radius of 100 meters. Jiang Xingyu frowned as he looked at the sealing stone in front of him. So, where did this sealing stone come from? Soon, Jiang Xingyu found out the answer. It turned out that behind this group of people in red was a burly man as strong as an iron tower. He carried the sealing stone behind the group, and when the leader gave the signal, he suddenly threw the sealing stone out. Jiang Xingyu frowned, gripping the silver tiger soul-severing halberd tightly. They actually went all out to use such a large sealing stone to seal my superpowers. There's nothing we can do about it. Also, I'll tell you a secret quietly, the leader said, deliberately lowering his voice. We are all of us gold level. The leader, a contemptuous smile on his lips, spoke each word clearly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu's heart skipped a beat. More than a dozen gold level items. He's only a silver ranked character, and his powers have been sealed. How can he possibly fight against more than a dozen gold ranked characters? The leader of the men in red was extremely pleased with himself. He raised his hand to stop his men from rushing forward, tilted his head slightly, and said softly, "Go and keep watch around. Make sure he doesn't escape the area of the sealing stone. Without his superpowers, he can't possibly be faster than us." The dozen or so subordinates responded and then dispersed. "Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. If you can last 10 moves against me, I'll let you go." "What do you think?" the leader of the men in red asked disdainfully. "If you want war, then let's fight." Without wasting words, Jiang Xingyu suddenly exerted force with both legs, leaping several meters high. He spun his halberd several times and fiercely chopped it down at the head of the red-clothed leader. "I want to see just how strong you are, this self-proclaimed genius who's the strongest rookie." Facing the halberd that was slashing down at him, the leader of the red-clad men neither dodged nor avoided it, but calmly extended his right hand. The subordinate understood and immediately threw out a 2-meter-long stick. Just as the halberd was about to strike his head, he flipped his wrist and the long staff swung upwards. With a clang, the metal resonated and a gust of wind burst forth from behind the two men, causing everyone's clothes and hair to fly wildly. Feeling a tingling numbness hiss from the tiger's mouth. The leader of the red-clothed men was terrified. Is this really a silver rarity? With a flick of his hand, the leader of the red-clad men still wore that contemptuous expression. The strongest rookie king is nothing special. Well, just pretend I didn't see your trembling hand. Arrogant, the leader of the men in red roared, raising his staff and charging forward. The staff twirled and danced in his hands, spinning endlessly like a windmill. The spinning staff moved erratically, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, its tip and end rapidly alternating, accompanied by a whooshing sound, its attack fierce and powerful. Jiang Xingyu gripped his halberd, parrying horizontally, slashing vertically, and thrusting diagonally, seizing every opportunity to counterattack while defending. However, the power difference caused by the difference in their levels was too great, and Jiang Xingyu was forced to retreat repeatedly by the swift and powerful staff technique. The clanging of metal against metal echoed through the streets at dusk, and a series of dazzling sparks burst forth. Each collision made Jiang Xingyu's arms even more sore and numb, and his hands were trembling under the fierce attack. There's an opening. The leader of the men in red seized an opening in Jiang Xingyu's defense and slashed horizontally with his long staff. The powerful force caused the sturdy staff to deform when it struck Jiang Xingyu's abdomen. Jiang Xingyu was sent flying backward, coughing up blood, crashing into several claw machines before finally coming to a stop. He struggled to get up, and the next second, a long stick was already pressed against his throat. I have to admit that you do deserve the title of strongest rookie king, but there is a whole level of gap that you cannot make up for without superpowers. Didn't you agree that I could leave after 10 moves? Hand over the teddy bear, and we'll let you go. I'm afraid even if I hand it over to you, you won't let me go. As he spoke, Jiang Xingyu suddenly laughed. Also, don't you think you've already got me wrapped around your little finger? As he spoke, he sneered, I can't fully control this power yet, and I have no idea what the consequences will be. He had already consulted the system after the last time things went out of control. The system said that if abilities such as star power come from the power of Jiang Xingyu's body, so this special power of ghostly energy comes from Jiang Xingyu's soul, from his hidden dark side. But no matter what, it is his unique power, a hidden power that allows him to turn the tide at crucial moments. Ghostly aura. With a low shout, wisps of black energy suddenly seeped out from Jiang Xingyu's skin. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly wrapped his legs around the neck of the red-clad leader, pulling him down so that the leader's face slammed into the ground. At the same time, Jiang Xingyu used the momentum to leap up, rolling several times on the ground before picking up the fallen halberd. The leader in red sensed something was wrong, pulled his head out of the mud, turned around and shouted, attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white halberd flashed a dazzling white rainbow under the streetlights, and with a whoosh, it sliced through the air, heading straight for the throat of the leader of the red-clothed men. The latter hurriedly pushed the stick to the left, causing the halberd tip to deflect, and at the same time pulled back and flipped several times, standing with his men. Everyone be careful, this kid is really strange. The leader of the men in red wiped the blood from his neck and whispered, if you can't win, you call for backup? I have one too. Jiang Xingyu said casually, Little Purple Rice's harem isn't a superpower, so how could it be sealed by your sealing stone? If I weren't confident, would I dare to come out and fight you guys? Do you think I'm an idiot? Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly and casually waved his hand, and a spatial gate suddenly opened behind him. A series of beastly roars suddenly erupted from the door. Subsequently, the flaming lion and the long-armed ape emerged from the spatial portal. Upon seeing this, the group of men in red were immediately dumbfounded. A demon, a monster. Why are there so many monsters suddenly appearing? What a wicked kid. The leader of the men in red sighed inwardly, then calmed himself down and said in a stern voice, don't panic, we have the advantage in numbers. Upon hearing this, the men in red immediately calmed down. Just as the leader said, there were only 7 monsters in total. Although the mental power of a gold-level aberrant is insufficient to detect the specific level of their opponent, they can roughly sense that the level of these demonic beasts is similar to their own. Ha, you don't actually think you can escape just because a few demonic beasts have come, do you? A man in red sneered. The leader of the men in red raised his hand to signal him to shut up, and said calmly, kid, that teddy bear is useless to you, so why don't you hand it over? Something that would send more than a dozen gold-level aberrations to snatch must be useless. Once you have something good in your hands, why would you give it away? Besides, I'm actually a bit rebellious. As he spoke, Jiang Xingyu deliberately lowered his voice and curled his lips into a wicked smile. The more you want something, the less likely I am to let you have it. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Jiang Xingyu and the leader of the men in red stared at each other, the air so thick it felt like you could wring water out of it. On a moonless night, the sky was as black as ink. A strong wind blew up, carrying several fallen leaves that rolled between the two sides, and the streetlights began to flicker. Suddenly, all the streetlights went out. In that case, there's nothing more to say. A dozen or so men in red suddenly charged forward, heading straight for Jiang Xingyu and the group of demonic beasts. A mere dozen or so gold coins. What can they do to me? With that, Jiang Xingyu stood with his halberd in hand, and all the demonic beasts were ready to pounce. As long as their master gave the order, they would tear apart any enemy that came their way. Before he finished speaking, the leader of the men in red was already in front of Jiang Xingyu. He brought down his long staff with a whooshing sound, as fast and precise as a thunderbolt. Before the long staff even arrived, it had already generated a burst of wind, violently whipping Jiang Xingyu's hair and sending the fallen leaves piled on the ground flying wildly. A surge of black energy instantly coiled around the silver tiger's soul-severing halberd. Jiang Xingyu seemed completely unaffected by the pressure, flipping his wrist as if to thrust the halberd horizontally upwards. Suddenly, a voice rang in Jiang Xingyu's mind, "Master, retreat behind the spatial gate." Jiang Xingyu retreated as instructed, and at the same time raised his hand and waved it lightly, returning all the demonic beasts to the harem. The next moment, the long staff slammed down, but only struck the black afterimage left by Jiang Xingyu. The leader of the men in red drew his long staff, twirled it twice, and then slung it over his shoulder with a thud. "Ha, I thought you were going to take it by force. What's wrong, chickening out?" Upon hearing this, the remaining people in red echoed in agreement. "Ha, he's still just a student after all. Even geniuses are nothing special." "Hey, hand over the teddy bear right now," a man in red said with a contemptuous expression. "Otherwise, we won't let you get away with this." Before he could finish speaking, he froze, his pupils contracted sharply, and he stared blankly at the scene before him as if frozen in place. A gigantic fist made of golden light burst forth from the spatial portal in front of Jiang Xingyu. The overwhelming pressure rendered the red-clad men immobile, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. The world instantly lost its color, with only the dazzling golden light continuously blooming. The surroundings were silent, with only the sonic boom generated by the golden fist squeezing the air echoing in the ears. They felt as if they were on a lone boat in a vast ocean, gazing up at the towering golden giant before them, watching helplessly as his enormous fist, which seemed to cover the sky, descended upon them. In reality, just as the giant golden fist was about to touch the men in red, it turned into golden light and dissipated into the air, illuminating the entire street as bright as day. The raging wind uprooted the lush green trees, tossed vehicles and furniture around, and shattered nearby windows with a crackling sound. When the golden light completely disappeared, the grass stopped swaying, and everything returned to silence. Those men in red had lost their previous arrogance. They lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide open, blood gushing from their 7 orifices, all lifeless. Only the leader of the men in red knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with fear, breathing softly. "Is this guy that strong? Everyone else is dead, but he doesn't seem to have suffered much damage." Jiang Xingyu sighed to himself. The next moment, Kakarotes, the name of the monarch-level Vajra with a long arm that the protagonist contracted, voice entered Jiang Xingyu's mind. "No, I held back just now. I didn't destroy his sea of consciousness. After all, I need to leave him alive for you to question. As expected of a monarch-level demon beast, it understands me so well. Thank you for the compliment, but master, please go and ask the questions first." After a pause, Kakarote added, "Master, do you still remember the Vajra armor seal?" "I remember. What's wrong?" "After master activates the Vajra seal of the long arm, my aura can be attached to you, so that the man in red will not dare to act recklessly. So, in the future, I can use your monarch-level demon beast aura to show off, huh?" Jiang Xingyu nodded, stroking his chin. "Ahem, master, it's best if we keep a low profile." Hee, just kidding, I'm not stupid." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu clenched his right fist slightly, and a golden mark suddenly appeared on the back of his hand, and his whole body was surrounded by wisps of golden light. Then, he slowly walked towards the leader of the men in red, mimicking his previous tone and saying with a contemptuous expression, "Kid, raise your head." Upon hearing this, the man in red slowly raised his head and turned his gaze toward the newcomer. The next moment, his eyes were filled with terror. He didn't even dare to breathe, and his trembling, purplish lips opened and closed, making it impossible to hear what he was saying. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu was no longer the handsome young man in his eyes, but a monstrous beast with a height exceeding the sky and a mouthful of blood. "What did you say? Speak louder." The beast exhaled slightly, and the man in red was blown away without any resistance, like a leaf in a storm. "Speak up, what are you standing there for?" Jiang Xingyu urged impatiently when he saw the man in red standing there dumbfounded. "Damn, he peed his pants," Jiang Xingyu said with disgust, waving his hand in front of his nose to try and get rid of the smell of urine. "Kakarote, calm down, you've scared the person to death." Kakarote responded and instantly withdrew most of his energy. At this moment, the man in red finally withstood the pressure, took a long breath, and hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, begging for mercy. "Please, let me go, please, let me go. These things are not important, we can talk about them later." The commotion was quite loud. Thinking that the people from the strange pavilion should be arriving soon, Jiang Xingyu grabbed the man in red by the collar with great disgust and dragged him to the rooftop of the tallest building nearby. Jiang Xingyu casually tossed the man in red to the ground, then pulled a gaming chair out of his spatial storage, placed it in front of him, and then crossed his legs and comfortably lay down on it. After thinking for a while, feeling that something was missing, Jiang Xingyu took out a pack of cigarettes, took one out and clipped it to his fingernail, and then threw the lighter to the man in red. The latter immediately understood and lit a cigarette for Jiang Xingyu. "Where are you from?" Jiang Xingyu asked, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. Then, Then, a strong urge to cough surged up Jiang Xingyu's throat, but for the sake of his pride, he endured it, gently pounding his chest. I come from a poor mountain area. As he spoke, the man in red heard some knocking sounds, looked up and saw Jiang Xingyu holding a cigarette in one hand and gripping the armrest of the chair with the other. Her eyes were red-rimmed and moist. Was he touched by me? Thinking of this, the man in red suddenly started to play the victim. My father died young, and my mother is paralyzed. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu finally suppressed his cough and kicked the man in red in the chest, saying, "Who asked you these questions?" As he spoke, he casually tossed aside his cigarette and took out a lollipop, putting it in his mouth. I wanted to try and show off like him, but he doesn't smoke. Compared to that, a lollipop is much better. After licking the candy a few times, Jiang Xingyu yawned and said casually, "I'm asking you, what is your identity?" Oh. The man in red got up, rubbing his aching chest, and said, "I am a member of the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance. The leader gave me the task of guarding that teddy bear." So what exactly is that teddy bear? Why do you all take it so seriously? Also, if it's something so important, why would you leave it in a claw machine? The man in red looked very troubled. I don't know either. The cult leader only told me to guard it well, but he didn't tell me what it was. As for why it's in the claw machine, I don't know either. I only vaguely remember the cult leader saying, "The more dangerous the place, the safer it is," and then he turned and left. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Xingyu asked again, "Who is your leader, and what does he look like?" "I don't know. The cult leader always appears in front of us wearing a black robe. We've never seen his true face." Jiang Xingyu nodded, then suddenly leaned close to the red-clothed man's ear and said in an extremely dangerous tone, "So, you're a good-for-nothing who knows nothing." The man in red panicked immediately, kowtowing repeatedly, and saying, No, please, don't kill me, I have 80-year-old brothers." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xingyu launched a flying kick at him. "I don't care about all that. I can spare your life if you want, but you have to prove your worth." "Oh, yes. The man in red frowned and thought carefully for a moment before saying, "Although my position within the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance is not high, I still have some connections. As long as it's something related to the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance, I can help." "Then tell me, how strong is the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance?" Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly. "What a joke. I'll tell you to be more specific. Oh, I heard that the sect leader has already entered the Annihilation Moon Realm, and the strength of his protectors has also reached the Diamond level. The number of elite followers at the Gold and Platinum levels is close to 1,000. As for ordinary followers, they range from ordinary people to silver-level superhumans, totaling more than 100,000. Of course, I'm just repeating what I've heard. I don't know the truth, but it shouldn't be too far off." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu's expression stiffened slightly. He pondered for a moment, then asked with some doubt, "Since there is such a large cult organization in China, why would the military and the foreign legions sit idly by?" "That's because he paused, then changed his words, "because they have leverage in their hands." Jiang Xingyu remained silent, simply watching him as if waiting for him to continue. The man in red swallowed hard and said, "The Holy Maiden Blood Alliance has a very secretive stronghold called Paradise. I heard that many young girls are imprisoned there." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu suddenly remembered what the hurried man in the suit had said when he went to find Su Mingyuo earlier. Yaij began investigating the missing girls 6 months ago, but has yet to find them. Even a powerful national institution like the Alien Pavilion couldn't find the so-called Paradise after spending half a year. It has to be said that the Sanctus Blood Alliance is truly capable. Wait a minute, since the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance is so powerful, and I've already stolen their treasure, wouldn't that mean, who knows that I took the teddy bear? Jiang Xingyu asked, his brows furrowed slightly. Besides me and these fallen brothers, there's only the owner of the claw machine shop left. I don't know if he's notified his superiors. The man in red replied immediately. "I understand," Jiang Xingyu said, then crunched the lollipop and stuffed the stick into the red-clothed man's pocket. Then he moved his wrists and stretched his legs to warm up. Seeing this, the man in red thought Jiang Xingyu was going to beat him up, and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Big brother, don't kill me. Although I am a member of the Holy Maiden Blood Alliance, my job is just to protect that teddy bear. I have never done anything bad." Upon careful consideration, Jiang Xingyu realized that the man in red had indeed been a relatively polite enemy, quite different from a villain like Ying. "To be honest, you are still useful to me. It's not impossible for you to follow me, but you're a bit of a coward. How do I know you won't stab me in the back?" Upon hearing this, the man in red quickly lowered his head. No. Just as Jiang Xingyu was struggling with his decision, the system's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Ding! Triggered an adventure. Loyal follower 2. Mission objective: eliminate the claw machine owner. Quest reward: Star Seal. What's going on? What is the Star Seal? When the other party does not obstruct the flow of the host's foreign elements, the host can plant the Star Seal on him. Once the star mark is implanted, the target will be unable to disobey the host's will, and their cultivation level will also improve. I have a bad feeling about this. Such a useful ability, and all you need to do is complete such a simple task? Because planting the Star Seal consumes victory points, and the higher the opponent's level, the more points are consumed, you know. I knew it. Fine, how many victory points are needed to implant the star mark into a gold-level character. 1,000 points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu opened the system panel and saw that, including the remaining points, he had a total of 1532 points. That's not right. I defeated more than a dozen gold-level aberrations, and I only got a little over 1,000 victory points? They weren't defeated by the host himself, so of course they deserve a discount. Fine, you win. Jiang Xingyu was too lazy to waste words with the system, nor did he need to ask it what discount it offered. Given the system's nature, it was at least 50% off, and 10% off was not out of the question. Let's get back to the task now. After taking only 2 steps, Jiang Xingyu turned back and took out a set of clean clothes from his space and handed them to the man in red. A few minutes later, the man in red changed his clothes and stood in front of Jiang Xingyu. You look much better now. What's your name? My name is Rennie Hong. Alright, come with me. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu walked to his side, patted him on the shoulder, whispered a few words, and then walked forward. Rennie Hong nodded and followed behind him. In a claw machine arcade, the owner saw Rennie Hong and the masked man walking towards him and immediately went to greet them. Brother Hong, who is this? The boss asked, turning his gaze to the masked man. This is my good buddy. He played a crucial role in getting the teddy bear back. Oh, thank you, thank you. The shopkeeper smiled at the masked man and then asked, where's the teddy bear? Here. Rennie Hong handed the teddy bear to the boss, then asked, have you reported this to your superiors? Of course not. After all, this thing is of great importance. If the higher-ups find out, I'll lose my head. I was just thinking that if you guys didn't get the teddy bear back, I'd just run away. That's good, that's good, the masked man said with a faint smile. The next second, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out abruptly. The boss's eyes widened suddenly, then his gaze slowly shifted to his abdomen. Trembling, he raised his hand, pointing at the masked man and saying, you. Without blinking, the latter drew his silver tiger soul-severing halberd and said calmly, an enemy that cannot speak is the most useful enemy. The next moment, the boss clutched his bleeding abdomen and fell backward violently. Ding! You have completed the adventure quest and obtained the star seal. Rennie Hong, are you willing to submit to me? As he spoke, the Vajra seal on Jiang Xingyu's hand shone with golden light. Succumbing to that powerful aura, Rennie Hong's legs trembled, and he immediately said, of course I'm willing. Alright, close your eyes and don't obstruct the flow of my foreign element into your body. With that, Jiang Xingyu extended his index and middle fingers and tapped Rennie Hong's forehead. A few breaths later, a diamond-shaped symbol emitting a white glow appeared on his forehead. Rennie Hong felt as if he had fallen into a sea of stars. Streams of pure energy flowed into him from the top of his head, into his limbs and bones, and finally converged at the source of the alien energy. A muffled thud was heard, and Rennie Hong froze instantly, his eyes wide open. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the gold rank for 10 years, and he thought he would never be able to step into the platinum rank in his lifetime. But now, under the pure energy of this young man, he has actually broken through. His excitement was hard to describe. Jiang Xingyu was no longer scary in his eyes. In fact, he found him more and more handsome. He even had an urge to hug Jiang Xingyu and kiss him. Phew! Jiang Xingyu breathed a long sigh of relief, patted him on the shoulder and said, from now on, you should retire from your life of crime and work for me. After a pause, Jiang Xingyu added, by the way, why do I feel like you've gotten even more muscular? Yes, thanks to you, I just broke through. You broke through? Jiang Xingyu was stunned for a moment, then remembered that the star seal could help people improve their cultivation, and asked, what level are you at now? Platinum tier 2. Oh, a platinum level follower, not bad, Jiang Xingyu said, stroking his chin. Hee, it's my honor to be your follower. Well, it's getting late. Let's go back to the hotel first. Go get a room yourself. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu added, do you have money? That's good, let's go. With that, Jiang Xingyu put his hands behind his head, looked up at the starry sky, and started walking towards the hotel. It's so late, why hasn't Xingyu come back yet? Su Mingxue sat on the windowsill, hugging her knees, gazing up at the starry sky, and muttered to herself, no, he must have been delayed by something on his way back. He's so smart and capable, there's no way something could have happened to him. After sending Su Mingxue back to the hotel, she went to look for Jiang Xingyu, but all she saw were overturned vehicles, dead bodies lying in disarray, and broken trees. It goes without saying how fierce the battle must have been in that area. The phone call went unanswered, and even in his blood-sensitive little devil form, he couldn't find any information related to Jiang Xingyu. The little devil form is the same as the form of the black-haired, twin-tailed lowly, we'll call it that from now on. She could only return empty-handed and wait for Jiang Xingyu to come back at the hotel. Although she trusted Jiang Xingyu, she couldn't help but worry about him. After all, he was the person she cherished most. Su Mingxue's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Waiting like this isn't going to work. He might have already been arrested. I have to go find him. With that thought in mind, she casually combed her hair, put on her coat, and walked towards the door. Outside the door, Jiang Xingyu was rushing over. 520, I can already see the house number. I'm so late coming back. Schwer must be very worried about me. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu teleported to the door and straightened his collar. The moment my knuckles touched the door, It opened. Light shines from inside the room, bathing a corner of the dimly lit corridor in a warm, inviting yellow hue. The stunningly beautiful woman stood there quietly, wearing a dark wool coat, with 2 black ponytails casually draped over her shoulders. Seeing the young man who had worried her so much standing safely in front of her, she revealed a smile that could make mountains and rivers sway. "Husband, welcome back." As soon as she finished speaking, she crashed into Jiang Xingyu's arms, greedily inhaling his unique scent. Holding his lean waist, she carefully felt it for a moment, then whispered seductively in Jiang Xingyu's ear, "Come here." She pulled him into the house and closed the door behind her. She lay on the bed, her fragrant shoulders half exposed, her arms, as white and tender as lotus roots, gently encircling Jiang Xingyu's neck. "Shuer, how did you become like this?" Su Mengxue extended her slender, white fingers and gently pressed them against Jiang Xingyu's lips. "Don't speak, just kiss me." Jiang Xingyu was puzzled, but he still obediently leaned down and kissed her. Both of them blushed and their hearts raced, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. After the kiss ended, in the midst of their passionate days, Su Mengxue began to take off her top, but Jiang Xingyu immediately stopped her, saying, "Shuer, we still have a competition to go on, let's wait a little longer, okay? I will definitely give you the most unforgettable and wonderful first night." "Okay, alright." Su Mengshue's eyes were glazed over, but one could vaguely sense her dissatisfaction. "Shuer, what's wrong with you today? I went to see you not long ago," Su Mengxue said in a muffled voice, burying her head in Jiang Xingyu's chest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu immediately understood why she was acting this way. "Did you think something had happened to me? Yeah, you don't answer my calls and I can't find you. Do you know how worried I was?" Jiang Xingyu hugged her tightly and said softly, "I'm sorry, it won't happen again next time. If you do that again, I won't talk to you anymore. Well, by the way, I've picked up a platinum level follower outside. I'll take you to meet him tomorrow." Su Mengshue's voice was very soft, probably because she was a little sleepy, and it was unclear whether she had even heard her. "Shuer, be good, let's go to sleep." As he spoke, Jiang Xingyu embraced her and slowly fell asleep. Her small hands gripped Jiang Xingyu's clothes, and she curled up in his arms like a cat. Soon, her even breathing could be heard. Jiang Xingyu gently kissed Su Mengshue's forehead and then closed his eyes. However, she had only closed her eyes for a short time. Su Mengxue started racing cars in her sleep. This race car is a bit strange because it doesn't have a steering wheel, only a thick, stiff control stick. But as a seasoned veteran, Su Mengxue was far superior to those timid newcomers. So what if there's no steering wheel? She gripped the joystick with practiced ease, controlling the race car's direction by moving it up, down, left, right, forward, and backward. Seeing that the race car behind was about to catch up with her, and the terrain ahead was extremely rugged, Su Mengxue remained calm and her movements became more and more stable and faster. With a shout from Jiang Xingyu, the race car crossed the finish line with invincible speed. What an intense competition! Even someone as experienced as Su Mengxue couldn't help but end up with sticky, smelly sweat on her hands. Jiang Xingyu lay on the bed expressionlessly, like an empty shell without a soul. After a while, he moved slightly, trying to pry open the small hand that was still gripping the racing car control lever and refusing to let go. After trying it out, Jiang Xingyu discovered that although the hand was small, it was exceptionally strong. Those small hands gripped the control lever tightly, like a dying person suddenly grasping at a straw. Without brute force, you couldn't expect her to let go. Not wanting to disturb her sweet dream, Jiang Xingyu sighed, reached for a few tissues on the bedside table, wiped away her sweaty hands, then lay down helplessly, pulled her into his arms, and slowly fell asleep. When Su Mengxue woke up, it was almost noon. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Jiang Xingyu's peaceful sleeping face. Hee, my husband looks so handsome even when he's sleeping. However, my husband's dark circles seem a bit heavy. Did he not sleep well last night? Su Mengxue frowned as she thought this. Suddenly, her fingers unconsciously clenched, and only then did she realize that she was still holding an iron rod in her hand. The next second, a shy blush crept onto her fair and pretty face, but she quickly returned to normal. After all, she had gotten used to it. She didn't know why, but every time she transformed into her little devil form and cuddled with Jiang Xingyu, her little hands would unconsciously reach out towards him, as if they were equipped with radar. It's as if I can't fall asleep without holding onto something. She carefully slipped out of Jiang Xingyu's arms, put on her slippers, and tiptoed outside. Although the noise was very slight, Jiang Xingyu, with his keen senses, still woke up. Su Mengxue coughed lightly, then paused as she tiptoed out. She turned back, somewhat embarrassed, and asked, "Hi, honey, did you sleep well last night?" As she spoke, she walked to the bedside and sat down. Jiang Xingyu grabbed her ponytail, looking at her with a half-smile, and said casually, "What do you think? You little vixen. What should we do then? Why don't you go back to sleep for a while?" Su Mengxue said, hugging him in a pleading tone. "I'm not going to sleep anymore. I'm taking you and Manhwa to meet someone." Su Mengxue looked up at Jiang Xingyu with a blank expression. "I told you yesterday that I've taken on a little follower, but you obviously didn't listen." As he spoke, Jiang Xingyu pinched Su Mengshue's bottom as if punishing her. "What's so great about meeting a lackey? A platinum-level sidekick, you know. We can have him look after Manhwa Nuwa, since Shanghai isn't very safe these days. Su Mengxue pouted and pinched Jiang Xingyu's waist. Oh dear, you actually went to the trouble of hiring a platinum-level bodyguard to protect me, Nuwa. What am I supposed to do? Of course you must be protected by me personally. That's more like it. You get dressed, I'll go wash up first. Su Mengxue released Jiang Xingyu's waist and walked towards the bathroom. Suddenly remembering something, she summoned the portal again and returned to her original form. Jiang Xingyu took Su Mengxue and Su Mingyuo to the coffee shop downstairs. Rennie Hong, who had arrived earlier, immediately stood up upon seeing the newcomers and bowed slightly, saying, "Good morning, brother Yu, sister-in-law Yu, and this gentleman. She is my cousin, Su Mingyuo." Su Mengxue stroked her blue hair and said in a calm and even tone, "Sister Shui, who is he?" Rennie Hong extended his hand and said with a light laugh, "Hello, Miss Minua. I am brother Yu's subordinate and I am responsible for protecting your safety during this period." He was wearing a black suit, his hair was slicked back, and his eyes were as calm as a lake yet exceptionally resolute, completely different from when we first met. "Hello, handsome uncle." Su Mingyuo also extended her little hand to shake his. Then, with a smile on her face, she looked at Jiang Xingyu and said, "Thank you, brother Xingyu." As she spoke, she tried to hug Jiang Xingyu, but unsurprisingly, Su Mengxue stopped her. "Little girl, don't you dare take my seat. I'm not going to eat your husband, how stingy." "Alright, stop arguing," Jiang Xingyu said, then turned to Rennie Hong and said, "Minua is in your care now. We'll be going now." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu took Su Mengxue's hand and disappeared in a flash. Yesterday's troubles with the Saintess Blood Alliance prevented me from having much fun, so today I'm definitely going to enjoy some time alone with my partner. Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue suddenly appeared in a pavilion on a small hillside. Fortunately, there were no people around, otherwise, they might have been scared out of their wits. The air on the hill is very fresh, and the gentle breeze is invigorating. It's truly a wonderful place. From this pavilion, you can see most of the amusement park below. "Hey, aren't those two Yi Tian and Su Man?" Su Mengxue asked, pointing to a spot below. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu looked in the direction she was pointing and said, "It really is them." He actually thought of bringing Su Man to the amusement park. Has Yi Tian finally figured things out? Yi Tian, who had seen the light, was unaware that his master was observing him from above. At that moment, he was like a robot, his limbs stiff, and he had even forgotten how to walk. Su Man was wearing a white down jacket and had light makeup on her face. She looked at Yi Tian with amusement. "You walk with the same gait on the wrong side." Oh, I've always walked with my left foot on the same side," Yi Tian said strongly and calmly. Su Man didn't expose him, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to ask me out." Seeing that she was in a good mood, Yi Tian couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up in his heart. Looks like last night's efforts weren't in vain. After returning to the hotel yesterday, he kept thinking. I repeatedly analyzed Jiang Xingyu's expression and tone when he said, "Do you know why you haven't been able to win Su Man's heart?" I also considered the context of the time and searched for a lot of information online. Around 4 in the morning, he finally came to a conclusion: you should spend more time with girls. He was very excited after reaching this conclusion and immediately called Su Man to ask her to go out with him in the morning. Su Man was stunned for a while before replying to him. Fortunately, she agreed to go out with Yi Tian. That's how the scene before us came about. Seeing Yi Tian stunned, Su Man nudged him with her elbow. "Why don't you go back and rest? Your dark circles are so heavy." "It's okay, I'm super excited right now." Su Man chuckled and said, "Alright, since you're the one who invited me out, then you can decide what to do." Yi Tian's eyes lit up. He had made ample preparations for today's date. When you bring your girlfriend to an amusement park, how can you not go into the haunted house? In Yi Tian's mind, the image of Su Man being frightened by the demon and clinging to him like a koala had already appeared. He. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle wickedly. Seeing Yi Tian grinning foolishly to the side, Su Man was a little confused and said, "So, what should we do first?" "Ahem, let's go to the haunted house." Going to a haunted house right after arriving? Su Man clutched the hem of her clothes, a hint of fear in her eyes. "What, are you scared?" Yi Tian paused, then added, "If you're so timid, what will you do when facing demonic beasts in the future?" Su Man blushed slightly and argued, "Ghosts and demonic beasts are different. I won't back down when facing demonic beasts." "Hey, you're clearly relying on me." With that, Yi Tian waved to her. Let's go to the haunted house." A few minutes later, Yi Tian bought the tickets and entered the haunted house with Su Man. Inside the haunted house, the environment was very dark, with various eerie and dim lights flickering incessantly, and all sorts of extremely eerie screams echoing throughout the haunted house. Suddenly, a blast of cold air hit Su Man's ankle, startling her. Su Man carefully watched the ground and slowly moved forward. "Yi Tian, why don't we go out?" The only response she received were those terrifying and eerie wails. "Yi Tian, where are you?" Su Man panicked instantly and searched around for Yi Tian. "I'm so miserable." A withered, pale hand suddenly patted Su Man's shoulder. She slowly turned her head and saw a disheveled, ragged man looking at her with a terrifying smile. Screams echoed throughout the haunted house. Yi Tian's ears twitched slightly. "Brother Yu, let's talk later." Man Suman must be terrified. Having said that, he immediately ran into the depths. Soon, he saw Suman crouching on the ground with her head in her hands, and the ghost beside her. Man, don't be afraid, I'm here. With a low shout, Yi Tian took a running start and jumped, kicking the ghost and sending it flying. Seeing this, Suman was stunned. After Yi Tian appeared, she was no longer so afraid, and her rationality gradually returned. Yi Tian, did you just kick him away? Wasn't my kick cool? Yi Tian's face beamed with pride. Fall for my handsome figure. Yi Tian had already planned it out. As long as Suman said he was handsome, he would take the opportunity to grab her hand and confess his feelings to her. Because the light was dim, Suman couldn't see Yi Tian's expectant eyes clearly. She frowned and said, he's just an ordinary person. You kicked him. As she spoke, Suman immediately ran to the side of the ghost who was spitting blood and used her supernatural power to heal him. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately ran to the ghost's side. I was so focused on showing off that I forgot he's just an ordinary person. I hope I didn't kick him and cause him any problems. Is he alright? Yi Tian asked with some guilt. Suman wiped the sweat from her forehead. There's nothing seriously wrong. Let's take him to rest. Yi Tian nodded, put the ghost on his back and walked towards the nearest entrance, where he happened to run into Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue who were coming in. Yi Tian, you're really something. You even scared a ghost to death for love? Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but marvel at the ghost Yi Tian was carrying on his back. Whoa, a ghost. Upon seeing the ghost, Su Mengxue immediately clung to Jiang Xingyu like a koala. However, although Su Mengxue shouted louder than anyone else, her smile was brighter than anyone else's. Seeing this, Yi Tian shed tears of envy. Damn it, in his imagination, Suman should be clinging to him, but in reality, it's Su Mengxue clinging to Jiang Xingyu. Brother, you have fun, Yi Tian said with a pitiful expression. Jiang Xingyu lifted Su Mengxue's buttocks up slightly, letting her cling to him, then patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and said, keep it up, good brother. After saying that, the two walked away with their backs to each other. Happy times always seem to pass too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the rest day was over, and it was time for the competition again. The schools that Huaw faced were not weak, but rather quite weak. Huaw defeated only one substitute player to win the match. In this round, Coyote encountered a relatively strong opponent, making this match quite valuable for reference. In addition, since the Jingwu match was scheduled after the Huaw match, Jiang Xingyu didn't need to rush to prepare for the match, so he brought the Huaw team members to the stands to watch the Jingwu match. In the minds of ordinary Chinese people, the two most prestigious universities for those with supernatural abilities in the country are Qingwu and Jingwu. Below these two prestigious universities are the representative universities of each province. Facing off against Jingwu was Nanwu, the representative academy from Manhwa province. Looking back at Nanwu's performance in the preliminary round, it was truly remarkable. Nanwu defeated only 3 people before achieving victory against Dianwu, who represented Western Yunnan province. In particular, the two captains of Nanwu, Lu Yun and Tian Hui, are extremely powerful. Both of them are at the silver rank 4 and are opponents that should not be underestimated. Jiang Xingyu stared intently at the match list on the big screen, while a young audience member sitting behind him chatted with the middle-aged man wearing sunglasses next to him. Brother, how many moves do you think Nanwu can last against Jingwu? The man in sunglasses just smiled and said, don't underestimate Lu Yun and Tian Hao. They are the pride of our Nanhwa province. Oh, so you're from Nanhwa. Tell me about it. The man in sunglasses smiled and said, before the competition, I heard that the two of them had just completed a mission together. Guess what it was? Brother, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me already. The two of them worked together to capture a gold-level extraordinary being and bring him back to the extraordinary pavilion, the sunglasses-wearing uncle said, raising his chin slightly. 2 low-level silver-rank individuals can capture a gold-rank aberration? That's truly amazing. Of course, let me tell you. As for what came next, Jiang Xingyu had lost interest in listening. Even without using ghostly energy, his strength is enough to take on a low-level gold-rank alien in a one-on-one fight. If you're using ghostly energy, it depends on the situation. Because the power of the Yi ghostly energy is too great, Jiang Xingyu is not currently able to fully withstand it. He had tried it privately, and if the concentration of the ghostly aura did not exceed 10%, he could think normally without being affected. However, the improvements that the Yi ghostly aura brings to him in various aspects will also be greatly reduced. If the concentration of ghost energy exceeds 10%, he will enter a berserk state, and his thinking will be severely affected. But correspondingly, the improvement he can achieve will be greater. If no action is taken and the concentration of the ghost energy reaches 100%, Jiang Xingyu will completely lose his mind and become a killing machine that kills anyone he encounters until the ghost energy is exhausted. Just like when I first met Kakarot. However, while losing his mind, the power boost brought by the Yi ghostly aura will also reach an extremely terrifying level, enough to allow Jiang Xingyu, who is only at the silver level, to deal platinum level damage. At the same time, as long as the Yi ghost energy in his body is not exhausted, with his special self-healing ability, even a top expert like Kakarot cannot do anything to to him. In addition, Jiang Xingyu also received the answer from the system regarding how to replenish the amount of ghostly aura. When he is not in combat, his ghostly energy can be replenished whenever someone around him or he himself experiences negative emotions. Therefore, there's no need to worry about replenishing ghost energy. Currently, what restricts Jiang Xingyu, besides his tendency to lose his mind, is the amount of ghost energy his body can contain. But these constraints can be broken later. The stronger Jiang Xingyu's mental strength, the higher the concentration of ghost energy he can withstand. The higher the level, the more ghost energy it can hold. Jiang Xingyu shifted his attention from the conversation between the two spectators behind him to the young man who was walking towards the arena. This young man was none other than Morong Shang, the captain of Jingwu. He can be said to be the opponent that Jiang Xingyu values most among all the teams participating in the Wuhan University League. Morong Shang didn't play at all in the previous round, but in this round he chose to be the first to appear. His opponent, Huang Lianji, was already waiting on the stage. Huang Lianji's level is silver rank 2, which is not high, but he is still a formidable person who defeated 2 local generals in the previous battle against Dianwu. Seeing that Sui Shou was already waiting, Morong Shang's steps remained unhurried, exuding a calm and elegant temperament. With his handsome, dashing face, tall and slender figure, and the title of captain of the Jingwu team, Morong Shang caused a stir among the female audience members as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Several people got wet on the spot. He ignored the envious, admiring, or even fanatical gazes of the audience, standing there like a sturdy pine tree, waiting for the referee to blow the whistle. What an arrogant guy! Su Mingyuo pouted, stood up abruptly, and said, "Brother Xingyu, you must give him a good beating when the time comes." Su Mingyuo, calm down and watch the game properly. Su Mingxue placed her hand on her head and pressed it down. Okay, alright. Su Mingyuo obediently shut her mouth and stopped talking. Jiang Xingyu squeezed Su Mingxue's cool hand. "Swear, how long do you think it will take for Morong Shang to finish the battle?" Su Mingxue casually replied, "About 3 minutes." "No, 30 seconds is enough," Jiang Xingyu said calmly. "Shall we make a bet? Whoever loses has to sing a lullaby to the other tonight." Jiang Xingyu's lips twitched slightly. "Why is it lullabies again?" "Because I like it." "Okay." After saying that, Jiang Xingyu turned his gaze back to the arena. Just then, the referee blew his whistle. The instant the whistle blew, a golden light streaked across the arena, leaving a long trail in its tail. The blast of wind parted to both sides, making the hair of the spectators fly wildly. The golden light instantly reached the other end of the arena, where Morong Shang emerged and kicked Huang Lianji, who was squatting in a horse stance, holding her breath and concentrating like an old monk in meditation. "Ha! They've just opened the stalls directly?" Morong Shang suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked Huang Lianji up and down. Morong Shang hadn't looked at his opponent's information because he felt it was unnecessary, but at this moment, he found himself somewhat curious about the motionless Huang Lianji. Huang Lianji's superpower is extremely strong, but it has a major drawback: it is too slow to activate. For the first 2 minutes of the battle, he had to concentrate fully on activating his superpower. Although it was a bit troublesome, if he could successfully get into the zone, his strength was no less than that of the two captains. The reason Jiang Xingyu said that Morong Shang could finish a battle in 30 seconds was because of this characteristic. Who knew that Morong Shang was so curious that he started to scrutinize Huang Lianji? A high-pitched sound, like the sound of steam being released from a pressure cooker, rang out. Huang Lianji's eyes lit up. A few breaths later, the entire area was shrouded in billowing steam. Huang Lianji was panting heavily, a smile on her lips, her skin turning red and radiating thick steam. The entire audience was somewhat stunned. Morong Shang laughed. "Not bad, not bad. I hope you can play with me a little longer." Huang Lianji, who had no regard for martial ethics, did not let go of any opportunity and threw a punch at Morong Shang without warning. Even the surrounding air was affected by this punch, compressed together, and then suddenly exploded. The massive explosion created a huge crater in the area in front of them, but Morong Shang was nowhere to be seen at the bottom of the pit. With a series of sharp whooshing sounds, more than a dozen sharp whooshing sounds rang out from behind Huang Lianji. Turning around, he saw several golden arrows raining down on him. Knowing the immense power of the golden arrow rain, Huang Lianji did not choose to dodge, but instead rushed straight towards Morong Shang. The crowd gasped in surprise. Even laymen knew that this light arrow could not be withstood head-on. Huang Lianji was charging straight at it. Was she stupid, or did she have some ulterior motive? The crowd gasped again. Suddenly, billowing steam erupted around Huang Lianji, deflecting the light arrows and sending them flying in different directions. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Morong Shang and threw another unreasonable punch. A golden glint flashed in the latter's eyes, and the golden bow in his hand transformed into a shimmering golden lightsword. He raised his hand to parry, and then used the force to unleash a powerful slash. After the massive shock, Morong Shang remained unmoved, while Huang Lianji was forced back several steps. Huang Lianji was utterly shocked. "Aren't you an archer? An archer who can't fight in melee isn't a good archer." Morong Shang's lips curled into a smile as he leaped into the air, his hands clasped together in a triangle shape. The next second, hundreds hundreds of golden, shimmering triangular formations appeared behind him. Sensing the massive fluctuations of the alien element, Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue couldn't help but frown slightly. This Morong Shang is indeed very strong. Su Mengxue nodded, staring at the triangular mirrors that shimmered with golden light. Huang Lianji looked up at the sky. The immense fluctuations of the alien energy caused every pore on his body to involuntarily expand, and every drop of his blood to boil, yet he could not move an inch. This move has locked him in, leaving him nowhere to escape. Before he could come up with a solution, Light Control 1000 Scattering had already been activated. Several golden beams shot out from the triangular light mirror. The next moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, the arena was shrouded in smoke and dust, with sand and gravel flying everywhere, making it difficult to see. The light continued to bombard them for more than a minute before Morong Shang finally raised his hand and waved away the triangular light mirror. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, a figure kneeling on one knee could be vaguely seen. At this moment, all the spectators couldn't help but hold their breath. Morong Shang stood with his hands behind his back, also watching that figure. So he really does have some strength. He hasn't fallen yet? Morong Shang made a fist with his left hand, and specks of golden light gathered and solidified in his palm, eventually forming a golden bow. Morong Shang raised his bow, knocked an arrow, and was about to end the battle when he heard a thud, and the figure finally fell into the crater. Then, thunderous applause erupted from all around. On the other hand, the Manhwa team members all looked worried. Captain, why don't we just admit defeat? Morong Shang is too strong. We can't beat Jingwu. Captain Lu Yun frowned, feeling somewhat flustered. Huang Lianji's strength, once she got into her rhythm, was comparable to his and Tian Hao's, yet she was defeated so easily. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun said, admitting defeat is impossible. Although our overall strength is quite different from Jingwu's, don't forget that Nanwu still has me and Tian Hao. Tian Hao nodded. That's right. Even if we can't beat them, we can't let them win too easily. At least we have to show the spirit and backbone of our Shiwu. Keep it up, Lao Lu. You're the pride of our Nanha province. Tian Hao patted Lu Yun on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I won't let you down. With that, Lu Yun walked towards the arena. Brother Hao, do you think Brother Yun can do it? Tian Hao did not give a definite answer, but just watched Lu Yun's back as he walked towards the arena and said, no matter what, we two have teamed up to defeat the gold team before, so trust Lao Lu. Yes, Brother Yun and Brother Hao have defeated gold-level opponents, so why would they be afraid of a mere Morong Shang? Go, Yunji! The Nanwo team members shouted in unison. Lu Yun, who hadn't gone far, didn't turn back, but simply made an okay sign. Morong Shang was already waiting on the field. Lu Yun composed himself, looked at him, and said in an unfriendly tone, Morong Shang, my team members were fortunate to have your help just now. Oh, you're welcome. Lu Yun's lips twitched. You don't understand. Before he could finish speaking, a whistle blew. This time, Morong Shang did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he stood straight in place and beckoned to Lu Yun. I will make you pay for your arrogance. With that, Lu Yun rushed towards Morong Shang. However, his legs did not move, but his feet seemed to be oiled, and he glided towards Morong Shang. When he got closer, Morong Shang realized that Lu Yun was actually stepping on waves. Interesting. It seems your special ability is related to water, Morong Shang said with a faint smile. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. As Lu Yun glided in, his fists were also enveloped by two water spheres floating in the air. Water Dragon Pillar. Lu Yun shouted, and the water ball that was wrapped around his hands suddenly turned into a water column as thick as two people could hug, which hit Morong Shang in the abdomen. The latter transformed into a golden streak of light, flying backwards for over 10 meters until it reached the edge of the arena. Seeing this, the members of the Nanwo team were greatly encouraged. Well done, Brother Yun. This time, we might have a chance to defeat Kyobu. Only Tian Hao frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong, and paid closer attention to the situation on the field. Seeing that his move had worked, Lu Yun on the field was unwilling to let go of this opportunity and stepped onto the water and slid at high speed towards Morong Shang. Turbulent waters. Lu Yun shouted, and water balls flew out of his palms, shooting straight at Morong Shang. Lu Yun, one hand enveloped in a water sphere, charged up his energy while the other released a water sphere to attack Morong Shang, preventing him from interrupting his charge. He slid to Morong Shang's side. With a punch fully charged, he slammed into Morong Shang, and a jet of water as thick as 4 or 5 adults could hug suddenly shot out, hitting Morong Shang head-on. But something unexpected happened. After being hit by the water dragon pillar, Morong Shang did not fly out of the arena, but instead turned into specks of golden light and dissipated in the air. Hello? A voice came from behind Lu Yun. He turned around and saw Morong Shang with his hands in his pockets, his right knee raised, and his entire lower leg radiating a dazzling golden light. But that's not all. What's most shocking is that there are actually 6 or 7 Morong Shangs like this. Bye-bye. Morong Shang said calmly. With a loud bang, Lu Yun was sent flying several meters backward and fell off the field. With a swift movement, several Morong Shangs dissipated into specks of golden light, leaving only the real Morong Shang standing on the field. Lu Yun struggled to his feet and staggered to Morong Shang, saying, Can can you tell me what just happened? Morong Shang had nothing to hide and smiled, saying, actually, your first attack didn't hit me. I flew out on my own and left behind a clone. So that's how it is, but it shouldn't be like this. The gap between us shouldn't be this big. I've defeated a gold-level alien before. Lu Yun roared, clutching his head. Even among gold-level extraordinary individuals of the same rank, there are differences in strength. After saying that, Morong Shang stopped talking and Lu Yun was taken away by the Manhwa team members. About 10 minutes later, the result of the match between Jingwu Team 1 and Manhwa Team 1 was announced. Morong Shang swept through the Manhwa team with his invincible prowess. The Manhwa team members were either injured or collapsed, and Morong Shang from Jingwu had slightly dirty clothes. After watching the first team's match, Su Mengxue couldn't help but sigh. This Morong Shang is a ruthless character. He really doesn't give any face at all. Jiang Xingyu didn't answer, but pinched her cheek. Want to continue watching the second team's match? Morong Shang's girlfriend seems to be quite good as well. Su Mengxue nodded. Look. Jiang Xingyu smiled, put his arm around her, and let her sit on his lap. I'll stay with you. In the preparation room of Jingwu not far away, the teacher in charge of Nanhua's team had a gloomy face. Damn it, we are the face of a province, can't you give us a little face? Huang Bin sneered, respect is earned through strength. If you have any complaints, it's that you're not strong enough. His words of wanting the Jingwu second team to go easy on him were stuck in his throat, and he could only leave angrily. Nailin Yu frowned slightly and said, Teacher Huang, aren't we going too far? How about we let the second team win the match a little? Huang Bin patted her shoulder lightly. Don't worry about the lackey's face, let him be. Nailin nodded and said, then I'll play the first match for the second team. No problem, then you can go on stage. Half an hour later, the match between Jingwu Team 2 and Manhwa Team 2 began. On the field, Nailin Yu, with her tall figure, wore a black outfit and her long hair tied in a ponytail. Her delicate face was calm and composed, making her both beautiful and cool. On the other hand, Suwon of Nanhwa was slightly hunched over, his eyes darting around involuntarily. The match had dealt a significant blow to Nanhwa, and the team members were all somewhat dejected. They heard the referee blow his whistle. Nailin Yu moved with lightning speed, her figure as elusive as a ghost, and soon she was in front of Suwon, thrusting out a spear without any fancy moves. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce his throat, Suwon clasped his hands together, and an earthen wall rose from the ground. At the same time, he quickly retreated to create distance. The next moment, with a loud bang, the earthen wall broke open, and a cold glint once again pierced towards Suwon. The latter had no choice but to pull out his spiked club to take the hit head-on. A crisp clang rang out. The immense force sent the spiked club flying to the side. Nailin Yu reached out her fair left hand and gripped Suwon's neck tightly. With a sudden, powerful slam, she hammered him into the floor tile. Nailin Yu stood up, stepped on his chest, and spun his spear in his right hand, pointing it straight at his throat. Suwon had no choice but to shout, I admit defeat. Since Nanhwa had no hope of winning anyway, he might as well just admit defeat and avoid getting a beating. Nanhwa's morale was extremely low, and several team members were considering giving up. Only the second team captain, Tianhao, still had some fighting spirit, but he was still outmatched in skill. Although Nailin Yu suffered some minor injuries during the battle with Tianhao, the result was still very good. At this point, Jingwu had demonstrated his strength to all the academies. In short, it can be summed up in two words, domineering. Is this the strength of Jingwu? They're too strong. Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim after watching the match. Wang Zhang echoed, that's right, it was a complete crushing defeat. The stronger the opponent, the more we should be on our toes. Jiang Xingyu said calmly, let's go, it's time to prepare for the next round of the competition. A day later, it was time for the much-anticipated lottery. Upon seeing the draw results, everyone from Huaw couldn't help but sigh. In this round, Huaw's opponent is Magic Martial Arts, representing Shanghai. Are we being targeted by someone? Qin Sheng said, stroking his chin, somewhat speechless. Damn it, we ran into Qinwu in the preliminaries, and now we're facing Mo in the round of 32. That's Magic Martial Arts Academy. Their strength is enough to rank them in the top 5 among all the teams. Isn't this just messing with people's mentality? Tan Shengtai tilted his head back, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and took a deep drag. He knew that Huaw was being targeted, but there was nothing he could do for the students. They had no choice but to turn their attention to Jiang Xingyu. Jiang Xingyu was also frowning at this moment. If he could use ghostly aura, he could easily solo Kyoto. The problem is that the Wuhan University League is broadcast live to a nationwide audience, and there's no guarantee that some big names won't be watching. The ability of ghostly aura is really quite abnormal. If those big shots saw it, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. He naturally wouldn't dare use ghostly aura in the Wuhan University League. However, this made Jiang Xingyu somewhat uncertain, especially after witnessing Morong Shang's strength firsthand, not to mention that someone was targeting Huaw. After defeating Magic Martial Arts, they will probably face another strong team. If they make it to the finals, how many members of Huaw will be left? We can't decide who we fight, so let's all do our best and at least not have any regrets. With that, Jiang Xingyu slapped the armrest and stood up, saying, this time, I'll go first. Before Before we knew it, it was time for the competition. Zhang Xingyu swept aside the magic martial arts team 1 with a battle halberd, once again stunning the audience. Next up is the match between Huaw Team 2 and Magic Martial Arts Team 2. With her fiancé being so capable, Su Mengxue naturally didn't want to fall behind, and in this competition, she took the lead for the second team. In the preliminary rounds and the previous round, Su Mengxue won without even playing a match. Therefore, this round of the competition was actually Su Mengxue's debut. Seeing her opponent already waiting on the field, Su Mengxue understood and began to recall information about her opponent as she walked. Zhao Xiang, Silver Tier 3, with the ability of Mammoth and a physique of A-grade heat-generating body. Oh, a beautiful woman leading the way. Huaw was really generous, Zhao Xiang said with a smile, his eyes slightly narrowed. Su Mengxue's cold and beautiful face remained expressionless, and she did not utter a word, simply standing there quietly. Seeing that he was being ignored, Zhao Xiang clenched his fists. The referee blew his whistle. Zhao Xiang immediately activated his half-beast transformation and charged towards Su Mengxue. His pair of ivory tusks, shaped like curved blades and incredibly sharp, seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle, inspiring fear in all who beheld them. You brute! Su Mengxue scoffed disdainfully, her body covered in frost, wisps of white smoke rising from her blue hair moving without wind, and several ice spikes gradually solidifying behind her, growing sharper and radiating a chilling aura. Go! Su Mengxue raised her hand and waved, and the several ice spikes shot out like sharp arrows, cutting through the air and heading straight for Zhao Xiang. The latter scoffed, a few broken ice spikes. What can they do to me? The tough hides of mammoths are no joke. I don't need this childish stuff. Before he could finish speaking, an ice pick pierced his skin and went into his flesh with a plop. A sharp, stinging pain, accompanied by a burning sensation, came from his shoulder. Zhao Xiang looked down and saw blood oozing from his shoulder. The ice spike that had pierced his defenses was no ordinary ice spike. The surface of that icicle was actually wreathed in golden flames. Zhao Xiang then recalled the information the captain had shown him. Su Mengxue, Superpower, Ice, Physique SSS level, Holy Flame Body. Yes, only that golden flame called Holy Flame can both envelop the ice spikes and prevent them from melting. That flame can burn at will and cannot be extinguished by external forces. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiang frowned, then his eyes sharpened, and he activated his full beast transformation. Zhao Xiang's clothes suddenly burst open, and his tattered patterned underwear was blown away by the force of the gust of wind, landing on the face of a lucky spectator. What's that smell? The lucky audience member sniffed, then his head lolled to the side, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Referee, I'm reporting him for using biological weapons. The woman next to Lucky Guan said angrily, looking at her unconscious husband. The referee's lips twitched violently. The report is invalid. The match continues. Zhao Xiang, transformed into a mammoth, didn't care about that. He raised his two front legs and stomped down hard. The next moment, the floor tiles shattered, several cracks spread in all directions, and the entire ground began to tremble violently. The mammoth's black fur slowly turned red, and wisps of steam rose from its body. Taking advantage of Su Mengxue's unsteady footing and the moment she adjusted her center of gravity, the thick, long trunk rose high and then slammed down heavily. With a deafening roar, accompanied by thick white smoke, countless ice shards exploded in all directions. Looking at Su Mengxue again, she had shattered into ice shards. Cough cough. Something's not right. Something's very wrong. An ominous premonition spread through Zhao Xiang's mind. Sure enough, the temperature in the entire arena suddenly dropped the next moment. Zhao Xiang suddenly looked up at the sky. In midair, Su Mengxue was surrounded by wind and snow, her hair fluttering behind her head. A blizzard is coming, Su Mengxue shouted, and several ice spikes rained down from the sky. Fortunately, the range of the blizzard wasn't very large. Zhao Xiang tried his best to break free, but to his surprise, the blizzard could actually track him. There was nothing he could do but endure it, letting the sharp ice spikes fall on him. Even someone as tough as Zhao Xiang couldn't withstand such a dense attack. His skin, as hard as armor and as thick as a wall, was inevitably pierced by the ice spikes, and blood gushed out from the wounds. But that wasn't the end of it. Just when the number of falling ice spikes decreased and Zhao Xiang thought he had finally made it through, a fireball bigger than his entire elephant suddenly crashed down. In an instant, the ice and snow melted, smoke rose, and the aroma of roasted elephant meat filled the entire arena, making Su Mengxue's mouth water. After defeating Zhao Xiang, Su Mengxue fought 3 more opponents and won each one. The audience is getting tired of watching. Zhang Xingyu swept through, Morong Sheng swept through, Nailan Yu swept through, and now Su Mengxue is almost swept through too. Is the difference between people really that big? That's what they say, but the audience still really enjoyed watching it. In particular, in the next match, Su Mengxue will face Ellie, the captain of the Magic Martial Arts Team 2. What sparks will fly when these two beauties clash? In an underground casino in Shanghai, gamblers of all kinds gather. Some have lost everything and want to try one last time, hoping to defy fate. It could be a CEO of a large corporation who comes to join in the fun, or an ordinary citizen who wants to gamble a little and earn some extra money. In short, every year when the Wuhan University League is held, the casino business is always booming and extremely lively. lively. Today, the match between Huaw captain Su Mengxue and Mo captain Ai Li attracted a lot of attention. This is all normal. Some men have nothing better to do than watch women fight, especially pretty women. Casino managers are sharp-eyed. They certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity pass them by. They would seize the right moment to open the betting pool and attract gamblers to place bets. After the betting period ended, the gamblers didn't sit idle. They chatted while waiting for the game results. Song Yi and his friends from Shanghai also sneaked into the casino, and of course, he placed bets as well. Looking at the odds of 1:6 for Su Mengxue on the big screen, Song Yi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Seeing a bearded man staring at the big screen not far away, Song Yi walked over to him and asked, "Hey bro, who did you just bet on? Who else could we choose?" "Of course, it's Goddess Ellie," the bearded man said without hesitation. Then, he looked at Song Yi with a somewhat puzzled gaze. "What, you chose that Su Mengxue?" Hearing this, Song Yi nodded and shared his thoughts. "Brother, look, Huaw Su Mengxue defeated 4 people in a row without suffering any serious injuries. She has a good chance of winning. Why don't you vote for her?" "Ha, you're from out of town, aren't you?" The bearded man patted Song Yi on the shoulder. "Yes, I'm from Kyoto." Seeing that he answered honestly, the bearded man shook his head slightly and sighed. "Kid, you're definitely going to suffer this time. Su Mengxue has fought 4 matches in a row, and I'm afraid she has almost exhausted her energy. Even if she plays at full strength, she's probably no match for Ellie." After saying that, the bearded man looked around and, seeing that no one was nearby, beckoned to Song Yi with his finger, then whispered in his ear, "Do you know what Ellie's family does?" Song Yi shook his head. He wasn't from Shanghai, so how would he know? Song Yi turned to look at his friend in Shanghai, who thought for a moment and said, "I think he runs a pharmaceutical company." It's true that they run a pharmaceutical company, but that's not the key point. The key point is that Ellie's company has developed a new drug. With that drug, Ellie will definitely not lose this match, the bearded man said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Song Yi also became interested. "What kind of medicine is it?" This time, the bearded man didn't answer him, and instead talked about unrelated topics. "You look handsome, dressed elegantly, and have an extraordinary air about you. You must be a rich young master, right?" After saying that, the bearded man looked at Song Yi with a sly grin and rubbed his thumb and forefinger together lightly. Song Yi immediately understood what the bearded man meant, and frowned slightly, saying, "How can you prove you won't lie to me?" Before the bearded man could speak, Song Yi's friend from Shanghai stepped forward, shook his hand, and said, "I remember now, your bearded brother, right?" "Oh, I didn't expect a junior like you to recognize me," the bearded man said with a faint smile. "Brother Beard, who is that?" Song Yi asked, puzzled. Brother Beard is very famous in Shanghai. Legend has it that Brother Beard knows everything about Shanghai. If you pay him 10,000 yuan, he can know what you want to know. After a pause, the friend from Shanghai added, "However, Brother Beard's whereabouts are unpredictable. You can't just see him whenever you want." Upon hearing this, Song Yi decided to give it a try. After all, he had known this friend from Shanghai for many years, and the other party had no reason to lie to him. Opening his mobile banking app, Song Yi glanced at the millions of pocket money in his balance, and without even flinching, transferred 100,000 yuan to Brother Beard. The latter smiled and transferred 90,000 to Song Yi, saying, "A promise is a promise. I, Brother Beard, am a man of principle." After a pause, bearded guy whispered, "That kind of drug can stimulate alien sources in a short period of time, thereby greatly enhancing one's strength. Moreover, it won't be detected after taking this drug. Whether it's impressive or not, you'll know once you watch the game," Brother Beard said with a calm smile, pointing to the big screen broadcasting the match. Upon hearing this, Song Yi, forgetting his surprise, turned to look at the large screen. Just then, the match began. Determined to strike first, Ellie lightly stomped her foot, and instantly, several vines sprouted from the ground beneath Su Mengxue, wrapping around her ankles and then coiling up her thighs. At the same time, Ellie slammed her hands on the ground, and a huge stone pillar, as thick as 3 people could hug, sped towards Su Mengxue like a train. Seeing this, the latter did not hesitate, and golden flames suddenly burst into flames around him, burning the vines to ashes, which then drifted away in the wind. Then, Su Mengxue leaped high into the air, dodging the giant stone pillar, and opened her palms, where 2 balls of golden flames were burning fiercely. The next moment, she flicked her wrist, and the 2 balls of golden flame flew out, merging in the air into a golden flame tornado that attacked Ellie with overwhelming force. With a deafening roar, the golden flame tornado crashed into the high wall of trees that Ellie had built. Thick smoke billowed from the intense flames, filling the entire arena and making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. After Ellie built the tree wall, she immediately burrowed into the ground and silently crept up behind Su Mengxue. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, she unleashed several ripples of light that silently cut through the air, aiming straight at Su Mengxue. The latter, upon sensing the danger, immediately tried to dodge, but due to physical exhaustion, it was still too late to react and its fair skin was cut by the water jet. Su Mengxue clutched her injured arm, using all 5 senses to detect Ellie's movements. As if hearing a slight whooshing sound, Su Mengxue instantly created an ice spear radiating bone-chilling cold and thrust it fiercely to her side and rear. With a crisp clang, Su Mengshue's ice spear pierced through the incoming water bullet bullet in an instant. Then, she hurled the ice spear in the direction from which the water bullets were coming, and quickly followed behind. After Ellie dodged the ice spear, he swiftly reached out and grabbed her shoulder, slapping her in the abdomen. Golden flames suddenly erupted in front of her palm, blasting Ellie away. Then, a huge golden fireball followed. Sand and gravel flew everywhere, dust billowed, and the intense heat generated by the bursting golden fireball seemed to melt the entire arena. Spectators touched their sweat-soaked underwear and couldn't help but look helpless. Su Mingxue gasped for breath, sitting weakly on the ground, her eyes fixed on the dusty, swirling area. Not only her, but the entire audience held their breath, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The huge venue was eerily quiet at that moment. Pat pat, pat pat, the sound of light, slow footsteps could be heard. A few breaths later, Ellie, who was unharmed, stepped out of the smoke and dust. Just now, when the golden fireball was about to engulf Ellie, she took out a red pill the size of a grain of rice from her pocket and, using the light of the golden fireball as cover, put it into her mouth. Ellie's physique is SS level, 5 elements physique, possessing the power to control the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After taking the medicine, Ellie's strength increased greatly. She also manipulated the 5 elements to build 5 barriers, which withstood the immense power of the golden fireball. That's why she can now walk out so calmly and casually. But the audience had no idea what exactly happened. They stared in shock as Ellie slowly emerged from the billowing smoke, inwardly marveling. No wonder she's a genius student at Magic Martial Arts Academy. The gamblers in the underground casino reacted in the same way, while only Song Yi and his companions, who knew the truth, remained calm. When the camera focused on Ellie, and the big screen was filled with close-up shots of her face, bearded guy patted Song Yi and said, "Kid, pay attention to Ellie's eyes." Upon hearing this, Song Yi widened his eyes and looked closely, but couldn't see anything amiss. "What's wrong with her eyes? They're quite beautiful. Didn't you notice the faint red glint in her eyes?" "Yeah, I didn't even notice until you pointed it out." "You can't see it at all unless you look closely," Song Yi said, scratching his head. "This is proof that you took that medicine." Song Yi frowned and nodded, saying, "The effects of this medicine are terrifying. It didn't even cause any serious harm after such a fierce attack. But since Ellie has such a powerful pill that can't be detected, why not give it to the other members of the magic and martial arts team?" Faced with Song Yi's question, the bearded man simply said, "How much do you think such a powerful pill would cost? Besides, do you think this kind of medicine will be mass-produced at present?" "Yes, you can imagine how expensive this thing is to make." Song Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Ellie's strength is now comparable to that of a gold-level fighter, while Su Mingxue from Huaw has exhausted herself and is feeling weak. "Just watch, the results of the match will be out soon," bearded guy said calmly. Upon hearing this, Song Yi slowly raised his head. Although Song Yi didn't know how Beard Brother had obtained such highly confidential information, he knew that what Beard Brother said was the truth. Although he knew the truth, he couldn't do anything for Su Mingxue and could only silently pray for a miracle. Song Yi shifted his gaze back to the large screen, watching as several vines continuously emerged from Ellie's fingertips, quickly weaving into a green giant several meters tall, which then punched towards Su Mingxue, who was slowly getting up. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew that Ellie's 5 elements body could manipulate the 5 elements. Now, her elemental reserves are depleted, and it's no longer feasible for her to continue battling Ellie. Su Mingxue seized the opportunity, opened a portal in front of her, and then rolled forward, dodging the falling giant fist while passing through the portal and transforming into her little devil form. Who is this twin-tailed loli? Everyone who wasn't familiar with Su Mingxue was stunned, including Ellie. Seeing her opponent momentarily stunned, Su Mingxue swiftly drew her pistol from her waist and pulled the trigger, striking her in the abdomen. Ellie's powers were sealed, and the green giant immediately lost his life, scattering into limp vines that fell to the ground with a thud before vanishing into thin air. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Su Mingxue drew her leg-binding knife, cut her skin, and used her blood to conjure a crimson blade. Holding the blood-red blade, Su Mingxue moved swiftly, charging towards Ellie. The crimson light emanating from the blade trailed a straight line, slicing past Ellie's side. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A blood-red wound was etched on Ellie's arm, from which blood gushed. Just a moment ago, Ellie almost had her throat slit with a single blow. However, because killing was forbidden during the competition, Su Mingxue temporarily shifted the tip of her knife, which resulted in her slashing Ellie's arm. The audience was stunned. A big question mark popped into my head. Who exactly is this twin-tailed loli who suddenly appeared? But seeing that the referee did not stop it, everyone probably understood what was going on. No one expected that Su Mingxue, who seemed powerless to fight any longer, would have such an amazing burst of power. Even Ellie hadn't expected it, but as someone who had experienced many battles, she reacted as the pain swept through her nerves. Ellie's brows furrowed deeply as her powers were sealed. Fortunately, she took the pills, and during the duration of their effects, her physical condition was far superior to what it had been before. Caught off guard by a flash of red light, Ellie dodged to the side and kicked Su Mingxue in the stomach. She knew that although she was mainly cultivating elemental abilities, she had not abandoned physical training. With the added boost from the pill, this kick was extremely extraordinary, and Su Mengxue immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. But she didn't give up. Her little face was full of determination. The blood-red blade slashed through the air with a whoosh and struck at Ellie again. A soft thud sounded as Su Mengxue's bloodstained blade was about to pierce Ellie's body when Ellie swung her arm and blocked her wrist. The tip of the knife stopped less than a centimeter away from Ellie, and no matter how hard Su Mengxue tried, she couldn't advance an inch. With a sharp look in her eyes, Ellie forcefully shook off Su Mengxue's arm. The latter's arm went numb and weak, and the blood-stained blade slipped from her hand, falling to the ground with a clatter. Ellie wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. She bent down slightly and threw several punches at Su Mengxue's lower abdomen in a few breaths. Then, a rising dragon punch landed squarely on Su Mengxue's chin. As Su Mengxue's body rose off the ground, Ellie spun around and kicked Su Mengxue in the side. With a muffled thud, Su Mengxue was sent flying backward, crashing to the edge of the arena, blood continuously spilling from the corner of her mouth. She struggled to get up, but her body felt weak. Looking up, she saw Ellie walking towards her unhurriedly. "You're really stubborn. Let me take you down to rest." With that, Ellie was already in front of Su Mengxue, raising her knee, ready to kick Su Mengxue off the field. The next moment, her shoulder was pressed down from behind. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Xingyu pushed Ellie away, hugged Su Mengxue in his arms, and looked at her with eyes full of heartache. "Schwer, how about you admit defeat?" The little one in my arms didn't speak, tears rolling down her cheeks like broken pearls. Her dirty little face showed resentment, loneliness, and self-blame. Jiang Xingyu knew that she had always been a woman who refused to admit defeat, both in her past life and this one, so he used a question to show that he respected Su Mengxue's choice. After a moment, Su Mengxue nodded and whispered, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to the referee, nodded slightly, and said, "We concede." After saying that, he carried Su Mengxue and disappeared from the spot. "Su Man, come quickly and treat Schwer." Jiang Xingyu suddenly appeared in the preparation room carrying Su Mengxue, who was covered in blood, startling everyone. "Okay, put her on the bed." Su Man responded and immediately ran over to treat Su Mengxue. Jiang Xingyu glanced at Su Mengxue, who had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion, and a gentle look appeared in his eyes. He took a handkerchief, wet it, and wiped Su Mengxue's face. After the treatment was over, he picked up Su Mengxue and turned to leave. "Brother Yu, where are you going?" Jiang Xingyu paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Take her back to the hotel." "But the competition is still going on," Wang Zhang said, frowning. "I'm not participating in the second team's matches, so it doesn't matter whether I stay or leave. As for the others, isn't there still Brother Tai?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xingyu's figure disappeared. Sigh. Wang Zhang sighed helplessly, then said, "Even sister-in-law Yu has fallen here. What about our remaining matches?" "Don't sigh, it's not over yet," Zhongni said, patting his good friend on the shoulder. "I understand the logic, but the current situation is just." Seeing that morale was somewhat low, Tan Shengtai interrupted. Wang Zhang frowned, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and said, "To all of you who haven't been eliminated yet, keep going." Aside from encouraging everyone, he couldn't say anything else, filled with self-blame. Knowing he was being targeted, he was powerless to do anything but watch helplessly as his students were tormented by the successive onslaught of formidable enemies, their morale plummeting. As the strongest among the students who hadn't been eliminated, Qin Sheng felt he needed to say something. He was silent for a moment before speaking. "Brother Tai is right. I'm begging you all to hold on a little longer. Don't let Brother Yu be the only one left fighting alone." The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. The entire preparation room was eerily quiet. Everyone could even hear the faint sound of the cigarette burning between Tai's fingers. The door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned to look at the doorway, where a rather handsome young man stood. The person who arrived was Song Yi, who had just come from the underground casino. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Tan Shengtai looked at the unfamiliar young man with some doubt. "I want to find Jiang Xingyu." Song Yi came here to tell Jiang Xingyu about the drug that Ellie was using. Although telling Jiang Xingyu wouldn't make any difference, it would at least make his wife feel a little better. "Unfortunately, Xingyu has already returned to the hotel," Tan Shengtai said, shrugging. Song Yi nodded and then said, "Could you tell me his room number? I need to talk to him about something." "Well, I think we should probably pass. He's probably quite busy right now," Tan Shengtai said, flicking his cigarette ash with a slightly embarrassed expression. Based on his understanding of Jiang Xingyu and Su Mengxue, the two of them might be doing something shady at the hotel right now, so it was best not to let anyone disturb them. "Is it something that needs to be discussed in person? If not, you can call him later," Qin Sheng suggested, then paused and asked, "Do you have Brother Yu's phone number?" "Oh, I have some. Sorry to bother you." Song Yi bowed slightly and stepped back, leaving the preparation room. Although he felt it would be better to discuss these matters face to face, he had no choice but to talk about them over the phone now. Back in his room, Song Yi took out his phone, found the newly added contact Yushin, and then pressed the dial button. The phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up and vibrated gently. Exhausted, Su Mengxue was fast asleep. To avoid disturbing her rest, Jiang Xingyu put his phone on vibrate mode. Jiang Xingyu glanced at the caller ID, put the thumb-sized red pill he was holding into the box, picked up his phone, went to the balcony, and answered the call. "Hey, what's up?" Sonny asked excitedly. "Brother Yu, how is sister Yu doing? Is she in a good mood?" "It's not good, but she's asleep now." Jiang Xingyu glanced back at that stunningly beautiful sleeping face and said with some doubt, "It's like this, Brother Yu, there's something wrong with that Ellie." Subsequently, Song Yi told Jiang Xingyu everything he had learned from Brother Beard. "What? There's such a medicine?" After a pause, Jiang Xingyu asked, "Do you know what it looks like?" Song Yi thought for a moment and said, "Brother Beard said that this pill is blood red all over, smells bloody, and also emits a faint red glow. In addition, the size of the pills is not the same. The smallest is only the size of a grain of rice, and the largest is unknown. In any case, the larger the pill, the stronger the effect." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu frowned and looked at the box on the bedside table. The red pills in the box were exactly as Song Yi had described. The red pill was taken from the body of the teddy bear they had acquired a few days earlier. Presumably, that red blood pill is what Renihong and the others are really guarding. Ellie unleashed such power after taking a pill the size of a grain of rice. So, what if she took a pill the size of a thumb? Song Yi, thank you for the news. Let's talk again next time. With that, Jiang Xingyu hung up the phone. Back at the bedside, Jiang Xingyu opened the box, looked at the pill emitting a faint red glow, and was torn between taking it or not. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Xingyu closed the box. After all, he didn't know if this medicine would have any side effects, so it would be better to hand it over to the military. Within the military, the person he trusted most was, of course, Shen Wu, the captain of the Sky Dome Special Forces team. Let's hand it over to Brother Wu after the competition. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu casually tossed the box into his space and lay down next to Su Mengxue. A few days later, Su Mengxue recovered from her injuries and returned to the preparation room. Although she could no longer participate in the battle, she felt it was necessary to cheer for her fiancé. Su Mengxue knew that during her recovery period, Qin Sheng defeated Ellie. Huaw advanced smoothly, and after several fierce battles, Huaw finally made it to today's semifinals. The teams that successfully advanced to the semifinals are Huaw, Jingwu, Mengwu, and Jiangwu. The semifinal pairings are Huaw versus Mengwu, Jingwu versus Jiangwu. The two winning schools will then face off in the final showdown. The semifinals have finally arrived, and the audience is in high spirits. A spectator with a lollipop in his mouth struck up a conversation with the man next to him. "Dude, which two schools do you think will make it to the finals?" "Jingwu will definitely make it to the finals. After all, they still have 7 starting players. As for Huaw and Mengwu, it's really hard to say." "What do you mean?" asked the audience member with a lollipop in his mouth. Although Dongwu's overall strength is good, it lacks top experts, while Huaw can't even gather 10 people, but that Jiang Xingyu is just too abnormal. A portly spectator in front of them thought the two were making too much noise, so he turned around and said, "Hey, there's no point in you two arguing, just focus on the game." In the semifinals, Meng Wuxing defeated 3 official players and 7 substitute players. Huawu's official team members are now reduced to only 2, Jiang Xingyu and Qin Shang. As for the 10 substitute players, only 4 remain. That averages out to 3 players each for the first and second teams. Even so, the Huawu team members did not give up, and the substitute players even felt somewhat excited. Isn't it exciting that they, as substitutes, were able to showcase themselves on the field of the Wuhan University League? Look at some other schools, where substitute players don't even get a chance to play. How can Huawu have both regular players and substitutes playing? Even if Huawu loses to Mengwu in this match, he can still tie with Jiangwu for 3rd place. As the first cohort of students at Huawu, and having fought against strong schools one after another, they feel they have achieved enough to get to where they are today. So the substitutes were all incredibly excited and in excellent form. Soon, the match officially began, with Huawu's substitute player Fu Hao taking the stage first to face Mengwu's player Han Bing. Although Fu Hao's superpower is just a common type of enhancement, he is skilled with dual swords. For the competition, he even sought advice from Jiang Xingyu. Although there is a significant gap between him and Jiang Xingyu, he can be considered the second best among the students who use swords. At the referee's signal, Fu Hao charged forward, rapidly closing in on Han Bing. The latter's ability is ice. He clearly did not want to fight Fu Hao in close combat. He moved to the side while shooting out ice shards to tug at Fu Hao, looking for an opportunity. Fu Hao was equally meticulous, accurately severing the incoming ice shards each time and constantly seeking opportunities to get close. After several rounds of tug-of-war, neither giving an inch, Fu Hao finally seized an opening in Han Bing's attack. His leg muscles suddenly swelled, unleashing tremendous kinetic energy that propelled him forward in an instant. When Fu Hao was less than 10 steps away from Han Bing, the latter immediately reacted and several ice shards burst forth. Fu Hao's eyes hardened, and he threw one of the knives away. Then, he flipped his wrist and slashed at the ice shards that were right in front of him. The two were less than 10 steps apart. Han Bing had no time to defend or dodge. The flying knife spun and broke through the obstacle, piercing Han Bing's abdomen. All the icicles vanished instantly, and Fu Hao reached Han Bing in a few steps, holding holding a knife to her neck. I admit defeat, Han Bing said helplessly. After defeating Han Bing, Huaw seemed to be on a roll, performing exceptionally well in defeating 2 more opponents. But ultimately, due to exhaustion, he was defeated by Manhwa's 4th member. The second contestant to appear in Huaw's contest was Qin Shang, the number 2 among the remaining contestants. After a year of training, Qin Shang's strength has greatly increased, and his performance in this martial arts league is also quite outstanding. Qin Shang has further improved his control over his boundless sword body, and he can now fly on his sword. When Manhwa's 4th contestant saw Qin Shang, dressed in a white robe and exuding an ethereal aura, riding his sword towards them, and seeing the arrogant expression on his face, an inexplicable anger ignited in his heart. You're such a show-off. Even your team leader, Zhang Xingyu, isn't as show-offy as you. I'll kill you, you bastard. As the referee blew the whistle, Manhwa contestant number 4 was already standing with his feet one in front of the other, knocked an arrow, and aimed at Qin Shang, who was standing on his sword. With a burst of power from his right arm, the force traveled to his wrist, and the bowstring was suddenly pulled back, like a full moon. The ordinary arrowhead was suddenly engulfed in flames. The Manhwa fighter's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. He slightly loosened his middle and index fingers, and the bowstring hummed softly as it snapped back. The arrow shot out like lightning, leaving a trail of flame as it went straight for the man's chest. That's it? Qin Shang was very disdainful, still standing motionless on the sword, but his eyes suddenly widened. The ground beneath Qin Shang suddenly collapsed, and the rocket that was originally aimed at his chest also plummeted straight down due to gravity. Boundless sword body! Qin Shang shouted, and a gray sword shadow appeared behind him. Then, the gray sword shadow quickly split into nearly 100 sword shadows, all with their tips pointing directly at the Manhwa contestants, arranged in a disc shape. Qin Shang parted his lips slightly. It's not over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring of sword shadows behind Qin Shang split again, becoming 3 rings of sword shadows, positioned above him, to his left, and to his right, like the 3 vertices of a triangle. Go! Qin Shang roared, and a series of whooshing sounds rang out as thousands of gray sword shadows rushed towards the Manhwa contestants like a torrential rain. Each sword shadow exuded the power to pierce through mountain rocks, and was extremely fierce, making people tremble with fear. Seeing the rain of swords covering the sky approaching, the latter's expression turned solemn. He instinctively tried to dodge, but found himself as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound boulder, unable to move an inch. The sword shadows magnified rapidly in his pupils, as if they would pierce his body at any moment. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and his solemn expression turned into utter terror at that moment. But the rain of swords did not stop there. It continued to pour down like a storm. Amidst the crisscrossing sword lights, the gleaming sound of sword tips piercing the ground was incessant. Countless pebbles and sand flew everywhere, enveloping the entire arena. Even the spectators in the distance felt choked by the smoke and dust. Qin Shang gracefully leaped down from the sword, holding the scabbard in his arms. His robes fluttered, making him look like a peerless sword immortal. After he landed steadily, the sword that had been floating in midair seemed to come alive. Its blade trembled slightly and hummed as it returned to its scabbard. He stood there, holding a long sword, waiting for the smoke and dust from those captivating eyes to dissipate. The same word popped into the minds of the audience, but everyone held their breath involuntarily. What would be the outcome of such a dazzling move? Soon, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, the smoke and dust quickly dissipated. The Mongolian martial arts contestant had already fainted and was lying on the ground in a spread eagle position. Except for the small area beneath him, the surrounding ground had completely collapsed, forming a huge crater. Upon seeing this, the entire audience erupted in gasps of surprise. Is this the SS-level physique with the strongest attack? Qin Shang listened to the praises of those around him with a look of enjoyment. It's finally my turn to show off. Soon, he even closed his eyes, opened his arms and waved them gently upwards, signaling the audience to be louder. As he wished, the screams at the scene grew louder and louder. Hearing the shrill shouts around him, Manhwa's captain, Li Bo, slapped the armrest and stood up, his eyes fixed on Qin Shang on the field. Serves you right for being so cocky. I'll beat you to a pulp later, or I'm not a Li. He patted his pockets and walked toward the arena with a gloomy expression. Before long, Li Bo arrived at the arena. He was thinking of saying a few harsh words to Qin Shang when he saw the guy raise his hand and make a stop gesture. Dude, I didn't request to start the competition right away. Showing off takes a lot of energy. With that, Qin Shang gave an innocent smile. Why don't you go back and rest for a bit? Li Bo muttered something to himself and gave Qin Shang a deep look, feeling like he wanted to kill him. But the rules were there, so Li Bo could only walk off the field with a face full of resentment. A mature man exudes charm from the inside out at all times. After the 10-minute break, Qin Shang slowly stood up and gave Li Bo a gentle and approachable smile. You can come over now. Upon hearing this, Li Bo jumped onto the field, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Qin Shang had performed exceptionally well in the last match, and was now somewhat overconfident. He circled around Li Bo as if he were a monkey and said, "So you're the captain of Manhwa." The latter remained expressionless, his little finger reaching towards his nostril, but he froze halfway there, paused, and then the action of picking his his nose turned into shaking his wrist. Just kidding, it's being broadcast live nationwide. If he were to pick his nose now, the image of a sword immortal that Qin had just built up would be completely ruined. Okay, we'll dig it up after the competition. Li Bo assumed the show-off in front of him had a hand cramp and stared at Qin Sheng dangerously, saying, "What, are you scared? How could that be? I just wanted to say you're not as handsome as me." Qin Sheng waved his hand and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee's whistle blew. Bang! Li Bo could no longer hold back and suddenly threw a punch, aiming straight at Qin Sheng's arrogant face. The latter smiled slightly, neither dodging nor avoiding, with his hands behind his back. If you were as mature and composed as me, Manhwa wouldn't be without a chance of winning. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Bo's punching speed suddenly slowed down, his veins bulged like dragons, and his legs sank deeply into the ground. Suddenly, Li Bo's eyes sharpened, and the 8 joints on his fists abruptly transformed into bone spurs, like steel claws that shot out and stabbed straight at Qin Sheng. In an instant, a flash of sword light entered Li Bo's eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could see Qin Sheng slightly turned to the side, his forearm across his forehead, and the long sword in his hand held vertically at his side with the tip pointing downwards. Li Bo's bone spikes, as hard as steel, grazed the sword, dazzling sparks flashing and flying, followed by a continuous metallic clang. Qin Sheng suddenly shook his wrist to dislodge the bone spur, and then, in coordination with his footwork, his wrist quickly rotated, sometimes thrusting forward, sometimes slashing diagonally, sometimes twirling his sword and turning around to slash horizontally. His moves were unpredictable and dazzling, forcing Li Bo to retreat step by step. The clanging of metal against metal was deafening. Seizing an opening, Qin Sheng slashed Li Bo away with great force, and then several gray sword shadows pierced the air like lightning, flying towards Li Bo with a strong wind. Sand and gravel crumbled on the field, and dust billowed everywhere. Qin Sheng let out a sigh of relief, just about to sheath his sword. The next moment, several whooshing sounds pierced the air, and sharp bone spikes shot out from the dust. Helpless, Qin Sheng could only summon the same number of sword shadows to directly attack the bone spurs. But to Qin Sheng's surprise, the sword shadows dissipated within seconds of colliding with the bone spikes. The bone spikes, however, only remained frozen for a moment before shooting straight back at him. What's going on? Qin Sheng was stunned and hurriedly swung his sword to block, but he found that the bone spikes were sharp and heavy, and it took a lot of effort to cut off each one. Even the gravitational field could not slow them down much. With a faint red glint in his eyes, Li Bo emerged from the smoke and dust like a ghost, and while Qin Sheng was distracted, he suddenly thrust out the bone spur in his hand. Seeing Qin Sheng react and block his bone spike with his sword, Li Bo swiftly reached out and grabbed Qin Sheng's throat, sneering, "I'll teach you to be cocky." After saying that, Li Bo delivered a heavy kick to his side. Qin Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Li Bo was not about to let him go, and followed up, the bone spurs falling hard. After several rounds of fighting, Qin Sheng finally went from being at a disadvantage to being completely unable to defend himself. Li Bo seized the opportunity, and with a loud thud, the bone spur pierced Qin Sheng's thigh, before kicking him hard off the field. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. He turned his head to look at Li Bo on the field, his eyes full of doubt. Although he had faced strong opponents in previous matches and had exhausted some energy in the last match while showing off, it shouldn't be that he suddenly fell into a disadvantageous position. Qin Sheng couldn't understand it. Jiang Xingyu, who was watching the game, thought of a possibility, but he wasn't sure until the next match, when he personally went on stage to face Li Bo, that he saw the faint red light that Song Yi had mentioned in the man's eyes. Jiang Xingyu frowned deeply, unleashing his full power to overwhelmingly defeat Li Bo. He pressed the tip of his halberd against Li Bo's throat and asked, "Are you very familiar with Ellie?" "Who is Ellie?" After a pause, Li Bo suddenly realized and asked, "You mean Ellie from Magic Martial Arts?" "I don't know her well, I just know that she exists." Seeing that Li Bo didn't seem to be lying, Jiang Xingyu asked again, "Then where did your red pills come from?" "What pills? I don't know what you're talking about," Li Bo said, his eyes darting around. Sheathing his halberd, Jiang Xingyu's eyes darted around before he slowly crouched down and said, "Don't misunderstand, you should know I'm a military officer." Li Bo nodded. He had seen the relevant revelations online. Sigh. Jiang Xingyu sighed softly, his brows furrowed slightly, and said in a serious tone, "To be honest, after our military investigated this batch of drugs, we found that there is a risk of losing one's superpowers after taking them." "What? Are you serious?" Li Bo asked, his brows furrowing deeply. "I never expected that this guy would believe my simple trick so easily." Seeing that things were looking promising, Jiang Xingyu patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. I'll treat you to coffee after the second team's match." "What are you doing?" "Okay, sure." Li Bo nodded. After saying that, Jiang Xingyu turned and went back to the preparation room, pondering how to get Li Bo to reveal something. He wanted to know where these pills came from. If he could get his hands on one and give it to the organizers, they might be able to recompete Su Mengxue and Qin Sheng. As for the large pill, it's impossible to hand it over to the organizers. After all, there's someone who can interfere in the league and secretly sabotage Huaw. If he has any ill intentions, the consequences of handing over the pill would be unimaginable. The only only person he can trust now is his nominal superior, Chen Wu, who is far away in Kyoto. Jiang Xingyu has already spoken to Chen Wu on the phone and will go back to Kyoto to find him after the competition. Soon, the second team's match began. The three substitutes from Huawu Team 2 did their best and took away 4 Mingwu players. According to the competition rules, Jiang Xingyu will face off against the last remaining player in a final battle, with the winner advancing. The last member of Mangwu's team was also smart. Knowing that he couldn't beat Jiang Xingyu, he took the initiative to admit defeat. Huawu successfully advanced to the finals, but no one could be happy about it, because Huawu only has Jiang Xingyu left as a contestant. Jingwu, who also made it to the finals, relied on their strong skills and extraordinary luck to defeat all the weaker teams along the way. Now they have 6 official players and 6 substitute players left. Inside an office at the very top of a building, the secretary, dressed in a black suit, looked at the finalists list and finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Tian, why don't we just stop Huang Bin from interfering in the Wuhan University League? The man sitting in the boss's chair with a cigarette in his mouth is none other than Ao Tian, the Azure Dragon War King, one of the 5 War Kings. Seeing his wife's puzzled look, he found it incredibly cute and pointed to his own face, saying, "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." Xia Chen gave him a light kiss on the cheek, then sat on Ao Tian's lap. "Isn't our goal to make Jing Wu lose the match and force Huang Bin to take action? Then why do you let him go?" Ao Tian smiled calmly and said, "This is an order from the Commander-in-Chief." "The Commander-in-Chief gave the order? Why did he?" Ao Tian rubbed Xia Chen's face and laughed. "Silly boy, the Commander-in-Chief is farsighted, and he has his reasons for doing this." After saying that, Ao Tian silently added in his mind, "What reason could there be? He's testing his son, of course." Anyway, they had considered the possibility of Jiang Xingyu losing the game, so they had prepared a backup plan in advance, and were not afraid of affecting the overall plan. Between the end of the semi-finals and the start of the finals, Huang Bin had a free day. Wearing a black trench coat, he left the hotel where he was resting. After a while, Huang Bin stopped and looked at the street that was sealed off not far away. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Finding a secluded spot, Huang Bin activated his stealth ability and stepped over the seal, heading swiftly towards a small stronghold of the Saintis Blood Alliance. When Huang Bin arrived at the claw machine arcade and saw the chaotic scene before him, he frowned deeply. He walked into the store, found a place to sit down at random, and then made a phone call. Suppressing his anger, Huang Bin calmly asked, "Old Chen, where's my teddy bear?" "Don't worry, master, the teddy bear is still safely stored at that claw machine shop. If you need it now, I'll send someone to deliver it to you immediately." Although he didn't know how that teddy bear differed from the others, Chen Laozai knew that it was extremely important to Huang Bin. "Old Chen, of all the cadres, you were the one I trusted the most, but now, you have disappointed me greatly." "Master, I'm not lying to you, that teddy bear is definitely still in the store," Old Chen said confidently. When he called to check recently, the person in charge of guarding the teddy bear did not report it to him as missing, so he did not believe the teddy bear was lost. "I'm in that shop." Huang Bin looked at the messy shop, which was no longer what it used to be, and said with a silent, cold laugh, "What?" Old Chen exclaimed in surprise, realizing that something must have gone wrong. "Master, please wait a moment." After saying that, Chen Laozai picked up another phone and dialed several numbers in a row, but there was no response. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Old Chen shakily picked up his phone, swallowed hard, and said, "Master, give me some time, and I'll definitely get it back for you. Tomorrow, I want to see the complete blood spirit seed." After saying that, Huang Bin hung up the phone and crushed it. His fists were clenched tightly, and his brows were furrowed into a deep shape, like a ravine. 2 years ago, he obtained the recipe for a pill called Qing Shui Zi from half of his family's ancient book. This drug can significantly enhance the user's strength for a period of time by stimulating a foreign source, with the only side effect being paralysis for 1 day. However, the refining conditions for this blood serum are extremely demanding, and it requires a lot of materials, the most important of which is the fallen blood of a virgin. Because of his special talent and physique, he formed the Saintis Blood Alliance, lured many virgins to join, and took their blood, which solved the problem of the scarcity of this important material. However, it takes him a week, or even longer, to refine a single grain-sized blood serum. If this medicine could be produced in large quantities, it would greatly help to improve the strength of our subordinates. So he thought of cooperating with others, and after some deliberation, he chose AI Pharmaceutical. After working together for a period of time, Huang Bin found the other half of the ancient book that had been passed down in his family. According to the book, if the essence of a virgin's fallen blood is extracted and combined with the Huang family's once in a millennium mutated physique, the lustful demonic body, it is possible to refine the blood spirit seed, a medicine with even more terrifying effects. In addition to amplification, the blood spirit seed can also help break through bottlenecks. After that, Huang Bin focused on refining blood spirit seeds. He would steal materials instead of selling them, and if he didn't have enough virgin blood, he would capture virgins. Finally, after more than a year of effort and the sacrifice of 999 virgins' fallen blood, he finally refined the blood spirit seed, last month. Before long, the news reached Ellie's grandfather, Edward, who had been stuck at the 9th level of the Star Devourer for a long time. The old man hoped to break through to the Eclipse Moon level by using the power of this blood spirit particle, so he offered Huangbin a high price to buy it, but was refused. Because Huangbin also needs this blood spirit particle. He had already reached the 8th level of Star Devouring for some time. After breaking through to the 9th level of Star Devouring, he would be able to enter the realm of Annihilation Moon by consuming this blood spirit seed. The rumor circulating within the church that the leader has entered the Annihilation Moon realm actually refers to the fact that Huangbin was able to enter the Annihilation Moon realm after consuming this blood spirit seed. Afterwards, in order to prevent Edward from tearing off the mask and trying to steal the blood spirit seed, Huangbin hid the drug inside the teddy bear and placed it in a claw machine that was conspicuous but would not arouse suspicion. But fate is unpredictable. Despite Huangbin's meticulous planning, which fooled Edward and his men, he still lost the teddy bear, and even the guards went missing. The good mood brought by finally breaking through to the 9th level of the Star Devouring realm vanished without a trace the moment I saw this shop. There was no point in staying any longer. Huangbin sighed deeply, stood up, and left the shop. Back at the hotel, Huangbin, who had just lain down on the bed, suddenly sat up. He frowned deeply, looking at a text message on his phone from Paradise, reporting to the leader, "A girl has gone missing and is suspected of escaping from Paradise. We are currently making every effort to capture her." Huangbin pinched the bridge of his nose and felt a headache coming on. At the crucial moment of near breakthrough, the blood spirit stone was lost. As the competition entered its final stage, Paradise, which had never had any problems before, let another girl escape. After a moment's thought, he dialed Will's number. A pitch-black curtain covered the entire sky, even the stars ceased to adorn it, and a crescent moon hung in the air, casting a faint silver glow. In the vast and quiet countryside, there were only a few tiny insects and the sound of slow and heavy footsteps. A girl with disheveled hair, wrapped only in a tattered cloth, walks along a winding dirt path. Where her skin was exposed, several deep and gruesome wounds were visible to the naked eye. Blood mixed with pale yellow fluid gushed from those wounds, and she exuded a strong, fishy stench, with a masculine scent all over her body. But no matter how disheveled she was, her bright eyes always revealed an unwavering determination. Because she is a Chinese soldier, and she possesses the fearless spirit of the Chinese military. It was her resilient spirit that enabled her to seize the opportunity to escape from that hellish paradise. She successfully obtained the location information of Paradise, its troop deployment, and some secrets of the Saintess Blood Alliance. If we can bring these back, we can rescue the girls imprisoned in Paradise. After that, the military will be able to eliminate the evil-doing Holy Maiden Blood Alliance without any restrictions. The thought that the tormented girls would soon be rescued brought a faint smile to the girl's dirty face. Like a lotus rising from the mud, pure and beautiful. Plop, water droplets fell on her radiant smile. Looking up at the sky, the crescent moon that had been there just moments before had disappeared. A dazzling light tore through the black sky, followed by a deafening, rolling thunderclap from the horizon, and then countless large raindrops. The sudden downpour caught the girl off guard. After a brief moment of disorientation, she tore off the tattered cloth covering her body, put it over her head, and, enduring the excruciating pain from her wounds, ran forward. To avoid being caught and taken back, she deliberately took a long detour, and the long journey took a toll on her already weakened body. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, making her head feel increasingly foggy. The biting wind and relentless raindrops seeped into her wounds, and intense pain coursed through every nerve in her body. She didn't know if her body could withstand it. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps hours, perhaps minutes, a dilapidated temple appeared before her. The girl gritted her teeth and walked shakily toward it. As she crossed the threshold of the temple, the girl fell heavily in front of the enormous Buddha statue. Looking around, the girl saw a little girl who was tied up tightly and whose eyes were closed, and that short man who was grinning wickedly at him, the one who had taken him to the underground plaza. As consciousness was gradually stripped away, the girl's eyelids grew so heavy that she could no longer lift them. In the last moment before she closed her eyes, she heard the short man respectfully say into the phone, "Don't worry, master, that slut who escaped has been caught by us." Overwhelmed by despair, the girl finally succumbed to her fears and fainted completely. The day of the final match of the Wuhan University League has finally arrived. After a day of fermentation, the discussion about the Wuhan University League finals is now at the top of the online discussion, even overshadowing the buzz surrounding the US president pulling his pants pocket, and by a landslide. Regarding the final, the most discussed topic is who will win and who will lose. Some people believe that Jiang Xingyu can defy fate and create a miracle of 1 versus 10. Some people believe that Jingwu is a sure winner, and Huaw, relying solely on Jiang Xingyu, has no chance of turning the tide. In short, audiences across the country are eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. As the main character of this match, Jiang Xingyu didn't care about the online discussions at all. After all, the result of the match could only be known after it was over. To be honest, Jiang Xingyu was a little unsure of himself. He dared not use Ghost Chi in the competition, because if he did did, Morong Shang alone would be enough to give him trouble, not to mention that the other 9 members of Jingwu were all skilled fighters besides Morong Shang. Seeing Jiang Xingyu's furrowed brows, Su Mengxue sighed softly, sat down next to him, and smoothed out the character for him. Xingyu, no matter what, I will always support you. After saying that, Su Mengxue gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Yi Tian patted Jiang Xingyu on the shoulder and said, Brother Yu, I believe you can definitely create a miracle. Yeah, keep it up, UGE. Go, UGE. Don't worry, the host said, just as he was calling the contestants to enter. Jiang Xingyu stood up and walked towards the competition area without hesitation. As soon as Jiang Xingyu appeared, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Wow, they're really popular. Huaw, a Jingwu athlete standing opposite, said with some envy. Ignoring what he said, Jiang Xingyu simply stood there like a statue after entering the field, waiting for the referee's whistle to sound. Heh, she really is aloof. Huaw thought to himself, let's see how long she can stay aloof. Jiang Xingyu's strength is indeed abnormal, but so what? We're all silver, so how big can the difference be? They even created a miracle of 1v10. Do they think the people in Jingwu are all kindergarten kids? Let alone taking on 10 elites of the elite, even 10 ordinary silver-ranked opponents would be enough to overwhelm him. Those people online are just talking without understanding the situation. He doesn't believe Jiang Xingyu can really defeat Jingwu single-handedly. Soon, the referee's whistle blew. Jiang Xingyu seemed not to have heard the whistle and remained standing straight in place. Of course, he did hear the whistle. He was just conserving his energy as much as possible. You can replenish your extra energy with victory points, but once your stamina is gone, it's truly gone. Those who can represent Jingwu in the competition are all exceptional individuals. To deal with 10 such exceptional individuals, Jiang Xingyu must be extremely focused, meticulously planning every step to defeat as many enemies as possible with the lowest possible cost. I don't need to beat Jingwu. I need to take down at least 7 or 8 of his opponents to make it worthwhile. Jiang Xingyu had his own plans, but Huaw didn't have so many concerns. There were 10 of them. Even if a silver-level expert came, he would still be forced to kneel down, let alone a silver-level expert. When someone has an absolute advantage, is it possible for them to be cowardly? Being a little reckless is too low-key. They have to be wildly extravagant to do justice to themselves. Relying on his powerful backers, Huaw charged forward without any hesitation, hoping to quickly get close to Jiang Xingyu and deliver a fatal blow. Gripping the long handle, the blade of the phoenix-beak knife dragged on the ground, leaving a trail of sparks. From above, the arena floor appeared to be etched with a perfectly straight line. However, what Huaw didn't know was that as he charged forward, Jiang Xingyu secretly placed his right hand behind his back in a claw-like shape, with a tiny thunder dragon coiled around his palm. When Huaw was about 10 meters away from Jiang Xingyu, he suddenly stopped, pulled back with his other foot, and then leaped high into the air with a burst of power. The phoenix-beak knife that dragged on the ground spun several times in the air with a whooshing sound as he flipped his wrist before slashing down fiercely at Jiang Xingyu's head. The air was cleaved by this powerful and sharp slash, and a strong shockwave rushed to both sides, causing Jiang Xingyu's clothes to flutter wildly below. The heavy blade seemed poised to cleave his skull in the next second, but he neither dodged nor evaded. Suddenly, Jiang Xingyu grinned and snapped his fingers lightly. A powerful force of attraction suddenly erupted from behind Huaw, pulling his body backward. With a muffled clang and a shower of sparks, the phoenix-beak knife easily pierced the ground. Huaw gripped the long handle tightly and finally steadied himself. Before he could readjust his mood, he heard a hissing sound of thunder. As soon as he looked up, he was engulfed by the blue-purple lightning. An indescribable tingling sensation enveloped his entire body, which then turned into pain, even carrying the aroma of charred meat. After the lightning disappeared, Huaw, whose body was charred black and emitting white smoke, collapsed to his knees with a thud, staring intently at Jiang Xingyu. I was careless. The latter shook his head and sighed to himself, then strolled over to Huaw and gave him a gentle push. With another thud, Huaw lay stiffly on the ground, unable to fight any longer. Upon seeing this, the ordinary audience members present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Could there really be such a big difference between the two silver-level players? Only some knowledgeable viewers knew that Huaw lost so quickly because he was too careless. Of course, even if he takes the game seriously, the result won't change. He'll probably only last a few dozen seconds longer. The next girl to come on stage was short, with a flat chest and a small bottom. To put it nicely, this is called cute. To put it simply, it's called underdeveloped. If you put him in the audience, he would definitely be a primary school student. However, her features are delicate, and her rosy cheeks make one want to take a bite. Hello, my name is Shue Susu. The girl's sweet voice rang out, making one's heart melt. Hello, Jiang Xingyu replied in a very natural tone, not letting her guard down because of her cute appearance. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. One must be fully alert and focused when facing any opponent. The moment the referee's whistle blew, Jiang Xingyu moved, using teleport to close the distance. Without hesitation, he took out the silver tiger soul-severing halberd from his space. The halberd, accompanied by a whistling sound, slashed towards Shue Susu. Shue Susu closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and roared with all her might. Although her voice was still very soft, and she couldn't shake off that cloying sweetness, her expression was spot on, and she still looked quite ferocious. As Jiang Xingyu thought this, he showed no mercy with his halberd, slashing at Shuesusu with undiminished speed and force. The halberd blade emitted a clanging sound, and the halberd struck less than an inch in front of Shuesusu, but it was as if it had struck a barrier, unable to go any further. The next moment, Shuesusu's body was covered in silver fur, and her original short stature of less than 1.6 meters instantly grew to more than 2 meters. In the blink of an eye, the cute girl Shuesusu's style suddenly changed, and she became a silver-haired gorilla. Such a huge contrast left the audience stunned, and even Jiang Xingyu was shocked by what he saw. But he snapped back to his senses in the next instant. In that brief moment of stunned silence, the gorilla had already grabbed his ankle and swung him around, throwing him to the ground. Each strike was more powerful than the last, and the arena was filled with smoke and dust. The sound of thuds hitting the ground could be heard one after another. 10 breaths later, the thuds turned into a deafening roar that overwhelmed all the previous sounds. The ground collapsed violently downwards, and the gorilla suddenly exerted force with its legs, leaping several meters high, its rear end facing Jiang Xingyu, ready to end the match with this. Jiang Xingyu, who was embedded in the tie-shaped pit, coughed lightly. He saw a huge buttock covered with silver fur fall towards him. His mouth twitched violently. He suddenly shook out one arm, grabbed the silver tiger soul-severing halberd, and tried to lift it upright. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong, so he put down his halberd, casually took out a flagpole from his space, and immediately erected it. If what had been erected was a halberd, the gorilla could have adjusted its form in mid-air to avoid the dangerous attack. The battlefield is ever-changing. Even the slightest difference can lead to completely different outcomes. Because Jiang Xingyu wasted less than a second when he switched to the flagpole, by the time the gorilla realized that the flagpole was about to be inserted into its anus, it was too late to avoid it. With a heart-wrenching scream, the gorilla defied Newton's laws, leaping into the air without any leverage, before landing with a thud on the ground. It rolled around, clutching its rear end, its sweet voice still muttering, "Why, I'm not whole anymore." Soon, the medical team put her on a stretcher and carried her away. Jiang Xingyu was sweating profusely. He wiped the dust off his face with his sleeve. He hadn't expected to win in this way. The audience couldn't help but feel ashamed. Was this really the final? It felt like a joke. After Shuesusu's defeat, Huang Bin angrily reprimanded the team members. After that, Jingwu finally turned on his serious mode. The battle was fierce. Each member of Jingwu was a genius, but Jiang Xingyu was simply too abnormal. He managed to defeat 9 Jingwu members in a row, shocking the entire audience. Of course, achieving such results is inseparable from the ghost energy. However, in order not to arouse suspicion, Jiang Xingyu used it very little, only using it to repair some minor injuries and try his best to maintain his condition. Another point is that Nailin Yu let the competition slide. After all, she is a member of the military and knows the ultimate goal of this competition, so she only went up for a few perfunctory appearances before leaving the stage. At this moment, the Wuhan University League has finally reached its most crucial moment, Jiang Xingyu versus Morong Shang. Their victory or defeat will determine the outcome of the entire competition. He's too amazing. Jiang Xingyu is truly a prodigy, one audience member exclaimed. It was indeed beyond my expectations, but that's all. In his current state, he has no chance of defeating Morong Shang. Yeah, what a pity. If he had 1 or 2 stronger teammates, Huaw might have been able to turn the tide. It wasn't just these few people. Most of the people watching the game shared this thought. Jiang Xingyu has fought 9 consecutive battles and is covered in injuries. How can he possibly fight against Morong Shang, who is at full strength?